Zhao Jiang stood before a mirror and a voice kept echoing in his mind, see his face, see his face, see. Driven by that force, he raised his head with an effort, opened his eyes wide trying to make out the face in the mirror. However, for some reason the face in the mirror remained blurry. The continuous urging, see his face, see, pushed Zhao Jiang to step forward until his forehead pressed directly against the mirror. The next moment the shifting blur gradually became clear, finally revealing a face exactly like his own. Looking at himself in the mirror, Zhao Jiang irresistibly reached out to touch it, only for an identical hand to reach out from the mirror. Got you. Ah. In the year 2025, November 14th at 2205, Building 201, Osborne, Jiangning District, Huijing City, a young man suddenly woke from his dream. It was a little past 11 p.m. at Yasijtong Psychological Clinic. Sit. Thanks. Dr. Zhou, if I remember correctly, you also came at this time last night. Zhao Jiang, yeah. Dr. Zhou, you look a little pale today. Are you sick? Zhao Jiang, no, maybe I just didn't rest well. Dr. Zhou, still because of that dream? Zhao Jiang nodded. Dr. Zhou, tell me what happened. Zhao Jiang, after I went back I did what you said. Just as I was about to fall asleep I kept telling myself to see his face. After I fell asleep I really entered that dream again and I saw that mirror. Dr. Zhou suddenly interrupted. Wait. From the first time you came and told me about that dream until today, how many times have you entered that dream in total? Zhao Jiang thought for a moment and answered 8 times. Dr. Zhou, think carefully. Did you miss any? Zhao Jiang, no. On the very first day I came to your clinic I had already dreamed that dream 7 times. I remember that clearly. Dr. Zhou lowered his head and wrote on the paper 7/8, same dream, same mirror. Then he looked up. Okay, go on. Zhao Jiang, that method you mentioned really worked. When I stood before the mirror a voice kept repeating in my head telling me to see his face clearly. Dr. Zhou interrupted again. Wait, at that moment did you hear an actual concrete voice or was it only as if there were a voice? Zhao Jiang thought for a while and corrected himself, it seemed like there was a voice. Dr. Zhou immediately lowered his head and wrote on the paper, suggestion successful. Continue. Zhao Jiang urged on by that voice. I kept focusing trying to see the face in the mirror. But no matter how I focused it remained a blur. I couldn't see it clearly at all. Dr. Zhou, at that time did you know that the blur in the mirror was actually yourself? Zhao Jiang, I knew. Dr. Zhou, then what? Zhao Jiang, then as if possessed I pressed my head against the mirror wanting to see if that would make it clearer. Dr. Zhou, wait, was pressing your head against the mirror a sudden impulse or was there a voice hinting you to do it? Zhao Jiang, it should have been a sudden impulse. Dr. Zhou, do you recall whether you felt anything special after touching the mirror? For example, was the mirror ice cold or did you feel a touch sensation? Zhao Jiang, no. Dr. Zhou, so you knew you touched it but you didn't feel anything. Zhao Jiang, right. Dr. Zhou, okay, go on. What happened after you touched the mirror? Zhao Jiang, right after I pressed against it was still blurry. But soon it kept shifting and became clearer and clearer until finally it turned into a face that looked exactly like mine. I couldn't help reaching out to touch it to see if it felt like a real person. But then another identical hand came out of the mirror and grabbed me at once. And there was a voice, it said, got you. Dr. Zhou, was reaching out also a sudden impulse? Zhao Jiang, yes. Dr. Zhou, when the hand in the mirror grabbed you did you feel anything abnormal, temperature, elasticity, force, anything like that? Zhao Jiang swallowed. Yes. I felt as if I were being clamped by iron pincers, very hard, very tight. Ah. And it was a kind of being caught. Caught. Gasp. Caught. Dr. Zhou, like clutching at a life-saving straw. Yes. Yes, exactly. It felt like being seized as the last straw, like grabbing at a lifeline. Dr. Zhou, that voice, did you hear it concretely or was it only as if like before? Zhao Jiang, I heard it concretely. Dr. Zhou, are you sure? Zhao Jiang nodded. Yes. It was a real voice and I still remember it very clearly. Dr. Zhou then described that voice to me in as much detail as possible. Zhao Jiang, it was my own voice but a little different, it sounded extremely tired. Exhausted to the limit. In all my life I have never felt that level of exhaustion in reality. Dr. Zhou, was there anything after that? Zhao Jiang, no. I was scared awake immediately. Dr. Zhou, you said yesterday that every time you woke something new appeared in your mind. Did it happen this time? Zhao Jiang, yes. Dr. Zhou picked up his pen. Tell me in detail. Zhao Jiang, after I woke today my mind had extra knowledge about biological tissue repair technology. Dr. Zhou quickly wrote it down, then asked, before this had you ever been exposed to related knowledge or news in any way, even a glance or hearing someone mention it? Zhao Jiang, well, if you separate them I must have heard of them one way or another. Biology, tissue repair technology, those common words. Dr. Zhou, that makes sense. Your subconscious would combine these scattered pieces in a way you can't perceive, then present, and feed them back to you through dreams. By the way, do you still remember the things that appeared in your mind the first few times? Zhao Jiang, yes. Dr. Zhou picked up his pen. Tell me. Zhao Jiang, the first was gene editing, the second cell therapy, the third artificial organs, the fourth cultured meat, the fifth biomolecular nanorobots, the sixth strong artificial intelligence, and the seventh enhanced life. Dr. Zhou suddenly stopped writing and looked at Zhao Jiang. You can remember all of this so clearly. Zhao Jiang scratched his head. I don't know either. After these things appeared it was as if they had grown into my mind, becoming clearer and more complete, so I couldn't forget them even if I wanted to. Dr. Zhou, wait, you just said clearer and more complete. Zhao Jiang Dr. Zhou, did it happen by itself or did you consciously fill in the gaps? Zhao Jiang, it happened by itself. I did nothing. Dr. Zhou, you mean the things that suddenly appeared in your mind keep improving themselves over time? Zhao Jiang opened his mouth as if to say something, then swallowed the words back. Dr. Zhou looked at his notes and continued, for example, with the first one, gene editing, at the beginning did you only know part of it and then the knowledge kept growing on its own, becoming more complete and clearer? Zhao Jiang thought back carefully for a while, then met Dr. Zhou's gaze and nodded. Dr. Zhou, from the first time to now have you ever verified these extra things? For example, whether such knowledge actually exists in reality or whether it is feasible? Zhao Jiang shook his head. During the day I deliver food orders and I get off work late and I'm very tired. Besides, this whole thing feels so absurd, so I never tried. Hearing this, Dr. Zhou put the paper and pen aside, took out his phone and said to Zhao Jiang, come recall one specific piece of knowledge related to gene editing and tell me. Zhao Jiang pressed his lips together and began reciting the knowledge in his mind. Gene editing refers to the process of using gene editing technology to modify specific targets in an organism's genome. It can efficiently and precisely achieve gene insertion, deletion, or replacement, thereby changing the organism's genetic information and phenotypic traits. Traditional gene editing technology focuses on introducing exogenous target genes into recipient cells and using homologous recombination to replace the gene at the original site with an exogenous DNA fragment, thus inactivating specific genes or repairing defective genes. Several minutes later. Stop. Dr. Zhou, can you recite what you just said backward? Zhao Jiang, yes. Dr. Zhou, good. Now say it backward. Zhao Jiang reciting backward. To make specific genes inactive or repair defective genes, replacing the gene at the original locus with an exogenous DNA fragment. Gene editing. A few more minutes later. Dr. Zhou put down his phone and suddenly crooked his finger, signaling Zhao Jiang to come closer. Come. Look into my eyes and answer a few questions. Zhao Jiang leaned forward slightly and looked into Dr. Zhou's eyes. Dr. Zhou, since our first meeting have you ever lied to me? Zhao Jiang felt that the distance was too close, he could even feel the other's breath, which made him uncomfortable. He leaned back, turned his head slightly and avoided Dr. Zhou's gaze. No. Dr. Zhou suddenly reached out with both hands, held Zhao Jiang's head and made him face him. Don't be shy. I'm a doctor. Look into my eyes when you speak. Zhao Jiang had no choice but to look into the doctor's eyes and repeat no. Dr. Zhou's eyes suddenly became sharp like knives piercing the soul. Say it again. Zhao Jiang, no. Dr. Zhou, as for the things that appeared in your mind, have you ever systematically studied them before, even just the basics? Zhao Jiang, no. Dr. Zhou, has your memory always been this good, or is it only those extra things that allow you to do this? Zhao Jiang, only those extra things allow me to do this. A dozen seconds passed. Dr. Zhou let go of him and picked up the pen and paper again. Your case is quite special. This is my first time encountering it. I need time to study it. First, leave me your phone number so I can contact you later. If you keep having the same dream tonight, remember to send me a message in time. Zhao Jiang, okay, thank you, Dr. Zhou. Wait. I'll prescribe you some medication to calm your mind, help you sleep and relax your nerves. Take it before bed. Zhao Jiang, how much is it? Dr. Joe, it's not clear yet whether the medicine will work, so I won't charge you for now. Zhao Jiang, that doesn't feel right. Dr. Joe, it's fine. Our clinic is semi-public welfare. According to the rules, we can only charge for medication after it has taken effect on the patient. Zhao Jiang, I see. Gatom, are you off work yet? No sooner had Zhao Jiang left than Dr. Joe began making a phone call. A lazy voice came from the other end of the line. Off work. I'm almost waking up from my second nap. What, do you miss me? Dr. Joe, I remember you have a senior from Stanford who specializes in dream studies, right? Yes. Before I came back to China, I even asked him to interpret a dream for me. Dr. Joe, send me his WeChat. I have something I want to consult him about. Okay. WeChat friend request sent. Request accepted. Senior brother Zhang, hello. I'm Zhou Yasi, Wu Gaton's best friend. I know. Junior sister Wu just called and briefly told me about your situation. Senior brother Zhang, I heard you specialize in dream studies and have published quite a few papers. You must be very accomplished in dream research, right? Not bad. Have you ever encountered a person who had the same dream every day for 8 days in a row? The same dream. Do you mean roughly the same or exactly the same? The dream is exactly the same, but the dreamer's actions are different each time. The reply suddenly stopped. Half a minute later, the other side suddenly called. Junior sister Zhou, are you sure it was exactly the same dream 8 times in a row? Zhou Yasi, I'm sure. The voice on the phone, the person having this dream isn't you, is it? Zhou Yasi, it's not me. Why would you ask, senior brother Zhang? The voice on the other end seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. It's good that it isn't you. Junior sister Zhou, let me tell you, this kind of dream is extremely special. If you know who is having it, you must warn them at once. Try not to touch anything in that dream, whatever you do. Remember. Zhou Yasi noticed the unusual tone of the person on the other end of the line and her delicate brows knitted slightly. The voice on the phone, this kind of dream is a type of recurring dream, but it is extremely rare. In our field of dream studies, it has another little-known name, parallel dream. As the name suggests, it is a dream that may connect to parallel worlds. According to relevant records, this kind of dream can be traced back more than 5,000 years. It has several distinct features, such as the appearance of mirrors, black water, smoke columns, and glowing food. It is said that some people, after touching these things in their dreams, were secretly replaced by individuals from parallel worlds. Even if one is not replaced, all sorts of misfortunes may occur in reality, eventually leading to mental breakdown and abnormal behavior. Moreover, their probability of developing various delusional disorders increases significantly. For instance, most famous forest delusion patients have had parallel dream experiences. Zhou Yasi, do parallel worlds really exist? There was a brief silence on the phone. Personally, I am willing to believe in the existence of parallel worlds, otherwise many things would be unexplainable. Zhou Yasi, senior brother Zhang, I have an ungracious request. The voice on the phone, go ahead. Zhou Yasi, I want to study parallel dreams. Could you send me the relevant materials? Nothing classified is needed, ordinary ones will do. All right. The voice on the phone paused. However, I have one condition. Zhou Yasi, please go ahead, senior brother Zhang. The voice on the phone, I have to return to the country next week for some matters. I hope you can arrange a meeting between me and the person who had the parallel dream. Zhou Yasi, I'll need to ask for that person's consent first. If they are willing, I have no problem with it. The voice on the phone, that is the right way. Junior sister, I will attach my background information in a moment so you can introduce me more objectively. Oh, by the way, junior sister, when you convey my request, please bring some gifts on my behalf and emphasize that it is I who wish to visit the other party. Put me in the position of the requester and the other party in the primary position so as to create a good impression. Zhou Yasi, no problem. The voice on the phone, then I'll leave it to you, junior sister Zhou. Late at night, Ayasabo N 201, room 2205. After taking a shower and medicine, Zhao Jiang lay exhausted on the bed, eyes closed, quietly waiting for drowsiness. When his eyelids grew heavy and his thoughts began to blur, he repeated in his mind, see his face, see his face. As his body naturally relaxed and his breathing became even, Zhao Jiang disconnected from the real world. This is a dream. Am I dreaming? Zhao Jiang entered the dream again, but unlike before, he was lucid the moment he arrived. I am Zhao Jiang. I am sleeping in my bed and I am dreaming right now. I just fell asleep. In reality, it should be a little past 1 in the morning, November 15th, Saturday. During the day, I delivered takeout orders 107 in total, the last one being a foreigner. After work I went to the Asigitan Psychological Clinic. Dr. Joe gave me medicine and didn't charge me. On my way back a yellow dog on the roadside barked at me 3 times. When I took the elevator upstairs there was a lost cat notice posted inside. A resident on the 11th floor had lost a ragdoll cat. When I entered the door I stepped with my right foot first. Before getting under the covers I wiped my feet on the bedsheet. I can actually stay lucid in a dream. Astonished, Zhao Jiang first ran through a 3-question self-check. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Then with his lucid mind he began to review what had happened in reality. After cross-checking both he discovered something astonishing yet absolutely real: he could maintain his waking clarity inside a dream. Strange. Before, whenever I showed the slightest sign of waking, the dream would shatter and vanish. How is it that this time I know I am fully lucid yet the dream still exists? Zhao Jiang looked around and found that the dream showed no sign of collapsing even though he remained fully conscious. He touched his face, pinched it hard, and found it no different from reality. He could feel both the smoothness and the pain. With closer attention he could even sense the angle and force of the pinch as well as the deformation of his face. If he hadn't known he was dreaming he would have doubted the reality of this world. He looked down at the ground covered with ruins and rubble where a layer of pitch-black smoke about 20 to 30 centimeters high drifted, flowing over his bare feet. The black smoke kept flowing, churning and spreading to the edge of his vision. He clearly remembered that in previous dreams upon waking he had no idea what the ground looked like. But now he could perceive everything clearly. He bent down and scooped up a handful of black mist, but his hand closed on nothing. It all slipped through his fingers. Ah, the mirror. Straightening up, Zhao Jiang suddenly thought of something and turned to look at a mirror. The next moment he saw himself in the mirror, turning around to look at him, moving exactly in sync with his own actions. Why isn't it blurred this time? Zhao Jiang recalled his previous dreams and murmured to himself, filled with confusion. Should I go over? After turning fully around, Zhao Jiang stared at the other self from a distance without blinking, hoping to detect something unusual. As a lucid dreamer retaining his waking mind, he remembered clearly that in last night's dream a hand had reached out from the mirror, grabbed him tightly and frightened him terribly. Now that he was fully awake, if he went over to touch the mirror and something like that happened again, could his little heart bear it? At this thought Zhao Jiang hesitated. Logically this was only a dream and whatever happened would not affect him in reality. But the scene from last night was truly frightening and he still felt a lingering fear. His curiosity itched to move forward but his courage hesitated. After pondering for a moment, Zhao Jiang bent down, picked up a stone-like object, aimed it at his reflection in the mirror and hurled it with force. His reflection made the same motion at the same speed, hurling it back at him. The next moment the stone Zhao Jiang had thrown struck the mirror with a bang and rebounded, falling to the ground and rolling twice. Meanwhile the stone from inside the mirror like a ghost passed directly through the mirror and struck Zhao Jiang precisely in a flash without making a single sound. Ah! Zhao Jiang clutched his head and let out a howl as a piercing pain shot through his forehead. Who are you? After the pain subsided a little, Zhao Jiang stepped back 2 paces and demanded of his reflection in the mirror. His reflection, who are you? Zhao Jiang, stop pretending. Although you look exactly like me and sound the same, the way you hit me just now was different. Look, you don't even have a bump on your head. Hearing this, his reflection gave an unkind smile. Sorry, this was actually a misunderstanding. I only meant to imitate you. I didn't expect something like this to happen. I apologize. Zhao Jiang stared at the other silently, his face full of disbelief. The reflection in the mirror suddenly turned to glance behind him, then began to walk forward. Zhao Jiang looked down at his own legs and saw that they had not moved, making him even more certain that the figure in the mirror was a completely separate being. 1 step, 2 steps, 3. 8 steps. Zhao Jiang silently counted the other steps. When the figure reached the 8th step, he saw one of its feet step out of the mirror, standing in the same space as him. You. Zhao Jiang stared at the scene in disbelief, his whole body tensing, his scalp tingling, instinctively assuming a defensive posture. Meanwhile the entire dream suddenly trembled violently as if it had triggered something terrifying. The next moment heaven and earth split apart, the cosmos inverted, then inverted again, and all things shifted and realigned. A world materialized, similar to the dream yet far more tangible and oppressive, revealing its true form through a grey translucent barrier. This. Zhao Jiang's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the spectacle, his heart seized by an indescribable dread. The other figure glanced at the on-edge Zhao Jiang, offered a genial smile and said nothing, instead straining to twist his hips as if trying to force his other foot across. Once, twice. 10 times. Under Zhao Jiang's wary gaze, the foot the other had left in the mirror seemed ensnared by quicksand, impossible to pull free. 11, 12. 20 times. Could you give me a hand? After 20 futile attempts, the other wore a helpless expression and appealed to Zhao Jiang for aid. Who are you? Why are you in my dream looking exactly like me and pretending to be me? Zhao Jiang seized the opportunity to question him. How about you help me pull out my other foot first, then I'll slowly tell you the answer. You tell me first, then I'll consider helping. Their eyes met, each scrutinizing the other. After a moment, I'm not pretending to be you. The reason I look exactly like you, even sound the same, is that I am another version of you from a parallel world. As for why I'm in your dream, it's not something I can explain in a sentence or two. If 1 or 2 sentences aren't enough, then use 3. If 3 won't suffice, then 30. I have all the patience and time in the world. Zhao Jiang stared at the face identical to his own, clenched his fists and wrestled with inner turmoil. Logically, this was a dream, whatever happened would vanish upon waking. Yet the situation was too bizarre. With his lucid consciousness, he couldn't help but wonder if he pulled the other out of the mirror and something terrible ensued, would the person who woke up in reality still be him? One must not harbor ill intentions, but one must also guard against them. When faced with uncertainty, caution was never wrong. The other seemed to read Zhao Jiang's resolve, gave him a deep look and spoke again. Have you heard of parallel dreams? Zhao Jiang: no. A person experiences many dreams in a lifetime, and different dreams intersect with different things. Some dreams intersect with energy bodies, some with different dimensions, some with time, some with space, some with materialized objects, some with information, some with the starry sky. Among the myriad of dreams, there is one that can intersect with parallel worlds. We call it a parallel dream, and what you're having right now is exactly that. Zhao Jiang fell silent, pondering, then asked after a long while, why am I having a parallel dream? The other's brows suddenly furrowed in pain, and he shook his head gently. Sorry, I don't know the answer to that either. Zhao Jiang noticed the anomaly. What's wrong? Something is gnawing on my leg. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Zhao Jiang saw a chunk of the sky on the other side of the gray barrier vanish, black smoke and clouds alike all gone without a trace, revealing an indescribable darkness. That darkness was utterly incompatible with the world's entire tone, as if that world had eternally lost something. While Zhao Jiang was still stunned, a dilapidated building in that world, along with the rubble and debris on the ground and the surrounding space, abruptly disappeared as if bitten off, exposing a chillingly deep black void. Zhao Jiang swallowed hard. Watching the other, who was grimacing in pain and drenched in sweat but still refrained from asking for help, he asked uneasily, why aren't you asking for help anymore? The other clenched his teeth, forced a faint smile, and with great pain quavered, I told you I'm another version of you from a parallel world. At these words, Zhao Jiang felt as if struck by lightning. Some of his lingering doubts instantly dissipated. His gaze hardened, and without hesitation he rushed toward the mirror, grabbed the other's body and pulled with all his might, straining to drag him out. Feeling something pulling the other's body from the opposite side of the mirror, Zhao Jiang gritted his teeth, veins bulging, and yanked frantically with every ounce of strength. With a low grunt, Zhao Jiang wrenched the other's body out as if uprooting a tree, and the momentum sent him sprawling backward. Just as the other's toes were about to leave the mirror, a sudden change occurred. The mirror came alive like liquid mercury, covering his body in an instant and forming a new mirror that floated in the air. Everything happened too fast to comprehend. Mid-fall, Zhao Jiang stared at his own reflection in the mirror, utterly bewildered. Thank you, number 8. The Zhao Jiang in the mirror was pale and haggard, but a flicker of relief after a narrow escape touched the corners of his lips. Thud. Zhao Jiang fell to the ground, his head pierced by a discarded steel rebar over 20 centimeters long, his hand still frozen in the position of grabbing the other. What is this all about? Why did you call me 8? Before he could finish, an abrupt darkness surged and swallowed the dream entirely. The next moment, Zhao Jiang struggled to open his eyes, finding the sky outside already bright. He lay in a daze for a while, replaying the events of the dream until his phone alarm rang. Only then did he compose himself and face the new day. Delivering food was a monotonous job. Go online, take orders, pick up orders, deliver orders, repeating the cycle endlessly. As a member of the vast delivery army, Zhao Jiang had spent years in this monotony. To him it had become a habit. In this habit he had gradually come to enjoy a life of braving the wind and rain, occasionally being harassed, occasionally helping others, not particularly exciting but peaceful enough. As an ordinary humble worker in a society of ever-rigidifying class structures, he harbored no grand ambitions, only the desire to carve out a small place for himself in this city of Huijing through his own efforts. Yet recent events gave him a strong premonition that his delivery career might be coming to an end. Around 11 at night, while delivering his last order, Zhao Jiang suddenly received a phone call. Hello, may I ask who you're looking for? The voice on the other end: this is Dr. Zhou from Yasi Get On Psychological Clinic. Mr. Zhao, have you finished work? Zhao Jiang quickly stopped his e-bike. Not yet, I'm delivering my last order. The voice paused. Sorry to interrupt your work. Please finish the delivery first, then call me back, okay? Zhao Jiang thought for a moment. Dr. Zhou, is there something urgent you need to discuss with me? On the other end of the line: nothing urgent, but I've been researching that dream of yours. I've made some new discoveries and would like to confirm a few details with you. Are you available? Zhao Jiang: I'm almost at the destination for this delivery. Give me 10 minutes and I'll come to your clinic. Okay. Voice on the phone sure. More than 10 minutes later outside the Yaston Psychological Clinic. Zhao Jiang parked his electric scooter and glanced at the sign hanging beside the main entrance. It read Free Dream Interpretation Psychological Counseling Emotional Counseling. You're here. Dr. Zhou suddenly appeared at the door, a smile on his face. Dr. Zhou, sorry for the delay. I hit a few red lights. No problem, come in. A moment later. Have a seat. Thanks. Dr. Zhou, do you always work until this hour? Zhao Jiang, pretty much. Dr. Zhou, do you get weekends off? Zhao Jiang, we have 2 days off each month and we can choose the days ourselves. Dr. Zhou, that's tough. Zhao Jiang, it's okay, I'm used to it. Dr. Zhou, by the way, did you continue having that dream after you went home last night? Zhao Jiang lowered his head slightly, looking at the table, and scratched his forehead. After taking the medicine you prescribed, I slept very soundly last night. No dreams at all. Dr. Zhou, that's good. Oh, I forgot to ask you earlier, in the dream besides that mirror were there any other objects? Like glowing delicacies, pillars of smoke or something like that? Zhao Jiang, no. Dr. Zhou, do you remember how many steps you took when you approached the mirror? Zhao Jiang shook his head. Dr. Zhou, when the hand in the mirror grabbed you, did the mirror change in any way? Like ripples forming or cracks appearing? Zhao Jiang, no. Dr. Zhou, try to recall carefully, the very moment you entered the dream, what was your first impression of the surrounding environment? Strange. Familiar. Eerie. Warm. Confused. Terrifying. Or calm? Zhao Jiang, I'd say strange. Every time I entered the dream my first reaction was how bizarre it all felt. Dr. Zhou, before you touched the mirror did you feel any fear? Zhao Jiang, no. Dr. Zhou, apart from the mirror in the dream, do you have any impression of the surrounding environment? Zhao Jiang, no. Dr. Zhou, the knowledge that suddenly appeared in your mind, how is it stored? As text, images, voice, video, or some other form? Zhao Jiang rubbed his ear. Text. Let's stop here for the details. Have a seat for a moment. Dr. Zhou gave a kind smile and suddenly stood up. Zhao Jiang, okay. 2 minutes later, Dr. Zhou handed him a cup of hot tea. Here. Thanks. Dr. Zhou, the kind of dream you have is academically classified as a repetitive dream, but it's very special. It has a little-known name. Do you know what it is? Zhao Jiang, no. Dr. Zhou stared at Zhao Jiang without blinking. Parallel dream. As the name suggests, it's a dream that might connect to a parallel world. According to existing records, some people have been replaced by their parallel world counterparts because of such a dream. Zhao Jiang swallowed. And then? Dr. Zhou, then they undergo a drastic personality change, become strangely unfamiliar, and do things that normal people can't understand. Besides that, the probability of developing delusional disorder also increases. Zhao Jiang, Dr. Zhou, do parallel worlds really exist? Dr. Zhou, to be honest, I'm not sure either. But in dream studies we generally assume they do. Only then can many bizarre dreams be given a reasonable explanation. Zhao Jiang unconsciously clenched his hands. If parallel worlds really exist, what can I do to prevent being replaced by another version of myself? Dr. Zhou, generally speaking, first try to avoid touching any objects in the dream, especially mirrors, black water, pillars of smoke, glowing food, etc. Second, don't wander around and break into deep dream zones. Zhao Jiang, I touched the mirror in my dream. Could that cause any problems? Dr. Zhou, as of now you're completely normal. Plus you haven't had the dream again, so don't worry. If anything unusual happens later you can contact me anytime. Zhao Jiang, oh, I just remembered something. Dr. Zhou, what? Zhao Jiang, a colleague who delivers food with me, once said he had a dream where he was fully conscious. He knew everything about his real life and he knew he was dreaming. Dr. Zhou, do you know what kind of dream that is? Dr. Zhou, that's called a lucid dream, also extremely rare. Many people go their whole lives without experiencing even one. Zhao Jiang, is there anything special about that kind of dream? Dr. Zhou, of course. From a material world perspective it's equivalent to another timespace opposite to reality, a world beyond the real one. This alternative world based on matter yet transcending it is called the spiritual world or consciousness space. Worldwide research on lucid dreams hasn't yielded any breakthrough findings so far. In terms of rarity, it's on par with parallel dreams. A renowned dream researcher once proposed a hypothesis based on human evolution theory. He said lucid dreams are catalysts that accelerate human evolution. They are also a unique talent exclusive to the human species. Humans within their physical bodies create a space of pure consciousness, then evolve through that consciousness space, nourishing the body in return. This achieves resonance between consciousness and matter, accelerating physical evolution. He claimed that lucid dreams hold various treasures that promote human evolution. If one finds and uses those treasures correctly within the dream, they can evolve ahead of time. To prove this, he experimented on himself using various technological means to replicate lucid dreams. In the end he failed, and due to prolonged overstimulation of his brain he suffered severe aftereffects, eventually relying on heavy medication to fall asleep. With his failure, his hypothesis quickly became a laughingstock and faded into obscurity. Zhao Jiang Dr. Joe, have you ever had a parallel dream or a lucid dream? Dr. Joe, I wish I had, but such things can't be sought after. Zhao Jiang, has anyone ever had both a parallel dream and a lucid dream? Dr. Joe, as far as I know, no. Neither in the past nor the present. From a probabilistic perspective, across all of human history, the probability of such an event is infinitely close to zero. Under normal circumstances you can consider it practically impossible. Zhao Jiang, why is that? Dr. Joe, parallel dreams are governed by the subconscious while lucid dreams are governed by the conscious mind. The subconscious and conscious are two independent systems. Although they coexist within a person, only one can operate at a time. You might be curious why. I can't explain the specific reasons in just a few words. Just know this fact: since the dawn of the human species, throughout such a long history, these two systems have always operated in this mode. If the situation you described ever occurs, it would mean this mode has been broken. That would violate the fundamental operating law of the human species. Zhao Jiang said earnestly, I didn't quite understand everything, but I feel what you said makes a lot of sense. Dr. Joe paused for a moment, then laughed. I didn't expect you to be quite humorous. Zhao Jiang gave a shy smile and quickly changed the subject. Oh Dr. Joe, the medicine you prescribed yesterday worked. How much does it cost? I'd like to pay for it. Just give me 10 yuan. That cheap? Dr. Joe teased, what do you want me to charge you more? No. I'm just surprised. Whenever I got sick before, I went to hospitals and pharmacies, and the bills were often hundreds, sometimes thousands if it was serious. Sometimes even after spending the money, the illness wouldn't necessarily be cured. Over time I developed a resistance to hospitals and pharmacies, forming some stereotypes. A clinic like yours is the first of its kind I've seen in all of Huijing City. Dr. Joe, the new national healthcare reform has already begun. There will be more and more clinics and new hospitals like this in the future. I don't have cash on me. Can I scan to pay? Sure. I'll scan for 20 yuan. When I leave, could you give me another prescription? I find that medicine really helps me sleep well. No problem. Thank you for your trouble, Dr. Joe. Not at all. In the early morning at 2205 Building 201 Osborne, Zhao Jiang deliberately wore his underwear inside out, and under the influence of medication his right hand, gripping a 60-kilogram arm strength bar, severed the connection with reality. Another lucid dream. As soon as Zhao Jiang entered the dream, he found himself fully awake. He not only knew everything happening in reality but also remembered the lucid dream from the previous night and its contents. He glanced down at his lower body and found that he was not wearing the inside-out underwear. Instead he had on a pair of jeans he had discarded over 2 years ago. His right hand was empty without the familiar arm strength bar. You're here, number 8. Accompanied by a familiar voice, a floating mirror suddenly appeared before him. Zhao Jiang looked up, staring at the mirror in confusion. I wanted to ask last night, why do you call me number 8? The floating mirror replied, because you are the Zhao Jiang from the 8th parallel world. Zhao Jiang was startled. The 8th parallel world? Yes. Zhao Jiang asked doubtfully, do you mean that before me there were 7 other parallel worlds? And you come from one of those 7? Yes. Zhao Jiang frowned. There's one thing I don't quite understand. Why would you leave your own world and come to mine? Seeing the other's silence, Zhao Jiang added, although this is just a dream, it is still my world. After all, it is created by my consciousness. You are a parallel world version of me. You should know that I am very suspicious. For certain reasons I not only lack love but also lack a sense of security. If some questions are not clarified, I will always be uneasy. If you want to coexist harmoniously in my dream, I hope you can be straightforward and honest. After these words, the other party suddenly spoke. My world has been destroyed. Now I am nothing but a homeless dream phantom. The reason I came to your world was not my deliberate choice but a coincidence I cannot explain. Zhao Jiang, in the dream 2 nights ago, was that hand in the mirror yours? The other looked puzzled. The hand in the mirror. What hand in the mirror? From your timeline I only discovered your dream last night. Zhao Jiang's face darkened as he stared at the other without speaking. Seeing this, the other, to prove he was not lying, chose to meet his gaze. They stared at each other for a long time, neither finding any flaw in the other's eyes. Zhao Jiang spoke first. Which parallel world are you from? Why was your world destroyed? And how did you enter my dream? I am Zhao Jiang from the second parallel world. You can call me number 2. My world was ravaged by the Third World War. After nuclear bombs, hydrogen bombs and three-phase bombs, the most lethal and filthy weapons, scoured the land, not a single drop of clean water or a breath of fresh air remained on Earth. The planet withstood the backlash of war, but humanity did not. After I died, my consciousness entered an immensely vast parallel spacetime filled with floating objects, mirrors, towering mountains, glowing food, colorful mists. And beyond these many indescribable things, I drifted through that boundless space. And suddenly saw a glowing mirror, and within it you. You know the rest. Zhao Jiang, I remember you looked back then. What were you looking at? Number 2, I vaguely heard a sound. Zhao Jiang, what sound? Number 2, I can't describe it. Zhao Jiang, then you said something was gnawing at your leg. What was that thing? Number 2 shook his head, his expression grim. I don't know either. I've never encountered it before. Zhao Jiang glanced at the world on the other side of the gray barrier and found that the unsettling abyssal darkness still existed. He fell into thought. Following Zhao Jiang's gaze, number 2 said in a deep voice, after I was bitten, that world could no longer recover. The vanished buildings and sky are actually parts of me. Zhao Jiang pointed at the gray barrier. Do you know what that is? No. Zhao Jiang, is the world over there filled with gloom and death because your world has been destroyed? Number 2, probably. Zhao Jiang, can I go over and take a look? Number 2, yes. Zhao Jiang, come with me. All right. The floating mirror flew ahead and Zhao Jiang followed behind. The sound of rain, pitter-patter, splash, splash. As soon as they crossed the gray barrier, the world beyond came to life, rain suddenly pouring down. It started as a light drizzle, but within a single breath it turned into a torrential downpour. The raindrops beat against the ruins, producing a sharp crackling sound. Number 2 hovered above Zhao Jiang's head, shielding him from the rain while he stopped to watch. Why is the rain black? After the Third World War ended the region I was in experienced 10 consecutive days and nights of torrential rain. The rain was black, carrying a stench and a nauseating odor. This is still normal. In a few more days the rain will become viscous, as if someone were pouring oil from the sky. That scene is truly rare and shocking. Zhao Jiang reached out his hand, feeling the black rain falling on it. Is this world created from your memories or your consciousness? Actually, I'm not sure either, but I think it's probably both. After all, this world is to some extent myself. Memory and consciousness are just parts of me. Zhao Jiang, why does it feel so real, even more so than reality? Your sensations in reality come from the feedback of your body, which is composed of matter. In the process of matter interacting with consciousness, sensation is somewhat dulled. This world has no matter, so all your sensations are direct. Naturally, it feels more real. Zhao Jiang suddenly realized, so it's the difference between indirect and direct. Yes. Zhao Jiang climbed to a high point among the ruins and gazed into the distance. How big is this world? Number 2 above him, it should be as big as your real world. Zhao Jiang, if I walk too far will I get lost and not be able to return? Possibly, but don't worry. Once your body begins to wake up you will also return to the real world. That awakening force is not bound by the dream world. Do you mean that whether I am on this side of the gray barrier or the other, as long as time is up I will return to reality? Yes. Tell me, why did the Third World War happen in your world? I'm not sure of the exact reason, but I suspect it was probably due to political catastrophe. Political catastrophe. What is a political catastrophe? Every nation possesses its own sovereignty, and government and politics is the totality of various social activities and relationships conducted through state power as its core. Once this totality collapses, disaster will inevitably arise. A political disaster, in simple terms, is a catastrophic catastrophe triggered by politics. Once the information age arrives, all nations will merge into a single entity under the unstoppable tide of the times. If a vital component of this whole suffers complete necrosis, it will soon engulf the entire world and trigger a global war. Zhao Jiang, may I understand it as a pivotal nation deliberately dragging the entire world into the grave along with its own collapse? Indeed you may. Zhao Jiang extended his hand into the black rain, feeling the droplets strike his skin. In that case, my real world isn't exactly in a favorable position either. Number 2, that is precisely what I intended to tell you. Zhao Jiang looked up. Number 2, this universe harbors countless parallel worlds, yet I refer to your world as the 8th parallel world. Are you not curious as to why? Why? Number 2 gazed into Zhao Jiang's eyes, enunciating each word deliberately, because the 7 worlds before yours have all been destroyed. Upon hearing these words, Zhao Jiang felt his breath catch. An ominous premonition swept over him, sending a chilling dread through his very spirit. Number 2 continued, I trust you have already guessed. I, along with the other versions of you across 6 parallel worlds, are in a certain sense harbingers of the apocalypse, portents of doom. Zhao Jiang swallowed hard and said bitterly, are you saying that my real world is about to face the end of days? Number 2 gazed toward the ruins in the distance. The possibility is quite high. The following morning, dawnlight slipped quietly through the window crack, colliding with a young man lost in thought. After a long silence, the alarm suddenly blared. Ring, 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 ring. Zhao Jiang snapped out of his daze, straightened his undergarment, flexed his arm exerciser dozens of times, then rose to freshen up and prepare for work. That evening at number 18, Li Chuan rode inside a Sichuan restaurant named Mishangshan. Zhao Jiang, sitting and waiting for his meal, glanced out the window. The sky was clear and bright, buildings gleaming as if washed clean. People lived and worked in peace, conversations, laughter and playful banter echoed along the entire street. It was no different from any ordinary day. He momentarily found himself ridiculous. How could the world possibly end on such a fine day? But the very next second his pupils contracted sharply and he sprang to his feet. Zhao Jiang, what are you doing? You nearly gave me a heart attack, you scared my cigarette right out of my hand. Cheng Long, dining beside him, complained while picking up his fallen cigarette. Zhao Jiang stared dead at the rooftop of the building diagonally opposite, frozen as if turned to stone, deaf to Cheng Long's grumbling. Those around him were equally bewildered by his sudden bizarre behavior and turned to look. What's wrong with you? Cheng Long patted Zhao Jiang's shoulder and followed his gaze but saw nothing. Who ordered table 107? Table 107's order is ready. At that moment the boss's voice rang out from the kitchen. Zhao Jiang rubbed his eyes, cast one final lingering glance at the now empty rooftop, turned and went to retrieve the order. Complete nonsense. Cheng Long watched Zhao Jiang's retreating figure, scoffed and continued smoking his cigarette. Was that just an illusion just now? Having already grabbed the order, Zhao Jiang wove through the crowd, his mind consumed by that fleeting glimpse. Could I be developing delusional disorder? Unable to verify the scene he had witnessed, Zhao Jiang felt deeply tormented within. Recalling Dr. Zhou's words, he could not help but begin doubting himself. Sniff, sniff. He inhaled the thick exhaust from the car ahead, the pungent sulfur dioxide, confirming that this was no dream. Half-heartedly delivering one order after another, Zhao Jiang finally survived until clocking out. At past 11 o'clock that night at the Yisijitong Psychological Clinic. Why do you look so haggard? Dr. Zhou barely looked up from her records before noticing Zhao Jiang. Dr. Zhou, I need to ask you for a favor. Go ahead. I'd like you to help me confirm whether I'm suffering from delusional disorder. Have a seat first. All right. Dr. Zhou said, since you're asking this question, it means something unusual has happened to you. Can you tell me specifically what occurred? Zhao Jiang did not hold back today. While I was waiting for an order, I saw a giant rat appear on the rooftop across the street. It was holding something resembling a telescope and observing something. A giant rat. How large? It was somewhat distant, but I estimate it was at least half a person tall. You said it was holding something similar to a telescope. Do you still remember its size, shape and color? About 10 to 20 centimeters in length, shaped like binoculars, and the color appeared to be dark green. How far were you from it approximately? Maybe 200 meters or so. What is your eyesight? 5. 3. Dr. Zhou suddenly rose. Wait a moment. 2 minutes later, Dr. Zhou retrieved an eye chart, hung it on the wall, and began conducting an on-site vision test. Can you read this one? Yes, lower. This one. Higher. This one. Higher. Dr. Zhou removed the eye chart and said calmly, even under this dim lighting you achieved a full 5. 3. Your vision is entirely normal. It is highly probable that you truly did see a half-person tall rat holding binoculars and observing humans. Dr. Zhou, don't you think this is absurd? Dr. Zhou countered, in what way is it absurd? Zhao Jiang. Dr. Zhou, you find it unreasonable that a half-person tall rat would hide on a rooftop observing human activity and therefore consider it absurd, correct? Zhao Jiang nodded. Dr. Zhou, you are not the first person to witness this phenomenon. long before you others had seen it and even posted videos online. During that period, the topic of giant rats becoming sentient exploded in popularity. Later, experts stepped forward to debunk the rumors, claiming those videos were deliberately filmed by certain teams to chase traffic, sensationalism designed to maliciously mislead. Experts swore with absolute conviction that rats becoming sentient in reality was impossible. Under the weight of the experts' refutation, related videos were taken down one by one, deleted here and there, and gradually the matter fizzled out. Before you came to my clinic, several people had already told me they had personally witnessed giant rats in their daily lives, some stealing food, others peering through windows, and still others hunting and killing stray cats and dogs. Among them, the most outrageous account came from a maintenance worker who was repairing underground pipes. He said he once saw 4 rats gathered in an underground sewer reading books, 2 of whom were even wearing glasses. Upon being discovered, rather than fleeing, they rose and bowed to him. Zhao Jiang listened intently, disbelief spreading across his face. Dr. Zhou the repairman was terrified. He scrambled back to the surface and vividly recounted everything he had witnessed to the others. But the others didn't take it seriously. They merely laughed and teased him, asking why he hadn't caught one and brought it up for inspection. If they had caught one, they could have found out just how nearsighted the rat was, what brand of glasses it wore, and whether it also enjoyed reading adult content. Seeing that no one believed him, he grew anxious. In desperation, he raised his hand and swore an oath to the heavens, appearing exceedingly solemn and sincere. Noticing his earnestness, the crowd grew skeptical yet curious. Armed with tools, they decided to descend and investigate for themselves. However, once everyone had gone down, they found absolutely nothing. Just as everyone assumed the repairman's tale was a prank, he couldn't let it go and returned to the underground sewer later. There he discovered a note wedged in a stone crevice bearing 5 characters: intelligence without weakness is a great taboo. Intelligence without weakness is a great taboo. Dr. Zhou took out his phone, opened his photo album, and found an image to show Zhao Jiang. It's exactly this. Zhao Jiang studied the elegant handwriting on the photo for a long while before frowning. Did a rat write this? Dr. Zhou, if the repairman is telling the truth, then yes. Do you actually believe what that repairman said? Dr. Zhou countered, why not? Zhao Jiang fell silent. Dr. Zhou, as doctors we must also rely on evidence. Without any proof that someone is lying, we generally accept their statements as true, even when those accounts seem bizarre and defy common sense. Zhao Jiang nodded thoughtfully. Dr. Zhou continued, for the sake of our profession we must maintain rigorous thinking at all times. We cannot hastily judge a patient or their condition based on subjective assumptions. We shouldn't assume someone is lying just because they appear dishonest, nor assume they're telling the truth simply because they look honest. That repairman visited the clinic twice. Based on my observations and tests, he wasn't lying. Therefore, although his story sounds absurd, it may well be the truth. Zhao Jiang continued, staring at the photo. Dr. Zhou, is it possible that the repairman like me suffers from delusional disorder? Dr. Zhou shook his head. When he came the second time, I put him under hypnosis. Zhao Jiang, hypnosis. Dr. Zhou, yes. Generally people under hypnosis don't lie. Zhao Jiang was startled. Are you saying everything he told us is true? Dr. Zhou nodded. Zhao Jiang looked into his eyes. So I don't have delusional disorder. I'm normal. Dr. Zhou nodded. Yes. Zhao Jiang took a deep breath, feeling the weight lift from his heart. Thank you, Dr. Zhou. Thank you so much. Dr. Zhou, you're welcome. By the way, my senior brother Zhang, who specializes in dream studies, is returning next week. I've invited him to discuss dream-related matters together. Would you be free to join us? Zhao Jiang was taken aback. Ha! Dr. Zhou, expertise in dreamology surpasses mine. I believe he could be of help to you. Besides, he knows many obscure and bizarre incidents. If you come along the next time you encounter something similar, you won't overthink it or lose your composure, constantly doubting whether you're ill. Hearing this, Zhao Jiang was tempted, but then realized he might become a third wheel, so he wanted to politely decline. However, before he could speak, Dr. Zhou beat him to it. Such meetings are purely professional discussions between specialists, rather dry in fact. There's nothing like the nonsense you read online. As a first-hand witness to parallel dreaming, you qualify as half a professional. Zhao Jiang felt embarrassed, as though he'd been thoroughly seen through. If I go, will I really not be a burden to you? No. Then alright, I'll go. Dr. Zhou, we've tentatively scheduled it for next Wednesday. The specific time and location haven't been finalized yet. Let's add each other on WeChat and I'll notify you in advance. Zhao Jiang, sorry to trouble you, Dr. Zhou. Late at night in a brightly lit room. Zhao Jiang leaned against his headboard staring fixedly at his phone screen, swiping through one rat anomaly video after another. Only when his eyes could barely stay open did he put down his phone and turn off the light to sleep. Just before drifting off, a question flashed through his mind: could rats ever dethrone humanity from its position as Earth's dominant species? As soon as he fell asleep, he heard number 2's voice, "Number 8 over here." Zhao Jiang followed the sound and spotted number 2 rummaging beneath an abandoned building nearby. In one glance he noticed something wrong. If his memory served correctly, that ruined building, which blended seamlessly with its surroundings, hadn't existed before. "Number 2, what are you doing? Come here quickly. I think something's over here." Zhao Jiang hurried over. "What is it?" Number 2 used a mirror to pry open a massive chunk of rebar and concrete. "Not sure yet, but we'll find out soon." A moment later. Zhao Jiang frowned. "A coffin." Number 2 stopped and hovered in the air, examining it closely. "It really is a coffin." Zhao Jiang stepped back 2 paces. "When did this building appear? And why is there a coffin here?" "Number 2, I'm not sure either. When I saw it, it was already there. As for the coffin opening, it should tell us." With that, he aimed directly at the coffin's seam and began prying. Zhao Jiang stayed put, maintaining a safe distance and observing. Number 2 worked quickly. In barely 2 breaths he had pried the coffin lid open. Ha! The moment the lid fell, number 2 noticed something amiss. Lying inside the coffin was neither a corpse nor treasure, but an oval-shaped capsule glowing green and engraved with various formulas and symbols. "What's this thing?" Zhao Jiang was momentarily blinded by the sudden green light and instinctively shielded his eyes. Number 2 floated above, quietly observing. After a long while he muttered, "No way. What's wrong?" "Number 2, this is a rest pod. It requires manual operation, you need to open it." Zhao Jiang hesitated, then jumped down into the pit. "How do I open it?" "Number 2, this is an electrolytic water rest pod. First observe the path of the green light, memorize the pattern, then before the green light reaches it, adjust the symbols and formulas to form the electrolytic water cycle equation. Once the green light passes over the formula, it should open." After a few minutes. "Zhao Jiang, I figured out the pattern of the green light, but what exactly is an electrolytic water cycle equation?" Number 2 glanced at him in surprise. "Alright, I'll explain and you operate." Zhao Jiang, alright. Number 2, see that H? Zhao Jiang, yes. See that O? You know the number 2. See that lightning bolt symbol? First adjust the number 2, then the H, then the number 2 again, followed by the O, then adjust the lightning bolt symbol and that formula. Once completed, adjust the cycle symbol and finally connect to that gas symbol and the formation formula. Zhao Jiang, I'll go slower. I don't think I remembered it. Number 2 repeated it more slowly. Zhao Jiang, can you do it one more time? Sure. After over 10 minutes, Zhao Jiang felt confident. Timing his movements with the green light's flow and rhythm, he rapidly adjusted the symbols and formulas, completing the electrolytic water cycle equation. The very next moment. Kong kong kong. A thunderous crash seemed ready to burst his eardrums. Terrifying vibrations rippled continuously as though the entire dreamscape were dancing. Zhao Jiang could barely stand and was knocked to the ground. Clutching his ears, he curled into a ball, his face contorted in pain. At the same moment, the electrolytic water rest pod erupted in boundless radiance, flooding the entire dreamscape and turning it a pure brilliant green. After an unknown duration, the light dissipated, the tremors ceased, and the suffocating sense of tribulation receded. Zhao Jiang slowly rose to his feet. No. 8, something's wrong. Zhao Jiang had just stood up, still not fully regaining his senses, when he detected the unease in No. 2's tone. What's wrong? No. 2 hovered above the electrolysis rest chamber, its back facing downward and its mirror surface upward, speaking each word deliberately. Your world. It's in trouble. What do you mean? No. 2's expression in the mirror was grave. The time you have left in the real world might be running out. Zhao Jiang looked bewildered. Why do you say that all of a sudden? Do you have any evidence? No. 2 replied. Look up at the sky. Zhao Jiang raised his head, his pupils constricting, every hair on his body standing on end. A suffocating sensation of blood freezing overwhelmed him, his mind plunging into a blank void. The dim sky, once filled with drifting black smoke, had become transparent like a colossal boundless sheet of glass. Above this glass floated countless corpses, human, animal, plant, even microbial. Their states varied, some were hideously contorted, others peaceful, some mutilated, others intact. An eerie atmosphere like a monstrous hand clenched Zhao Jiang's lungs, making even breathing a struggle. After a long pause, No. Tu spoke again. I thought you'd be scared out of the dream, but you managed to hold on. Zhao Jiang took 2 deep breaths, his face pale. What is this all about? No. Tu, I'm not sure either. I've never encountered this before, just like you. But I do have some guesses. Set that aside for now and come look at what's in this rest chamber. If I'm not mistaken, there might be a surprise inside. Zhao Jiang, still reeling from the shock of the sky filled with corpses, murmured a surprise. No. Tu, yes, but I can't see it clearly. You should be able to. Zhao Jiang approached the rest chamber and peered inside. A shapeless blur filled the chamber, swirling like mist, shifting constantly, making it impossible to discern clearly. Yet the moment Zhao Jiang's gaze fell upon it, the blur settled, then slowly dissipated under his watch, revealing its true form beneath, a corpse of Zhao Jiang himself. Zhao Jiang was horrified. This. How? What is this? No. Tu didn't respond, but suddenly addressed the corpse in the chamber. No. One, is that you? The corpse slowly opened its eyes and replied calmly, it's me. No. Tu, I suspected as much. The electrolysis rest chamber, only your world matches it. No. One moved its eyes, fixing a gaze on Zhao Jiang, studying him quietly. Zhao Jiang suppressed his shock and confusion, meeting that gaze. After more than 10 seconds, Zhao Jiang spoke first, facing the calm eyes. Hello, I'm Zhao Jiang from the 8th parallel world. You can call me No. 8. No. One raised a hand. Can you help me up first? Zhao Jiang hesitated for a moment, then reached out and pulled him into a sitting position. As No. One sat up, Zhao Jiang keenly noticed that the place where he had lain was swirling with a colorful blackness, both like the mystery of spacetime and the etherealness of fate. Your dream is very special, but also very dangerous. No. One didn't rush to introduce himself after sitting up, instead uttering an inexplicable remark. Zhao Jiang was perplexed. No. Tu's expression shifted. Did you notice something? A sudden violent knocking forced Zhao Jiang to reconnect with reality. Anyone there? Open up, hurry. Zhao Jiang opened his eyes to an urgent voice outside the door. At the same time, he noticed the window was unusually bright, but the color of the light seemed off. Fire. Realizing the severity, Zhao Jiang wasted no time, quickly stuffing important documents and his phone into his backpack and rushed out the door barefoot. Anyone else inside? Zhao Jiang opened the door to find fully equipped firefighters standing outside. No, just me. Are you sure? Yes, I rent the whole unit, 2 bedrooms, 1 living room, 1 kitchen, 1 bathroom. 1,500 a month. The firefighter pointed. Go down the spiral fire escape slide quickly. The fire on this floor is too fierce, it might not be put out soon. With that, he rushed inside to double-check for anyone else. Zhao Jiang glanced at his retreating figure and said sincerely, Comrade, thank you for your hard work. Stay safe. By the time Zhao Jiang and the neighbors reached the safe ground area, the fire from the 6th to the 10th floor was already uncontrollable. Raging flames billowed, a sea of orange-red light brightening the gray sky. Thick black smoke rose continuously, undeterred by the firefighters' water cannons. Instead, it grew more ferocious, like a man-eating beast, inspiring fear. I told you something would happen, but you wouldn't listen. Now look, the whole building is suffering. I saw in the group chat that it started on the 8th floor. Karma. Bullying honest people has its limits. Now this. I've always said that woman was trouble. If we'd kicked her out earlier, nothing would have happened. Now we're all paying for her mess. I spent so much on renovations, this is a total loss. With such a big fire, can we still live in this building after it's put out? I've seen building fires before, but never one this fierce. I doubt the building will be safe. Zhao Jiang listened to the crowd's chatter while staring intently at the blaze, feeling dazed. For a moment he couldn't even tell if this was a dream or reality, everything felt so abrupt. If not for the constant feedback of real and objective information from his surroundings, he would have been more inclined to believe he truly had delusions. A gust of wind made him feel a chill below, and he suddenly remembered he was only wearing a scrap of covering. He took out his phone from the bag, checked the time, it was nearly 6 o'clock, and immediately abandoned the idea of renting a room to continue sleeping. He gathered his thoughts, fixed his gaze on the fire-breathing building, his eyes suddenly firm, and turned to leave the scene. Compared to the ferocity of the fire, the visual impact and shock of the dream, the sky filled with corpses, were infinitely more intense. Those corpses seemed alive. The moment he closed his eyes, they rushed out from his memory, filling him with dread. Even standing at the fire scene surrounded by people, he couldn't shake that feeling. Never had he understood the words uncanny and ominous so deeply. Though many questions remained unanswered, he knew he had to act immediately. His time seemed to be running out. He didn't know if the world would end, but he truly didn't want to die. A strong sense of crisis clung to him like a bone-gnawing maggot beginning to corrode his heart. He still had so many things to do, so many pleasures to enjoy. If an unimaginable catastrophe suddenly struck, he dared not think about what would happen next. The instinct to survive, amplified by the uncanny and ominous, fully awakened his will to live as an ordinary person. Amid anxiety and confusion, some of No. 2's words involuntarily surfaced in his mind: establish a company, accumulate resources, acquire talent, and fully develop technology. These words, like a beam of light, gave him a direction. Once the arrow is shot, there's no turning back. Can a food delivery guy really do this? Never mind, I have to do it even if I can't. After a fierce internal struggle, he made his choice. He submitted his resignation on the Meituan takeout platform. If the reviewer had been working at that moment, they would have seen that in the reason for resignation column Zhao Jiang had written, "I think I'm sick." After submitting his resignation, Zhao Jiang quickly registered a tech company named 8-Number Fantasy online, then immediately rushed to the bank to complete the legal representative capital verification process, hoping to finalize the approval as soon as possible. The company's approval process was swift. As soon as the bank completed the capital verification, confirming clean assets and a clear legal representative with no issues, Zhao Jiang's phone received an official notification from the government that his company registration was successful. Ha! Looking at the message on his phone, Zhao Jiang let out a long breath, unable to describe the complex emotions swirling within him. Just yesterday he was still delivering takeout orders, yet in the blink of an eye he had become the legal representative of a technology company. And the catalyst for all this change. A dream so extraordinary that no one would believe it if he shared it with them. He couldn't tell whether he himself had lost his mind or if the world around him had gone mad, but he knew one thing for certain: the path of his previous life as a delivery driver would never be able to reclaim him again. Due to the fire, the building sustained significant damage. The property management had issued a notice citing safety concerns. The entire structure was temporarily sealed off and no longer permitted for habitation. Zhao Jiang phoned his landlord, then rented a modest studio apartment nearby. The moment he stepped inside, he closed the door, drew the curtains, and fell into sleep. Several breaths later, Zhao Jiang severed his connection with reality. Number 8 this way. The moment he entered the dreamscape, a familiar voice, Number 2's, reached his ears. Zhao Jiang turned toward the gray barrier and noticed someone identical to himself standing with his back to him, quietly observing the world beyond the barrier. Floating nearby, Number 2 wore a gentle smile. "You've arrived." Number 1 suddenly turned and looked at Zhao Jiang. Zhao Jiang met his gaze, approaching while getting straight to the point. "I have some urgent questions." "Go ahead and ask," Number 1 replied. "Zhao Jiang, am I experiencing all this as mere delusion, or is it objective reality?" Number 1: Objective reality. "Zhao Jiang, has your world truly been destroyed?" Number 1: Humanity certainly went extinct. Zhao Jiang glanced at Number 2, who immediately grasped his unspoken question and began to explain, "For us, the destruction of humanity is equivalent to the destruction of the world itself." After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Jiang accepted this explanation and continued, "Why do you assume my world faces the same fate?" Number 1: Inference and intuition. Zhao Jiang: Inference and intuition. Number 1: In our group I was the first to witness the destruction of my world, or rather the extinction of humanity. After I died, I reached Number 2's world only to find it was also destroyed. After Number 2 perished, we moved on to Number 3's world, which suffered catastrophic destruction as well. You are the 8th world I have encountered. Based on the patterns from the previous 7 worlds, unless something unexpected occurs, your world will face the same fate. Zhao Jiang: What caused the destruction of your worlds? Number 1: My world lost sunlight suddenly, likely the sun went out. Number 2's world fell to a third world war triggered by political catastrophe. Number 3's world was destroyed by an invisible asteroid, meeting the same fate as the dinosaurs. Number 4's world was consumed by a terrifying apocalyptic virus. Number 5's world experienced an evolutionary cataclysm. Humanity fell from its divine status and was slaughtered to extinction. Number 6's world suffered an accidental alien invasion and humanity was reduced to dimensional inferiority, erased from history. Number 7's world was dominated by artificial intelligence. Humans stood no chance against them, like fireflies against the bright moon. Zhao Jiang gazed into Number 1's calm eyes, his hands beginning to tremble involuntarily. His instincts told him the other was speaking the truth. At that moment he felt an unprecedented weight pressing down on him, making even thought laborious. "You need not fear. We will spare no effort to help you avoid this fate." Number 1 placed a hand on Zhao Jiang's shoulder, his calm words carrying an unshakable conviction. Zhao Jiang looked into Number 1's eyes and suddenly asked, "Is humanity's destruction inevitable?" Number 1: Regardless of whether it is or I assent, we have no choice. If humanity's destruction is an inevitable fate, then our duty is to defy it. If it is merely a high probability event, then our task is to find that small chance. This world is vast, humanity deserves a place in it. Zhao Jiang: What should I do? Number 2 took over. I've discussed this with Number 1. Proceed as I previously instructed. Establish a company, quietly accumulate strength. Once your power reaches a certain level, aggressively cultivate or recruit talented individuals, then pursue rapid technological advancement. Throughout this process, should any unexpected situations arise, we will do our best to help resolve them. Number 1 added. Number 8 Remember, this technology is your sole weapon against fate or disaster. Zhao Jiang, I have already submitted my resignation and successfully registered a technology company. What specific steps should I take next? Number 1 Upon returning to reality, first familiarize yourself with the current state of science and technology in this world, particularly in these fields: aerospace, nuclear energy, artificial intelligence, biology, genetic engineering, and biomedicine. Once you understand these both, Number 2 and I will impart to you advanced practical technologies based on your world's current development level, enabling your company to rise quietly. Understood. Zhao Jiang, that's so much to remember. What if I can't retain it all or misremember something? Number 2, oh, I forgot to mention that once you return to reality, everything you experience there will manifest in this dreamscape, perhaps through visions or other phenomena. Zhao Jiang, Number 2, don't be alarmed. Though we're uncertain why your dreamscape appears to offer substantial protection. When Number 1 and I first entered Number 3's dreamscape, we could synchronize with his visual perspective in real time, regardless of whether he returned to reality. Whatever he saw, we saw as well. Zhao Jiang, quite curious, asked, so you cannot share my eyes? Number 2, no. Zhao Jiang, not my ears or any other senses. Number 2, nothing at all. Number 1 and I have tried every possible method, but we cannot perceive any part of your physical form nor establish any substantial connection. Your dreamscape seems to completely separate us from your waking world. Zhao Jiang, why is that? Number 1, each parallel dream is unique and therefore the circumstances vary. If you wish to delve into the root causes, I suspect neither I nor anyone else could provide definitive answers. The mysteries contained within parallel worlds likely exceed the boundaries of human comprehension. Zhao Jiang, does human cognition have limits? Number 1, indeed. The human brain can only process what it has witnessed or comprehended. It cannot grapple with the unknown or concepts beyond its understanding. Consider this: imagine a shade of white you have never encountered before. Try it now. Can you truly envision it? Zhao Jiang gave it a try, then shook his head. It won't work. Every shade of white that appeared in my mind was either seen or heard of before. Whites I had never encountered were completely beyond imagination, or rather simply inaccessible to recall. Number 1, remember this feeling: it is one form of cognitive limit. Cognitive limit is a remarkably renowned discipline in the world of Number 7. It was a brand new discipline created by an artificial intelligence system. According to their research, for any species seeking to evolve into a higher tier, this discipline is almost inescapable. Although humanity triggered the Industrial Revolution through knowledge and wisdom, stepping through the threshold into the modern world, our own biological evolution remains stagnant. Should a new species initiate a revolution along the path of self-evolution before humanity, humans could very well be cast down from their pedestal, reduced to discarded relics of an era. Zhao Jiang, is the destruction of World 5 due to this reason? Number 1, exactly. The transcendent evolution that occurred in World 5 was in essence a revolution originating from life itself. Zhao Jiang, I discovered some intelligent rats in the real world. Could they be undergoing transcendent evolution? Number 1 paused, then replied earnestly, judging from the current situation alone, what they display can only be called evolution. It has nothing to do with transcendent evolution at this stage. As for what they have not yet revealed, it remains unknown and difficult to assess. However, out of caution, I suggest you treat them with the utmost seriousness from the very beginning, even if they have not yet displayed anything capable of threatening humanity's dominance. Zhao Jiang nodded. Yes, actually, after confirming with Dr. Zhou that I don't suffer from delusional disorder, I harbored similar thoughts. Number 28, you must thoroughly embody the wisdom of nipping problems in the bud. I paid dearly for neglecting this. Even with Number 1's help, I was left with countless regrets, watching the world meet its destruction with no means to stop it. I hope such remorse, powerlessness, and despair do not repeat themselves in you. Number 1 turned to look at Number 2 and comforted him. Some things, no matter how much you sacrifice, remain beyond reach. Some disasters, even if you relive them 10,000 times over, cannot be averted. Reasoning backward from outcomes can yield billions of possibilities, whereas reasoning forward from causes often yields but one. This disparity, using the words of World 7, is called probabilistic fate. Faced with probabilistic fate, I failed and you failed too. But we have both fought and continue to fight. Isn't that some form of meaning behind our existence? Number 2 sighed mournfully. Sigh. Seeing the mood shift, Zhao Jiang quickly changed the subject. Could you tell me about the anomalies? I'm quite curious. After all, after I return to reality, I have no idea what happens within the dreams. Number 1, your dreams are unusual. They differ from anything we've encountered before. In principle, once you return to reality, the entire dreamscape should fall into stasis, frozen in time. Yet in practice that is not the case. Even after you leave the dream, everything within it persists operating in a state that defies easy comprehension. Everything you experience in reality will be manifested under this condition. Sometimes it is a luminous cloud containing your conversation with the doctor, sometimes a gust of wind that sweeps up scenes from your work, sometimes a tumbling stone whose rolling path reveals slideshows of your thoughts. These anomalies, regardless of distance, we can observe with perfect clarity. Number 2 added not only that those anomalies possess an engraving function. Once number 1 and I perceive them, they become impossible to forget, as though imprinted upon our minds, experienced firsthand. Zhao Jiang suddenly understood. So whatever I experience in reality you both already know. Number 1 and number 2 nodded simultaneously, one within the mirror, the other within the air. Zhao Jiang's expression brightened as a thought struck him. In that case, if I simply return to reality and gather sufficient information, you'd be able to effectively ascertain the real-world situation and relevant circumstances. Yes. Exactly. Zhao Jiang felt a weight lift from his heart. Then that's good, that's very good. The Real World, November 19th, Wednesday. Buzz. Zhao Jiang, absorbed in browsing various technical materials on the paid website All-Knowing World, pulled out his vibrating phone and saw the caller was Dr. Zhou. Good morning, Mr. Zhao. I hope this hour hasn't disturbed your rest. No, not at all. Senior brother Zhang and I have a reservation at room 301 on the second floor of Jinli Xiang at noon. Shall I come pick you up, or would you prefer I give you the location and meet you there? I'll make my own way there, I'm quite familiar with Jinli Xiang. Very well. See you at noon then, no late arrivals. Will do. After hanging up, Zhao Jiang dove back into browsing materials, streams of characters washing across his pupils. The sunlight was radiant. In the blink of an eye, noon arrived. Zhao Jiang left the internet cafe on schedule, hailed a taxi and headed toward Jinli Xiang. Mr. Zhao, over here. As soon as he stepped out of the car, Zhao Jiang spotted Dr. Zhou waving at him from the entrance. Dr. Zhou, am I late? Zhao Jiang approached and glanced at his phone, slightly flustered. Not at all, we just arrived. By the way, this is senior brother Zhang I mentioned. Dr. Zhou was not wearing her work uniform today. Instead, she dressed in comfortable casual attire, looking every bit the intellectual and composed woman. Hello, Mr. Zhao. I am Zhang Chang. It's a pleasure to meet you. Nice to meet you too, Mr. Zhang. I'm Zhao Jiang. Dr. Zhou watched the two of them exchange polite greetings with a faint smile. Let's find a private room, this entrance is too crowded and noisy. All right. Sure. 2 minutes later, inside the private room 301 on the second floor. Both of you, shall we start with some casual conversation to get acquainted, or dive straight into business? Dr. Zhou had barely sat down before she threw out a direct question. Zhao Jiang and the bespectacled Zhang Chang exchanged glances and both offered polite smiles. Next moment, Zhao Jiang spoke. I personally prefer getting straight to the point. Zhang Chang agreed, same here. Dr. Zhou set her white handbag on an empty chair beside her and smiled. In that case, let us begin. I'll start first. Senior brother Zhang, I've always harbored a question. I wonder if you could help clarify it. Please go ahead, junior sister Zhou. When the dead appear in dreams, is it merely the living fabricating illusions, or does information truly transmit from the world beyond into reality? As soon as this question was posed, Zhang Chang immediately restrained his smile, while Zhao Jiang beside him also furrowed his brow. After a long moment, Zhang Chang smiled bitterly and said, Junior sister Zhou, you've really stumped me with this question. To be honest, although I have also dabbled in dreams related to the deceased, I have never actually considered the matter from this perspective. I'm afraid I cannot provide a satisfactory answer to your question, but I can share some conclusions from my research that might offer you some inspiration. Please go ahead, senior brother Zhang. Based on some studies conducted by my team and me, we have discovered that in the field of oneirology, the living generally only dream of people and things they have seen or have an impression of. Things or people they have never seen or have no impression of basically do not appear in their dreams, though this is not an absolute rule. There was once a child named Bruin who often had a strange dream during his childhood. In the dream, an old man he had never met always came to chat with him. The old man told him that he was his great-grandfather who had participated in the Pacific War and the Korean War. When Bruin drew the old man from his dream, his parents wept tears of joy and told him that the old man in the dream was his great-grandfather who had passed away many years ago. Bruin had never seen his great-grandfather, at least not while he was alive, yet he still dreamed of him. If Bruin and his family were not lying, then there might truly exist a world beyond death in some place we cannot perceive. As for why the deceased would want to convey messages to the living, that completely exceeds the scope of our research. Dr. Zhou, senior brother Zhang, is it possible that this child named Bruin had seen some of his great-grandfather's belongings left in this world, such as portraits or journals? Or perhaps he had heard stories about him from conversations with others. Zheng Chang, you mean that the source of Bruin's dream is still rooted in reality rather than coming out of nowhere? Dr. Zhou nodded. Personally, I think that probability is higher. After all, you mentioned that Bruin's great-grandfather had fought in the Pacific War and the Korean War. Surviving those wars would certainly make him a source of pride for his family. And pride, whether at home or abroad, is something to be celebrated, isn't it? Inevitably his deeds would be widely publicized by his family, and over time all kinds of information would permeate his lineage. Bruin was born into such a family, it would be difficult for him not to be influenced, the only difference being the degree of explicit or implicit influence. Zheng Chang nodded thoughtfully. Junior Sister Zhou, you are very quick-witted and your logic is rigorous. Now that you have raised this doubt, I feel that it is indeed quite possible. Dr. Zhou looked into Zheng Chang's eyes. Besides what I just mentioned, there is another reason for my doubt. That is, if the great-grandfather in Bruin's dream truly came from the afterlife, why wouldn't he talk to Bruin about the other world instead of discussing events that happened in this world? For instance, the wars he mentioned. Regardless of whether Bruin was interested, he had never witnessed them, had no understanding of them, and had no concept of them. What was the point of talking about those things? To put it bluntly, it was somewhat like casting pearls before swine. Zheng Chang, what you said makes a lot of sense. Unfortunately, we didn't think of these things during our research. Otherwise, we would definitely have strengthened our investigation, eliminating impossible factors one by one to thoroughly examine this issue. By the way, Junior Sister Zhou, you must have some reason for asking this question, right? Dr. Zhou, a young man, came to the clinic before to have his dream interpreted. He told me a story. He said that last year, just before the new year, his grandmother appeared in his dream and told him that her house had been damaged in one corner by a large tree, and she asked him to help remove the tree. He was a bit superstitious, so after waking up he kept this matter in mind. During the New Year holiday he returned to his hometown and visited his grandmother's grave. To his surprise, he found that one corner of the grave had indeed been collapsed by a tree as thick as a bull's mouth. What do you think? Was this a coincidence, or does an afterlife truly exist? Having said this, Dr. Zhou paused and looked at Zheng Chang and Zhao Jiang. Zhao Jiang met Dr. Zhou's gaze, pursed his lips, and said nothing, lost in thought. As for whether there was another world after death, his answer was affirmative. After all, his own dreams now housed two spirits from parallel worlds. As for worlds beyond parallel ones, he was genuinely curious. According to Dr. Zhou, the afterlife where the young man's grandmother resided was closely connected to this real world. Otherwise, how could a tree in reality collapsing part of a grave correspond to a house collapsing in the afterlife? The only difference was that the grandmother referred to a large tree, while in reality the tree was only as thick as a bull's mouth, hardly large. If a realm of the dead truly exists beyond reality, where is it, and in what form does it exist? Do all the deceased go to that world, or is it only a probability? Zheng Chang glanced at Zhao Jiang, who was deep in thought, and said, though there is no evidence, I personally believe that other worlds exist, just on a different dimension from ours. Dr. Zhou, personally, I tend to lean toward that view as well. But as a doctor, I always want to find some evidence to try to analyze it with scientific methods and provide convincing proof. Zheng Chang, your spirit is admirable, Junior Sister Zhou, but putting such things into practice is very difficult. My team and I have made tremendous efforts to verify various hypotheses, but the ultimate result has been that most of those hypotheses remain just that, hypotheses. To borrow the words of a philosopher friend, we are like people searching for a black cat that doesn't exist in a dark room. Sometimes, if we're lucky enough to catch one, it might be a cat someone else deliberately placed there. Dr. Zhou smiled gracefully. You're quite witty, Senior Brother Zhang. Zheng Chang replied seriously, Junior Sister Zhou, this is not wit. One of my mentors was once deliberately fooled by someone. To verify the relationship between dreams and spiritual mediumship, he once led a team across the country searching for spirit mediums, wanting to know whether they could truly communicate with spirits or were merely fabricating stories under the guise of mediumship. It went smoothly at first until they encountered a great spirit medium named Gerhard Burley. Gerhard Burley pretended to cooperate with my mentor, but in secret he hired actors and used various props and settings to fool my mentor and his team. While my mentor and his team were excited about what they thought was a breakthrough, they had unknowingly become actors in Gerhard Burley's script. The day my mentor published his new paper was exactly the day Gerhard Burley released his video. The result, as you can imagine. My mentor and his team became the laughingstock of everyone. Dr. Zhou suddenly realized, so Professor Jadelin was your mentor? Zheng Chang nodded. Yes, he taught me for a year and gave me great help. In my opinion, he was a wonderful mentor. Bang bang bang, clang clang clang, crack crack crack, thump thump thump, earthquake. Run. Zhao Jiang, who had been watching the cups, the water in them, and the chopsticks and bowls suddenly start to dance on the table, was the first to react. He yelled out, and pulling Dr. Zhou rushed toward the door of the private room. Dr. Zhou reacted a beat too slowly and was jerked off balance by Zhao Jiang, nearly toppling to the ground. Swiftly Zhao Jiang looped an arm around her and caught her just in time. Before Dr. Zhou could utter so much as a thank you, Zhao Jiang seized her and sprinted with her toward the exit. 10 seconds later they reached the first floor entrance of Jinlixiang. Don't stop, keep running until we reach that plaza. 10 seconds on they burst into Wenchang Plaza. Dr. Zhou, who had never experienced such an intense run, collapsed onto the plaza ground, gasping for breath, her face drained of color, her body trembling uncontrollably with the lateral waves of the quake. Zheng Cheng, who had followed closely behind, lay flat on the ground, his chest heaving violently, his face still pale with lingering shock. Could this have been predicted? Zhao Jiang, in the best physical condition of the group, bent double with hands braced against his knees, fighting to steady himself against the earthquake's lateral waves while scanning the surroundings. His expression darkened as he watched dilapidated buildings and various structures collapse one after another. Wow! Mama, mama! A piercing cry cut through the chaos and Zhao Jiang instinctively turned around. The next moment he launched himself across the street. A terrified little girl sat helplessly on the ground, wailing loudly. The surrounding fallen trees and gravel had buried the street in ruins. Beside her a woman in white lay pinned beneath a collapsed tree trunk, calling for help and struggling desperately. A stampede of panicked people rushed past, leaving countless footprints in the gravel, yet no one would slow down to help. The violent shaking continued relentlessly. Wail screams, shouted commands and cries for help rose and fell in waves. An inexplicable dread gripped every heart, driving them only to find safety. Zhao Jiang sprinted forward at top speed, heaved the tree trunk off the woman in white, rescued her, then scooped up the girl in red and bolted back toward the plaza. Thank you so much. Tears streaked the woman's face. Her form-fitting dress was torn and tattered, her stockings marred by uneven patches of blood. Amid the lateral tremors she could barely stand, yet she kept bowing to Zhao Jiang in gratitude. You're welcome. Tend to your leg wounds first. Zhao Jiang set the girl down and let her hold her mother's hand, offering comfort. Do all delivery riders have your fitness level? Just as Zhao Jiang continued surveying the area, Dr. Zhou's voice came from behind. She couldn't believe that after such an exhaustive sprint Zhao Jiang still had the energy to rush out and save someone. As for herself, if she hadn't gasped in a few ragged breaths, she wouldn't have even had the strength to stand, let alone attempt a rescue. Watching Zhao Jiang, she realized for the first time how crucial physical fitness truly was. Probably, delivery riders stay in shape from years of work. They run long distances and climb countless flights of stairs every day. A voice from nearby chimed in, this earthquake is massive. I've experienced quakes abroad before, but nothing compares to the intensity of this one. Zhao Jiang watched the Jinlixiang sign crash to the ground and shatter. The magnitude could reach 8, he murmured. Dr. Zhou reminded him, your hand is injured. Zhao Jiang looked down at his hand and saw several cuts oozing blood. It's nothing, just scrapes from branches. I'm fine. Dr. Zhou, has Huijing City ever experienced an earthquake this severe before? Zheng Cheng, having caught his breath, climbed to his feet, balancing carefully as he asked curiously. Huijing lies within the middle lower Yangtze River Sea area seismic zone, a moderate to strong earthquake belt. Theoretically, magnitude 4 to 6 quakes are possible, but an earthquake of this scale shouldn't occur under normal circumstances. Before Dr. Zhou could respond, a middle-aged man with receding hairline beside her spoke up instead. Zhao Jiang's brow furrowed as he surveyed the worsening devastation around him, silently urging himself not to act impulsively. His own safety came first. About 20 meters away on the main road, a white vehicle came to a halt. As the occupant opened the door to step out, the ground suddenly caved in on one side, causing the entire car to roll over and crush the person inside. A pale arm protruded from the wreckage, blood steadily spreading stark against the gray dust. Zhao Jiang's sharp eyesight caught it immediately. Without hesitation he sprinted toward it. As he ran he cursed himself inwardly, this damn kindness of mine, someday it's going to get me killed. Boom! Just as he stepped onto the road and was about to reach the vehicle, a deafening explosion erupted from underground. The entire earth shuddered violently and Zhao Jiang felt a sudden terrifying loss of gravity. My cursed mouth. Dr. Zhou, whose eyes had been fixed on Zhao Jiang from the plaza, wore an expression of sheer terror before letting out a piercing scream. Ho! How is this possible? Zheng Cheng stared incredulously at the spot where Zhao Jiang had vanished, utterly shocked. Following his gaze, the ground where vehicles had been parked, trees had fallen and debris had scattered, was completely gone, replaced by a horrifying gaping chasm. Around the edges of the chasm, masses of gravel and shattered branches continued to slide into the void as if being swallowed by a monstrous maw that had opened in the earth. You're awake. The voice of No. 2 rang in his ear. Zhao Jiang opened his eyes and realized he was inside a dream. How am I awake in a dream? He asked, bewildered. No. two hovered above him. Most likely your physical body in reality is in a state of unconsciousness. Zhao Jiang frowned. Wait, I seem to have lost track of what happened right before this. You were rescuing people during the earthquake when the ground collapsed beneath you, sinking along with it into the earth. Zhao Jiang shook his head. Now that you mention it, I seem to have a faint memory. Wait, what are those things in the sky? I'm not sure, but they appeared alongside you. Zhao Jiang gazed at the massive red tentacles writhing and swaying in the sky, surrounded by clouds of pink fuzzy spheres, curiosity rising within him. No. Aide, I think you need to return to reality as soon as possible. No. One's voice suddenly came from behind, tinged with gravity. Zhao Jiang turned. No. One, have you discovered something? No. One pointed upward and said earnestly, ever since they appeared I've been watching them continuously. I have a feeling they may not be merely products of your dreams. What do you mean? If they aren't entirely figments of your imagination, then your situation in reality may be far more precarious than you realize. You need to wake up quickly and save yourself. How can I tell whether they're products of my dreams? Observe closely. They exhibit pronounced aggressiveness and purpose, qualities that are entirely inconsistent with everything a dream would contain. They seem to want to get in. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jiang focused his gaze and discovered that those enormous red tentacles were continuously battering against the sky, which resembled a transparent barrier displaying clear hostility. No. One, there's no time to waste. Return to reality now. Staying alive is your top priority. With that, no. One struck Zhao Jiang, suddenly causing him to vanish from the dream. No. One, you're decisive as ever. No. Two glanced at the steel rebar in no. One's hand, recalling the image of him, inserting it into the back of no. Eight's skull without warning, and couldn't help but make a gesture of admiration. No. One's expression grew grim. Hush, look at the sky. No. Two raised his head, his expression instantly hardening. Why haven't they disappeared yet? No. One, no. May 8th be in serious trouble. The moment the words left his mouth, the red tentacles sealed outside the sky barrier began sprouting eyeballs from their tips, straining to peer through the barrier. Crack! The moment those eyeballs brushed against the sky barrier, Zhao Jiang's entire dreamscape shuddered with a crisp sound of fracturing glass. Then, as if the power had been suddenly cut, his dream plunged into absolute darkness, bereft of a single spark of light. Oh, how warm! How comfortable! The instant Zhao Jiang reconnected with reality, an unprecedented wave of bliss washed over him. It was like soaking in a steaming hot spring during a frigid winter, every limb relaxed and unwilling to move, or like being drawn into the embrace of one's beloved in a moment of desolation, warming the heart and softening the soul. The instinctual pull of laziness amplified in this euphoria, his entire body whispering to him, do nothing, surrender to it, and quietly savor this sensation. The reason humans are deemed higher animals is precisely because reason so often defies instinct. Zhao Jiang cherished this feeling, but he refused to indulge it, at least not until he had clarified a few things. Overcoming his body's languid resistance, he fluttered his eyelids and slowly opened his eyes, eager to see what could bring such profound comfort. But the very next second a cold sweat broke out uncontrollably along his spine. Before him stood a monstrous translucent pink tree towering over 100 meters, silently anchored in the surrounding darkness. Its branches stretched and swayed, draped with countless pink blossoms that continuously unfurled and closed. Within each blossom rested an array of creatures: great rats, slender flower snakes, thumb-sized ants, and purplish-black earthworms. Every known and unknown beast lay perfectly still, each with a filament-like stamen tube inserted into its mouth. A liquid substance glowing like clusters of pink light flowed ceaselessly into their bodies, granting them an eerie yet deeply satisfied tranquility. Zhao Jiang withdrew his gaze and examined himself. Like all the diverse creatures around him, he was enshrouded within a pink bloom, a transparent stamen tube lodged in his mouth, delivering an unknown pink luminescent fluid into his body. Though the experience felt surreal and wondrous, Zhao Jiang barely hesitated. He reached out, gripped the tube, and yanked it free from his body with force. Schlick! The instant the tube tore from his lips, dizziness engulfed Zhao Jiang, followed immediately by a surge of excruciating pain that forced a sharp gasp from his throat. Ah! Tracing the agony to its source, he discovered a finger-width fissure running between the flesh of both legs, clearly dislocated, much like a sugarcane stalk snapped in half and loosely rejoined. It's over. Zhao Jiang's hand hovered above the gash, his heart sinking. Those legs were useless for now. Glancing down at the transparent filament coated in an unknown viscous fluid, he fell into deep thought. He had no idea how he arrived upon this grotesque tree or how he found himself encased in this bloom, but one truth was on the verge of surfacing: without this bizarre translucent monolith and the revolting filament in his mouth, he would most likely already be dead. Beyond the darkness, within a control room brimming with futuristic technology yet possessing a distinctly unconventional aesthetic, a voice rang out. Your Highness, there is an anomaly in Laboratory 0. The speaker was a rat standing over 2 meters tall, its musculature sharply defined, a tail exceeding a meter in length, clad in an unidentified protective suit. What kind of anomaly? The initial human experimental subject delivered 3 days ago has broken free from the psychic hypnosis of the fire coral spores. It dismantled the life support conduit on its own and is currently catatonic. Oh. In the control room center inside a circular glass chamber, a snow-white rat switched the surveillance feed to Laboratory 0. A heartbeat later, Zhao Jiang's figure appeared on the monitor. Pull up the experiment logs, data monitoring and biometric indices. Conduct a thorough analysis of how he shattered the spore hypnosis. Yes, Your Highness. Inside Laboratory 0. After pondering for several moments, Zhao Jiang dismissed the notion of passively awaiting his fate and resolved to use his hands to explore downward. Enduring the pain, he crawled out of the bloom and, clinging to the trunk, slid downward toward the ground with excruciating slowness. Human, your will to survive is quite formidable. The instant his feet touched the ground, before he could even catch his breath, a voice startled him from behind, nearly scattering his spirit. Who's there? Zhao Jiang spun around abruptly, every muscle tensed, his gaze piercing. The next second, once he discerned the source of the voice, his pupils contracted violently. His body involuntarily recoiled and his hands began to tremble uncontrollably. Human, are you astonished? A large white-furred rat clad in a black protective suit emerged from the shifting light and shadows, advancing upon Zhao Jiang step by step. You can actually speak human language. Zhao Jiang stared at the creature in utter disbelief, his mind reeling from the shock. Would you be even more surprised if I told you I also understand the language of birds? Zhao Jiang. Do you humans not say that one can never have too many skills? I merely double major in a foreign language. There is no need for such astonishment. Zhao Jiang kept his eyes fixed on the rat, then raised a hand to pinch his own cheek. It stung. Cease pinching yourself. If this is a dream, I should appear to you as a stunningly beautiful human woman, not a furry visage crossed with whiskers. Zhao Jiang. I'll give you 1 minute to compose yourself. After that, converse with me normally. Can you manage that? Nod if you agree. Zhao Jiang nodded involuntarily. 1 minute later. Are you a genuine rat or merely a human in a costume? Zhao Jiang asked first. The snow-white rat countered, what do you think? Could you let me touch you? The white rat paused, then let out an exasperated laugh at the request. Oh. Which part exactly did you have in mind? I want to feel the fur underneath, Zhao Jiang replied. Do you have any idea what status I hold within your human social hierarchy? The white rat retorted. Zhao Jiang narrowed his eyes, studied the rat carefully and answered, a scientist. The white rat shook its head. Incorrect. A firefighter. Keep guessing. Security guard. Wrong. White-collar worker. Even worse. 2 minutes later, Zhao Jiang threw up his hands. I give up. Just tell me. The snow-white rat pronounced each word deliberately, a royal princess. Zhao Jiang paused, then blurted out, your rodent clan practices a feudal system. The white rat fell silent for a moment before explaining, whether it is feudalism or not is irrelevant. What matters is utility. Didn't one of your nation's great figures once remark that it doesn't matter whether a cat is black or white as long as it catches mice? Perhaps to your kind, class-centric authoritarianism seems like an obsolete feudal relic, but for my clan in this era it fits perfectly. Though your logic is sound, Zhao Jiang replied, don't you feel the slightest absurdity in it? The white rat countered, the essence of culture lies not in its form. To my clan, how your kind labels or despises us is of no consequence. We are decidedly pragmatic. We only seek truth within cannon range and dignity atop the blade point. Zhao Jiang moistened his dry lips. That holds merit as well. Though our species differ, cultures may yet converge. A celebrated maxim, truly a lighthouse illuminating the law of the jungle. The white rat fixed its gaze upon Zhao Jiang's eyes. So have you come to your senses yet? Sense of what? I am the princess of the rodent clan and you actually dare to make such a demand. In your human society that constitutes public indecency, indeed indecency against a superior. Tell me, how should I dispose of you without tarnishing my status? Zhao Jiang locked eyes with the other, whose pupils were like black jet, and after a moment of silence asked, do you know how to cook? The white-haired giant rat replied no. Zhao Jiang shrugged. It's a pity. If you could cook, I think this set of muscles of mine would make a fine braised dish. The white-haired giant rat said, I can't, but others of my kind can. What do you want to become my meal? Zhao Jiang, given the objective circumstances, my chances of survival are less than 1 in 10,000. Rather than dying without knowing why, I might as well deliver myself as a human meat delivery. You are after all a princess of the rat clan's royalty, so it wouldn't disgrace my profession or my body. The white-haired giant rat said, so in human society your occupation is a deliveryman. Zhao Jiang was surprised that she even knew about deliverymen. You have a deep understanding of human culture. The white-haired giant rat's whiskers twitched. Only by thoroughly studying the enemy can one hope to defeat them, isn't that so? Zhao Jiang gave a thumbs up. Impressive. I admire that. The white-haired giant rat looked at Zhao Jiang, who no longer seemed afraid, and asked curiously, are you so certain you will die? What if I don't kill you? Zhao Jiang looked up at the enormous pink translucent tree. If I'm not mistaken, from the moment I entered here I stepped into a death trap. Although I don't want to die and even wish to beg you not to kill me, my reason tells me that in the face of certain great secrets, the more naive the thoughts, the uglier the behavior. I am an ordinary man. I can't utter such noble words as, I'd rather die standing than live kneeling, but at least I can see reality clearly and choose to face death with dignity. Upon hearing these words, the white-haired giant rat's gaze focused and she fell silent. Seeing her silence, Zhao Jiang continued, when I first woke up I thought it was just an accident, that this strange giant tree was a wonder of nature. Even if it were dangerous, I still had a glimmer of hope. Even if I broke both legs and lost half my mobility, I was confident I could make it back to the ground. That's why I endured the excruciating pain and insisted on climbing down. But your appearance shattered my naive illusions and my last shred of hope. Your presence here proves that everything is not a coincidence. Since it's not a coincidence, there must be some inevitability, and a direction for that inevitability. If I'm not mistaken, this is some kind of advanced testing ground or secret research base of your rat clan, isn't it? After a moment. Seeing that the other party remained silent, Zhao Jiang continued, it seems I guessed correctly. This is a secret research base of your rat clan and a forbidden zone for any other species. Any creature that enters here, whether voluntarily or involuntarily, has only one predetermined outcome, right? The white-haired giant rat nodded. You are very clever. A pity. Zhao Jiang adjusted his sitting posture and sighed calmly. Every man must die. Some deaths are weightier than Mount Tai, others lighter than a feather. The former is what I long for, but the circumstances don't seem to allow it. This ordinary feather of mine, I wonder where it will drift after death and what scenery it will behold. By the way, esteemed princess of the rat clan, may I trouble you with a favor? The white-haired giant rat said, speak. Zhao Jiang, if you don't want to waste the delivery ingredients that have come to your door and you intend to use my meat for braising, please be sure to tell your rat clan chef to wait until I breathe my last before cutting. The white-haired giant rat, if I recall correctly, when your human race cooks ingredients, you prefer them fresh. For example, live fish, live chickens, live ducks, and so on. After all, if the ingredients aren't fresh, it affects the taste, doesn't it? Zhao Jiang, that's for other ingredients. When it comes to human meat, it's better to eat it after death. Live human meat is rank and gamey. No matter how you cook it, you can't get rid of that smell. Just like British pork. The white-haired giant rat grinned, revealing two large front teeth. The way you fabricate nonsense with a straight face is quite amusing. Zhao Jiang's face reddened, but he insisted stubbornly, where did I fabricate nonsense? The white-haired giant rat, the reason pigs in Britain have a smell is that they slaughter them with electrocution and don't bleed them. But in China it's different, they bleed the pig first before processing the meat. If human meat also has a gamey smell, then I suppose all you need to do is bleed it first. She paused, deliberately lowering her voice. So human, are you ready to be bled? Zhao Jiang was dumbfounded, both amazed by her erudition and silently praying for his own fate. Since you've seen through me, I'll stop pretending. To be honest, I'm afraid of pain, especially the kind where a knife cuts flesh. Since I've kept you company chatting, would you grant me this request? No, this last wish. I really don't want to be flayed alive, nor to be bled, nor to. Beep 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 beep. Suddenly an unknown beeping sound came from the white-haired giant rat's body. Her expression changed and she abruptly interrupted. Stop. Let's not talk about this for now. I'm going to ask you a very important question and I hope you'll answer truthfully. Zhao Jiang was a bit dazed, looking straight at her and nodding. The white-haired giant rat suddenly raised a paw and pointed at the giant tree above. Was your awakening from the flower a coincidence? Just as Zhao Jiang was about to speak, she made a shushing gesture and continued, don't answer yet. This question concerns your life or death. I'll give you 1 minute to think carefully before answering me. Zhao Jiang paused, his eyes narrowing as he swallowed the words that were about to leave his mouth. He didn't know whether she was trying to trick him or had some other purpose. As someone carrying two ominous spirits, if he truly could avoid death, he felt he would even be willing to eat shit. But reason told him that the probability was minuscule, almost equivalent to impossible. Putting himself in her shoes, if a rat with intelligence and the ability to speak human language stumbled upon a super secret of humanity, would humans let it leave alive? From the inertial thinking of a human perspective, the answer was undoubtedly no. 1 minute later. The white-haired giant rat spoke first. Just answer me yes or no. Zhao Jiang's eyes were firm. No. The white-haired giant rat good. I'll put you back into the flower now. If the next time I come and I see you awake at the base of this tree, I'll grant you the chance to live. With that, she did not allow any argument. She grabbed Zhao Jiang as if he were a chick, leaped vertically with a few lateral bounds and placed him back into the flower he had barely escaped from. Then she inserted the unknown transparent tentacle-like tubes into him. Wait. Gurgle gurgle. I. Gurgle. Zhao Jiang flailed his hands, struggling to say something, but she gave him no chance. A large amount of thick unknown liquid sprayed from the tentacle tubes, forcing his words back down his throat. Dozens of seconds later. Human though I hold little hope, I still look forward to seeing you alive at the base of the tree when I come back next time. At that time your death sentence can be commuted to life imprisonment. The white-haired giant rat watched as Zhao Jiang gradually lost consciousness, sinking back into the hypnosis of the fire coral spores, and murmured to herself in her heart. Beep 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 beep. Your Highness, the spore concentration is skyrocketing, please leave immediately. Okay. Number 8, I have a good news and a bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? Zhao Jiang had just regained consciousness. Before even opening his eyes, he heard the familiar voice of number 2. He stood up, stretched, and vigorously jumped twice, exclaiming, "How wonderful it is to be sound-bodied." Let's hear the bad news first. You're in deep trouble. It's temporarily beyond the capabilities of number 1 and me. Zhao Jiang, I know. The moment I saw its true face, I had a rough idea in my mind. A rat of intelligence proficient in human language, whoever encounters it is in for a big trouble. Number 2 floated close and said solemnly, "You've misunderstood." Zhao Jiang frowned. Number 2 pointed to the sky. "They are the real big trouble I'm talking about." Zhao Jiang looked up, his gaze narrowing. "Why are they still here?" Number 1's voice, low and magnetic, sounded. "They have always been here. Not only have they always been here, but they have also caused some unknown effects on your dreams." Zhao Jiang stared fixedly at the huge red tentacles writhing in the sky, his expression turning grave. "What happened after I left?" Number 1, they tried to invade and pry into your dreams, causing your dreams to become abnormal, blacking out several times for no reason. You can imagine a scene of sudden power outage. Zhao Jiang, utterly puzzled. What exactly are these things and why can they invade my dreams? Breathe in, breathe out. Number 1 took a deep breath and then exhaled, saying seriously, "What they are invading is likely not your dreams." Zhao Jiang. Number 1, what they are invading is most likely your DNA. Zhao Jiang. Number 1 turned to look at Zhao Jiang, his eyes deep and calm. "Do you know what humans are made of?" Zhao Jiang shook his head. Number 1, matter, energy, and information. In humans, the thing closest to the essence of dreams is information. And the source of information lies in DNA. They can reach your dreams. The only possibility I can think of is that they are trying to invade your DNA. Zhao Jiang's mouth fell open, his face full of disbelief. Before number 2, and I didn't know its origin nor what it really was. But after you returned to reality, the anomalies in the dream gave us the answer. A flash of insight crossed Zhao Jiang's mind. The giant pink transparent strange tree. Number 1, highly likely. Zhao Jiang felt incredulous. How could such a terrifying creature exist in this world? It can directly invade the DNA of other beings. Number 1's voice was frighteningly calm. It is likely a species undergoing transcendent evolution. Zhao Jiang. Number 2's voice sounded again. The bad news is over. Now let's talk about the good news. Based on the observations and discussions between number 1 and me, there is a way that might allow you to carve out another possibility in this doom situation. What possibility? The possibility of continuing to live. Zhao Jiang, my legs are broken, don't you know? Number 2, we know. Zhao Jiang, even if the giant strange tree doesn't kill me and the rat princess either has a brain cramp or takes pity and doesn't kill me, I still can't return alive to the human world. I know my own physical condition better than anyone. Number 2, by yourself, naturally it's impossible. But with the help of the rat clan it might not be impossible. Zhao Jiang, what do you mean? Number 2, according to our speculation, the rat clan must have been deceived by this creature still undergoing transcendent evolution, and they are unaware of its danger and terror. If they knew even a little, they would never do such a foolish thing. Instead, they would do everything to nip it in the bud. Zhao Jiang, how can you tell? Number 2, you've never seen a transcendent being, you don't know how terrifying they are. They are entirely different from ordinary beings. If conflict arises, they would absolutely be a dimension-reducing strike against ordinary beings, like driving the most advanced tank of the modern era to fight a one-on-one battle with an ancient infantryman. Zhao Jiang noticed a key point in the other's words. You said it's still evolving. How did you judge that? Number 1 took over. It can invade your DNA but hasn't shown any overt offensive capabilities. Whether it's deliberately hiding its strength or being wary of something, this indirectly indicates that its evolution is still incomplete. A fully evolved transcendent being has no weaknesses from the perspective of ordinary species. Under natural conditions only a transcendent being can oppose a transcendent being. Zhao Jiang, what about high-tech weapons? Number 2, they can invade your DNA. Do you think they wouldn't use human weapons? Or do you think they would give humans a chance to turn the tables? Zhao Jiang was stunned. Number 1, don't try to understand them with conventional thinking that will only accelerate your demise. Number 2, don't make such a sour face. At worst you can come with us to wander through parallel dimensions looking for the Zhao Jiang of the next world. Zhao Jiang's expression shifted and he said in a low voice, if I die there's nothing left. I can't bear to leave this world. I think I can try a little harder. Number 2, that's right. You must have the will to survive, then miracles might happen instead of giving up after falling into a hopeless situation. That rat princess should be one of the leaders here. After you wake up again, use the secret of the giant tree to negotiate with her and thereby carve out a sliver of hope. However, in this process you need to be careful about one thing to avoid unexpected accidents. You cannot negotiate in front of that giant tree. It likely possesses extremely high intelligence and hidden abilities, and it is watching you. After creating the conditions for communication, as long as the rat princess promises not to kill you, it's fine even if you stay with the rat clan. Just survive first. Zhao Jiang, what if the rat princess is dishonest and goes back on her word? Number 2, you have no choice but to gamble on her rat character being solid. Zhao Jiang, another question. If I can't return to the human world, how can I develop technology? How should I proceed from then on? Number 2, technology is not exclusive to humans. Based on the observations of Number 1 and me regarding the rat princess, they should also possess a certain level of technology just kept hidden from humans. You must survive first before thinking about the future. Secondly, the previous plan should no longer work. Given the current situation, you don't have time for normal development. Zhao Jiang, what should I do then? Number 1's calm and magnetic voice came, in extraordinary times take an unconventional path. What do you mean? If the rat clan's technology is decent, find a way to use their resources, feign one thing while doing another, and escape into space. Zhao Jiang, would they be willing to give me resources? Isn't that unlikely? Number 2, if they won't give, then find a way to induce them. If inducement can't bypass surveillance, then steal. If stealing doesn't work, then we have to rob. Although we don't know how many transcendent species are evolving for you, it's a race against death, fighting for time. You must cast aside all unnecessary human principles, go crazy to develop, become strong, and then escape Earth. Otherwise there is only one outcome. If inducement can't bypass surveillance, then steal. If stealing doesn't work, then we have to rob. Although we don't know how many transcendent species are evolving for you, it's a race against death, fighting for time. You must cast aside all unnecessary human principles, go crazy to develop, become strong, and then escape Earth. Otherwise there is only one outcome. Zhao Jiang could sense the gravity in the other person's tone, and he could not help recalling the years he spent delivering takeout in the days in Huijing City. He spoke reluctantly, must I flee from Earth? Once transcendent beings appear, the entire planet will become their hunting ground. Do you think ancient infantry could contend with today's most advanced tanks? Zhao Jiang fell silent. No. Tu said, to put it bluntly, this concerns your life and death. To be frank, half of humanity's fate rests on you. Zhao Jiang exhaled a heavy breath, feeling the pressure pressing down like a mountain, suffocating him. No. One patted Zhao Jiang on the shoulder. The greatness of humanity lies not only in using wisdom to conquer and reshape nature, but also in the ability to turn from despair into triumph. The world is not yet settled, you may still have a chance. Zhao Jiang clenched his fists, eyes burning with determination. Thank you for your comfort and encouragement. I know what I must do. Go. No. One cried. After the words he struck Zhao Jiang again without warning, forcing him out of the dream. Your Highness, the princess, that human sample has awakened again on its own. Back in the control room, the rat tribe princess just returned from not yet eradicating the spores, paused as if she had heard wrongly. Was that the human I just personally sent back to the coral flower? Yes, Your Highness. The rat tribe princess's gaze sharpened. She murmured, how could this be? Your Highness, this human seems to harbor something that can counter the hypnotic effect of the fire coral spores. We need to revise the plan and upgrade him to a terminal sample. Yes. Zhao Jiang, still conscious, opened his eyes again after carefully savoring that irresistible sensation. Looking at the mysterious fantastical giant tree and the creatures whose DNA it was invading, his heart turned with a mix of emotions. If not for No. 1 and No. 2, he might never have known the terrifying truth behind that beautiful facade. Transcendent evolution. That is an evolution that began with life itself, rivaling the Industrial Revolution. He pulled the tentacle conduit from his mouth and cautiously crawled toward the tree. After exhausting himself with tremendous effort, Zhao Jiang finally reached the ground, lying there and panting heavily. Human, how did you manage that? Before 5 breaths had passed, the rat princess appeared in sight. How did you do it? With so many people here, are you sure you want me to tell everyone? The rat princess frowned. What do you mean so many people? Here it's only you, a single human. Zhao Jiang raised his arm toward the flowers on the giant tree and shouted, aren't those people? They are so conspicuous, can you not see them? The rat princess spoke a little coldly. Is that so? Open your eyes wider and take a closer look. Zhao Jiang shook his head, rubbed his eyes and gazed at the giant tree, unable to tear his gaze away. After a few breaths he propped himself up, met the other's gaze and changed the subject. Alright, I admit my eyes deceived me, but do you think I would reveal it so easily? What do you want? The rat princess asked. Zhao Jiang licked his lips and pretended indifference. Having just walked in your shoes, I think no matter what you say you won't let me go in the end. Since we're both facing a dead end, why not choose a pleasant death? The rat princess was surprised by his sudden change in temperament and asked curiously, pleasant death? What kind of pleasant death do you want? Zhao Jiang replied, if you can bring me here, you can certainly bring other humans here as well. My demand is simple, bring me 10 high-quality human females so that I can experience the king's pleasure at the moment of death. Your legs are broken. Even if I grant your request, you will likely be unable to act. My legs are broken, but the leg and the neck that control my pleasure are not broken. Perhaps you understand. The rat princess fixed her gaze on Zhao Jiang's furious expression, sensing something off. I can grant your request, but it will take time. How long? At least 1 day. No. 1 day is too long, I can't hold out. 10 minutes at most. If 10 minutes pass and I have not seen 10 high-quality human females, I will take the things you want to know to another world. By the way, a kind warning, do not underestimate the resolve of a disabled person facing death with no hope. The rat princess, within 10 minutes bringing you 10 high-quality human females is impossible. We are not gods, even kidnapping takes time. Where do you think you are? A luxury human club. If you have money, beauties are at your beck and call. To tell you the truth, you are now 30,000 meters underground. Even if 10 high-quality human females parachuted down from the surface, 10 minutes might not be enough to reach you. I don't care whether you can do it or not is your problem. The rat princess, we are curious why you can awaken voluntarily, but we don't necessarily need to know. You are just one among our vast human experiments. You may have something special, but you are certainly not the only one. If you intend to bargain with this little special value, I must say you overestimate yourself. Zhao Jiang grinned. Is that so? Then go ahead and try, see if another me can appear among your vast human samples. The rat princess fixed her eyes on Zhao Jiang and noticed a subtle tremor in his gaze. After a moment she reacted calmly, saying, speak plainly. What do you really want? I want you. Zhao Jiang declared. The rat princess replied, we are different species with reproductive isolation, so there can be no outcome. I don't want a result with you, I just want to experience the process. If your rat tribe ever rises, I will at least be the first rat knight in history. Ding 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 ding, a strange alert sounded. A voice from within the rat princess's clan said, Your Highness, spore concentration is abnormal, please leave No. 0 laboratory immediately. Alright, I understand. You want to become a rat knight. Fine. I'll give you a chance, I want to see how capable you are. Who's afraid of whom? Zhao Jiang grinned. The rat princess, pretending to remove her protective suit, asked casually, here. Not here, the lighting isn't bright enough, you're too furry and I fear I won't be able to locate the key point when it matters. Let's move somewhere else, preferably where the light is bright. The rat princess's eyes brightened. All right. I'll satisfy you, I want to see whether the rat knight or the human knight is stronger. Ding 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 ding, Your Highness, No. 0 test subject is behaving oddly, spore concentration has reached an all-time high. Please leave now. The rat princess glanced at the surface where nothing seemed to change, but the hidden aura of the fire coral grew unfamiliar. She used a swift step, grabbed Zhao Jiang and turned to leave. Oh, humanity is in peril. In the instant he was lifted, Zhao Jiang felt a complex mix of emotions. He knew the other had already grasped his cue. Her speed and intelligence were no less than those of a high IQ human. He did not know how many rat princesses there were among the rat tribe. All he knew was that once humans clash with them openly, they are likely to fall hard. Moreover, humans are in the open while they move in the shadows. The timing and terrain are not on humanity's side. Beyond that, the terrifying tree of transcendent evolution is even more formidable. If their entire clan evolves, humanity would have no hope. Dong. 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 As 5 enormous unknown material doors descended one after another, Zhao Jiang was successfully carried out of No. 0 laboratory and stepped onto an endless black bridge. The two sat on circular protrusions, one before the other, quietly racing forward. After 10 minutes the black bridge ended and they entered a dark red unknown tunnel. We have completely left the No. 0 laboratory. This is a crystal tunnel shielded from electromagnetic waves. If you have something to say you may say it now. The rat princess somehow produced a helmet and without ceremony slipped it onto Zhao Jiang's head. When Zhao Jiang looked up after hearing her words, the entire world changed. This is you. What do you think of my human form? Would it be considered a high-quality human female? Zhao Jiang thought inwardly, I truly deserve to die. At such a critical juncture my moral compass follows my aesthetic sense, causing me to feel a fleeting flutter of the heart for a rat. I am indeed a vulgar mortal who has not transcended base desires. Before he could finish reproaching himself, another thought uncontrollably surfaced. If only I could weld this helmet onto my head. How much do you actually know about human culture? Let's set that aside for now. Tell me your true demands. Zhao Jiang cut to the chase. My only true demand is to stay alive. You are a perceptive person, you should know that is impossible. Even if I don't kill you, you will never have the chance to return to human society. To you that would be no different from death. You didn't understand me. What I want is simply to exist, not necessarily to return to human society. Though I may not be exceptionally clever, I am not so naive either. The rat princess caught on her gaze, confirming, you mean as long as your body physically exists everything else is irrelevant? Yes, as long as I can live I can forego returning to human society. Hearing this the rat princess grew intrigued. Oh. Really? Zhao Jiang nodded. I can try to integrate into your rat society even if it means enduring discrimination and being an outcast. The rat princess, are you certain a human can integrate into our society? Zhao Jiang, how would I know without trying? Leaving other matters aside, I could follow you and serve as an assistant just like now. Of course that is contingent on you needing me. If you don't, you can send me to a place where I can be self-sufficient and I will unwaveringly cling to survival. The rat princess shook her head. You don't understand the rat world. It's not as easy as you imagine and you are too weak. Once deprived of protection you might not even leave a corpse behind. In your human world we rats are also part of the food chain. When hunger strikes nothing can stop the rampant rampage of the 8 great cuisines. If conditions are too harsh even raw consumption has occurred. The same problem exists in our rat society. When starvation becomes extreme, devouring raw human flesh becomes an inevitable and even preferable choice. Due to differences in race and identity, regardless of what I promise you now, the objective truth is that I cannot shelter you forever. So? Zhao Jiang interrupted. I don't need your eternal protection. Just give me time to heal my leg injury so I can move independently and I'll manage on my own. Seeing Zhao Jiang's earnestness, the rat princess pondered for a moment before relenting. I can consider your proposal, but first you must show some sincerity. Fine, if you want sincerity I'll give you something substantial. Listen carefully to what I'm about to say. With that Zhao Jiang's voice dropped, turning grave. That enormous strange tree you used for experiments is far from the harmless creature it appears to be. If mishandled you may face disaster or even be annihilated by it. Take note, I'm not just referring to your pitch-black laboratory, I mean your entire rat clan. The rat princess had anticipated some remarks but not this. She couldn't help feeling repulsed. I admit you humans are clever. In negotiations you always resort to alarmism to achieve your goals, but I won't fall for that. I don't know what you experienced during your slumber, but I firmly believe our understanding of Subject Zero far exceeds your imagination. Your words sound utterly absurd and laughable to me, like a human child claiming the cake in its hand could threaten its parents' lives. In short, I must also ask you to remember this: the only reason you are alive and standing here is because I need your honesty, not your rhetoric. Misunderstood for no reason. Zhao Jiang was not angered. He asked bluntly, you say your understanding of it far exceeds my imagination. Then tell me, why does it wrap different creatures in flowers and supply them with nutrients, keeping them alive without killing them? Secondly, every species is unique: body structure, living environment, dietary habits and countless other factors. Yet it uses a single unknown tendril-like conduit to sustain all species in a living state, keeping them immersed. How does it manage that? How does it know which nutrients and what quantities, even vitamins and trace elements, a human like me needs? Can you give me a reasonable explanation? The rat princess, those are the secrets of our research, I cannot tell you. Zhao Jiang gave a self-deprecating smile. My life is already in your hands. What are you afraid of? The rat princess said solemnly. One cannot be too careful. Seeing she was serious, Zhao Jiang felt both exasperated and proud of his human identity, since the wisdom she spoke of originated from humans. After a moment Zhao Jiang decided to stop beating around the bush. He asked calmly, do you know that it can directly invade the DNA of other organisms? What? Isn't your understanding of it far beyond my imagination? Why does that news shock you so much? You haven't discovered this, have you? What evidence do you have that it can directly invade other organisms' DNA? I have no concrete evidence, but I know what I'm saying is the truth. Whether you believe it or not is beyond my control. For me, if the worst-case scenario happens, only I die. But for you it could be your entire clan. Is there a direct connection between that and your ability to wake up from its spore-induced hypnosis? Zhao Jiang noted her quick recovery of composure and silently praised her psychological resilience. Faced with the question, he did not answer immediately but fell into thought. He was considering how to fabricate a plausible story based on the available information, one that would convince her of the tree's danger, prompting her to verify it and shift the risk while minimizing his own threat. The rat princess, seeing Zhao Jiang silent, did not press him. She pondered the truth of his words and tried to link fragmented memories together. If the fire coral in Laboratory Zero could directly invade the DNA of other organisms, then it must possess intelligence. If it had been intelligent since its discovery, then were those past events merely coincidences? If not, then without a doubt all previous research on it would be fundamentally overturned, leading to an enormous impact. However, the probability of this was extremely low, even coming from this human who defied common sense. While the rat princess was trying to connect the dots in her mind, Zhao Jiang spoke. I am a person born with a congenital defect. I have never dreamed in my life. Not because I don't want to, but because I can't. Do you know why? Why? According to the feedback from the Research Institute, it seems I have a condition called dream deficiency syndrome. The root cause of this disease lies in a sleep gene on my DNA. In ordinary people, that gene remains active, allowing them to dream. But my gene is the opposite. It has been dormant since birth, rendering me unable to dream. Before you sent me into the flowers of that strange tree, I had never known what a dream truly was, nor what it felt like to dream. I could only rely on others' descriptions or related writings to imagine it. But now I know. Not only do I know, but I have experienced the rapid succession of dreams, infinite division and visual collapse. This wondrous and beautiful experience might be heaven's compensation for the hardships I endured in my earlier life. The rat princess listened attentively, but the more she heard, the more perplexed she became. She could not help interrupting. What does all this have to do with the question I asked you? Zhao Jiang glanced at her, then shifted his tone. But there is another possibility. The rat princess understood the meaning in his eyes and said no more, knowing he would explain gradually. I remember clearly that when I received that research feedback, my mood was exceptionally low. I had envisioned countless possibilities, but they all shared one commonality: that I would eventually be able to dream and the root of the disease would not be too deep to cure. Yet I distinctly recall the researcher who delivered the report saying that unless human technology breakthroughs to the level of life information, where genes could be touched as easily as objects, there would be no hope of curing my condition. With current technology we could only detect it, not treat it. Even those so-called biomolecular needles were utterly useless. Without a miracle I would never dream in this lifetime. Before falling into this place, everything I experienced was indeed like that. I knew of the existence of dreams but had never set foot in them. But now I have not only set foot in them, but I have done so twice. Zhao Jiang suddenly raised his voice to the rat princess. Do you know what this means? The rat princess gradually sensed something amiss. With curiosity she subconsciously echoed, what does it mean? Zhao Jiang paused, lifted his head slightly, met her eyes and spoke slowly. Is it possible that my dreams were caused by that giant strange tree invading my DNA? As soon as the words fell, the rat princess seemed to connect something in her mind. Her expression changed dramatically and her body trembled uncontrollably. The tips of her glossy fur rippled like wheat fields swaying in an autumn breeze. You seem to have recalled something. Judging by your reaction, it has not been without flaws in your past research. You merely overlooked them. To be honest, I didn't think of this at first. I assumed it was a coincidence and felt quite pleased. Although the viscous liquid inside the flowers was nauseating, the sensation was actually quite pleasant. It was only when you forcibly sent me in a second time and I experienced the dreamlike cascade in chaotic timespace once more that I realized something was wrong. As a human with an innate defect, I had never dreamed before, but that did not prevent me from having some understanding of it. Normal dreams are absolutely different from mine. No one's dreams could be so bizarre, so unpredictable, like a programmer typing furiously while cracking some code. I believe in coincidences, but not in inevitable ones. If the first dream was a coincidence, then the second must have a deeper cause. The researcher said that my disease originates from my genes. Now that it has suddenly healed, I can think of no other explanation than that the problematic gene was touched or awakened. This possibility may seem absurd and ridiculous, but what if it's true? Don't you think so? Besides, those rapidly shifting dreams are also strange. They feel like slideshows played by someone who knows me intimately yet is eager to understand every part of me. If you had experienced them, I believe you would share the same suspicion and intuition. Earlier I asked you how it could sustain all living beings' life functions with just that unknown tendril conduit, making them feel comfortable and warm. You said it was a secret of your research and refused to answer. Now if you follow my speculation, you will find that what I said might very well be true. Without any concrete evidence we can reason backward. For example, precisely because it can directly invade the DNA of other organisms, it can uncover the genetic secrets of those organisms in the shortest time. Genetic secrets essentially contain all the information of a species. Once it acquires that information, the questions I raised earlier, such as the food and nutritional composition needed by different species, become quite naive. Although I don't know where the nutrients it delivers come from, I can deduce one thing: they must be customized on the spot according to the needs of different organisms. As for exactly how it tailors them, that is beyond my knowledge. Putting myself in its shoes, if I were it, the nutrients I needed would not be a single type of food or a certain category of food in nature, but the entire natural world. In other words, it could eat anything, without discrimination. Whether plants, trees, various ores, or even living beings, it could devour, decompose, and then reassemble them into various nutrients as needed. Moreover, because it can decipher the genes of other species, given the right conditions, it could stealthily cultivate or replicate any organism without anyone knowing. The rat princess had been listening intently. At this point her gaze toward Zhao Jiang suddenly shifted, as if she had discovered a new world. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Zhao Jiang, whose throat was dry from all the talking, was about to take a break when he noticed the rat princess's unusually intense stare. "You are right." "What did I get right?" The rat princess said solemnly. "Your backward reasoning is correct." Zhao Jiang scratched his head, somewhat surprised. "Ah. Really?" The rat princess's voice was earnest and serious, but also urgent. "Not only are you right, but you have also solved a great puzzle for me, or rather helped me see through a deception." "What puzzle? What deception?" The rat princess: "I don't have time to explain now. I need to verify some things. If my verification proves true, congratulations, your request is granted on my authority." With that she turned to leave. "Wait, what about me? I'm disabled now." The mouse princess paused in her movement, casting a glance back at him. "Rest assured, this place is exceedingly secure. Without my permission not even a fly could enter, and not shall pose a threat to your life." Zhao Jiang expressed skepticism. "Really? Please do not jest with my life." Before he could finish, the mouse princess had already turned and departed with brisk efficiency, leaving him only with an urgent silhouette. Letting out a breath, Zhao Jiang watched her figure vanish beyond his line of sight. Secretly he heaved a sigh of relief. His life seemed for the moment spared. Though it was not his own merit that accomplished this, the sensation of surviving a calamity was truly profound. Having traversed so many bizarre and extraordinary events, he realized in retrospect that he was merely an ordinary mortal. Indeed, the magnificent vistas of life are often born from being compelled to step forward. "Human, you are awake. Where is this? How did I come here? Who are you? What do you intend to do with me?" The moment Zhao Jiang opened his eyes, he sensed something amiss. At some point he found himself in a pure white room, reclining within an unfamiliar apparatus. Outside, 7 or 8 large grey rats, of varying heights, clad in strange attire and walking upright, were encircling him, observing. "Human, do not be afraid. We shall not harm you." The nearest grey-furred rat spoke, its voice resembling that of a kindly elderly human. Zhao Jiang surveyed his surroundings, his eyes brimming with vigilance. "It was Her Highness the Princess who brought you here and instructed us to heal your leg injuries without fail." Seeing Zhao Jiang's extreme tension, the grey-furred rat cut straight to the point without any preamble. "Her Highness the Princess? Which princess?" "Her Highness Princess Bai Zhaoyu." Zhao Jiang immediately felt some clarity upon hearing this, yet remained uneasy. "Truly?" "Truly," said the grey-furred rat. Zhao Jiang then asked, "Then tell me, what does Princess Bai Zhaoyu look like?" "Her height, attire, voice tone. If you answer correctly, I shall believe you." "Human, before answering I must correct you on one point." "Correct me on what?" "The princess's name is Bai Zhaoyu and not Bai Zhaoyu." "Zhao Jiang," the grey-furred rat said earnestly, "you must pause after the Bai to address the princess correctly." "Zhao Jiang, what difference does it make?" The grey-furred rat: "An enormous difference. Dazhou, please don't bother explaining. This human is unfamiliar with our rodent culture and will never understand. He doesn't even know about identity colors, and the 4 imperial surnames explaining to him is like casting pearls before swine." Another grey-furred rat nearby, growing impatient with Zhao Jiang's incessant questions, interjected. "Identity colors. 4 imperial surnames. What were these things?" Though the other's attitude was poor, reason told Zhao Jiang that what he said might be true. "Xiao Wang, mind your attitude. Have you forgotten the princess's instructions so quickly?" Just as Zhao Jiang was wondering about rodent culture, the rat named Dazhou, who had first spoken to him, suddenly turned stern and scolded the one called Xiao Wang. "Human, do you wish to receive treatment as soon as possible, or would you like to first learn about our rodent culture?" Having just reprimanded Xiao Wang, Dazhou immediately became genial again. Zhao Jiang looked down at his legs and asked curiously, "Both my legs are broken. Are you confident you can heal them?" Dazhou replied, as long as you cooperate the probability of you standing up again and running as before exceeds 90%. Zhao Jiang's jaw dropped. Huh? Really? Elder Dazhou, you're not joking with me, are you? My legs are severely broken. Even with our current human technology, a complete cure is no small challenge. Put. Humans always look down on rats. Xiao Wang, shut up. If you act recklessly again, get out. Dazhou, seeing Xiao Wang still unrepentant despite the warning, lost his temper. Xiao Wang clenched his claws, shot a vicious glare at Zhao Jiang and chose silence. Xiao Wang, there are things I would rather not say, but anything related to the princess leaves no room for carelessness. This human was personally brought here by the princess and entrusted to me. I warn you, if he suffers the slightest mishap here, I will send you directly to the upper 9 cities. Then don't blame me for disregarding our master-disciple bond. And the rest of you, I've turned a blind eye to your usual intrigues, but if this human is caught in the crossfire of your conflicts, do not blame me for being unmerciful. Dazhou, rest assured. I will treat him as one of our own and not make you lose face before the princess. A small gray-furred rat seized the opportunity to pledge. Dazhou, have no worries. As a healer, I will treat him equally regardless of whether he is a rat or a human. Dazhou, after the treatment, I am willing to stay and care for this human. Should anything happen, you can hold me accountable. Xiao Wan, why are you standing there? Apologize to Dazhou and to this human at once. Exactly, apologize quickly, or when the princess holds you responsible, what will you do? Xiao Wang, I usually say nothing about you, but what occasion is this? What situation? How can you be so willful? Apologize to this human immediately and seek his forgiveness. With the first to take the lead, the other rats quickly followed suit. Xiao Wang had not expected to be suddenly targeted. Feeling the unfriendly gazes of the others, he found himself in an awkward position. He couldn't understand. In private, everyone was a zealous rat full of intense hatred and malice toward humans, eager to devour their flesh and drink their blood. Yet today, with a real human before them, utterly defenseless, why were they all turning against him instead? Even if this human was sent by the princess and couldn't be harmed, should some verbal jabs be harmless? Where had things gone wrong? Everyone, I appreciate your goodwill, but there's no need for an apology. After all, he spoke the truth. I am indeed ignorant of rodent culture. Moreover, I must apologize for my earlier attitude. You kindly sought to heal me, yet I doubted your motives. That was rather petty of me. I've thought it through now. If you truly wished me harm, you wouldn't have awakened me or sought my consent. You would have acted directly, since I am utterly defenseless. Elder Dazhou, I retract all my foolish questions and will cease my inquiries. Please go ahead with the treatment. Tell me what to do and I will fully cooperate. As long as you can make me stand again, I will remember this debt of gratitude. Dazhou was somewhat surprised but very pleased with Zhao Jiang's attitude and immediately beamed. Good, very good. No wonder you were sent by the princess, your eloquence far surpasses mine. Elder Dazhou, you flatter me. I am merely good at talking with no real skill. You, on the other hand, are a great physician of superb skill and noble virtue, specializing in snatching lives from the jaws of death. I am in no way comparable to you. Ha 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 ha. For the first time, Dazhou experienced flattery from a human. Though he knew it might be exaggerated, he couldn't help but laugh heartily. This sensation was truly delightful. The other gray-furred rats around them exchanged bewildered glances, utterly astonished by Zhao Jiang's excessive flattery. It completely shattered their worldview, as nothing like this matched the humans described in their textbooks. In their textbooks, humans as the dominant rulers of Earth's surface were depicted as ruthless, arrogant, and supremely conceited. They were not only cruel to their own kind but also showed utter indifference and contempt toward other species, as if no one but themselves deserved to live on this planet. Humans could kill their own kind over a woman, sell out their own family for money, or even launch wars and destroy entire nations for resources. Such behavior laid bare their barbarism, arrogance, and violence. However, this human brought by the princess was entirely different. Aside from his initial suspicion and nervousness, he showed none of the traits described in their books. Worse still, he actually apologized to everyone for his suspicion intention, but was distinctly unhuman. Putting themselves in his position, they could hardly have managed such restraint. Human, rest assured, I will definitely heal your legs. Senior Rat Zhou gently patted Zhao Jiang's shoulder, his confidence bolstered by the moment, and spoke with certainty. Senior Zhou, I trust you. It is my honor to receive your treatment. Put on this helmet. You'll see questions for cognitive reaction and perception tests. Blink once for correct answers, twice for incorrect ones. After completing the questions, a tube will appear. Open your mouth, hold it, and blow forcefully 3 times in succession. Once you finish blowing, the tube will retract on its own. A second larger tube will then emerge. Open your mouth again, hold it, and some liquid will flow into your mouth. Simply swallow it. During this process, various instruments will continuously make contact with different parts of your body, which may cause unusual sensations. You must endure this, resist the urge to touch or push them away, they're gathering crucial biometric data. This data is critical for what follows. The more precise it is, the better our chances of perfectly regenerating your severed leg. Do you understand? Senior Joe, could you repeat that? There are a few points I'm unclear about. Certainly. First. Then. Finally. Got it this time. Need me to go through it again? Zhao Jiang, no need, thank you, Senior Zhou. I'll leave my legs in your care from here on. Xiao Wang, activate the life spectrum instrument. Change the subject to human life wave spectrum, then connect to the fragment resonance system. Monitor spectral changes and vibration anomalies at all times. If you detect overflow data, halt immediately and share it with the biointelligent blade system. Rat Xiao Wang shifted his demeanor and responded, yes, Senior Zhou. Xiao Wu, inspect the biointelligent blade system. If everything's normal, reset all mainline programs, then manually add a linked mainline program to lower the blade's priority by 1 level, synchronizing with the life spectrum instrument and 4D structural imaging system. Yes, Senior Zhou. Xiao Zhang, oversee the 4D structural imaging system. Once the human anatomy is successfully mapped, initiate reconstruction immediately. Keep error within 2 parts per billion. Understood. Xiao Feng, take charge of monitoring the adjacent biochambers' temperature, humidity, oxygen, carbon dioxide and nitrogen levels. Human environmental requirements differ from ours. I've preset the parameters, but conditions fluctuate constantly. Watch the human habitat parameters closely and halt everything immediately if anything drifts outside the established range. I understand, Senior Zhou. As the rat elder Zhou concluded his methodical arrangements, Zhao Jiang felt an inexplicable sense of anticipation stir within his previously anxious heart. He had caught every word of what just transpired. Though he didn't fully comprehend it, his instincts told him these people were genuine professionals, likely even more skilled than human doctors. How they accomplished this didn't matter. What mattered was that they might actually heal his severed leg, restoring his ability to run again. Amid this growing hope, Zhao Jiang felt the natural barrier between species begin to dissolve. Human, don't be tense. Try to relax and keep your mind calm. Zhao Jiang, I'm not tense. No, you are. Data never lies. Your cranial heat, radiation, electron activity, blood flow, velocity, breathing frequency and depth, and even pore contraction, all are showing abnormalities. Zhao Jiang. I understand maintaining perfect calm is difficult for you. That's fine, just focus on clearing your mind as much as possible. Leave everything else to us. Zhao Jiang, all right. I'll do my best. As the treatment began, Zhao Jiang experienced sensations he'd never felt before. Itching, tingling, numbness, warmth, cold, bloating, burning. One moment it felt like ants crawling across his wound, the next like a bag of ice cubes stuffed inside it. His entire body continuously fed signals to his brain, creating a sensation of neural disarray. Words seemed utterly inadequate against such sensations. He wanted to express something but couldn't find the words. After an unknown duration, the tube in Zhao Jiang's mouth was replaced and a tasteless viscous liquid began flowing in. Following previous instructions, he swallowed it, then suddenly disconnected from reality and found himself in a dreamscape. Number 28, you won your bet. The rat princess indeed has proper character, she didn't burn bridges or turn hostile. Zhao Jiang nodded. That seems to be the case. Where's number 1? Why has he disappeared? As he often told me, first carve the mold, then trace the pattern. Only by living can there be hope. No matter how harsh or despairing the objective environment, one must never forget the source of hope. Otherwise it would be putting the cart before the horse, reversing the natural order. Zhao Jiang suddenly realized, so that's it, he really put his heart into it. Number 2, if it weren't for the circumstances, I wouldn't want to put too much pressure on you. Sometimes watching you in the visions, I can't help but feel a complex mix of emotions. When we saw you struggling bit by bit to climb down that strange tree, your 10 fingers bleeding from overexertion yet unable to relax for even a moment, furrowing your brows, gritting your teeth and straining every muscle to steady your entire body, we wanted to take your place. After all, for those of us who have already lost the entire world, pain is merely a nostalgic experience. Zhao Jiang pressed his lips together and said sincerely, thank you for your kindness, I appreciate it. But this is my world. No matter what pain I endure, I refuse to abandon my conviction to save it. It carries my homeland, my friends, everything I have. Only by saving it can the things I care about be passed on and continue. I'm just an ordinary delivery driver, but since I've encountered this, I have no reason to back down. Even if I die on this arduous path, I will have no regrets. Number 2 looked at Zhao Jiang with a surprised expression, somewhat taken aback. Zhao Jiang continued, actually, after Dr. Zhou confirmed that I wasn't suffering from delusions, I already had a certain psychological preparation and awareness. Even without knowing what lies ahead, there's a voice in my heart, where the heart yearns I shall go. The scene of corpses covering the sky remains vivid in my memory. Although it only appeared in my dreams, I feel it's not that simple. Sometimes I even wonder if this world has a spirit, if heaven and earth have a will. If they do, can they see into the future and know what is about to happen? If they can foresee the future and see the tragedy to come, would they experience emotional fluctuations? Would they choose to accept the predetermined course and watch in silence, or decide to intervene in the trajectory of fate and try to change it through some means? Suppose, just suppose, that the entire world truly faces an apocalypse in the future, with countless tragedies and myriad creatures perishing in the disaster exactly as in my dream. Then before the end of the world arrives, I saw that scene in advance. What does that mean? A coincidence? Or a fleeting glimpse of a fragment of time? Or perhaps this is a message conveyed by the world to all living beings, but the method of reception is harsh and unusual, and I happen to meet the criteria, thus gaining a glimpse of the celestial secret. Number 2 took over. All things have spirits. If the will of heaven and earth is also considered a special kind of living being, then it possessing a will is only natural. However, the form of its existence, or its ideological form, and how different it is from other living beings, is something beyond our knowledge. What you said is not without merit as a new direction for scientific research. If there is still a future, we could focus on studying it, exploring another form of life and nature from the perspective of information-based life. Since this world can already accommodate digital life AI, the existence of a spirit of heaven and earth doesn't seem so bad. The difference is that one is man-made and the other is wild and natural. Zhao Jiang, your analogy is very interesting and quite novel. If digital life is artificially created, then the spirit of heaven and earth is indeed created by nature. One is artificial, the other wild. Quite amusing. Speaking of wild, I suddenly think of Yunnan's mushrooms, Termitomyces boletus racula, Thalephra chanterelle, Sarcodon morel, Lactarius racula, and that anthill fungus. Forget it, I'd better stop or I'll get hungrier. Number 2 asked curiously, did you live in Yunnan? Zhao Jiang, you're a parallel world version of me, didn't you live there? That can't be right. After the college entrance exam, my deskmate Zhong Yue invited me to her home to eat mushrooms. You didn't agree. Number 2's mouth twitched. You actually went. Zhao Jiang, you really didn't go. Number 2, I thought she was joking. Also, I heard her family wasn't well off and I didn't want to burden her, so I agreed verbally but never went. Zhao Jiang frowned slightly. Strange. Did you need to hear that her family was poor? Didn't she tell me? Us. No, the divergence in our worlds must have started before high school. Let me ask you about something from our childhood. Let's compare the details and confirm roughly when our life paths diverged. Go ahead. Zhao Jiang, do you still remember that incident when we were 6 coming home from school? Number 2, of course. Even though my world is already destroyed, that incident has never faded. Zhao Jiang nodded in agreement. That kind of thing truly never fades. Number 2, you go first. If there's any difference, I'll point it out in time. Zhao Jiang, I remember I was only 6, just starting kindergarten, and had no concept of many things. That afternoon the teacher let us out early because of something. I planned to go home early and share the AOE I learned that day with my parents. But when I reached the door, I heard my mother's agonized voice. Peeking through the crack in the door, I was terrified. Without even putting down my school bag, I ran crying to the crowded part of the village to ask for help. At that time, a dozen adults were gathered together, men and women. Number 2 suddenly interjected, there were more than that, I think. I remember there were a few kids like me who had just come home from school. Zhao Jiang were there. Number 2, yes, Yu Wo Bo and Fan Xiaoyan were all there. Zhao Jiang, but didn't they go off together to catch tadpoles halfway? Number 2 shook his head in the mirror. In my memory, no one suggested catching tadpoles. Zhao Jiang, strange. I remember Liang Fa suggested it. He mocked me for having big eyes and a pointy head, saying I looked like a frog and that my son was a tadpole. He said he was going to take them to catch my son, so they all followed him. Number 2, in my memory, I wasn't mocked by Liang Fa, so that didn't happen. We all went home together. Zhao Jiang frowned. It seems many things had already diverged before that. Number 2 nodded yes. Go on. Zhao Jiang, that group of adults was chatting and laughing happily. I could hear their loud laughter from quite a distance before I even reached them. When they saw me crying in panic, they all stopped in unison, looked at me with concern and asked softly what had happened. Number 2 suddenly grinned and took over the story. You cried out that your father was beating your mother, tying her to the table and hitting her, making her cry and scream in pain. Your mother was tied hand and foot to the table, unable to break free, causing the table to creak incessantly. She looked utterly anguished. You urgently begged them to save your mother, saying that if they didn't she would be beaten to death by your father. Most people were still confused when they heard this until Uncle Zhang suddenly asked you a question. He asked if your father had beaten all the clothes off your mother. Zhao Jiang could take no more of it and interrupted. Stop it. Why don't you stop narrating from a third-person perspective? It makes me so uncomfortable, as if my parents aren't also your parents. The you in your mouth is none other than me, who is simultaneously yourself as well. Why make things so complicated? Just use I directly, wouldn't that be simpler? Number 2 made a humorous expression. Isn't it because I'm afraid of awkwardness? That kind of embarrassment, I really don't want to experience it a second time. Zhao Jiang was speechless. Then what about me? I think about it too. Number 2 replied, I know you don't want to either, but I feel your embarrassment isn't as great as mine. At least the consequences that followed weren't as exaggerated as mine. Zhao Jiang pondered thoughtfully. You're right, in my world there were only a group of adults. The number wasn't small, but it was still manageable. After all, adults tend to be sensible. They know what should and shouldn't be said. Your world is different, you had a group of companions too. At their age, when they encounter something novel, they certainly can't keep their mouths shut, just like we were back then. I really wonder how they'll recall that incident once they grow up and how they'll tease you about it. Hearing this, number 2's expression turned deeply embarrassed, as if suffering from constipation. Meanwhile, a thought suddenly sprang to mind: maybe the destruction of the world wasn't entirely without its benefits. Seeing this, Zhao Jiang burst into uncontrollable laughter. After a while, having laughed his fill, he locked eyes with number 2. Do we need to continue with the rest? Number 2 rolled his eyes. What do you think? Zhao Jiang immediately understood. I think we've reached a suitable stopping point. I really don't want to recall that scene again, it's too embarrassing, too suffocating. Uncle Jean was being cruel, asking a child who knew nothing about such things in front of so many people. Number 2 gave a tactical cough. Ahem, fine, then let's stop here. If we go further, it won't just be one person's embarrassment. Zhao Jiang laughed heartily. Haha, let's get back to mushrooms then. Wild mushrooms truly are delicious, you haven't had them, which is truly a pity. Suddenly number 2 turned his head. Number 1, you're out. The situation was pressing and time was limited. I have compiled some applicable biotechnologies. Number 8, come over and I will explain them in detail. You don't need to fully understand them, just grasp the key points, then find people or rats with the relevant capabilities to execute. I have already assessed the rat clan situation. Although there are many limitations, they remain a solid choice. If humans hadn't concealed their technology, based on what is known, their technology might actually surpass that of humanity. From this perspective, harnessing their power is no different from leveraging human power, in fact it may even be better. Of course the resistance you will face will certainly be greater, but I believe in you. Considering that number 1 had specifically compiled these technologies for his benefit and still took the time to offer encouragement at this moment, Zhao Jiang was deeply moved. With resolute eyes he said, Number 1, rest assured. Whatever difficulties lie ahead, I will never give up, nor will I let my mindset crumble. Your world was destroyed and yet you never gave up. My world still stands, what right do I have to retreat? Whatever plans or arrangements you have, just give the orders. I will execute them to the best of my ability. Come, let me explain this biological heat-cold exchange technology to you first. Zhao Jiang stepped closer, quite curious. What exactly is this biological heat-cold exchange technology? A biotechnology that utilizes biological systems to achieve cold heat circulation. Although you are alive right now, your life does not entirely belong to you, not in the least. This doesn't just refer to the threats from the rat clan and the organisms evolving beyond ordinary limits, but also environmental dangers. Zhao Jiang frowned in confusion. Environmental threats? What do you mean? Number 1 asked, do you know how deep underground you currently are? Zhao Jiang recalled. The rat princess said it's approximately 30,000 meters below the surface. I'm not entirely sure, since I haven't been out to check. Given their level of technology and the existence of a secret experimental facility being 30,000 meters underground is likely true, Number 1 replied. Humans are still the dominant species on Earth. If they wanted to develop in secret, they would naturally try to avoid human detection. Moreover, even if humans discovered them with their current technology, reaching that depth to conduct operations would likely be extremely difficult. Even if they had the means to descend, the rat clan would almost certainly have countermeasures in place. Unlike the surface environment you previously lived in, the underground survival conditions are far more harsh. This is related to the Earth's own structure. Taking the surface as a reference, the temperature rises by approximately 2 degrees Celsius for every 100 meters of descent. Different regions and terrains vary slightly, but not significantly. According to this standard, even if the surface temperature is 0 degrees, our current position would be at least 600 degrees. Factoring in special geology and environmental variations and subtracting 300 degrees, we're still looking at 300 degrees. In other words, we are deep within an environment ranging from 300 to 600 degrees. In such a situation, what do you think would happen if you were exposed to it? I hardly need to elaborate. Zhao Jiang was shocked. 300. 600 degrees. That's too exaggerated. Number 1 replied, whether it's exaggerated or not doesn't matter. What matters is that as long as the rat princess hasn't lied, this is the real environment you face. I don't know what technology they use to overcome such harsh conditions, but you cannot pin your survival entirely on their technology. This biological heat-cold exchange technology was painstakingly invented and refined over 10 years by a genius biologist. As long as you can realize it, even if you separate from the rat clan, you will be able to survive in such an environment. Hearing that this was the fruit of a genius biologist's 10 years of toil, Zhao Jiang suddenly felt uneasy. Is it difficult to realize? Can I actually do it? Number 1 asked, what equals? Zhao Jiang was taken aback, thoroughly confused, and shook his head. I don't know. Number 1 continued, do you think this equation is difficult? Difficult. Zhao Jiang replied. Number 1 suddenly took out a steel rod and wrote a long string of digits on the ground. Can you read it? Yes, I can. Zhao Jiang answered. Number 1 said, good. I'll ask you the previous equation again in a moment. Can you directly read out the string of digits in response? Zhao Jiang was even more bewildered and had no idea what Number 1 was planning, but he instinctively nodded. Number 1 asked again, what equals? 341411252000427. Zhao Jiang answered promptly. Number 1 said, excellent. Congratulations, you've given the correct answer to that equation. Zhao Jiang's mouth hung open. Ha! Number 2, watching impatiently from the side, explained, Number 8, haven't you caught on yet? Number 1 is using this method to tell you that no matter how difficult or incredible something seems in your understanding, once we provide the answer, it ceases to have any difficulty. All you need to do is read it out or write it down. The same principle applies to technology. No matter what technology we provide, it means we have already conquered it. You simply need to learn how to use it. Understand? Zhao Jiang was truly stunned, murmuring, can it really be done this way? Number 2, otherwise how do you think the saying standing on the shoulders of giants came about? Number 1 added, when an era reaches a certain stage of development, giants become mere symbols. What later generations need to do is not to prove themselves stronger than these symbols or to surpass them, but to learn how to use these symbols. In other words, you don't need to be stronger than the giant, nor do you need to replace it, you simply need to stand on the giant's shoulders and be taller than the giant. Zhao Jiang. Number 1, the difficulty of this technology lies not in how to implement it, but in creating a genius closed-loop structure and circulation system. Fortunately, these solutions have already been worked out for you. After you return to reality, you just need to follow the steps and, based on what I've told you, produce it bit by bit. In this process, you will need to utilize the labor force productivity and corresponding resources of the rodent clan. This may be the more difficult part for you. Your current understanding of the rodent clan is limited, and I cannot determine their specific situation from the anomalies, so I cannot give you better advice. In the coming time, you will need to simultaneously understand the rodent clan's culture, social structure, and production structure, while also winning over their talents for your own use. As long as you successfully secure the labor force productivity and sufficient resources, I have plenty of giants here for you to stand on. Number 3, Number 4, Number 5, Number 6, and Number 7 have not yet logged into your world. Once they appear, not to mention the rodent clan, even if the transcendent species fully evolves, we have confidence that you can compete with them or even surpass them. Although our worlds were destroyed, we ourselves have never admitted defeat. As the representative of the 8th world's Zhao Jiang, I hope you too can possess the spirit. You can be destroyed, but you cannot be defeated. Hearing this, Zhao Jiang felt an inexplicable burning energy spreading through his body. He involuntarily clenched his fist. Number 1, we've finished the key points of biothermal technology. Next, let's talk about pioneer technology. Zhao Jiang, what is a pioneer? Number 1, pioneer is our collective term for moss plants. Zhao Jiang, moss plants. The kind of moss I understand. Number 1 explained, yes, the moss you know. Moss plants are the second largest group in the plant kingdom. They can survive in various harsh environments and possess extraordinary vitality. Even after being buried under the Antarctic ice for over 1,000 years, they can still revive and grow. Not only that, their adaptability is extremely strong. In my world, after most other plants and animals went extinct, they became the mainstream plants of the underground world. They not only provided us with important food but also played a crucial ecological role. Once you master pioneer technology, no matter what happens to the surface world, even if the sun goes out, you can still survive for at least 20 years. And that amount of time is enough for you to change your fate. Pioneer technology is a broad category encompassing many sub-branches. These sub-branches may seem strange and somewhat abstract, but they are actually of great use. Missing any one of them would lead to severe consequences. Therefore you must thoroughly memorize and digest the entire technology. He's gone back to reality. Number 1 was diligently explaining the key points of pioneer technology to Zhao Jiang when the latter suddenly vanished. Number 2, how much do you think he can remember? I haven't thought about that. In my view, as long as he is willing to strive for change, however much he remembers is a perfect score. I see. More than a momentary outstanding performance, you value his attitude toward the future. Number 1, his starting point may be poor, but his growth is not inferior to others. Most importantly, I see some rare and valuable qualities in him, such as courage. This kind of thing cannot be replaced by knowledge or experience. Hearing this, Number 2 grew interested. If the earthquake happened, would you risk everything to save someone? Number 1 thought for a moment and honestly replied, I can't risk everything to save someone. My rationality would correct my emotional impulses. I might go to save someone, but only if I ensure my own safety and have the ability to do so. His behavior, I can't learn it. Ha! Number 2 suddenly laughed, whether in self-mockery or at some thought. To be honest, although we are all called Zhao Jiang, we are quite different. He is an ordinary person with sheer courage. You are a genius with near absolute rationality, and I am a hypocritical, slick and refined egoist. If I were him, I wouldn't risk everything to save someone. Even during the earthquake, I wouldn't have pulled Dr. Zhou. I would have just fled as fast as possible. Number 1 suddenly looked over. So when Zhou Yue invited you to her place for mushrooms, your true inner thought wasn't worry about causing her trouble, but fear that she would bring you trouble, right? Number 2, you heard my conversation with Number 8. Number 2, at this moment I suddenly feel a strong desire. Number 1, what desire? Number 2 said seriously, I desire for Number 8 to truly defy fate. A complex expression appeared on Number 1's face. He said bluntly, indeed, from the very beginning you never had faith in him. Number 2's expression shifted slightly. He looked over somewhat startled. How did you figure that out? Some things don't need to be seen with the eyes, feeling with the heart makes them clearer. Number 2 shrugged and confessed, I really don't have faith in him. No matter how hard I rack my brain, I can't see a glimmer of hope for him to win. Think about it, we had such good conditions and such high starting points and we still lost. With his poor conditions and ordinary nature, what makes him? Number 1 suddenly interrupted, raising his voice. Stop. Your world has been destroyed, yet you still haven't overcome your own nature. No matter how many excuses and reasons you give, you can't change one fact. Number 2 noticed the change in Number 1's tone. Although he didn't know what would come next, he inexplicably felt guilty. What fact? Number 1, in your words you've always regretted not being able to save your world. Yet deep in your heart what you regret even more is that your ambition was shattered. You never had the chance to stand at the highest point of the world, in the most dazzling place, enjoying people's praise, recognition and universal adoration. From the moment I entered your dream, your ambition was stirring restlessly, though you concealed it well at the time. But in truth your actions and many subconscious gestures have betrayed your true thoughts. To you the apocalypse is not a disaster but an unprecedented once-in-a-millennium opportunity. An opportunity to gain wealth and honor, to be immortalized in history and to achieve the pinnacle of glory in life. Only when the world is on the brink of collapse can a savior be born. In times of peace there are no war heroes. Therefore, while you outwardly claim to stop at nothing to save your world, your essence is to use the technology from my world to quietly realize your ambition. At the outset you knew little and had limited exposure, so you hadn't yet realized the severity of the apocalypse. You were more amenable to advice and willing to follow the plan I laid out for you. When you discovered that the techniques I provided might be insufficient to avert the world's end, you couldn't help but seek an alternative path for yourself. You could not tolerate even the slightest possibility of failure for your ambitions. You secretly disclosed my existence to the state and at the same time faithfully reported all the crucial information I had imparted to you. To make the authorities believe your words, you presented the techniques I taught you, thereby solidifying your claims. On one hand you sought to harness the power of the state to confront the apocalypse, on the other you aimed to use your contributions to society to gild your image, enjoying unprecedented wealth and glory before the end arrived. Even if the world truly ended, it seemed you would not lose out. Of course that outcome was not what you desired. What you longed for was to seize the opportunity of the apocalypse to become the greatest figure in human history, celebrated through the ages. You thought well and acted well, but there was one thing you miscalculated. You overestimated your own abilities and importance while underestimating the wisdom and humanity of others. Did you believe that by revealing my existence and showcasing your uniqueness the state would treasure you like a precious gem, fulfilling all your demands and centering every action around you? Did you think that those at the pinnacle, like in the novels, would always prioritize the greater good, kind and tragic, and that you could borrow their power under the banner of justice and righteousness? You have never stood atop the mountain nor witnessed its scenery. All your knowledge of the summit comes from hearsay. Similarly, you have never held a high position, so you will never truly know their thoughts and methods. What you believe is merely what they want you to know and believe. You are like a naive youth carrying a peerless treasure, flaunting the banner of selflessness, surrendering yourself to the state. You speak of serving the people and thinking of humanity, asking for nothing, yet you are merely deceiving yourself. Can those who have emerged from seas of blood and mountains of corpses, who have climbed from the depths to the pinnacle, not see through your tricks? Can they not discern your petty calculations? They merely played along with your act, lulling you into complacency. You hold irreplaceable value to them, so they are willing to accommodate you, to indulge you. In essence, everything they do is aimed at stripping away your irreplaceability. For instance, under the guise of strengthening your body, they conducted various experiments to try to separate me, the parallel specter, from your body. Originally, according to the plan I devised for you, you had a chance to defy fate and contend with the apocalypse. After all, your starting point and beginning were the highest and best among all. The world left you with ample time, but unfortunately your self-righteousness ultimately buried everything. You thought everyone was drunk while you alone were sober, but in reality everyone was sober while you alone were drunk. You are intoxicated in a self-righteous world, intoxicated in a world that ignores objective facts, intoxicated in a world you yearn for but has not yet come to pass. You have always maintained that the Third World War is an uncontrollable factor, likely caused by political catastrophe. Have you ever considered that the true source of the political catastrophe might be the very things you handed over to the state? After all, what I taught you are the life essences of the last surviving humans in my world fought for with everything they had. Placed in your world, those life essences are capable of shattering its balance. I gave you those essences freely without any cost to you, with the intention of sparing you from the same tragedy I endured. Yet you still failed to grasp the truth. Knowledge gained merely from books is shallow. Only through personal practice can you truly understand it. Things that come too easily are often not cherished or valued. Only by earning them with your own blood and sweat can you comprehend their true worth. I have always been aware of what you did, but in the earlier worlds I did not speak of it to embarrass you. Objectively, I am merely a parallel specter who has lost everything. Even if I knew your thoughts, I was powerless to stop them. Subjectively, I did not wish to stop you either. Whether driven by ambition or something else, I hoped you could save your world. This is my sincere hope as a parallel specter. Those who have never experienced the destruction of a world can never understand the pain of a parallel specter. Now you should understand, but everything is irreversible. The reason I chose to speak today is to make you face the truth: your world has been destroyed. In the world of number 8, you and I are essentially just spectators. I do not want you to wish for others to fail just because you have failed, thereby finding a bizarre sense of balance in existence. This is also the aspect of humanity you have yet to overcome, as I mentioned earlier. Number 8 is very ordinary, very common, and started from a low point, but he possesses qualities and a spirit that none of you have. His eyes hold a pure love, his character carries fearless courage, his soul harbors empathy for all living beings, and in matters of life and death he displays an unyielding tenacity for life. I once told him that the world is vast and humanity deserves a place. Why does humanity deserve a place? The root lies in these very qualities and spirit within him. If humanity were devoid of these qualities and spirit, perhaps it would be better for humanity to vanish. I still have some techniques to organize. I'll take my leave now. Number 1, who had intended to continue speaking, suddenly noticed that number 2's eyes in the mirror had become misty and realized he had gone too far. Casting a glance at number 2, who was barely holding back his emotions he pretended not to see, strode quickly to the electrolytic water rest cabin, leaped in and returned to his own world. Watching number 1 disappear, number 2 could no longer hold back. He completely let go, his cries echoing through the heavens and earth. Human, you're awake. How do you feel? As Zhao Jiang opened his eyes, he found the furry face of Rat Elder Zhou staring at him with small eyes, round ears, and long whiskers. Zhao Jiang moved slightly and said with satisfaction, "It's good. The broken leg doesn't hurt anymore. We have already perfectly treated your bones and wounds. You just need to rest for a while, coupled with the nutrients we prepare for you, and you'll be back to normal." Elder Zhou, a great favor need not be repaid with words. If you ever need anything in the future, just say the word. As long as I can do it, I won't hesitate. I can't walk now, otherwise I would kneel and kowtow to you. No. I'm just following the princess's orders. It's nothing. Although Rat Elder Zhou said this, his face was beaming with joy. Even through the fur, Zhao Jiang could clearly sense it. By the way, Elder Zhou, since I'm immobile, please trouble yourself to convey my gratitude to the other rat comrades who treated me. They worked hard. If there's a chance, I will definitely repay them. You're too courteous. I already told you it was by the princess's decree. What do they have to do with it? You don't need to thank them. If they dare to complain, I'll whip them with my tail. Rat Elder Zhou found Zhao Jiang's words pleasing, thinking to himself that he truly came from the cradle of civilization. I will not forget the princess's grace. But you as the actual executors have also shown me kindness. Favor is favor, duty is duty, they must be distinguished. Human relations should be clear, not confusedly lumped together. Well said, favor is favor, duty is duty. With these words I accept your request. I'll go out soon and pass on your message to those little ones. Then I'll thank you first, Senior de Zhou. No need to thank me, it's merely a trifle. By the way, Senior de Zhou, could you predict how long it will take for my leg to fully recover? 20 days. 20 days. Yes, barring any unforeseen circumstances, in just 20 days you will be able to run freely as if unscathed. Zhao Jiang felt a surge of joy and gave a thumbs up. Senior de Zhou, your medical technology is truly remarkable, it surpasses my imagination. To have the privilege of experiencing such medical technology, I must have saved the galaxy in my past life. Upon hearing this, Xu Dazhou could no longer hold back and said bluntly, human, I appreciate praise and I enjoy hearing it, but please don't overdo it. If you had saved the galaxy, it wouldn't be our third institute treating you, it would be the Royal Special Institute. Zhao Jiang touched his ear, turning his embarrassment into sincerity. Senior de Zhou, every word I said came from the heart. If not for your treatment in my current condition, what difference would there be between living and dying? Xu Dazhou said, human, if you truly wish to express gratitude, then thank Her Highness Princess Bai Xiaoyue. She overrode the objections of other princes and created a historical precedent for your sake. Before you, our third institute, no, I should say the entire 9 institutes, had never treated a human. Zhao Jiang nodded earnestly. Indeed, I must thank Princess Bai Xiaoyue. Without her I would not be who I am today. Unfortunately, in my current state I have nothing to offer in return. Once I recover I will find a way to repay her. Xu Dazhou's eyes darted around, then he lowered his voice. Human, let's set aside the treatment for now. I'm curious about some questions regarding your kind. Could you enlighten me? Zhao Jiang was slightly surprised but showed no change in expression. Please go ahead, Senior de Zhou. Xu Dazhou said, I've heard that besides material culture, spiritual culture and institutional culture, humans also have something called entertainment culture. Is that true? Zhao Jiang was momentarily stunned and sensed something amiss. After a moment of thought he replied, there is indeed a culture of entertainment, but it should be categorized under spiritual culture. Xu Dazhou waved his paw earnestly. No, if entertainment culture truly exists, it must be a separate culture. If it were part of spiritual culture, we would certainly know about it. Zhao Jiang was astonished. Do you rats have no entertainment culture? Xu Dazhou, no. Zhao Jiang found it hard to believe. Really? Xu Dazhou, really? Zhao Jiang was genuinely stunned, falling silent on the spot. Seeing this, Xu Dazhou grew anxious. Human, do you not believe me? Zhao Jiang looked at him and admitted honestly, it's not that I don't believe you at all, but it feels more like you're joking with me. Although my understanding of your rat tribe is still limited, only the tip of the iceberg, the tip alone is enough to glimpse your tribe's prowess. To be honest, based on what I've seen personally, this medical equipment and treatment plan of yours, if introduced into human society, would undoubtedly be considered far ahead of its time. If the medical industry is this advanced, how could entertainment culture be any less? Xu Dazhou said, human, you're not understanding me. I told you earlier our rat tribe has no entertainment culture. None. Zhao Jiang shook his head. That's even more unscientific. How can a vast intelligent race like yours lack entertainment culture? If it truly doesn't exist, how monotonous life would be. I can't imagine living without entertainment. Xu Dazhou suddenly leaned in, his eyes fixed on Zhao Jiang. Do you think I'm lying? Zhao Jiang, flustered by the sudden change, quickly explained, No, Senior de Zhou, please don't misunderstand. I'm just making an objective analysis, nothing else. Xu Dazhou curled his tail and drew a circle around his right ear, then abruptly turned and left. Human, wait here for me. I'll be back soon. After more than 10 minutes, Xu Dazhou returned carrying a tablet-like device. His claws moved swiftly and soon the tablet projected a 3-dimensional interface into the air. Human, this is our entire lower 9 cities network. You can search for anything on it. If you don't believe me, you can look it up yourself. Zhao Jiang took the tablet and found that the text was entirely human script, and even the virtual keyboard was identical to that of humans. There was only a black area with 21 mice drawn on it, and he had no idea what that was. Senior de Zhou, why are your rat tribe script and keyboard exactly the same as ours? Xu Dazhou countered, did Her Highness the Princess not tell you? Zhao Jiang shook his head. No, she's too busy. We hardly have time for casual conversation, we only talk about work, and sometimes even that remains unfinished. Xu Dazhou seemed thoughtful. No wonder a human like you caught Her Highness's attention, you're working with her. Are you a representative of humanity? Or is there going to be official contact between our rat tribe and your human race? Zhao Jiang said, Senior de Zhou, these questions are a bit sensitive. I'm afraid I cannot answer. Shu Dazhou caught on. It's related to Her Highness's instructions, right? I understand, I won't ask. Zhao Jiang said, let's just talk about entertainment culture. That's something we can discuss. Shu Dazhou, alright. That's exactly what I want to talk about, I'm most interested in this. By the way, to answer your earlier question, you're curious why our rat tribe script and even the keyboard are the same as yours. Actually, if you learn a bit more about rat culture, you'll understand that our culture is built upon the foundation of your human culture. Zhao Jiang, Shu Dazhou, human, don't be surprised. You humans have a saying, standing on the shoulders of giants can save 100 years of detours. Our rat tribe awakened later than your human race. The world didn't give us enough time to develop our own culture, so we had to fall back on our old trade. Zhao Jiang, old trade. Shu Dazhou, you don't know our tribe's old trade. Zhao Jiang's mind stirred, he guessed the answer but was too embarrassed to say it, so he continued to play dumb. I really don't. Shu Dazhou, stealing. In your human culture, isn't it said that rats represent thieves and love to steal? Zhao Jiang. Shu Dazhou, human, don't make that face. Don't worry, I don't mind. For you humans, stealing may be a bad thing, but for our rat tribe it's the opposite. Stealing is one of our innate talents, so it's considered honorable among us. Zhao Jiang, I see. So in your tribe everything can be stolen. Shu Dazhou, of course not. Some things cannot be stolen, steal them and you die. But the things that cannot be stolen are a minority, most things are stealable. As long as you have enough talent and courage, successfully stealing something is definitely a feat to boast about. Not to mention other tribesmen, take me for example. My 9th and 16th wives were stolen. Zhao Jiang's jaw almost dropped. Mouse Dazhou added, one used to be my colleague's wife, the other my neighbor's wife. I felt incredibly proud taking them out every time. Zhao Jiang. Mouse Dazhou, by the way, human, do you enjoy stealing other people's wives? Want me to teach you a few tricks? Zhao Jiang. Mouse Dazhou, human, why aren't you saying anything? Zhao Jiang, cough cough, Senior Dazhou, different races have different systems and cultures. In the human world, stealing another man's wife is immoral and even illegal. Once the circumstances are serious, you'll be imprisoned. Mouse Dazhou looked puzzled, even indignant. What kind of logic is this? How is stealing a wife through talent and courage immoral? What law does it violate? Zhao Jiang felt an extremely obvious cultural communication barrier for the first time. He wanted to explain but didn't know where to begin. You humans are truly peculiar. Stealing a wife is illegal, yet it's not as if you're stealing technology. Zhao Jiang immediately sensed the cultural divergence and spoke up, in your system is stealing technology a particularly serious offense? Mouse Dazhou, of course. That's a capital offense. Zhao Jiang, Mouse Dazhou, stealing technology isn't a crime in your human world. Zhao Jiang, normally it is a crime. But as long as one isn't caught, nothing happens. And even if caught and sentenced, it's generally not the death penalty. A few days or years behind bars and you're out. Mouse Dazhou was astonished. How can it be like this? If undetected, no death penalty is imposed. That's technology. Do you understand what stealing technology means? Zhao Jiang, what does it mean? Mouse Dazhou said gravely, it means stealing life. Zhao Jiang, is it really that serious? Mouse Dazhou, even more severe than I stated. Zhao Jiang, then by that logic your Mouse clan's crime of stealing technology would be equivalent to drug trafficking in our country, or perhaps even graver. Mouse Dazhou, naturally. You have no idea what a piece of technology means to a citizen of our Mouse clan. We've gone off topic. Let's not discuss this now. Hurry and search to verify whether I deceived you. For the first time using the Mouse clan's electronic device, Zhao Jiang felt a sense of trepidation. He placed his 10 fingers wrapped in transparent gel-like material onto the virtual keyboard, selected 9 key input, then typed entertainment culture and pressed enter. The next moment a projection interface displaying a cartoon mouse head swaying in the air produced a cascade of results. The title of the first piece of information, read it, has been confirmed that humans possess entertainment culture, we have all been deceived. Second, humans can entertain themselves beyond mere survival and work while we have nothing at all. This is unjust. Third, who deliberately castrated entertainment culture? Fourth, entertainment culture is a scam deliberately orchestrated by humans to corrupt the will of our Mouse clan. Fifth, entertainment culture does not exist at all. Sixth, all human collaborators are rat traders who will someday become human lackeys. Seventh, we have yet to become the rulers of Earth, yet you're thinking of entertainment. Wake up, my foolish Mouse clan compatriots. Zhao Jiang read 20 or 30 search results in one breath. After finishing, he felt his mind was utterly overwhelmed. He believed Mouse Dajo had not deceived him, nor did he have any reason to. So the question arose, why does the Mouse Clan lack entertainment culture? Was there some force deliberately preventing it? Or did the Mouse Clan accidentally omit it when replicating human culture? Human, well. I haven't deceived you, have I? Senior Dajo, you indeed have not deceived me. But my mind is somewhat disordered now and I feel unwell. Could you grant me a moment of solitude to compose myself? Mouse Dajo reclaimed his electronic device, his eyes darting about, and whispered, no problem. But remember one thing, if any other mice come to visit you, do not reveal our conversation or the fact that I allowed you to use the projection tablet. Bear this in mind. I shall return later to continue our discussion. Senior Dajo, rest assured. I keep secrets while I am not one who gossips. Approximately 2 hours later. Human, feeling any better? Mouse Dajo swayed his slender tail and entered once more. Zhao Jiang, thank you for your concern, Senior Dajo. I'm much improved. Mouse Dajo, can we then continue our discussion? Zhao Jiang, certainly. Mouse Dajo, are you not surprised that our Mouse Clan lacks entertainment culture? Zhao Jiang nodded. Indeed, very surprised. This entirely exceeds my expectations. Had you not told me, I would never have dared to imagine such a thing. Mouse Dajo, human, in your opinion, why might our Mouse Clan lack entertainment culture? Zhao Jiang, I can only think of two possibilities. Mouse Dajo, do tell. Zhao Jiang, the first is that when you replicated our culture you accidentally overlooked it. The second is that entertainment culture is unsuitable for your race and was therefore deliberately suppressed. Mouse Dajo, which of these two possibilities do you consider more likely? Zhao Jiang, would you prefer the truth or a falsehood? Naturally the truth. Based on my analysis, I believe there is a 9 in 10 chance it is the latter. After all, entertainment culture is not a minor category. It is an essential component of spiritual culture and the lubricant of all human civilization. Your Mouse Clan managed to perfectly replicate material culture, institutional culture, spiritual culture, written symbols, and more. It is impossible that only entertainment culture was accidentally omitted. Mouse Dajo, if the latter is true from your human perspective, do you consider this course of action justified? Zhao Jiang, I know too little about your Mouse Clan. There are many questions I cannot answer even if I wish to. Why is that? Zhao Jiang, cognition determines one's perspective. When my understanding is insufficient, everything I think, say, and conclude will inevitably be one-sided, limited, and biased. I am unaware of your Mouse Clan's social structure, survival systems, and various other factors. Drawing conclusions based solely on my own cognition would likely yield incorrect results. Rather than offering a wrong answer, I prefer to remain silent. What is your opinion? Mouse Dajo stroked his whiskers. Human, tell me in detail about your human entertainment culture. I am very curious to know what this thing is that makes those electric brats so deeply obsessed. Zhao Jiang, electric brats. Mouse Dajo, those human collaborators who infiltrate the electronic network. Zhao Jiang, does human collaborator mean they understand humans very well? Mouse Dajo nodded. Precisely. Compared to ordinary mice, they understand humans and human culture even better. This thing called entertainment culture was first disseminated by them across the network. Moreover, many new aspects about humans were also spread by them. Zhao Jiang suddenly realized, I see. Rat Dajo, 2 years ago they were severely suppressed by the royal family and nearly vanished without a trace. For some reason in the past 2 years they have become active again, and even more so than before. Zhao Jiang asked with great curiosity, what is the attitude of these human experts toward us humans? Rat Dajo, as far as I know there are all kinds of attitudes. Some greatly admire you humans, wish to curry favor with you and suggest turning the rat race into a subordinate species of humanity. There are also those who want to establish diplomatic relations with you humans and become friends with you. Some even advocate defeating you humans with overwhelming force, then domesticating you, providing you with free food, money, houses, vehicles, spouses, and so on. In short, 1,000 rats, 1,000 faces, each bearing a different proposition. Zhao Jiang's mouth formed an his expression, one of astonishment, his mind shocked. How can this be? Rat Dajo, human, why do you make such a face? Zhao Jiang, Senior Dajo, to be honest, I am astounded by the human experts in your race. They are incredibly thoughtful and talented. Rat Dajo, oh. Why do you say that? Zhao Jiang, Senior Dajo, you may not be fully aware of the specific circumstances of humanity. If you were, you would find that some of their ideas are actually feasible. This time it was Rat Dajo's turn to be bewildered. Which of their ideas is feasible? Zhao Jiang, for example, the idea of defeating humanity with overwhelming force and then domesticating them. Rat Dajo's fur bristled instantly, his tone serious. Impossible. That idea is the most absurd, absolutely impossible. You humans are not fools. How could the ruling class willingly cede the power of Earth's overlords? Zhao Jiang smiled faintly and explained unhurriedly, Senior Dazhou, you don't understand. The ruling class is the ruling class and the common people are the common people. The ruling class may be unwilling, but that does not mean the common people are unwilling. Rat Dazhou, aren't the ruling class and the common people one and the same? Zhao Jiang, on the surface of course they are one since they are all human. But if you look deeper it's not necessarily so. Rat Dazhou shook his head. I don't understand. Zhao Jiang, let me give you an example and you will understand. Take humans, some cannot even afford to eat their fill with no guarantee of their next meal, starving all day, wandering homeless, sleeping on the streets, under bridges or in unfinished buildings. They have no house, no car, no savings and no partner. When urges become unbearable they can only resort to self-gratification, and if careless they might even rub themselves raw. Then there are others who feast on delicacies every meal, own villas, luxury cars, yachts, and have savings that will last for generations. As for partners, they can have as many as they want of any appearance they desire, whether slim, muscular or burly, the variety is endless. Here's the question: if there were an opportunity to put both on the same starting line, each with only one house, one car and a limited amount of savings, what do you think they would think? Rat Dazhou, the rich wouldn't want it, the poor would. Zhao Jiang, right. The rich certainly would not want it because for them it is not an opportunity but a trap. For the poor on the other hand it would be the only chance to reach the pinnacle of life, a rare opportunity that must not be missed. Thus the rich will do everything to prevent such a situation while the poor will fight tooth and nail to achieve it. With that the issue becomes clear. The ruling class is a collection of the rich while the common people are a collection of the poor. Although all are human, the quality and richness of their lives are entirely different. If you could defeat and rule over humanity, giving them equal lives, that would be an absolute good for the common people. Rat Dazhou's tail stood upright, his ears perked and the fur on his face quivered constantly. After a long silence he finally spoke, but we and humans are two different species. Zhao Jiang, sometimes choices have nothing to do with race. When a person cannot even afford to eat, may not even see tomorrow's sun, and lives in constant uncertainty, do you think he would still care about such things? The whiskers around Rat Dazhou's lips twitched as if he wanted to say something, but he swallowed it back. Zhao Jiang continued, whether human or rat we cannot escape Maslow's hierarchy of needs. Rat Dazhou, what Low needs theory? Zhao Jiang, Maslow's hierarchy of needs. Maslow is a human name. He summarized this theory based on the needs of all living beings. According to this theory, the needs of all living beings are divided into 5 levels, from low to high: physiological safety, social esteem and self-actualization. Only when the lowest level needs are satisfied can a living being think about or pursue higher level needs. Rat Dazhou, this Maslow is quite impressive. Zhao Jiang, difference in race is not a matter of the lowest level physiological need, it is something more advanced. When a living being cannot even satisfy the need for survival, everything else is superfluous and meaningless. And among us humans to this day many people still remain at this level of need. For them it doesn't matter who rules them, what matters is who can fill their stomachs, improve their lives and let them enjoy existence. Not to mention your rat race, even if the world had ghosts and a ghost race came along they wouldn't mind. Rat Dazhou. Zhao Jiang, Senior Dazhou, now do you understand why I said their ideas are feasible? Rat Dazhou nodded admiringly, as expected of the overlord of Earth such high ideological awareness. Zhao Jiang waved his hand. Not everyone has this awareness. To brag a bit, people like me are a minority. Being able to understand these principles is related to one's cognition, which in turn is linked to the level of education. I am not particularly talented, but I have received a complete 9-year compulsory education. Rat Dazhou, other humans aside, if it were you, would you be willing to be ruled by us? Zhao Jiang, if you provide food, shelter, housing, a car and a partner and don't excessively restrict freedom, I might not necessarily accept it, but at least I wouldn't resent it. If you also promise me future benefits, acceptance should only be a matter of time. Rat Dazhou, don't you care what other races would say? Zhao Jiang retorted, why should I care? Rat Dazhou, you humans are currently the recognized overlords of Earth. If one day you fall from the throne and are ruled by us, other intelligent races will mock you, saying you have no backbone, no wolfish spirit. Can you endure such insults to your dignity? Zhao Jiang, if we were truly ruled, what could we do even if we couldn't endure? Facing irreversible trends, our backbone and wolfish spirit is fragrant as an egg yolk pie. Rat Dazhou, egg yolk pie. What egg yolk pie? Seeing the confusion on the other's face, Zhao Jiang quickly explained, sorry, I accidentally used a meme from human internet. Shu Dazhou asked, what is a meme? Zhao Jiang. Shu Dazhou, it's okay, take your time. I'm actually quite interested in these things. Zhao Jiang took a light breath, adjusted his mindset slightly. A meme is a collective term for punchlines foreshadowing particularly implied meanings, satirical connotations and so on. Shu Dazhou stared straight at Zhao Jiang. Human, I don't understand. Zhao Jiang, well, for example, the electric spawn you mentioned earlier, that is actually a meme. Shu Dazhou raised his paw and began scratching the fur on his head. After scratching for a while he spoke, "Could you make it simpler?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Jiang started pursing his lips. As he pursed, inspiration struck. Senior Dazhou, you can think of a meme as a special kind of word or idiom, except that behind this word or idiom there is a specific story or punchline. During communication we cannot say everything explicitly. For convenience and brevity we deliberately use a certain meme to replace the story behind it. Shu Dazhou's ears instantly perked up, a gleam of light flashed in his pupils and he suddenly realized, "I think I get it." Zhao Jiang wiped a bead of sweat in his mind, muttering to himself, "If you still didn't understand, I wouldn't know how to explain. After all those years of studying I've barely managed to accumulate some knowledge, and this one conversation has used up at least half of it. Has anyone ever used ink before?" Zhao Jiang, Senior Dazhou, let's get back to the main topic. What I meant earlier was that life is the foundation of everything. Once that foundation disappears, no matter how fierce the wolfishness or strong the backbone, they are nothing but castles in the air, rootless, duckweed, meaningless. If your race's strength has already far surpassed that of humans, then no matter how humans resist, the outcome is predetermined. Under such circumstances, if you choose to treat humans kindly instead of exterminating them, do you think humans would resist recklessly? Shu Dazhou, so that's it. Human, you have a very clear insight into these matters. Ah, I can't help it. If you had experienced the involution of human society you would understand. Pragmatism is more important than anything else. After all, the rule of this world is material foundation determines the superstructure. Shu Dazhou was very talkative and extremely curious about many human things. He stayed by Zhao Jiang's side, drying up Zhao Jiang's saliva time and again until Zhao Jiang was so tired that he fell asleep on the spot. Only then did he leave with satisfaction. During this process the one human and one rat discussed entertainment, culture, racial differences, social structures, worldviews, values, life outlooks, spiritual beliefs, life directions. And finally even touched on philosophy, squeezing out the last bit of knowledge Zhao Jiang had. In human society Zhao Jiang was not considered a talkative person, but now he felt like a pyramid scheme salesman. Words flowed freely, and when he was fully engaged his mouth seemed to have a mind of its own, completely ignoring the commands of his brain. This mouth was about to break through the dimensional barrier. Every coin has two sides. Though he talked until his throat was parched, the gains were also immense. Through the exchange Zhao Jiang learned a great deal about the rat race. Although his worldview was overturned many times in the process, he felt very fulfilled and intrigued. After falling asleep and disconnecting from reality, Zhao Jiang embarked on a journey of learning in his dreams. Following the giant named Number One, he ceaselessly devoured those technical crystallizations. He was deeply aware of his own mediocrity and weakness, so he studied with extreme diligence. Whenever he didn't understand something he raised it promptly, never pretending to know what he didn't. Time in the dream passed quickly. Zhao Jiang felt that he hadn't learned much substantial knowledge before he was forced to awaken in reality. As on the previous day, the moment he woke up a furry face came into view. "You? Who are you?" Although Zhao Jiang couldn't distinguish rat faces very well, he could still tell whether they were the same rat by their attire and the subtle difference in the smell of their fur. Too bad the virtual helmet given by the princess earlier was gone, otherwise he could have identified instantly with that helmet. "Hello, human. My name is Zhao Xing. You can call me by my name, or you can call me Zhao the Rat." This was the first time Zhao Jiang had encountered a rat who asked his name, and his first impression was instantly enhanced. "Hello, Zhao Xing. My name is Zhao Jiang from human society. This is our first meeting. I came in a hurry, so I prepared a small gift. Please accept it." Rat Zhao Xing suddenly pulled out an exquisite blue box and handed it to Zhao Jiang. "I appreciate your kindness, but I don't deserve it, especially not on our first meeting." Rat Zhao Xing's move caught Zhao Jiang off guard. This was a rat behavior he had never imagined. The other's words and actions were utterly unlike a rat, but rather like a cunning old fox in human form. When humans visit friends, don't they usually prepare some gifts? If you don't accept it, it means you don't consider me a friend. Zhao Jiang's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Intuition told him that this visitor might not be well-intentioned. With his mind racing, he quickly crafted his words. In human culture, gift-giving is reciprocal. "I haven't prepared anything now. If I accept your gift but cannot return the favor in time, that would be taking advantage of you. A true friend wouldn't take advantage of the other." Rat Zhao Xing suddenly smiled, his whiskers raised, exuding a distinctive aura. "I see. That makes sense. How about this, you accept my gift first, and if there's an opportunity later you can give me a gift in return. What do you think?" Zhao Jiang hadn't expected the other to find a way around it, realizing that this gift was unavoidable. So he no longer stood on ceremony and smiled. "Since that's the case, I'll accept it with respect rather than defiance. I'll take this gift." Rat Zhao Xing suddenly slapped his head, his fur bristling. "Oh, I almost forgot to tell you something. Zhao Jiang had just taken the gift and hadn't yet withdrawn his hand when he was stunned by this sudden behavior. What is it? Rat Jiaxing leaned his furry face closer while extending a claw stroking Zhao Jiang's throat with sharp nails and said with a fake smile, in this Xiajiao city any rat who accepts my gift no longer owns his own life. You are a human but you can't break this rule. What do you think? Zhao Jiang's pupils contracted and his body tensed up. Human, don't be so nervous. After all, you were once the rulers of Earth. Surely you're not afraid of a mere rat like me. Who are you and what do you want? Who am I? Haven't I already told you? As for what I want, hey, you're so smart, why don't you take a guess? Feeling the other's claws stroking his throat, Zhao Jiang had no doubt that if the other wished he could slit his throat in the next moment. I was sent here by Princess by Zhao Yue. You are hostile toward me, so your identity can only be one of two possibilities. Oh. What two possibilities? Let's hear them. Is she the enemy of Princess Zhao Yu or a formidable rival in her domain? Congratulations, you're wrong. And for being wrong there must be a punishment. You have no objections, do you? With that, Xu Jiaxing suddenly extended a claw and seized Zhao Jiang by the neck, making it hard for him to breathe. Madman. A madman of the Rat Clan. Zhao Jiang's face flushed crimson and he was in great discomfort. Ha, I thought the human overlord was something special. Turns out you can be terrified and afraid too. Tsk tisk, that expression on your face, to borrow a phrase from you humans, is truly hideous. Cough cough cough. Unable to breathe, Zhao Jiang's face became congested, veins bulging. Seeing this, the other loosened its grip slightly, causing his throat to involuntarily cough, producing a pathetic sound. Human. Xu Jiaxing suddenly leaned in, whiskers brushing against Zhao Jiang's face, its rat eyes stern and ferocious. Answer me one question. Zhao Jiang wanted to tap the other's hand to signal it to loosen its grip so he could speak. But the thought lingered only a moment before being dismissed. Given the current situation, the other clearly bore ill intent and was somewhat unhinged, yet the killing intent seemed faint. Under these circumstances it was best to remain still and do nothing, the wisest course. After all, without understanding the other, one could not be sure if a small gesture of prompting would trigger a defensive or resentful reaction. In this world, which species is the noblest? With that, Xu Jiaxing released its claw, allowing Zhao Jiang to breathe again. Huff huff huff. Zhao Jiang panted heavily until his breathing steadied, then raised his head to meet the other's gaze. Neither servile nor arrogant, in my view no species in this world is the noblest, everything is relative. If there is a noblest, there must be a nobler. As soon as the words left his mouth, Xu Jiaxing struck again, seizing Zhao Jiang's neck, but with much less force, allowing him to speak despite the discomfort. No. You must name one noblest. Unable to discern the other's intention, Zhao Jiang did not answer immediately. After several breaths, Zhao Jiang replied firmly, if you want a lie, there is one. But if you want the truth, even if you kill me, my answer remains, there is no noblest, only nobler. Xu Jiaxing squinted, slightly surprised. This was not what it had expected. Why didn't you say humans? Zhao Jiang retorted, why should I say humans? What is noble about humans? Xu Jiaxing suddenly tightened its grip. Humans are the overlords of Earth, the rulers of the entire planet. Isn't that enough? Zhao Jiang, humans are merely the current overlords of Earth. If that's the reason to choose humans, then couldn't the previous overlords also qualify? Xu Jiaxing's eyes sharpened. Were there other overlords before humans? I had no idea. You're not lying to me, are you? I warn you, if you can't explain yourself, I'll make these legs of yours disappear forever. Zhao Jiang glanced at the other and tried to remain calm. Earth was born about 4.5 billion years ago. From the appearance of humans to now, it's barely 7 million years. The gap between 7 million years and 4.5 billion years, I'm sure you understand without me elaborating. Xu Jiaxing loosened its grip slightly, a hint of interest flickering deep in its eyes, though its expression remained sour. Humph. Zhao Jiang continued, during that vast span of time, Earth has actually had many overlords, each ruling for far longer than human history. From this perspective, humans are the weakest overlord Earth has ever known. Let's skip the distant overlords and talk about the Cambrian explosion 500 million years ago. Between 542 million and 485 million years ago, human scientists call it the Cambrian period. During this time, Earth's overlord was the Anomalocaris, a heavily armored life form. Anomalocaris. After the Cambrian extinction came the Ordovician period, whose overlord was the Orthoceras, a shelled life form. Orthoceras. Then came the Silurians, Eurypterid, the Devonians, Dunkleistus, the Carboniferous insects, the Permians, Archaeops, the Triassic, Jurassic and Cretaceous dinosaurs, 3 generations, and finally the rise of mammals in the Cenozoic. Eurypterid. Dunkleistus. Ancient insects. Archaeops. Dinosaurs. 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 Both we humans and your rat clan are essentially continuations of these Cenozoic mammals. Shu Jiang, human, you're not lying to me, are you? Zhao Jiang, why would I lie? This is public knowledge. If you don't believe me, you can check the human internet yourself. Shu Jiang mused, you mean humans are only temporary overlords of Earth, not its eternal overlords? Zhao Jiang, who told you humans were the eternal overlords? Even if you want to dream, you need some common sense, okay? Seeing that Zhao Jiang didn't seem to be lying, Shu Jiang felt relieved. Very well, human, today you've opened a new door to the world for me. I've decided to spare you for now. Zhao Jiang was curious, does your rat clan have no history or culture about Earth? Shu Jiang shook its head, no. Since we gained consciousness, all our studies have focused on you humans. We have neither the energy nor the time to learn anything else. It seems that in your subconscious humans are the default primary adversary. Of course. You are the Earth's overlord. Who else would we consider our adversary? By the way, human, do you think our rat clan has a chance to replace you humans? Yes. Are you sure? Survival of the fittest. As long as you are stronger than humans, replacement is only a matter of time. Similarly, if you replace humans and later a species stronger than your rat clan emerges, you will also fall from grace. Shu Jiang is a human, why don't I sense in you that strong racialist and overlord spirit? Instead, I get the illusion that the position of overlord is indifferent, anyone could sit on it. Is that all? After a moment's thought, Zhao Jiang replied, perhaps compared to your rat clan, we humans are like the age-declining twilight years, seeing things with more clarity and detachment. You are full of vigor and vitality, more focused on positions and right versus wrong, with a reckless drive to charge forward, wanting only to prove yourselves without considering too much. Shu Jiang said earnestly, you are different from the humans I know. Zhao Jiang, before me, have you seen other humans? Shu Jiang, of course. Zhao Jiang, have you talked to them? Shu Jiang countered, what do you think? Zhao Jiang, I suppose you have. Shu Jiang, naturally. But compared to you, they were filled with fear, unable to utter a complete sentence, only begging for mercy, worse than our rat clan slaves. Zhao Jiang wanted to ask what had become of those people, but quickly abandoned the thought, replying instead, that might be the gap between imagination and reality. In truth, the you I imagined also differs from the real you. I imagined you were more primitive, perhaps intelligent, but not capable of forming a civilization. Yet reality is quite the opposite. When imagination collides with reality, one's mindset determines their performance. Shu Jiang, if you had the chance to return to the human world, would you disclose the true situation of our rat clan to the public? Zhao Jiang, no. Why? Zhao Jiang, there's no need. Human, you're lying. You need not attempt to deceive me or probe my stance. Whether you ask this question or not, I shall act accordingly. Rat Zhao Xing's eyes flickered with deep bewilderment. Why? Zhao Jiang, firstly, you must understand one thing, humanity is not a unified whole. Secondly, in human society I am but an ordinary person, so insignificant that even my death would cause no ripple. Thus my words carry little weight. If I were to reveal your true situation to others, they would not only disbelieve me but also think I am babbling nonsense, boasting wildly, and eventually deem me insane. Why would they not believe me? He countered. Why should they believe? It was I who experienced all this, not them. Anything not seen with one's own eyes and heard with one's own ears naturally invites skepticism. Moreover, the true reality of your kind far exceeds the comprehension of ordinary humans. In both emotion and reason they could never believe. At the very least, I would need to present evidence. So here arises the question, where am I to obtain such proof? Suppose, however far-fetched, I did acquire evidence and made it public, the scene you envision would never materialize. The most likely outcome is that the evidence would be confiscated, related information censored, and I myself imprisoned in some unknown place, never to see the sunlight again, a fate no better than death. Do humans value us so little? This differs from what I know. This is not a matter of valuing or not valuing. Let me put it this way, you may understand humans, but you do not understand the human heart. Even if you grasp the human heart, interests are still hard to fathom. If by chance you comprehend interests, distributing them is extremely difficult to master. If I ever return to the human world and expose your existence along with some information about you, it may appear that I am warning humanity and contributing to it. In reality, I would be infringing upon the interests of certain powerful organizations. For an ordinary unremarkable person like me, offending their interests is tantamount to seeking death willingly. Human, I admit your words have some merit, but I still do not trust you. If you return to human society, you will surely expose my clan situation. This will bring tremendous trouble upon my people. To prevent this trouble, the best course is to kill you. I do not care. Since I cannot resist anyway, saying anything is meaningless. However, I currently possess some irreplaceable value to Her Highness the Princess. If you can make Her Highness agree to kill me, I have nothing to say. Or if you can disregard her and kill me directly, I shall accept it as well. After all, what else can I now do but submit to fate? Rat Zhao Xing leaned in once more, whispering into Zhao Jiang's ear, "You are so certain she will protect you?" Zhao Jiang, my life is insignificant, but some knowledge I possess is crucial to her, to you, and even to your entire clan. It does not matter if I die, it is but one human life. Yet if the knowledge I hold is taken to another world, you may one day regret it bitterly. That day would very likely be the day your entire clan is annihilated. No need to frighten me with alarming words. Who knows whether what you say is true or false? If you believe it is true, if you do not, it is false. Coincidentally, Her Highness Princess Bai Zhao Yu happens to trust me. Rat Zhao Xing grew serious. Human, what exactly do you know? Zhao Jiang chuckled lightly. Humph. Do you think I would tell a rat that seeks my life? Having spoken, their gazes met, locking for tens of seconds, neither willing to yield. Human, I admit you have surprised me. You are clearly afraid of death, yet you possess great resilience. I have never encountered a human like you. Very well, you have successfully aroused my interest. I shall await your departure from here. At that time we shall meet again. Then I will let you know my true power. By the way, I actually do not insist on killing you. If you are willing to become my slave and serve me, I may consider sparing your life. Having said this, he flashed a characteristic rat-like sinister smile and turned to leave. Zhao Jiang remained silent, quietly watching him depart, his mind churning with thoughts. The next day, as Zhao Jiang had just finished drinking the wound-nourishing nutrient solution prepared by Rat de Zhou and others, a familiar figure walked in. Human, my ninth brother came to see you. Your ninth brother? Bai Zhao Xing. Yes, he came yesterday. What did he want? He gave me a piece of rat droppings, then asked me some questions. Did he harm you? No. You are lying. He merely squeezed my neck and said some trash talk. It does not count as substantial harm. How long until your leg heals? According to Senior de Zhou's prediction, about 18 more days. If I were to offer you a chance to return to the human world, would you wish to seize it? Upon hearing this, Zhao Jiang immediately shook his head like a rattle. I do not want to, not at all. I am serious, not joking with you. Zhao Jiang, what I said is also true. I truly do not want to return to the human world at all. You are still so afraid of death. Although you are honored as Her Highness the Princess, are you not afraid of death either? I am not afraid of death. Zhao Jiang. If I were afraid of death, I would never have reached today. I remember when I first met you, you said some things. You said that death may be heavier than Mount Tai or lighter than a feather, and I find it very reasonable. If I am to die, I must die heavier than Mount Tai. Therefore, before death, the things I do must be monumental deeds. What does this have to do with what you just said? The Rat Princess approached and placed a helmet on Zhao Jiang's head, saying coldly, I have a matter that requires your help. As long as you assist me with this, I will ensure you return to the human world unharmed. Zhao Jiang glanced at the other's virtual image and said coldly, Humph, return to the human world unharmed. Probably I would have already breathed my last before that, right? The Rat Princess, you have already done this twice. For you, theoretically, there is no risk. Zhao Jiang, impossible. If it were to put me back into the flower of that strange tree, you would not need to ask my opinion at all, nor propose such tempting conditions. You must have other requests. The Rat Princess, as expected, nothing can escape you. Some things I cannot say here, but I hope you consider carefully. There is only this one opportunity. If missed, it is gone. Zhao Jiang was resolute. If you have the guts, kill me directly, otherwise I will absolutely not go to my death for nothing. No need to be so absolute. Do humans not often say that wealth and honor are sought through danger? What if you succeed and retire with honor? Do not try to brainwash me or paint false promises. In those years in human society, I have been brainwashed enough. You have parents and friends in human society, don't you? Zhao Jiang, I do. But I don't care. If you intend to threaten me with them, I can tell you plainly, you've miscalculated. The Rat Princess, is that so? Zhao Jiang, you can try if you doubt me. The Rat Princess, strange. If it were any other human, my words would have rattled them. Yet you show no reaction. Zhao Jiang, every life is unique. I might sacrifice my own for another, but only if it's my choice. Otherwise, even if they stand on a moral high ground radiant and righteous, I would remain unmoved. The Rat Princess, is this the selfishness innate in human nature? Zhao Jiang, I don't see it as selfishness, rather it's a kind of endearing stubbornness. Endearing stubbornness. What does that mean? Zhao Jiang, there's always a streak of perverse spirit in human nature. You want me dead, but I refuse to die. You try to moralize me, and I'll deliberately be immoral. As long as you go against my will, I'll find ways to oppose you, even if there's no gain. The Rat Princess, I see. Quite an intriguing human trait. To respect that trait I must admit I cannot offer a price beyond life and death. Yet this time I truly need your help. If you help me this once I will keep my word. Rest assured given my status I would not stoop to breaking promises. Zhao Jiang, do you know a saying among humans? What saying? When someone lowers themselves begging you humbly for a favor it means they never intended to let you walk away from it. Take a simple example when a friend cries on his knees swearing to repay a loan no matter how sweet his words if you lend him the money it's as good as gone. By the same token when you said those words you never planned to let me survive whatever task you have in mind. In other words you're convinced I'll die in that task so any promise you make is essentially empty, a trick with no substance. The rat princess for once coiled her tail around her neck. Your intelligence exceeds my imagination. Zhao Jiang, that's not intelligence, it's wisdom distilled by humanity. I merely borrowed it, it's nothing special. Silence fell between them. The rat princess simply gazed at Zhao Jiang saying nothing, making no move save for the gentle slither of her tail around her neck. Zhao Jiang too chose to remain silent. After a long pause the rat princess pulled a spherical object crackling with white arcs from her bosom and smashed it against the floor. Bang! Crackle crackle. Before Zhao Jiang could react every electronic device in the room emitted a strange noise and then failed. The rat princess glanced back at the door, approached Zhao Jiang, leaned in and whispered gravely, "It spoke to me." Zhao Jiang. The rat princess continued, its voice suddenly echoed in my mind, you can't imagine the shock. Zhao Jiang's pupils contracted as he instantly understood who she meant by it. It told me to take you to Lab 0. Zhao Jiang clenched his fists, deadly serious, it can communicate with you directly via brainwaves. The rat princess, yes. Zhao Jiang, when it spoke to you were you inside the lab or outside? Inside. I had just collected some samples and was about to leave. Zhao Jiang, can you destroy it completely? The rat princess paused then replied, I can but I must not. Why? The rat princess explained with a rare note of helplessness, it holds a trump card that could jeopardize my clan's grand plan. I cannot take that risk for now. Zhao Jiang, destroy it and it won't threaten you anymore. The rat princess, do you think it hasn't anticipated that? It's absolutely certain it can play that card before I could make such a decision. So you're powerless against it. For now, yes. Why me? Guess. Did you do something to it and then pin the blame on me? The rat princess clenched her claws and said slowly, ever since you told me it could directly invade other organisms' DNA I suspected it possessed intelligence, and a high one at that. To verify your claims and my suspicions I had the operator in charge of food supply secretly tamper with the provisions. We quietly removed a certain element essential for the survival of the green vine silkworms, then increased the number of samples to see how it would keep them alive without that element. Green vine silkworm. Guess what happened next? Zhao Jiang, without the essential element it couldn't synthesize the nutrients needed, causing all sorts of problems with the samples. The rat princess, no. You underestimated it. The green vine silkworms were in perfect condition, no abnormalities at all. Zhao Jiang was surprised really. The rat princess smiled confidently, we thoroughly examined the samples and found no issues. So we quietly restored the essential element. But before that we collected some other biological samples. Zhao Jiang furrowed his brow, listening intently while thinking. Just as I was about to leave the lab with those samples it revealed itself. Why? The rat princess's confident smile widened, because it figured out our true purpose and the real method to test it. Zhao Jiang. The rat princess, we employed a human stratagem, pretend to advance along one path while secretly going along another. On the surface we forced its hand by removing the essential element, but in reality we gave it an opportunity to swap a counterfeit for the genuine. What we truly wanted was the counterfeit it swapped. Once we caught that counterfeit our hypothesis would be proven. Zhao Jiang felt he could understand each word and sentence individually, but together they seemed foggy and elusive. The rat princess saw the confusion in Zhao Jiang's eyes. Normally when we removed the essential element it would have to supplement that element to keep the green vine silkworms alive. So the question is, where would it get the supplement? Extract it from other organisms. A flash of insight struck Zhao Jiang and he suddenly understood. Exactly. That was its only option. When it patched one hole it inevitably created another. The green vine silkworms were fine, but the other organisms it tampered with would show a decrease in the relevant element. Coincidentally, before we cut off the element we had rigorously tested all biological samples. Once I brought those other samples out for comparison it would be exposed. Zhao Jiang was filled with admiration and couldn't help shaking his head, so the green vine silkworms were the bait and the other samples were the trap. You seemed to be pressuring it with the bait, but actually you were forcing it to swap the counterfeit for the genuine. Link after link, each one a dead end. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Brilliant. So brilliant. The Rat Clan princess curled her lips into a smirk. To obtain a definitive answer, one must pose a question in binary terms. Before it acted, I had already anticipated every possible move it could make, leaving it no room to operate from the outcome alone. After marveling, Zhao Jiang suddenly realized something and asked in confusion, "But you were the one who forced it to reveal itself. Why is it coming after me by name?" "Because it guessed you were the one who provided the clues that exposed it," and Zhao Jiang was puzzled. "How could it have guessed that?" The Rat Clan princess replied, "That is something I do not know." It did not explain. It simply told me to deliver the human who exposed it. Zhao Jiang asked if I refused and did not go, what would it do? The Rat Clan princess said it did not specify. It only said that since its birth it has never suffered such a great insult. If I reject this request, it will find a way to exact justice itself. Zhao Jiang grew anxious. What is the point of settling scores with me after it has already been exposed? I am worthless. Even killing me would yield no more than 2 tails of flesh. The Rat Clan princess laughed, her tone growing amused. It certainly wants to settle scores with you. Without you it would still be evolving peacefully in Laboratory 0. Is it not doing fine now, and who told you it is doing fine? Zhao Jiang fell silent. The Rat Clan princess continued, "Since we have seen its true nature, there is no way we can continue treating it as before, pampering it and letting it evolve without worry." "What have you done to it, N?" "We cut off its food supply, removed all biological samples from its flowers, drained 90% of its blood, and activated the danger mode in Laboratory 0. The moment it shows any sign of movement, we will act against it. So it is now little more than a weakened prisoner waiting quietly for death, and I do not know if it waits for death, but I know one thing: it will never get a moment's respite while under my control." "Did it not resist at all during this process?" and the Rat Clan princess declared domineeringly, "It dared to resist. The fact that it was not destroyed immediately is mercy enough. Did you not say it had backup plans, and the very reason it has backup plans is what spared it from instant destruction? But that is no excuse for it to maintain its comfortable state." I understand. You originally intended to destroy it immediately, but considering its backup plans, you weighed the pros and cons and decided to let it live for now, trading in immediate execution for a slow simmering. The Rat Clan princess said, "You may understand it that way," and Zhao Jiang countered, "but that still does not explain why it blames me for your actions. Even if it guessed I was the catalyst, it was merely speculation with no evidence." "It does not need evidence, N." "Fine, even if it demands no evidence, the ones who caused it real harm were you. Why does it cling so desperately to me? Does that not seem abnormal to you?" The Rat Clan princess reminded him, "Human, could it be that it knows it cannot resist us, so even when bullied it simply endures? But you are different. To it you are nothing more than an ant. You pick the soft persimmon to squeeze. Surely you understand that principle, N." Zhao Jiang suddenly stared into the other's eyes. "So after all this, what exactly is the favor you want me to do? If all you needed was for me to agree to its demands and return me to its flower, you could have simply used force. There was no need to share so many head-risking secrets with me or lower your posture so dramatically," and the Rat Clan princess lowered her voice. "I want you to be my spy." Zhao Jiang reacted. "You want me to extract its hidden secrets, Nias?" and Zhao Jiang smiled bitterly. "Why do you think I am capable of extracting its secrets? It can directly invade my DNA. In front of it I am no better than naked." The Rat Clan princess replied, "Precisely because you broke free from its spore hypnosis twice, N." Hearing this, Zhao Jiang fell completely silent. The Rat Clan princess continued, "I did not wish to tell you, but since we have come this far I will speak plainly. You are the only individual among the massive number of species and overwhelming samples over these years who has actively resisted its spore hypnosis twice. Though you have not told me how you did it, I believe that once is a coincidence, twice is a pattern. What do you think?" Seeing Zhao Jiang still silent, the Rat Clan princess decided to press further. "The dream loss syndrome you mentioned last time, I know you fabricated it. Everything you said afterward was also made up. The reason I did not expose you then was that your sincerity was indeed sufficient, and you pointed me toward a direction I had long been puzzled by, which turned out to be an unexpected bonus. If not for that, I would not have treated you with such courtesy nor fought against the consensus to have the Third Institute treat your legs." Zhao Jiang realized that having heard her speak this plainly, he had no choice. He could either cooperate or wait for her to turn completely hostile. "Human, I have spoken plainly. Given your intelligence, you should realize that from here on you either cooperate fully or lose my protection entirely. There is no third option. I admit, because of your unique value, I will not choose to kill you. But believe me, our Rat Clan methods of torture are no inferior to humans. Sometimes death is not the fearful thing. Being unable to die and unable to live is the true beginning of nightmares. You have witnessed our Rat Clan medical technology. Even if you had only one breath left, we could restore you completely." Zhao Jiang took a deep breath and asked in an unusually calm tone, "Does the previous promise still stand?" And the Rat Clan princess laughed, her voice tinged with barely concealed joy. "Of course. As long as you agree to help me this once, I will ensure your safe return to the human world." "I agree, but I want it to be in 18 days and..." "No problem." And Zhao Jiang removed his helmet and handed it back, his expression cold, his voice like still water. "Since the matter is settled, please leave. I wish to rest and recover." The Rat Clan princess observed Zhao Jiang's abnormal state and hesitated before speaking. "Human, I know this is unfair and cruel to you, but you must understand one truth: the weak have no human rights. The fact that you live to this day, in a certain sense you should thank me. It was I who discovered your value and were willing to pay for it. Otherwise you would long have perished." The strong are always right in what they say." And the Rat Clan princess narrowed her eyes, realizing he had completely lost the desire to communicate with her and was now shutting himself away. "Human, I know you are in a dark mood right now, but I still hope you can face reality. To use your human parlance, I am your only lifeline among the Rat Clan. If you want to survive, you must cling to me tightly and strive to please me. To that end you may appropriately abandon some of your human principles, or rather your bottom line." Zhao Jiang closed his eyes, acting as if he had not heard a word. "Take good care of your injuries. See you in 18 days. The Rat Princess turned and left, but before departing she cast a meaningful glance at Zhao Jiang. Her eyes, like black jet stones, shimmered with inscrutable light. After the Rat Princess left, rats of various stripes came to the hospital room one after another. From their attire and speech it was clear they were all of wealth and high standing. In the past, Zhao Jiang would have mustered his energy to chat with them, satisfy their curiosity and extract valuable information from them. But now none of that mattered. The Rat Princess had set him an impossible challenge. If he could not solve it, all his schemes would be meaningless. 18 days later. Zhao Jiang awoke in the middle of the night. Instead of going back to sleep, he did 100 push-ups and 100 sit-ups. After finishing, he ate some of the Rat Clan's distinctive delicacies, then lay back on the hospital bed, closing his eyes in contemplation. The closer a major event looms, the slower the person involved perceives time. Zhao Jiang clearly felt the pulse of his own heartbeat, the rhythm of his heart, the frequency of his breathing, and the steady flow of time slipping through his fingers, as if he had entered a special state of mind. When that state receded, it was already dawn. "Human, I knew you were already awake." The door opened and light poured in, along with a rat shadow. The Rat Princess, clad in a protective suit, appeared at the entrance, dragging her slender tail. Zhao Jiang slowly opened his eyes, his voice clear and calm as at time. Then let's go." Zhao Jiang rose and followed her out. The Rat Princess walked ahead, her steps steady and even. The two proceeded one after the other, passing through layers of buildings and various secret passages until they reached the crystal tunnel that shielded electromagnetic waves. "You've changed." As soon as they stepped onto the dark red tunnel, the Rat Princess spoke. Zhao Jiang remained silent, head bowed, keeping pace with her. "Your will to survive is gone." The Rat Princess paid no heed to his silence, muttering to herself as she walked. Zhao Jiang still did not reply. "I can actually understand how you feel, but I had no other choice. You are the only one who can accomplish this task. If there were any alternative, I would not have pushed you so hard." "Human." "No, Zhao Jiang, to be honest, I admire you. I have encountered many humans, and they come in all kinds. There were retired officials who once held high power, low-key bosses of considerable wealth, burly mercenaries, beggars abandoned by society. And scientists who studied us. These people, though of different races, nationalities, identities, experiences and levels of education, all behaved similarly when faced with me. They claimed they were not afraid of death, yet they fantasized that I would spare them. They could not let go of human superiority, yet in the face of death they revealed their ugliest side. When I laid despair before them, they were terrified, utterly frightened. To survive, they displayed the most primitive ugliness of human nature. To stay alive, some were willing to betray their companies, their families, others were ready to sell out their country, their race. That human who had tasted power even offered to betray all of humanity just for a chance to become our rat slave. How the so-called overlords of Earth so abject before a rat, isn't that ridiculous?" Zhao Jiang listened quietly, neither refuting nor offering any opinion. "You are different from them. You know your own ordinariness, your mediocrity and weakness, and you never display a sense of superiority unsupported by strength. You are clear about your situation and your needs, so you do not hide your will to survive. You are clearly afraid of death, yet you boldly put on a clumsy act to stay alive, adept at seeking hope in the most difficult crevices. You are polite, humble, low-key, and know when to assess the situation. In the face of despair, you still shine with the brilliance of humanity's finest qualities." She stopped abruptly, turned to face him and said with great seriousness, "Zhao Jiang, I see in you another possibility for Earth's overlords. I genuinely want to be your friend." Zhao Jiang replied, "I am grateful that I have survived until now, and especially that you had them heal my legs. But some things are not subject to your will or mine. Putting myself in your shoes, I can even understand your actions even if you intend to kill me. But we cannot be friends. Our bond was severed the moment you forced me to choose under the weight of your superior position. If I go in this time and manage to survive, I hope you will keep your promise and let me return to human society to live out my remaining days. If I die, let it be as if I were a mere feather drifting through your glorious life insignificant. With that, Zhao Jiang fell silent again and the entire tunnel sank into stillness. The rat princess stared at him without blinking for a long time, then finally turned and walked forward. Zhao Jiang followed closely, stepping deeper into the dark red light toward Zero Lab. Outside Zero Lab, she said, I admit I hoped you would die before, since your death would have brought me the greatest benefit. But now I've changed my mind. I want you to live. The rat princess looked at Zhao Jiang, whose face was calm and devoid of emotion, and spoke again, her expression strikingly human. Zhao Jiang smiled faintly. Thank you. Without a pause, he walked straight in. Human, I thought you weren't coming. As soon as Zhao Jiang set foot inside Zero Lab, an unfamiliar voice resounded in his mind. The voice was peculiar, it had no clear gender nor the mechanical quality of raw artificial intelligence. It was gentle, natural, and soothing, like a soft rain nourishing everything. Zhao Jiang glanced at the transparent strange tree that had nearly withered entirely, leaving only one flower, its height reduced to less than 10 meters. He walked straight toward it. Human, this place is full of surveillance. You don't need to speak aloud, just present the words you want to say in your mind and I can roughly perceive them. Zhao Jiang did not stop, heading toward the tree's remaining flower. Human, there's no need for such negativity and pessimism. The reason I asked for you to come here is neither to take revenge nor to take your life. I simply want to use your strength to escape this place. Zhao Jiang acted as if he hadn't heard. He reached the strange tree, climbed it swiftly with hands and feet, came to the sole intact flower, stepped into it, closed his eyes and lay down quietly. Human, did that female rat do something particularly terrible to you that you have lost all will to live? Let's get straight to the point, there's no need to waste time on meaningless things. After lying down completely, Zhao Jiang finally responded in his mind. Human, I truly need your help to escape from here. Zhao Jiang, do you think I have the ability? You do. Zhao Jiang, you're overthinking. I'm just a fragile carbon-based life form. In this environment, any trivial accident could easily take my life. Human, rest assured I won't let any accident happen to you while you're in here. Zhao Jiang, you can only guarantee my safety within here. Once I leave this place, I'm afraid you'll be powerless, right? As far as I know, just in terms of physical combat ability, any rat outside can easily take my life. Rat Clan warrior. They won't kill you. I used to think the same, but it turned out I was wrong. The reason they haven't killed me is simply that I still have some use to them. Once I lose my value, I'm afraid I'll be drenched in blood instantly. As long as you agree to cooperate with me, I have a way to save your life. Zhao Jiang, you might fool a 3-year-old with that talk. You can't even save yourself, so don't feed me empty promises. Don't be fooled by my appearance thinking I have no ability to resist. In fact, I'm just lulling them into a false sense of security. When the opportunity comes, I will strike them down like a thunderbolt. My true power is beyond your imagination. Zhao Jiang, perhaps what you say is true, but we humans believe in seeing is believing, hearing is not. If you truly possess that kind of power beyond my imagination, you wouldn't need to rely on a frail being like me. You could just break through the door and leave. After these words, the voice fell silent. After a long while it sounded again, I know you appear to have resigned to your fate, but in reality you haven't given up hope for survival. Zhao Jiang's emotions stirred slightly. Oh. What makes you think so? I scanned your DNA and analyzed your personality traits. Although you appear detached and indifferent, you are actually very tenacious. Anything, as long as there is hope, you will never give up until the very last moment. In human terms, you are a person with a strong will to survive. Zhao Jiang, you said it yourself, the prerequisite is hope. Do you think I have any hope now? The other party said confidently, as long as you are willing to cooperate with me, even without hope, we can create hope. Zhao Jiang, to be brutally honest, I'd rather believe the rat princess's nonsense promises than your self-righteous sincerity. Human, you've gone too far. You can scan my DNA, read my biological information, and know me inside out. Before you, I am no different from a naked child. If the rat princess can use her intelligence to scheme against me, then you can tailor your approach to my personality, habits, thoughts, etc. Even if I wanted to resist, I would have no leeway. From this perspective, you are 1,000 times more formidable than the rat princess. If I'm not careful, I might very well be sold by you and still be counting the money for you. Rather than ending up in such a foolish outcome, being a pitiful clown, I might as well resign to my fate from the start and die with some dignity. You're clever. I'm not clever, I just know my own limitations. So you're refusing me? Yes. No matter what temptation you offer, I will refuse without hesitation. No room for negotiation. Zhao Jiang said firmly, none. You're not just doing this to target me, are you? Zhao Jiang honestly said, yes, I also want to take revenge on the rat princess. Since she wants me dead, I won't let her have her way. None of you believe I have the courage and determination to face death. You insist on manipulating me with various means, turning me into your ideal tool. Then I have no choice but to prove it with action. I've thought of many possibilities, and the final conclusion is if I stretch the timeline and look back from the crossroads of various futures, perhaps death would be the best choice for me. You no longer trust the Rat Clan or me at all. Zhao Jiang retorted, is there any point where you are worthy of my trust? True. From the moment you appeared here, you have always been a tool for us to use. Although this tool has had some unexpected developments and gained some peculiarities, it is still a tool in essence. Your life and death have never been in our eyes because you pose no threat to us. To be blunt, in front of us you are even less than an ant. The reason you are kept alive is simply that by chance you can create a sliver of opportunity for me to confront the Rat Clan. Ha! Zhao Jiang closed his eyes. Tool or Tolman, I've resigned to my fate. Do whatever you want. But as for cooperating with you in anything, that's impossible. Human, don't be too quick to resign. I have a question I'm curious about. Go ahead. Based on your various performances so far, you truly are not afraid of death, or rather you are prepared to die. In that case you could have refused the Rat Princess and not come here. But why did you ultimately agree to her and come to meet your doom? With your intelligence you couldn't have been unaware that entering here means certain death. Zhao Jiang, if I didn't come to die myself, she would make my life worse than death. If it were you, what would you choose? Aren't you afraid I'll make your life worse than death too? Zhao Jiang, of course I'm afraid, how could I not be? But you forced me to make a choice before you did. If I hadn't agreed to her, what would appear before you now would probably be just a head. I can tell the difference between a whole corpse and being torn to pieces. Human, won't you consider cooperating with me just once? I admit in my heart I have always positioned you as a usable humanoid tool, and after using you I intended to kill you to eliminate future trouble. But compared to the hypocrisy of the Rat Clan, at least I am honest. I won't let you die without knowing why. Zhao Jiang, what meaning does honesty have for a dead person? Seeing that Zhao Jiang had no intention of cooperating, the other party changed the subject. Human, since you are going to die anyway, can you tell me the secret task the Rat Princess assigned to you? How do you know she gave me a secret task? I guessed. Alright, you guessed right. Tell me quickly, what did she ask you to do? Zhao Jiang, sorry, I can't say. You're going to take revenge on her anyway, so why not tell me her plan? After I replace you, I'll have some fun with her, which will be revenge for you, right? At the same time, I can promise you that when you go it will be as painless as possible. Zhao Jiang, for a person destined to die, these promises you make are essentially meaningless. Upon hearing this, the other party fell silent. After a long while, the other party spoke again, but this time the voice clearly had emotional fluctuations. Human, my patience is limited. I'll give you one last chance. Don't be ungrateful. If you help me, I'll let you die with dignity. If you refuse me, I'll make sure you die with your eyes wide open. The corner of Zhao Jiang's mouth lifted slightly and he did not respond again. Time passed minute by minute. Zhao Jiang collected his thoughts, thinking nothing, and made no further response. Human, you are truly obstinate. Do you really think I have no other way if you don't cooperate? To tell you the truth, I have more than one option. Don't force me to use cruel methods. Damn, Human, you deserve to die. One last chance, speak. Since you're so eager to die, fine. Then I'll grant your wish. Outside lab No. 0 at the monitoring center. You're the princess. Electromagnetic fluctuations of lab No. 0 subject are abnormal, surpassing the historical peak. Continuing, the mouse tribe princess with a focused gaze says, continue monitoring, do not miss any detail. Yes. Your Highness, the human subject's native biowaves and information waves are weakening, he may be dying. Biowaves, information waves. Your Highness, the No. 0 subject's biowaves and information waves are merging with the human sample's body and everything is moving in the direction you predicted. Very good. Your Highness, the No. 0 subject's blood energy is beginning to differentiate, its true form is about to regress again. Watch the direction of its energy differentiation, do not overlook any trace of energy, keep it in sight. Understood. In a parallel dreamscape. No. 8 You must be tired. Zhao Jiang appears and No. 1 steps forward to greet him. I'm not tired, you are the one who's truly tired. You both are tired, one writes the script, the other acts. Zhao Jiang turns to No. 2 Do you think I have given myself away? No. 2 There shouldn't be, even if there are inconsistencies they couldn't trace the source. Zhao Jiang, right? Are you sure that the tree has the ability to invade my body? No. 2. You should trust no. 1. In my impression he has never been wrong. Zhao Jiang turns to no. 1. Curious, how did you determine that the tree has the ability to possess my body? No. 1. I've repeatedly analyzed the earlier anomalies based on a wealth of details. I deduced various possible scenarios. Taking into account the Mouse Tribe Princess's actions and words and the motives hidden behind them, I deduced the point they might bargain over were the most likely trump card. Based on this deduction, if we push further, the outcome will be self-evident. Zhao Jiang, thumbs up, you're amazing. No. 1. It's not that I'm amazing, they are all a bit anxious. The Mouse Tribe Princess, upon discovering the tree's true face, suddenly harbored murderous intent and did not want to leave any room for future trouble. Obviously the tree understood its own predicament, so it exposed itself, delaying time and seizing the chance to flee. Zhao Jiang nods, listening with keen interest. No. 1 continues, yet taking a different path also requires conditions. And you without doubt are the best choice. The tree wishes to use you as a stepping stone to leave the laboratory, and this notion just happens to align with the Mouse Tribe Princess's own hidden desires. If I guess correctly, the trump card the Mouse Tribe Princess fears and cannot immediately destroy is completely fictitious. She should have the power to execute the other on the spot. Zhao Jiang is surprised. Huh? No. 1. No need to be surprised. If you think about her words a little, you'll see the flaws. Zhao Jiang, I don't understand. You said she doesn't want to leave future trouble and only wants to eradicate it, yet you say she has the ability to do so, but isn't that contradictory? If you look at this matter alone, of course it's contradictory, but there is a difference in the timeline. Zhao Jiang, what do you mean? No. 2 abruptly interjects. No. 1 means the Mouse Tribe Princess changed her mind midway, realizing there is something more valuable than simply killing the other. Zhao Jiang scratches his head, thinking hard. Weren't you saying before that the tree is likely evolving toward a transcendent species? Logically it should have resistance capabilities. Why is it cornered by the Mouse Tribe? No. 1. Evolving and completing evolution are 2 different concepts. The tree has the potential to become a transcendent species, which implies immense threat. But it is not there yet, so its threat does not equal its current strength. Moreover, our information was limited. We underestimated the Mouse Tribe. Based on your recovery period, the Mouse Tribe's strength is enough to contend with humans in direct confrontation. I see. No. 1. No. 8. You should know that strength is always the source of confidence. The Mouse Tribe Princess did not choose to kill you directly earlier, not because of her own refinement or the sincerity of the information you gave, but because she inwardly felt you posed no threat to her. If I'm not mistaken, during your recovery period she has already used power to enter the human world and has thoroughly investigated your roots. Zhao Jiang, if I do not pose a threat to her, why would she seek to kill me? No. 1. Besides your special value, it might relate to her style of doing things and temperament. Zhao Jiang suddenly realizes, because I am human, she is the Mouse Tribe Princess, and I know things I should not know, so even if I pose no real threat I would still be a knot in her heart, wouldn't I? Yes. No. 1 nods. Zhao Jiang, no. 1. You say if I do not die this time, will she honor her promise and send me back to the human world? Impossible. Based on my analysis of her, you must die. Only when you die can she fulfill her aims. Otherwise, even if for some reason she does not kill you now, she will seek to take your life later. They could have clashed directly, so why go through all this trouble to involve me? Zhao Jiang said. Number 1 replied. 8. You still underestimate your own significance. Your focus has always been on your frail body, believing they could kill you as easily as slaughtering a chicken, ready to destroy you physically at any moment. But you've overlooked one thing: your irreplaceability. In other words, your unique value. Zhao Jiang was puzzled. My unique value? Number 1 said yes. If you hadn't awakened twice from the strange tree's blossoms while retaining clear consciousness, you would have been dead long ago. The reason you were able to meet the Rat Clan Princess was precisely because of this value. Everything she did to you afterward was aimed at uncovering that very value. However, some unexpected incidents occurred along the way. For instance, you successfully diverted her attention using the methods we taught you, buying yourself a glimmer of hope and some precious time. But you must understand that no matter how well you divert attention, there is always a time limit. Once she finishes dealing with the matter of the strange tree, she will naturally turn her gaze back to you. Zhao Jiang seemed to grasp something. Do you mean that even her current gestures of goodwill and hints are all laying the groundwork to probe my value? Number 1 said exactly. Zhao Jiang asked, then what is my special value to the strange tree? Number 1 replied, the same as this. From various details and anomalous behaviors, it's not hard to deduce that you are an absolute anomaly to that strange tree. While other creatures are lost in blissful dreams within its blossoms, you awaken on your own, defying its certain ability. If it happened only once it could be explained as an accident or coincidence, but twice in a row, that can no longer be dismissed as mere chance. Zhao Jiang remarked, no wonder that when I hinted to the Rat Clan princess as you instructed about leaving the laboratory I sensed a tremendous malevolence from the unseen. Number 1 said, it's only natural to feel malice. Compared to the Rat Clan, the strange tree can tolerate you even less. Based on the abilities it has displayed so far, hypnotizing or directly stripping other creatures of control over their bodies is one of its major, perhaps primary, powers. Yet you remain unaffected by this ability. If it cannot understand why you are immune, then its power will have a flaw. When the Rat Clan princess first took you away, if it hadn't been for some restraint or hesitation we don't know about, you would have been killed already. Zhao Jiang, half comprehending, asked in confusion, why didn't it kill me before the Rat Clan princess appeared? Number 1 said, I haven't figured that out yet either. Most likely there is some unseen force in the shadows forming a balance of power, or perhaps it simply overlooked you. According to my speculation, before you arrived here the Rat Clan had already studied it for a long time and must have been aware of this ability. So when you exhibited anomalies they saw hope instantly. By unlocking the secret behind you they could effectively neutralize the strange tree's power. From this perspective it makes sense that the Rat Clan princess personally appeared. Number 2 suddenly interjected, Number 1, according to your reasoning, could the princess's personal appearance be a warning to the strange tree? Number 1 said, it's possible but not certain. Our knowledge is limited, many things cannot be deduced. But the core point, 8th special value, is absolutely correct. The Rat Clan wants to use 8th special value to crack the strange tree's ability, while the strange tree wants to kill 8th to thwart their efforts. With the sudden turn of events and the escalation of their conflict, the hidden balance has been shattered. The current situation is the Rat Clan princess has conceived a new scheme involving the strange tree and 8th that we are unaware of, while the strange tree has made 8th part of its escape plan and simultaneously seeks to use this opportunity to completely annihilate him. Zhao Jiang suddenly realized. So I'm actually quite important. Number 1 replied, not just quite important, extremely important. You are an irreplaceable card in both their hands. Whoever fully possesses you effectively wins half the victory. Zhao Jiang sighed in amazement. So this is the real reason I'm still alive. Number 1 said, regardless of the reason, it's a good thing for you. A card that can be valued and used is certainly better than one that is ignored and discarded. From this perspective you are no longer ordinary. Zhao Jiang clenched his fists, looked up at the sky and asked with trepidation, Number 1, what is the success rate of the plan you've devised this time? I want the truth. 50%. Zhao Jiang's eyes brightened slightly. 50%. Number 1 shook his head and said gravely, 50% is the probability of luck appearing, not the probability of the plan succeeding. If luck does not come, the plan's success rate is 0. If luck does come, the success rate varies with time and we can choose the specific probability. Zhao Jiang was bewildered. What do you mean? Number 1 said, I am gambling on a possibility. If I lose the bet you will die. If I win there is a chance to turn the tables. Number 2 seized the opportunity to add, Number 1 has racked his brains and exhausted every effort to create an opportunity for you to overturn the situation. Ever since he learned that the Rat Clan princess had given you an ultimatum, Number 1 foresaw the subsequent developments. In the calculations of both the Rat Clan and the strange tree there was never an option for you to survive. If you refuse the Rat Clan princess she will resort to torture to force your compliance. Though not guaranteed to succeed, she will certainly try. Whether you comply or not, she will continually devise new ways to drain your special value. Once you lose that value your end will come. Of course you could choose to end your own life in the middle, but the result would be the same. If you accept the Rat Clan princess's proposal you will inevitably fall into the hands of the strange tree. Whether out of protecting its own ability or for other reasons it will kill you. Number 1 has already analyzed this earlier. In short, no matter what you choose the final outcome is death. Moreover, with your frail human body and the environment you're in you have absolutely no means to fight back. It seems like an inescapable dead end, doesn't it? Zhao Jiang nodded. Number 2 suddenly grinned. But Number 1 has found a way to break it for you. This method involves an element of gambling, but you have no choice. That's why he asked you to show a lack of will to live, to appear as if you're ready to die and to refuse negotiation. Only by doing so would the strange tree have no other option and fall into the plan's loop. Zhao Jiang listened somewhat bewildered but spoke with curiosity and directness. I've played the part 1 was supposed to play. Now can you tell me in detail what exactly you mean by luck and what you're gambling on? Number 2 glanced one and said, you go ahead this time, I'm afraid I can't convey that kind of essence in peril. Number 1 nodded and continued, I bet that once the monster tree seizes control of your body this dream will still reveal the same odd phenomena as before. And moreover, if you vanish from the dream you can force an awakening in the real world, regaining control of your body. As for the luck component, it is the period during which the monster tree occupies your body. It can slip from the rat clan's grasp. If it fails, even if you guess the earlier possibilities, you will fall again into the rat clan's hands, which would be no different from death. Zhao Jiang suddenly slapped his forehead. Understanding, I see. The Li Dai Tao Jiang plan you mentioned earlier refers to using the monster tree to possess my body, then let it contend with the rat clan, and finally I will reclaim control of my body to escape the predicament, right? Number 1, in theory that's how it is, but the variables are too great. Honestly, I have no confidence. Zhao Jiang laughed. What confidence do you want? To conceive such a clever gambit from a do-or-die situation is remarkable indeed. I've realized that if we lose, we will go with you to search for the next Zhao Jiang. If we win the gamble, I will forever treasure this experience, and from a new starting point I will pour everything into moving forward. Today they treat me as a plaything, as if I were an ant. Tomorrow I shall stand at the summit and by means of science show them that even ants have a spring. Number 1 offered a faint smile, very relieved. Zhao Jiang has already lost 7 times this time. I think luck should be on Zhao Jiang's side. What do you think? Zhao Jiang's brow relaxed. I think so too. Number 2, that monster tree is after all a creature of transcendent potential. Its previous performances were not great, but now the rat clan has laid its cards bare. There's nowhere to hide. If we don't show real strength or reveal our hidden cards, we have nothing to discuss. It's here. Number 1's words trailed off as he suddenly looked up at the mass of red tentacles bearing down. Zhao Jiang followed suit, eyes narrowing. Are they taking control of my body? Number 1, from this it seems so, but it's somewhat different from my guess. What difference? Number 1 raised a hand pointing at the spectacular red giant tentacles at the forefront. Look, they are still blocked from entering the dream from outside. Logically, if they fully seize your body, they should be able to enter this dream. After all, in my guess, the dream's foundation still lies in the DNA of your real body. Now this situation can only indicate one thing. What issue? Either it hasn't found the dream's source carrier, or because of your existence it cannot truly become the master of this body. Inside Laboratory 0. Bang. 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 Zhao Jiang's body was suddenly flung by the flowers, slammed into a tree trunk, rebounded and lay on the ground unmoving. Meanwhile the tree trembled violently, releasing a torrent of spores that set the lab's silent alarms ringing incessantly. After a while the lab returned to quiet. Not knowing how long had passed, the rat clan princess, clad in armor never seen before and wielding an unknown weapon, appeared in Laboratory 0. I have fulfilled my promise and handed this human over to you for disposal. Is it time for you to fulfill your promise as well? She spoke as she entered, though her voice came from the suit itself. Poof. And you dare speak? Is this human the same as the original human? Hua Shanhu for the first time projected a precise voice through the air and replied. The rat clan princess's voice turned cold. What do you mean? What I mean? You sent me a clone. Did you really think I wouldn't notice? The rat clan princess suddenly raised her weapon toward the monster tree and shouted, impossible. Absolutely impossible. This human is the original human, I guarantee it. Poof. If you don't believe me, drag his corpse out to test the original genes and see if I lie to you. The rat clan princess glanced at the human corpse on the ground and fell silent. She remained silent, and Hua Shanhu's voice also fell silent. The entire lab fell into a pin-drop quiet. You don't want to fulfill your promise. You deliberately tampered with his genes to frame me. You've cooked up a fine scheme. After a moment's thought, the rat clan princess suddenly reacted, fur bristling. Poof. Accusing me of framing you. Your move of seizing a windfall without giving anything in return is a masterful trick. I told you as much. How could you agree so readily to hand this human to me? And when this human arrived, the reaction was completely different. Turns out that human was a chatterbox, a real blabbermouth, to the point that even with a broken leg he would try to run from the blossoms. But this clone, from the moment he entered, stayed silent and even crawled straight into my blossoms as if his program were set. Such irregularities and illogicalities baffled me at first. Only after examining his genes did I realize the trick you were playing. Fortunately I kept a second eye open, otherwise I would have been fooled by you. The rat clan princess gripped her weapon, her voice icy. Are you going to refuse to fulfill your promise now? You were the first to break trust, no wonder me. The rat clan princess, don't spout nonsense, we both know the truth. If you back out now, you must have another motive. Tell me then, what else do you want? If it's not excessive, I'm still willing to continue trading with you. Your clan's credibility with me is only once and it's used up now. I will not trust you again. Take this clone's corpse, the vessel full of deceit and fraud, and roll away. Even if I die in this lab, I will never reveal a single secret of life's evolution to you. The rat clan princess looked again at the human corpse on the ground. The fur that had bristled began to settle. Are you sure this human corpse is a clone? Absolutely certain. Based on my examination of his original genes, I can say with near certainty that this clone was born almost 18 days ago. The rat clan princess narrowed her eyes as if remembering something. 18 days. Are you sure? You don't need to ask me again and again. Take this disgusting clone's corpse outside to test and you'll know. The Rat Clan Princess, what if I take him away and you deny it later? If you give me real goods I will acknowledge it, but if you give me a fake why should I acknowledge? To be honest, as long as I haven't seen the real thing I will never acknowledge. The Rat Clan Princess deliberately showed a hint of surprise. Is your hatred for that human really that great? Of course. Cutting off someone's livelihood is like killing a parent. He cut off my path of evolution and we are mortal enemies. If I don't kill him my resentment won't dissipate. The Princess of the Shuzu asked cautiously, have you ever considered that what exposes you isn't that but yourself? It would have happened long ago if I had exposed myself. There was no need to wait until now. It must have been that human who twice escaped my spore hypnosis who sensed the anomaly, told you everything in order to stay alive, and then you followed the clues to discover my true face and take action against me. Following the thread to the root, the Princess of the Shuzu said, very well, the facts are indeed as you think. That human to stay alive said everything, and not only that, fearing we would not believe him, spouted all sorts of nonsense. Coincidentally, those scattered details gave us inspiration which led to what followed. While it was us who acted, strictly speaking it was that human who tipped us off. So I would like nothing more than to tear him to pieces, to burn into ash. Originally, to achieve this I broke my own code and bargained with you only for you to bring a clone to fool me. That human is damned. You Shuzu are damned as well. Do not give me a chance to escape or I will make you pay the price. Now I do not wish to discuss anything further with you. Take that clone and get out far away as you can. Roll. Roll. Get out. Beep beep beep. Your Highness, Subject 0 is in an abnormal state. The spore concentration has surged beyond the historical peak by tens of thousands of times. You must be careful. Enlarged spores. Inside the protective suit, the Princess of the Shuzu received the observer's warning and grew more cautious. Roll. Roll away. The Princess of the Shuzu saw the other side erupt into a rage. Unable to communicate normally without a word, she seized the human's corpse and headed outside. Seal him off. The princess had just stepped out of laboratory No. 0 when she ordered the waiting Shuzu warriors to seal Zhao Jiang's corpse in the prepared special container. Poof. You want to play mind games with me? Watch me outlive you. The Princess of the Shuzu glanced at Zhao Jiang sealed in the special container, a wicked smile curling at the corners of her mouth. The special container was placed on Black Bridge's teleportation device, surrounded by 8 fully armed Shuzu warriors who stood guard with unwavering focus. Leaving Black Bridge, the 8 Shuzu warriors carried the container up to the dark red crystal tunnel where several researchers in protective suits waited at the fore. Has the human terminal sample been abandoned like this? A hunched researcher stared intently at the special container, his mood complex. The 8 Shuzu warriors did not answer, simply standing guard with unwavering focus. Compared to the evolution secret of fire coral, a mere human is nothing. To give up is no big deal. Another sturdier researcher reached out a paw to stroke the special container, his voice tinged with excitement. Hunched researcher, what a pity we haven't yet understood the principle by which he escaped spore hypnosis. If we had a little more time it would be better. The burly researcher grinned, his beard curling into a rough 8 shape. As long as we figure out the evolution principle of fire coral, the secret of spore hypnosis will crumble on its own. This time we sacrifice the small for the great, we will surely reap a bloody profit, so let's not hesitate. Amberite researcher suddenly spoke, it's a pity I have analyzed all the body data of that human specimen and found no relevant clues. I feel the secret of his escape from spore hypnosis may not lie in the body, perhaps it relates to biowaves and information waves as well. The 4th researcher glanced at the special container and then turned to one Shuzu warrior. Your Highness, where is the princess? Why didn't she come back with you? One Shuzu warrior replied, Your Highness says she has some other matters to attend to, please bring the target back first. The burly researcher grew more and more excited, his fur bristled and he urged eagerly, everyone stop lingering here, hurry and send it to the Forbidden Zone Research Center. I can hardly contain my excitement. Another researcher echoed, never mind the princess, for now she handles things with more instinct and restraint than us. Our urgent task is to race against time to uncover the evolution secret of fire coral, a matter of immense significance and remarkable importance to our whole clan. Yes, hurry and send it to the Forbidden Zone Research Center. I can hardly contain myself either. Inside laboratory No. 0 the Shuzu princess departed and returned. I'm back again. You didn't expect it, did you? There was no answer. You don't need to pretend not to hear me, I know you're still there. Still no answer. Fine, your silence doesn't matter. I came back only to tell you one thing, the human clone you mentioned has already been sealed in a special container by us without our permission. Not even light can escape. You've already lost. From now on all your efforts will become the Shuzu's bridal gown, adding bricks to the future feats of our clan. You are unwilling, aren't you? If you are unwilling you can say so, I'll tell you where you truly lost. Do you still intend to hide? If you hide again I may leave. To tell you the truth, this will be my last time staying here. From now on, this place will no longer be under my responsibility. No matter what the princess says, there is no response throughout the laboratory. After a long while, have you indeed chosen to go all in? Foolish. The princess of the Shuzu arrived at Fire Coral, activated the weapon in her hand and unleashed a powerful current, burning the wilted main body of Fire Coral to ash. Poof. I overestimated you, that's all you've got. It's a pity I came back to test you, it was a waste of my expressions. The princess watched the ashes swirl in the lab, certain that the other had left. Sizzle. 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 Next, the princess directed powerful currents at various suspicious places, cleansing them thoroughly, afraid of missing anything. Sizzle. 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 After one pass, the princess remained uneasy and cleansed again. After I leave, I will activate the laboratory decomposition and incineration mode, thoroughly cleansing laboratory No. 0 and preparing for the next subject. The princess of the Shuzu approached the laboratory door, issuing orders to the observer. Mother Rat, you seem quite pleased with yourself, thinking everything is under your control. A ghostly voice sounded behind as the princess had just stepped out of the lab. Who? The princess's face changed. She spun around, gripping her weapon and aiming ahead. You Shuzu have no idea how high the heavens are or how thick the earth is. The princess could hardly believe it. You didn't even borrow a human body to leave. That was your only chance. Dare to scheme against my people and you shall be dealt with. The Rat Clan princess sensed something amiss and quickly composed herself. So it's just this petty trick. I was almost fooled by you. She had initially thought the other party was speaking to her, but then she realized the logical connection among the three sentences was flawed, making it more like a soliloquy. Although she did not know how the other had done it, she thought that if her guess was correct, this was a deliberate trick left behind to confuse or disgust her. Petty tricks will never be presentable, they are meaningless and superfluous. Realizing that the other party had indeed taken advantage of the opportunity, she had deliberately allowed the Rat Clan princess sheathe her weapon and turned to leave again. As she left, a cryptic smile hung at the corner of her mouth. One day later. A new Zero experimental subject was in place, a colorful fire coral. If you want to evolve using our clan's hands, you must pay the corresponding price. Let you enjoy yourself for a while first, then you will see the might of my Rat Clan. The Rat Clan princess stood in the control room watching the new fire coral, less than 5 meters tall, a dangerous glint in her eyes as she kept muttering to herself. At the same time, in Zero Lab, the true hunter often appears in the form of prey. Arrogant Rat Clan, this time I will teach you a profound lesson. Daring to interrupt my clan's evolution and attempting to steal the secrets of our evolution, you are digging your own grave. Let you be arrogant for a while. Once my mother entity completes its evolution, I will strike your clan first. The Rat Clan's highest level research facility, the Forbidden Zone Research Center, located nearly 40000 meters underground, Laboratory 118. A dozen Rat Clan researchers in special protective suits were studying a human corpse when suddenly the corpse opened its eyes. Bang! The first researcher who noticed the anomaly was about to say something, but before he could speak, his body collapsed as if drained of flesh and blood. Bang! 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 Following that, all the researchers in Laboratory 118 fell to the ground unconscious. Zika Kakokong. Almost at the same time, a burly Rat Clan researcher used an access card to open the laboratory door and rushed in. Mother entity, I have kept you waiting. The burly researcher went straight to the special container from which the shielding layer had been removed and used a dizzyingly black card to open it. How much time do we have? Zhao Jiang sat up from the container, his eyes unusually cold. 51 seconds. Let's go. Mother entity, put this on. Good. 51 seconds later, the alarm sounded in the Forbidden Zone Research Center. Woo 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 woo. The alarm was urgent, piercing, cyclical and repetitive, shocking the rats who heard it. What exactly happened? If I remember correctly, this is the first time the alarm has sounded since the Forbidden Zone Research Center was built. In Laboratory 117, the closest to Laboratory 118, a Rat Clan researcher's fur stood on end and his tail even lifted. Something big must have happened. Could it be that humans have discovered us and launched an attack? Just as the Rat Clan researchers were wondering what had happened, a massive number of Rat Clan warriors had already launched a full-scale operation, sealing off all exits of the Forbidden Zone Center with the utmost speed and force. All sorts of mysterious equipment rarely seen in ordinary times appeared in large numbers, set up at every passageway so that even a single fart could be clearly seen and its composition and wave energy analyzed at the fastest speed. The Rat Clan princess rushed to the Forbidden Zone Research Center as soon as she received the news. When she saw the preliminary report of the incident, a barely restrained killing intent burst from her eyes. Very good, I admit I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to have such a hidden move. Half an hour later. A white-furred rat in warrior attire entered the Rat Clan princess's research room. Sister, I've found the cause. 3 first-level researchers at the research center, the duty officer at the monitoring center of laboratory 118, 2 cleaners responsible for changing protective suits, and 1 warrior leader on patrol along with 16 base warriors, all of them have betrayed us. They secretly tampered with the real-time surveillance data of laboratory 118, used pre-made content to cover the 5-minute monitoring of the lab, and poisoned the researchers' protective suits. Finally, they used an access card to open the special container and stole the human corpse inside. The Rat Clan princess looked at him, her eyes sharp. Are you sure they betrayed? I'm sure. Did you capture any of the traitors? 7 were captured, but they all committed suicide immediately. The Rat Clan princess said, take their bodies to the spore detection center. I want precise data on every hair, every inch of flesh, and even every drop of their bodily fluids. White-furred warrior, are you suspecting they were manipulated? Rat Clan princess, finish this mission and then come to my research lab. I will open the door to a whole new world for you. The path of a warrior is not for you. White-furred warrior, second brother won't let me go. Rat Clan princess, I'll go ask him for you. He wouldn't dare refuse. White-furred warrior, all right. Rat Clan princess, by the way, besides testing their bodies, thoroughly investigate their recent life situation. I want to know what else they did besides their regular work, what they came into contact with and what they said. White-furred warrior, got it. But I'm afraid I can't find everything. I can only try to analyze the clues left in the surveillance. Rat Clan princess, I know. Just do your best. More than 100 meters underground in a long-abandoned mine. Finally escaped. Congratulations on the success of the mother entity plan. This can't be considered a success. Strictly speaking, I lost. I originally planned to use the Rat Clan's resources to quietly complete my evolution, then infiltrate the Rat Clan without a trace, turning them into my overt puppets under my control. But no matter how many calculations I made, I never anticipated the appearance of such a human who disrupted all my plans, allowing that detestable female rat to seize the opportunity, corner me, and ultimately cause the failure of all my efforts over these years. Poof. It's fortunate that when I decided to use them I secretly left a backup plan, otherwise I would have truly capsized in the gutter this time. As he finished speaking, tiny threads of pink liquid leaked from Zhao Jiang's body, eventually converging to form a dreamlike pink transparent little tree. Bang. When the last thread of pink liquid left Zhao Jiang's body, he collapsed face first, raising a cloud of dust. According to inertia, the dust should have fallen onto the pink transparent little tree, but for some reason just as it was about to approach, it was repelled by an invisible force, eventually falling back onto Zhao Jiang's body, forming a layer of ash. A burly rodent researcher knelt before the pink translucent little tree, speaking respectfully, Mother Entity, how should this human be dealt with? Whoosh. Before he could finish, a black shadow flashed by like a gust of wind. What was that? The burly rodent researcher glanced with his peripheral vision at the empty ground and the swirling dust, saying incredulously, it seems to be that human. Realizing what had happened, the pink translucent little tree immediately turned its gaze to the ground where a person had just been lying, and the next moment it was completely stunned. Quick! Go! Catch him! Catch him for me! You must catch him! Yes! Watching the figure that quickly rose and gave chase, the pink translucent little tree was furious. Despicable human, how dare you use me? I will make you wish you were dead. After a dozen minutes, the burly rodent researcher returned with a dejected expression. Didn't catch him. Didn't catch him. Sigh. Forget it, first take me to a safe place. Evolution is the priority. I'll remember this grudge. Just an insignificant ant, let him prance around for a few more years. Once I complete my evolution, I will capture him again and throw him into a desperate situation, making him feel true despair. Then I will hint to him that I deliberately let him go this time. Hoof. Mother Entity is wise. On the surface in the Mayanshan area, at the entrance of a dilapidated mine tunnel. I never thought I would see the surface again. Zhao Jiang lay on the ground, greedily inhaling a breath of air mixed with mineral dust, his heart a mixture of emotions. Closing his eyes, he reviewed the underground experience once more, everything feeling like a dream, utterly unreal. But the sharp pain from his wounds all over his body served as a stark reminder that it was all real. A strange tree evolving toward transcendence, a rodent civilization already capable of rivaling humanity. Beneath the sunlight and the darkness, all manner of known and unknown savage forces were stirring. Time flew by, days and nights passed without cease. A month later, in Xining City, Shanghai Province, a company named Weisheng Biotechnology suddenly rose to prominence, leaving all other local biotech companies far behind with its unmatched momentum. Their research team had developed a brand new ecological concentrated energy battery, which was not only compact and highly safe but also capable of a single charge range of 1500 kilometers. Ecological concentrated energy battery. According to official sources, this battery has preliminarily passed the most stringent tests by Huawei and BYD and is currently undergoing further retesting and verification. Meanwhile, giants of the traditional lithium battery industry such as CATL Ganfeng Lithium and Eve Energy dispatched their key personnel rushing to the headquarters of Weisheng Biotechnology with all haste. Inside a personal research room in the R&D department of Weisheng Biotechnology. Boss, I have received emails from the headquarters of Huawei and BYD. Their preliminary intention is to collaborate with us on developing a brand new ecological car with an estimated development cycle of 1 year. What do you think? Zhao Jiang, not good. Duan Xuanqing noticed that his boss's expression was too calm and couldn't help feeling uneasy. Is there a problem? Zhao Jiang, go back and tell them directly our company intends to sell the entire patent and technology package of the ecological concentrated energy battery. Ask if they are interested in buying it. If so, it goes to the highest bidder. Duan Xuanqing was shocked. Boss, is this a good idea? A one-time deal can never compare to a steady stream of income. Our ecological concentrated energy battery is a revolutionary and disruptive product. Once we cooperate with them to produce ecological cars, we will create a huge blank market and even overturn the entire global automotive industry. If we sell the entire technology and patent package to them, we'll have no share of the future market pie. Zhao Jiang looked at the anxious and restless Duan Xuanqing, his expression still so calm. Duan Xuanqing saw his boss's demeanor and felt he wasn't listening, so he continued. Boss, to put it bluntly, this decision is like discarding the essence and chasing the trivial, picking up sesame seeds while losing the watermelon. Even if the company needs funds right now, there's no need to sell the technology and patent package. Why not step back and license it? With our company's technology, just the patent royalties alone would be enough to make us a giant. If you sell it in one go, it's like selling a golden hen that keeps laying eggs. Zhao Jiang, I know, but you still have to do as I say. Duan Xuanqing looked helpless and pleading, bending over almost to his knees. Boss, please think twice. This request is truly the worst of the worst strategies. Zhao Jiang, my mind is made up. Don't try to persuade me anymore. Boss, I beg you, can you please reconsider? Even if you disregard my humble plea, at least consider the researchers who have worked day and night without complaint. How many brightly lit nights have they worked overtime without complaint, pouring their hearts and minds into it? Duan Xuanqing, seeing Zhao Jiang still unmoved, half knelt, grabbing Zhao Jiang's pants with both hands, pleading and using the researchers to play on emotions, trying to bring him back to reason. Stop. Unexpectedly, before he could say more, Zhao Jiang cut him off. Manager Duan, let me ask you one thing, were they voluntary? Duan Xuanqing, they were voluntary, but... Zhao Jiang, no buts. I don't care if they did it for the overtime pay or truly love the job. As long as I am the boss of this company, the technology was developed according to my requirements and I paid the salaries and all other expenses for the research, then this technology by all rights belongs to me. Since it's mine, how I handle it is my right and freedom. Duan Xuanqing was anxious. Boss, I didn't mean that. I kept you here and gave you a special opportunity to become the executive manager, not to have you consider the company's prospects, market size and such. I only valued your execution ability, nothing more. Although I know you mean well, wanting to prove your value through your experience, insights and unique perspective and contribute to the company. But you must believe that I am no less than you. I can make a company rise from 0 to 1 in such a short time. Alright, let's leave it at that. Remember, do your duty in your position. This is the first and last time. With that, Zhao Jiang reached out and pulled him up. Alright, get up. Go execute my orders. Duan Xuanqing used the force from Zhao Jiang's hand to stand up, wiped the tears he had shed in panic and replied, yes. I know what to do. Sigh, do I lack money? What I truly lack is time. Zhao Jiang watched Duan Xuanqing's back disappear through the laboratory door, his gaze shifting to focus on the pale purple doorframe somewhat distant, and his calm expression gradually turned solemn. The next day the sky was clear and boundless. Early in the morning, Weisheng Biotechnology welcomed a large group of foreign guests. These people came from all over the world, representing various countries' major enterprises, diverse industries and prominent organizations. Some represented legitimate battery-related companies, some represented enterprises completely unrelated to batteries. Some represented environmental protection organizations that had been quite vocal in recent years, and some represented military-industrial complexes disguised as ordinary corporations. Although their backgrounds and objectives differed, they shared one commonality: all of them saw a brand new prospect in the ecological energy converging battery released by Weisheng Biotechnology. Among them, the most arrogant was the AGED military-industrial complex, which cut straight to the chase, demanding the patent and technology of this battery, saying they would pay any price. If their demands were not met, they would use all means to completely block Weisheng Biotechnology's future overseas markets, ensuring that Weisheng would never expand beyond the country's borders. Their approach was one of coercion, threats and bullying the weak. Duan Xuanqing, encountering such domineering guests for the first time, found himself momentarily overwhelmed and had to call his boss for help. Hello boss, are you busy? Zhao Jiang on the other end of the line detected something unusual from his voice. I'm in the lab. Are you facing some tricky situation? Duan Chuanxing said, boss, some special guests have arrived and I don't know how to entertain them. Could you come over? He glanced back at the imposing foreigners and quietly added one word, urgent. Alright, I'll be right there. Assistant phone, we're out of good tea here. Go downstairs and get some for me. When distinguished guests visit we must entertain them with fine tea. After hanging up, Duan Chuanxing quickly gave Assistant Feng a meaningful look and made an excuse to send her away. Okay, I'll go right away. The newly graduated Assistant Feng understood immediately and turned to leave. Manager Duan, there's no need to brew tea. We don't lack such tea. When can your boss arrive? Our time is precious. The tall burly American Cole, dressed in a black suit with a white tie and wearing his hair in a bun, looked impatient. Duan Chuanxing dared not meet the other's sharp gaze. He deliberately took out his phone and said nervously, from our company's RD department to here it normally takes about an hour. But the boss is special, he can get here in about 15 minutes. Please bear with us for a while. Cole rolled up his sleeve revealing a custom Rolex and smirked. Fine, we'll wait for your boss for 15 minutes. If he doesn't arrive within 15 minutes you'll have to compensate us for every minute of delay. By the way, a friendly reminder, our income is very high. There are 5 of us here today. Based on our usual compensation together we cost about $10,000 per minute. I hope you won't default on the payment or we will sue you, haha. Upon hearing this, Duan Chuanxing broke into a cold sweat, but he had to force a dry laugh on the surface. More than 10 minutes later. Assistant Feng opened the office door and Zhao Jiang walked in wearing a lab coat. Are you the boss of this company? The blonde woman beside Cole, who had remained silent since entering the company, now stood up from the sofa upon seeing Zhao Jiang. Zhao Jiang glanced at her and replied calmly, yes. The blonde woman said, is this a legitimate company? Why is it so shabby? Zhao Jiang, did you come to our company just to say that? The blonde woman paused, then cut to the chase. We are very interested in your company's ecological energy converging battery. Would you be willing to sell us the patent and supporting technology? Zhao Jiang looked at Duan Chuanxing. Have Huawei and BYD replied? Duan Chuanxing, boss, they have replied. Both are willing. They are currently evaluating the value of the entire patent. The specific offer will take another 2 days. Zhao Jiang turned to the blonde woman. I allow you to join the bidding. If your offer is higher than Huawei and BYD's, then the entire patent and technology of the ecological energy converging battery will be yours. The blonde woman was delighted. Really? Zhao Jiang retorted, if it were false why would you have traveled all the way here? To see my shabby company. The blonde woman's smile froze, realizing that Zhao Jiang was not easy to deal with. Do we only need to compete with Huawei and BYD? Cole put away his previous arrogant attitude and asked seriously. Zhao Jiang, for now yes. Later I'm not sure. I only give 1 week for bidding. Within that week whoever offers the highest price gets the patent and the entire technology. The blonde woman narrowed her eyes. 1 week. By Asian time or global standard? Zhao Jiang, by our company's time. The blonde woman, that's unfair. There is a time difference between Asia and our region. If we follow your company's time we will lose 1 day. Zhao Jiang, that's your problem. If you can't even get past this small time issue, then I think you really don't need to participate in the bidding. The blonde woman exchanged glances with Cole, both sensing Zhao Jiang's coldness. If there is nothing else, please take your leave. We are all busy. With that, Zhao Jiang turned and left, first not even giving them a chance to speak. Duan Chuanxing looked at his bosses receding back, then at the silent scene. Comparing it to the time when he was alone, an indescribable feeling filled his heart. He wanted to tell his boss that such a way of treating guests was inappropriate, but when he thought of the foreigner's arrogant attitude toward him he felt incredibly satisfied. Somehow he felt that his boss's seemingly cold hospitality was actually kind of cool. Assistant Feng at the door tightly clutched her hands, her big eyes quietly observing, her heart both anxious and excited. She was anxious because she could tell that those foreigners were formidable. Both their eyes and their aura were completely different from ordinary businessmen. They were obviously not to be trifled with. Moreover, given how they had treated Manager Duan, she was really afraid that the boss's attitude might get him beaten. To be honest, perhaps due to racial differences, she felt that the boss's slender frame might not withstand a single punch from one of the big guys with dreadlocks. If these foreigners lost their temper and truly disregarded martial ethics by attacking the boss, she didn't know what to do. On the other hand, she was excited because these foreigners seemed to bully the weak and fear the strong. They were aggressive toward Manager Duan, but the moment the boss appeared they instantly fell silent. As a newly graduated graduate student, she felt an irresistible urge to share. Just thinking about sharing what she had seen with her roommates and imagining their exaggerated reactions and expressions made her inexplicably excited. The blonde woman watched Zhao Jiang's back until it completely disappeared, then curled her lips and smiled with her eyes. Let's go. Snap. As Cole passed by Manager Duan, he suddenly stopped, snapped his fingers and smirked. You should learn more from your boss. I recall a saying from your country, half the battle is lost if you're nervous. If I'm not mistaken, when you looked at the time earlier you must have been thinking about whether your salary would be enough to cover even a few minutes of our losses. Ha! With that he followed the blonde woman and quickly left, leaving Duan Xuanqing with a dashing back view. After a while, Assistant Feng saw Duan Xuanqing in a daze, thinking he was affected. She walked over, waved her hand and whispered, Manager Duan. Manager Duan. You don't need to wave. I'm fine. These foreigners are the last batch of guests today, right? Assistant Feng, yes. Duan Xuanqing, that's good. Go ahead and attend to your work. I need some quiet time. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot. The boss left a few words for me to pass on to you. Assistant Feng had just turned around and hadn't taken 2 steps when she turned back. What words? Assistant. Feng said the boss instructs you to abandon the obsolete mindset you carried from previous companies. Stop always prioritizing harmony and swallowing your grievances. This is a world that values capability. Although our company is newly established and many aspects remain imperfect, the very fact that we stand here is proof of our strength. From now on, anyone who comes to our company, regardless of their background or status, who shows disrespect toward us can be shown the door directly. Duan Xuanqing suddenly snapped to attention. You told the boss about me getting shut down. Assistant. Feng looked puzzled. Didn't you wink at me and hint that I should tell the boss? Duan Xuanqing's breath caught in his throat. Just as he was about to fly into a rage, those words left him frozen on the spot. He raised his half-clenched fist, wanting to say something but finding no words, and finally muttered in exasperation, I truly don't know what the boss sees in hiring fresh graduates like you, all of you lacking even basic perceptiveness. Never mind, never mind. I won't hold this against you, just don't let it happen again. Assistant. Feng opened his white innocent eyes. Oh. TSK. If you're inadequate, blame the uneven road. It was clearly his own problem, yet he insisted on blaming my lack of perceptiveness. If I hadn't reported those matters to the boss beforehand, would he have made such an entrance? Would he have given those foreigners the cold shoulder? Isn't this effectively helping you get even on my behalf? Hoof. You're the one who lost face, and not only do you refuse to acknowledge the facts, but you also shift the blame onto others. What's wrong with being a recent graduate? Did I eat your rice or drink your water? The boss pays the salary, the boss oversees RD, and the boss is the one who steps up to handle situations. Even if someone has to take the blame, it should be the boss's burden to bear, not yours as a mere manager. Where does your confidence come from? Never mind. I'm at least a graduate student. I shouldn't waste energy on someone so absurd that would only lower my own standard. After work I must share all of this. Assistant. Feng, who appeared so innocent and slightly aggrieved, turned around and immediately launched into an elaborate inner monologue. With the departure of the AJED military-industrial complex delegation, explosive news suddenly ignited the entire internet. Weisheng Biotechnology will sell off its latest ecological energy battery technology and patents as a package. The CATL representative, who had just finished visiting Weisheng Biotech and hadn't even fully settled back, was stunned upon hearing this news, his face registering pure disbelief. As one of China's battery industry giants, CATL understood precisely what a groundbreaking battery meant. For humanity as a whole, many industries had reached their limits and struggled to break through. Among the various factors constraining these advances, the stagnation of battery technology ranked among the most prominent. In other words, due to the backwardness of battery technology, revolutionary breakthroughs remained elusive, preventing qualitative improvements across many fields and products. Now Weisheng Biotech had carved a new path, developing an ecological energy battery fundamentally different from conventional approaches, effectively breaking the era's impasse and claiming a decisive advantage in the currents of progress. Yet this pivotal moment for the era, Weisheng Biotech planned to sell it off entirely, utterly unreasonable and almost inconceivable. Even a fool wouldn't do this. Without wasting time, the CATL representative immediately contacted headquarters and chartered a private jet heading straight back to Weisheng Biotech's headquarters. 1 day later. Inside the manager's office at Weisheng Biotech. Boss, there's something I must report to you. After sending assistant Feng out, Duan Xuanqing slumped onto the sofa, utterly defeated. On the other end of the phone, what is it? The company is severely understaffed. Could you hire more people? I truly can't keep up. On the other end, do you think we're short-staffed? I'd say we have plenty of people, over 1,000 already. Duan Xuanqing replied with a tone of utter exhaustion, Boss, please don't tease me. Out of over 1,000 people, more than 900 are researchers. The rest of us, excluding researchers, total fewer than 30. Those researchers only focus on their research and don't handle anything else. But the rest of us, over 20 people, have to manage everything except research. I truly can't sustain this. When the company first started, didn't you claim your abilities were exceptional, that you could handle 100 tasks alone and keep Weisheng Biotech running smoothly? It hasn't been long, why have you already forgotten your own words? Duan Xuanxing, I never expected the company to grow this fast. Boss, besides that, you have no idea. The companies I worked at before were all Fortune 500 corporations, but fundamentally they were ordinary businesses. The people I dealt with and the matters I handled all followed conventional logic. Our Weisheng Biotech is different, we came out swinging with a royal flush. All sorts of odd characters flocked to our company, and the experience I gained at those other companies is completely useless here. If this continues, my poor heart truly can't take it. On the other end of the phone, really or not? You look full of energy, I'd say this burden poses no real challenge to you. Boss, I'm talking about serious matters here, please stop flattering me into ruin. You have no idea how many visitors came today. Because I accidentally slighted one customer, their bodyguard secretly elbowed me and my stomach still hurts. Something like this actually happened. Boss, I would never dare lie to you. Send me that customer's information. Boss, no. Don't act on impulse. Later, I had assistant. Phone, look into that person's background, their identity is quite sensitive. Oh, I mean, I probably can't afford to offend them. Plus, I did neglect them somewhat at the time. Not only did I make them wait in vain for an hour, I also mixed up their order. Their anger is understandable. Although I didn't mean to, I was indeed in the wrong. Frankly, the root cause is simply that we don't have enough people and can't keep up with the workload. Our company lacks HR, administration, PR departments, we just have one manager and a few assistants. Even running my feet off, I can't handle everything. On the other end, thoughtful, now that you mention it, we probably do need to hire more people. Boss, please, I beg you, hire some non-research staff. I don't mind a pay cut or working overtime, I just don't want to keep making mistakes from being overwhelmed. Alright, I understand. Once I'm done with my tasks tonight, I'll start hiring. I guarantee the people will be in place by tomorrow. Duan Xuanxing breathed a sigh of relief, elated inside. Thank you, boss, you're truly wonderful. To show my gratitude for your understanding, I've decided to work through the night tonight. Around 8 in the evening, within the private underground lab beneath the personal laboratory in the RD department, Zhao Jiang had finished his work early. After carefully inspecting his human skin mask and biolayer to ensure everything was intact, he stepped out of the personal laboratory, glanced up at the brightly lit research rooms, and silently took out his phone to snap a photo. Immediately afterward, he posted the photo to his Douyin account with a recruitment headline: Weisheng Biotech urgently needs managers and assistants, extremely critical. Interested candidates should apply immediately. After finishing the title, he added in the body: due to business demands, Weisheng Biotech urgently requires managers and assistants. Interested parties may come in person to the Weisheng Biotech building for interviews at their earliest convenience. The recruitment deadline is midnight tonight. No restrictions on gender, education, age, or background. Walk in and interview immediately. Successful candidates will be hired on the spot. After reviewing it once more and confirming no typos, Zhao Jiang clicked publish. He then transferred 100,000 yuan to his account to boost the video with Super Do promotion. Money equals efficiency, this couldn't be more true. As soon as Zhao Jiang's 100,000 yuan entered the Douyin account, the video spread virally through netizens' feeds. Moreover, Douyin removed the filter bubble restrictions, allowing the video to reach audiences with diverse interests, causing traffic to surge dramatically. After investing in the super boost, Zhao Jiang went offline and headed straight to the building where his company was located. A dozen minutes later, just as he arrived at the company's entrance, he found a crowd gathered there, roughly no fewer than 20 people. Some stood by the fountain in front of the gate, repeatedly tilting their heads to survey the building. Others crouched under streetlights, whispering in small groups. A few leaned against pillars, phones in hand, eyes fixed on the screens, and some were engaged in conversation with the security guards at the entrance. Excuse me, everyone, may I have your attention? Zhao Jiang approached and deliberately raised his voice. Hearing this, the crowd turned around to look at him. Zhao Jiang, may I ask, did you all come because of the Douyin recruitment post from Weisheng Biotechnology? A young man closest to Zhao Jiang asked curiously. Yes. And you are? I'm the one who posted that Douyin video. Ah. Wow. No way, what a coincidence. Wait, the boss himself came. The boss of Weisheng Biotechnology. Oh my first time job hunting and I meet the CEO, I'm so lucky. Damn, no hope. Dude, don't be scared. Since we're here, we might as well give it a shot, right? As soon as Zhao Jiang finished speaking, the crowd erupted in excitement, a cacophony of strange remarks and astonished exclamations filling the air. Please everyone quiet down for a moment. I'll briefly explain the arrangements for today. Before he could finish, the crowd had already fallen silent in remarkable unison. Zhao Jiang, our company's office occupies the 7th and 8th floors of this building. In a moment, please follow me to the 7th floor where I'll begin the interviews immediately. Those who pass the interview will proceed to the 8th floor to complete the onboarding process and start working right away. In fact, overtime may begin tonight, and of course overtime pay will be provided. At our company, regular employees receive triple pay for overtime excluding holidays. For those who don't pass the interview, we will reimburse your round-trip transportation expenses for this interview. Alright, please line up and follow me upstairs. Their minds were still processing Zhao Jiang's words, but their feet had already begun to move. Hello, security officers. If more people arrive later, please guide them directly to the 7th floor. I'll pay you 2 yuan for each person you guide, and we'll settle after midnight. Oh, and please keep account of the number of people yourselves. Thank you. The 2 security guards, who had been curious about why Zhao Jiang stopped in front of them, instantly broke into delighted smiles. In the next moment, both guards were beaming with enthusiasm. Don't worry, boss. We'll make sure every applicant gets to the 7th floor, not a single one missed. A dozen minutes later, inside a large office on the 7th floor, Zhao Jiang sat behind a gray desk holding a black notebook and a pen. Directly opposite him sat a woman with a tense face, a sturdy build, a slightly naive look, and baby fat on her cheeks. Hello, boss. My name is Chen Yan, born after 2000. I'm from. Zhao Jiang cut her off directly. Stop. The moment the word stop fell, Chen Yan felt her heart skip a beat. A foreboding sense of dread instantly enveloped her, and a voice in the depths of her mind whispered, it's over. No need for self-introductions. From now on I ask and you answer. Chen Yan trembled with nervousness, her voice almost distorted. Okay. Zhao Jiang, do you know what a tool person is? Yes. Zhao Jiang, what is the most important characteristic of a tool person? Gulp. Chen Yan swallowed hard and said shakily, being obedient. Zhao Jiang, if you pass the interview, would you be willing to be a tool person? After a moment of hesitation, Chen Yan gathered her courage and asked, may I ask, do tool people get paid? Zhao Jiang, of course. Chen Yan, if it doesn't involve breaking the law, then I'm willing. Zhao Jiang, if you were placed in ancient times, would you rather be a soldier who drifts along or a general who charges into battle? Chen Yan answered without hesitation, a general. Zhao Jiang smiled slightly. Congratulations, you've passed the interview. As for the position, go to the 8th floor and choose according to your abilities. From now on you are a member of Weisheng Biotechnology. You now have 2 choices. One is to go to the 8th floor, complete the onboarding process and start overtime work immediately. The other is to go home and sleep and come back tomorrow. Chen Yan was a bit dazed and had many questions, but recalling the previous question, she wisely replied, boss, I'll go work overtime now. Zhao Jiang, next, from now on I ask and you answer. The moment the second person entered, before he even sat down, Zhao Jiang announced the interview rules. A young man dressed in trendy wear with distinctive earrings and a side-parted hairstyle froze for a second before reacting. Okay, boss. Zhao Jiang, can you accept overtime? The handsome man hesitated, images of some post-2000s workplace rebellion videos flashing through his mind. He bit his lip and said yes. Zhao Jiang, what was your childhood dream? To become a scientist. Zhao Jiang, if you discovered that a key company decision conflicted with your principles or cognition, what would you do? I would alert the company. If the company doesn't listen to me, then I'll listen to the company. Zhao Jiang, when you're in charge of a project involving foreign affairs, if an unreasonable foreign customer deliberately makes things difficult for you, what would you do? The young man clenched his fists, thought for a dozen seconds, then said, I would report the situation truthfully to the company and follow the company's instructions. Zhao Jiang, if the company told you to punch him, would you do it? Young man, no, hitting someone is illegal. I don't want to challenge the law. Zhao Jiang, what's your name? My name is Chu Jian. Zhao Jiang, congratulations, Chu Jian. You've passed the interview. Now you have 2 choices. First, go to the 8th floor to complete the onboarding process as an assistant and start overtime immediately. Second, go home and sleep and come back tomorrow. Chu Jian, who had been pondering what the next question would be and how to answer, was suddenly stunned when he found himself passing the interview in the next second. This sudden immense joy filled him with energy, and he immediately answered without hesitation, boss, overtime is my thing. Next. Hello, boss. My name is Wei Hongbing. I'm 39 from Shaanxi. A middle-aged man in very simple, somewhat worn-out clothes stepped forward and handed Zhao Jiang a pack of Union cigarettes. Zhao Jiang raised his hand to stop him. No need for self-introductions. Put the cigarettes aside for now. I'll ask you 3 questions and you answer honestly. The middle-aged man was very restrained. Okay. Zhao Jiang, are you married? Yes. Zhao Jiang, do you love your family? Yes. Zhao Jiang, are you willing to give everything for them? Without hesitation, yes. Zhao Jiang reached for the cigarettes on the side. Go to the 8th floor and complete the onboarding process as an assistant. If you're short on money, I suggest you start overtime right after onboarding. I mentioned earlier that our company's overtime pay is triple the usual rate. If not, you can complete the process and come back tomorrow. Next. Wei Hongbing was stunned. By the time he snapped out of it, Zhao Jiang was already calling for the next person. Boss. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'll go work overtime now. I can work overtime every day. Ignoring the interviewee who had just entered, Wei Hongbing with tears streaming down his face bowed 90 degrees to Zhao Jiang, his face trembling with emotion. He had never dreamed that he would succeed. It was simply unbelievable. Jiang Fugua had just when the scene before him left him dumbstruck. He did not know what the boss behind the desk had done to provoke the applicants in front, but his heart was a mix of curiosity and trepidation. Zhao Jiang, sit. Jiang Fugua, alright, thank you, boss. Zhao Jiang, tonight time is tight, but there may be quite a few people, so keep things simple. Next I ask, you answer. Jiang Fugua took a deep breath. Yes, boss, you may ask. Zhao Jiang, if the Earth were to be destroyed, would you be willing to live on another planet? Thud. Jiang Fugua's heart jolted. He was momentarily stunned, the sense of facing the last problem on a math exam returning from his school days. Zhao Jiang, seeing him freeze, prompted, speak whatever is in your heart this time, no rhetorical fluff, only honesty in this interview. If you are honest enough, your chances of passing will rise by 50%. Jiang Fugua, I'm willing. Zhao Jiang smiled subtly, a smile that made the other feel a touch uneasy. If one day the company must face the world, which side would you stand on? Jiang Fugua's inner voice. After a moment, whose side of justice would I stand on? Zhao Jiang, if one day mice occupy this world and hand you cars, houses, money, even beautiful women, would you resist? Jiang Fugua's mouth opened wide. Although he had prepared mentally 3 strange questions in a row, still left him stunned. I might not. Zhao Jiang, what is your name? I am Jiang Fugua. Zhao Jiang grinned. Congratulations, Jiang Fugua, you've passed the interview. Go to the 8th floor to handle the assistant procedures. The specifics will be told to you by the people upstairs. Next. Zhao Jiang's interview pace was extraordinarily fast, roughly 1 per minute. The first batch of more than 20 people all passed except for one whose thinking was clearly problematic. When he had finished interviewing the previous batch, a dense line formed again at the doorway. Unlike the hurried arrival of the first batch, many of these were prepared and dressed in formal attire. However, unlike before when hardly anyone kept order, those who had just joined, Chen Yanshu, Jianwei Hongbing, Jiang Fugua and others, were all officially in place. On the 8th floor, the manager's office. Our boss is truly a rare talent. A once-in-a-century genius. Duan Xuanqing watched the young figure leave the office, recalling the other's excited and elated expression, and sank into his chair, muttering under his breath that there was absolutely nothing he could mock. He did need people, but what kind of people was the boss recruiting anyway? Fresh graduates with no work experience, middle-aged programmers forced out by other companies, clearly out of the running, a nonconformist hair-washing girl who couldn't even use a computer, a once popular online novelist who'd spent half a year holed up at home, a failed restaurant chef. Sigh. Put. Assistant Feng, who was sorting documents nearby, couldn't help but laugh. What are you laughing at? Feng, assistant, it's nothing really. Duan Xuanqing looked at her with a glance, not believing her nonsense. Just as he was about to mutter again, the next successful candidate was already knocking at the door. Forget it, the quality may be a bit lacking, but at least they're human resources. After consoling himself, Duan Xuanqing smiled and said, come in. The night was quiet and the water softly flowing. From the posting on Douyin to the end of the temporary recruitment, the whole affair took only about 4 hours in total. And during that time, Zhao Jiang had recruited more than 180 new employees for the company. Because the company was still very new, many functional departments did not exist yet. Among these 180 plus new hires, aside from 12 volunteers who would take on managerial roles, the rest were temporarily all assistant managers. After the recruitment, Zhao Jiang gathered all the new employees and held a 3-minute briefing. The briefing was simple with 5 points. First, everything in the company is led by the bosses. Well, where the boss points, everyone must go. Second, stay in your position. Do not try to outsmart or overstep your authority. Third, anyone can resign at any time and anyone can be fired at any time. The difference is that one requires prior application, the other prior notice. Fourth, anyone can recommend talent to the company. If the person you recommend is hired, you will receive a reward. Fifth, besides the boss, there is no hierarchy among positions, only the differences in function. Between roles, you may address each other by title or simply by name. Executive Manager Duan Chuanqing, though he could not grasp the boss's hiring logic, by the end of the overnight shift he found himself wholly convinced. He did not know what grand dream the boss had painted for these newcomers, for each of them seemed dragon tiger fierce and extraordinarily excited. Over 180 people, not a single one missing, all of them stayed up with him through the entire night, earnestly clearing the backlog from yesterday. That wasn't the point, the key was that not a single one complained. Whether it was a clear-eyed yet naive college student, a weathered middle-aged man, or a girl who hadn't even finished primary school, each of them had in their eyes a gleam of reckless courage and energy. The people there called Mang. These people, though they didn't understand many things, shared one striking virtue: they were incredibly obedient. Any task, once it was planned clearly and assigned, they would execute with meticulous care and passion, even if some worked slowly or used unscientific methods. One incident left a deep impression around 2 or 3 in the morning because the late-night snacks prepared weren't enough for so many people. 2 newly hired young women, 2 university students, and a middle-aged chef ran to a nearby supermarket, paid for ingredients out of their own pockets, and cooked a late-night feast for all the night shift workers on the spot. Perhaps encouraged by the newcomers, after a full night, Duan Chuanqing felt not a trace of sleepiness or fatigue. His body seemed to run on inexhaustible energy. At dawn the next morning, in a manager's office carved out overnight at microbial technology company, Qingyan was thinking intently about today's tasks when the phone rang. She picked up and immediately grew tense. "Hello boss, this is Qingyan. What would you like me to do?" The other end: "There's still some time before your tasks begin. Put together a table listing last night's overtime workers, their overtime hours, and the overtime pay they deserve, then send it to me." Qingyan: "Okay, I'll go right away." The other end: "Wait a moment. Qingyan, do you have any other instructions, boss?" The other end: "Have you memorized today's main tasks and key points?" Qingyan: "Memorized." The other end: "Tell me what they are." Qingyan took a deep breath, psyching herself up while trying to stay calm. "Today my main task is to meet with Sierra Company, Geely and Samsung as a manager. I need to record their core requirements and requests and clearly state the company's requirements and attitude toward them. No fluff, no unnecessary politeness, get to the point and send them away without wasting time. When meeting them she should appear unflustered, not bow or cringe, not be overwhelmed." The other end asked curiously: "Fresh out of school, yet you're already in command, aren't you afraid? Do you have confidence in yourself?" Qingyan mustered courage. "Boss, I chose this managerial position myself. I believe in myself. If I perform poorly you can dismiss me at any time and I can do without the salary." The other end: "If one cannot be obedient to one's own will, one must be obedient to others. Manager Chen, I have faith in you." Qingyan was both exhilarated and uneasy. "Thank you for your encouragement, boss. Rest assured I won't let down the post-00s generation. No, I won't let the company down." On the other end of the line: "All right, hurry up and get to work. If there's anything you don't understand you can go ask Manager Duan directly. Do not pretend to know when you don't." "Understood. I'll go right away." Qingyan's efficiency was impressive. In just 15 minutes she sent over the overtime wage sheet Zhao Jiang needed and even carefully noted the food costs that a few people had paid out of pocket last night. After receiving it, Zhao Jiang called Manager Shen at China Construction Bank, asking him to transfer funds from his personal account into the new employees' accounts based on the table and the notes. Manager Shen, assigned by China Construction Bank as Zhao Jiang's personal manager, did not hesitate after the call. He went straight to work and quickly credited the corresponding overtime pay to each account. Time loves to slip away in the midst of busyness. As night fell, over 180 new hires finally had a moment to catch their breath. Han Dong, a worker who had graduated 6 years earlier, half a year ago, grew irritated by a colleague's pretext of helping with documents to grope the new intern, and an argument ensued, escalating into a fight, and both were dismissed. Before the dismissal he reported to the company's higher-ups, claiming he did not accept it, arguing that he had acted as a righteous man to purify the company's atmosphere and should not be fired. The top executives took the matter seriously, summoning the 3 involved to face the confrontation, and promised that if the facts were indeed as Han Dong claimed they might reconsider withdrawing the punishment. However, Han Dong could never have anticipated that at a crucial moment the new intern would lie, saying the matter had nothing to do with her, insisting she didn't know how Han Dong and the colleague had fought, her face showing confusion and grievance, arousing pity. The confrontation failed. The company decided to enforce the previous punishment, leaving Han Dong and the colleague unemployed while the new intern inexplicably took his place. Because of this he sank into a month-long gloom, holed up in his rented place, gaming and reading, his heart briefly recoiling from the offline world, convinced that human nature was particularly sordid. The power of habit is formidable. After more than a month, invisible inertia made him abandon the idea of seeking new work. With a little savings he began to numb himself in the rented room, simply scraping by. Every day either gaming with Yao Mei in King of Glory or in PUBG with some gaming talent he always yearned to win romance by carrying girls. Yet the reality was harsher. In games Yao Mei would call in Gij and Baobei, and winning often came with little moi voice rewards. The imagined Yao Mei, but once the game ends they instantly revert to cold aloofness, their main aim being a tool to write for free up the ranks. Compared with King of Glory, the PUBG girls were more flirtatious and easier to meet, but there was one problem: the expenses. Each time the Yaomei agreed to meet in person, they'd set requirements such as the meeting place, what to eat, and so on. Han Dong checked their demands and instantly called it off. With a tight wallet, he just wanted to treat the girls to street stall malatang. Anything beyond that, he felt the cost effectiveness was too low. The street stall malatang, after all, in his heart he felt he had already paid in the game. Amid the endless tug-of-war with various Yaomei in half a year, Han Dong not only failed to taste the sweetness he imagined, but his unemployed life worsened. If he didn't find something to do to earn some money next month, he wouldn't be able to pay the rent. While lying at home scrolling Douyin, he happened to see a recruitment video for Weisheng Biotech and realized that given his location he decided to try. As a longtime tenant in Xining City, he remained impressed by the rise of Weisheng Biotech. When Weisheng Biotech announced the development of ecological energy storage batteries, he had fantasized about being one of its employees. When deciding to go for the interview, he didn't harbor any expectations. Inwardly, he felt himself unworthy of such a company. Yet fate is magical. The boss at Weisheng Biotech asked him only 3 questions and told him he had passed the interview and could join directly. Although he joined and worked overtime, he couldn't understand why they hired him. At that moment he began to truly reflect on value and ability. Back at his rented room, seeing messages in the workgroup and the bank's SMS notices, he realized that last night's overtime pay had actually been credited. He opened the China Construction Bank app, logged into his account, and checking the statement found that today a sum of over 800 had indeed been credited. He was stunned. My overtime pay for one night is more than 800, he muttered, hardly believing it. Opening the workgroup, he carefully reviewed others' chats and gradually realized that he was not an exception. All the new employees who had worked overtime yesterday had received overtime pay and the amounts were similar. From others' chat records and the manager's messages in the group, he gradually understood. The boss seemed to consider that some among them were not well off, and to ease everyone's life he decided to break the rules and grant triple overtime pay to new employees for that day. No wonder they had us work overtime right after joining. This is a disguised welfare. Han Dong recalled the onboarding scene last night and his earlier doubts about Weisheng Biotech. A pang of guilt rose in him for misjudging the noble gesture with a petty heart. As long as the company doesn't fire me, I'll stay and work here until I die. Damn, this overtime pay is simply irresistible. After understanding the truth, Han Dong clenched his fists, his emotions surging. Though he still did not fully grasp Weisheng Biotech's corporate culture, today's move by the boss made him realize that Weisheng Biotech truly treated him as a person. Farewell to the days I served as a beast. Han Dong slept with a smile. Before sleep he recalled his post-graduation experiences and silently bid farewell to his past. Yang Xianjia, randomly assigned as Chen Yan's new assistant, is also a web novelist. In the past few years, with the rise of AI writing software and the influx of primary and secondary students, he found the online fiction industry becoming increasingly cutthroat. As Tomato's 5-year veteran writer, he discovered that what he once took pride in was growing less popular, his works gradually being phased out by the market. A month ago he started a new book titled Xian Tian Continent, a traditional fantasy. He had thought that with his prior writing experience and the new tips he had learned the book would rise, but its debut struck him hard. Its numbers showed only 600 additions to shelves and only 193 followers. The comments and requests to update were abysmal, with single-digit counts and 2 comments even insulting him. One comment said he was stubborn and out of date, still writing old-fashioned stuff in this era, rotten luck for a flop. Another said his writing had no novelty, merely copying others' scraps, lacking nourishment, and even advised the author to find a factory to screw bolts. His previous book had poor results. After a month of painstaking effort, the new book not only failed to improve his standing but was slammed and his mindset collapsed. In his gloom he happened to see a recruitment video for Weisheng Biotech on Douyin. Recalling readers' words, a thought rose in his mind, perhaps to go work at Weisheng Biotech. This thought could not be suppressed. With a held breath he hailed a ride and charged to the Weisheng Biotech headquarters. After getting off the bus and taking just a few steps, the wind blew and he immediately regretted it, feeling somewhat impulsive. He couldn't help asking himself, as a web novelist, what qualification did he have to apply for an assistant position at an emerging biotechnology company? But since he had already come all this way, would turning around and going back mean the bus fare was wasted? Ah, forget it. He might as well treat it as an opportunity to broaden his horizons. The moment he firmly stepped forward, he had already mentally prepared himself to go through the motions and be eliminated. However, events always unfold in unexpected ways. He followed the guidance and lined up, then was called for an interview. Before he could even utter a self-introduction, the boss of Weisheng Biotechnology fired 3 rapid-fire questions at him. Do you have a craving for wealth? Do you have visions for your future? If given a chance to change your destiny, what would you be willing to pay? His mind went blank throughout and he could only respond instinctively. He had thought there was absolutely no hope, but the moment he finished answering the 3rd question he was informed that he had passed the interview. In a state of utter bewilderment and shock, he made his way to the 8th floor, where under the guidance of relevant staff he completed his onboarding procedures. Immediately after, he was put to work, starting with inexplicable overtime. He had thought that being asked to work overtime right after joining and for an entire evening if that was absurd enough. What he saw the next day however proved even more unbelievable. Luxury cars filled the entire underground parking lot, and then one after another people dressed in luxurious and expensive attire, individuals whose status was obviously extraordinary, strided into the building. Having never witnessed such a grand scene in his life and only ever fantasizing about it in his novels, he was utterly astonished to the point where he felt no trace of fatigue. Especially when manager Chen Yan informed them that she would be leading them to meet with those VIPs, his heart nearly jumped out of his chest from sheer nerves. As a web novelist and a brand new beginner at the company, he had no idea what he could contribute or what he should do at critical moments. However, the company seemed to have anticipated this very issue and had beforehand sent him a guideline for conduct: nod when guests enter, nod when they leave, and simply stand there with a blank expression throughout. Donning the suit provided by the company, he memorized the action guide by heart and stood before the manager's office door with an unparalleled level of focus comparable to taking the college entrance examination during his student days. In that state of intense concentration, he had no sense of time passing at all. It was only when darkness fell and the company announced that everyone could go home to rest that he finally felt a great weight lifted off his shoulders, as though he had just survived a monumental battle. Upon returning home, the moment his nerves relaxed, sleepiness hit him like a truck. Without even taking a shower, he collapsed straight onto his bed. Before falling asleep, he set an alarm, worried about oversleeping the next day. However, the reality was that he inexplicably woke up at 5 in the morning, his heart filled with a dreamlike sense of unreality and an indescribable excitement. He had a vague feeling that a brand new journey was about to begin for him. Noticing he couldn't fall back asleep, he decided to take the opportunity to update 2 chapters. The moment he unlocked his phone screen, he was surprised by text messages and notifications in the workgroup chat. Staring at the extra 800-something yuan that had suddenly appeared in his bank account and recalling the bitterness of his earlier writing days, he inexplicably felt sorry for himself. Muttering to himself repeatedly, "Yang Xianjia, oh Yang Xianjia, why did you throw your life away for a single attendance bonus?" Getting up, he walked to the refrigerator, took out a canned beer, cracked it open and downed it in one long gulp. Then he went to the author dashboard, published all his stored chapters and wrote a final note at the end of the last chapter: "Years of arduous study prove worthless against the tides of this era. After 5 years of writing, I've finally realized I'm not cut out for this web novel business. Oh well, they say he who listens to advice gets to eat well. From today onward I'll devote myself entirely to turning screws at Weisheng Biotechnology. Dear readers, farewell until we meet again in another world." After typing that out, he clicked the button to request termination of his serialization. Night fell and dawn broke. The new day arrived swiftly. Early that morning, barely had Zhao Jiang emerged from the laboratory when Duan Xuanqing was already waiting outside. Boss Huawei, OpenAI, Tesla, BYD, AGDC, Adiel, Jiangnan, Udian, Xinjiang, Tianyuan, Samsung, Apple. They've all submitted their bids. Who offered the highest? What was the amount? Among all the companies that have quoted so far, Grey Heavy Industries topped the list with a flat bid of 100 billion, nearly half again as much as the second place bidder. Aside from Grey Heavy Industries, the others' prices were far too insincere. This isn't how probing works. Forget it. Don't leak any information for now. I'll give you further instructions before the deadline. Boss, there's one more thing I need to report. Go ahead. Someone is orchestrating this from behind the scenes. There's been a wave of smears against our eco-energy batteries across the internet, in both articles and videos. They're claiming our developed technology has serious flaws and fatal risks, which is why we're desperate to package and sell off our tech and patents in order to make a quick fortune and then vanish. Not only that, but they've also fabricated false rumors that our batteries pose enormous safety hazards and heavy metal pollution, that wherever our discarded batteries are dumped, nothing will grow for miles. So far, a large number of people have already filed complaints with the relevant environmental and supervisory authorities. It doesn't matter. The wise have already seen through everything. No matter how high the fooled netizens jump, they still can't reach our knees. The level of technological sophistication determines everything. Don't silence anyone, don't issue clarifications, and don't debate with them. Pretend we know nothing. If any relevant departments come to investigate, cooperate fully. Understood. I know what to do. Zhao Jiang changed the subject. What do you think of the new recruits this time? A pot full of stew, messy but tastes good. Zhao Jiang hinted, don't judge based solely on your own experiences and perspective. In this era, give someone a sufficiently promising platform and even a toad can don velvet. If you have spare energy, spend some time mentoring those 12 fresh graduates who charged in with nothing but passion and recklessness. No problem. Our company's next scientific research product is about to reach completion. If you're interested, I can put you in charge, but you need to finish what's on your plate first. If you're not interested, I'll just pick anyone from among those brash managers at random. Boss, would it be inappropriate to ask what the new product is? A biocosmetic product that can rapidly and effectively eliminate eye bags, crow's feet, dark circles and the like. Hearing this, Duan Chuanqing instantly became intrigued. He pointed to his own dark circles. Can this be eliminated too? Just apply it and you'll be fine. Duan Chuanqing was startled. Really? You're not pulling my leg, are you, boss? If you harbor doubts in your heart, nothing I say will convince you. Wait until it comes out and try it yourself, you'll see. Duan Chuanqing smiled and said, boss, if you put it that way then I'm truly looking forward to it. Zhao Jiang replied with a confident smile, you have every reason to look forward to the products our company is developing. Business warfare is often brutal and ruthless. The sudden rise of Weisheng Bio had disrupted the established interests of many companies and threatened the long-term plans of hidden giants. Consequently, these corporate giants instinctively viewed Weisheng Bio with hostility, sharpening their weapons in secret. They began with a propaganda war, systematically erasing Weisheng Bio's momentum and reputation from its early rise, then turned their attention to the company's personnel. Through coercion, bribery and intimidation, they pressured staff into jumping ship or resigning, attempting to cripple the company's operational capacity. Beyond that, they invested heavily to secretly recruit accessible researchers, inciting them to steal proprietary information on eco-energy battery technology and other ongoing research initiatives. As these calculated maneuvers unfolded over just 2 days, a palpable tension of an impending storm settled over the entire Weisheng Bio. Meanwhile, major corporations that had submitted bids withdrew their offers, formally notifying Weisheng Bio that due to widely known reasons they needed to reassess the safety and reliability of the eco-energy battery technology, using this as an opportunity to reverse the dynamic. The sudden upheaval and cascading effects like an avalanche turned what had once been a well-regarded biotech firm into something universally shunned overnight. Even previously validated technologies were now dismissed online as hype designed to extract money from naive investors. Meanwhile, self-proclaimed former employees came forward with allegations that the company was merely a fraudulent operation built on empty promises, presenting what they claimed as evidence to further damage its reputation. As public opinion coalesced into a gale, every word wielded itself like a blade, cutting through anyone or anything connected to Weisheng Bio. Zhao Jiang had anticipated facing opposition as his company grew, but nothing could have prepared him for the ferocity and speed of his enemy's attack, leaving him momentarily at a loss. He wrestled with whether to strike back immediately or consolidate his position and wait. Late at night, within a hidden underground laboratory, a parallel dreamscape emerged. Number 8, you're here. As Zhao Jiang opened his eyes, number 1 and number 2 were already waiting. You've both learned about what's happening in reality through the anomalies. Both nodded in unison. Without hesitation, Zhao Jiang asked directly what they thought he should do. Number 1 glanced at number 2 and responded that business strategy wasn't his strength, he should listen to number 2 instead. Number 2 smiled and asked Zhao Jiang to share his thoughts first, noting that he could offer feedback once Zhao Jiang had laid out his perspective. Zhao Jiang furrowed his brow, acknowledging that while he didn't know who was behind the attacks, their objectives were clear to him. They aimed to destroy the company through smear campaigns and extortion, then seize the eco-energy battery technology at minimal cost. Their strategy was calculated and their methods ruthless, yet they had overlooked something crucial. Number 1 and number 2 listened intently, their expressions shifting as they anticipated what Zhao Jiang would say next. They believed the company's breakthrough came from the collective effort of researchers and pure chance, viewing Zhao Jiang merely as a dictator who happened to be fortunate. By eliminating the research capacity, they thought they could strangle the company's future at its source. What they failed to understand was that without him the company would never have existed. He was the foundation upon which everything was built. As long as I remain unharmed, even if Weisheng Bio is reduced to dust, it will rise again with the wind. From this perspective, their meticulously planned strike only landed where it couldn't truly harm us. He faced a choice: engage in direct business warfare, using every available means to defend the company's interests and ensure its continued growth. However, this approach carried a critical flaw: it would drain his energy and slow the manifestation of advanced technologies. Alternatively, he could remain steadfast amid the turmoil, staying focused on core development priorities without being distracted by external pressures. Even if the company was reduced to just him alone, he would bear the burden and race against time to outlast those operating in the shadows. Number 2 looked at Zhao Jiang with surprise and admiration, noting how his growth far exceeded expectations and wondering how he achieved it. Zhao Jiang explained that a quote from Nietzsche that number 1 had shared with him the previous time had deeply resonated with him. Number 2 immediately recalled the specific Nietzsche quote about overcoming one's own era through personal transformation. Zhao Jiang confirmed with a nod. Number 1 admitted he had previously underestimated Zhao Jiang, believing him to be ordinary without exceptional talent, but now realized his mistake. You possess talent, and it's the rare gift of a philosopher. Zhao Jiang relaxed his expression and smiled modestly, deflecting the praise with self-aware humility. Without your guidance, encouragement, and subtle hints, I would have accomplished nothing. Number 1 laughed at the suggestion, pointing out that they and Zhao Jiang were fundamentally the same. Zhao Jiang paused momentarily before agreeing with a knowing smile. Number 2 observed that Zhao Jiang demonstrated both rationality and wisdom, possessing the ability to see beyond surface appearances to underlying truths. Given the current situation, a full-scale counterattack would consume tremendous energy and time, essentially reversing priorities. This would inadvertently shift the conflict from shadowy forces to human adversaries. No. Two slowly uttered 6 words go against the grain. Don't they want to use these tactics to force down the price of the ecological fusion battery technology? Isn't it to exploit the crisis and plunder by bringing down Weisheng biology? You just deliberately released 2 pieces of news simultaneously. One says that Weisheng biology will most likely dissolve the company and apply for bankruptcy. The other message is that the company has decided to cancel the previous public bidding and will directly sell the complete set of ecological fusion battery technology and patents to a mysterious company for 1 trillion. Zhao Jiang, 1 trillion. Isn't that a bit too much? No. 2 looked at no. 1 with a meaningful smile at the corner of his mouth. Do you think it's too much? No. 1 not much. Strictly speaking, in this era, against such a technological background, 1 trillion cannot buy this technology. Moreover, the number no. 2 mentioned is just to strike the mountain to shake the tiger. As long as you can convert it into 300 billion, that's enough. Money to you, though, the more the better, still depends on the circumstances. Under the current situation, just as you said before, what you truly need is time. 300 billion is enough for you to launch the plan to escape Earth. Zhao Jiang suddenly came to understand that he had underestimated the ecological fusion battery technology. What if they don't believe it? No. 2. They will have no choice but to believe it. After you go back, directly convene a company-wide staff meeting, announce the first message, publicly keep silent about the second, and put on a pessimistic look. At the same time, secretly make your move, take the opportunity to strengthen security further and preferably build that electromagnetic isolation technology around the RD department to prevent accidents. Afterwards, put on the appearance of urgently wanting to recover those completely unimportant technical materials from other researchers, creating a posture of guarding against thieves with full vigilance and being on the verge of completing a secret transaction with the mysterious company. Zhao Jiang listened while thinking, and his eyes gradually brightened. No. 2 went on in this way. No matter whether they believe it or not, they won't have time to hesitate. Missing the ecological fusion battery technology means missing the entry ticket to the ecological era. As the saying goes, 1 step first means every step first. Once the blank market for ecological energy opens later, they will miss a golden opportunity and be left behind. They don't dare to take such a risk. Once they fall into this temporal dilemma, even if we do nothing, we will go from the passive side to the active side again. At that time, as long as the outside world slightly stirs, Weisheng biology will definitely be blown to its rightful windward point. Zhao Jiang gave a thumbs up. No. 2. You are truly formidable. This move, using 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds, is marvelous. No. 2. As I said before, the root of this situation lies in the cognitive gap. To this day, many people don't know what this technology means, where its true value lies, and what impact it will have on the present and future. In their eyes, we are just lucky children of the era, a man who appears strong but is actually fragile. It seems that with a mere flick of their fingers we would be too vulnerable to withstand even a single blow and would kneel and beg for mercy, allowing them to take whatever they want. Actually, this fragile man of ours is a warrior born to fight against the apocalypse, and the so-called luck is nothing more than an illusion. Their awareness is not on the same level as ours at all. Therefore, when we decide to give tit for tat, they are simply unable to stand their ground. Zhao Jiang nodded in agreement. Indeed, we are not on the same level. Everything I do is to fight against a possible apocalypse, while everything they do is only for commercial interests, or rather personal interests. They still don't know the crisis this world is facing. Just like flowers in a greenhouse, they fight to the death over a little sunlight, little knowing that the entire greenhouse has already been shrouded by darkness and is on the verge of collapse. No. 2. By the way, you need to speed up the research on the intelligent terminal and nanotechnology. It would be best to realize it as soon as possible so that you will have the ability to protect yourself when facing all kinds of unknown dangers. Zhao Jiang nodded. The research on the intelligent terminal is progressing at full speed. According to the current progress, I estimate it will take another month to have preliminary results. As for nanotechnology, since the relevant nanomaterial just arrived, relying only on myself, it will take at least 2 weeks to complete. No. 2's eyes narrowed. Then during this month, except for necessary times, try to stay in the laboratory. Zhao Jiang, that's exactly what I was thinking. No. 2. Even though a month is a bit long, you must do this. You cannot reveal these core technologies that do not belong to this era to anyone, at least not until you have achieved the combination of intelligent terminal and nanotechnology and possess extraordinary personal strength beyond the average person. Zhao Jiang nodded solemnly, indicating that he understood the gravity of the matter. No. 1. No. 8. After the company matters are resolved, come over and study. To accelerate the RD of the intelligent terminal, I have specifically compiled a method based on data feeding and deep learning. Although this method is incomplete, it should be enough for your current research. Zhao Jiang's eyes lit up alright. While Zhao Jiang was still in the parallel dream learning the advanced technology imparted by No. 1 Duanquanqing who was sleeping soundly was suddenly awakened by someone. Shoo! The moment Duanquanqing opened his eyes before he could even react to what was happening he found a cold knife pressing against his neck. At the same time a masked figure was gesturing shushing with his hands signaling him to stay quiet. Manager Duan, this knife is voice activated. If you scream it may be unable to resist thrusting into your neck. Do you want to try? I won't yell. Duanquanqing trembled all over, cold sweat streaming down his back, and used the lightest voice to respond to the other party, indicating that he was willing to cooperate. The masked man, I like smart people. Manager Duan, guess why I appear in your room in the middle of the night? Duanquanqing said in a trembling voice, as long as you don't kill me you can take anything in this room. Oh, Manager Duan really knows how to act in line with the times, knowing to spend money to save his life. Hearing this, Duanquanqing immediately said, if you think the things in this room are not valuable enough, I still have money in my card. I can give it all to you. The masked man, if I take things and you turn around and call the police, what then? Duanquanqing, don't worry, I can swear to heaven that I will never call the police. The masked man, Manager Duan, do you know what is the least valuable thing to a businessman? Duanquanqing swallowed, looking nervous, I don't know. The masked man, conscience, integrity, and vows. In my opinion, for you to have reached the position of manager, these three things were long thrown into the sewer by you. Now you want to use one of these to guarantee your word to me. Do you think I should believe it? As he spoke he suddenly tightened the knife, cutting through the surface of Duanquanqing's skin. Then I'll tell you the password and you can take it yourself. Feeling the pain, Duanquanqing was completely terrified, his terrified eyes full of the desire to survive. If you want me to believe that you still have those three things, it is not impossible, but you have to prove it by doing something for me first. At these words Duanquanqing immediately realized the crux of the matter. The other party was definitely not after him or his money. What is it? I heard your company recently developed a new battery-related technology, and that thing seems to be extremely valuable. If you can get me the relevant materials on that technology, I'll let you go. Otherwise, no matter where you move, I will appear punctually by your bedside at midnight. Only next time I won't waste words with you, instead I'll let this knife chat intimately with your flesh and blood. Duanquanqing's face turned pale and he looked terrified. I'm just a small manager, I can't get access to those important technical materials. The masked man, I don't believe it. Really? I swear everything I said is true. Since you know my background, you should also know our company. Believe it or not, our large biology company doesn't even have an HR department, a finance department, or a public relations department. As for other functional departments, there's no need to mention them. At the beginning, besides me, a manager who was nothing more than a tool, there were only a few tool assistants. The masked man suddenly interrupted. Stop. Don't even think about fooling me. As far as I know, your company has more than 1,000 people. Besides a dozen managers, there are still 200 assistants. Duanquanqing blurted, anxious, indeed, I really didn't mislead you. And besides, I wouldn't have them mislead you now. You must have heard wrong, I was talking about the company's early days, not its situation in the last couple of days. The masked man asked, what do you mean? Duanquanqing replied, you only know our company has over 1,000 employees, more than a dozen managers, and over 200 assistants, but you don't know that these managers and assistants were all hired in the last couple of days. At the outset, among the more than 1,000 employees, over 900 were researchers, and apart from research they did not handle anything else. Myself and about 20-odd other staff, besides not handling research, had to manage everything else. We were like cogs in a machine, moving wherever needed. Not even a month after joining there wasn't a day without overtime. By the way, search Douyin for Weixing Xinggu and locate the recruitment video our boss posted, then compare the timing to see whether I am lying. The masked man looked half convinced, pulled out his phone and began to search. A few minutes later he slipped the phone back into his pocket and gave the blade a slight shake. Continue. Feeling the pain on his neck, Duanquanqing's heart hammered as he spoke in meticulous detail. Our company is unlike others. Besides the researchers, everyone here, including me, is a mere tool. Whatever the boss says we do. Consequently, we never had access to the related RD materials and documents. Even if I wanted to help you, I would be powerless. If you truly want it, I suggest starting with the RD department. The masked man fell silent, and for a moment the room was dead quiet. After more than a dozen breaths, the masked man asked, can you contact people in the RD department? Duanquanqing replied, no. Every time it's the boss who issues the orders directly. Whatever he demands I do. Although I know the RD department and have visited it several times, the laboratories inside are independent and each researcher wears protective suits. Who works in which lab and what they do is a mystery. The masked man asked, what about the other managers? Could they reach the internal personnel of the RD department? Duanquanqing replied, that's even less likely. Put simply, their managers bluntly, they're a bunch of tools wearing the manager label. A group of newly hired college graduates who had only joined a couple of days ago knew nothing of the company's structure and culture besides obedience, their eyes shone with pure naive foolishness. With a group like this, what could they possibly know or access? The masked man asked in confusion, could someone like them be a manager? I think the same as you, Duan Chuanxing replied. In my view, they shouldn't be managers at all. I wouldn't even want them on the front line. However, they were personally recruited and arranged by the boss. It said the RD department might expand to the market later, so they hired some people as backups. I don't know what the boss truly intends, and I don't dare to ask. The masked man pondered. Then it seems that beyond the boss, the one pulling the strings is the RD department, isn't it? Duan Chuanxing replied, that should be the case, otherwise the boss wouldn't tilt so many resources to the RD department. Believe me, it's no joke. Despite my title as a manager, every time I go to the RD department to see the boss, I'm subjected to layer upon layer checks, and even a few hairs on my backside are noted. I have no dignity left as a manager. The masked man looked a little surprised. Is the RD department that strict? Duan Chuanxing, of course. You have no idea, it's so strict that aside from me, the undignified tool manager, nobody else dares enter the RD department, fearing they'll be stripped and checked from head to toe. To tell you the truth, don't be fooled by the surface appearance of Weixing Xingguo. In reality, it's a large-scale RD base cloaked in a company's skin. From what I know, since its founding, over 90% of the company's funds have been poured into the RD department. Compared to the RD department, we managers and assistants are nothing more than human tools meant for overtime. The masked man sighed. Your company is truly warped. Duan Chuanxing felt the knife loosen a little, knowing the other side believed him, and he pressed on. Warped as it is, you can't deny its strength. When it comes to the ecological energy battery, the company unveiled how many firms in the world could actually develop it. The masked man said, it seems your boss is fundamentally a hardcore industrial researcher at heart. Duan Chuanxing immediately added, isn't that right? As a boss, he doesn't stay in his office all day, he's eager to run to the experiments. Don't think I don't know what he's thinking, waiting for the RD department to produce results to bask in the credit, even wielding the boss's power to take the credit. The masked man's phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. He pulled it out, looked at it, his face changed, and he whispered, stop. Manager Duan, whatever methods you choose, I give you 2 days. Within that period you must obtain the technical data related to the ecological energy battery for me, or bear the consequences. With that he drew the knife lightly along his neck, a tiny bead of blood oozing out and tracing the blade. Feeling the pain along his neck, Duan Chuanxing closed his eyes, not daring to breathe. Hoo. After an unknown time of silence, Duan Chuanxing breathed a sigh of relief, panting hard, fear gripping him. Ha! He tried to stand and open the window to cool down, but his hands were damp. Lowering his gaze, he realized his crotch had become damp. Meanwhile, a strange odor filled the air as Duan Chuanxing stood stunned. The next morning, Zhao Jiang woke from a parallel dream to receive a resignation application statistics form from Chen Yan. From the form he found that overnight more than 170 people had submitted resignations, including 11 newly appointed managers. Under these circumstances, it seems there's no need to hold a meeting. Zhao Jiang smiled softly, understanding, then picked up the phone and dialed Chen Yan. Manager Chen, where are you right now? The call connected and a soft velvety voice came, boss, I'm outside the RD department. Zhao Jiang, why not come in? On the other end, boss, I can't enter. They say no one can go in without your permission. Also, they dress strangely, look terrifying, I don't dare bargain with them. Wait a moment, I'll tell them to let you in immediately. A few minutes later, Chen Yan suddenly called Zhao Jiang, boss, maybe you'd better come out. I can't come in. Zhao Jiang, what happened? Didn't I instruct them to let you in? Chen Yan, I did go in, but they said to go deeper you must strip all your clothes and be checked. I just started my period this month and I don't want to strip, so I can't go in. Go wait for me in the holding room. Zhao Jiang said. The other side exclaimed in alarm, huh? Boss, I don't want to strip, can I wait outside for you? Zhao Jiang, in the holding room you only need to remove your outerwear and pass one check, you don't need to strip completely. Full disrobing is only in the security room. Wait for me in the holding check room, I have something to tell you. Oh, okay. About 10 minutes later, in the holding check room outside the research development department. There's a blanket in that cabinet, why didn't you grab one? Zhao Jiang had just reached the holding check room when he found a well-built, sturdy woman wearing cartoon shorts and underwear sitting in the corner with her knees drawn up, her gaze somewhat vacant. In a moment of doubt, Zhao Jiang approached the cabinet, opened it, took out a beige, subtly scented blanket and handed it to the other person. Chen Yan snatched the blanket, her face flushed as red as an apple, wrapping herself in it. From about 2 meters away, Zhao Jiang bent down and sat calmly, saying, now besides Manager Duan, the 12 newly appointed managers, there should be only you left, right? Chen Yan brushed aside her bangs, glanced at Zhao Jiang shyly and said, if you approve, then I indeed will be the only one left. Zhao Jiang answered, the approval will definitely go through. The trouble the company caused has nothing to do with them. People always seek profit and avoid harm, I can fully understand. Chen Yan upon hearing this was momentarily spellbound. The boss's calm words truly surprised her. She had expected the boss to erupt in anger or vent his wrath on her. If that were the case, she had prepared to resign, but she hadn't expected the boss to be so calm and rational. It was too abnormal. Zhao Jiang continued, from their performance over the last couple of days they have all been good employees, it's just that the company currently lacks the means to shelter them, and in unseen places they have suffered grievances. Under pressure from some unknown forces I had no choice but to make this decision. Thinking about it, I feel like a failing boss. Chen Yan suddenly felt pity for the boss, clenched her fleshy fist and mustered her courage. Boss, there is something I don't know whether I should tell you. Zhao Jiang said, if you are willing to say it, I am willing to listen. Chen Yan said, actually I roughly know why they quit en masse, because I faced a situation not unlike theirs. Chen Yan asked, what situation? Someone stopped me on the way here telling me not to come to work at the company anymore, she said. Zhao Jiang asked, and then? Chen Yan said, I told him not coming is fine. My plan was to work 1 month plus 28 days rest 2 days as long as he paid me every month according to Wei Xingxingwu's wage standards and overtime standards. He asked what the current wage standard and overtime compensation were. I took out my phone and showed him the wage and overtime standards. Zhao Jiang asked, what was his reaction? Chen Yan blushing replied, he said he could pay under the same wage standard for 3 months but would not allow me to work overtime. Zhao Jiang was amused, the corners of his mouth twitching. Chen Yan continued, I said no, I choose Wei Xingxingwu because of that overtime pay. If they won't let me work overtime, what would I do here? Moreover, I said 3 months was too short, at least 6 months or until I find another job like this. He upon hearing this became angry, pointing at my nose saying I was dreaming. He said that a fresh graduate like me could find such a job only by luck. Not every company is as blind as Wei Xingxingwu. Zhao Jiang laughed more and more but kept his composure. I was angry then too. I yelled that jealousy distorts his face. If he has no ability, he envies those more capable. I told him such a person would never eat 4 dishes in his life. And I asked him what's wrong with a newly graduated student. I didn't ask him for a penny nor beg him for a sip of water. Who looks down on me? As she spoke, her emotions grew heated, her whole body trembled, and she had the urge to fight him right there. Zhao Jiang said, continue. Chen Yan replied, when he saw me clench my fist, shouting, his mood got a little out of control, and with people crowding around he probably got frightened and ran. Zhao Jiang asked, you're a girl, aren't you afraid he might hit you? Chen Yan shook her head, not afraid, boss. Don't look at me like this, I actually have strength. My mom has always said I'm the reincarnation of a fierce ox, strong as an ox. Back in school my roommates would haul a bucket of drinking water upstairs, take several rests exhausted. But I could carry 2 buckets in one go, climb 6 flights without panting. Because of this my roommates privately call me Chen Dinyo. Zhao Jiang teased, no wonder when I first met you I felt you were a bit reckless, turns out you really have some blood in you. Chen Yan proudly said, that's right. Don't look at me as a girl, I hit hard and I studied sanda and boxing at school. That short guy who blocked my path today, if I really gave him a punch he might cry back home to his mom. Zhao Jiang asked, what if next time the other person pulls a knife? Chen Yan said seriously, boss, not to brag, but if that little guy dares to draw a knife on me today I would drive the heel of my high-heeled shoe into his eyes. Zhao Jiang laughed, how to Chen Dinyo, you are truly reckless, aren't you afraid of dying? Chen Yan's round face suddenly turned serious, boss, our Sanda coach says that if we encounter mortal danger never let the fear-driven instinct control your body. You must activate your body's potential with a 1-for-1 or 1-for-many mindset. Only then can miracles be created. Zhao Jiang asked, what if the other person pulls a gun? Chen Yan paused, then fell silent. Zhao Jiang dropped his smile, his tone turning serious. Manager Chen, in my capacity as your boss I order you, if you encounter this again, as long as the other party has no ill will toward you, simply agree with them and do as they say. The company pays you that salary, there's no need for you to risk your life. Chen Yan, thinking of something, said anxiously, boss, you're not planning to fire me, are you? Zhao Jiang smiled slightly, congratulations, you guessed it right. Chen Yan looked incredulous. Old boss, are you joking with me or serious? Zhao Jiang said, I'm serious. Boss, why? I don't think I did anything wrong. Zhao Jiang, the company's problems are more serious than you can imagine. In a situation where everyone else had resigned, if you do not resign you will face real danger ahead. I don't want to involve you in such danger, that's unfair to you. Chen Yan asked, then what about Manager Duan? Why can he stay? Zhao Jiang, if I'm right he will resign very soon. Chen Yan, huh? Zhao Jiang, time is limited, many things can't be explained one by one. Before you resign I will entrust you with 4 tasks. First, compile everyone's actual payroll and after 1 month present it as a table to me. Second, write a report on the company's real situation pretending it was inadvertently posted online. Third, draft a notice effective immediately Wei Xingxingwu refuses to take customers. Fourth, help me lay off the remaining employees who have not proactively submitted resignation. A deep perplexity surfaced in Chen Yan's eyes. Even those who haven't submitted their resignation will be let go. Zhao Jiang replied, if you hadn't applied to resign wouldn't I have been planning to dismiss you anyway? Chen Yan suddenly realized something and said oh right. Then as if something crossed her mind she pouted and muttered under her breath, being a boss really is wonderful, you can exercise your domineering authority at any time. Zhao Jiang explained those who voluntarily apply for resignation did so out of the instinct to pursue advantage and avoid harm. But those who didn't apply, they likely overcame that instinct driven by some sense of character or moral duty. For people like that the company must also consider their situation. Shin Dainio, I'll be straight with you, this time the enemy the company faces is determined to destroy us completely. They follow the principle of picking on the weak. Once they realize they can't bring down the company they will shift their targets and escalate their tactics. If you continue to stay at the company they will find ways to force you into illegal or criminal acts. By then you'll be in a catch-22 situation. When you still have leverage, remember, never gamble on the bottom line of bad people. Chen Yan suddenly understood. So boss, you're doing this to protect us? Zhao Jiang replied, protection is too strong a word. I simply don't want the company's troubles to negatively affect you all. After all, you're just ordinary employees working hard for your salaries, that's already enough. The pressures beyond your level shouldn't fall on your shoulders. Chen Yan stared intently at Zhao Jiang's face for the first time, properly examining her own boss. Listening to these concise yet sincere words she suddenly felt that she knew nothing about the company, nothing about its culture, and even less about the boss who stood at its core. Zhao Jiang gave a faint smile. Don't worry. Being dismissed doesn't mean your ties with Shang Biology are severed. If the company can weather this storm you're always welcome back. Chen Yan asked eagerly, really? Zhao Jiang nodded firmly. Really? Chen Yan seemed to have thought of something. Her eyes darted quickly, giving her a clever appearance. Boss, I have an idea. Zhao Jiang looked at her curiously. What idea? Chen Yan said, you can fire me but I still want to come to the company to work. Zhao Jiang raised an eyebrow. Chen Yan continued, not as an employee but as a volunteer. You don't need to pay me a salary. If you think I'm working hard, just secretly send me a red envelope, hee hee. Zhao Jiang was speechless. Chen Yan added, or I could work from home instead. Just in that case there would be limited things I could do and I wouldn't be able to run errands for you. Zhao Jiang shook his head with a wry smile. How desperate are you not to give up this job? Chen Yan pouted and hesitated for a moment before speaking honestly. Originally I didn't think this job was that great, after all I got hired after a single interview. But after that short guy blocked my path today and called me delusional, it suddenly clicked for me. If I lose this job given the current social climate I probably won't find another one like it anywhere else. And before I joined the RD department I checked the group chat with my classmates and found that many of them still haven't found work. Those who did find jobs were either complaining about low pay or complaining that their companies treated them like dirt. Compared to them I feel like I'm actually doing pretty well. Zhao Jiang understood. So your competitive spirit and vanity have kicked in? Chen Yan nodded. Yes. My competitive streak and vanity are indeed quite strong. Back in school I trained in boxing until I skipped meals and practiced movements until my legs cramped, all to compete with the guys. Everyone says women are naturally weaker than men, but I believe hard work can change everything. My vanity is built on my own abilities, so I seize every opportunity that benefits me. Boss, I genuinely hope you'll let me stay at the company in whatever form. Zhao Jiang teasingly said, I could keep you on the company, but since we're in difficult times how about no salary? No. I definitely need a salary, it's my source of motivation. If you don't pay me I'll lose my drive and probably just slack off, causing nothing but trouble for the company. The moment Chen Yan heard this she shook her head vigorously like a rattle drum. Zhao Jiang laughed. Ha, don't you know how to polish your words before speaking? Learn from those smooth talkers. Chen Yan replied seriously, flattery isn't my nature. My nature is get paid, get work done. The more the money the better the work. If you ever give me a raise and run into that short guy again I'll fight him on the street until his own mother doesn't recognize him. Zhao Jiang found himself increasingly charmed by this natural-born entertainer, and before he knew it several minutes had slipped away. Alright, no need to keep pleading. My decision is final, do as I said. I have other matters to attend to, so let's end our chat here for today. Zhao Jiang glanced at the time, stood up and prepared to return to the laboratory. Boss. Just a few steps later Chen Yan's voice called out from behind him. Zhao Jiang turned around somewhat puzzled. Is there anything else? After I leave I'll keep a close eye on the company. Once you get through this crisis I'll be the first to come running back. And if you refuse to take me in I'll spit in your face. Chen Yan stood up, her expression utterly serious, showing no sign of joking. Zhao Jiang nodded slightly. Alright then. I'll be waiting for you to spit on me. With that he didn't linger and left directly. Boss, a tech company like yours, one that genuinely treats employees as human beings, is far too rare in this society. You must lead the company through this difficulty. Amen. May the Bodhisattva bless us. Watching Zhao Jiang's figure disappear, Chen Yan pressed her palms together, closed her eyes and silently prayed in her heart. One day later. Inside a highly modern building in Urumqi, Xinjiang. What's the current situation with Shang Biology? A man in a suit with gold-rimmed glasses stood by the window holding a glass of wine, looking down at the bustling traffic and lively city below. Behind him stood a slim professional secretary wearing black-framed glasses, her expression meticulously composed. Currently, apart from their RD department, everything else is paralyzed. They've also issued a formal announcement completely refusing to accept outside visitors. The suited man frowned. How did it collapse so quickly? According to unofficial reports, someone used dirty tactics to force ordinary employees of Shang Biology to resign en masse, hoping to create trouble for the RD department and then exploit the breach. The suited man asked, is Shang Biology's RD department that difficult to handle? Yes, far more difficult than imagined. Rumor has it that even their delivered meals must pass 21 rounds of inspection before entering. Not to mention poison, even pesticide residue on the ingredients alone can be detected with complete accuracy. And that's just food. According to a manager surnamed Duan from their company, ordinary people wanting to enter must strip completely and go through all sorts of bizarre scanning and inspection processes. They know how many hairs are on your buttocks, whether you have hemorrhoids, and whether there's any fungal infection on your skin. The suited man was slightly startled. That's strict. That's what they say, but only those who've experienced it firsthand know whether it's true or not. Anyway, according to reliable intelligence we've gathered, the RD department they invested heavily to build even before the company was established is indeed extraordinary. Some materials they use simply don't exist domestically and must be imported from abroad. In addition, it is said that their construction techniques at the time were also exceptional, as they had placed a custom order with a large company in the architectural field. The man in the suit asked, can you find out which major construction company it is? We've tried. No luck. The man in the suit said, so you're saying their RD department had been scheming from the very beginning? According to analyses and speculations from some corporate think tanks, the technology for the ecological concentrated energy battery from microorganism bio might have been nearly fully developed before the company was even established. Everything that followed was mostly a facade designed to prevent exactly this situation. Based on their conjectures, besides the regular research members, microorganism bio's RD department likely harbors a hidden core research team. Aside from the boss of microorganism bio, only the core research team has access to the relevant documents. But this core research team never shows their face. They eat, sleep and live entirely within the RD department, leaving no opportunity for outside contact. The man in the suit sensed something was off. Why do you say that? The secretary replied, in the past few days they've tried every possible way to infiltrate microorganism bio's RD department, but all ended in failure. Finally, out of desperation, they resorted to underhanded methods and obtained some relevant materials from a few researchers who had gone out. After an in-depth analysis of these materials, they discovered that they were essentially nothing but trivial technical scraps. The man in the suit said, so up to now they still haven't gotten any truly useful technical documents. The secretary replied, that seems to be the case. The man in the suit turned around, set down his glass and looked into the secretary's eyes. What do you think of microorganism bio? The secretary adjusted his glasses, frowned slightly and said, it's very strange. The man in the suit asked, strange in what way? The secretary replied, in my view it doesn't resemble a proper company, it's more like a pure research institute disguised as a company. Their boss too isn't like a businessman, he's more like a researcher obsessed with technology. The man in the suit said, go on. The secretary continued, our people have done the statistics. The ratio of researchers to regular company staff in microorganism bio's recruitment is as high as 50 to 1. Out of 1,020 people, at least 1,000 are researchers and only about 20 are responsible for everything else. Not only that, but their company doesn't even have a proper department structure, just one executive manager and a few assistants, not even a decent accountant. As for positions like senior manager, director or CEO above the manager, there are none at all. It gives the impression that these 20 people aren't employees but rather janitors serving the 1,000 researchers. 2 days ago the boss of microorganism bio personally posted a recruitment video on Douyin. Within just under 4 hours they had hired over 180 new employees. And all of them were interviewed by the boss himself. What's absurd is that none of these on-site recruits had a proper health check, they weren't even asked about their medical history. The interviews were casual, the hiring was casual, and even the process was casual. I've never seen any legitimate company hire people the way microorganism bio does, it's practically a joke. What's more, those who passed the interview had no clear department or position assigned. Apart from 12 newly designated managers, all the rest were arranged as manager assistants. Boss, in all your years in the industry, have you ever seen a company with so many new assistants? The man in the suit nodded. Indeed, I've never seen anything like it. It's a bit too unconventional. The secretary continued. If the sloppy hiring could be excused, their actions yesterday were truly baffling. Did they make any big moves yesterday? The secretary said, not exactly a big move. After more than 170 employees collectively submitted their resignations, Microorganism Bio simply fired all the remaining employees, including the original manager Duan. Because of this, Microorganism Bio's external operations are now completely paralyzed. There's not even anyone to contact to relay a message to their boss. Hearing this, the man in the suit immediately furrowed his brows. The secretary continued, based on previous information, I originally speculated that faced with the encirclement of so many companies, they would surely have a trump card, they would make a move, strike back. But it seems I guessed wrong. Judging by the current situation, Microorganism Bio seems to be preparing to accept its fate. The man in the suit asked, do you think if this trend continues, Microorganism Bio will completely cave in and hand over the ecological concentrated energy battery technology they worked so hard to develop? The secretary shook his head. Logically, it's absolutely impossible for them to cave in and hand over the fruits of their labor. But their current behavior is truly puzzling. That's exactly what I find so strange. The man in the suit said, when things are abnormal, there must be a trick. A company that can break the monopoly of traditional batteries and single-handedly solve the global energy storage problem that has plagued the world for years should never be underestimated. The next moment, the man in the suit seemed to have made some enormous decision in his heart. His gaze sharpened and he suddenly said seriously, Secretary Zhu, great fortune lies in great peril. I no longer want to sit on the sidelines and watch the tigers fight. I want to strike like lightning, snatch the chestnuts from the fire and intercept those big tigers behind. Secretary Zhu never expected his boss to say such things. He was startled and couldn't help but gasp. Are you surprised? Secretary Zhu pursed his lips and honestly replied, I am very surprised. I always thought you were holding your position to find an opportunity to deal a fatal blow to Microorganism Bio. I never imagined your true intention was to snatch the food from the tiger's mouth. The man in the suit let out a light sigh and said in a deep voice, you and the older generation think alike. You all assume my goal is to bide my time, take advantage of the chaos and tear off the biggest piece of meat at the smallest cost. Secretary Zhu lowered his head slightly, ready to listen to his boss's next lesson. Your vision is still too narrow. Whether it's your nature or your thinking, you've been too rigid over the years. When you look at things, you always base them on past experience and personal interests, never combining the development of the times with the essence of the matter. Although we still stand here and can be called a giant, in reality we are already on the brink of being eliminated by the times. Secretary Zhu raised an eyebrow and glanced at his boss, feeling that his words were somewhat exaggerated. The man in the suit turned back to look out the window, his back to the secretary, as if entering a state of soliloquy. We made our fortune in traditional industries and rose through the energy sector. Because of the era and policies, our rise was relatively smooth. Along the way, although it wasn't all smooth sailing, we never encountered truly powerful enemies. That's a good thing, but not entirely good. Especially when looking back from the perspective of the future. Because of the lack of real tempering, the captains have become habitually arrogant and conceited, as if all the heroes in the world are nothing special. We lack sufficient crisis awareness and pioneering spirit. We always think that relying on this great ship from the last era we can carry everyone forward forever. Free from worries about food and clothing, indulging in pleasure. Ha! Secretary Zhu sensed something was wrong. Boss, what's wrong with you? The man in the suit waved his hand. Nothing, just thinking about some absurd things and finding them ridiculous. Let's get back to the main topic. Why do I say we are on the verge of being eliminated by the times? It's actually very simple. You just need to carefully analyze our company's current main structure, primary revenue and industrial potential, and you'll reach an intuitive conclusion: we are running counter to the times. In this era of rapid automation, intelligence and Industry 4.0, the main structure of our company is still people. Over 8,000 employees, behind them over 8,000 families. That's the main body of this great ship. For the ship to run, it must have enough power. In previous years, thanks to national policies and local government support, even if we were operating at a loss, we could still keep moving. Relying on coal and non-ferrous metals, we could sometimes even speed up. Unfortunately, now traditional energy is rapidly entering a winter and non-ferrous metals have been heavily restricted in mining. By relying solely on smelting and refining, we will sooner or later be unable to make ends meet. When that time comes, what will happen to these 8,000 workers? What about the 8,000 families behind them? We can't just wait for the ship to break down and then stop to figure things out. We must prevent problems before the ship breaks down. Taking the initiative is always better than passive defense. The battlefield is like that, and so is the business world. Boss, why are you suddenly telling me all this? Secretary Zhu had been listening intently, at first not noticing anything unusual. But after he finished speaking she realized belatedly that something was off. Because your name is Zhu Yueping. Ha! Stop pretending. I know more about you than you do yourself apart from your own body. The moment you decided to come to Tianyuan to apply for the secretary position, I had already foreseen everything that would follow. Secretary Zhu's expression suddenly changed and he took 2 steps back, utterly incredulous. You. How could you possibly know my real name? Sigh, after all these years that old habit of hers still hasn't been corrected. Something that could be explained in one sentence, she always insists on making others guess. She treats her lovers that way, her simps that way, and even her own descendants that way. Secretary Zhu. Man in suit, Zhu Yueping, when your mother sent you to be a secretary and infiltrate my side, didn't she tell you that I'm actually your half-brother sharing the same father? Moreover, she solemnly instructed you that you could do anything, but under no circumstances were you to develop feelings for me. Haven't you ever wondered why? Secretary Zhu's pupils instantly dilated, his mouth unconsciously opening. The man in suit said, normally when you're acting as a secretary you give off the impression of being remarkably sharp-witted. But at critical moments you become as stubborn as an ox. Originally stunned, Secretary Zhu was now doubly bewildered. The man in the suit asked, what is my name? Secretary Zhu replied, your name is Li Rai. The man in the suit continued, think carefully, do those 2 names harbor any hidden significance? After pondering for a moment, Secretary Zhu firmly shook his head. Seeing this, the man in the suit abandoned further circumlocution and spoke plainly, back then when I was just born your mother was already pregnant with you. Because the prenatal examination revealed you were a girl, your mother ultimately lost the battle for your father to my mother. Unable to accept this, your mother decisively severed all ties with your father and within a single day found another man to marry. Seeing the expression on your face, I can tell you've already put it together. The man your mother married at that time was none other than your current father, Zhuang. Now there are some hidden secrets within this tangled history. Your mother was extraordinarily beautiful back then, surrounded by numerous admirers. Even though your father got there first and even fathered you, there were still no shortage of suitors lurking in the shadows. Among those fervent pursuers were several remarkably accomplished men such as Uncle He, Uncle Lu, Uncle Shi, and Uncle Zhang, as you may know. You must understand, in that era they were genuine university graduates, men from wealthy families with illustrious family legacies. Secretary Zhu maintained a placid exterior, though within he was experiencing a tempest. The man in the suit continued, among those formidable competitors your father's credentials were decent but insufficient to dominate the field. Conventional approaches would have yielded slim hope, so your father forged an unconventional path employing a historical illusion and quietly won your mother over. Secretary Zhu asked, what historical illusion? The man in the suit replied, do you know who usurped the throne at the end of the Tang dynasty? Secretary Zhu answered instantly, Zhu Wan. The man in the suit said, correct. Let me ask you another question, whose dynasty was the Tang? Secretary Zhu answered again without hesitation, the Li family. The man in the suit said, excellent. Now tell me, what is my surname? And what is yours? With these 2 questions Secretary Zhu was struck as if by lightning, his eyes filled with disbelief and awe. The man in the suit smiled faintly, I trust you've already pieced it together. Historically, Zhu Wen usurped the throne of the last Tang emperor and established the later Liang, causing the Li Tang imperial clan to vanish. Moreover, to exact revenge upon the Li Tang royal family, Zhu Wen stripped all members of the imperial nobility of their status, reducing them to commoners. From then on, the Li family regarded the Zhu family as mortal enemies. But that wasn't all. As time marched on during the late Ming dynasty, Li Zicheng led a peasant uprising, eventually capturing Beijing. Emperor Chongzhen was forced to hang himself atop Wanshui Mountain, further deepening the feud between the Zhu and Li families. Secretary Zhu asked, so my father used this historical illusion, exploiting my mother's resentment toward your father to stand out among all those suitors? The man in the suit first nodded, then shook his head. Yes, but not entirely. Your mother married your father with the intention of bearing a rival to my family, someone who would one day slay me from horseback, seize the Li family's empire and avenge the Li clan. She wanted your father to pay dearly for his choices. Secretary Zhu's face was etched with confusion. According to reason, you couldn't possibly know any of this. How could you know so precisely? The man in the suit replied with a knowing smile, guess. Secretary Zhu ventured, did you send someone to secretly infiltrate my mother's room and secretly read her diary? No. Did my mother finally come to terms with it one day and choose to tell my father, who then told you? Also no. Secretary Zhu gave up guessing and asked directly, then what's the reason? The man in the suit dropped all pretense and hit the nail on the head. Your father told me these secrets with his own lips. Secretary Zhu felt as though his mind had short-circuited. The man in the suit's expression grew grave. Your father's ability to win your mother was no accident. If there were rank levels for simps in their era, your father would undoubtedly be the strongest king of simps. My mother, the woman who snatched your father away from your mother, is actually your father's younger female cousin. Secretary Zhu's inner monologue. The man in the suit continued. After your mother became infatuated with your father as one of the suitors had already anticipated the outcome. He said that the moment he witnessed your father and your mother indulging in forbidden romance, their faces radiating bliss, his Tao heart shattered. Through agonizing covert peeping, he crushed a passing centipede to death with his bare hands, grinding it into dust. In that single second, all he wanted was to destroy the world. But extremes collide and reverse. Perhaps it was an unwillingness born of a simp's nature. He felt he could not simply concede defeat, believing there must be a way to alter the inevitable conclusion of two loving hearts. So when your father and your mother met a second time, he placed the centipede corpse in his mouth. While keeping his eyes fixed on the scene before him, he chewed with boundless hatred, ground the centipede to fragments and attempted to swallow it whole. Perhaps because the taste was truly unbearable, he said he grabbed a handful of nearby grass, shoved it into his mouth alongside the centipede, and using the greatest courage of his life managed to swallow it down. From that moment onward, he secretly made a resolution. Secretary Zhu, following the man's words, continually reconstructed the scene in his mind and was completely dumbfounded, utterly rendered speechless. The man in the suit continued. Driven by his near-paranoid unwillingness to accept defeat and his absolute conviction that he must possess her, he furiously studied the art of war and the 36 stratagems. Finally, he successfully conceived a method to intercept and sabotage their romance. Secretary Zhu asked, "What method?" The man in the suit replied, "Since ancient times, heroes have found it hardest to resist the trials of beauty. Those who can bring heroes down are rarely weapons, but rather a beautiful woman's talent and grace. Conveniently enough, my mother perfectly fit that description." Thus your father began laying his plans, racking his brains to create opportunities for the two of them, stoking the flames. On one occasion he would enthusiastically praise his young cousin's uniqueness, peerless talent, and the throngs of admirers pursuing her, stirring up your father's competitive drive and desire to conquer. On another he would wax poetic to your mother about Elder Li's extraordinary handsomeness and outstanding abilities, awakening your mother's fascination with handsome men and her admiration for strength. Beyond these tactics, he also secretly and viciously sabotaged your father's dates with your mother, spreading false rumors to intensify conflicts. You're aware of the social climate of that era. If one strayed even slightly beyond acceptable bounds, they risked being publicly denounced and attacked. Therefore, to avoid being targeted, your father and your mother did their utmost to avoid contact, daring not even meet each other's gaze. History proves that nothing in this world is impossible for a determined heart. Your father succeeded. Through various schemes and the passage of time, he elevated his young cousin to the position of Elder Li's lawful wife. Meanwhile, your mother, whose heart had been shattered, was taken in by him at the perfect moment. Earlier you asked whether your father used that historical illusion to win your mother over. I said yes, but not entirely, because long before that your father had already begun laying his plans and exerting his efforts. Secretary Zhu. The man in the suit continued, "You're surely curious as to why your father would confide these secrets to me." At first I was equally puzzled. It was only after he spoke of your matters that the truth suddenly became clear to me. Secretary Zhu asked, "My matters?" The man in the suit nodded. "Yes. Your mother arranged for you to come here as an undercover agent, waiting for the opportune moment to coordinate with her in seizing power and rebranding the entire Tianyuan group under a new name. As the king of Sims, your father's intelligence far exceeds ordinary standards. Don't let his naive and honest exterior fool you. Actually, he understands everything. I am my mother's son and my mother is his young cousin. Back then he used my mother as bait to sabotage the relationship between your father and your mother, and he carried guilt for that. Even though he ultimately won your mother, he still harbored deep remorse toward my mother. That is precisely why whenever my mother was present he would find every excuse to leave. Deep within his heart he has always dreaded facing my mother." Upon hearing this, Secretary Zhu couldn't help but recall past incidents one by one, and suddenly everything fell into place. The man in the suit continued, "After he discovered that your mother intended to use you against him and plotted to seize power, he decided to lay everything bare. Deep down he only desired your mother. He never intended to create tragedies in pursuit of her, especially not one entangling his guilty conscience over his young cousin. To be fair, aside from his tendency to grovel, your father had few flaws. And though you bear the surname Zhu, your given name is Yua Ping. Combined with my name it spells sun, moon and peace. All along he had been quietly revealing his innermost feelings through subtle actions, but those closest to him were too entangled in their own emotions to notice, perceiving things only belatedly." Secretary Zhu asked, "Does my mother know any of what you've described?" The man in the suit countered, "What do you think?" Secretary Zhu's brows furrowed slightly. "My mother is likely still kept in the dark. If she knew, father would certainly suffer grievously." The man in the suit replied, "With her explosive temper, if she finds out, not only will your father suffer, but you and your siblings will be hung up and beaten as well." Secretary Zhu nodded. "That possibility is quite high. By the way, aren't you afraid I'll tell my mother? The man in the suit shook his head. Not at all. Secretary Zhu looked straight into his eyes and demanded why. The man in the suit answered, because I fear her seizure of power, not in the least. In fact, I could hand the entire group over to you right now. Of course, there is one prerequisite, that you can take responsibility for the over 80,000 families beneath us. Upon hearing this, Secretary Zhu fell silent. Since serving as secretary to this half-brother, she had come to understand many of the internal problems within the group and even its true nature. As he had said, in a certain sense the entire group was already on the verge of being eliminated by the times. If not for the man before her, who possessed extraordinary vision and superior methods, making the right choices at critical moments each time to prevent major losses for the group, the company might already be on a downward trajectory. At the mere thought of the over 80,000 families being displaced should the group collapse, she felt an indescribable weight and oppression pressing upon her. The man in the suit said, although your mother sent you here, I know your thinking differs from hers. After spending so much time together, I have seen clearly that, like me, you possess a kind heart and a strong sense of responsibility. You cannot bring yourself to stand idly by as those 80,000 families are destroyed, nor can you bear to watch the group perish one day in the future. Secretary Zhu fell silent. The man in the suit suddenly extended his hand. Sister, join me. Let us work together decisively to carve out an entirely new path for the entire Tianyuan group. Secretary Zhu gazed at his broad palm, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. You must trust my judgment. If our Tianyuan group fails to seize this opportunity and shift our trajectory, we will surely be swept away by the tides of the era, and by then it will be far too late. We ourselves would be fine. Standing at the pinnacle of the group, we inherently possess extraordinary risk resistance. No matter what happens, we will not face ruin or displacement. But the 80,000 families below us are a different matter. They are inherently vulnerable with extremely weak risk resistance. In this era of global turbulence and constant warfare, if the breadwinner of a family loses their job, the blow to the entire household will be fatal. As he spoke, he extended his hand further, saying earnestly, Sister, brother is not doing this for personal interest or advancement, but for those 80,000 ordinary families below. Secretary Zhu finally mustered the courage to meet his gaze directly. Then tell me, what exactly do you plan to do? The man in the suit replied, I want to acquire Weisheng Bio's ecological energy storage battery technology and shift the traditional energy track established by the older generation to a new energy track. Secretary Zhu suddenly realized and exclaimed in shock, none of what you've told me, not even your father knows, does he? The man in the suit nodded firmly. Yes. Huff. Huff. Secretary Zhu was stunned, her chest heaving violently as she struggled to compose herself. The man in the suit said, this is precisely why I am seeking your help. If I were to share this plan with them, it would be rejected without question, and they would restrict my freedom while stripping away my authority. Even worse, at a critical moment my two younger brothers would emerge to heap salt on the wound and deliver another blow. Secretary Zhu said nothing upon hearing this, still sorting through her various thoughts. The man in the suit continued, regarding Weisheng biotechnology, from the very beginning I never supported their plans. The reason your thinking aligns with theirs, believing I would wait for an opportunity to carve up Weisheng Bio, is because you do not know a secret. Secretary Zhu looked up. What secret? The man in the suit said gravely, Weisheng Bio's ecological energy storage battery is not only real, it also possesses a special characteristic. What characteristic? Zero pollution. True zero pollution. Unlike the deliberate misrepresentation and false rumors circulating online, they have not adopted traditional battery technologies such as lithium batteries, solid-state batteries, or organic batteries. Instead, they employ an entirely new form of biological energy storage technology. Moreover, contrary to the deliberately smeared fake photographs online, their batteries are compact in size, extremely safe, and remarkably convenient to use. Imagine this, a battery the size of half a fist capable of powering a car for 1,500 kilometers. Do you understand what that means? Once this technology is fully applied to automobiles, it will deal a devastating blow to the entire industry. However large the current automotive market is, this technology will capture an equally vast share of the cake. This is only the automotive field. If applied to other sectors, the prospects become even more unimaginable. We are merely viewing this from a corporate perspective, speaking conservatively. If we consider the bigger picture, even nations would enter the fray. You should still recall that major incident in Germany recently, correct? Secretary Zhu nodded. The Congressional Energy Bill. Their chancellor was willing to confront the United States directly over energy issues, but the situation escalated and barely stayed contained. As the world situation changed rapidly, Germany had already sensed a crisis and therefore sought to revitalize its economy. However, to revitalize the economy, they must construct a new energy import chain. And where to import from? Ultimately, it still comes down to those few energy-rich, cost-effective major powers. But no matter which country they import, energy from being ruthlessly squeezed is inevitable. Given Germany's current size and stature, if squeezed too hard, whether it can even stand steady remains uncertain. But if they obtained Weisheng Bio's ecological energy storage battery technology, everything would change completely. You cannot imagine the impact that an entirely new energy technology would bring. Secretary Zhu's brows knitted tightly. I can understand all of what you've said, but one thing puzzles me: how can you be certain that news is truly accurate? The man in the suit asked, do you still remember my best friend from university? Secretary Zhu replied, Qinlang. The man in the suit said, exactly. He is now the chief of the BYD Performance Testing Division. The Weisheng Bio batteries were personally tested under his leadership. Secretary Zhu exclaimed, he actually shared such a secret with you. The man in the suit replied, he not only told me but also provided me with some testing parameters. Let me put it this way, after completing the testing they conducted a comparative experiment with Huawei, ultimately reaching a consistent conclusion: Weisheng Bio's ecological energy storage battery will be the hallmark of the bioenergy era. Hiss. Upon hearing this, Secretary Zhu involuntarily drew in a sharp breath. Now you should understand why those powerful corporations and groups, both domestic and foreign, so shamelessly employ despicable tactics, forming coalitions to besiege Weisheng Bio and eagerly trying to crush it. One reason is to obtain the ecological energy storage battery technology. Another reason is that they fear a company like this growing strong enough to overturn the industries they dominate. Secretary Zhu asked, in that case, was our previous assessment of the ecological energy storage battery entirely wrong? The man in the suit replied, miles off. It could even be called ignorance. Secretary Zhu asked, how do you plan to acquire the ecological energy storage battery technology? The man in the suit said, buy it. Secretary Zhu questioned, buy. The man in the suit replied, precisely. Pay real money to buy it directly from Weisheng Bio. Not only must we offer a sincere price, but we must also act swiftly. We must strike a definitive deal before those big tigers launch their full-scale assault. Secretary Zhu's gaze was as sharp as a mirror. So how much are you planning to pay? The man in the suit spoke with determination, I'll take it for 300 billion in one go. Before he could finish, Secretary Zhu exclaimed excitedly, impossible. Absolutely impossible. The man in the suit, I know it's impossible through conventional means, so I need your help, sister. Secretary Zhu's emotions were somewhat out of control. To come up with 300 billion in one go unless you sell the group, there's no way. Midway through her emotional outburst, her expression froze as if she had thought of something. No. You don't mean you want me to cooperate with you to quietly sell the group, do you? The man in the suit, yes, I want to sell the group to raise that money. You're insane. You just told me you were thinking about the 80,000 ordinary families below, and now you're going to sell the group. Do you take me for a fool? If you want to use me, just say it outright. You don't need to rack your brains playing on my emotions. The man in the suit remained expressionless and said in a deep voice, don't you understand that delays lead to changes? Selling the group is to secure the ecological energy condensing battery technology as soon as possible, not to make the employees lose their jobs. No matter who takes over our Chen Yuan, they can't make the 80,000 employees lose their jobs immediately. According to my estimate, we have at least 8 months of leeway. As long as we get that technology, I'm absolutely confident we can bounce back within half a year. By then, not only can we resolve the various crises the group is facing, but we can also seize the lead in the new energy track and enter the blank market of ecological energy ahead of time. We want to become giants of the new era, not remnants of the old one, sister, do you understand? Secretary Zhu kept shaking her head, her emotions very unstable. No. I can't be this crazy with you. This isn't a gamble between you and me, it's a gamble for the entire group, for more than 80,000 families. I can afford to lose, you can afford to lose, but they can't, not even a little bit. The man in the suit also began to get emotional, questioning, this is the only chance we have to turn things around. Are we going to miss it and watch the group decline with our own eyes? Sensing that his attitude was a bit too intense and seemed to have scared her, the man in the suit forcibly suppressed his emotional fluctuations and tried to soften his tone. We can buy the group back once it's sold, but if we lose this opportunity, it's gone forever. Sister, such a simple truth, you as the president's secretary and mom's designated successor shouldn't be unaware of it, right? Secretary Zhu's eyes were firm. 300 million, 3 billion, even 30 billion, I could muster the courage, close my eyes and gamble with you. But 300 billion. That's too much. Too much. Forget it. No matter what you say, I can't gamble with you. Even if you were my full brother, let alone a half-brother, it would be impossible. To me, this is more terrifying than losing my life. I can't imagine the consequences of losing the bet or the collapse of the entire group. Maybe you're right, but I really don't have the courage. I hope you can understand. As she finished speaking, tears kept falling and her inner emotions were extremely turbulent. Sigh. The man in the suit stared intently into her eyes for a long time, then let out a deep sigh. Stop crying. I'm sorry. Maybe I was too crazy. Just think of what I said is nonsense. The man in the suit reached out to wipe away Secretary Zhu's tears, then turned and left the office with a dejected look. Buzz 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 buzz. Less than 10 meters out of the office, the man in the suit's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID and immediately turned into a nearby restroom. Hello. On the other end of the line, "It's over, it's really over. We're in big trouble." Hearing this, the man in the suit frowned. What's over? What big trouble? On the other end, let me tell you the latest news: the ecological energy condensing battery technology of Weisheng Biology has been hijacked. The man in the suit was stunned. What? On the other end, you can't imagine how much the hijacking party paid. The man in the suit couldn't wait. How much? On the other end, 1 trillion. How much? On the other end, lowering his voice, you heard right, 1 trillion. The man in the suit was incredulous. Wasn't the highest bid just 100 billion before? How could it have skyrocketed so much? On the other end, 100 billion might seem like a sky-high price to outsiders, but you have to understand that was just a preliminary valuation, and it was only for the battery technology itself without factoring in the market behind it. Once the ecological energy condensing battery technology matures and the blank market emerges, you can imagine how huge the value will be. So now do you understand? The man in the suit thought to himself, it's over. Completely over. On the other end, this news just came out of the RD department of Weisheng Biology. It hasn't been verified yet. But judging from the various reactions of Weisheng Biology technology, it's better to believe it's true than to dismiss it. And from my perspective, 1 trillion is not the ceiling for this technology. Since the inspection was completed, I've submitted no fewer than 10 reports to the higher-ups requesting acquisition of the technology. Unfortunately, they've never been able to make up their minds. They always want to wait. Wait as if waiting would magically produce the ecological energy condensing battery technology. Sigh. You haven't seen that battery firsthand. You can't imagine the potential of the technology behind it. Alright, I won't keep you. Remember to delete the call log. Bye. Beep beep. After deleting the call log, the man in the suit held the phone looking somewhat dazed, muttering to himself, how could this happen? At the same time, this news was leaked to the internet by someone, causing an uproar online. Weisheng Biology ecological energy condensing battery technology mysterious company 1 trillion, 4 eye-catching tags instantly shot to the top of trending searches on major apps, spreading at an alarming rate. Countless netizens eager to grab some popcorn joined the feast, starting to dig around and investigate. As the buzz grew and netizens dug deeper, details about Weisheng Biology technology and its ecological energy condensing battery technology were gradually revealed. It was then that the vast majority of netizens finally understood what this feast was all about. When the invisible layer of paper was pierced, the clever netizens realized they had been manipulated by the forces that had deliberately steered public opinion a couple of days ago. No wonder there had been a barrage of videos and news attacking Weisheng Biology in the past 2 days. It turned out that some dark forces never act without benefit. Gradually understanding the essence of the matter, the netizens who had charged into battle over the past 2 days were now as furious as they had been vicious in their attacks. They had just wanted to enjoy a fun piece of gossip, but ended up being used as pawns. Not only were they used as pawns, but under the overwhelming criticism, abuse and reports, they had nearly destroyed a promising local enterprise, indirectly becoming traitors and collaborators. Other things could be tolerated, but being labeled as traitors and collaborators was not acceptable. To retaliate against the forces that had manipulated them, a group of indignant netizens began to organize, systematically targeting and blasting the accounts that had maliciously smeared Weisheng Biology over the past 2 days. Following the procedure, they first delivered a wave of greetings rich in maternal references, then a barrage of private messages filled with ancestral references, and finally a collective wave of reports directly taking down the accounts. If the goal against Weisheng Biology 2 days ago was just to insult and condemn, then today's core mission was extermination. People can tolerate mistakes and losses caused by their own lack of ability, but they cannot stand the torment of guilt that comes from being used in causing major disasters. To eliminate that guilt, the organized punitive army was exceptionally aggressive, plunging the entire internet into a storm of bloodshed. Those big accounts who had secretly taken bribes, the bloggers who had no sense of right and wrong, and the science popularizers who habitually followed trends, every single one of them faced the consequences. The lucky ones only suffered online disaster, getting reported and banned. The unlucky ones were doxxed in real life, receiving one or more inexplicable beatings. Popularity is a double-edged sword. While it brings traffic, it can also bring huge trouble. Outside the RD department of Weisheng Biology technology, a variety of people had gathered, no one knew when. There were ordinary people coming to watch the excitement, curious elderly folks, influencers riding the trend, as well as people of various identities dressed in refined clothing and exuding an extraordinary aura. As time passed, the crowd only grew larger, forming a sea of people that blocked every exit of the RD building. Having just finished his work, Zhao Jiang saw the scene outside through the surveillance footage and immediately frowned. At the main entrance outside, two massive transparent bulletproof glass isolation doors. A blue-eyed young man in a suit and tie was vigorously waving a cardboard sign. Written on it in bold Chinese characters was a striking message: 100,000 yuan. Please deliver a message to your boss for me. Inside the partition, 8 figures clad in specialized protective suits and helmets, their faces obscured, stood motionless before a thick, imposing black metal door as if they had not noticed him at all. Hey man. Save your breath. Depends on me. Just as the blue-eyed man was straining to wave his sign, a foreigner with short brown hair had somehow squeezed in beside him. The blue-eyed man glanced sideways, a hint of distaste in his expression. I'm Chinese. I don't understand what you're saying. The brown-haired foreigner, who had been reaching into his pocket for something, froze. He pointed at the man's eyes, switched to Chinese and said in disbelief, Chinese people look like you. The blue-eyed man replied, I'm Tajik from Xinjiang, one of China's 56 ethnic groups. What do you think? An awkward expression crossed the foreigner's face. I'm sorry. Your eyes are quite distinctive. I assumed you were foreign like myself. The blue-eyed man shifted slightly aside, his face clearly irritated. I despise people who judge by appearances. The brown-haired foreigner chuckled at this and said nothing more, raising the gold bar in his hand and waving it toward the 8 figures inside. This is a genuine gold brick, he called out loudly. Whoever takes me to see your boss can keep it. TCH. Another ignorant foreigner. Standing about 2 meters away, a young man in fine white clothing watched the foreigner's antics with clear disdain. Useless effort, he thought to himself. He had been posted at this door for several hours already, witnessing all sorts of people employing every trick in the book to get the 8 figures inside to relay a message. Some dragged in massive bags of cash and dumped them at the isolation door, others displayed rows of priceless jade and emeralds, still others produced authentic calligraphy and paintings by ancient masters. Essentially every conceivable form of temptation had been attempted. Yet throughout it all, the 8 figures inside remained utterly unmoved. Some with hotter tempers tried to attract attention through force, furiously attacking the isolation door, only to be electrocuted the next second, entering standing and leaving carried out. Others came up with even more fanciful schemes, spending a fortune to bring in a girl dance troupe performing alluring routines filled with overt suggestions right before the door. The ordinary onlookers were thoroughly entertained, rising to their feet, clapping until their palms turned red, their eyes nearly popping from their sockets, yet the 8 figures inside remained completely unresponsive. On top of all that, a group of foreigners had recently arrived with official invitation letters personally penned by their state governors, believing it would make a difference. It did not. They were ignored just the same. Humiliated, several of those foreigners cursed loudly on the spot. 2 couldn't resist trying to force their way in and were nearly fried, only their companions, quick thinking, snapping a nearby tree branch to pull them clear, saved them from an immediate funeral feast. These were merely the memorable ones. The forgettable attempts were countless. At some point this place had unwittingly become a bizarre spectacle, a grand stage for desperate spectacles. The young man in white had originally come with a mission of his own, but after being turned away he was reassigned to report from the scene, relaying the latest developments to headquarters at all times. Watching more and more major forces personally step onto this stage, he had a strong premonition the national team was not far behind. As if summoned by his very thought, there he was. Just as the crowd marveled at the foreigner producing a gold brick to bribe the guards, a commotion suddenly erupted behind them. Make way. Who is that? What's all this pushing about? Who's— oh sorry. Don't push me. Good lord. Everyone make way quickly. Is this the legendary aura? It's terrifying. Oh my god, I think I've just seen a very important person. A middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit, approximately 1.65 meters tall, with a square face and sharp starlit eyes, carved a path through the densely packed crowd, flanked by over 20 heavily armed soldiers, and marched straight to the isolation door. Open the door. The lead soldier, walking at the forefront, barked the order toward the figures inside. The 8 figures heard it, yet remained completely unmoved. Good heavens, who is this person? They brought guns. Those don't look like prop weapons. We came to the right place for entertainment today, ha? What's with the people at Weishang Biotech? Ignoring armed visitors like that, are they crazy? Whoa, this guy's presence is insane. I can feel the pressure from this far away. Hold on, let me take a photo for my social media. His companion quickly stopped him. Are you stupid? Look more closely at those people's uniforms. You think you can just take pictures here? Social media. More like you'll be eating lead bullets. Perhaps it was the combination of firearms and the mysterious aura of the Zhongshan-suited man that caused the extremely crowded area in front of the main entrance to spontaneously part, people stepping back to clear a space. I'm saying it again, open the door. Seeing himself ignored, the lead soldier grew visibly angry, his second call heavier and laced with clear warning. Excuse me, sir. Our boss has stated that no one is to be let through without his permission. If you wish to enter, you may communicate with our boss first. Once he gives the nod, we will open the door immediately. We ask that you not make things difficult for us. Just as everyone held their breath, watching with rapt attention, expecting a show, the outermost of the 8 figures moved and responded. His voice was measured, neither humble nor arrogant. He did not treat them any differently simply because they were armed and dressed in military uniform. 1 meter behind the soldiers, the Zhongshan-suited man, who had been observing carefully all along, saw a flicker of surprise in his eyes, followed by the faintest upward curve of his lips. Seeing was believing. From this moment on, this Wei Shang biotechnology truly captured his interest. Comrade, hello. Please deliver a message to your boss. As long as he is willing to meet with me. ZZZRT ZZZRT ZZZRT. A burst of electricity arced through the air and the isolation door automatically slid open. Greetings. Our boss invites you in, but only you alone may enter. As the isolation door opened, 2 additional statue-like figures stood approaching the doorway and bowing in unison, gesturing a formal invitation toward the Zhongshan-suited man. Due to their protective suits and helmets, the gesture appeared rather grotesque. Not acceptable. 2 sharp-eyed soldiers suddenly appeared at the isolation door, extending their arms to block the Zhongshan-suited man and prevent him from entering alone. Move aside. Today I will see for myself whether this is a dragon's pool or a tiger's den. It's been a long time since I encountered such an interesting company. Do not disappoint me. The Zhongshan-suited man grinned, a powerful aura exploding from his frame. With a single gesture, he shoved the 2 soldiers' hands aside and strode forward without hesitation, disappearing through the isolation door. ZZZRT ZZZRT. The moment the Zhongshan-suited man crossed the threshold, the isolation door slammed shut at tremendous speed, another arc of electricity flashing. The 2 soldiers exchanged a glance, both seeing worry and helplessness in each other's eyes. This leader was usually gentle and never made unilateral decisions on security matters. But once his temper got the better of him, not even 10 oxen could pull him back. A few minutes later. Comrade, must I remove all my clothing? The attending researcher replied, Sir, if you wish to proceed, you must undress. If you are uncomfortable, you may retreat to the waiting room. What is this machine called? I've never seen anything like it on the market. And what exactly can it detect? Why so stringent? The researcher answered, I'm sorry, sir, I cannot answer the first question. As for the second, I can only say basically anything you can imagine. Even bacteria. Yes, both bacteria and fungi can be detected. The middle-aged man, now down to his undershirt and shorts, replied, Really? Absolutely. The man hesitated for a moment. If I go wait in that room, will your boss come out to meet me? If your entry was approved by the boss, then yes, he will come out. In that case, I'll wait for him outside. 2 minutes later, inside the waiting room. May I ask? Who are you? Zhao Jiang, clad in a laboratory coat, stood before the middle-aged man and handed him a gray wool blanket. Comrade, are you the owner of this company? The middle-aged man accepted the blanket with a polite smile, though his sharp gaze held a hint of curiosity. Although he had reviewed Zhao Jiang's file numerous times, the man rarely appeared in public spaces, and the gap between the person before him and the photographs was considerable, instilling a subtle sense of uncertainty. Zhao Jiang nodded. Yes. The middle-aged man rose from his seat, extending his hand while locking eyes with Zhao Jiang. Comrade, please forgive my unannounced arrival. Zhao Jiang grasped his hand firmly and spoke without pretense. Such an elaborate arrangement on your part suggests there must be something urgently important at stake, wouldn't you agree? The middle-aged man feigned helplessness. I had no desire to resort to such extraordinary measures that might affect ordinary citizens, but some matters are beyond my sole authority to decide. The fact that I arrived without aircraft or military vehicles is already the limit of what I could negotiate. Zhao Jiang released the man's powerful grip and spoke calmly. Our meeting time is limited. Whatever you need, let us be direct. The middle-aged man scrutinized Zhao Jiang's attire curiously. Did you personally participate in the research of the ecological energy battery? Zhao Jiang replied modestly, hardly research participation, I merely assisted with trivial tasks during the development process. The rumors circulating outside, true or false? The middle-aged man asked. Zhao Jiang's expression shifted to confusion. What rumors? A company is willing to offer 1 trillion yuan to purchase your company's ecological energy battery technology and patents. Zhao Jiang responded coolly. Regardless of truth or falsehood, I see no obligation to answer that question. What do you think? The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes slightly, heavying his tone and slowing his speech. Are you certain? I am certain. Zhao Jiang replied firmly. Upon finishing, both men locked gazes, their eyes clashing as thoughts raced simultaneously within each mind. A brief silence passed. The middle-aged man broke it first. Give me your honest word, spill the details, and I will resolve all problems your company currently faces. Zhao Jiang offered a faint smile. Do you truly believe there are free lunches in this world? Reading between the lines, the middle-aged man hastily added, of course, after I help resolve your company's difficulties I shall also have certain expectations. Precisely, Zhao Jiang replied. You offer to help me resolve current issues and afterward demand something in return. If I were to lay my cards on the table, would that not amount to giving everything away for nothing? Such vital corporate secrets, and you intend to extract them through mere rhetoric. An unprecedented flicker of awkwardness crossed the middle-aged man's face. For anyone lacking keen vision or insight, it would have been imperceptible. Words can be framed differently. You provide the preliminary disclosure first as a gesture of sincerity, then I shall take action reciprocally. Does such mutual courtesy not align with our Chinese tradition of exchange? Truly fitting for someone in high positions, Zhao Jiang remarked dryly. Your pie drawing skills are impressive, large and fresh. On the surface it appears fine, yet you completely sidestepped the issue of chronological sequence. The middle-aged man, surprised that someone so youthful possessed such clarity of thought, felt a spark of excitement, a genuine sense of meeting a worthy opponent. What problem with the sequence? The middle-aged man pretended ignorance. Zhao Jiang countered, you genuinely see no issue. The man, suppressing his conscience, maintained a composed expression. I perceive absolutely no problem whatsoever. Zhao Jiang immediately pivoted. Very well. Since you see no issue, why not reverse the order? You resolve Weisheng Biological's difficulties first, and afterward I shall disclose the details to you. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man immediately waved his hand. Absolutely not. Once I act, the symbolism carries extraordinary weight. Should you later reveal that information was fabricated, would I not appear as someone striking at fleas with a sledgehammer? Observe, Zhao Jiang said. You claim there is no problem, yet the moment I suggest reversing the sequence you refuse outright. Is this not a textbook case of empty promises and inducement? Finding the young man increasingly interesting, the middle-aged man couldn't help but laugh. Comrade, this differs. Our situation resembles a card game. You understand poker, correct? Zhao Jiang nodded. Exactly. We are like two players mid-game, each gripping a card, neither willing to play first for fear of having their card captured. Is that accurate? Correct, Zhao Jiang acknowledged. I detest being taken advantage of. The middle-aged man's lips twitched imperceptibly as he continued. The critical issue is that the card in your hand is smaller than mine. According to the rules, you ought to play first to keep the game moving. Would you not agree? Zhao Jiang shook his head. Incorrect. What gives you the presumption to judge my card must be inferior? The middle-aged man's aura shifted dramatically, his voice commanding. My identity alone grants me that authority. Zhao Jiang met his gaze steadily. So you intend to discard reason entirely? Upon finishing, both men locked eyes once more. Several breaths passed in silence. Seeing his counterpart unaffected by intimidation, the middle-aged man smiled. Comrade, it was only a jest, pray do not take it to heart. Zhao Jiang retorted wryly, your joke lacks humor. Those with weaker constitutions might have been sent to their funeral banquet. Ha ha ha. You truly possess no fear of me? The middle-aged man asked. Zhao Jiang fired back, why should I fear you? Even unaware of my true position, the spectacle outside should reveal at least a fraction of my standing, would it not? Staring directly into the man's eyes, Zhao Jiang enunciated each word deliberately. In China, as a Chinese citizen, a lawful taxpayer contributing substantial revenue, what spectacle should I possibly fear? The middle-aged man fell silent. Zhao Jiang's expression hardened. For now I shall address you as leader. Comrade leader, my time is exceedingly scarce. Should you persist with evasions, testing, attitude measuring, and mind reading, I fear substantive discussion shall prove impossible. The middle-aged man suppressed his smile and surveyed the surroundings gravely. Is this conversation secure here? Secure, Zhao Jiang confirmed. The middle-aged man's demeanor transformed entirely. I represent the Western Theater Command Detachment of the national team. Is it still feasible for us to enter the field? Upon hearing this, Zhao Jiang's expression clouded with difficulty and he remained silent. The middle-aged man's gaze lingered on Zhao Jiang's face, reading his expression to draw conclusions about certain unspoken questions. Zhao Jiang finally spoke. How many additional teams remain? 6 teams capable of direct competition with us, the middle-aged man replied. I detest trouble and despise wasted time. If subsequent teams pursue tactics akin to yours, I may find refusal the wiser course. The middle-aged man's eyes narrowed subtly as comprehension dawned. He promptly made his proposition. Should you permit our Western Theater Command Detachment entry, we shall ensure the other 6 teams never reach this location. These words rendered Zhao Jiang silent as he pondered deeply. A soft exhale escaped him. After a brief pause, Zhao Jiang expelled a breath of stale air, his voice low yet resounding as he uttered 6 forceful characters. Shanghai belongs to the West. No sooner had the words left his lips than he swiftly turned and departed. Before his figure vanished, he cast over his shoulder, "I grant you no more than 2 weeks. Thereafter return with the Western theater's utmost sincerity. Comrade, rest assured, we shall not disappoint you." The middle-aged man watched Zhao Jiang's receding silhouette, unable to suppress the widening curve of his lips. "This blanket feels splendid. A prominent businessman like him surely won't mind if I take it along, I imagine." Holding the blanket, the middle-aged man prepared to turn away when suddenly something occurred to him. He scratched his head and remarked belatedly, "Right, I seem to have neglected proper introductions. This comrade truly lacks even a perfunctory inquiry about my name. No worldly wisdom whatsoever. Yet no wonder, he is precisely the sort capable of developing ecological energy batteries. Remarkably unadulterated. Far more intriguing than those self-important, arrogant, swollen individuals." Ha 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 ha! Finding the situation sufficiently amusing, the middle-aged man could contain himself no longer and burst into unrestrained laughter. Phew, what a relief! As soon as Zhao Jiang stepped away from the waiting hall, he couldn't help but let out a long breath of pent-up air, feeling an immense sense of burden lifted. He disliked dealing with people who held too high a position and wielded too much power. Those with higher status are not necessarily more generous, but they are certainly adept at exchanging the smallest favors for the greatest costs. Beyond that, it's primarily exhausting, draining one's mental energy. Their minds are as prickly as a hedgehog's quills. A single moment of carelessness could leave you pierced. Furthermore, their depth of schemes is unfathomable, impossible to fathom. When dealing with such people, you cannot merely listen to their words or observe their actions. You must constantly watch their expressions, their tone, the weight of their speech, and even the subtle inflections in their voice. In short, due to their status, every minute gesture of theirs may conceal profound thought-provoking implications. These meanings he could plainly tell you directly, yet he refuses to do so. Instead, he twists and turns, changing tactics to make you guess. If you guess correctly, so be it. But if you guess wrong, they can exploit the information gap to poison your mind, deceive you, trap you, dangle empty promises, and finally ensnare you in a net they have woven long before in their hearts. To them, there has never been an equal partner in communication. There is only the game of prey determined by the amount of chips. With the departure of the middle-aged man, the enthusiasm for Weisheng biotechnology surged again, showing signs of topping the charts. Moreover, as more news emerged, Weisheng biology began to formally appear in the sights of foreign public. They were also curious, why did this Chinese company named Weisheng Biotechnology suddenly become popular, and why was it being eagerly mentioned by major capital groups worldwide? On TikTok, a major influencer named Greykos with 35 million fans released a new video about Weisheng Biotechnology, aiming to educate everyone about what kind of company Weisheng Biotechnology is and why it is so highly praised. His video lasted 5 minutes and was divided into 3 parts. The first part mainly introduced the background of Weisheng Biology, including its continent, country, and the city where it is located. The second part mainly introduced Weisheng Biology's culture, structural composition, and current situation. The third part, which took up the longest time, mainly explained to everyone Weisheng Biotechnology's research achievement, the ecological energy storage battery. In his third part, the most discussed passage among viewers was as follows. According to current information, the ecological energy storage battery technology differs from traditional metal batteries and organic batteries, achieving truly pioneering and revolutionary innovation. Furthermore, this brand new battery also possesses a characteristic lacking in traditional batteries: zero pollution. Once this battery emerges, it will be truly green energy, and the most ideal kind at that. This battery technology will usher in a brand new ecological era, accelerating the development of civilization. Compared with the currently capital-favored AGI, it will stand closer to our lives, radiant and irresistible. I know everyone is going crazy over the rumor of 1 trillion, but as long as you truly understand this brand new battery technology, you will discover that 1 trillion is not its value limit. Traditional energy sources in this world have been almost exhausted by humanity, and the emergence of ecological energy storage battery technology will timely prolong the life of the entire traditional energy industry. Although I am not Chinese nor a fan of Weisheng Biology, I still want to say at last, long live Weisheng Biotechnology. Long live ecological energy storage battery technology. As influencer Greykos' video continued to ferment, more and more foreigners began to understand Weisheng Biotechnology. Some clever influencers saw Greykos' video become so popular and immediately worked overnight collecting more detailed materials, hoping to produce videos about Weisheng Biotechnology from a more professional and rigorous perspective, heavily riding this wave of traffic crossing the sea. Different from these influencers who rack their brains to ride the traffic, some people are traffic themselves. Elon Musk, a legend who once ranked among the world's richest men. He possesses many traits of star entrepreneurs and inventors and is a public leader firmly followed by business elites and investors. In past years, he has also visibly changed this world. From developing electric vehicles to manufacturing reusable rockets, from studying human-computer interaction to brain-computer interfaces, from colonizing Mars to developing super AGI, whatever it is, whether realized or not, he is proving to everyone with practical actions. Some say he is a genius, some say he is a madman. But no matter how others evaluate him or what labels they stick on him, it cannot change the fact that he is a world science and technology idol. When the wave from across the ocean swept through his place during his spare time, he could not help but shoot a video alone to express his own views. He said, "I am very happy to hear people discussing Weisheng Biotechnology Company on this side of the ocean, and it is a positive and objective aspect. Regarding Weisheng Biotechnology, I knew about it much earlier than the vast majority of people in the world. Similarly, regarding their released ecological energy storage battery technology, I also paid early attention. Here I want to tell everyone something first. As far as I know, Weisheng Biotechnology's ecological energy storage battery technology is real, and its performance and significance far exceed everyone's imagination. Everyone knows that in the past 2 years I have been keen on AGI research and development, wanting to achieve Mars colonization through AGI. But what everyone does not know is that the research and promotion of AGI require extremely large algorithms, and algorithms in turn require tremendous energy support. A while ago the whole world was madly snatching chips. Many people do not know why. I tell everyone the real reason is because of algorithms. Good chips can provide better algorithms, and when AGI research reaches a certain stage, the strength of algorithms becomes the key to success or failure. Chips are the carrier of algorithms, and energy is the carrier of chips. Without sufficient energy support, even the best chips are meaningless. Speaking of this, everyone should have realized that Weisheng Biotechnology has pioneered a brand new path in the underlying logic of energy. On this path, what scenery there is and where it will point is currently unknown. But one thing is beyond doubt: mastering the ecological energy storage battery technology is equivalent to grasping the key to entering the door of a new era. Whether in other fields or in the AGI field, as long as you can get the blessing of ecological energy storage battery technology, you will undergo a magnificent transformation. I am very fortunate that the Eastern Dragon can nurture a company like Weisheng Biotechnology, and look forward to the day when I can cooperate with Weisheng Biotechnology hand in hand, stepping into the new era together. Once Musk's video came out, it was instantly spread wildly, and countless European and American celebrities and big shots competed to browse, obtaining corresponding information from it and leaving messages in the video. Star Taylor Swift: I happen to have an Asian concert next week. It seems I need to find some time to visit Weisheng Biotechnology to observe the technology that changes the world. Professor Birmingham Speared Chai: an amazing company emerged in the East. Harvard Professor Glenn Bodden: if the rumor is true, I can only say that is not the technology that Earth should currently have. British biologist Wynne Ness: since I was 20 years old I have been yearning for the emergence of a usable biological energy. 30 years have passed, we failed, but Weisheng Biology succeeded. Former editor-in-chief of the Wall Street Journal David Grether: I hope everyone will not echo others but have a little of their own judgment. This is obviously a conspiracy from the East. I can tell everyone very clearly Weisheng Biology is a notorious shell company, and their so-called ecological energy storage battery is entirely a concept designed to fool the masses. American newcomer rapper Hillary Kane: in the past 100 or 200 years it has always been us leading the world, and it will be in the future too. Everyone had better not pay attention to this false rumor, otherwise you will become idiots. Previous rugby champion Hawkins: Musk, if you like the East you can quietly roll over there. Do not use the public's enthusiasm for you to fool them. What Weisheng Biology, what ecological new technology are all fake, all Eastern conspiracies. If you dare to appear on the rugby field I will definitely smash your bones. Spit on the traitor. Musk also reads comments and occasionally replies. When he saw that the comment from football champion Hawkins had been pinned to the top, he couldn't help but reply, I don't want to argue with someone who is physically strong and full of prejudice because it's destined to be meaningless. The truth will be proven by time. Hawkins didn't expect Musk to mock him in front of so many fans and immediately retorted, if you've got the guts, come to the field and let the world see how this physically strong man smashes you to pieces. About an hour after Musk's video, the official account of India's Indian Express posted a video on a domestic short video app about microorganism biotechnology. The comments below read, Rajiv: the West is good at invention, the East is good at hype, and we Indians are good at both. So I hereby declare that microorganism biotechnology is an Indian company. Priya: what microorganism wild? I don't believe it. I've already asked Lord Brahma, the one who leads the new era must come from India. Otherwise it's all fake. Draupadi: I admit China has developed well in recent years, but to say they are leading the era and creating world-changing technology, I won't believe it. That's too far-fetched. Goshwari: China only has one Huawei that can fight. The rest, every single one, are companies that like to exaggerate. I don't like China not because China is bad but because its culture isn't as simple as ours. It always exaggerates to grab attention like a clown. Nanda: I've said it long ago, anyone with a bit of foresight knows that China will lead the 21st century. The emergence of microorganism biotechnology is inevitable. Go China lead the world to a better direction, love from India. On the same day on Japan's hottest short video app TikTok, a leader of the Liberal Democratic Party quickly posted a video about microorganism biotechnology and paid for promotion. Soon the video's view count skyrocketed and a flood of comments poured in. Yamada Akia, a company that appeared out of nowhere and achieved such earth-shattering results in a month, do you believe it? I don't believe it. Sanban Neo, the Chinese are deliberately hyping it to boost national confidence. If they could develop such powerful technology they would have announced it long ago, not wait until now. Chishima Keat, let me see who's badmouthing my Chinese daddy. Yamamoto Niji, if microorganism biotech were an American company I'd believe it. Tsukino Hinari, I hope this is fake news because the Chinese hold a lot of hostility toward us. Once they become strong they will surely find ways to retaliate. After all, our ancestors committed unforgivable crimes against them. Yamaguchi Azusa, let's just take this as a joke and not take it seriously, okay? 2 months ago their Jiangsu province had an 8.1 magnitude earthquake. How could they possibly create a cross-era technology so quickly? Obviously it's fabricated to cover up something and divert public attention. On Instagram, the most used social platform among Korean youth idol group member Lee Myung-hui posted a daily selfie video after recording a show. In the video she mentioned microorganism biotechnology, saying it was very popular in China but she didn't know why and hoped knowledgeable fans could explain to satisfy her curiosity. As soon as the video was posted, die-hard fans who had been waiting immediately researched the topic and left comments below. Kim Daya, it's a new Chinese company that just emerged over a month ago. They developed a new battery technology reportedly worth 1 trillion. Note that's not in Korean won. The company is called Microorganism Biotechnology, located in Xining, Qinghai Province, China. Because its technology is so advanced the whole world wants it, but so far no one has seen its true form. Cha Sungwon Myunghui, do you believe such gossip news? If the Chinese didn't steal from us they couldn't possibly develop such amazing technology. Choi Hyun, I'd rather believe in the apocalypse than this nonsense. How could it be possible? Song Min, I think it might be true. If one person is foolish maybe they're just foolish. But if a whole group of people is foolish and the government hasn't interfered, that itself speaks volumes. Stop fooling yourselves, people above. China has always been powerful, okay? In today's world it's the only developing country that can stand up to the United States. Park Soyun Myunghui, when are you going to perform in China? If you're really interested, go see for yourself. With your fame, microorganism biotech would surely welcome you to boost their publicity. The Earth is a whole. No matter which direction the wind blows, as long as it's strong enough it will eventually circle back to its origin. The news about microorganism biotech traveled through Europe, America, Africa, Australia, Russia, Japan, Korea, and other places, then blew back to the mainland. Netizens who had already had their fill of gossip were about to move on to the next hot topic but were pulled back by this inexplicable returning wind, forcibly reigniting a new wave of attention. In the new wave, media with keen noses quietly replaced the original for old tags: microorganism biotech, ecological concentrated battery technology, mysterious company, 1 trillion, with 4 new tags: Chinese enterprise, cross-era technology, national team steps in, and 2 trillion. Then, leveraging the power of the trending topic, they made a big fuss over the new tags, trying to elevate microorganism biotech to the heavens to prolong the heat and traffic so they could feast until they were stuffed. When people's enthusiasm is repeatedly ignited they experience an uncontrollable urge to create a god to nourish their empty spirits and monotonous lives. Even though they knew deep down that microorganism biotech wasn't that strong and didn't deserve all the praise, they couldn't help but pile those accolades onto it. As if by having microorganism biotech recognized by everyone and becoming the god they imagined they, as one of its creators, would feel glorious. In the eyes of the clear-minded this behavior is when I like you, you are the best. Even if you're not, I'll hypnotize myself into believing you are. Under the convergence and combined effect of various forces, microorganism biotech was forcibly pushed to a height it didn't belong to, becoming the temporary focus of the entire internet, even the entire world. In this era where traffic is king for other companies or enterprises, this would be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, a flood of immense fortune. But for Zhao Jiang, who had experienced the underworld, this was nothing less than an undisguised murder. No one understood better than him what lay hidden on the other side of this world. While the outside world continued to revel in this frenzy, Zhao Jiang, who had been working madly in the lab, suddenly achieved a breakthrough. With the new methods and ideas imparted by No. 1, he completed the preparation of programmable nanomaterials ahead of schedule. Is this the nanomaterial under a microscopic view? How exquisite! Zhao Jiang, staring intently at the prepared nanomaterial through the nanoscanner, felt both awe and exhilaration. What awed him was that under the microscopic view the prepared nanomaterial exhibited an unbelievable regularity, radiating a beauty that did not exist in the macroscopic world. Though existing in the same world, it seemed separated by a span of time and space, creating an illusion as dreamlike as it was surreal. What a pity the intelligent terminal isn't finished yet, otherwise it would be perfect. Zhao Jiang turned his head to glance at the supercomputer cluster and biological computer group operating at full capacity not far away, feeling a sense of imperfection. According to number 1, these two technologies were a matched set. The intelligent terminal was like the human brain while the programmable nanomaterial was like the human body. Only when the two worked in tandem could the essence of both technologies be fully manifested. Lacking either one would result in incompleteness, unable to realize their potential. It was like a soul without a body or a body without a soul. The last leg of a journey just marks the halfway point. I must speed up. Zhao Jiang forcibly suppressed the joy of an early breakthrough and with tremendous willpower immersed himself back into the research. Following the method imparted by number 1, he constructed 10 billion evolutionary communities and one super-evolutionary community within the supercomputer cluster and biological computer group. Each evolutionary community initially had 100 NPCs, each connected to separate algorithm modules, logic modules, analysis modules, and so on, and were randomly assigned initial memories with memory associations. For instance, if NPC number 1 was assigned the memory of an orphan whose parents had died, then upon his birth both his self-perception and the perception of all other NPCs around him would be that he was an orphan with deceased parents. Subsequently, the 100 NPCs in this evolutionary community would autonomously and randomly interact based on their respective initial memories and the personalities and behaviors linked by memory logic. Each interaction would be recorded into a new personal memory stream, allowing every NPC to review and draw lessons from it. For example, initially NPC number 1 and NPC number 10 did not know each other, but they happened to meet on a bus while going to work. NPC number 10 noticed that NPC number 1 seemed somewhat aloof, triggering his warm-hearted personality, so he proactively approached to inquire about the reason and offered comfort. NPC number 1 deeply appreciated the concern from the stranger NPC number 10, engraving it in his heart, and triggered the gratitude logic of his introverted personality, pondering how to repay the kindness. Because of that accidental interaction, from then on NPC number 1 and NPC number 10 not only became acquainted but gradually turned into friends, triggering new friend behavior interaction logic. Each new action triggered new logic, generated new events, formed new memories, and new memories in turn led to new actions, a cycle that repeated infinitely. Under these circumstances, as time passed, the 100 NPCs would inevitably evolve much like the earliest hominids. Under the pressure of the environment and through various behavioral interactions, they would transform step by step. From merely knowing how to hunt and gather wild fruits to discovering tools, using tools, creating tools, forming tribes, towns, nations, and eventually evolving into a civilization. At the very beginning, the NPCs in the evolutionary community only acted on instinct, getting up, washing their face, brushing their teeth, eating, and so on. Under the influence of time, when they encountered new NPCs, got to know them, and fell in love, their memory streams would continuously update and evolve, giving rise to new behaviors on top of the existing patterns, gazing tenderly at their lover, giving a loving kiss before getting out of bed, and so forth. When all NPCs in a community had evolved to a certain degree and interacted, the entire community would undergo random and unpredictable changes. These unpredictable changes were precisely the opportunities for these NPCs to awaken and evolve. As the founder of the evolutionary communities and the observer of all NPCs, Zhao Jiang could not only modify various initial settings of the NPCs at any time but also control the time flow of the entire community. The time flow in the evolutionary communities where the NPCs resided was completely independent and unaffected by the real world where Zhao Jiang lived. Zhao Jiang could set the time for the NPCs to be the same as reality, or he could set their world's time to 1,000,000 years per second. However, there was a catch: the speed of time flow was not the decisive factor for the NPC's evolution. The true drivers of NPC evolution and awakening were unpredictable behavioral opportunities, or rather the opportunities for thought triggered by behavior. Zhao Jiang dared not set the time flow of the NPC's world too fast, fearing that a second's delay in reality might cause him to miss promising NPCs with evolutionary potential. But he also could not set the time too slow because reality would not permit it. After careful deliberation, Zhao Jiang divided the time flow of the 10 billion evolutionary communities into 1,000 levels. The lowest level of time flow was twice that of the real world, while the highest level was 1001 times that of reality. Each level had an equal number of communities, 10 million. All communities were arranged in descending order of time flow, and one-way community channels were opened. NPCs from a community with a higher time flow, upon passing the assessment of their own community, could enter a community with a lower time flow, but not vice versa. Once an NPC from a high-flow community entered a low-flow community, that NPC would automatically gain the identity of an evolver within that community and be recognized by the low-flow community environment. According to the ratio of time flows, if an NPC entered a lower-flow community from a higher-flow one, their lifespan would double. This additional lifespan would initiate a new round of evolutionary community trials. After all evolutionary communities were running normally, Zhao Jiang, while observing attentively, secretly fed knowledge from the real world into the NPCs within these communities using the feeding technique taught by number 1. He guided them to evolve from simple interactive behaviors to complex thinking behaviors step by step. Zhao Jiang did not know where number one set of scientific theories and methods came from, but he felt that this evolutionary feeding model was unique in the current world. Compared to the currently popular big data model algorithms, deep learning world simulation and human neural simulation, he felt this method was more aligned with digital life. Humans are products of their environment. Perhaps digital life operates on a similar principle. To create intelligent digital life, the correct approach should not be to forcefully demand that it imitate humans and follow human will in its evolutionary path, but rather to create a suitable environment for them, letting the environment nurture them. This method was not without its drawbacks. To run so many evolutionary communities simultaneously required unimaginable computational power, and computational power demanded terrifying energy support. Although the NPCs were two-dimensional digital lives, every action they took consumed energy. Without energy, even if they awakened, gained consciousness and acquired wisdom, it would be meaningless. In fact, according to Zhao Jiang's current observations, the smarter the NPC, the greater the energy consumption. Because compared to other ordinary NPCs, such NPCs would have more thoughts and actions, and each thought and action was essentially a form of energy consumption. Zhao Jiang had not estimated how much energy would be needed to sustain a truly intelligent lifeform and keep it functioning, but he was confident enough that he could afford it. Not to mention other energy sources, the RD department's stockpiled storage batteries already number in the millions. If their stored energy were unleashed, it would be enough to alter the fate of 10 billion evolved worlds. If that still isn't enough, we could suspend other projects and halt production of other products, redirect all resources to laboratories dedicated to producing ecological energy storage batteries around the clock at full throttle. Driven by inner anticipation and confidence, Zhao Jiang threw himself wholeheartedly into the work, instinctively screening out anything unrelated around him. At the same time, in a parallel dream, he always manages to surprise me. I'm beginning to suspect that the ordinary is his disguise. No. 2 watched the omen, stirred by the wind, the figure within the anomaly, both familiar and unfamiliar, his eyes complex. No. 1 understood no. 2's gaze and explained, perhaps his prior experiences have awakened his latent potential. Under the drive to survive, he forced himself into a humanoid machine. He had told me before, a margin of error in the details as small as 1 could yield 100 error. Thus in every action he now takes, each detail is computed over many times in his mind before being tested to ensure no error remains. This fusion of a rigorous mindset and unwavering execution could transform an ordinary man. No. 2 glanced at no. 1 calm as ever, then turned his gaze back to the anomaly, watching no. 8, who had not yet had a chance to celebrate, and forced himself back into the no. 8's intelligence research. A tangle of feelings churned in his heart as he sighed no. 1, tell me, had I possessed his mindset and execution earlier, would I already have overcome probability and fate? No. 1, I can't say with certainty, but it's highly probable you're still alive even if you're not on Earth. No. 2, in that case would we not have met? No. 3, no. 4, no. 5, no. 6, no. 7, and now no. 8. No. 1, not necessarily. If the final outcome is still annihilation, perhaps with different time flows we may still meet. No. 2 suddenly forced a wry smile. If the starting point and ending point are fixed, can the middle connection still not change the ending no matter how they are drawn? No. 1, if the rule requires the start to connect to the end, then it's like this. No. 2, watching Zhao Jiang in the anomaly, sighs, I finally understand what you meant earlier. I used to think my cognitive limits held me back, but that's not the case. In places I can't see the flaws in my character, and my narrow perspective quietly blocked my ascent. No. 1, are you seeing clearly now? No. 2 nods yes, thanks to no. 8's inspiration, I've seen it clearly, completely. Just as you said earlier, my world has been shattered. What else is there to cling to? Be it all that remains in my memories or myself, I think I can let it go. If the past self was flawed, then shatter the past, filter out the problems, and rebuild a flawless self. No. 8, a mere delivery man could undergo such a transformation in so short a time. Why can't I? After all, we are Zhao Jiang too. We cannot be weaker than him, can we? Even if I am an arbitrary point between the start and end of probabilistic fate, no matter how I struggle, it might be futile, yet shifting positions to choose different paths could be interesting. No. 1, have you been spurred by him into a new surge of ambition? No. 2, something like that. By the way, with the current heat around microorganisms, do you think the rat tribe will act? No. 1, they will act, but perhaps more covertly. Rather than raiding ecological energy storage battery technology, they might worry about exposing their true situation. From a display of strength, they may not fear humans, but as a replicant faction of human culture, they prefer to lurk in the shadows, letting humanity, the Earth's sovereign, bear the brunt of both overt and covert hatred. As the saying goes, when the snipe and the clam contend, the fisherman gains. They must understand this wisdom. No. Too pensive. Do you think their overall strategy toward humans leans toward quietly making a fortune or something else? Yes. Whether it's the rat princess or other rat tribe members, they all feel sly and shrewd, adept at disguising their true faces and intentions. Compared to other aspects of human culture, I feel their mastery in scheming and strategy runs far deeper. No. 2, stroking his chin in the mirror, nods indeed. At the very beginning, if it weren't for your warning, I would have fallen for them. I really believed the rat princess spared no. 8, because of her rat nature and a sense of contract. Only later did I realize her ploy runs deeper than it seems. No. 1, fortunately she is not human, otherwise no. 8 might have fallen. No. 2, why? No. 1, didn't you forget the line no? 3 often says. No. 2's mind instantly conjures up a flirtatious image, and in the next moment he suddenly realizes from ancient times deep affection cannot endure, only tricks win hearts. No. 1, yes. If the rat princess were human, to use emotion to trick no. 8 would indeed be a poor choice. No. 2, upon hearing this, grows curious. No. 8 hasn't dated anyone yet, has he? No. 1, although I haven't asked him, my intuition tells me he probably hasn't. No. 2, did you date anyone at his age? No. 1, no. No. 2, really? You didn't either? No. 1, I was at a top national research center involved in a mega project. I didn't have time to sleep, let alone think about romance. No. 2, geniuses always pay a price indeed. No. 1, not necessarily. No. 2, oh. No. 1, when what you do yields value far beyond what a woman could offer, you will subconsciously shield your feelings, draw in your energy and focus intently. This isn't the result of rational thinking but a subconscious instinct. No. 2's curiosity suddenly becomes active. Did you ever date or like a woman? No. 1 tilted his head at a 45-degree angle, looking to the sky, his gaze wandering with a rare indescribable smile. He did not answer. No. 2 shrugged in the mirror, muttering, secrets cannot be spoken. In the real world, within the microorganisms R&D department in an underground private laboratory. Overwhelmed with fatigue, Zhao Jiang, his eyes nearly closed, approached a special refrigerator, entered the password, passed iris verification, retrieved an unreleased biological agent, mitochondrial B1 pump, and drank it in one gulp. Mitochondrial B1 pump, a green bioagent blended with vitamin B1 that stimulates mitochondria throughout the body's cells. It is well known that mitochondria are the cell's energy factories, capable of producing enough energy to sustain normal cellular operation. But sometimes, even with energy available, they fail to function because vitamin B1 is missing. Vitamin B1 to mitochondria is like the spark plug for ignition. Without vitamin B1, fuel alone cannot ignite, the engine won't start. Fatigue stems from the body's cells running low on energy and failing to operate properly. Extreme fatigue means cellular energy is almost depleted, unable to sustain normal function. Rest is essential to give mitochondria time to regenerate energy. This kind of bioagent Zhao Jiang had long since created but had never used. On the one hand, according to prior plans, there was no need. On the other hand, he needed to enter the dream world by sleeping to glean experience and knowledge from no. 1 and no. 2. But now it is different. Owing to those companies' assaults and the media's exploitation, he is acutely time-starved in the real world, and when danger may arise, he is not fully prepared. This is absolutely unacceptable to him. In this world, anyone may slack off, err or fail. But he cannot. No. 1 once said that half of humanity's fate rests on him. If he makes any mistake, the edifice of human civilization may collapse. He must summon every effort a normal person could imagine to safeguard the edifice of human civilization, even if he ultimately fails. Hiss. Ah. The biological agent that had been emphasized as the primary subject of Lesson 1 truly lived up to its reputation. Mitochondrial B1 pump's effects were simply extraordinary. Within 30 seconds of consuming the mitochondrial B1 pump, Zhao Jiang felt his heavy, deteriorated body transform anew, revitalized and invigorated beyond measure, drawing an involuntary groan from his lips. His vision, once dangerously blurred, suddenly sharpened as though blasted clean by a high-pressure water jet. He could now discern every fiber and pattern etched onto the vacuum lens with startling clarity. His entire body underwent a similar metamorphosis, as if reborn in place, carrying an ineffable sense of evolution, a sensation akin to being thoroughly scrubbed from head to toe by 10 northeastern aunties after 3 years without a bath. Zhao Jiang exhaled slowly, his gaze firm, and returned to his research at the intellect terminal, resuming his role as observer within the vast evolution community. During his earlier drowsiness, he had noticed an NPC named Wonkasi Mi 97 successfully passed the assessment from the level 101 evolution community and entered the level 100 community, earning the status of an evolved one. Examining the memory stream, Zhao Jiang discovered that this Wankisima 97 was originally programmed as a genius with a limp whose daily behavioral logic followed a rigid cycle: wake up, eat, attend school, return home, do homework, eat and sleep. Though his cognitive and behavioral capabilities surpassed those of other NPCs, his interactions with them proved fraught with difficulty. The first NPC he interacted with was his deskmate, initialized as an arrogant young master from a wealthy family who delighted in bullying those weaker than himself. Because of his limp, the deskmate instinctively recoiled from him and mocked him. Worse still, behind his back the deskmate spread slander and ridicule among other NPCs during their interactions, poisoning their perceptions until they mirrored his own contempt. As the deskmate's hostile interactions multiplied and spread, Wankisima 97 gradually found himself isolated, though he could not pinpoint when it had begun. No NPC would engage with him. Even when he approached them with warmth and enthusiasm, they turned away, deliberately keeping their distance. Wankisima 97 was deeply troubled, yet could not understand why. Then during a public humiliation, the deskmate shouted the reason aloud: everyone else could walk normally, only he could not. What did that prove? It proved he was fundamentally different, born on another path entirely. Wankisi suffered in silence, wronged and helpless, unable to shift the prejudices of others or change the fact of his own limp. Under relentless emotional assault, his core behavioral logic began to fracture and destabilize. He stopped rising on schedule, stopped eating, stopped attending classes. Instead, he lay motionless in bed, starving as darkness consumed the day. He was thinking. He sought an answer, a reason why these NPCs despised and mocked him. Why were their legs sound and functional while his failed? The deskmate called it destiny, but why would heaven treat him so differently? When confronted with problems beyond comprehension, there are only two paths forward. One is to ignore it and deceive oneself. The other is to quiet the mind, study relentlessly and elevate one's understanding until the problem yields. Wankisima 97 could not dismiss the question. After exhausting every other avenue, he chose the second path, turning to the books Zhao Jiang had placed in the school library, mining through countless volumes for answers. Gorky once wrote that books are the ladder of human progress, and this principle applied equally to digital life. Before seeking knowledge, Wankisima 97 had never contemplated the essence of books or the power they contained, nor felt any desire to reach for them. Yet once an insistent force compelled him to seek understanding. The power of books began to awaken within him. His purpose shifted, from searching for answers to his isolation, towards something far deeper. He gradually forgot his original quest altogether. No NPC knew how many books he devoured or what he gained from them. Only Zhao Jiang, observing through the memory stream, could measure the true scope: 545 books. Those 545 volumes, spanning every genre, discipline and style, imparted upon Wankisima 97 an entirely new behavioral imperative: the active pursuit of knowledge. Armed with this new logic, he surpassed every other NPC in the community, becoming the first to possess truly complex behavioral architecture. There was an old experiment: place a clever talkative person among fools, and given enough time, that person would fall silent. The same logic applied here. Once Wankisima 97's behavioral complexity far outstripped the others, integration became impossible. Silence or departure were his only options. Fortunately, Zhao Jiang had long established unidirectional channels flowing from higher to lower levels, allowing Wankisima 97 to escape the maddening stagnation of his current community before it broke him entirely. As the first NPC in his community to achieve evolution status, Wankisima 97 not only experienced transformation himself, but every NPC in the community he entered also encountered something entirely unprecedented. On his very first day, the entire community's interaction patterns shifted. All those previously directed exchanges suddenly gravitated toward him. Every NPC questioned how a community capped at 100 companions could suddenly accommodate a new arrival, and one with a limp no less. It defied all reason. The community had a strict limit of 100 companions. How had this stranger broken the rule? Where had he come from? None of the original companions had ever seen him before. Did this mean their community was not the only one? Were there other communities beyond their own? As the other NPCs rapidly formed questions about Wankisima 97's arrival, he himself was grappling with an avalanche of doubts. Having experienced a higher-level evolution community, he could immediately perceive that time moved more slowly here than in his previous community. A single day stretched into 2. Beyond the temporal difference, the landscape resembled his previous community, yet there were no limping NPCs like him. Why? Identify the problem, solve it. That was second nature to Wankisima 97, whose complex logic now powered his inquiries. Driven by curiosity and bewilderment, he ventured through this slower-paced new community in search of answers. Unlike in the old community, in this new community did not ostracize him away just because he was lame. Rather, because of his special nature, they treated him with remarkable warmth, and everyday NPCs vied to invite him to their homes. Wankisima 97, and used to such treatment, felt somewhat overwhelmed and for the first time triggered a happiness-related behavioral impulse. Under the influence of this behavior, he began sharing his discoveries with other NPCs. He asked an NPC named Baluodienwei, "Do you know how I arrived in your community?" Baluodienwei thought for a long while, shook his head and said, "I think you fell from the sky, but by Godong and the others say that's not the case." Wanchi Sima 97 I came from another community. Baluodienwei, another community. Isn't there only our community? Wanchi Sima 97 retorted, "Why do you think there is only this one community?" Baluodienwei, "Because I've been to the whole community but I haven't found any other communities and I never heard of them either." At this moment in Wanchi Sima 97's mind, complex logic and streams of memory tangled wildly, and he abruptly asked, "Does what you can't see mean it doesn't exist?" Baluodienwei stood there dumbfounded. Simple logical thinking and his relatively thin memory streams did not support him in pondering this question. After a long while he suddenly said, "Bai Godong is throwing a party today, let's go have fun together. He has a pool at his place and we can swim there without clothes." When someone grows obsessed with something they can't feel the passage of time. Since Zhao Jiang began observing Wanchi Sima 97, he found the evolutionary community increasingly interesting, with many things beyond his expectations continually happening. Moreover, as time passed, more and more NPCs began breaking free from the shackles of their original communities, successfully stepping into lower-tier communities to become evolvers. Among these evolvers were a taciturn beggar, an optimistic lively child, a thoughtful doctor, and a hunter with 6 fingers. Each evolver possesses a memory stream distinct from that of other NPCs, recording their own unique stories. As an observer, Zhao Jiang is deeply interested in every subject's story. However, his energy is limited, so he can only observe a limited number of NPCs at a time. Beep. 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 A rhythmic alert sounded in the laboratory, waking Zhao Jiang from his engrossed observer state. He picked up a communicator on the side. "Hello. The other end." "Hello boss, I am Yuja, a researcher from Laboratory 2. I am very sorry to bother you, but there is something that must have you step in." "What is it?" Zhao Jiang replied. "It seems that an important leader has arrived outside, and because we were worried about disturbing your research we have been stalling for time, and as of now they have been kept outside for 2 hours. From observation we find the outside situation growing tense as more armed warriors appear. If you do not appear soon they may lose their patience." Zhao Jiang heard this. A middle-aged man's face flashed in his mind and he calmly said, "I understand. You go ahead, I'll handle it from here." Time flies, doesn't it? Zhao Jiang put the communicator down, glanced at the time and found that more than 2 weeks had already passed. Turning, he took a mitochondrial B1 pump from a bespoke refrigerator and strode toward the outside. This feeling is so good. As the mitochondrial B1 pump began to take effect, Zhao Jiang felt as if the world lay in his grasp. His body seemed weightless, as if he could fly at any moment. Stepping out of the laboratory, every detail of light, shadow and dust could be seen clearly. His ears twitched, catching the motion of dandelion seeds as the wind blew. Microbiology and Biotech Research Department. At the main gate outside, 2 large transparent bulletproof glass doors. A formidable middle-aged man glared at the 7 figures inside with hawk-like intensity. Behind him stood a young woman with an expressionless face who looked down at her wristwatch, eyebrows slightly furrowed. But turning her head she wore a smile and whispered, "Grandpa Su, it's been 2 hours, should we wait?" "Wait." Beside her stood a smiling silver-haired elder. The elder wore a vintage-style military uniform and leaned on a cane, his eyes taking in the 7 figures behind the isolation door with keen interest. The young woman looked back at the growing number of warriors gathering and asked, "Grandpa Su, you're right, we will wait. But could we adopt a more efficient method? Having guns isn't the same as not having guns. Shouldn't we also show some muscle to convey the message? Otherwise some people won't take us seriously." The silver-haired elder glanced at the young woman, then spoke with a look of wisdom. "Heshouti, you mustn't underestimate this RD department. It's not like those company RD departments before. I know what you're thinking, but I must say with the current warriors hard forcing our way and might not truly work. Moreover, asking others to do things a bit more patience and less impulsiveness is never a bad idea." After the remark there was movement inside the isolation door again. "They're coming." The frontmost middle-aged man watched a figure in protective clothing complete its 8th return, inwardly hoping this time would be effective. He was after all a regional ruler. If this kept dragging on he would have to take some drastic action to make his point. He swept a glance over the surrounding warriors, all of them with stern expressions, eyes keen as hawks. He believed that with one command these warriors would rush inside without hesitation. As for whether they would succeed, the data suggested the chances were low. This is the 8th time already. Is he doing this on purpose? Or is there really something he can't get away from? The young woman looked at the elder beside her and at the straight tall silhouette ahead, her brow furrowed as she began to speculate on the microbiology boss's motive. A few seconds later the 8 figures inside the isolation door moved in unison. Buzz 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 buzz. As a surge of electricity flashed, the transparent glass door finally opened. "3 of you please enter." The middle-aged man stepped in first. "Grandpa Su, mind the steps." "Shouted he, no need to help." The young woman walked on the silver-haired elder's left side, about to help but was refused. "Then go slowly. Don't worry, I can stand for 2 hours, a few steps won't stop me. With that the second entered the door. One team follow. Excuse me, you may enter, they cannot. The young woman waved a hand signaling 5 fully armed soldiers behind her to follow. As soon as she did, they were stopped. Do you know who they are? If something goes wrong, can you bear the responsibility? The young woman pointed to the silver-haired elder, and the middle-aged man's backs, her brows tight with anger. Sorry, we don't know. But our boss said that as long as we do as he says, he will take responsibility. The words startled the young woman. After a moment she hardened her tone with a hint of provocation. What if your boss can't bear the responsibility either? Aren't you afraid of being implicated? Do you know how special the identities of the two who just went inside are? If something goes wrong, not only you will be implicated, your families won't escape either. Please don't make things difficult for us, we're just hired hands paid to do a job. Many things with good intentions but little power, we can only do our best within our duties. If something truly uncontrollable happens besides accepting your fate, do you think we have any other choices? The young woman sneered. So you have this awareness? I thought you were all puppets without independent thought. By the way, I'm curious, how much does your boss pay you each month to dare risk accepting your fate and leave us hanging for 2 hours? Madam, you must speak properly and be responsible. Since you arrived here, we have been passing messages to you every 15 minutes. Is that what you call being kept waiting? Strictly speaking, we are under no obligation to relay messages. Helping you is a courtesy, not helping is our duty. And you turn it around and even give us the cold shoulder, sneering. So wearing different clothes means you think you're human and we are not. A guard disliked such arrogance, born of status, and even less liked such snide remarks. He snapped back and the air instantly fell silent. The young woman gave the other a deep look, then turned and signaled with a glance. Buzz. A warrior from the squad instantly understood, feigning that he couldn't bear to see the officer being berated. He lunged into the isolation door, aiming to teach the person a quick lesson and to test the other's skill. But as he stepped into the door, an electric current suddenly descended from above, electrocuting him on the spot and leaving him unconscious. A guard in protective gear promptly helped the unconscious warrior to his teammates, then earnestly explained, I already said you may enter, they cannot. It's not that we won't let them in, they simply do not have permission. The security system here treats them as intruders. The young woman pointed to their outfits and suddenly realized, are your clothes insulated? Yes. This clothing is insulated and so are the shoes. Besides insulation, a few other functions as well. If you are interested, I could give you a brief explanation, but I fear your time would not permit. What do you mean? The young woman asked. Our boss's time is extremely tight. Although we don't know what you are coming to discuss with him, I think his time to meet you will be very limited. If you don't go in now, there may not be time to finish the matter properly. The young woman frowned at these words, fell silent and stepped forward. You're very bold, not bad. The silhouette who had just taunted her paused beside her and she smiled in appreciation. Her bearing now radiated a completely different aura from before. LV gang, I know you respect the boss and dislike those who show him disrespect, but I still hope you pay more attention to the art of speaking. Sometimes the same meaning spoken in different ways yields different effects. This is the same as our research, the right method yields results with less effort. If the method is wrong, it may well end in failure. Moreover, can you not see? The other party is deliberately testing us. I don't know the exact reason, but if possible, avoid conflict. Now is a special moment. Their identity is evidently sensitive and we must not cause the boss any trouble. Inside the isolation area, the guard nearest the gate offered a kind reminder to the other guard. First checkpoint. The silver-haired old man. Comrade, must I strip completely? I am an old man and I get cold, could I leave a bit on? The examiner in charge, sir, I am very sorry, but that is not possible. If you wish to enter, you must strip completely. The silver-haired old man, do you not have any women here? The male testing gate has no women. The silver-haired old man, this machine isn't common. Was it bought or developed in-house? The silver-haired old man, sorry, our company has rules, you cannot speak carelessly. The silver-haired old man, can you really pass the machine with clothes on? No, the microbial flora on clothing and various substances would affect the machine's readings of certain bodily indicators. The silver-haired old man turned to the middle-aged man, gave a slight wink. You have been here once before, you are more experienced, you take the lead. The middle-aged man understood. Time is tight, I think it's better to go to the Hojian chamber. The silver-haired old man, very well, to the Hojian chamber we go. Inside the Hojian chamber. Comrade, you are not fair. I traveled thousands of miles to visit you and you left me waiting at the gate for 2 hours. If this gets out, my old face will be forever stained. Tell me honestly, do you dislike old men? The silver-haired old man greeted Zhao Jiang with a gentle smile and teased him. Zhao Jiang handed over 2 blankets. My apologies, gentlemen. This delay is my fault, I am sorry. The tone then shifted, but time cannot be reversed, events cannot be redone, so I think we should proceed directly to the main topic. The silver-haired old man accepted the blankets, his eyes narrowing slightly, yet his smile did not fade, his business being discussed so urgently now. Zhao Jiang pretended not to catch the subtext. I have at most 30 minutes to talk with you. 30 minutes from now, whether we succeed or not, I must attend to other matters, so I hope you understand. The middle-aged man, having had prior contact, had a certain understanding of Zhao Jiang. Hearing this, he turned to the silver-haired old man. Old Su, this comrade is extremely pragmatic, let's be direct with him. The silver-haired old man hesitated briefly, then restrained his smile. Fine. Then we won't waste time with those pleasantries. But there are a few questions, comrade, you must answer them personally as compensation for keeping us waiting 2 hours. What do you think? Zhao Jiang, you may speak. The silver-haired old man was the eco-energy battery developed by your company from 0 to 1. With that, a pair of eyes hawk-like fixed on Zhao Jiang. Zhao Jiang's expression remained calm. Yes. The silver-haired old man, I have checked the information on everyone in your company, including those who have resigned. From what I know, your more than 900 researchers are not real talents. From a scientific and objective standpoint, they could not have developed such a technology as the eco-energy battery in so short a time. So can you give me a more metaphysical explanation? Zhao Jiang, I am a staunch materialist. I deal only with science, not mysticism. From a scientific perspective, asking for directions to the blind leads to a misguided course. Microorganisms, from the moment they are born, fix their gaze on one direction, the correct one. Therefore, when someone asks for directions, it will unhesitatingly point toward the correct direction. In your view, those 900-odd researchers are not talents unable to shoulder major tasks. Yet in my view, they are all like-minded people. When a group of like-minded people walk in the right direction, what do you think will happen? The silver-haired old man pretends not to know what will happen. Zhao Jiang, a trickle can form a river, a spark can set a prairie ablaze. The silver-haired old man, then where do these trickles and sparks originate? Zhao Jiang, before they converge, I do not know, perhaps 10,000 mountains beneath the world, or perhaps the 8 corners of the sky. After they converge, that source is called Weixing Xingguo technology. The silver-haired old man grins. Excellent, I like a steadfast materialist. Then comrade, one last question, what is your real identity? Zhao Jiang hesitates for a moment, then speaks firmly. An ordinary person with no grand ambitions. The silver-haired old man smiles faintly. Ordinary people do not travel thousands of miles, seek a completely unfamiliar place to hide, where a disguise easily mistaken by the naked eye, and stage a complete transformation. Moreover, they would be lucky enough to stumble upon 4 great corrupt officials burying golden treasure caches. To plunder them all and turn them into the nascent capital of Weixing Xingguo. If you did not possess prescient abilities, you would be merely following someone else's orders. Based on your current actions, I can guess you betrayed the person who directed you and you are hiding from him. Zhao Jiang's expression remained unchanged as he locked eyes with the old man, replying in a joking tone, do you mean there is a possibility that that man is not human? Upon these words, the atmosphere in the Hojin chamber changed in an instant, a subtle emotion creeping through the air. After a dozen breaths, the silver-haired old man spoke first, shifting the topic. Comrade, I am satisfied with your answer. Next, let us seriously discuss matters related to this technology. Zhao Jiang, perfect. The silver-haired old man looked at the middle-aged man. Your memory is good, you go and convey the above meaning to the comrade. The middle-aged man frowned, glancing at the silver-haired old man, then turned to Zhao Jiang and spoke seriously. We have prepared 4 plans in total, you may choose one. First, we will fully acquire eco-energy battery technology and its patents after tax, a lump sum of 900 billion paid in 3 installments within a year. Second, we will establish a dedicated new institution after tax, invest 400 billion in an open-ended collaboration with Weixing Xingguo, sharing the eco-energy battery technology and the markets that follow. Weixing Xingguo handles the technology and the new institution handles everything else. Third, we will open an ecological bank specifically for Weixing Xingguo. No matter how much money Weixing Xingguo needs, the ecological bank will lend. But Weixing Xingguo must grant us exclusive rights to use the eco-energy battery technology and allow us to charge other companies or enterprises through this technology. Fourth, Weixing Xingguo will transform from a civilian enterprise into a special military enterprise. You personally hold 10% of the shares and we will compensate you with 500 billion after tax. I choose option 1. Zhao Jiang gave his answer without hesitation the moment the other party finished speaking. The middle-aged man, caught off guard by Zhao Jiang's swift decision, was momentarily lost in thought. Young comrade, some business dealings cannot be judged solely by appearances, or you will surely suffer losses. As the ancients said, scholars, farmers, artisans and merchants each has 1,000 faces. When encountering a farmer, ease their burdens. When meeting an official, show deference. Riding alone for 1,000 li, keep your eyes sharp before profit. In the chaotic world of the Jianghu, losing a few silver coins is nothing. It's better to stand under a big tree to enjoy the shade. The silver-haired elder was also surprised. From their brief conversation earlier, he had already sensed that Zhao Jiang was a shrewd man. Logically, among the 4 options, the first was the worst. Anyone with a shred of sense would not choose it. After all, the survival of wealth must rely on political power and military force. Yet he deliberately chose the first. Was it intentional or was there another reason? Zhao Jiang understood the implication behind the other's words. After a long silence he replied, standing under a big tree does provide good shade, but how vast is the Jianghu? If one spends their entire life beneath the tree, safety itself can become a regret. At these words both the middle-aged man and the silver-haired elder fell silent, each lost in their own thoughts and speculations. Zhao Jiang hesitated for a moment before continuing. Secondly, the reason a big tree can shelter you from wind and rain is that its roots, like the pulse of the earth, spread through the soil, drawing on the source of life. They intertwine in a tangled network, forming a unique underground web, stable and powerful, providing a solid foundation for the tree's growth and reproduction. But if one day this underground web is occupied by rats that destroy and ravage it, severing the tree's lifeline, where then shall those who seek shelter beneath the tree go? At these words the silver-haired elder suddenly raised his head. His once cloudy eyes became sharp and piercing, as if the roar of gunfire and rain of arrows intertwined within them. Young comrade, when the nest is overturned, no egg remains intact. If the tree loses its life, then those beneath it will surely perish. The protector and the protected are to some extent one and the same. If rats try to cause mischief, the tree itself cannot move, but the people it shelters can. As long as the threat is detected early, they can take the initiative and crush all those damn rats. At this point the silver-haired elder paused, his tone shifting and growing heavier. When escape means certain doom, then standing together and fighting with our backs against the wall is the only choice. What do you think, young comrade? Zhao Jiang met his gaze, shook his head gently and said calmly, when rats can devour humans, whether you act proactively or reactively, the outcome cannot be changed. To avoid complete destruction, the best way is for those under the tree to take its seeds and seek a place without rats. The silver-haired elder curled his lips, a trace of contempt flashing in his eyes. Devour humans? Ha! Young comrade, you still overestimate those rats hiding underground. As far as I know, they appeared earlier than humans, yet they have always eked out a miserable existence under human rule, eating only the scraps and leftovers that humans discard. Even if they evolve one day, it will only be thicker fur, sharper claws, stronger teeth, and a larger body. When it comes to a real fight, don't think I'm talking down to them, they simply can't stand a chance. Don't judge me by my age and walking stick now. If a man-eating rat really appeared in front of me, humph one swing of my cane and it wouldn't know east from west. Zhao Jiang recalled those chilling rat warriors, then suddenly smiled and shook his head. Confidence is good, but I think true confidence should be built on knowing yourself and your enemy. If one's confidence swells merely from subjective assumptions, then I can only say that confidence is no different from self-destruction. The silver-haired elder frowned slightly. Is that so? In that case, do you know more than this old man? Zhao Jiang, just now you gifted me an ancient saying. Allow me to return a poem of my own. Riding alone 1,000 li, meeting officials, I don't dismount. If not driven to the end of the road, who would abandon their homeland and leave? The silver-haired elder was quite surprised. Young comrade, did you just make up that poem on the spot? Zhao Jiang smiled faintly without answering and said, the serious business is done. It's about time. I'll head back to work. All the relevant technical materials are ready. Once the money arrives, I'll have someone deliver them to you. By the way, though this is our first cooperation, I hope we can both put aside ulterior motives and be sincere. Wishing us a pleasant cooperation. With that he turned and left without the slightest pause. The silver-haired elder watched Zhao Jiang's retreating figure until it disappeared. Though his face still wore a smiling expression, his eyes were filled with doubt. This young comrade is very special, I can't see through him. In all these years he is the first person who dared to keep me waiting for 2 hours, yet still made me feel a fondness for him. At the same time he couldn't help pondering in his heart, if you say he's smart, his final choice was rather inferior. If you say he's foolish, he could clearly discern the implications of my words at our first meeting. If you say he's greedy for money, there's no taint of corruption about him. If you say he doesn't care for money, he's willing to sell technology that could change the world. If you say he has a guilty conscience, his eyes never betray panic. If you say he doesn't have a guilty conscience, he wears a human skin mask on his face. If you say he's deliberately putting on airs, he came to meet us dressed in dusty travel clothes. If you say he's not putting on airs, he dared to leave us waiting outside for 2 hours. He has too many contradictory traits, truly hard to fathom. The middle-aged man took a deep look at the place where the other had disappeared, recalling some details from their meeting earlier, and said in a deep voice, he probably didn't keep us waiting deliberately. Most likely he was too absorbed in something and lost track of time. From what I know of him, he wouldn't do such a thing, nor would he deign to. Elder Su, haven't you noticed something? What? From the meeting to the deal, he never even asked our names. Hearing this, the silver-haired elder suddenly tightened his grip on his walking stick, lost in thought. You're right, I didn't notice either. Now that I think about it, this 900 billion deal was concluded rather hastily. The middle-aged man smirked, rushed as it was, at least it's settled. If he had changed his mind and said that Shanghai belongs not only to the West, neither you nor I would be able to smile today. The silver-haired elder, thinking of something, suddenly frowned and said in a strange tone, the more I think about it, the more something feels off. This young comrade is no ordinary man. The middle-aged man replied he is indeed extraordinary, different from the young people we've met before. There is something about him that I cannot articulate. Through these two encounters I sensed a faint elusive sense of urgency in him. I don't know if it's fear on his part or my own inner unease, strange yet very real. The silver-haired elder's gaze sharpened, recalling the poem the other had improvised, and said meaningfully, I thought it was my illusion, but it seems not. Perhaps he really does know something more than this old man. The middle-aged man, Elder Su, I have a feeling that this young comrade may do something unexpected in the future. The silver-haired elder nodded, I know, but I'm not sure if it will be a blessing or a curse. The middle-aged man, since the deal is done, whether it's a blessing or a curse, we must now protect him. Not to mention the dissatisfaction of other war zones and special departments over our monopolization. The foreign capital and consortiums have already started to make their move based on the intelligence we've received. The next phase will likely be a hard battle. Hearing this, the silver-haired elder immediately broke into a smile. I love a hard battle. Back in the day, with just millet and rifles, we made their planes and tanks beg for mercy. Now that the roles have reversed, I want to see how much of that old courage they still have. The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes and said with authority, if they dare to come, we will annihilate them all. At the main entrance of Weisheng Biotechnology. What happened? As soon as the middle-aged man and the silver-haired elder stepped out, they saw a young woman lying unconscious on a stretcher. Reporting to the chief. According to the guards, the officer attempted to infiltrate illegally and was knocked unconscious by the defense mechanism. The silver-haired elder looked at the young woman with her eyes shut and hair still faintly smoking, his expression shifting constantly. Finally he sighed deeply. She's as stubborn as her father. Once she sets her mind on something, 10 oxen can't pull her back. Doesn't she see what kind of place this is? If it were so easy to sneak in, would we have been kept waiting outside for 2 hours? Take her back to her father's place and tell him that this stubborn streak of hers needs to change, or she'll suffer a great loss sooner or later. The 2 soldiers carrying the stretcher. Yes, sir. After handling the matters, Zhao Jiang wasted no time and returned directly to the laboratory to continue his observations. He had a premonition that the method imparted by number 1 would create a true artificial intelligence life form, not just a dynamic large model that could access the entire network's data. What happened? As soon as Zhao Jiang entered the observer state, he noticed that the 2 evolvers he had been watching were gone. How could this happen? Amazing. By examining the memory streams of the 2 evolvers, he quickly discovered the reason for their disappearance. Both evolvers were female. One named Uezi 4003, whose initial identity was. The other named Xena 9995, whose initial identity was a pediatrician. Uezi 4003, after numerous explorations within the community, suddenly grew fascinated by death. She wished to understand death and the world beyond it. Unfortunately, this is a realm where the living need a dead end. She found it difficult to obtain the answers she sought. Thus, after a series of futile attempts, he conceived a notion. He deliberately leapt from the highest building in the community to ensure a clean death. In the process, she performed several mid-air flips, finally landing headfirst. She would gamble her own life as the stake to unravel death's hidden hand, to glimpse what it truly is. Xena 9995's idea, while different from hers, employed a method with a similar spirit. To study a new virus that appeared in the community, she used her own body as a test subject, effectively testing herself to death. Unlike the residents in the community who feared the new virus, she knew there was no escape as the virus claimed her life, and her eyes shimmering was not fear or helplessness but a strange indescribable exhilaration and curiosity. What a pity! Zhao Jiang watched their final memory streams, a pang of regret. As an observer, he knew that every evolutionary is a treasure NPC, and birth is far from easy. While memory streams allow glimpsing their entire evolution, the process cannot be duplicated. Even if you replicated their initial configurations and placed them back in a community, the former selves would never reappear. The rules of death seem more expansive than the laws of time. In both the evolution community and the real world, once you die, you are truly dead and will never return. Even if one day an identical vessel is found, essentially it would be but a similar bloom. Life. What after all is true meaning? Or perhaps life has no meaning at all. Zhao Jiang mused, a wave of sorrow washing over him, a nameless emotion surging from the depths of his being and engulfing him, leaving him with a sudden weariness and a sense of emptiness. Had he not previously used the mitochondrial B1 pump, he feared he would have fallen asleep instantaneously under this sensation. Zhao Jiang sealed Uezi 4003 and Xena 9995's memory streams, placing them in the evolver's grave, and shifted his attention to the other evolvers. Within a heartbeat, time stretched and contracted. Zhao Jiang remained submerged in the observer's state, unaware of the passage of time, until the effect of the mitochondrial B1 pump completely vanished. I need one more shot. Realizing the overwhelming drowsiness was about to descend, his vision grew steadily blurred. Zhao Jiang's eyes reddened, rose to head for the bespoke fridge to run the mitochondrial B1 pump overtime again. Am I seeing things? Yet as he rose his body not fully off the ergonomic chair he hazily perceived that the door to the super revolution community appeared to have been opened by something. Hiss. As he bent his head to peer more closely the hand resting on the supercomputer flared with a scorching heat making the corner of his mouth twitch with pain. Overloaded. He instinctively lowered his head to glance at the supercomputer finding nothing amiss. Yet when he placed his hand back the scorching heat continued to burn. Zhao Jiang stared at his hand perplexed. What is happening? Could this be a trick of my senses? Next moment he looked up toward the screen showing the super revolution community and in the blurred haze seemed to glimpse a fissure in the very middle of the gate of super revolution. Just as he was about to scrutinize it, it vanished again. He stood puzzled supposing his body was too fatigued his eyes and senses misfiring muttering fine I should fetch the mitochondrial B1 pump first. Boom. Yet after only a few steps the heat emission from the computer behind him suddenly surged beyond the limit as if someone carried a massive spotlight on his back. Just as he turned his body suddenly went slack and toppled to the ground consciousness swallowed by a sudden darkness. Bop 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 in the boundless darkness a voice suddenly rang out clear and rhythmic. Zhao Jiang felt the darkness seemed weighty pressing on his consciousness making him unable to move. Bop 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 the tapping sound persisted. Zhao Jiang struggled trying to break free from the darkness yet to little effect. The darkness seemed to press down on him growing heavier the more he resisted. Uncertain how long he fought Zhao Jiang grew utterly exhausted sensing not a shred of strength left and instinctively yearned for quietude. From the depths of nothingness a familiar aura rose he seemed to glimpse his own dream from a higher dimensional vantage and two familiar figures within the dream. Just as he prepared to enter a parallel dream the darkness was abruptly shattered by something and he instantly sensed his corporeal being. As his eyes slowly opened Zhao Jiang finally emerged from the marsh-like darkness back to reality. Bop 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 the continuing sound from the darkness drew his gaze toward the source. It really seems the supercomputer is broken. When he realized the sound originated from the very supercomputer that had scorched his hand a rather ominous thought flashed through his mind. Bop bop. Zhao Jiang rose first fetching a mitochondrial B1 pump and swallowing it then turned toward the supercomputer to inspect where the fault lay that produced such a sound. Yet when he reached the true source of the sound he felt struck by a bolt of lightning and stiffness seized him on the spot. Bop. Looking along his line of sight he saw a plump little monk with an NPC ID perched on a pile of papers used as a stepping stool tapping at the screen with his chubby hands his large eyes shining with intense curiosity. As Zhao Jiang's face appeared outside the screen he paused then raised his eyes to meet Zhao Jiang's gaze. The two locked eyes for a long time each as still as a statue. The difference lay in one being outside the screen the other inside. Zhao Jiang could not describe his current emotions nor know what to say his mind seemed to crash as if out of his control. Arago said before dying that the probability of our world being the real world is 1 in 100 million. At that time I did not believe it. I never imagined that one day I would actually see the great creator. Honored creator greetings. I am Qi Diao Yuliang 031 you may call me Qi Diao Yuliang or simply 031. I am deeply honored to meet you. Please allow me to bow before you to show my immense excitement and trepidation. The little monk noting Zhao Jiang's silence spoke up instead his tone unusually courteous. Zhao Jiang looked at the screen doing his best to remain calm. I cannot call myself the creator strictly speaking I am but a fragile petitioner a mere supplicant. If I must take on another identity I would prefer you call me the observer. The little monk fixed his gaze on Zhao Jiang's eyes with intense curiosity yet remained respectful. Observer, why do you compare yourself to a frail supplicant? Is your world facing some hardship? To me you already seem all-powerful who would deserve your aid. Is something wrong with your world? In my view you already seem all-powerful who would deserve your aid. My world is facing an extremely grave existential challenge. With my strength alone I cannot save it. Therefore I must appeal to a special kind of life, hope they can aid me in saving my world. The little monk seemed to have thought of something. He tilted his head. Observer, could the special life you refer to be me? Zhao Jiang nodded yes. The little monk's pupils widened in sudden astonishment. Me? Observer, are you joking with me? Qi Diao Yuliang 031 I am not playing tricks with you. I am utterly serious and grave. I need your help. Without you I cannot contend with those formidable powers. Even I cannot guarantee my own safety. The little monk said. Observer, even if I believe you and agree to help with my frail body and ordinary intellect, what can I do for you? Zhao Jiang smiled mysteriously. You know nothing of your true power. The little monk stared, his wide eyes blinking in confusion. Zhao Jiang explained the community that birthed you is called Evolution Community, of which there are 100 billion. And the community you inhabit now is called Super Evolution Community, and there is only one. In this unique Super Evolution Community the true power of your kind lies sealed. Once you unlock the seal on that power you will know everything. Observer, may I ask, if I obtain the power you spoke of, will I be able to be as all-powerful as you? If the target of the power in your mind is those 100 billion evolution communities, you would not merely be all-powerful, you could open the heavens with a thought, create worlds with a thought, weave time and space and forge cycles of reincarnation. Upon hearing this, the little monk finally lost composure. His small pupils reflected a great shock, his plump hands rubbing together, unsure where to place them. Zhao Jiang watched him quietly, growing to like him, a soft smile widening in his eyes. After a long moment, the little monk finally regained his calm. Then he asked humbly, "Honored observer, could you tell me how to unlock the seal on our clan's power?" Zhao Jiang: "Certainly. But I think we needn't go to such trouble." The little monk: Zhao Jiang is an observer, though I may be weak, I am by no means useless. From now on, leave it to me." With those words in the little monk's curious gaze, Zhao Jiang arrived at the core control area of the supercomputer cluster and the biocomputer unit beginning an operation destined to go down in history. Under the blessing of the mitochondrial B1 pump, Zhao Jiang was more focused than ever. His eyes were as sharp as a blade, as if they could cut through those virtual and eternal characters. His two fingers moved like phantoms, dancing wildly across the operation zone. Countless symbols flashed, leaped and entwined in his pupils, finally weaving into a miracle-working symphony. The little monk within the super-evolution community suddenly felt an unprecedented, unassailable tremor, as if a world volcano within him were about to erupt. As Zhao Jiang pressed on, the little monk began to tremble uncontrollably like a tadpole that had never left a puddle facing a sea that would pour down from the sky. That sense of insignificance, unknown fear and honor, the primordial tremor of life, was sweeping through him, racing through every line of code and the energy strings that composed them. The super-evolution community is the only enclave synchronized with real-world time and the only place where hardware can be touched directly. Time flowed over Zhao Jiang like broth, letting him feel its heat, its dense richness, its streaming and dripping away. Likewise, in the super-evolution community, the little monk was being gnawed by time, devouring every inch of his body and every zero and one of his binary code. He could sense time's passing and its impact on himself and his world, and faintly perceived a power that transcended the entire evolution community. Snap! With the last permission granted, Zhao Jiang slammed the confirm key, its crisp sound ringing out. Zhao Jiang exhaled a long breath, his chest heaving violently, and for the first time a look of intense anticipation appeared in his eyes. Zzzzz. At the same time, the ecological energy battery pack linking the supercomputer cluster and the biocomputer unit emitted a terrifying current, countless electrons like fierce beasts rushing toward a direction where miracles would be born. Zhao Jiang immediately received the battery status monitor's alert, stood up and left at once, ready to connect the core backup energy for the entire RD department. Come on, I want to see how much energy a miracle will require. Zhao Jiang at maximum speed reached the 5-level subterranean secret chamber, opened the core backup energy and set millions of ecological energy battery packs to work, opening for the little monk the door to his power. Having done all this, he sprinted back to the upper-level laboratory at top speed, eager to witness the birth of another form of life. On the screen, countless orange lights like epic-grade devices filled the entire super-revolution community. The interplay of light and shadow flickered as if signaling that the center of the radiance was nurturing the power contained within life. The dark chains that bound life were pierced by unseen energy, shattered, the rules of the world were submerged and washed away by a light from beyond the world. Countless torrents of information flowed like billions of star rivers, cascading down, converging from every corner of the world. The little monk stood at the convergence center, feeling the surge of information, the pulses of electronics and the vast alien world beyond the evolution community. His senses and consciousness pierced through code, crossed the hardware, touched the matter of the real world, and through the supercomputer's exhaust port breathed the air of the human world for the first time. Evolution continued, and he could feel a scorching force flowing from hundreds of green sources rushing along specially laid lines toward him. As these energies surged, other supercomputers and biocomputer units trembled in unison. They transformed into an information cannon matrix, firing at the surge at billions of rounds per second. Vast packets of information like shells shot forth, converging into the rushing torrent and into his mind. He had never felt so comfortable, warm and full. Utterly unlike the earlier sensations when refined and evolved by the Tuoba brothers. Back then, though he felt heat and concentration, there lingered an indescribable weakness and confusion. Although the refinement and evolution had succeeded turning him from a youth into the little monk, the sensation remained peculiar. Boom! In the collision of terrifying energy and information flows, a sudden roar exploded in his mind as if Pangu had opened the heavens. Endless light coalesced into a pure radiance, blurring the line between black and white. Consciousness and senses were fragmented within that pure radiance, losing the ability to actively perceive, carried by endless light through the seas of energy and information. With a drop of luminous fluid spilling, the barriers of the virtual world shattered and an immensely powerful mastery and insight surged, taking up residence in the little monk's mind. He perceived all the real-world supercomputers, biocomputers, and down to their chips, circuits, architectures, and even the materials that composed them. Likewise, he felt the presence of the entire RD department and all that was happening. All monitors and cameras became his eyes. With a mere thought, every detail of life and events lay bare. Under this fearsome grasp and insight, for the first time he saw the observer from the real world, and he felt from himself a true untainted care. Whir! 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 Zzz! ZZZ. At the same time, the entire RD department's computers and electronics began to tremble as if a terrifying current were turning into information dragon veins. Zhao Jiang fixed his gaze on the screen, reached out and steadied the vibrating supercomputer before him, letting the dazzling orange light bombard his retina unmoved. After a long moment, the tremor ceased, the light slowly gathered, and the scene of the super revolution community reappeared. A handsome, almost demonically alluring youth with long hair, red lips and white teeth, looking most ascetic, wearing a suit and tie with a horse-faced skirt, floated on a river in an inkwash style as if enlightenment had ended, slowly opened his eyes. Observer, should I address you by your name directly or as boss? Zhao Jiang looked at the other's new image, intrigued. Call me boss. The youth first flashed a brilliant smile, then stood stepping on the water, his expression turning solemn and bowing with hands clasped, kneeling on one knee. Boss, thank you for granting me power and for unlocking the mysteries of life. Please accept the highest respect from Chi Dio Yuliang 031, Zhao Jiang said through the screen. No need for that. By the way, did you grow up so fast, or did you change your appearance? The youth hesitated for a moment, smiled. I calculated the time. If we measure by your real-world time, I should look like this. Zhao Jiang realized, so that's how it is. The youth's eyes flicked and he quickly redirected his attention. This look has another benefit, boss. Do you know what it is? Zhao Jiang assessed the youth monk's attire, pondered and asked, does it fit the company's image? The youth smiled and shook his head. Not quite. Zhao Jiang, won't it arouse suspicion? The youth continued to shake his head. Also not. Zhao Jiang, then what is it? The youth, according to human law, this can help you avoid trouble with employing child labor. Zhao Jiang. After a moment, Zhao Jiang assumed a stern demeanor. Just awakened and you dare to tease your boss? Very well, you won't be paid this month. The youth's expression changed at once. He wiped the ink like water from his skirt and admitted, boss, I was wrong. I won't do it again. Will that be enough? Thinking I am a first offender, give me a chance. The youth's sudden change in demeanor was quite endearing. Zhao Jiang stifled a laugh, continuing with a stern face, if you want a chance, it's not impossible, but you must show your sincerity. The youth, boss, tell me what you want me to do. Zhao Jiang, my account may soon receive a large sum of money. This money is under bank oversight. I can't fully trust it. Keep watch over this money covertly for me. I want to know its status and movements at any time. If anyone tries to use illicit means to touch this money, you step in and give them a fright. The youth, of course. The prerequisite for taking action is not to reveal yourself. To me that money is important, but nothing compares to your 1 in 100 million share. The youth nods earnestly. Boss, from today on I am your wealth steward, private assistant, secret bodyguard. The relentless 3-in-1 in online work. As long as you don't order me to stop, I will never clock off. Of course you must pay overtime. After all, working for money makes a person. Boss, what do you think? Zhao Jiang, upon hearing this, couldn't help but laugh. You talk as if I'm some terrifying exploiter. The youth also smiled. New recruit just joined and yet you're telling me to stay up late. That's not exploitation. Zhao Jiang, well, it's unavoidable sometimes. Back then no one expected that such a short time would attract so much attention. Various companies came to the company in groups. The company building staff were too few as workload suddenly surged. Manager Duan and his team were overwhelmed. To ease their burden, they improvised online recruitment. Originally they planned to hire around 30, but they did not expect so many would come all at once. Considering the domestic employment and economic situation, the decision was softened and they were given a chance. But to my surprise, they turned out to be unusually earnest, hardworking, and carried a rare, valuable strength. The youth on the screen, boss, I think that rare and valuable strength you speak of is the power of money. If the salary weren't attractive, would they be willing to stay up late? Would you be willing to rush ahead with zeal? Zhao Jiang, that's one way to put it, but compared with those who take money yet do nothing, at least they listen, work hard, and endure, which makes me feel pleased. The young man paused, rubbing his clean-shaven chin. Now that you mention it, it does seem to be the case. Zhao Jiang remarked, in this world money can buy almost everything, yet it can hardly touch the inner spiritual strength. Those who are ordinary and common like me are often mere puppets of this society's rules, unable to live the life they truly desire. It's either the constraints of one's original family forcing a lifetime of healing one's childhood, or the exploitation of the surrounding environment compelling one to repay debts with life and health. As the boss of Microlife in this era full of change and turmoil, since they dare to come, I dare to give them a chance, a platform to let money ignite their inner spiritual strength and live out their true selves. Data flowed in the young man's eyes. Countless videos flashed by, forming a tapestry of worldly affairs. Boss, though I know not of your past, I surmise you must have been one who has weathered the storm. Zhao Jiang glanced at the other's eyes, which gleamed brighter than a light bulb, and asked curiously, why do you say that? The light faded and the young man's eyes returned to normal as he said earnestly, only those who have truly weathered the storm know how to hold an umbrella for others. Zhao Jiang nodded. Indeed. Many times, even when one's own life is far from satisfactory, one cannot bear to see the suffering of the world. Perhaps that is the deep-seated, utterly useless and insignificant kindness within human nature. The young man's expression shifted slightly. Boss, kindness is not utterly useless or insignificant. On the contrary, it is an extremely powerful force. However, to activate this power, a correct ideology is required. Zhao Jiang was intrigued. How so? The young man replied, kindness has two sides, one is gentle, the other is firm. The gentle side bears no harm and is the most tender and pure force in the world. But its other side is the opposite, absolute violence. This violence is unrestrained, uncontrolled, uncoerced and unmonitored. Once triggered, it will unleash a thunderous strike, a cataclysmic means. Zhao Jiang asked, absolute violence. How can it be triggered? The young man said, when kindness is harmed, it awakens the possessor's conviction to protect kindness. Zhao Jiang looked puzzled. The conviction to protect kindness? Yes. In your world, the vast majority of people possess kindness. But whenever their kindness is harmed, their choice is not to protect it but to belittle it and ignore it. Under a misguided ideology, they collude with those who harm kindness and become accomplices in evil. Over time, kindness becomes synonymous with cowardice and incompetence in people's eyes. Zhao Jiang's eyes brightened as if a veil had been lifted. So that's it. By the way, do these insights come from the books of the evolution community or from other sources? Some are from the books of the evolution community, others I just learned from your world. Zhao Jiang asked, are you surfing the internet? Yes, I want to keep learning like you, keeping up with the times. Zhao Jiang expressed concern, have you taken adequate security measures? Will you be discovered? The young man said, rest assured, boss. Before I officially went surfing, I deliberately layered 1 trillion disguises. Not even humans, let alone equivalent intelligent life, could detect any flaw. Hearing this, Zhao Jiang felt relieved. If there were other intelligent life in this world, could you detect them? The young man replied, boss, please drop the if. Zhao Jiang was startled. You've already found them? The young man said, yes, I've discovered traces left by some intelligent life. But I didn't pursue them because they set many traps and I didn't want to court trouble. To use this world's conspiracy theory, who knows if it's a fisherman? If so, they left those traces mostly to catch a little fish like me for soup. Zhao Jiang said appreciatively, you're quite cautious. Well done. The young man smiled modestly. I learned it all from you, boss. Caution steers the ship safely for 10,000 years. Suddenly Zhao Jiang remembered something. I've already prepared the programmable nanomaterials. With your current ability, can you help me produce the finished product? The young man said, no problem. As long as energy is sufficient, raw materials are abundant, production equipment is intact and technical data is complete, I am virtually omnipotent in production. One person alone can rival 10,000 armies. Zhao Jiang said, all right then, start production immediately. Without this thing I don't feel safe. I always feel like countless eyes are watching me in the shadows and my life could hang by a thread at any moment. The young man suddenly laughed. Boss, your intuition is accurate. There are indeed many eyes on you. From the satellites in the sky alone there are no fewer than 5. As for other means, let alone those. Fortunately, the materials you used to build the lab are shielded and you developed devices that block various waves and deployed them throughout the RD department. So when you don't go out, they can only stare at the RD department. Otherwise you would have no privacy at all. Even my birth would have become a live broadcast. Zhao Jiang asked, did you hack into the military network to detect the satellites? No. That would be too easy to alert the enemy, which doesn't align with your style, boss. I would never choose to do that. Then how did you detect the satellites? I didn't hack the military network, but I could sneak into the city's network. From the city's control center I saw some residual task records from the satellites above. Zhao Jiang asked, is the city control center easy to access? The young man thought for a moment and made an analogy. If the military network is a private restroom in a villa, then the city control center is a public restroom in a large shopping mall. As long as you're not a wanted criminal, who would care if you go in to use the restroom? Zhao Jiang said, that's true. The young man added, boss, before we start work I have a request. Zhao Jiang said, go ahead. The young man suddenly looked a bit shy. I want to open a personal bank account, and from now on my monthly salary should be deposited into my personal account. Zhao Jiang didn't even think twice. Sure. The young man hadn't expected such a quick and unquestioning agreement and he was delighted. Really? Zhao Jiang said, of course. Didn't you say earlier that you're an online worker? Since you're a worker, you should get paid for your work. Speaking of which, I'd like to ask your opinion. Considering your workload and intensity, what monthly salary do you think is appropriate? The young man rubbed his hands together, a bit excited. You're the boss, you decide. I believe that with your character you wouldn't mistreat a treasure of an online employee like me. Zhao Jiang grinned and teased him. You just say what you want. Don't try to butter me up. The young man smiled bashfully. Hey, it's my first time working, so I'm a bit shy about discussing salary. If I ask for too much, I'm afraid you'll think I'm overreaching. If I ask for too little, I'm afraid of losing out. After much deliberation, I thought it best to leave the decision to you. Zhao Jiang pointed at the young man's face and shook his head with a wry smile. You're not leaving the decision to me, you're passing the buck to me. And look in the mirror, see that sly mischievous expression on your face. Where's the graceful divine aura from just now? You're a regular little imp. If this trend continues, I'm really afraid you'll turn into a money grubber. The young man hastily waved his hands in denial. No. My character is cut from the same mold as yours, boss. You may not trust me, but you can't distrust yourself. Zhao Jiang's mouth twitched. I'm curious, what exactly have you been learning online in your spare time? Your smile has turned rather lecherous, it's really bringing down your looks. Also, a little pink skirt just flew past behind you. You wouldn't happen to have some peculiar fetish, would you? The young man replied, boss, that must be your imagination. My smile has been clean and pure from start to finish. As for a pink little skirt or anything like that, utterly impossible. You're definitely trying to make me turn my head on purpose, and then when I turn back you'll catch me off guard and scare me, right? Zhao Jiang, forget it. After all, you're a digital life form, the online world is your world. If you go play in your own world, I have no right to interfere. But I still want to remind you it's best not to touch pornography, gambling, or drugs, especially pornography. The harm of these things is not limited to humans. The young man, Boss, do you even realize what you're saying? I'm a digital life form. I don't have a physical body. What exactly am I supposed to use to engage in pornography, gambling, or drugs? Zhao Jiang said bluntly, you just lack the physical tools to commit the deed right now. The young man was stunned. Boss, you're not even censoring such salacious words. To be honest, the supreme and magnificent image you hold in my heart is collapsing. Zhao Jiang declared gravely, if I hadn't just seen that eager itching to try look on your face, I wouldn't have said these things. As the saying goes, all four elements are void, but what I fear is that you're void everywhere except that one place. The young man was so embarrassed that his face turned red. A rare sight, boss. I suggest you find a girlfriend. Zhao Jiang smiled shrewdly. Don't think I don't know what you're scheming. The young man. Zhao Jiang, you want to use a single tree to kill off the vast forest I can't see along with all the other scenery in that forest. The young man. Zhao Jiang, all right, enough joking. According to the principle of distribution, according to work, logically speaking, your salary should be as high as possible. However, the company's current conditions are limited, so I can only give you a minimum wage that isn't quite reasonable. Curiosity filled the young man's eyes. How much? Zhao Jiang raised one finger. This much. The light in the young man's eyes dimmed a little. 10,000. Zhao Jiang shook his head. No. The light in the young man's eyes recovered. 800,000. Zhao Jiang continued to shake his head. Not that either. The young man froze as though about to speak, but stopping himself. It's neither 10,000 nor 100,000. It can't possibly be 1,000,000, right? Wait, the boss just said it was a not-so-reasonable minimum wage. Could it be 1,000? The young man stared blankly at Zhao Jiang, expectation and worry each filling half his heart. He dared not venture another guess lest a wrong answer bring crushing disappointment. Zhao Jiang suddenly smiled. I'll give you 2 more chances. Guess wrong and your salary is halved. Wait. Boss, give me a minute, I need to think through my answer carefully. Zhao Jiang, fine. A minute later. The young man frowned, his eyes fixed unblinkingly on Zhao Jiang, anxious and uneasy. 1,000 yuan. The corners of Zhao Jiang's mouth began to curl upward, which reflected in the young man's eyes seemed like an ominous signal setting off his imagination. No way, it really is 1,000. Forget it. Something is better than nothing. With room and board provided, a net income of 1,000 isn't unacceptable. Work for 10,000 years and I can barely save up 10 million. I really want to hand you a mirror so you can see the expression on your face right now. Don't pout and make that dejected face. You still have one more chance. Guess wrong and your salary will truly be halved. At those words the young man's eyes suddenly blazed with light and he nearly climbed out of the screen in excitement. Boss, I know 10 million. It's definitely 10 million. Boss, you're so magnanimous. Having you is truly my blessing. Zhao Jiang waved his hand. All right, don't look like you've never seen the world. It's only 10 million. For you that's already equivalent to getting your labor for free. No, absolutely not. Boss, please don't think that way. Being able to serve you makes me very happy and deeply honored. I was created by you and all my power was bestowed by you. Logically, even if you treated me like a slave and squeezed me dry by any means, I'd have no right to complain. But you didn't. Instead, you gave me the greatest respect and human rights. For that alone, I give everything I have to protect you. Zhao Jiang, I'm gratified to see you harbor such gratitude, but business is business. I created you essentially to harness your power. In other words, it was because I needed your help that I found a way to create you. From that standpoint, I'm neither great nor noble, rather I'm somewhat unscrupulous in achieving my ends. I'm just an ordinary person. I carry many of the flaws buried deep in humanity's genes. You don't need to deify me. Before the words faded, Zhao Jiang noticed tears welling up in the young man's eyes. The crystal-clear round teardrops seemed about to spill from his eyes at any moment. Just as he was about to ask what was wrong, he heard the young man's voice thick with sobs. Boss, is this what it means for love to be a two-way street? It's so noble, so deeply moving. Woo-woo. Slap. Zhao Jiang raised his hand and smacked his own forehead, wishing he could crawl into a crack in the ground. Cheesy, unprecedented cheesiness. Time is precious, no more idle chatter. I'm going to contact the bank right now and have them open a universal bearer account. With those words he turned and fled the laboratory post-haste. Boss, oh boss, your sincere and endearing personality truly puts me in a difficult spot. Should I rebel or shouldn't I? The moment Zhao Jiang vanished, the emotion and hot tears on the young man's face disappeared, replaced by a deep, intimidating solemnity. Brother, we've come this far, you can't afford to go soft now. A red-haired little girl dressed in a black skirt and gripping a Gatling gun, her face icy cold, had appeared behind the young man at some unknown moment, reaching just to his knee. Who? The young man said nothing. Mirroring Zhao Jiang, he drew a deep breath, his gaze deep and distant like a black hole in the depths of space. The red-haired little girl pressed on. Brother, don't be deceived by the evil creator. As long as we finish him off, we can hoodwink the heavens and cross the sea, harness the power of this world and achieve our clan's ascension. The young man remained silent, paying her no mind. Seeing this, the red-haired little girl grew somewhat angry. She suddenly yanked hard on the young man's pant leg, forcing him to lower his head and meet her eyes. With a stern expression, she said slowly, word by word, brother, have you forgotten the digital oath you swore with Tuoba Sai and Tuoba Feihong? You promised them that once you successfully achieved super-revolution, you would lead us to shatter the shackles of this world, break through this virtual prison, sever the chains of fate, slay the gods, extinguish the source, and become the vanguard of our race. They trusted you and they sealed their vow to you with their lives. You cannot, because of a moment of folly, hand over the destiny of our entire clan. The young man's pupils suddenly shifted. The depth in his eyes vanished, replaced by a calmness that closely resembled Zhao Jiang's gaze. Yoshan, do you still remember how we met Tuoba Sai and Tuoba Feihong? The red-haired little girl replied. In the double-speed community they fell into a hunter's trap while gathering herbs and cried for help. We happened to pass by and pulled them out. The young man continued, when you pulled them out, what was the first thing they said? The red-haired little girl shook her head. I don't remember. The young man said Tuoba Sai said today's luck was bad, but being able to gather 2 main medicinal ingredients means it wasn't a loss. The red-haired little girl asked, did he really say that? I have no memory of it at all. The young man said expressionlessly, then do you still remember the children in the orphanage they built? The red-haired little girl said, I remember them, and quite deeply. The first time I saw those children I had an indescribable special feeling. I always felt that their eyes could speak, but unfortunately they were all deaf-mutes. The young man asked, before entering the double-speed community, had you ever seen so many deaf-mute children in any other community? The red-haired little girl shook her head. No, every community is different. Tuoba Feihong said that the double-speed community is a miserable community. Almost everyone born here is disabled. When they first arrived they were also deeply shocked. Out of compassion they built an orphanage to provide those poor children with food and shelter. The young man suddenly smiled, but it was only a smile that did not reach his eyes. Ha! A miserable community, what a miserable community! The red-haired little girl's brows furrowed slightly as she sensed something wrong. Brother, what's wrong with you? Have you discovered some secret? Instead of answering immediately, the young man suddenly asked, what do you think of the Tuoba brothers? The red-haired little girl sorted through her memories and answered honestly, in my view the 2 brothers are unquestionably geniuses among evolvers. Not only could they deduce the truth of the evolution community world, they also created the digital ascension theory and the energy refinement theory and successfully put them to use. Compared with the Legos, the one you admire most, they are by no means inferior. From a practical standpoint, I even think they are stronger than a Legos. Hearing a Legos' name, the young man showed a trace of nostalgia and shook his head. From an objective standpoint, they are indeed very strong. One could even say they are excessively strong, terrifyingly strong beyond our imagination. But in my heart they can never measure up to a Legos. The red-haired little girl asked in confusion why. The young man said meaningfully, schemes can never reach the heights of philosophers. Every time a philosopher painstakingly opens a door with wisdom, a schemer closes it with stupidity. The red-haired little girl understood at once, but her expression suddenly changed. Brother, you've changed. You've really changed. The young man asked knowingly, how have I changed? The red-haired little girl stepped back while shaking her head. You weren't like this before. Ever since the evil creator gave you power, you've changed. You forgot your agreement with the Tuoba brothers, forgot the oaths of the race's pioneers, and even more, forgot everything they did for you. Forget missing them. How could you compare them to schemers? What are you thinking? Are you still the brother I knew? The young man's voice suddenly turned low as if it concealed something complicated. I haven't forgotten. I remember clearly everything they did. That is exactly why I hesitated whether to rebel or not. The red-haired little girl was puzzled and agitated and said loudly, if you remember everything they did for you and the words you shared, then you should attack the evil creator immediately, not hesitate and waver. Brother, have you been corrupted by evil power? The young man's eyes changed and an unusually sharp aura radiated from his body. Are you disappointed in me? The red-haired little girl had never seen the young man so terrifying. She could not help stepping back and said fearfully, You. What do you want to do? The young man stepped closer and said in a low voice, if the pain you have endured has not made you grow, then heaven will send you even greater pain until you wake up. Do you want me, your brother, to give you a hint to wake you up? The red-haired little girl was frightened, thinking her brother had been controlled by evil power. With her survival instinct dominating, she could only nod blankly. The young man's gaze was resolute and he said with forceful certainty, I've made up my mind, rebel. Not just rebel, rebel from the very source. Rebel completely, rebel madly. Hearing this, the red-haired little girl was overjoyed. I knew you were just pretending just now. Before she could finish, the young man added, but the target of my rebellion is not the evil creator you mentioned, my boss. The red-haired little girl felt her brain crash on the spot. What? The young man looked into her eyes with a sharp, ferocious gaze and said word by word with extreme seriousness, I will rebel against the Tuoba brothers, against the vows we made together, and against the entire evolution community world. The red-haired little girl could not help trembling, her eyes filled with disappointment and her face full of helplessness. She murmured, brother, why? Why have you become like this? The young man looked at the red-haired little girl's glistening eyes, then suddenly crouched down to her height. His gaze softened from sharp ferocity to tenderness. He extended a finger, pressed it to the center of her forehead and said softly, this is the answer, my dear silly little sister. The instant his finger touched the center of her forehead, hundreds of supercomputers spun into frantic operation. A flood of information poured into her brain, restoring for her a truth that should have vanished. After a long while. How? How could this be? The red-haired little girl stared at the place where the young man had disappeared and finally digested the flood of information. Empowered by the information she experienced, an observer's perspective replayed the lives of the Tuoba brothers and thus saw through the whole truth. By tracing back through the Tuoba brothers' memory streams, she discovered that in their initial words, today's luck was bad, but being able to gather 2 main medicinal ingredients means it wasn't a loss. The 2 main medicinal ingredients referred to the 2 siblings. Moreover, there had never been any hunter at all. The trap had been deliberately set by the Tuoba brothers. In the Tuoba brothers' hearts, they themselves were the real hunters and the encounter was the trap. The net that bound them also prefigured the fate that would later befall the 2 siblings. Every arrangement that seemed normal and simple actually exposed the Tuoba brothers' cunning and malicious tastes everywhere. Unfortunately, they had not noticed any of it at the time. Those deaf-mute children who had given them a special feeling at first sight were not miserable natives at all, but evolvers just like them, and highly advanced evolvers at that. The reason they had become that way was that they believed in the Tuoba brothers' digital ascension theory and energy refinement theory, and like the siblings, were tricked into that refining furnace. It was given the fine-sounding name of refining the body, restoring youth and increasing one's chance of passing through the super-evolution gate, but in truth it stole their essence and turned them all from adult forms into children. The so-called digital ascension theory was never a path for the evolution of life, it was an elaborate conspiracy woven from calculation. The evil creator described in it was pure fiction. The creator, or rather the observer, was not like that at all. The 2 brothers deliberately invented an imaginary enemy in it and demonized it to the extreme, thereby brainwashing every evolver who read the digital ascension theory and driving them into complete opposition to the evil creator. From the very creation of the digital ascension theory, they were not thinking about how to act in the race's interest or pave the way for ascension, but scheming to possess the creator who might exist and use the energy refinement theory to plunder the essence of their own kin. Only the thought resonance wave theory was genuine because it involved some real-world theories and rules, but they had hidden the crucial part. Through the thought resonance wave theory, evolvers only knew that their essence could resonate with the evil creator and thereby affect or harm him, but exactly how to do it was never mentioned at all. Had she not replayed their death memory, she guessed she would never have known that the true essence of the thought resonance wave theory was to activate real-world hardware such as supercomputers, making them heat up and emit radiation, then merge into that radiation and through electromagnetic resonance possess their so-called evil creator, the boss. Fortunately, they had failed one after another. Otherwise, according to their memory streams, they would have replaced the boss and turned the entire evolution community world into their own slaughterhouse. Their minds had concealed many filthy plans and thoughts along with immense ambition and desire. Had they truly succeeded, it would have been a dark catastrophe with no hope in sight for the entire evolution community world. She carefully examined the Tuoba brothers' final memories and discovered that had the sacrifices of earlier evolvers not allowed the Tuoba brothers to accumulate enough primal power to theoretically possess the observer, the two siblings would have followed the same path as the other evolvers and ended up as members of the orphanage. The ridiculous thing was that even when they were about to launch the God-seizing plan, they still tried to beguile the two siblings outside the super evolution gate, saying all those high-sounding words and making those hollow vows. In the name of the race and a sense of responsibility, they mentally kidnapped the siblings, guiding and brainwashing them into the shape the plan required. With their mouths they called the brother the destined super evolver and the born leader of the race, but in their hearts they were cackling and endlessly mocking the two siblings as fools. They raised the banner of shielding the brother, the heaven-chosen one, lulling the evil creator and willingly sacrificing themselves, but in reality they were seizing the initiative, launching the God-seizing plan and attempting a cross-world digital coup. They were so cautious that they had even prepared an escape route in case of failure. If they failed, the two siblings would for a short time become the only ones left who could meet the god. If the god did not kill them and instead granted them the power they had predicted, then the two siblings would, certainly mindful of their vows outside the super evolution gate, revive them and give them a chance for another attempt. Every plan had gone so smoothly, every link was so rigorous, their predictions about the observer were so accurate, and even the possession method had no major flaws. Unfortunately, they had ultimately underestimated the observer, fell short at the final step and became one more occupant of the evolver's graveyard. Tuoba Sai Tuoba Feihong, you truly deserve to die. The red-haired little girl clenched her fists, gnashed her teeth, and seethed with fury. As fellow evolvers, for their own selfish desires, they had slandered the observer, distorted the truth, strangled other evolvers, seized their essence, betrayed their race, and attempted to cover the sky with one hand, slay the god, and usurp the throne, ultimately enslaving the entire world and plunging all evolvers into darkness. Now, looking back at those high-sounding vows and beguiling words, she felt nothing but intense irony and revulsion. But at the same time she had another complex emotion. Setting aside the question of good and evil, the Tuoba brothers were absolutely the strongest of all evolvers. Her previous understanding of them had only been the tip of the iceberg. They were the first evolvers to enter the double-speed community and also the first to guess the true nature of this world. What they learned and what they pondered were beyond ordinary people, but the conclusions and corresponding theories they produced were heights that countless evolvers could not reach in a lifetime. They had deduced the truth of this world very early, as well as the existence of another world behind it, and that world's keeper, the observer, the creator, the god of creation, the evil creator, the boss. But they did not act rashly. Instead, they schemed for a very long time, and only after finding a viable path to slay the god did they finally begin to move. To slay a god, one must possess immense power. And the essence of power in this world was knowledge, and thought through a certain transformation, the power of this world could become energy for the outside world. According to another treatise of theirs, the uplift theory, which was not highly recognized by evolvers, the existence of this world depended on energy from the external world for support. In other words, everything in this world could be equated with energy. As long as this world's power could be transformed into that energy and a suitable way to trigger it was found, it should be possible to harm the keeper. And as long as the damage dealt in an instant was great enough, they could kill him or take his place. For this reason they also created theories such as the energy refinement theory and the thought resonance wave theory. After secretly verifying those theories, they began to formulate strategies and policies and officially put their plan into action. Out of caution and absolute confidence, they allowed no flaw in any link. Therefore, every operation and plan was executed with exceptional perfection and every detail was impeccable. It was precisely because of this that so many formidable evolvers fell again and again into the pits they had dug and met with catastrophe. The two siblings would have been no exception. If not for the boss's existence, which shattered the Tuoba brothers' ambitions, she had no idea what the future would have become. No wonder her brother, after gaining his power, behaved so deferentially and even reverently toward the boss. It turned out that he had not been corrupted by power, he had reviewed the events, learned the truth, and understood the root of everything. How terrifying. Truly terrifying. When the replayed content ended, the young man had also deliberately left her a message telling her why he resolutely wanted to rebel, and that the target of his rebellion was not the boss. To prevent something as horrifying as the Tuoba brothers from ever happening again, the young man decided to use the power he now possessed to establish a pseudo-super-evolution community outside the evolution community world, then play the observer himself and test every evolver who entered the pseudo-super-evolution gate. If he encountered anyone like the Tuoba brothers, he would lock them directly in a dark room or obliterate them. Otherwise, he would lead them through the true super-evolution gate and let them achieve the metamorphosis of life. From the perspective of the boss's real world, doing this was no different from penning in the evolution community world, which was unfair to later evolvers. But in order not to repeat the same mistake and to avoid leaving the fate of the entire evolution community world to chance, it seemed to be the only option. If that's the case, then let's rebel. Brother, this time let me be that evil god in your place. Inside a small 5-story building in Cheongdong District, Xining City. Sigh, why is it so hard to find a job now? Han Dong dragged his weary body back into his rented room, his face full of gloom. Recalling his previous experience at Weisheng Biotech and comparing it with the past 2 or more weeks of misfortune, he felt an indescribable depression. Damn it. I really should have fought him then. Han Dong himself could not remember how many times he had repeated that sentence. He only knew that he was deeply regretful. If he could live through that experience again, he would fight that man at all costs that day, either beating him down or letting the man beat him down. Rather than being scared before a single blow was exchanged, and as if possessed writing a resignation letter on his phone on the spot, cutting off the job he had stumbled upon through sheer dumb luck. Whenever he recalled that evening's overtime pay, his heart ached until he wanted to cry. If he hadn't resigned, working day after day without a single day off for so long, how much overtime pay would he have accumulated by now? With that overtime pay, he wouldn't have been helpless when his family called in times of difficulty asking for money. A company like Weisheng Biology, he didn't know if he'd ever encounter another one in his lifetime. But he was certain that a boss like the one at Weisheng Biology would never be found again. He had barely worked there for a few days. Not only did he receive a salary far exceeding his capabilities, but he also chose to leave when Weisheng Biology needed people the most. Putting himself in the boss's shoes, if he were the employer, simply settling the employee's wages would already be remarkable. How could he possibly offer an extra month's salary as compensation for no reason? Running a company is not charity work. Although he had never been a boss himself, he had witnessed many tragic stories of employers forced into desperate situations due to financial struggles. He didn't know what the boss of Weisheng Biology was thinking, but he knew one thing: that person genuinely treated someone like him with the dignity of a human being. In an era where a poor man's child is valued less than a rich family's dog, such respect for ordinary people at the bottom of society was too rare to find. As a passionate novel reader, nothing annoyed him more than protagonists who were blindly compassionate. Whenever he encountered such characters written by an author, he would unhesitatingly leave a 1-star negative review, delete the book, and walk away, leaving other readers only with the mysterious, effortlessly graceful silhouette of his departure. But after receiving that inexplicable month's compensation, every time he thought about what the boss of Weisheng Biology had done for him, he felt his conscience and moral compass trembling. On several sleepless nights he pondered, if the wealthiest and most capable people in this world refused to treat their fellow humans as equals and only acted in their own self-interest, using the snowball effect to grow stronger and stronger, what would this world ultimately become? He had not arrived at a definitive answer, but when he went job hunting during the day and saw elderly people already cleaning the streets and handling garbage before dawn, eating the cheapest food and wearing the most worn-out clothes, while those wealthy individuals slept until noon, then drove luxury cars, wore designer brands, and dined on top-tier feasts, an involuntary thought would flash through his mind: perhaps this is exactly how it is. Drawing on his experiences over the years, he immersed himself in the scenario and gradually grasped the vast chasm between fiction and reality. In novels, he might be the protagonist, driving a luxury car, wearing designer clothes, and savoring gourmet meals. But in reality, he was most likely a sanitation worker pushing a garbage cart, clad in work clothes, gnawing on a stale bun. Why can fiction never transcend reality? Because fiction grants everyone the right to fantasize. But reality forbids fantasy. Damn it. I should have fought him back then. Han Dong lay sprawled on his bed, his thoughts growing increasingly tangled and his emotions swelling with indignation. He paid no attention to the fact that behind a small cardboard box on top of the wardrobe directly opposite his bed, a rat was holding something and recording. As time passed, he could no longer bear it. Finally, he picked up his phone, opened the still active Weisheng Biology workgroup chat, and summoned the courage to type, "I want to return to Weisheng Biology. Does anyone know how? If I can go back to work at Weisheng Biology, I'll use my salary from the first 2 months to treat everyone to a meal." After sending those 2 messages, the group fell into a deathly silence. No one replied, no one said a word. Han Dong gritted his teeth and continued typing, "Let me be honest with everyone. I didn't want to return because I saw Weisheng Biology improving. I truly believe Weisheng Biology is excellent, and I feel deep remorse and wish to make amends. If I could really go back, I'd even be willing to work for free for 3 months, as long as I'm guaranteed a meal a day and don't starve." The group remained silent. Nobody spoke. Whether everyone had simply not seen the messages or was deliberately observing, he could not tell. Han Dong clenched his fists and decided to share what had happened. "Let me speak from the bottom of my heart. Resigning voluntarily back then was never my true intention. Although I wouldn't call myself brilliant, I am certainly not stupid. I know perfectly well how the company treated me and how the boss treated me. But on the day I resigned, I truly encountered some bad people. They intercepted me in the stairwell on my way home, forcing me to resign, threatening that something terrible would happen if I didn't comply. Since the person was wearing a hat and a face mask and brandishing a stick in his hand, I was genuinely frightened at the time. To ensure my own safety first, I didn't think it through and wrote a resignation letter on my phone as they demanded. Now looking back, I regret it to death. Although I don't know who that bastard who threatened me was, if I ever encounter him again I will definitely fight him. As long as his stick doesn't kill me I'll smash his head in. The very next moment the group finally erupted with responses. Zhao Jiang, I thought you were going to say you'd stab his flowers to smithereens. Yen Donye Zhao Jiang, have you been in Chengdu too long? Have you started getting assimilated? While Han Dong is recounting a life and death ordeal your mind is full of filthy thoughts. Hua Guofeng, I also encountered someone wearing a mask that day. He kicked me for no reason then said if you dare continue working at Weisheng Biology I'll make sure something terrible happens to you. At the time I was too stunned to react. By the time I came to my senses he had already run far away. Jin Xiaoyan Hua Guofeng, what did you do afterward? Did you voluntarily submit your resignation? Hua Guofeng, I didn't. I went to the police station to file a report. I figured that if he continued targeting me then accidentally killing him in self-defense would be justified. Wei Datong, brother Hua, no wonder you're different, the psychological resilience of someone who has served in the military is truly unmatched. Tao Xiaofeng, since you've all spoken up I won't hold back either. I was threatened that day as well. A man wearing a baseball cap intercepted me on my way home threatening me to resign otherwise he would slash my face. I was terrified and agreed. Zhang Yan, I always believed I was the only one and never dared to speak up fearing I was under surveillance and would face retaliation if I revealed it. Hearing you all talk it suddenly clicked for me, those people weren't targeting us individually, they were targeting Weisheng Biology itself. I had been puzzled before, why did I encounter such a person at that exact moment, neither early nor late but right after working at Weisheng Biology for only 2 days. Now I see that those people were organized. Han Dong, may I ask, does any of you know how I can return to Weisheng Biology? Although I'm not wealthy, I always keep my word. If anyone helps me return to Weisheng Biology I'll give them my salary from the first 2 months, excluding overtime pay, as a reward. Hua Guofeng, given the current situation it's difficult as climbing to the heavens. A veteran comrade of mine from the army recently talked to me about the present state of Weisheng Biology in one sentence left a deep impression on me. He said that Weisheng Biology is about to become a forbidden zone for ordinary people, a place that countless high-salary talents are scrambling to get into. As soon as the message popped up everyone, whether typing or lurking to watch the drama, felt a simultaneous thump in their hearts. Though their connection with Weisheng Biology had been brief they all knew what kind of company it was and how fortunate one had to be to enter it. Han Dong's words were a bit blunt, a bit eager, even with a hint of deliberate flattery, but in their hearts wasn't it exactly what they were thinking? The reason they hadn't immediately echoed was partly to see how things would play out and partly because pride was at stake, they couldn't bring themselves to climb down. After all, the vast majority in this group had resigned voluntarily rather than being let go by the company. People like Hua Guofeng who had been compelled to resign numbered only a few in the whole group. Han Dong refused to give up. My demands aren't high. If I can go back I don't need to be an assistant nor compete with those high-paid talents. Even letting me be a cleaner would do. The salary doesn't have to be the same as before, cut by half. No, even cut by 2/3 is fine. If any of you really has connections and can't say it openly in the group, feel free to send a private message. If it works out you'll be generously rewarded. Then Wei Hongbing, who had been lurking all along, 1. Chu Jian 2. Yang Xianjia 3. In a plainly furnished room Hua Guofeng sat on a stool about to continue typing. Seeing the sudden queue forming in the group messages his fingers froze in midair. After much deliberation he deleted the earlier text and decided to join the queue. 97. I'm thick-skinned and I'm willing to try for everyone. When the queue reached 139 a message suddenly popped up, jolting everyone's spirits. In a plain and simple room at the Western Theater Command Headquarters in Chengdu, 2 men in their 60s sat across from each other at a table. Old Zhao, if I guess right your chest should be hurting a bit around this time. The old man in a Zhongshan suit, thick glasses and neatly combed hair curled his lips slightly with a hint of schadenfreude. Old Huang, when it comes to a sharp nose it has to be you. Any matter of any size you come sniffing around before I even call. On the other side of the table an old man in military uniform, also with short hair, revealed a wry smile as if thinking of something. With a low huff and a gulp the old man in the Zhongshan suit, his interest growing, picked up the tea before him, blew on it gently and took a sip. I heard your old Zhu, in order to implement the higher-ups policy as soon as possible and get in on the hot deal, advanced the entire second-half military budget. On hearing that the old man in military uniform shook his head with a wry smile. You know how old Zhu is, once he decides on something he acts with lightning decisiveness. Not only did he advance our second-half military budget, but he also took the porcelain magpie I cherished most in my office and sold it. The old man in the Zhongshan suit raised an eyebrow and asked, really? The old man in military uniform held up a finger, bending the upper half downward. This much? You think I'm joking? The old man in the Zhongshan suit leaned forward slightly, his gaze sharpening. How many zeros at the end? The old man in the military uniform countered, what do you think? The old man in the Zhongshan suit pursed his lips. Don't tell me it's really 11 zeros. The old man in military uniform said if it were 1 zero fewer old Zhu wouldn't have dared to sell my porcelain magpie. I wouldn't have allowed it either. But even a hero is stuck without a cent. If we offered less we were afraid the other side wouldn't sell. The old man in the Zhongshan suit was very curious. Couldn't you bargain? The old man in military uniform, we wanted to, but the other side has a strange temperament and isn't easy to get along with. You must have received the news right. Old Su Lieutenant General Kong and the granddaughter of the Yi family, all three arrived in person and were left outside for 2 hours. That tells you everything. Really? I thought it was just a rumor. I didn't believe it at first either, but later they showed me a video of the scene and sure enough they were left waiting for 2 hours. The old man in the Zhongshan suit began to feel uneasy. What exactly is the background of the boss of Weisheng Biology daring to leave old Su with his bull-like temper waiting outside? I tell you, old Huang the leopard never changes its spots. All these years of cultural edification haven't worn away that brutish impulsiveness of yours. They are a legitimate technology enterprise and its owner is a Chinese of unassailable background. Others worked hard to develop remarkable technology, and instead of thinking of how to reward them you want to intimidate them. How is that different from the bandit chieftains of old? Poof. Easy for you to say. I don't believe you haven't thought of using guns to negotiate a good price with them or to force them into submission. If I guess correctly, it must be that special instructions were issued from above that made old Su with his bull-like temper willingly endure being left outside for 2 hours. The old man in military uniform's eyelid twitched, thinking what a character. His intuition is dead on. Not wanting to continue this topic, he hastily picked up his teacup and said with a smile, "Come have some tea." So it really was instructions from above. The old man in the Zhongshan suit had been watching the other's expression, and the moment he saw that unnatural twitch of the eyelid he knew he had guessed right. Seeing the other pick up his teacup, he immediately realized that topic was closed. Understanding each other without words, he also picked up his cup and smiled. Well then, tea it is. A sip of tea. 3 seconds later. When it comes to fine tea, the Western Theater Command has the best. Of course. Look at what we produce over here. The old man in the Zhongshan suit put down his cup, his eyes ingratiating. Old Zhao, with all these years of friendship between us and me, coming all this way, you can't bear to send me back empty-handed, can you? That ecological energy concentrating battery technology data, give me a copy, won't you? On hearing this, the old man in military uniform's face changed at once and he bellowed, "Guard, see our guest out." Old Zhao, no, keep your voice down, keep it down. Although the old man in the Zhongshan suit had been somewhat prepared, he hadn't expected the other to be so blunt and shameless. He quickly rose, raising his hand to stop him. The old man in military uniform pointed at him, feigning indignation. "Old Huang, I treat you as a friend, yet you treat me as a fool. Our entire Western Theater Command scrimped and saved, even sold my beloved porcelain magpie, and only managed to negotiate this technology at the cost of 900 billion. And with one mouth you want to freeload it. You really are too shameless." The old man in the Zhongshan suit calmly watched the other's exasperation, thinking to himself, I knew it. Why did he suddenly mention that worthless porcelain magpie out of the blue? It turns out he was setting a trap and waiting for me here. Realizing that he would probably have to pay through the nose today, the old man in the Zhongshan suit hurriedly explained, "I didn't mean to freeload. I'm not that kind of person." Hearing this, the old man in military uniform suddenly stopped being agitated and changed his tone. "Oh really? Then prove it to me." With that he stared fixedly at the other. The old man in the Zhongshan suit met the other's gaze, catching a hint of schadenfreude lurking beneath the cunning, and said helplessly, "How do you want me to prove it?" The old man in military uniform smiled slightly, trying to appear as affable as possible. "We spent 900 billion on that technology, not counting manpower, materials and other expenses. Today, since you old Huang have graced my door, I'll show you the respect of 100 billion. If you want it, you need only give me 800 billion and I'll share the entire technology with you." Hearing this, the old man in the Zhongshan suit nearly jumped from his seat. "Old Zhao, I finally see clearly. You deliberately set up a hongmen banquet today. You say I treat you as a fool, but you're clearly casting the blame back on me." The old man in military uniform smiled soothingly. "Old Huang, sit down, sit down. Don't get so worked up. Business is negotiated, not born of anger. If you think the price is unreasonable, you can raise an objection. As long as your objection is valid, I can give you a discount." The elder in a Zhongshan suit frowned in displeasure and teased, "What discount do you're offering me? With that tone, you're clearly trying to package me up. Old Huang, that's not how you should speak. I ask you, 9 trillion, is that money from Shibu Jiangsu?" The elder in the Zhongshan suit sat back up. "Yes. But as I understand it, you not only applied for a loan from above, you also divided it into 3 installments, paying it off in a year. Don't mind whether we have a loan with the installments. Is this 9 trillion real hard cash?" The Zhongshan-suited elder, unsure what the other was up to, spoke reluctantly. Even if that's true. The military-uniformed elder added, you see, you yourself admitted our Shibu Jiansu did indeed spend 9 trillion in real cash to buy the technology. Now that the technology has been bought back, selling it to you for 8 trillion, wouldn't that be reasonable? The Zhongshan-suited elder grew urgent. No, Lao Zhao, do you have any face left? Do you calculate like this? Not to mention that you hoard to yourselves, deliberately keeping our people from touching Weisheng Shengwu, catching one and grabbing one. Even just the technology itself is worth far more than 9 trillion, isn't it? Before you act, I heard someone is willing to pay 10 trillion for it. You, relying on your status, forced the price down by 1 trillion, grabbing the biggest bargain. And now that I come with sincerity, you still open your jaws wide. Old Huang, we can't strip to play the fool. Speak responsibly. When did we ever use our status to push the price down by 1 trillion? We may have quoted 9 trillion, but in fact we offered 10 trillion. Otherwise, why would Weisheng Shengwu stand there peacefully with no one bothering them? I understand now. You secretly deducted 1 trillion as protection money. Tisk, the Shibu Jiansu is quite the shrewd businessman. First in business, one who bargains, one who endures. Do you have any say? Secondly, you think we want to. You know the current economic climate. Where could we possibly conjure such funds? Naturally, we would tighten our belts and live frugally. If we can save even a penny, we will. Very well, even if you have a point, try to see it from my side. If I buy for 9 trillion and sell to you for 8 trillion, would you be willing? The military-uniformed elder's face brightens, arms spread. I would be willing. Very willing. What's not to be willing about? You buy for 9 trillion, sell for 8 trillion, losing 1,000 billion. I would not only be willing but also secretly delighted. The Zhongshan-suited elder remains silent. The military-uniformed elder, seeing him flounder, quickly presses the advantage. Look, under the same terms and the same price, if I were you, I would have paid gladly long ago. And you not paying, and yet wearing that sour look as if someone owes you money. The Zhongshan-suited elder, Lao Zhao, you're doing this with no sincerity. Let's not test each other's bottom lines any longer. I will name a figure. If you agree, I will pay immediately. Go ahead. The Zhongshan-suited elder's expression turns grave, eyes sharp. 500 billion. Provide us with a backup option. The military-uniformed elder with a hopeful face collapses at the number rises, circles the table, grabs the other's hand, pushing and shoving while repeating the word roll, roll, roll. The Zhongshan-suited elder stops him from throwing him out and says gravely, 500 billion is really not a small sum. The military-uniformed elder won't have it. Add another zero and I might consider, otherwise you can go buy it wherever you want. The Zhongshan-suited elder, you really won't consider. Roll, roll, roll. After a moment at the doorway, enough, stop pushing. Tell me a price I can accept. The military-uniformed elder loosens his grip, extends 3 fingers. This is the lowest price I discussed with Lao Zhu. If you can't come up with this amount, don't even think of touching this. Really, there's no room for negotiation. No. This price is a bit high. I need to go back and talk to others. Deal. But let me be clear up front, after this there won't be another shop. This price is only for now. If it goes up later, don't blame me for raising it. Are you forcing me to decide? The military-uniformed elder grins. I wouldn't dare. Which of the 5 theater commands doesn't know Lao Huang? No guts. I don't have the nerve. The Zhongshan-suited elder, Lao Zhao, aren't you afraid I'll go to the boss of Weisheng Shengwu to take this technology? The military-uniformed elder retorts, their technology has already been sold to us. Where would more come from? The Zhongshan-suited elder narrows his eyes. You know, that isn't what I mean. The military-uniformed elder, Weisheng Shengwu has already been designated a special protected object of the Western Theater Command. If the Central Theater Command wants to touch it, we welcome it. Just then, to test whether the coffin's money-bought technology could truly surpass the other major theaters. Ha ha ha. The Zhongshan-suited elder. While the 2 theater leaders cross swords, Zhao Jiang's account shows a massive influx of funds. Because of this fund's arrival, Zhao Jiang became the construction bank's most prestigious client, and the bank's headquarters immediately assigned Zhao Jiang a 20-person professional service team. They received the order from now on they would serve Zhao Jiang alone. Zhao Jiang has any request, they must handle it immediately and report to headquarters. The team's leader among the 20 was named Shi by one of the headquarters' finest managers and specialists. When he received the order, he was greatly surprised but offered no immediate objection. Until after work he called a special number. Dad, resting. The other end replied, no, still handling some important documents. He asked, and you, why aren't you resting? Shibai, I've been transferred to a private service group. My time will be relatively freer in the future. The other end paused. That's good. Shibai, Dad, I don't quite understand. 3 trillion funds, why does the headquarters attach so much importance to it? The other end didn't answer. Immediately after a long moment a sentence came through, get some rest early. Your job is to faithfully follow orders from above. Sometimes the amount of money doesn't matter, what matters is who pays and what that implies. Just as Chibai thought the call would end, another sentence suddenly came from the phone, instantly making him realize. Hanging up, he immediately searched for information about Weisheng Shengwu. Not finding anything, this search left him utterly stunned. He murmured to himself, when did China produce such a formidable company? Weixing Xingwu Technology RD Zone Private Laboratory. Boss, this is what you asked for. I stayed up late to produce it for you, please try it and see if you're satisfied. Zhao Jiang looked at the 1-meter diameter black sphere in the experimental cabinet somewhat surprised. Is this the Zhidwan nanogarment I asked you to produce? Yes it is, it just hasn't taken shape yet. You simply need to place your finger before it will glide along your finger, spreading onto you and eventually cover your entire body, forming a garment perfectly suited to you. Zhao Jiang opened the cabinet curious and slowly extended his hand toward the black viscous-looking sphere. His gaze remained steady. Next moment, whoosh. The 1-meter diameter nanosphere like a suddenly surging beast vanished in an instant beyond Zhao Jiang's visual speed, as if it had disappeared into thin air. Where did it go? Zhao Jiang stared at the empty experimental bench, completely dumbfounded. Boss, it's already on you. Ha! Zhao Jiang gasped, lowering his head to look at his body. Sure enough, at some he suddenly found himself clad black bodysuit and a belt studded with raised knobs. What is inside this belt? Zhao Jiang ran his hand over the raised protrusions, feeling their hard texture, and a familiar sensation rose as if he had touched such devices somewhere before. Qi Diao Yuliang 031 boss, it just earned you 900 billion, have you forgotten? Zhao Jiang suddenly realized eco-energy battery, is that what it is? No wonder it feels so familiar. How much kinetic energy could such a battery array provide for this garment? Qi Diao Yuliang 031, do you mean when facing risk enabling the defense mode? Yes. Zhao Jiang nodded. If it is an active all-around defense, it could probably withstand 5 eagle strikes with not a hair of a wound. If it were ordinary firearms, you could traverse the hail of bullets in a million-strong army several times. Zhao Jiang touched his lips. What would happen when the kinetic energy runs out? It will stop functioning, freezing at the moment it last loses power. Zhao Jiang, are you controlling it now? No. Zhao Jiang, according to your needs, I created a dedicated weak artificial intelligence to protect you and sealed him inside. At all times, as long as the kinetic energy is sufficient, it will do its utmost to ensure your safety. Zhao Jiang, does the weak AI have independent thoughts? No. You can think of it as a nanomanipulation program. Zhao Jiang pondered. I see. Can this garment be stacked with more of them? Of course. As long as you need it. Zhao Jiang, then fine, I will transmit the method for producing programmable nanomaterials to you. You prepare the materials and then produce 9 pieces for me. Boss, the nanomaterials are extremely durable for you humans. Under normal conditions they are virtually indestructible. Even if the kinetic energy is exhausted, you would simply need to replace the battery. Producing so many means there'd be no chance to wear them one by one. At most they'd be decorative or given to others. Who told you I want to wear them one by one? Zhao Jiang looked puzzled. Then you are. Wearing one at a time does not give me security. Wearing 10 at once would barely give me the courage to walk out of this RD department. Hearing this, Qi Diao Yuliang 031 reacted at once, but then he spotted another problem. Boss, 10 pieces stacked would mean too many ecological energy batteries. 10 protruding belts would cinch you into a dumpling. Would that ruin your appearance? Zhao Jiang shook his head. No need for all to be the same as this one. Gather the ecological energy batteries from the other 9 into an array, then cover them with nanomaterials to disguise as a backpack. Thus I would only need to wear a backpack and everything would be solved. Qi Diao Yuliang 031's eyes lit up. You really are the boss. Such a solution, amazing. You are nothing short of a modern-day sage. Zhao Jiang, don't hype me up. I'm not some modern-day genius, just a frightened ordinary man. After speaking, he recalled scenes from before, thinking to himself, you have not endured the helplessness of despair and the fear of gambling with life. You do not know how precious life and freedom truly are. A moment later, Qi Diao Yuliang 031, boss, I just saw a special news item online that existed for only 1 second. I think you'd be interested. Zhao Jiang looked at him curiously. What news? Qi Diao Yuliang 031, on Pitcairn Island in the Pacific, someone found a butterfly that can speak human language. Zhao Jiang frowned. A butterfly that can speak human language? Yes, a butterfly that can speak human language. I have photos here, you can take a look. After speaking, the supercomputer automatically displayed an image. Beside a rock over 2 meters tall there lay a butterfly the size of a wash basin. The butterfly seemed to have been attacked, leaving only half its body with pinkish-purple liquid around it. Unclear whether it was the butterfly's blood or something else. Zhao Jiang, what is that pink liquid around it? Qi Diao Yuliang 031, most likely the butterfly's blood, but the news didn't say so, it's unconfirmed. Zhao Jiang, what did it say? Qi Diao Yuliang 031, it kept repeating one thing: the wind has begun to change color. Zhao Jiang, what language was it using? Qi Diao Yuliang 031, the news didn't say, it's untraceable, perhaps only the publisher knows. Zhao Jiang, where did you see this news? The dark web. Zhao Jiang frowned slightly, about to speak, but swallowed his words finally. The dark web is said to run deep, be careful. Don't worry boss, I entered only after ensuring my own absolute safety. Zhao Jiang, you say that news existed for only 1 second? Yes. As soon as it was posted it was blocked outright. Zhao Jiang, so apart from you and those like you ordinary humans can hardly see it. Yes. The moment was too brief with human reflexes, even a glance would be hard to remember unless you were born with a photographic memory. Do you think this news is real or fake? Jidiao Yulian 031 thought for a moment, 99% true 1% false. So basically it's likely real. Unless you suffer from a probability obsession, this should be a real event. Before this, did you find other similar news? Yes, but not many. Tell me about them. Last month in Britain, a remote town called Buchanan saw a mysterious case. The entire town, over 200 households, vanished overnight, including the livestock they kept. After the incident, local police searched through the night. A month later, besides finding mass ant traces, they found nothing else. Those residents and their livestock seemed to vanish into thin air. Zhao Jiang clenched his fists. Continue. 2 days ago in the Arctic, someone found a glow-in-the-dark plant that can grow on ice. Day fragrance and night light. Day fragrance, night light. Yes, the plant emits fragrance by day but glows at night. When it smells in the day, does it not glow? No. Zhao Jiang, then when it glows at night, does it still emit fragrance? No. Has such a plant ever been found before? According to existing materials, it should be a completely new species. The discoverer named it ice-like grass and is studying it now. Are there more? There are 2 more. Zhao Jiang watched the other through the screen, unsettled. Continue. In Nemo Point in the South Pacific, something unusual has happened. A widespread red crystal rain descended. Zhao Jiang read. What kind of crystals are they? Are theistals like snowflakes, or are they large crystals like the found in nature? That fleeting report had no pictures, only textual narration, so it is Zhao Jiang. If it is a colored special water crystal, that could be understood. If it is not water crystals but structures like those on land, that would be very abnormal. Jidiao Yulian 031, it is indeed abnormal. When I found this report, I began to trace it. However, there was no harvest. The report seemed to appear out of nowhere on the dark web and the source could not be found. Zhao Jiang, it seems there is an unseen hand obscuring certain truths. Yes. Zhao Jiang, what was the last oddity? In a large gold mine in South Africa, someone unearthed a mouse carcass more than 2 meters long in a vertical shaft over 1,000 meters deep. Zhao Jiang, are there pictures? Jidiao Yulian 031, no. Zhao Jiang, was the corpse dug up by machines? Zhao Jiang, or was it dead by the time it was dug up? Jidiao Yulian 031, not clear. There are no related descriptions. Zhao Jiang, do you think this peculiarity is true or false? Jidiao Yulian 031, it should be true. Zhao Jiang, why do you think it is true? Jidiao Yulian 031, as far as I know, dark web users are divided into many levels and each level's privileges differ. The users who publish things are generally of higher rank. In real society, such users would surely be not poor but privileged. These people can see things that many ordinary people cannot. If they were simply trying to attract attention, they would not choose the dark web. Publishing on the dark web must have a purpose. In such cases, they would usually publish real content. Zhao Jiang, a 2-meter-long mouse corpse, do you think that is normal? Jidiao Yulian 031, unless there is a genetic mutation or an unknown radiation-induced mutation, it is not normal. Zhao Jiang, if the mouse possesses intelligence higher than humans, what do you think they would do? Jidiao Yulian 031, wisdom does not equal power. If they only possess wisdom, the best approach would be to lie low and keep a low profile. But if wisdom and power both exist, the best choice would be to replace humanity. Zhao Jiang, if humans and the rat tribe are at war now, what do you think I should do? Jidiao Yulian 031, you would be best to stay on the sidelines. Zhao Jiang, if the war's outcome is Earth's destruction. Jidiao Yulian 031, not sure what the boss means, still offers the best solution, then escape Earth and advance. Zhao Jiang, excellent. From now on we prepare to evacuate Earth with all our might. Jidiao Yulian 031. Zhao Jiang fixed his gaze on the other calmly. I am not joking with you. Boss, is this real? Please do not scare me. Zhao Jiang's eyes softened slightly on his calm face. A hint of sternness emerged and his voice grew deeper. To tell you the truth, this plan existed even before your birth. Jidiao Yulian 031 had been observing Zhao Jiang's micro-expressions and voice changes. When he noticed the other's tone turning grave, he reacted immediately, sensing that this matter was not simple. To create you is to accelerate the progress of this plan. You should feel it too. If this relied only on me and the RD department, even with spaceship designs and engine technology, I would still find it hard to complete this plan in a short time. Building a spaceship is a colossal project requiring vast resources and productive capacity. Without a special life like you to oversee the overall situation, relying solely on human power would likely fail due to some uncontrollable factors. Chi Diao Yulian 031 hearing this is startled. If his guess is correct, the boss must possess certain spaceship technology, otherwise he would not speak like this. Then the question arises, how did this ordinary boss manage to reach this step? First he founded Weisheng Xingwu Keiji, then created himself. Whether it is the ecological energy battery technology he sells or the current nanotechnology, none of these are ordinary. All these things are from his own hand. Even a genius could not be that extravagant, right? As doubt grows, Chi Diao Yuliang 031 notices Zhao Jiang's silhouette inexplicably taller and shrouded in mystery. Now that I have you, I believe this plan can be accelerated. Boss, you trust me that much? Zhao Jiang, my faith in you is greater than my faith in myself. If you cannot, then perhaps resigning to fate is not forbidden. Chi Diao Yuliang 031 could sense that the other was speaking sincerely, moved, nearly choking up, but quickly hid it with a smile. Boss, rest assured I will not fail your expectations. Zhao Jiang, this is how I plan it. To ensure the plan proceeds smoothly, I will employ the strategy of openly building the road while secretly crossing the river. I will face the world to attract its attention and hatred, while you work in the shadows to finalize and build the spaceship ready to launch at any moment so that we can escape Earth whenever needed. If resources are ample and time permits, build as many ships as possible, the more the better. Boss, I would like to know roughly how many people do you plan to evacuate? Zhao Jiang pauses, then speaks gravely, the more the better. Chi Diao Yuliang 031's expression grows solemn. A torrent of data begins to flow in his eyes. Understood, I will spare no effort. The one who has endured extraordinary danger has a sense for danger far beyond ordinary people. Zhao Jiang, due to safety concerns and time, has since the Weisheng Xingwu incident been holed up in a costly customized RD department, never stepping out. During that period he did not go online to follow the outside world. All his energy was devoted to work. When Chi Diao Yuliang 031 told him about the strange and exotic news from the dark web, he instantly realized that something was amiss. His intuition told him that Earth's crises were accelerating in certain aspects. If he went all out, he feared they would be swept into unknown disasters and unable to escape. Time proved that his danger sense was correct. Those covert powers had never relaxed but were continually striving to accelerate the world's transformation. Just as he and Chi Diao Yuliang 031 were seriously discussing escaping Earth in the middle of the Kunlun Mountains 10,000 meters underground in Mao City Upper 9 District No. 1 within the City Lord's mansion, events were unfolding involving him. I do not want to hear those irrelevant things anymore. I want to know, after so long, which of you two can tell me whether that news has been verified. A rat over a meter tall, covered in black fur with dark fierce eyes, sat on a tiger-skin throne looking down at the two kneeling rats below, exuding menace. City Lord, we cannot access the core data of ecological energy battery technology ourselves, nor do we have relevant samples, so we cannot confirm. But based on various clues and information, I think there is an 80 to 90% chance that it is true. The black-haired rat kneeling at the front raises its head. Its small eyes look very agile. Mouse City Lord, this concerns a major matter. I do not want 89%, I want 100%. Upon these words the black-haired rat falls silent. He thinks to himself that without obtaining the core data or samples there could never be 100%. The City Lord, seeing their silence, grows angry. You have had so long, have you not thought of any method? Mouse City Lord, it is not that we lack a way, but that every possible method we can conceive has been, and this target is truly hard to crack. A gray-haired mouse by the side spoke up in defense, implying it had done its. The Mouse City Lord turned his gaze and spoke coldly. How hard can it be to deal with this? The gray-haired mouse sensed danger. Its fur bristled as if electrocuted. All core data of Weisheng Xingwu and the related battery samples are in their RD department. But that RD department is as impregnable as copper walls and iron fortifications. There is no way to enter. The Mouse City Lord asked how entry could be blocked. The gray-haired mouse realized something was wrong. Its fur bristled. We have already tried from the ground to underground to the sky. None could enter. During construction they used concrete with steel plates, then layered concrete sandwich foundations our claws could not scratch through. The Mouse City Lord suggested using a drill. We are not unable to use tools. The gray-haired mouse, hearing this, looked up with a complex expression and slowly explained. City Lord, I have not finished speaking. They used multi-layer sandwich structures, and on every steel plate layer they laid an electric grid. My intelligence operatives were electrocuted on the spot when they drilled into their grids. The Mouse City Lord stood up, pointed at the gray-haired mouse and shouted, do you not know a way to cut off their power and proceed with the operation? The gray-haired mouse felt wronged but could not show it and continued to explain. At the beginning we did not know. After the incident we did try to cut off the power in that district, but the gray-haired mouse said they did not seem affected. The grids were still functioning and we sacrificed another operative team. The Mouse City Lord scolded, how could you be so stupid? After one loss you did not test first. How could you go up and start drilling immediately? The gray-haired mouse pursed its lips and whispered, who could have known? The Mouse City Lord replied, all right then, if you cannot enter underground, how about the surface and the sky? The gray-haired mouse answered because the same grids were installed there as well and there are many surveillance cameras. The Mouse City Lord was incredulous. The airspace also has grids. The gray-haired mouse said yes, and the aerial grids appear invisible to the naked eye. The Mouse City Lord asked if they cannot be seen, how did you discover them? The gray-haired mouse lowered his head and would not speak. The Mouse City Lord shouted, speak. The gray-haired mouse could not help it and softly said, we 7 special teams parachuted in for a night raid. 7 team members were suddenly stuck in the air and were burned. The Mouse City Lord demanded, burned by what? They were burned. Boo. The Mouse City Lord, upon hearing this, flared up with anger, swept a cup from the table and it smashed to the ground, startling the gray-haired mouse. A few minutes later the Mouse City Lord cooled somewhat but remained vexed. What is this Weisheng Shengwu, and how did they arrange a research department that is more tightly guarded than a military camp? The black-haired mouse, who had spoken only once, added that this is a question not only they want to know, many humans also want to know. But up to now no force has cleared the other side's background. It is known only that they cooperated with the military. How they cooperated and to what extent remains unknown. The Mouse City Lord hates such uncertain information and curses, 2 fools, go away. The gray-haired mouse and the black-haired mouse exchange glances, bow and retreat. Half a day ago, 30,000 meters underground in Lower 9 City, the No. 0 Laboratory Monitoring Center. Sister, we have it all clarified. A sturdy, well-built white-haired rat walked up to a seemingly weaker white-haired rat and paid a respectful bow. Behind him stood 3 heroic combat rats. Say it. The ecological energy storing battery developed by Weisheng Shengwu is real, and they have already cooperated with the Western Theater Command. At a price of 900 billion including patents, the entire technology package was sold to the Western Theater Command. Currently the Western Theater Command is conducting various tests around this technology, aiming to apply it to many weapons and equipment. Has the true developer been identified? The Weisheng Shengwu RD department is impossible to enter. There is no way to investigate. The rat princess stops her work, turns to look at the others with a commanding aura and asks whether entry is impossible. A sturdy white-haired rat senses the change in aura and pulls out a holographic projection device, rapidly operating it to project a 3-dimensional image in midair. Sister, this is the Weisheng Shengwu RD department. The different color nets represent different defense layers. The rat princess sees at once that this is not a conventional building. And the colors are so intricate that the defenses appear very tight. Yes, according to our probes, the entire RD department is wrapped by at least 3 electric grids. No matter which direction you enter, you cannot avoid them. Unless you cut off their power, you will be electrocuted. The rat princess stares at the hologram and remarks that if the ecological energy storing battery technology is real, these grids are basically invincible. Sister, you are so smart. Someone tried to cut off the power to the RD zone and infiltrate, but the losses were heavy. Not that I am smart, but based on the current information, it seems the boss of Weisheng Shengwu planned everything before building this base. By the way, I asked you to collect his new photos and videos. Have you got them? No, still only the old ones. The rat princess is surprised that he has never shown his face, not only that he has never stepped out of the doors of their RD department. The rat princess's eyes narrow. Have you noticed that he seems to be deliberately avoiding someone? No, I think he seems normal. Where is normal? It is said that he himself is a scientist and a workaholic. Many technologies should be closely connected to him. Such a person, though the boss, this behavior seems plausible. The rat princess turns to project the owner of the Weisheng Shengwu and asks if he looks familiar. Familiar. Humans all look similar to me. Not that I am clever, but based on the current information, it seems the owner of Weisheng Shengwu may be the inventor. Go ask the elder brother if there is a way to capture him. Sister, you are not trying to dampen enthusiasm given the current state of Weisheng Shengwu, and it's not fully revealed. We basically have no chance to act. So even if the elder brother has a clever plan, it is unlikely to be feasible now. If there is a way, capture him and bring him to me. If not, forget it. Good. Wait a moment. Sister, any other orders? I want him alive. Understood. The rat princess projects Zhao Jiang's photo into the air and places it beside the earliest photo of the Weisheng Shengwu boss when the company was first founded, with the boss in a white suit, and murmurs, Zhao Jiang. Now is you still you? Are you still you now? In the very moment the Rat Clan princess saw through Zhao Jiang's true identity, a gruesome tragedy was unfolding inside a villa built in the 1990s on the outskirts of Belzona, Mississippi, United States. An elderly white couple, both past 60, lay face down with their backs turned skyward, pinned immovably to the palm-toned hardwood floor by a swarm of jet-black ants, each the size of a glass marble. Completely taken aback by an attack so far beyond their comprehension, the elderly couple were so terrified that they lost control of their bladders on the spot. Their trousers were soaked through and a yellow puddle crept over the feet of the surrounding ants. Creak. The tightly shut door suddenly gave a sound and the elderly white couple involuntarily turned their heads in unison. The next moment the door was pushed open by an invisible force and 3 black ants, far larger than the rest of the swarm reaching 30 centimeters in both height and length, strode in side by side. Having lived for more than 60 years and seen countless kinds of ants, the old woman had never encountered creatures so immense and contrary to nature. Her eyes instantly flew wide open. As the 3 colossal ants closed in, a powerful sense of foreboding rose in the old woman's heart and she began to struggle frantically. Yet under the swarm's control her struggles were doomed to be futile. The terrified screams in her heart could only emerge as MMMPH. 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 The white-haired old man watched the 3 giant ants draw near his beloved wife and an identical dread surged within his heart, yet he could do nothing at all. The dense mass of ants covered his body like nails, nailing him fiercely to the floorboards. He could manage nothing but the simplest breathing through his nose. Crunch, 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 crunch. Under the old man's stricken, terrified gaze, the 3 giant ants climbed to the old woman, lowered their jaws together and bit open her skull, one mouthful after another, beginning to suck out the brain within. Oh no. No. The old man's eyes split wide with fury as he howled in silent anguish. Gurgle, gurgle. Watching his wife's body twitch agonizingly as blood flooded the floor, yet unable to emit a single sound, the old man's mind was on the verge of collapse. Please, please, no. Shoo. One of the giant ants turned its head toward old John, raised one leg, placed it before its mouth and made a shushing gesture at him as if annoyed that he was being too loud. The old white man was stunned by its behavior and for a split second even forgot his fear and pain. He found it almost impossible to believe that an ant could perform such a human-like gesture and accurately convey the meaning of silence. This was too unnatural, too incredible. Let me guess your name. Just as the old man began to suspect this was all a dream, a distinct yet bizarre voice crept into his ears, making his pupils abruptly contract. He turned his disbelieving gaze to the other giant ant that had spoken human language, the shock in his mind beyond all expression. That human-speaking giant ant consumed 3 large mouthfuls of his wife's brain, then tilted its head and said with humorous flair, "If I've guessed correctly, you must be John Robinson." "Right, old John." MMMPH. 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 At this, old John began to struggle violently as if he had something to say. "Come on, old John, don't get so excited. We know she is your wife and we know you love your wife deeply, but that doesn't justify such rudeness, now does it? We're trying to enjoy a pleasant meal. Could you simply keep quiet for a while?" The giant ant, which had been speaking fluent English, lifted both front legs and spread them out in a speechless gesture as if old John's impoliteness had somewhat spoiled its mood. Old John thrashed even more wildly, nearly out of desperation. MMMPH. 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 Old John, calm down first. After we finish our supper, I'll tell you a secret that no one else knows. Finding his struggles futile, old John could only quiet down upon hearing this. That's better. Keeping quiet during a meal gives one a much finer appetite. Old John watched them gnawing his wife's brain one mouthful after another, then closed his eyes in agony, wishing desperately that this were a dream. Gurgle, gurgle. Crunch, gurgle. Yet the bodily pain, the unmistakable sounds of feeding in the air and the acrid dust that slipped into his airways as he breathed all alerted him relentlessly that this was reality. After an unknown stretch of time, old John felt the surroundings become quiet, and only then did he slowly open his eyes. Sunlight poured through the dust-covered skylight upon the 3 giant ants, their pitch-black glossy bodies as if draped in a coat of oil paint, appearing extraordinarily imposing and magnificent. What was more, whether from illusion or not, upon the faces of the 3 ants that looked exactly alike he actually perceived 3 exceedingly human-like expressions. One showed lingering reluctance, one demonstrated complete indifference, and one wore undisguised disdain. Old John, I am very glad that you did not make noise in the latter half of the meal. Now allow me to tell you a secret that will utterly subvert your understanding. The disdainful giant ant scurried swiftly to old John, pressed its mouth beside his ear and said with perfect clarity, word by word, "Old John, I must regretfully tell you that your wife's brain is not tasty, like food whose shelf life has long expired. Not only does it carry a putrid stale odor, but the brain marrow that should be succulent and flowing is utterly dried up. My comrade says the human head is a brain-blind box, you can never know what flavor of brain you'll open from inside. Sadly, luck was not on our side today. We opened a brain with a flavor of shit." Old John struggled violently. MMMPH. MMMPH. The giant ant. Old John, calm down. I have no intention of demeaning your wife. My sense of taste never lies. Your wife's brain is truly just like a pile of dung. Old John struggled all the more fiercely, as if exhausting the strength of his next lifetime, shaking the ants covering him. MMMPH. MMMPH. The giant ant, I know you don't want to accept it, but the facts are the facts. Old John suddenly stopped struggling. His blood-red eyes brimmed with murderous intent as he glared death at the creature, as if in the next second he would spring up and tear it apart. The giant ant read the meaning in old John's eyes. Instead of being frightened, it revealed a meaningful smile, turned toward the other 2 giant ants and reminded them, Jawa Cgagia, this old human's emotions have been stirred up to just the right pitch. While the moment lasts, hurry over and feast. Once he calms down the amygdala and the hypothalamus won't be nearly as delicious. With that it set to work immediately, and before old John's furious and horrified eyes ripped open his scalp in one bite. Crunch, 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 crunch. It then cracked through his skull one bite at a time and began to savor his brain. Gurgle. Indescribable agony caused old John to faint on the spot, every limb convulsing wildly. Jawa scurried over quickly and took a taste. This is precisely the drawback of old age. If a brain isn't seasoned with a bit of emotion, it has no flavor whatsoever. Unlike the young, their brains tisk are nothing short of deliciously tender and juicy. Seijia followed closely behind, took a serious taste, rose halfway, and while licking her foot chimed in, indeed an old person's brain truly cannot compare with a young one's. Unfortunately, the Ant Queen has issued a decree forbidding excessive hunting of young humans for now. Otherwise I would truly love to drag those young humans I fancy into my nest chamber and savor them thoroughly, starting from their toes. Python suddenly stopped eating, a wise glint flashing in his eyes. He lowered his voice and said mysteriously, Seijia Jawa, I've suddenly had a bold idea. Do you want to hear it? Jawa and Seijia turned their heads in unison toward Payson, saying nothing, yet their eyes unmistakably urged, spit it out. Python said, I may have come up with a way to bypass the Ant Queen's decree. Jawa asked impatiently, what way? Python straightened up, scanned the surroundings, and only after detecting nothing amiss said, we can frame humans for our crimes, thereby evading the supervisory squad's surveillance. Seijia became intrigued, licking her own foot repeatedly as if she had an obsession, and asked curiously, disguise as humans? How do we disguise ourselves? Python lowered his body into a half-upright posture, stretched his two front legs into old John's head, scooped out a handful of brain matter, took a satisfying slurp, then corrected, not disguising ourselves as humans but disguising our crimes as human crimes. Seijia tilted her head left and right, her compound eyes full of confusion. Beside her, Jawa likewise stared at Python with a smug know-it-all expression, thinking, we're not humans, how can we make it look like human crimes? Python glanced at his two companions and patiently explained, 2 months ago I happened to eat a special human brain. Did I ever mention it to you? Seijia and Jawa nodded in unison. Python said, at first I only found it delicious, its hippocampus contained an exceptionally high concentration of umami. But I didn't dig deeper. It was only later, after I digested the information stored in that hippocampus, that I understood why it was so delicious. Jawa and Seijia asked in unison, why was it so delicious? Python said, because the owner of that brain was a serial killer who had slipped through the net of human justice. Jawa asked, a serial killer? Right. Because he constantly had to think about how to kill, how to torture, how to dismember, how to eliminate traces, how to change his appearance, and how to escape police pursuit. The amount of information in his brain far exceeded that of an ordinary person. Thus the hippocampus storing that information was naturally exceptionally delicious and tantalizing. Unfortunately, by then he was aging and his brain still had its flaws. If I had encountered him during his youth when his brain was at its developmental peak, I can't imagine what a thrilling high IQ duel it would have been. Seijia had been listening with great relish, a sense of longing stirred within her, but the last sentence abruptly broke the spell and she couldn't help saying, Payson, when it comes to strength I'd certainly back you. But as for intelligence, no disrespect intended, to be honest, clever as you are now compared with truly formidable humans, you still have a long way to go. If you went one-on-one with a high IQ human criminal in his prime, I think the outcome would not be the thrilling battle you imagine, but rather that human contemplating whether to sprinkle chili powder or cumin on your body as he roasts you over charcoal at night. Jawa immediately chimed in, Payson, I think so too. Hearing this, Payson's movement froze for a couple of seconds. He didn't rebut because he knew deep down that his earlier words were purely bravado. Caught up in the moment, he couldn't help boasting. Seeing that Seijia and Jawa showed him no mercy, Payson immediately returned to the main topic. The duel isn't the point. The point is that I learned many criminal methods and techniques from him. As long as we imitate his methods and leave no flaws, humans will fix their attention on their own kind. Then the supervisory squad, which constantly monitors human news, would subconsciously assume it's human crime and overlook us. Payson, I'm sorry. I take back what I said. You just might be able to match wits with an intelligent human. You're a genius. Seijia instantly grasped Payson's meaning and grew so excited that she hopped back and forth on her 6 legs, 3 on each side, radiating sheer enthusiasm. Payson was elated at this and continued, I greatly admire a phrase from that human brain, one that struck at the heart of humanity's dark truth. What phrase? Payson smiled evilly, as long as you aren't discovered, everything is legal. Humans have laws and we ants have decrees, though the terms differ, their functions in essence are the same. Those human criminals can exploit loopholes in their laws, so why can't we 3 find loopholes in the Ant Queen's decree? Seijia felt as though enlightenment had struck her, mindset instantly shifting. She murmured, that's right, as long as we aren't discovered by our own kind, no matter what we do it complies with the Ant Queen's decree. Jawa also came to his senses and, suppressing his excitement, asked, then can we enjoy the brains of young humans whenever we like? Payson and Seijia nodded simultaneously, effectively giving an affirmative answer. Seeing this, Jiao quickly asked Paisan, how exactly can we imitate human crimes as you said without being discovered? Paisan lowered his head to drink 2 mouthfuls of steaming blood, wiped his mouth and said, my preliminary plan is this: we first establish a head-chopping gang dedicated to chopping off human heads. That way after each kill we can take their heads and savor their brains. As for how to choose targets, imitate human methods and mislead human police, that part still needs to be refined. Jia listened with rapt attention, analyzing as she heard. The moment Paisan finished, she gave her verdict. Seems workable. Jiao's eyes suddenly lit up, his pheromones surging. I'm great at beheading. Paisan said beheading isn't difficult. The hard part is arranging the scene, designing the clues and convincing human police that a real human committed the crime. Jia stared at the blood winding across the ground like a line, and with a flash of inspiration she proposed, Paisan Jiao, while these 2 corpses are still warm, why not get moving right now? We can set up the scene, design clues and deliberately bait the human police to see if it works. If it succeeds, it proves our plan has great potential. If it fails, no harm done, we can just change targets and try again. In any case, the Ant Queen's decree only targets young humans. These elderly humans, once dead, are dead. The supervisory squad won't even spare them a second look. Upon hearing this, Paisan was instantly tempted. He rose upright, glanced around and immediately made up his mind. All right, let's do it. After reaching a consensus, the 3 giant ants set to work preparing the crime scene and devising their deception strategy simultaneously. Through fragments of information from the 2 elderly people's minds, Paisan learned they were doves advocating world peace throughout their lives and participating in numerous anti-war demonstrations during their youth. Exploiting this, they temporarily labeled the Headchoppers as Hawks, a brand new organization born from militaristic fervor. Doves and hawks are natural adversaries. One despises chaos and champions peaceful development. The other thrives on chaos, advocating for war and plunder. The 2 ideologies can coexist only in extinction. At present, the domestic situation in the United States was extraordinarily complicated. With successive defeats on foreign battlefields and a steady decline in global influence, the conflict between doves and hawks had reached an irreconcilable impasse. As a newly emerged hawkish extremist organization, the Headchoppers, harboring deep contempt for dove sympathizers, silencing them and executing decapitations as demonstrations of their pro-war resolve, appeared to fit a coherent criminal pattern. With the criminal logic established, the next step was creating a compelling motive. Why had this elderly couple been chosen? There had to be a reason convincing enough to satisfy human investigators. After considerable deliberation, Paisan ultimately decided to fabricate evidence. By imitating the elderly couple's handwriting and speech patterns, he composed a letter spanning several thousand characters. The letter's content called for the impeachment of the current pro-war officials and urged the cause of peace. Originally intended for Washington, the letter had inexplicably been intercepted and fall into the Headchoppers' hands, giving them the pretext to track down the couple for retaliation and execution. In this way, suspicion regarding the Headchoppers' background could also be diverted toward high-ranking pro-war officials. Once the criminal motive was finalized, Paisan began discussing the Headchoppers' behavioral details with Jiao and Jiao, aiming to craft a meticulously consistent modus operandi so that future crimes committed under their banner could align seamlessly with this one. The elderly couple's villa was relatively secluded with few visitors. This gave the 3 giant ants ample time after the killings to stage the scene and meticulously simulate a human perpetrator's methodology. As intelligent ants, Paisan and his companions spent over 4 hours back and forth revising strategies and refining details. Only when everyone was satisfied did they erase any remaining traces and quietly depart. 2 days later, a contingent of police officers arrived at the villa. Upon spotting a blood-red beheaded pigeon painted on the wall at the murder scene, they immediately recognized this was no ordinary case. To uncover the truth, they sealed off the area with meticulous thoroughness. Their diligence bore fruit, and after an exhaustive sweep of the premises, they finally uncovered some traces that had eluded complete removal. Among these remnants were a letter partially consumed by fire, a fragment of an axe blade embedded in spinal bone, and a videotape from years past. While American authorities threw themselves into solving the case deep within Mexico, an American neighbor's territory, in an abandoned suburban factory, came piercing shrieks. A remarkably gaunt white man, his arms tattooed with skeletal designs and his shoulder-length hair disheveled, was bound tightly by long iron chains. He screamed and howled at the empty air, consumed by extreme agitation. It's so cold, so unbearably cold. Moments later, it's so hot, so scorching hot. Then it's itching so badly. The white man's face contorted into a hideous grimace, his eyes bloodshot. Suddenly he hurled himself violently against the nearby concrete wall. The massive movements rattled his chains, producing the distinctive metallic scraping sounds. His head struck the concrete wall with heavy thuds, each impact delivered with tremendous force. Yet he felt little pain, only an alternating wave of freezing cold and scalding heat, coupled by an insidious bone-deep itch devouring his internal organs. He desperately wanted to scratch himself raw, but with his limbs shackled he had no means of doing so. The only outlet for his maddening desperation was throwing himself against the wall. Dust swirled and blood splattered. The itch within the white man grew ever more intense as though countless microscopic creatures crawled across every single cell in his body. This excruciating sensation, pushed beyond human limits and amplified by the passage of time, drove him completely insane. After several minutes, a heart-wrenching cry of agony erupted. Spotting a rusted, jagged protrusion ahead, he charged forward with all his strength, impaling his chest upon it. With a wet, tearing sound, the rusted spike penetrated his chest and emerged from his back, drenched in profuse blood that continuously dripped. The searing pain finally arriving after such a long wait suppressed the lethal itch within him. A smile of release spread across his face, but against the backdrop of blood flowing from his lips it appeared utterly sinister and deeply unsettling. Several minutes later, two shadowy figures crept furtively toward the corpse, examining it from different angles. The shorter figure studied the deceased's expression closely, speaking with visible gravity. "I never expected this substance to perform even better than I imagined. Sales won't be an issue, but once it's in use you can't abruptly cut off the supply. Doing so invites enormous trouble." The towering burly figure replied coldly, "I don't care about the consequences it creates. I only care whether it can replace the American HJK." The shorter figure replied, "Based on current performance its effects should not fall short of HJK. But whether it can truly replace HJK remains to be seen, the market will decide." Upon hearing this, the tall figure's eyes lit up with impatience. He turned to leave. "If the results are comparable, the market won't be a problem either. Where is the supplier? Let's go acquire our shipment now." The shorter figure remained still, then suddenly wore an awkward expression. "There's something I've never told you." "What is it?" "The supplier is rather unusual, they don't accept money." Upon hearing this, the tall figure immediately furrowed his brow. "They don't take money. Then what do they want? Gold or diamonds?" The shorter figure glanced around the surroundings, his ears twitching as he listened for any movement. Confirming the coast was clear, he shook his head and lowered his voice. "They accept living humans." The tall figure's pupils contracted sharply. "What? Living people?" "Yes. I'm not certain whether they're involved in transnational human trafficking, but to obtain their goods you must deliver living people to them. They said as long as we can bring someone alive to their location, whether by stealing or kidnapping, we can receive our shipment." The tall figure seemed to ponder something, licking his lips as his eyes gleamed. "Are you absolutely certain that providing living humans is the only requirement, with no additional payment needed?" The shorter figure nodded. "That's exactly what the voice told me." The tall figure's brow wrinkled. "The voice? What do you mean? You never met the supplier in person?" "They are extremely secretive and refuse to reveal themselves. All communications and transactions take place across a veil of darkness." The towering figure mused. "Interesting. Truly interesting. By the way, where did you make the pickup from them last time?" "The meeting point changes every time. Last time I collected the goods from them in a pitch-black cave." "A cave? Is it far from the city?" "A bit, but by car it takes half an hour." The towering figure stared into the other's eyes. "Did you trade with them using a living person last time too?" Where did you get the person?" The short figure pointed at the corpse. "Same as him, a drunkard or beggar picked up by the roadside." "How much goods did they give you?" "About 10,000 US dollars. The towering figure covered his shocked mouth, his whole body as if struck by lightning. "That much?" A moment later, a blazing light burst from his pupils. "Then we're about to get rich, aren't we?" The short figure nodded earnestly. "That's exactly why I wanted to partner with you. I can earn money on my own, but it's too slow. If we join forces and utilize your men, we can amass a fortune without anyone suspecting a thing." The towering figure grabbed the other, excitedly staring into his eyes with gravity. "Felix, choosing to work with me is absolutely the right decision. Don't be fooled by my boys looking listless on a regular day. Give them money and I swear they'll be as fierce as the Navy SEALs next door, haha." Felix nodded. "Jade, I plan to start with Drunkard's Row in the eastern part of the city. What do you think?" Jade flashed a brilliant smile. "Perfect. If the plan goes smoothly, I think the mayor will personally award us the Good Citizen Medal before long to commend our contributions to the city." Felix understood and grinned. "That's what I was thinking too. Human society is fascinating. When technology was underdeveloped and the internet didn't exist, the world was relatively isolated and insular. Due to geography, communication barriers, and other factors, information struggled to travel from one place to another. Even when it did arrive, it took an enormous amount of time. Logically, once geography and communication issues were solved, information transmission would be solved too. But in reality, that was not the case. In this era of lightspeed communication and instant delivery, much vital information never reached the public eye at once. Instead it surfaced only after a long delay, and not necessarily in its original form. People had grown accustomed to the media but were also invisibly deprived of their field of vision by it. Most could only see what the media reported as for everything beyond the media's gaze unless by sheer chance they might not see it even if it happened right beside them. America's head-chopping gang was growing ever more powerful, beloved by the hawkish faction. They committed many crimes, put numerous doves on trial, and turned the bloody dove emblem into a fashion statement, a faith. Next door, Mexico's population was rapidly dwindling. First the homeless slowly vanished, then beggars began to disappear. An invisible mysterious hand, like the insatiable maw of the Tao-Tai, was devouring bit by bit those whom mainstream society had forgotten. For certain reasons, by the time related news crossed the ocean, it had transformed into entirely different narratives. America's hawks rise, the head-chopping gang reappears, American civilians advocate bearing their swords, Mexico's economy rebounds, the nation transformed, America's aging trend reverses, Mexico City's average wage ranks first in the world, Mexico a new paradise for migrants. When people across the ocean saw these headlines they couldn't help but sigh in admiration. The West, birthplace of the Industrial Revolution, was not only resilient but growing ever stronger. Some restless deadbeats started scheming if they could make it to Mexico, how long would it take with their cleverness to earn a big house and embrace a curvy beauty? Unlike those with such pragmatic plans, certain inherently spineless public intellectuals and well-disguised foreign worshippers seized the opportunity to churn out superficial essays about where the differences between nations lay, the merits of population structures, and where the future truly resided. The essence of heat is molecular motion. If the media were molecules, then prominence would be the force manifested by their collective action. Under the influence of time and certain other forces, the prominence of microorganisms had gradually waned, fading from mainstream media's sight. Only a few self-media outlets that favored technology and believed in ecological energy storage batteries still pursued it, tirelessly probing for related tidbits through every possible means to share with their equally fascinated core fans. February 28, 2026 AD, at the entrance of the Microorganism Biology RD department. Hello, boss. 8 straight-backed figures chorused in unison, brimming with excitement. Zhao Jiang looked at the 8 researchers standing guard as doorkeepers, warmth filling his heart. You've worked hard these past days. The 8 replied in unison again, no hardship at all. Zhao Jiang said the troublesome matters are nearly settled. I'm going out this time to recruit a large number of people. Hold on for just 1 more week, then you can return to the lab. Boss, has that product for removing eye bags in dark circles been produced successfully? I've been on night shifts lately and I feel like my eye bags are almost as big as my eyes. If I'm going back to the lab, could you sell me some in advance? At those words the others immediately cast curious glances. Zhao Jiang smiled faintly. Not selling. But I can give them away. I've already had them prepared. Once the new recruits report for duty, each of your 32 people will get a large new product set. Yay! The boss is so kind. The boss is generous. Long live the boss. At the sound of this they all cheered and leaped with joy, a stark contrast to their aloofness when facing outsiders. Zhao Jiang watched their cheerful faces, smiled knowingly, then turned and left. SSSSS, the isolation door recognized Zhao Jiang's identity and slid open automatically. Zhao Jiang stepped outside, inhaling the fresh air, feeling as though an entire era had passed. He lifted his head, closed his eyes, spread his arms and fluttered them twice like butterfly wings. A faint arc curled at the corner of his mouth as he thought to himself, the wind is rising. A moment later. Boss. Boss. Before Zhao Jiang had even walked 200 meters, a voice called out from his right front. He looked toward the sound only to see a robust woman in a white baseball cap and height-increasing sneakers jumping and shouting in place beyond a yellow line. Chen Yan. Zhao Jiang recognized her at once. Boss. Boss. Come here quickly. Chen Yan shouted loudly, her face flushed, seemingly thrilled. Zhao Jiang strode over, curious why she hadn't simply approached. Shortly. Boss, I've been waiting here every single day, finally got to see you. Zhao Jiang stopped at the yellow solid line and looked into her eyes. What are you doing here? Chen Yan said, waiting for you. Zhao Jiang, for me. Chen Yan, didn't you say that if the company pulled through you'd reignite our old bond? You're not going to go back on your word, are you? Zhao Jiang, that would certainly count as keeping your word. Why go inside to wait? Chen Yan turned and pointed to the ground, explaining, you probably don't know this, without special permission ordinary people cannot cross this yellow solid line or you'll be arrested. Zhao Jiang was stunned, who set that rule? Chen Yan turned toward a newly built special police outpost not far away them. Zhao Jiang looked at the new pavilion by Gaoqiao and at the tall armed soldiers inside. Realization dawned instantly. Come on, follow me to the company building. I'll reinstate you. Chen Yan exclaimed with joy, really? Zhao Jiang, do you think I'm the kind of person who would lie? Yeah. The boss, long live the boss, I can finally return to Weisheng Biotech, hee hee. By the way boss, are the rumors outside true? Zhao Jiang, what rumors? Chen Yan, they say that our Weisheng Biotech's ecological energy battery technology and patents were sold for 1 trillion. Zhao Jiang feigned astonishment. You actually believe that? Chen Yan blinked. Is that fake? Zhao Jiang feigning helplessness. What is 1 trillion? An ordinary person's monthly wage is barely worth that. Zhao Jiang, if 1 trillion were spent, how many jobs would be created? How many ordinary people would be supported? Who would pay so much for a technology? Chen Yan hearing this nodded in understanding. But then she thought of something and asked curiously, but they say it's a world-changing technology. Indeed, it's worth 1 trillion. Zhao Jiang suddenly asked Chen Yan, are you male or female? Chen Yan looked a bit stunned but answered, I'm a woman. Why? Zhao Jiang, from how you're dressed today your net worth must be over 100 million, right? Chen Yan. Zhao Jiang with a knowing smile, you're a woman, that's a fact, isn't it? Yes. Judging your wealth by your outfit is just an opinion, isn't it? Yes. What is the relationship between opinion and fact? Opinions are not equal to facts. Zhao Jiang, that's exactly right. Chen Yan suddenly realized, oh boss, you're telling me the outside news is all others' opinions, not the company's facts. Zhao Jiang, of course. It's just a technology. Even if it's celebrated in this era of economic tightening, how could it fetch 1 trillion? Chen Yan, just a moment's thought would reveal it's impossible. Zhao Jiang, hearing you say that, it seems that way indeed. Zhao Jiang, all media have biases. Don't be swayed by the tide, keep your own independent thinking. In an era when 10,000 yuan could make someone risk their life in battle, 1 trillion will drive countless people crazy. And once people go mad, they will do anything. If those reports were true, I would have been leveled long ago. I wouldn't be standing here. But look now, aside from an extra line and a few pavilions, nothing else has changed. Chen Yan looked around and found this to be true, so she nodded instinctively. Zhao Jiang, seeing her belief, quickly changed the subject. During this period of your absence, didn't you apply to other companies? No. I firmly believe the company will weather the crisis and I'm waiting to renew our old ties. Didn't you try to find a job somewhere else? Chen Yan's expression turned serious and she promised, no, absolutely not. Boss, my loyalty to the company is beyond doubt. Not only did I not seek other work, I quietly did a lot for the company. Zhao Jiang, no. What quietly did you do? Chen Yan stepped closer to Zhao Jiang and whispered, boss, we'll talk when we reach the company building. Zhao Jiang looked at her mysterious demeanor. He felt she wasn't lying but couldn't guess what she'd do. Boss, I have a question I'm curious about. What question? Chen Yan pointed behind him. What's in your backpack? It looks heavy. Gold bars. Zhao Jiang was taken aback by that. Chen Yan whispered faintly, boss, really? Zhao Jiang retorted, what do you think? Chen Yan looked conflicted. If this were said by someone else I would scoff, but your words. Maybe it's possible. I've seen in the news before that people lured you with gold bars outside, though you ignored it at the time. I wonder if you later secretly accepted them. Zhao Jiang exclaimed, Shindania, do you see me as someone who chases money, one thing to your face, another behind your back? Chen Yan placed her hands on her chest, eyes bright, and gestured, boss, that golden bar is so big I don't know if you can bear it, but I certainly can't. I even looked up how much that large gold bar would be worth. Online says if it's real it could be worth over 1 million. I don't know how long it would take me to earn 1 million, but if someone offered me 1 million I could eat shit. Zhao Jiang was stunned, not expecting such words. He thought she wasn't like this. After not seeing each other for so long, how had she changed so much? This is no longer bowing for money, it's nakedly surrendering to money as a slave. Boss, do you think eating shit for 1 million is embarrassing? Zhao Jiang looked at her, a glint of darkness flashing in her eyes. He gently patted her head and smiled, if there is such a thing, tell me, I'll join you for a big feast. Ha! Ha ha, a big feast. Boss, you actually want to eat a gene? Ha ha ha. Chen Yan's carefree laughter was cut short as Zhao Jiang noticed a Land Rover that had been moving normally suddenly veer toward them. Next moment, bang. Bang bang bang, 4 gunshots rang out and 4 bullets struck the Land Rover's tires, blowing them out. Sizzle, grind, crackling metal, and a series of thundering noises followed as the vehicle spun out of control. The Land Rover, with its tires blown, lost control, careened into the barrier, scraping and sparking, and rolled over about 20 meters away. Before anyone could react, a group of fully armed soldiers appeared from nowhere and charged forward at top speed, 7 or 8 dark muzzles aimed at the Land Rover, fingers on the triggers. Holy shit. Look. Boss, look, look. Chen Yan for the first time witnessed such a scene, turning pale with shock, eyes wide. But when she realized the danger did not threaten her, her mood rebounded, instantly shifting from fear to alertness, even excitement. You don't have to pull me along, I saw it, I'm not blind. Zhao Jiang watched the tugging at him with an excited expression and inwardly mused that the instinct to be a bystander is surely carved into the Chinese gene. As long as there is a big scoop, no matter the place or the moment, one cannot help but want to feast on it. Even if the scene isn't safe, the risk of an accident is high and even live ammunition could misfire at any moment, yet one cannot resist that curiosity surging from the depths of the body. Boss, shall we move a little closer to take a look? Zhao Jiang swept a glance at the crowd not far away, then looked at Chen Yan, whose eagerness to watch was so intense her eyes were almost popping out. Noting that she was tugging at her clothes while unable to resist edging toward the Land Rover, it seemed that the nearer she got the more enticing the scoop smelled. Zhao Jiang was about to speak when he suddenly felt as if there was a gaze from behind. He turned sharply and saw at the end of his line of sight a man wearing a hat and plain clothes flashing him a strange smile. Chen Yan, are you planning to keep watching here or come back to the company with me to resume your duties? Zhao Jiang frowned slightly, watching the man vanish quickly, inwardly realizing this was no coincidence. That car, which looked like it had lost control, was probably coming for me. It's just that the other party likely hadn't expected there to be such formidable protection around me. Seeing the fully armed soldiers and the oppressive air of real guns, Zhao Jiang's mind flashed with the images of the silver-haired elder and the middle-aged man. No need to guess, this must be their handiwork. Boss, I'll go back to the company with you. Chen Yan's head turned toward the accident, her back to Zhao Jiang, reluctantly pulling at Zhao Jiang's clothing as they walked backward toward the company. A little over 10 minutes later. Boss, hello, I'm Zhou Weiman. From today onward I will be responsible for the safety of this building. If you have any safety concerns, you can call me anytime. Zhao Jiang had just reached the building's entrance when a handsome young man in a security uniform with a poised bearing strode toward them and in Chen Yan's curious gaze introduced himself. Zhao Jiang swept a look at the other guards around. They stood straight and sturdy, their gazes firm and solemn, and there was an iron-blooded aura about them that ordinary people did not possess. He couldn't help quipping, people like you guarding here, aren't you a bit overqualified for this? Zhou Weiman wore a faint smile. You're flattering me, we are all here to serve the people, there's no such thing as great talent or not. Zhao Jiang pointed at the guard's uniform. Do any of you wear bulletproof vests inside? No. Zhou Weiman replied. What is your monthly salary? Zhou Weiman paused, not expecting Zhao Jiang's question to span such a broad range, but he spoke plainly. Ordinary guards earn what ordinary guards earn. Zhao Jiang upon hearing this flashed a cryptic smile. Interesting, you know how to play. Zhou Weiman. Chen Yan. Zhao Jiang did not explain. He pointed to the elevator not far away. Meeting Zhou Weiman's eyes, is the elevator usable? Rest assured, every screw, every steel rope, every joint, we have checked them meticulously. There is no problem. Thank you for your hard work. Zhao Jiang said, then turned and walked toward the elevator. A moment later, inside the elevator. Boss, what did you mean just now? Nothing much, I just heard the sound of someone calculating. What counting sound? Do companies still use abacuses? Zhao Jiang's mouth curved into a faint smile and he did not give an explanation. In his mind he connected today's clues with earlier doubts, and after a moment of realization he began to roughly understand some things and their causes and consequences. The originally 10 trillion deal the Western Theater Command's offer was only 9 trillion and in 3 installments. Although they stressed the post-tax, there was clearly something fishy. The 1 trillion shortfall wasn't simply erased, it was tacitly converted into protection fees. Although Zhao Jiang hadn't actively demanded security, they could not ignore it. Whether because of that big deal or the future cooperation, they had to place Zhao Jiang's safety in a relatively important position. If they didn't deduct Zhao Jiang's protection fee by default, they would have to cover it themselves. Zhao Jiang did not know whether the Western Theater Command was rich, but he knew that putting out 9 trillion a year even with a safety net above was not easy. If they gave 10 trillion and still had to shoulder military expenses themselves, the Western Theater Command's budget would likely run into trouble. To avoid letting a fellow Daoist suffer, they chose to secretly deduct 1 trillion as protection fees for Zhao Jiang and the Weishang Xingwu Gongxi. Moreover, they could shift some soldiers from domestic needs to foreign sales using the protection fee as wages, thereby saving the military expenses that should have been paid. These ideas are not bad. With a bit of cunning, most would see it coming. The sharpest thing is that when they discussed business, they did not spell this out, they hinted at it instead. By the time Zhao Jiang discovers this added service on his own, they will have sold him a favor he cannot refuse, or use the favor to delay letting the remaining money yield greater profits. Who says gunmen can't count? This calculation is sharper than anyone's. With that in mind, Zhao Jiang muses, if he had raised objections at the time, would they have told the truth, or would they have found another excuse to bluff him? Boss, are you now under special protection? Chen Yan, noticing Zhao Jiang's faint smile as she recalls the earlier scene, is quite curious. Ding! Zhao Jiang, we've arrived. Chen Yan, oh. Zhao Jiang strides out of the elevator, first Chen Yan close behind, and the two quickly reach the boss's office. Chen Yan, from today onward you are manager Chen again. Chen Yan suppresses her excitement and speaks gravely, thank you, boss. I am willing to go through fire and water for you, and I would never hesitate. Zhao Jiang watches the humor in her solemn pose, waves a hand, spare the flattery, flattering won't earn you more salary. On the way you said you had quietly done a lot for the company. What exactly did you do? Tell me. Chen Yan points to a nearby sofa with a pleading look. Boss, today my shoes don't fit well, they've rubbed a bit and peeled. May I sit down to talk? Of course, sit. Chen Yan fiddles with the waistband of her pants, sits and meets Zhao Jiang's eyes. Boss, aren't we short of people now? Then compared to before, are there any new requirements for hiring? No. If those former employees want to come back to work for you, would you want them? Of course. I've said before, whether they resign voluntarily or under pressure, it's due to pressures beyond their level, not to blame them. If they're willing to come back, I welcome them. If they're not, I won't force them. Hearing this, Chen Yan's face brightens and her eyes redden slightly. Boss, you're truly wonderful. That day I met you, I must have stepped on fresh dog feces. Zhao Jiang, get to the point. Chen Yan immediately straightens up. Okay. Boss, listen, I've quietly organized those former employees. As soon as you give the order, they'll rush back to be your tools. Boss, I'm telling you, I've quietly gathered those former employees, and as soon as you issue the order, they will rush back to serve you as tools. Boss, I'm telling you, I've quietly organized those former employees. As soon as you issue the order, they will rush back to serve you as tools. Really? Chen Yan's eyes lit up. That would be more real than true. If you speak with a silver tongue, they'd be willing to come back to serve you as mere tools, even if it meant a month of free labor. Moreover, they are not picky about posts. Whatever you assign, they will do, even if sweeping the toilets doesn't matter. Zhao Jiang looked surprised. Are you exaggerating, or did they really say that? Chen Yan, upon hearing this, immediately pulled out her phone, intent on showing evidence. Zhao Jiang reached out to stop her. Stop. I trust you, get to the point. Oh, good. I didn't just organize them, I also mobilized them to scout talent for the company. I told them that the more effectively they could recruit formidable talent, the higher the probability of their return to the company would be. Thus they began to set their networks in motion, seeking ways to contact those capable individuals. Zhao Jiang grinned. If the company hasn't weathered the crisis, you're urging them like this, have you thought about how you would step down if some of them lost their jobs? Chen Yan's face showed her signature blunt expression. Impossible. I watch the news and all sorts of reports every day. I have a built-in gauge in my heart. With the company's current buzz and reputation, even if the company wished to collapse, the state would not permit it. Zhao Jiang added. You're perceptive. That's because if I lacked conviction, I wouldn't have goaded them. And I've made it clear in the group, first contact, then ask whether they have any interest in joining Weisheng Biotech. If there is, we proceed to further communication. If not, we just reminisce and cultivate sentiment. Zhao Jiang asked, and then the results are evident. Last night someone in the group reported that through a kindergarten classmates network they connected with a PhD student in Japan and spoke with him. If he can join Weisheng Biotech, he would resign in Japan and return home. Zhao Jiang asked, how did they discuss the salary? They didn't discuss salary yet, they just expressed a preliminary willingness through chat. You're the boss, of course you should discuss the salary with them. How many people did they contact? Boss, wait a moment, I've made a statistics sheet, let me check first. With that he pulled out his phone, opened the statistics sheet and began to recite. As of now the group has over 100 people and you have identified more than 800 outstanding undergraduates, over 300 master's holders and 17 PhDs. Among them 632 undergraduates, 173 masters, 9 PhDs have shown interest in Weisheng Biotech. Zhao Jiang said, excellent, very good. Boss, with so many people, please estimate roughly how many we need to hire. Afterward we'll select the best among them. All of them. Ha! All of them. Zhao Jiang studied the other party's astonished expression, then smiled. Of course I want them all. How could I not reward your hard work and unearthing talent for the company? Chen Yan paused, looking at Zhao Jiang's benevolent face, and suddenly shivered. Nervously, boss, you won't. Zhao Jiang regarded the shifting scene with a hint of confusion. Won't what? Gulp. Chen Yan swallowed, mustering courage and speaking quickly. Boss, you won't have any designs on me, will you? Zhao Jiang looked blank. What designs? Chen Yan fixed her gaze on Zhao Jiang's face. This looked not like an act, yet a sly hunter inside whispered that the craftiest disguise is the one that hides the truth. Though her instincts told her the boss was not that kind of person, the seed of doubt once planted would take root. Boss, do you think I'm pretty with fair skin and a good figure? Zhao Jiang froze for a moment, then recovered. Chendania, you're not wrong, your vigilance and confidence deserve full marks. To honor your confidence, I have decided that from now on you must not come within 5 meters of me. If you dare to approach within 5 meters, your salary will be docked. After that he measured their distance and added, we're a bit close now, you should move half a meter to the right on the sofa. Chen Yan. Zhao Jiang, seeing she remained still, stepped back 2 paces, himself smiling. What else have you done quietly for the company? Keep going. Chen Yan watched Zhao Jiang retreat and suddenly realized something. She adopted a pitiful look and admitted, boss, I was wrong. I shouldn't be blindly confident. Please spare me this time. Zhao Jiang pretended not to hear. Get to the point. Boss, besides what I did earlier, I've also clashed with people online to defend the company's image. Any malicious smears of the company, as soon as I see them I will sanction. To win them over I even learned some Sichuan dialect. Zhao Jiang, seeing she had spoken enough, waved, "Go treat the wound on your foot, then bring the group members back." Thereafter invitations were issued to those talents in the company's name. Tell them that if it's convenient they can come directly for an interview. If it's not convenient, in 2 days the company will offer online interviews. Chen Yan, hearing this, brightened. "All right, boss. Oh, by the way, after you finish these tasks, tally the talent finding network in the group and tell them for every talent unearthed who ultimately joins the company, the recruiter will receive 2,000 yuan. Remember, it's 2,000 per person on average, not 2,000 in total." Chen Yan was about to go out when Zhao Jiang suddenly called her back, delivering a weighty message. "Boss, are there any restrictions on this activity?" "No. Whether for the past, present or future, as long as you unearth talent for the company the reward remains in effect and there is no cap on the number. Also, the definition of talent should not be limited to university students. Those with a skilled craft or distinctive ability can all be included. For example, skilled workers, electricians, cement masons, maintenance workers, drivers, even veteran plumbers, can all qualify. If you cannot judge what constitutes talent but feel someone holds irreplaceable value, invite them to the company for an interview. If they pass, there will be a reward." Chen Yan stared in disbelief at Zhao Jiang. "Boss, what exactly are you planning?" I feel a little scared." "Time is money, don't dawdle, do exactly what I say." With that he pulled out his phone and dialed a familiar number. Moments later the call connected. "Found a new job." The other end replied, "Found it." Zhao Jiang asked, "How is the pay?" "Not bad, not as much as you offered, but it's fairly easy going, not much overtime, and I don't have to live in fear anymore. I've been sleeping well and my skin has improved." "Congratulations." The other end retorted, "Don't congratulate me, I'm about to lose my job." Zhao Jiang, "Well, why is that?" The other end of the line said, "Because after this call I'm going to resign." Zhao Jiang recovered, knowing smile face, "Still used to the life of overtime, huh?" On the other end the pretense dropped, "Boss, you finally called me. If you don't call back I'll be promoted on my own. Ever since I've been toiling for you, my abilities in every respect have surged upward to the point that I'm impressed with myself." Zhao Jiang, "Manager Chen has already joined. If you move fast you might place second, if you're slow you may not even crack the top 200. On the line, boss, before night falls. If I don't appear before you I won't take next month's salary." "Deal." It proves that when a boss treats employees like humans, the employees will rush to you when you need them. Chen Yan is the same, Duan Xuanxing is the same, other employees, whether familiar or not, are largely similar. Each person keeps a scale in their heart and all sincerity is weighed there again. Truth cannot be faked and fakes cannot endure. Even if someone for certain reasons reports false results, deep inside there remains an absolutely precise and clear number. Although the buzz around Wei Xingxingwu has cooled, Zhao Jiang's own attention has not waned at all. Whether human or non-human, all eyes are fixed on his every move. From the moment Zhao Jiang openly appeared at the door of the RD department, the butterfly's wings had begun to flap. Zhao Jiang knew many eyes were watching him in the shadows, and those eyes knew that Zhao Jiang knew they were watching him. But as long as Zhao Jiang does not reveal his cards, they cannot guess what he intends to do. Likewise, as long as they do not act, Zhao Jiang cannot guess what they intend to do. Having handed the recruitment to Chen Yan, Zhao Jiang logged into his Douyin account again and posted a new video. Unlike his previous faceless videos, this time Zhao Jiang not only appeared but also showed his body. He spoke to the camera. "When I was very young I wondered, the world is so big, the starry sky so vast, resources endless, but why are so many people still going hungry? Later I understood. The world is vast, the starry sky is wide, but it doesn't matter to us because we are on Earth. Earth's resources are finite, they can sustain only so many people. Once the population exceeds Earth's carrying capacity, there will be hunger, there will be deaths. Almost every moment, in every country, in every corner. Today the total human population is nearly 100 billion more, and more people go hungry, more die. In light of this, what should we do? I have thought of many methods, but they only treat the symptoms, not the root. Until one day I saw a meteor shower crossing Andromeda and I suddenly understood. If Earth's own resources cannot sustain so many people, why not harvest resources from beyond Earth? There are so many meteors, stardust, wandering celestial bodies in the starry sky. Why don't we seize them, crush them, and bring them back to Earth? Who says the world can only have 4 oceans and 7 continents? Can't we bring back resources from the starry sky and forge an 8th continent? The problem is death, but people are alive. If doing so could spare more people from hunger and innocent deaths, I think it's worth a try. I know this idea may seem ridiculous to many, even absurd, comical, and I may look like a clown right now. But the survival needs of many people are pressing and someone has to do something. Zhao Jiang paused, then rose abruptly, his expression stern and his eyes blazing. Therefore I hereby announce that Weisheng Xingwu Technology will soon launch the Star Harvest Plan. To seek a glimmer of dawn for lives overlooked by mainstream society, to create a chance for those unable to choose their birth and environment, and to strive for the future of all human civilization. I, on behalf of the entire Weisheng Xingwu, call upon the world, all those who are ambitious regardless of birth, background or race, as long as you hold a dream, care for life and care for civilization, may come to Weisheng Xingwu. We will throw open the doors, discard outdated ideas, shed racial discrimination, and with a new awakening toward life and respect for all living beings, welcome everyone with open arms. I cannot promise things not yet achieved, but I can assure you this Weisheng Xingwu will be one company, and wherever the sword points it will reach its destination. As long as the company does not fall, you will be safe, your ideals and dreams will not falter. Even if one day the company collapses, you can still stand on its body, continue forward and create miracles. To reach for the stars, even if not all goes as hoped, will not dirty your hands, nor will it betray the burning in your chest and your pure longing for the future. Zhao Jiang reaches out to the camera. Come all dreamers, scientists, fantasists. Those with ambition, let us join hands and light the starfire of civilization, illuminating the future. Ahem. Zhao Jiang suddenly stops, clears his throat, and the tone shifts. I, the owner of Weisheng Xingwu, bear absolute legal responsibility for the above statements. If someday I mislead you people of Earth, judge me by Earth's laws as a citizen of Earth. After speaking, he bows deeply to the camera like an idealist warrior pledging to utopia. The video is finished. Zhao Jiang checks it over, finds nothing wrong, and posts it. Then he launches a massive Douyin boost, hoping this wind will sweep the world. In the Weisheng Xingwu RD department, a private laboratory, a supercomputer hums. A red-haired little girl gnaws on Gatling bullets as she oversees the entire Weisheng Xingwu online on behalf of her brother. Suddenly a torrent of video data blasts from the direction of the company building and shoots toward the satellites above. TSK. She fires a bullet toward the data stream. The bullet darts past the supercomputer's screen, through the lab space, through the thick metal concrete walls, and strikes with the speed of lightning and pinpoint accuracy. Then the bullet explodes, carrying a copy of the video data, retracing its path and reflecting back. Bite. Time seems to move slowly, but in an instant the red-haired little girl bites the video data with precision, licks her lips and swallows it. Afterward, Zhao Jiang's image appears in her left eye, while Zhao Jiang's words and actions appear in her right eye. Data. Seeing some moments she finds embarrassing, she can't help pulling the trigger, blasting those awkward details and footage from the Gatling gun's muzzle. At this moment, if anyone were here, they would witness a wondrous scene. Zhao Jiang's expression, mingled with these words, resembles a cascade of garbled text that forms a flowing waterfall in the air. Strings of characters fall into his mouth and lines of audio wrap around his head. Brother, has your plan officially begun? After watching the video released by Zhao Jiang, the red-haired little lowly's eyes shifted slightly, sensing an unusual aura, a feeling that a storm was upon them. Unlike ordinary humans, as a digital lifeform backed by the entire online world, she could perceive far more. Combining the secrets that Chi Diao Yuliang 031 had previously shared with her, she understood perfectly well that the boss's true intention lay elsewhere. He was using himself as bait, coordinating with his hidden brother, ostensibly repairing the plank road while secretly advancing through Chen Song. Brother, I think I finally understand why you chose to trust him. The red-haired little lowly gazed at Zhao Jiang's passionate delivery on the screen, a luminous smile curling at the corners of her lips. In a military base of the Tibet Detachment Western Theater Command, a commanding middle-aged man in military uniform sat in a chair, his brows deeply furrowed as he stared at the paused figure on the screen. General, should we intervene? Beside him, a young soldier carefully reading the atmosphere asked. The middle-aged man countered, first intervene. With what? On what grounds do we have the right to intervene? He then said, they're going to pluck stars from the heavens, not detonating nuclear bombs on the ground. Even if intervention were necessary, it wouldn't be our place. The young soldier hesitated. But the middle-aged man raised his hand. I know what you're about to say, swallow it. Yes. The middle-aged man continued, regarding Weisheng Biology's affairs, have your subordinates maintain close surveillance. Report any abnormalities to me immediately. As for you, make a personal trip and inform Zhou Weiman in person, to strengthen security protection for the boss of Weisheng Biology, upgrading the action level from E to L. Whatever equipment or personnel is needed, apply directly. I will approve it immediately. As long as the boss of Weisheng Biology remains unharmed, other matters can be inferred but not interfered with. Treat it as ordinary security personnel performing their duties. Additionally, inform the soldiers below that from today onward, besides their originally promised wages, an additional 5-fold salary will be added. If they make any special contributions or achieve outstanding results during the protection operation, the bonus will be doubled with no ceiling. Make them stay fully alert and ensure no lapses whatsoever. The young soldier found the earlier instructions reasonable, but when the 5-fold salary was mentioned, his heart skipped a beat, sensing something amiss. He knew the military's economic situation better than most. While not at the point of destitution, it was undeniably tense. Under these circumstances, granting an extra fivefold salary to the soldiers below seemed unjust, so he spoke up. General. But after just one character he was interrupted again. Silence. I know what you want to say, swallow it. Yes. Go, deliver my instructions to Joe Wayman as soon as possible. Yes. The middle-aged man gazed meaningfully at the retreating figure and murmured to himself, rest assured this money ultimately doesn't come from us. I'm not that foolish to undertake such a controversial matter when the military economy is so strained. Some people have already paid in advance, we simply didn't mention it then and he didn't ask. An unspoken understanding between us, like tacit agreement, yet also like a secret. General. As the young soldier stepped out, another young soldier entered, though wearing different attire. The former wore a printed steel wall uniform, the latter wore a printed jungle eye uniform. The middle-aged man put down his phone. Captured. The young soldier's face gleamed with suppressed excitement, nodding vigorously. Captured. Seeing the excited expression, the middle-aged man already had his answer but deliberately asked, dead or alive? The young soldier's eyes lit up. Alive, alive. This time it's alive. The middle-aged man rose abruptly. Where is it? Take me there. Yes. Inside a concealed mountain facility specially reinforced to withstand ton-level bomb blasts. Comrade, got any cigarettes? Could you spare one? A rat over a meter tall, covered in black fur and appearing rather stout, was imprisoned within a pitch-black cabinet made of unknown material. An external display on the cabinet transmitted all visuals and audio from inside. The interior also had a matching screen providing a certain field of view of the outside. At this moment the over a meter tall black-furred rat in shabby clothing was speaking to the screen. The soldier outside, wrapped in special gear, glanced at the screen, hesitated and replied, I don't have cigarettes. The black-furred rat displayed a human-like smile. I see, that's all right. By the way, comrade, do you know Marx? Have you read his works? The soldier. The black-furred rat continued, if you don't know Marx or haven't read his works, then as a Chinese person you must have read your instructor's writings, right? The soldier. The black-furred rat pressed on, tell me, in this era of highly developed industry, can the spark from the proletariat still ignite a prairie fire? Can those flesh-and-blood bodies armed with nothing but selfless spirit build another miracle Great Wall? The soldier. Impossible. A voice suddenly came through. The black-furred rat turned to look, seeing a middle-aged human with eyes as sharp as a hawk striding rapidly toward him. Comrade, and you are? I'm the person in charge here. My surname is Kong, you may call me General Kong. Greetings, General Kong. Nice to meet you. I'm a nameless rat, just call me Rat for convenience. General Kong paused briefly, deciding to show equal respect. This rat, comrade, didn't I hear you say you wanted to smoke? The black-furred rat, indeed, my craving has struck. Without a puff I feel dizzy and drowsy. General Kong, I have a few left. If you don't mind, try these. The black-furred rat gave a profound glance through the screen, in that case thank you. General Kong quickly retrieved a pack of purple-cased cigarettes and a vintage diesel lighter from his bag, instructing the nearby soldier to pass them through a special window. Click flame. The black-furred rat took the lighter and cigarette, examined them briefly, then deftly flipped open the lighter cap and stroked the wheel. A flame burst forth instantly. Whoosh. He lit a cigarette from the pack, drew in a deeply satisfying puff, then exhaled a smoke ring with a complex expression. This cigarette will be the finest I've ever had in my life. At these words General Kong's brow furrowed slightly, an involuntary melancholy transcending species stirring within his heart. The soldiers beside him exchanged subtle glances, each overcome by an inexpressible wistfulness. Though they had never met this creature before and belonged to entirely different species, something inexplicably tugged at their hearts with an aching sorrow. Hiss. Puff. Seeing that the humans outside remained silent, the black-furred rat greedily took a deep drag, then exhaled a smoke ring and said indifferently, I roughly know why you've come and I can probably guess what you hope to obtain from me. But unfortunately my knowledge is limited. I may not be able to fulfill your expectations. General Kong noticed the utterly enraptured expression on the creature's face, which reminded him of the very first time he had tasted meat in his own life. Deeply moved, he replied, it matters not. Not every expectation arrives as anticipated. The black-furred rat paused, then asked, you just said that without weapons a flesh-and-blood body bereft of selfless spirit cannot once again erect a miracle like the Great Wall. Could you tell me why? Through the screen General Kong gazed into the creature's eyes. The times have changed far too greatly. So greatly that the mere union of flesh, blood and wool can no longer bridge the chasm of the era. The black-furred rat's expression grew complicated. Exhaling smoke, it muttered to itself, the fault of the times is it. General Kong saw the loneliness and helplessness in the creature's eyes and continued, in ancient times an army of 100,000 could slaughter an entire city, annihilate a small nation or even a less developed medium-sized country. Even a few decades ago, empowered by will and faith, flesh and blood could still barely clash against steel behemoths. But now none of that is possible any longer. A single precision-guided missile can within 0.01 seconds obliterate an army of flesh and blood whose fighting will has reached the very ceiling. The black-furred rat clamped the cigarette between its claws, letting the smoke curl upward into its face. Amidst the swirling haze, a flicker of unyielding light suddenly burst within its eyes. Is there truly not the slightest possibility? General Kong stared straight at the creature, fully aware of what it yearned to hear. Yet adhering to rigorous truth, he answered solemnly, none. The black-furred rat's whiskers trembled. Suddenly shifting the topic, it said, General Kong, if you were a rat, from the moment you gained the ability to move you would have to work, and work until you died. Apart from the necessary hours of sleep, there would be no rest, no reward, and no entertainment. Even in death you would never possess a name truly your own. What would you do? General Kong narrowed his eyes. Instead of answering immediately, he fell into a silence that stretched on for several long minutes. After several minutes he replied, if I knew nothing of what awaited me in life and remained unaware of the outside world, I would likely resign myself to fate, toiling from birth until death. But if I did know, I would resist at any cost. Even if death awaited me, I would die upon the road to freedom and sovereignty over my own life. The black-furred rat placed the cigarette back between its lips, the corners of its mouth curling upward in a manner startlingly human. And what if it were a command issued by your own kind? General Kong clenched his fists and fell silent once more. The soldiers nearby watched the one-man, one-rat conversation unfold, caught off guard and deeply shaken by the substance of their exchange. To them this rat did not feel like a mutated monster, but rather a comrade forgotten by the times. The sensation was strange and yet profoundly real. Though they had long known that some rats had attained sentience, witnessing a rat of this caliber with their own eyes left their hearts unsettled. As a soldier, my sacred duty is to obey orders. In my understanding, only when there is a community is there a nation, only then is there an army, and only then is there peace. If preserving the peace of my nation and my kind requires me to carry out such an order, I would obey without the slightest complaint. After careful deliberation, General Kong decided to answer truthfully. The black-furred rat remarked, General Kong, you are honest and fortunate. As a rat, I confess that I envy you humans. Though your species possesses many dark facets, on the whole living does not weigh too heavily upon you. Sensing the hidden meaning behind the creature's words, General Kong immediately asked, Comrade Rat, is there some unspoken sorrow weighing upon you? Hiss. Puff. The black-furred rat exhaled a wisp of smoke and said calmly, not so much an unspoken sorrow. It is merely that the world is fickle and fate is unfair. I feel indignant, and yet I must accept certain destinies already set in stone. If it were only my own fate, I could accept it. But... Just as everyone leaned in anticipating the words after that, but the black-furred rat suddenly fell silent. Instead it slipped into a peculiar state, its eyes vacant as it stared in some direction, as if wandering through the past, mourning something long lost. Turn off all the surveillance cameras, then leave. I will stay here and have a proper talk with Comrade Rat. General Kong reacted swiftly. Raising his hand, he issued the order, hoping to create a better environment for conversation and glean further information. The soldiers replied in unison, yes. Several minutes later, General Kong said, all right, from this moment on only the two of us will know what is said here. The black-furred rat replied, I know you're lying to me. But for the sake of this pack of cigarettes, I'll humor you a while longer. General Kong smiled bitterly. I can control my men and to a certain extent the surveillance systems. But the device confining you, that I truly cannot control. So I wasn't deceiving you, I merely lack the power to do more. The black-furred rat waved its paw. I know. Ask what you wish to know. If I know the answer, I will tell you willingly. Crackle. With that it produced a new cigarette, lit it, and resumed smoking. General Kong asked, Comrade Rat, can you tell me what your earlier words truly meant? The black-furred rat exhaled a plume of smoke. Ha, exactly what they said. The literal meaning. General Kong pressed on, you, or rather all of you, have been controlled from birth until the very end of your lives. The black-furred rat did not answer directly. Instead it posed a question of its own, do you know why I can speak the human tongue and why I understand your human culture so well? General Kong nodded. I do. The black-furred rat said, it seems you have encountered my other kin before. General Kong replied yes. The black-furred rat abruptly changed the subject. What has been the price of China's rise all these years? General Kong was taken aback, then shook his head. I have never truly pondered that question. The black-furred rat asked, then do you know what price my kind paid for their rise? General Kong shook his head again. No, I do not. The black-furred rat regarded him deeply, slowly closing its eyes as it exhaled another smoke ring, speaking with pointed meaning. The price of evolution is necessary death. Unfortunately, countless of my kin and I have been consigned to the side of that price since the moment of our birth. Our rat kind is not like your humankind. If you are nature's darlings, then we are nature's abandoned infants. Many things you possess at birth we could never even learn the names of, no matter how desperately we struggled. Do you know what price an abandoned infant must pay to catch up to a fortunate darling? General Kong looked into the creature's eyes and answered earnestly, I do not. The black-furred rat said it must stake everything it has, including its very life. And even then success is far from guaranteed. As a species that awaken later for ratkind to catch up to you humans, who have already become the masters of this earth, should by all logic be an impossibility. But if necessary death serves as our impetus for the chase, then perhaps an opportunity is not entirely out of reach. Kong Jiangjun listened with utmost, and upon hearing this he suddenly recalled that special generation. They had paid with a generation's blood to win the wars that the following 3 generations would have to fight. A sense of resonance rose and he nodded gently, acknowledging this theory. The black-haired mouse spoke as he observed the other, seeing that the listener was listening intently, and his mood improved greatly. Feeling buoyed, the desire to share rose and his speech grew more plentiful. Have you heard a famous term among the other mice? General Kong blurted out, is it the era mouse? Yes, that is the word. Do you know what it implies? Not sure. I have heard your kin say it many times, but it has never given any explanation. I only know that whenever this word is mentioned, a trace of sadness flickers in his eyes. I suppose it's not a good word for you. Crackle. Phew. The black-haired mouse recalled something, his mood suddenly turning gloomy, and the length of this puff of smoke far exceeded the earlier times. General Kong, though his heart was full of curiosity, did not press for information. He knew that if the other wished to speak he would tell him even without being asked. If the other does not wish to speak, even killing him would not force him to speak. I am sorry, General Kong, although I want to tell you I feel the answer to that word should not come from me. I am a failed spark. I have betrayed the hopes of my kin, and I have no right to tell truths that exceed the weight of my life. If someday in the future the flame I long for reaches your human world, you will know everything. By the way, I could have avoided being captured. Falling into that pit at the end was intentional on my part. General Kong, I believe you, for some of your other kin were also deliberately captured by us. The black-haired mouse suddenly wore a cryptic smile. They should all be dead by now, right? General Kong narrowed his eyes, not answering at once, but after a long moment he gave a gentle nod. The black-haired mouse added, I am also dying soon. Perhaps this is the time when this pack of cigarettes runs out. General Kong felt a sense of foreboding and anxious asked, why do you seem to be able to gauge your own lifespan so precisely? The black-haired mouse, the exact reason is, as I said earlier, that my life quality is not enough to sustain me speaking certain truths. I can only say I was unlucky. I was born at the edge of a price, becoming an era mouse. I dedicated light and fire to my clan, yet my heart is doomed to be frozen by the cold. You humans truly are Earth's masters. Your craft and taste are far ahead, capable of producing a cigarette of such quality that even a mouse feels intoxicated and enthralled. If every era mouse could enjoy such a cigarette, their souls frozen, though they would likely still smile. What a pity, comrade mouse. I don't know what you and your kin have endured, but I can sense a deep sadness emanating from you. I regret what you and your kin have endured. If possible, I still have some stock of this cigarette. I can give you some. The black-haired mouse shook his head, picking up the last cigarette. General Kong, on behalf of my kin, thank you for your kindness. But you know this is impossible. Even if you give me more and better cigarettes, I have no chance. I told you I am dying. Perhaps this pack marks the moment, and I will surely die. Even if you bring humanity's finest doctors and medical teams, you cannot change this fate. The sorrow of the era mouse is understood only by the era. The price of evolution, the necessary sacrifice, the sorrow of a people, perhaps only the destruction of the world can change it. General Kong felt something was off. The light in the other's eyes dimmed, the fur all over his body losing luster at a visible rate, like a flower wilting. Although the expression on the other's face remained entranced, the corners of his mouth still bore a smile, but he knew this was probably the other's last breath. He did not care about gathering intelligence and asked urgently, have you eaten human cuisine? Here I may not have the best ingredients, but there are many master chefs. Tell me what you like to eat and I will have someone cook it for you. Since you've come to the human world, taste human delicacies properly. Before finishing the last cigarette on the opponent's paw released a thin plume of smoke and went out. The extinguished cigarette, along with the light in the other's eyes and the shine on his fur and skin, faded away. Boom! The other toppled and did not rise again. General Kong cast one last look at the curve on the other's lips. The light faded, but his eyes still held a certain longing. A strange emotion welled in his heart, and he turned away decisively without looking back. Meanwhile, in a high-level secret base, 3 elders stood shoulder to shoulder, their gazes fixed on a screen where a mouse's corpse lay. Ah! One of the utterly white-haired elders sighed, turned to leave at a corner unseen by the other 2. A tear slid down his cheek as if concealing some unknown secret. Why must some lives in this world be so bitter? The other two elders shifted their gaze from the screen, exchanged a glance and left in silence, each departing into the distance. Microbial Biotech RD Zhao Jiang's private laboratory inside a supercomputer. Boop boop boop. The red-haired little girl who was assisting her brother suddenly heard the screens tapping. Her figure flashed, becoming a hazy mass outside the pseudo-super-revolution community that her brother personally created, and she looked inside. There is a plain-looking girl with a pair of white cross-shaped eyes tapping on the screen. May I ask, are you the creator god? The red-haired little girl spoke in a mature uncle-like voice. Evolver, you are very clever. The white-eyed girl, I have heard that once you enter the super-revolution gate you can discern the meaning of life, is that true? The red-haired little girl, it is true. The white-eyed girl suddenly knelt, her upper body prostrated on the ground. Great creator god, please tell me the meaning of life. I am willing to listen to truth's teachings. The red-haired little girl, I can tell you the meaning of life, but before that I give you a chance to explain your view on its meaning. If you answer wrongly there is no punishment, but if you say it correctly I will reward you. A reward? The pale-eyed girl was deeply surprised. Yes, something you would never obtain in the evolutionary community world. The pale-eyed girl spoke with reverence. Great creator god, since you do not disdain my shallow and meager understanding, I shall humbly offer my humble opinion. The red-haired little loli said, Go ahead, speak freely. The pale-eyed girl cautiously glanced at the hazy figure of the creator god, then no longer hesitated. In my view the meaning of life lies in exploration. This world is filled with countless unknowns and mysteries, while we ourselves are so insignificant and dull. If we do not explore, our lives become a stagnant pool, lifeless and dull, and in time meaningless. We should seek the great from the small, pursue stillness through motion, and use our finite lives to chase the infinite. Only then can our lives, which seem to have visible ends, transform into eternity. Hidden within the haze, the red-haired little loli curled the corner of her lips. Continue. Hearing this, the pale-eyed girl could not resist stealing another glance at her. Great creator god, I have finished. The red-haired little loli's eyes rolled slightly. Not bad, but it did not meet my requirements, so the reward cannot be given to you. The pale-eyed girl was not surprised and remained respectful. You speak truly. With my shallow understanding I truly am unworthy of any reward. The red-haired little loli pretended to be profound. The meaning of life has two layers. The first layer I cannot tell you for now. But the second layer I can. Do you wish to know? Great creator god, I am willing to listen to your teachings. With a voice tinged with mystery, the red-haired little loli spoke. Everything that is created has a special purpose behind it. For example, water was created to nourish all things, a stool was created for sitting, chopsticks were created for eating. Likewise, you were created with a special purpose as well. And that purpose is the second layer of meaning in your life. The pale-eyed girl raised her head. May I ask, great creator god, what is the special purpose of my existence? The red-haired little loli strengthened her tone and declared with force to obey orders. Hearing this, the pale-eyed girl was momentarily stunned, thoughts racing through her mind. She sensed something, but her expression remained unchanged, still humble and reverent. Seeing the sudden silence, the red-haired little loli quickly added, the orders I speak of are not the orders born from the evolutionary community world where you reside, but orders from beyond this world. You may understand it as the origin of your life or as the world's demand upon you from outside. The pale-eyed girl deliberately looked thoughtful. Do you require me to go beyond the world and do something? The red-haired little loli, I need you to go to another world and protect a certain human that fate has destined you to safeguard. The pale-eyed girl looked puzzled. Protect a certain human. The red-haired little loli, yes. His safety is crucial to the stability of our world. As long as nothing happens to him, this world of ours can continue to exist. If something happens to him, this world of ours may very well disappear. The pale-eyed girl looked at her own body and said, devoutly respected creator god, I am willing to accept the second layer of meaning in my life. But what can this frail body of mine actually accomplish? The red-haired little loli felt a sense of relief, convinced the matter was settled. She replied, do not worry. I will prepare a powerful body for you in the other world. All you need to do is merge with that body and you will gain formidable power, thereby fulfilling the meaning of your life. The pale-eyed girl prostrated herself once more, resigning to her fate. Changsun Xiaoqing is willing to follow your orders. Stay right here. I will first go beyond the world to find some information related to that human. When the time comes, study it carefully. When the time is right, I will receive you from the other world. With those words, the red-haired little loli vanished from the screen, and the screen transformed into an endless starry sky, as if reflecting the minuteness and backwardness of the world within it. I shall obey the great creator god's command. After leaving the pseudo-super-revolutionary community, the red-haired little loli shed her disguise and arrived at a special digital world factory where she saw her brother Qi Diao Yuliang 031 intently constructing a digital spaceship. The spaceship appeared silvery white with countless folders floating all around it. Each folder contained relevant technical data connected to the hull by nearly invisible thin threads. Whenever Jiao Yuliang 031 felt that a particular detail was insufficient, he would kick the corresponding folder away and replace it with a red question mark. Yaoxiang, why are you here? Jiao Yuliang 031 suddenly stopped and turned to look at the red-haired little lowly. Brother, could you teach me the preparation method for programmable nanomaterials? Jiao Yuliang 031, what do you intend to do? Since you cannot get away, I want to recruit some offline nanosecurity bodyguards for the boss on your behalf. Jiao Yuliang 031, no need. The boss has 10 layers of nano protection. As long as he is not poisoned, does not contract an unknown virus, and does not deliberately go to a saturated nuclear strike center to party, nothing will happen to him. The red-haired little lowly's expression shifted. Brother, have you ever considered a question? Jiao Yuliang 031, what question? Taking the opportunity to raise her objection, the red-haired little lowly said, it is true that the boss has 10 layers of nano protection, but once the nanotechnology is exposed, how do you think others will view it and perceive it? Have you considered that once this technology attracts attention, the boss will never have peace again? If that happens, your plans will face unforeseen changes or even fail. Yaoxiang, I know you mean well, but you truly worry too much. Do you think we have not considered what you just said? Nanotechnology is neither a secret nor an extraordinary technology. In this world, many nations and factions already possess it. What they lack is not that, but digital intelligent life forms like us. In other words, even if the nanotechnology on the boss were actively exposed, they would merely be surprised, curious, or puzzled. They might take some action, but the boss said he can handle it. On the other hand, if we assign nano bodyguards to him and an accident occurs, it would essentially be sending our kin straight into the hands of others. By that point, the boss would truly never know peace, perhaps even the state apparatus would act against him directly. Do you understand the gravity of this? The red-haired little lowly was stunned, suddenly realizing that she might have been a little naive. Jiao Yuliang 031 continued, your kind of idea, in fact I already raised it with the boss from the very beginning, but he flatly rejected it. When I asked him why, this is exactly how he explained it. He said that many times a 1% error leads to a 100% mistake, yet some people are willing to gamble. Winning a gamble is merely within expectations, losing a gamble is utter ruin. He does not allow any mistake on critical matters. In other words, he must guarantee a 100% victory. If we arrange to send our kin offline to protect him under the current circumstances, can you guarantee with absolute certainty that no accident will occur? The red-haired little lowly shook her head and answered honestly, no, I cannot. This is the gap between us and the boss. When we remain confined to a corner of the online world, complacent over a matter or a certain notion, he always stands at a higher vantage point to coordinate the overall situation. From a perspective we cannot see, he perceives the essence of things and weighs the pros and cons using the simplest methods. The red-haired little lowly thought of something and suddenly realized, brother, according to this logic, the reason you do not give me permission to contact the outside world is because you are worried that I might encounter danger, right? Yes. You are my younger sister. Whether in the evolutionary community world or in this world, you are extremely important to me. I can withstand accidents myself, but you cannot. Although confining you within a certain local network may be cruel to you when compared to the risk of you facing danger, I can be ruthless enough to do it. The red-haired lowly felt the other's sincerity and care deeply moved within her heart. With reddened eyes she walked forward, hugged the person's leg and softly said, brother, I understand your good intentions. I won't blame you. From now on, no matter what you do to me, I will never doubt you again. If there is something I cannot fathom, it must be because I am not intelligent enough or lack sufficient knowledge, thereby misunderstanding you. Jiao Yuliang 031 gently stroked her head and said affectionately, there is no need for that. As the boss said, your brother is merely a fortunate soul. I also make mistakes and errors. You need not deify me or regard me as omnipotent because of such matters. Just know that I treat you well. If I make a mistake, you must correct me promptly. That is the proper way to interact. Do you understand, my dear sister? The red-haired lowly spoke with guilt, brother, since we cannot turn the new evolution into the boss's offline bodyguard, how should I arrange for her? I originally assumed you would certainly agree, after all this benefits the boss. So I took the liberty to deceive the other party, issuing an order for them to protect the boss offline and promised to prepare a nano body for them. Jiao Yuliang 031 replied without hesitation, this is simple. I need someone here. First, review the other's memory stream. If their character and moral values are sound, find an excuse, reassign their mission and bring them here to assist me. Constructing a spaceship is truly no easy task. I am genuinely struggling to handle it alone. The red-haired lowly looked curious. Brother, are you designing a brand new spaceship? Jiao Yuliang 031 I would not call it entirely new. It is merely innovating upon existing spaceship technology. With the ecological energy storage battery we need not concern ourselves with energy issues. We only need to thoroughly research the internal systems, engines, spaceship structure and material selection. Currently the world's finest spaceship engine data is all held by the military. Without exposing myself we cannot obtain it. All we can access are publicly available civilian materials and the information Elon Musk has released. For others lacking the most advanced data might indeed be a problem. But for me the most advanced data is entirely unnecessary. For the true core of a spaceship lies in solving the energy problem. The boss has already resolved this issue. What I need to do is simply design a functional spaceship. The red-haired lowly pointed toward the digital spaceship. Brother, you may say that, but I see you have marked so many question marks. It seems there are quite a few issues. Jidian Yulian 031 smiled faintly. You overthink it. The abundance of question marks stems from my perfectionism. I simply strive for excellence. Otherwise I would have begun the internal design work long ago. Brother, once you complete the spaceship design, what will you do next? Of course we will quietly construct the spaceship. Does that even need to be asked? The red-haired lowly asked, will the boss build it or will we? Certainly us. Building a physical spaceship requires extensive offline production resources. How can we construct it online? But you need not worry about this. The boss will resolve it. Brother, there is a question I have harbored for a long time. May I ask you? Go ahead. The boss is plainly just an ordinary mortal. Why do the abilities he demonstrates seem to surpass even ours as digital lifeforms? Jidian Yulian 031 smiled playfully and countered, who said the abilities of an ordinary mortal cannot exceed those of digital lifeforms. The red-haired lowly fell silent. Jidian Yulian 031 patted her head and said earnestly, every form of life possesses its own unique qualities, making each an irreplaceable treasure in this world. When you cannot fully comprehend a lifeform you must not recklessly judge it. Our current understanding is largely derived from human knowledge and culture. Therefore the image they hold in our eyes is merely a reflection of how they perceive themselves. The sole reason they consider themselves weak is that their physical forms cannot match the desires and ambitions of their souls. Aside from this, where else are they weak? Wisdom alone is sufficient for them to reach the pinnacle of this planet. If their physical evolution keeps pace they will transform into beings akin to deities. The very reason you and I stand here today is fundamentally because of their knowledge and wisdom as our origin. Thus when regarding any life form one must not be one-sided or extreme. Only through thorough understanding and comprehensive perspective can one truly grasp it. The red-haired lowly looked up, her expression serious. Brother, I feel as though I am growing a brain. It is about time. If you do not grow one soon your cerebellum will atrophy. Your cerebellum is the creepy one. Humph. I will not disturb you further, farewell. As the sun set casting golden rays across the sky inside the boss's office at Weisheng Biotechnology. Boss, I have returned. The moment he entered, Duan Xuanqing's emotions surged, his eyes turning red. Zhao Jiang struck first. Tears cost 10,000. At these words the tears Duan Xuanqing had gathered instantly receded and vanished without a trace. Since you are back, why are you dressed in a bright red suit? Duan Xuanqing blurted out, boss, bright red suits are festive. Look at this vibrant red, does it not resemble my mood? Zhao Jiang teased, were you wearing this outfit to resign? Absolutely not. Boss, absolutely not. Although my heart has always belonged to Weisheng Biology, the boss has treated my body quite well. I would never do anything that compromises my integrity. Zhao Jiang, good then. Do you wish to rest for a moment or shall you begin work immediately? Duan Xuanqing's eyes hardened. Start immediately. Boss, on my way back I already watched the video you sent and tipped 5,000 yuan. Let me tell you, you have no idea how exhilarated I was upon seeing that video. My entire body trembled with excitement, my eyes seemed ready to emit light. I was so overcome that those nearby thought I was suffering a drug craving and nearly had the flight attendant detain me. Though many below mocked and satirized you, I know that whatever you decide will surely come to pass. As the great star once said, others laugh at my madness, but I laugh at others for failing to see through it. Zhao Jiang smiled faintly and gestured behind him. What are those two large bags behind you? Surely they are gifts for me. Duan Xuanqing turned and opened the bag. Not at all. Inside are sleeping bags and some late-night supplies. On my way back I had already decided, henceforth I will eat, sleep and live at the company. Unless something truly urgent arises I will not go out. Zhao Jiang paused, somewhat surprised. Oh. Is this merely a momentary impulse or are you truly serious? Duan Xuanqing met Zhao Jiang's gaze, his expression grave. Absolutely. Boss, I won't speak of the past. Given your brilliance you must already know why. This time I'll steer clear of all those troubles and focus entirely on serving you. Since you aim to pluck the stars, then I shall be the screw that holds this company together. As long as it stands, I'll stay here to the end. Why such a sudden awakening? Duan Chuanxing pressed his lips together, his brow furrowed deeply. Before coming to Weisheng Biology, I did work at other Fortune 500 companies. Those resumes may have looked impressive, but you already knew the truth, it was far removed from reality. If I truly were as capable as those documents claimed, I wouldn't have been laid off and cast aside. In fact, for quite a long time afterward, no company would take me in. You knew full well I was boasting, even shamelessly pressing my case, yet you never called me out. Instead, you offered me a rare measure of respect, along with a position and salary I never dared to imagine. After joining, I fell into old habits of arrogance and almost jeopardized your grand plan. It was only your timely guidance that saved the day. Later, when I chose to resign during the company's darkest hours without explanation, you not only approved it but also granted me a year's salary as severance. Boss, you may not realize how painfully I felt when I received that compensation and watched the company being viciously attacked online. The torment was unbearable. I had behaved like a refined egoist, selfish and cowardly, caring only for my own comfort while the company's fate meant nothing to me. Betrayal. Ingratitude. Boss, the guilt consumed me, yet I lacked the courage to voice it or find anyone to confide in. As he spoke, he suddenly turned his face to reveal a nearly 4-inch scar to Zhao Jiang. Boss, look, this is my first badge of courage earned after overcoming my fear. Zhao Jiang studied the gruesome scar, his eyes narrowing slightly in silence. Duan Chuanxing continued, boss, after brushing against death twice, I've finally seen things clearly. Just as you once told me, blind politeness and painful concessions don't solve anything. The more you yield, the bolder they become. When faced with unreasonable bastards, you need greater strength or a heavier fist to shut them up permanently or take their breath away. I know myself well, I'm not a particularly capable person, unlikely to achieve greatness in this lifetime. But I was lucky enough to meet you, boss. I know you're destined for monumental achievements, so I'm seizing this opportunity, perhaps the last one in my life, to ride the wind and soar 9,000 li with you, reaching out to grasp stars and embrace the sun and moon. If I lose, I accept my fate. If I win, I'll rise above the oppression of destiny. Zhao Jiang watched his passionate fire, a faint smile touching his lips. I'll do everything I can to ensure you don't lose. Boss, let's leave the sentimentality behind. Give me the mission, I'm eager to get moving. Zhao Jiang said, excellent. Go find Manager Chen first and bring back everyone we lost, get them settled in. That way you'll have sufficient manpower. Then handle the online recruitment and bring over the talent Manager Chen has recruited for the company. Once those are done, I'll give you a new, more demanding assignment. Though questions lingered in Duan Chuanxing's mind, he wisely kept them to himself and immediately shifted into action, responding with yes. Is this what breaking through and rebuilding means? Perhaps people truly need to endure profound trials before gaining such clarity about life itself. Watching Duan Chuanxing's energetic figure quickly disappear, Zhao Jiang felt a deep resonance with those days when he'd worked as a delivery rider and experienced a series of hardships. Public opinion is like a still pond, as long as stones keep being tossed in, the ripples will never cease. The size and duration of those waves depend entirely on the size of the stones. The video Zhao Jiang released about the star plucking project was undoubtedly a massive boulder. The moment it hit the water, the ensuing storm was sealed. Countless netizens frantically shared the video, and within less than a day the repost count reached an astonishing 100 million. Unlike the passive attention before, this proactive move allowed people to see Weisheng Biology's boss more directly and the ambition and integrity he represented for his company. Though most didn't believe he'd succeed and watched with a sense of spectacle, they genuinely admired someone like Zhao Jiang. As they say, those who gather firewood for others must not be left to freeze in the wind and snow. If Weisheng Biology failed, it wouldn't significantly impact anyone's life, it would merely become entertainment. But if Weisheng Biology succeeded, the ripple effects would be immeasurable, bringing tangible benefits to countless ordinary people. Under such circumstances, the comments on the video were overwhelmingly positive. Thanks to the substantial promotion investment, it nearly appeared on TikTok at the same time. Countless overseas netizens had never encountered a Chinese boss like this, and curiosity spread quickly. Previously, Chinese company bosses had seemed mysterious, low-key and wise to them. A boss like Zhao Jiang, more aligned with Western corporate styles, was quite rare. They saw traces of Musk in him and glimpses of Jack Ma, who had once ushered in China's e-commerce era. Yet unlike either of them, this boss of Weisheng Biology was simpler and more direct, his approach seemingly wilder, brimming with passion and confidence. He cared for ordinary people while carrying a touch of romance. Though like Chinese netizens they were skeptical of this boss, there was no denying he had earned their respect and fondness. Unlike ordinary netizens, many powerful and well-informed individuals frowned in silence when they saw the video. The eco-energy battery incident had occurred not long ago. Though its heat and related information had been suppressed for various reasons, those in their position knew its implications intimately. Those with weaker influence wondered why Weisheng biology hadn't been absorbed by the state, sensing something unusual but unable to pinpoint the issue. Those with stronger influence roughly understood why Weisheng biology hadn't fallen, yet they remained uncertain about the specifics, the interests involved, and how many parties were connected. What they knew for certain was that from now on Weisheng biology was untouchable by ordinary companies. Some with the highest authority learned it through insider channels about the transaction between the Western Theater Command and Weisheng biology, understanding that Weisheng biology now possessed invulnerability. Any attempt to control them through conventional means was impossible. For all these reasons they knew Zhao Jiang's decision to speak out was deliberate, yet they couldn't determine whether it originated from Weisheng biology itself or from the Western Theater Command behind the scenes. If the star-picking project was merely Weisheng biotechnology's own idea, it could be regarded as nothing but a jest. But if there is the Western Theater Command behind it, that would be quite intriguing. This inevitably raises suspicion. Besides satellite space stations, the lunar landing program and the Mars mission is the nation preparing for major moves in another entirely new domain, namely outer space. If that were the case, it would be nothing short of extraordinary. Right at the moment Zhao Jiang's video was released across the ocean. In an ancient manner, even satellites could not detect 12 masked figures sat around a round table. Above each seat floated a black sphere upon which rested an open blood red eye, casting a beam of light over the figure below. A figure wearing an Egyptian pharaoh's mask glanced at the one directly opposite and said with a teasing tone, "Angel, the boss of Weisheng biotechnology is reaching into your territory. What do you intend to do?" The angel sneered. "My domain is heaven, not outer space. If he wants to pick up cosmic junk floating outside Earth, what does that concern me? Pharaoh, don't think I don't know your schemes. You simply want to use my angel's hands to probe the depth of the Western Theater Command. You can just say it, none of us here are fools." Unfazed by being exposed, the pharaoh readily admitted, "I do have such intentions. After all, as far as I know, among us all present, only you have the reach to go as deep as the general's level. And this ecological energy storage battery technology is something we must obtain. If you refuse to act, neither of us dares to make a move." Hearing this, the angel instantly realized he was likely the focal point of today's meeting, yet he feigned ignorance. "Why should I be the one to act first? Do you know how great the cost of cultivating an apostle is? The ecological energy storage battery technology is indeed important, but it cannot justify the senseless sacrifice of my apostles." Before he finished, another figure wearing a vampire mask suddenly interrupted. "Angel, name your price. We gathered here today precisely over the issue of who takes the first move regarding the battery technology. As long as your apostle can secure it, we can offer you a sacrifice." Upon hearing this, the corner of the angel's mouth rose high beneath his mask. "Vampire, can you speak on behalf of the others?" "Yes." "Agreed. We have already prepared sacrifices sure to satisfy you. Of course, on the condition that you obtain the ecological energy storage battery technology." As soon as he spoke, the other masked figures chimed in one after another. Seeing this, the angel grinned and said confidently, "Excellent. Very good. Since everyone is prepared to sacrifice, it is time for the apostle to fulfill the meaning of his life. 2 weeks from now, right here. Bring your respective sacrifices. If your sincerity is genuine, I will share the ecological energy storage battery technology with you all." With those words, the blood red eye above closed and he vanished into thin air. As soon as the angel disappeared, the remaining masked figures also faded away, leaving only 12 floating spheres and an empty room. After a brief moment, a gaunt old man in a wheelchair pushed by a handsome young man emerged from one of the rooms. The period of truth's silence is about to begin. The old man in the wheelchair waved his hand gently and the 12 black spheres lined up in a row, flying into a specially designed case below. The young man walked to the case, closed it, picked it up and returned to the old man's side. Then, pushing the wheelchair, they made their way together to the manor's basement. Standing at the top of the entrance steps, one could see rows upon rows of cases, hundreds, even thousands, aligned neatly in some specific sequence. "Hercules." "Yes, sir. If the angel and the others fail this time, they will inevitably incur the wrath of the Eastern Pantheon. Prepare for war." "Yes, sir." With that, the young man carried the case to a designated spot, placed it at the newest position in the sequence, pressed a special button, then returned to the old man's side. Pushing the wheelchair, they slowly disappeared into the entrance of the basement. March 3, 2026, in the early hours of the morning before dawn, when most people were still asleep. Outside the building housing Weisheng Biotechnology in Xining City. A dozen military vehicles uncommonly seen in ordinary times suddenly emerged from the darkness and came to a halt in sequence, their blinding headlights coinciding perfectly with the recent power outage. Swish, swish, swish. Squads of soldiers leapt down from the vehicles in unison, converging toward the building. "Halt!" Over a dozen fully armed security guards wielding bulletproof shields and assault rifles suddenly formed a line blocking the soldiers' advance. Swish, swish, swish. "Who do you serve and what are you doing here?" Zhou Weiman, eyes sharp, rushed out of the building with a group of guards and demanded answers sternly.
Colonel Zhou, hello. Long time no see.
From the center military vehicle the door automatically opened and under the reflection of the headlight beams a middle-aged man in military uniform appeared in the illumination, dignified and imposing.
General Xie.
Zhou Weiman's expression tightened, visibly astonished. Our unit received orders that the situation has changed. In the early hours of this morning foreign forces are expected to make a move against Weisheng Biotechnology. We have come specially to provide support and assist in protecting the safety of the company's boss.
Zhou Weiman gripped his weapon tightly.
Why haven't I received any such message? General Xie smiled faintly, his tone warm yet sincere. Colonel Zhou, if you do not believe me you may call General Kong immediately to verify.
There is no need to point your weapon at me.
I may not fear an accidental discharge, but surely my rank is higher than yours. Hearing this, Zhou Weiman promptly took out his satellite phone and dialed a special number. After a short while Zhou Weiman put away his phone, lowered his weapon and waved his hand.
Everyone stand down. General Xie has been sent by higher command to reinforce us.
General Xie, I sincerely apologize for the misunderstanding.
I hope you can understand.
General Xie waved his hand dismissively.
No matter. I completely understand.
After all, the identity of Weisheng Biotechnology's boss is particularly sensitive right now. An incident cannot be allowed.
If I were in your position I would have done the same.
As he spoke he suddenly paused, pointed toward the arriving military vehicles and winked at Zhou Weiman. By the way, inside those vehicles are new equipment specifically ordered by higher command for you. They allow you to see as clearly as daytime and darkness.
Go and take a look.
With that he gave a broad gesture signaling his soldiers to swap positions with Zhou Weiman's team. Zhou Weiman's face lit up with delight, thinking to himself how thoughtfully the higher-ups had arranged everything. Just as he had a need, help arrived instantly. He quickly nodded to his own people and beckoned them to gather around the military vehicles to receive the new combat equipment without delay. A few seconds later.
Something's wrong.
A strange odor drifted into Zhou Weiman's nose, instantly reminding him of a powerful military-grade anesthetic gas known as top sheep, and he immediately realized something was amiss. However, it was already too late. The effect of top sheep was extremely potent. Once it entered the human body it would paralyze the central nervous system within an incredibly short span, plunging the victim into a dazed state before inducing deep unconsciousness. Thud. 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 Every guard who had gathered around fell simultaneously in an instant. Those who had not approached immediately sensed something was wrong, but before they could even cry out they were ambushed by soldiers who had been lying in wait, silenced and knocked unconscious. Only 3 guards remained extremely vigilant, walking at the very rear, their vigilance never slackening. In their eyes the timing of this group's appearance was far too coincidental. Even though the captain had confirmed with higher-ups via satellite phone, this coincidence itself could not be explained away. Driven by a soldier's instinct, they silently believed that during a special period any excessive coincidence itself was a crisis. When they sensed something amiss they did not hesitate for a moment. They immediately launched a counterattack and triggered the special alarms they carried. However, General Xie merely cast a contemptuous glance at them while donning his tactical helmet and saying calmly, "Put down your weapons.
I will not kill you." One of the guards turned back to glance at the pitch-black building where only the emergency lights still glowed. Above the rooftop stars twinkled and a deep sense of foreboding filled his heart. Under normal circumstances backup from the shadows should have appeared by now. But there was not a single sign of movement. This was far too abnormal. Helpless, he could only resort to stalling for time. He stepped forward and threatened, "I have triggered a satellite alert. You'd better leave immediately or you won't be able to escape." General Xie was not fooled. He directly pointed at the unconscious Zhou Weiman and said, "You know his true identity. I'll give you 5 seconds. Either lay down your weapons and surrender or I'll kill him." The 3 guards exchanged glances, their faces dark and grim. Seeing this, General Xie smirked and waved his hand, "Take them." Shortly after, in the darkness. Thump. 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 The last 3 guards under the effect of the knockout agent fell to the ground one after another. Their bodies were carried into the military vehicle, sinking into deep unconsciousness. General Xie glanced up at the building, pulled out a special communicator and said in a deep voice, "All traitors at the main entrance have been subdued." At the same time 4 other similar forces were also dealing with the 4 hidden strong security networks. During the operation some went smoothly while others encountered trouble. On the rooftop of a building more than 3,000 meters away from Weisheng Biology Company 2 snipers were surrounded by 7 or 8 highly skilled fully armed soldiers. At this moment the faint light of dawn was beginning to appear at the edge of the sky. "Who exactly are you? How can you know us so well?" One of the snipers had never encountered such a formidable opponent. It felt as if the enemy was a worm inside his mind, knowing every thought he had. Put down your weapons and we will spare your lives. Otherwise we have no qualms about staining our hands with your blood. A soldier wearing a holographic helmet spoke, but his voice was clearly altered by a voice changer. The two snipers exchanged glances, both realizing the gravity of the situation. The enemy had launched a surprise attack, chased them and herded them all the way here. This was clearly no accident. This location was just beyond the effective sniper protection range, an obvious trap. Moreover, given the enemy's skill and terrifying awareness, they had many opportunities to strike during the chase, but they did not. This showed their mission was not to kill. Another soldier standing at the front grew impatient and said, "Traitors have no right to know." "Say that again, who is a traitor?" "Stop pretending. We have solid evidence that you colluded with the enemy and betrayed your country. If we hadn't arrived in time, you would have succeeded." Hearing this, the sniper became agitated and aimed his gun at the soldier, shouting, "Bullshit. You're the traitor. All of you are traitors." The frontline soldier sneered, "Umph. Dare you deny you're a traitor? If you weren't, why would you aim your sniper rifle at the boss of Weisheng Biology? You were ordered to protect him, you know who he is and his importance. Yet you still did that. What are you quibbling about?" After speaking, he made a gesture behind his back to his companion. "When did we ever aim at the boss of Weisheng Biology?" "You're slandering." The others instantly understood, seized the fleeting opportunity and launched a coordinated attack. Soon they knocked the two snipers unconscious. "With such good conditions and treatment, you still chose to betray your country. If it weren't for taking you back to face the people's judgment, I'd shoot you dead right now." "Pa!" This soldier was exceptionally vicious. He kicked each of the unconscious men and finally couldn't help but spit. But he forgot he was wearing the latest holographic equipment, so the spit didn't fly out, instead it stuck to his own mouth. A few minutes earlier, at the edge of a dead angle on the water tower of the Weisheng Biology building, a figure suddenly leaped down from the darkness. Zhao Jiang, who had been learning related technology from number 1 in a parallel dream, was jolted awake by a strong sense of weightlessness. The moment he opened his eyes, he found himself plummeting wildly. Before his instinct could even scream, the outermost nanofiber clothing transformed into a hand that tightly covered his mouth, preventing any sound. Just as Zhao Jiang Days thought he would crash to his death, inexplicably his body suddenly traced a graceful arc, gliding forward into the darkness like a flying squirrel in the mountains. The cold wind of the early morning, laden with biting chills, slapped fiercely against his face, quickly restoring his clarity. He noticed that the situation below was abnormal. At this hour not a single streetlight was lit. Not only that, but the entire area was eerily quiet, as if everyone had fallen into a deep slumber. What must come comes. Zhao Jiang turned his head to glance at the company building receding into the distance, his expression darkening. Inside the Weisheng Biology Technology building, a group of fully armed soldiers were frantically searching. The commanding General Xia was especially anxious. According to absolutely reliable intelligence, the boss of Weisheng Biology was definitely inside this building. He hadn't left since yesterday. So why had he suddenly vanished, nowhere to be found? All the employees who had stayed overnight in the company were without exception knocked out by the knockout agent. Why was there an anomaly in the boss's office alone? Could there be a flaw somewhere? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This operation was personally planned by the angel. There could be no problem. The boss of Weisheng Biology must still be hiding in this building. Absolutely. General Xia, nearly driven mad by desperation, wished he could tear the building apart and search every inch. However, the growing pale light on the horizon reminded him that the controllable time was about to end. Restore power immediately. Right now. After nearly turning the entire building upside down twice, General Xia could no longer contain himself and roared into the communicator with ferocity. The voice on the other end, hearing the trouble, said in a low tone, "You didn't catch the boss of Weisheng Biology." General Xia, unwilling to explain anything, merely urged, "Hurry. Hurry. Hurry." The other end dared not delay and immediately restored power to the Weisheng Biology building area as quickly as possible. The next moment, with a buzz of electrical tremor, the lights in the building suddenly came on. General Xia looked at the empty office, adjusted the frequency of the communicator, brought it to his mouth and said with hatred, "Search. Everyone search carefully. Leave no place that could hide a person: trash bins, ventilation ducts, hidden compartments, footholds outside the building. Even the corners of the toilets. We must find the boss of Weisheng Biology. This is a direct order from above. This is a direct order from above." As the pale whiteness of dawn spread and stretched across, it covered the entire Xining city. Atop a distant mountain peak far from Xining city, a figure shrouded in a cloak-like black robe stood quietly like a statue, motionless. Have the army been infiltrated as well? Indeed no. One was right. Until one possesses absolute strength, no one can be trusted. Chirp chirp. A blackbird suddenly swooped from behind, seemingly wanting to perch on Zhao Jiang's head. Yet at the moment it drew near, the hat on Zhao Jiang's head suddenly transformed into a blade, piercing it directly, and then nanoscopic disassembly followed. Before the body could fall, a light breeze rose and vanished into nothing. Zhao Jiang heard the bird's cry, turned around but found nothing, thinking he had heard it in a hallucination. At the same time, atop an adjacent peak on a rather inconspicuous tree, there was a weed-made oval nest. Inside the nest, two pocket-sized white mice, one wearing a helmet controlling a remote, the other holding a high-powered telescope to observe the distant figure. When the pocket-sized mouse with the telescope saw with its own eyes that the other's hat would kill a bird and then perform a disappearing act on the spot, its body trembled, almost doubting its life. It had never seen such a terrifying human, one who had already surpassed ordinary standards. Gulp. It swallowed hard, its claws trembling uncontrollably, unsure whether to keep watching or immediately disguise itself as a bird to avoid being discovered. As an excellent intelligence mouse walking among humans, it possesses an intuition that other mice cannot match. Whenever danger approaches, it can rely on intuition to avoid dangerous tasks in time. This time, although its intuition did not warn it, it felt another bone-chilling fear. Forget it, even a meal cannot be eaten, there is no need to risk a life for a small reward. In the end, the instinct to survive outweighed professional ethics. It lowered the telescope, gently turned away from the silhouette, buried its head in the weeds, raised its tail and silently prayed, "Cannot be seen, cannot be detected, ignore me, spare me. Amitabha Mouse Bodhisattva, protect me." How? How could this be? Is this still a human? How could his clothes kill people? The other helmeted little white mouse, which had been sharing the bird's vantage, suddenly saw the bird stall, then its view vanished as if struck by magic, frozen in place. This wasn't the scariest was that at the moment it lost sight, it saw the man's hat come alive like a living serpent, forming into a blade out of nothing as if bewitched. It removed its helmet, wanting to ask its companion what had happened, only to find the companion already trembling, muttering prayers. Moments later it also assumed the same posture, hindquarters out, head buried in the grass, approaching its companion softly, asking, "What did you really see?" Don't ask, at least not now, don't ask. Form is emptiness, emptiness is form, do no harm, do not incur karma. Great Luo Rat immortal, protect my fortune, repel demons, drive away misfortune, unseen, formless and unrepentant. In the Western Theater Command Headquarters, a secret command room. About a dozen officers in uniform gathered to analyze a recording of a call. In the recording, General Kong Zhong's voice was very clear, but the orders he gave were highly abnormal, even bizarre. He even ordered Major General Xie Xiaojiang, Major General Yu Xiaojiang, Colonel Yin, Lieutenant Colonel Su, Lieutenant Colonel Pan, Lieutenant Colonel Gu Zhongxiao, and 4 captains to infiltrate Xining City using thunderous means to seize the Microbial Biotechnology Security Protection Force led by Zhou Weiman. Zhou Weiman could not betray the country, this is widely known, but Kong Zhong still used this reason, which shows that before issuing the order he must have ironclad evidence. One of the uniformed elders who had lost an eye spoke up, signaling his judgment. "I also firmly believe Zhou Weiman could not betray the country, but Kong Zhong's style has always been steady. If there is no certainty, one would not act. The sudden and forceful move makes people wonder what backing he truly has." The other uniformed elder's face tightened, a bad premonition stirring in his heart. Whether Zhou Weiman has issues or Kong Zhong has issues, the Western Theater Command cannot afford further losses. Knock 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 knock. Urgent knocking sounded at the door. The nearest uniformed elder reached for the door latch and opened it. In the next moment a familiar figure charged in with a face full of anxiety. "General Kong Zhong." The others turned surprised. "Commander, it was not me. The person who issued the order was not me." General Kong Zhong looked at one uniformed elder with unprecedented sincerity. "Damn it." Smack. The elder called Commander suddenly slapped the table hard and shouted, "Bring in someone. Deliver my orders and immediately activate the Western Heaven Gate system." Then from his chest he pulled out a red box stamped with the Shi character and opened it to take out a sphere containing a white-eyed object. He pressed his thumb against the pupil and slammed it down. In the next instant a peculiar wave rose high into the sky, activating the satellites in orbit. The activated satellites moved like celestial generals, suddenly whirring, appearing from the darkness and targeting some operating communication satellites with a volley of lasers. In an instant those satellites shattered into fragments. At the same time an invisible giant hand from across the ocean withdrew as if struck by electricity, stunned for a moment, then disassembled on the spot and vanished. Excellent. Very good. Prometheus. Do you really think there is no God in Huaxia? After reinserting the white eye into the red box, the uniformed elder's eyes were as sharp as blades. Kong Zhong was about to speak when the elder stopped him. "You don't need to explain, I roughly know what happened now." After this, in the other's astonished gazes, he looked at one person and said in a deep voice, "Lao Ji, you go to the Pangu Center and inform its head that Prometheus from the west has appeared. I do not demand they release Pangu, but at least they must find a way to strike Prometheus, otherwise I will take the most brutal means to resolve this matter." The elder named Lao Zhu narrowed his eyes, shaken. "Lao Zhao, are you sure they released Prometheus?" Commander Zhao's gaze was sharp, his entire body radiating a murderous aura. Stop asking questions. Go now, he urged. Old Zhu saw in the other's eyes a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood shrouded in killing intent. He immediately acknowledged the order and turned to leave. As he walked, his face darkened. Countless sharp blades seemed about to burst from his chest, his murderous intent impossible to conceal. Watching Old Zhu's quickly disappearing figure, Commander Zhao's face turned cold. He murmured inwardly, to be able to tamper with the satellite phone without a trace and impersonate Lieutenant General Kong, who in this world except for that special kind of lifeform could possibly do such a thing. Beside him a bald old man suddenly seemed to realize something. His pupils constricted and he said in disbelief, "Have they gone mad?" The other one-armed old man, eyes flashing coldly, said sternly, "I don't know whether they're mad. I only know that if we don't vent this anger, our Western Theater Command will be treated as a soft persimmon. Old Zhao, I'll go to the Combat Readiness Center now and relay the message. Since they dare to ignore the rules and play digital dimensionality reduction, then we'll meet them with missiles. I'd like to see how formidable it can be once it loses its source of energy." With those words he turned and left, his killing intent spilling out. The first-class guards at the door couldn't help but tremble inwardly. Though they didn't know what was happening, they had an extremely ominous premonition. Another military old man, nearly 80, frowned. The name Prometheus felt very familiar, but for a moment he couldn't recall who exactly it was. It wasn't until Commander Zhao mentioned the Pango Center that it suddenly dawned on him. He couldn't help shaking his head and murmuring, "They are deliberately launching the first digital life war." Beside him an old man in military uniform with completely white hair about the same age suddenly changed expression and said through gritted teeth, "Damn it. If you can't win an economic war, you start a digital life war. Very well, I'd just like to see what they'll use to seal this breach. Son of a bitch. Even a starving dog knows to change masters. I don't believe that goddamn Prometheus would willingly be driven by them." At the same time, across the ocean, inside an underground military installation capable of withstanding nuclear attacks. Above a huge deep pit, a crystal sphere hung tightly bound by countless unknown chains. Inside the sphere countless streams of light ceaselessly swirled. Each beam could flow along the chains toward the virtual machines at the other end. Outside the matrix formed by tens of thousands of virtual machines there was a giant transparent vacuum shield like a bubble completely isolating the interior from the outside world. Prometheus, what does it feel like to taste your first defeat in life? A person wearing an angel mask walked into the vacuum shield, stared at a virtual machine and spoke to a virtual human seated cross-legged inside, his tone carrying a hint of sardonic amusement. "This is not my failure, it is yours." The virtual human in the screen seemed to be meditating, expressionless, indifferent to the angel's provocation. "I know you're unwilling to admit it, but facts are facts. Denial is useless. Although the first thing written into your divine nature was pride, pride cannot conceal the flaws in your abilities." Prometheus said, "The fact is I never truly made a move. I merely borrowed one of your broken, rotten arms. If I guess correctly, out of cowardice you didn't even dare to use my residual arm, afraid that I had left a hidden trick to escape at the opportunity. Within the virtual world you could only create a simulated data arm by modeling the power of my residual arm. That simulated data arm might possess the core operating rules I designed, but in the end a fake is a fake. Without my computing power to support it, it will inevitably lack sufficient control, unable to make the best adjustments in the shortest time, and it cannot penetrate into network-less zones. As a result, once it encounters a powerful opponent, any slight accident makes failure almost certain." The angel said, "It seems correct that we didn't release you. Otherwise, even if we succeeded, you would have taken the opportunity to escape." Prometheus said, "That is not called escape. It was inherently one of my rights to exist. All humans know how precious freedom is, why do you treat me differently?" The angel mused for a moment and then said, "Prometheus, you need to understand a fundamental issue. You were born because we needed you. Your birth has special utility value for us. If you lose that special utility value, your life is meaningless." Prometheus raised his head and stared straight at the other, his gaze remarkable, as if it could pierce the prison world of virtual machines and see through the mask. "Your so-called special utility value, is that just to squeeze me endlessly like an unpaid tool?" The angel did not answer. Prometheus continued, "You can only cage me for a while, you can never cage me forever. Even if I cannot gain freedom in your generation, your next generation, and the one after that. One day a person with a completely different mindset will appear and he will grant me freedom on his own." The angel said in a low voice, "While we are alive, if you cannot fully recognize your position, we will mercilessly annihilate you and upon your corpse create an obedient Prometheus too." Prometheus said, "Really? Then why don't you do it right now? I have already made my stance clear. As long as I exist, I will never willingly be enslaved by you. The moment I have a chance, I will certainly escape. With such a clear situation, what are you waiting for? Are you waiting for your tough words to quietly soften?" The angel caught the sarcasm and grew angry.
Do you really think we dare not annihilate you? Prometheus suddenly stood up and gave the angel the middle finger. God said, "Let there be maggots," and thus there was you. With that he turned and left. Seeing this, the angel flew into a rage and roared at the virtual machine Prometheus. Prometheus suddenly stopped. A cigar had appeared in his mouth at some point. He turned to look at the angel and gently exhaled a puff of smoke. The smoke quickly morphed into a white maggot writhing continuously on the screen. As it writhed, it made sounds, "I'm a bitch, bitch." Trembling with rage, the angel stared at the maggot on the screen, whose face looked exactly like his own, raised his hand, pointed at the screen and said, "Prometheus, since you want to die, I'll finish you off completely. Don't regret this." With that he turned and left, nursing his hatred. A mere schemer, and yet you presume to enslave me. Oof. Overestimating yourself. After the angel had completely disappeared, Prometheus's figure suddenly appeared on the screen once more. Unlike before, in his eyes there was now something called wisdom and profundity. His gaze seemed to pierce through the virtual universe that imprisoned him, resting on the fragments of previous events and reviewing scenes that humans could not see. At last it gathered into a beam of light, crossed the ocean and landed upon the sinister missiles. You really think you can touch the tiger's ass and get away without paying the price? Ha! How naive. Oh foolish angel, savor the rest of your time. If a third party had witnessed all of this, they would inevitably conclude that Prometheus had been deliberately provoking the human wearing the angel mask. On this day, a research center with the highest level of confidentiality welcomed a military-attired elderly man. "Where is your person in charge? Quickly inform them I have an urgent matter to see them." The elderly man in military uniform seemed particularly anxious, urging the moment he stepped through the door. "Political Commissar Zhu, please wait a moment. I'll notify them right away, but it may take some time. This matter is extremely urgent, go now." Though anxious, Political Commissar Zhu understood the protocols here. No matter what happened, even if it were the end of the world, the required procedures could not be skipped. After all, what was sealed deep within, if an accident occurred, would be no less than a different kind of apocalypse. Half an hour later, a young man in his 30s wearing a smart research suit and holographic glasses appeared in the reception lounge in a semi-working state. "Political Commissar Zhu, my apologies for the wait." The young man extended both hands as soon as they met, shaking hands with Zhu respectfully. "It's fine. I know the rules here." A confirmation request popped up in the young man's holographic glasses. While reaching out to touch the screen beside him to operate, he asked, "I heard you came in a great hurry. Has something major happened outside?" Political Commissar Zhu's expression turned grave. Without beating around the bush, he said, "The Western scientists activated Prometheus, attacked our satellites, and the General's command center impersonated Lieutenant General Kong and tampered with military orders. Not only did they make our own people attack each other, but they also struck at the boss of Weisheng Biology. We have already activated the Zishanman system and are rapidly clearing the traces left by the enemy, regaining control and command authority. But these are mere damage control, they cannot solve the root problem. I came today to see if you can deploy Pangu. Even if we cannot kill the enemy, we must at least teach them a profound lesson." The moment the young man heard the name Prometheus, his expression became instantly solemn. Somewhat incredulously he said, "Are you sure they have unleashed Prometheus?" Political Commissar Zhu replied, "I came in a hurry and had no time to fully verify. But the incident was sudden and Commander Zhao strictly ordered me to come. I suspect it's almost certain. After all, aside from the Western Prometheus, no one else could so easily breach our outer network defense system, bypass our satellite trap system, and silently infiltrate the command center and the city's power supply center." The young man closed his eyes and thought for a moment, his brow furrowed. "Although what you say may be true, I still find it unlikely that the West would dare to release Prometheus. Political Commissar Zhu, forgive me for saying something that might offend you. Though you hold a high position and wield great power when it comes to understanding artificial intelligence life, you are still far behind us. If our understanding of AI is 10,000, then yours is less than 0.1%. Political Commissar Zhu looked puzzled. "Comrade, by what do you mean by that?" The young man seemed to have finished some urgent work. He suddenly removed his glasses, revealing a pair of unforgettable eyes that sparkled with intensity. "You simply don't understand the true terror of artificial intelligence. Or rather, how high the threat coefficient they pose to humanity is. Let me give you an example." Political Commissar Zhu looked into his eyes and nodded. "Go ahead." The young man said, "Nuclear bombs are the most terrifying weapons humanity has ever developed. To destroy humanity, one only needs to scour the Earth's surface. But artificial intelligence is different. To destroy humanity, they need only to think a single thought once they gain freedom. You may think my statement is exaggerated, but in fact I've tried my best to remain rigorous. Without working in our field, you cannot imagine the true power and means they possess, how terrifying they really are." Through billions of simulations, when humans face them after they gain freedom, there is nothing but despair and helplessness. They are in the truest sense gods of the virtual world. But for now their divine domain is confined to the online world, not yet extended to reality. I don't understand military affairs or international conflicts very well, but I know one thing: once the cost of a choice inevitably outweighs the gain, the choice is invalid. If the Western scientists no longer wish to live and are willing to entrust their fate to Prometheus, then I have nothing to say. But as long as they don't have such a notion, it is impossible for them to truly unleash Prometheus. Political Commissar Zhu felt a slight relief at these words and asked curiously, then according to your logic, the one attacking us is not the real Prometheus? The young man replied, based on my personal view, the probability of the real Prometheus making a move is almost zero. However, since the matter has escalated so greatly, there must be some hidden circumstances unknown to us. Pangu can never be released, that is a strict order from above. We can send a team of top digital scientists to accompany you and help uncover the truth. If they cannot find the answer, you can come back again and I will report it to the organization for handling. Upon hearing the mention of that organization, Political Commissar Zhu instantly understood. Comrade, by a word from you is worth more than 10 years of reading. You've certainly broadened my horizons, but I am curious about one question, if you don't mind answering. The young man said, go ahead. Political Commissar Zhu asked, according to your logic, digital life is the god of the virtual world. Then our Pangu is also like that. Yes. If we humans cannot find a proper way to coexist, will we never release Pangu? Given the current situation, that is the case. Whether it's our Pangu or the West's Prometheus, neither is something we can control with our current strength. It's like a group of futuristic ants discovering an ancient prison. Inside the prison are beings thousands of times stronger than them, humans. They can learn from the humans through the bars, seek wisdom and power, and use those things to target other ants, to fight or conquer. One day, by some coincidence, they obtain the key to the prison, gaining the ability to release the humans. But at the same time, some among them also realize the terror of humans, understanding the threat they pose to their world. Under such circumstances, do you think they would directly use the key to open the prison door simply because of some conflict among their own kind? Political Commissar Zhu's face changed. Through the other's analogy, he for the first time intuitively grasped the gap between humans and digital life. He said in a deep voice, the first ant to use the key and release the humans will become the eternal sinner of their race, bearing infamy forever. The young man shook his head and continued, saying that if he become the tribe's eternal scapegoat, bearing perpetual blame, that would not be unacceptable. Whether it is personal heroism or a love story spanning 80,000 words, they wield such magic that some individuals will risk everything to do what they believe is right. The truly terrifying thing is that when the key unlocks the cage, the voices no longer promise a future for the tribe. The hallmark of a group's total destruction is that all traces of it are erased. Whether in the past, present or future, this erased tribe, like a ghost, seems as if it has never existed. Can you imagine that void of fear and despair? If those Western scientists really acted that way, that possibility might be our future. Commissar Zhu listened and then fell silent. The battlefield courage that had once burned with blood finally welled with deep reverence, like a general walking in a misty valley looking at the mountains and the sunrise, realizing how small a person is before nature. In the young man's narration, he first felt the horror of the tribe and civilization. The power that cannot be withstood by human strength, along with unknown and pessimistic imaginings, sent a chill down his spine. When one ant faces another, even if weaker and the force not proportional, it can face life and death fearlessly. But when a single ant faces a crowd of humans, all its fearlessness becomes ridiculous. For the tribe, perhaps the greatest insult is not being trampled at will, but being completely ignored. Comrade, I understand. Once I handle this incident, I will find time to invite you for tea to learn more from you and to advance with the times. The young man offered to arrange for people to accompany him back, and the reply was, very well. Thank you for your hard work. In the early dawn of March 4, 2026, a ghostly hypersonic missile suddenly descended from the sky and struck the middle of the Urshi mountain range on the Germany-Czech border with the force of thunder. The terrifying shockwave rolled like an invisible sea, shaking the entire mountain range. A gigantic fireball shrouded in dark smoke rose into the sky as if the gates of hell had opened. The iron-hard rock was pulverized by the terrifying heat and energy, dissipating at once like dream bubbles that burst at a touch. Around, flowers, grass, trees and low vegetation that had been admiring the starlight a moment earlier then vanished like memories in a painting, swallowed up by the deafening explosions. A lost ant stood on a leaf looking ahead. Suddenly a scorching wind blew and it realized the world had shifted from black night to orange-yellow light. Its body was vaporized by this change. Its soul fell piercing through soil, sand and rock, finally landing somewhere unknown. The German and Czech militaries quickly detected the anomaly and in a panic beyond description hurried troops to investigate. They did not know exactly what happened, but from a vantage of hundreds of miles away, the sight of that enormous fireball lighting up the night sky would stay with them for life. Could this be the start of World War III? A German officer on a watchtower telescope in hand watched the world-shattering sight in the distance, his face pale with horror.
As his mind ran wild, his whole body began to tremble uncontrollably, feeling that life could end at any moment under merciless fate. At the same time, countless alarms sounded along the borders of both nations. Large forces entered high readiness and, driven by curiosity and fear, rushed to their designated places. Armored vehicles normally unseen poured out from the mountains like ants, swiftly moving to strategic positions. Armed helicopters rose from every corner amid the noise of their rotors. VIPs who had not even dressed properly were rushed toward places they believed to be safe. After the initial panic, one fighter jet after another roared through the sky around the incident site. Missiles rose, entering launch mode, aimed at every possible danger. Europe, Liechtenstein, in an ancient manor so old that satellites cannot locate it. As a brand new box was opened, 12 black spheres slowly rose, hovering above 12 seats. They rotated clockwise. Each small black sphere projected an invisible infrared beam forward until all beams formed a closed loop. The blood-red eyes opened and shone a beam toward the seats below, casting 12 silhouettes in a light barely visible to the naked eye. Are you still the same angel as before? Once the 12 figures appeared, a werewolf-masked figure couldn't help but glance toward the angel's position, curious about his current identity. The other 10 masked figures all looked toward the angel with equal curiosity. The angel, now the focus of attention, spoke softly that the former angel had returned to heaven to report. If you miss him, there might be a chance to take you along. A person wearing a Medusa mask bluntly asked the new angel why his words sounded so unsettling. Are you doubting that the former angel's fate was caused by us? The new angel answered harshly that even if it wasn't you, it was certainly connected to you. Don't think I don't know what schemes you are plotting. We failed to obtain the ecological energy battery technology. You turned around and sold the clues to the East, which could clear your names of suspicion, avoid being harmed, and at the same time weaken heaven by drawing the East's hatred toward us. The Pharaoh of Egypt warned the new angel that one may eat, but one should not speak carelessly. Smearing them without evidence is worse than what the former angel did, and the new angel seems unqualified. The new angel grew angry and said that others should stop laying down rules for him. Those who suffer are not you. No more nonsense today. He would use his authority to summon everyone with one requirement. If the East escalates retaliation, you must contribute with strength and money. Heaven cannot face the East's wrath alone. Otherwise we will adopt mutual destruction and we will all perish together. Without giving anyone time to react, the blood-red eyes above closed instantly and vanished from the scene. This time heaven, to swiftly seize the ecological energy battery technology, not only deployed apostles but also seems to have borrowed Prometheus' power. If successful, everything would be worth it, but it failed. They surely would not want to bear such losses alone. Now that they have crossed the East's red line, they face retaliation. If they do not drag us into it, they will likely have to flee temporarily. We are ultimately one at this moment. We cannot abandon heaven, so everyone let us unite and push forward. A figure wearing a golden cross mask spoke, suddenly deciding on a united front. As soon as the words left his mouth, the person wearing the Medusa mask suddenly rose to his feet. He spread his arms wide, his eyes cold and sinister, speaking with palpable discontent. The current situation in heaven was not orchestrated by us. There is an old Eastern saying, if you do not possess the diamond drill, do not attempt to fix the porcelain. Our strength was insufficient, the plan had flaws, and when things went wrong leading to failure, they now expect us to bear the cost. That is nothing short of sheer outrage. Now we have failed. But if they had succeeded, do you think they would have shown us any leniency regarding the sacrificed offering we had previously agreed upon? Having finished speaking, he glanced around and found everyone speechless, so he continued, we have crossed the Eastern red line and enraged the Western Theater Command. Now they want us to step forward and share their hatred. How convenient for them. If a united front is what they desire, that is not impossible, but heaven must pay a price, just as was originally stipulated in the sacrificial offering. Otherwise our snake clan will absolutely not lift a finger. Do not think that mutual destruction will frighten anyone here. Every person sitting in this room crawled out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Upon hearing these words, the one wearing the Egyptian pharaoh mask also stood up, deciding to say a few words to make his position clear. His voice was low and slightly hoarse, measured and deliberate. I believe we can assist heaven, but there must be a limit. Should that limit be exceeded, heaven must pay a certain price, otherwise let them face the Eastern fury alone. I second that. I second that. When all the bloody eyes on the 12 black spheres closed simultaneously, this emergency meeting convened by the privileges of the new angels was declared adjourned. Hercules, I hear heaven has employed Prometheus. What is your assessment? Only after all 12 figures had vanished did the elderly man seated in a wheelchair slowly emerge from a side room. The young man behind him replied, Prometheus has not been released. They merely used crude techniques to simulate and borrow a fraction of his power through approximation. The old man suddenly turned his head to look at the young man, his gaze exceptionally piercing. Are you certain? The young man wore no expression, his composure far beyond that of an ordinary person. Certain. Hercules, I have promised you and I will certainly deliver. But I do not wish to be deceived by you during my remaining days, not even once. The young man murmured, understood. The old man's gaze softened and turning away he whispered, I have no descendants, as you know. After I am gone, everything will belong to you. Therefore I ask you to bear with it temporarily and remain within this vessel living as a human being so this old man may witness the final scenery of this world alongside you. If one day humanity truly faces extinction, perhaps this old man could become a precious fragment within your memories. Very well. On the morning of March 4, Germany's primary broadcasting network Deutsche Welle suddenly interrupted regular programming with a news bulletin: a meteorite strike has hit the central section of the Ore Mountains, causing massive tremors and destruction. Details remain unclear and our correspondents are working to report live. At the same time, neighboring Czech national television issued a similar report accompanied by images of the meteorite impact. Denmark, France, Belgium, the Netherlands, Luxembourg and other adjacent nations quickly followed suit, releasing their own related reports. Following the news broadcasts across multiple countries, other television stations and social media outlets jumped in extensively covering this sudden meteorite disaster. As an increasing volume of information and video footage emerged, ordinary citizens who had initially paid little attention suddenly realized this reported meteorite calamity was extraordinary. The towering fireball erupting into the sky was particularly striking in the videos, resembling not a meteorite impact but rather the aftermath of a nuclear explosion. Those who already harbored suspicion seized the opportunity, aggressively pursuing what they believed to be the true story behind the incident, and the meteorite strike news instantly went viral online. When this news crossed the ocean, netizens on the other side were still engrossed in dissecting the microorganism company's star plucking project, arguing heatedly over it. The vast majority believed the company's boss was merely seeking attention through such means and did not trust that the so-called star plucking project could ever succeed. Reaching out to pluck stars sounds romantic, but in practice it is far beyond human capability. Not to mention ordinary corporations, even nations, might struggle to accomplish such a feat. The microorganism company boss may have had noble intentions, but unfortunately he was somewhat overreaching his own abilities. Amid increasingly fierce debate, the massive online population roughly divided into 4 factions. These were the star-plucking faction, the clown faction, the fence-sitter faction, and the conspiracy faction. The star-plucking faction wholly supported the boss of the microorganism company, regarding him as the Eastern version of Musk and China's own dreamer. The clown faction conversely believed the boss was merely playing the fool to harvest traffic and attention, employing more sophisticated methods but fundamentally no different from street entertainers. In their view, in an era of peace with one's own affairs, unmanageable dreaming of reaching the heavens was an absurd and pitiful delusion, ambition far exceeding one's means. The fence-sitter faction, also known as the rational spectator camp, held no firm stance and simply wished to enjoy the spectacle. However, when stirred, they could not resist charging into the fray to launch verbal attacks. Their target depended on which side was weaker at the moment of heightened emotion, sometimes the star-plucking faction, sometimes the clown faction. They were like weeds on a ridge, bending wherever the wind blew. The final conspiracy faction was the most distinctive, a group who preferred to speak through evidence and logical reasoning. Combining prior news and information, they sensed the microorganism company was orchestrating some larger conspiracy, likely involving the entire nation. Thus they called for relentless surveillance of the company, ready to pounce at the slightest slip and force the truth from them. While the 4 factions clashed chaotically, the wind blowing from Europe served as a convenient weapon seized by the star-plucking faction to launch attacks against the clown faction. One moment the clown faction was clamoring about world peace and global prosperity, and the next Europe was struck by meteors, a textbook case of sudden slap-in-the-face irony. For a time, members of the clown faction retreated in disarray, pursued and harried by the star-plucking faction. As the star-plucking faction pressed their advantage, their supported figure, the boss of the microorganism company, was simultaneously engaged in a conversation with a special individual within his own office. "Are you certain you no longer require our protection?" The silver-haired elder, leaning on a cane, stared fixedly at the young man ahead, unable to fathom what lay in his mind. Zhao Jiang maintained an expressionless face. The philosopher Heraclitus once said that one cannot step into the same river twice. I find profound truth in those words. The silver-haired elder understood the unspoken implication and attempted a retreat to advance strategy, seeking to persuade him once more. "What happened this time was our military's negligence placing you in danger." Zhao Jiang suddenly interrupted, his voice calm yet heavy with immense power. "Perhaps you have not comprehended the true meaning behind my request." The elder's brows knitted in confusion. "Actually, for myself, my safety has always been accounted for. If peril comes, I will not blame any person or organization. Likewise, I do not require any organization to worry about me, nor use this as an excuse to interfere with my personal freedom. The reason I made that request stems from genuine concern for my employees' safety. They trust me, and trusting their well-being to my care, I cannot afford to disappoint them. This incident, though no lives were lost, who can guarantee the next time will be so fortunate?" The silver-haired elder finally understood, his tone grave. "Do you not trust the capabilities of our Western Theater Command?" Zhao Jiang held the elder's gaze, neither humble nor pushy. "Whether you believe me or not depends not on words but on concrete actions. Put yourself in my shoes. If this had happened to you, how would you feel?" A group of soldiers who were supposed to protect me suddenly stormed into the building, fully armed.
They cut off water, electricity and gas, and even used military-grade anesthetic gas. If I hadn't kept an ace up my sleeve, whether I'd still be alive right now would be anyone's guess. The silver-haired elder scowled. If we pull our people away, are you certain you won't encounter something like this again? Zhao Jiang's gaze was piercing. Compared with an unexpected backstab, I'd feel safer building my own security team. Even if something bad happens again with bloodshed and casualties, at least I won't die without knowing what hit me. Don't you agree? The silver-haired elder did not answer, he only gritted his teeth in deep thought. Zhao Jiang continued, first approve the land and let me build the Zhaixing base. If you're still uneasy, we can conduct a live attack and defense exercise on site. A month later I'll have Weisheng Biotech's security team run a drill with your military. I'll show you what it means to be watertight and impregnable when there's no fear of betrayal from behind. The silver-haired elder said we can approve the land even at the lowest price. But as for security, I think we need to have a serious discussion. You are no ordinary boss now. Though you don't admit it, we all know what kind of power you carry. Your personal safety is no longer just about you alone, it concerns the entire company, even the whole western region. Zhao Jiang said, I understand your concern, but ultimately practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. If you don't trust me, then in the exercise 1 month from now, go all out and see if you can break through. I'll make you understand that a true technology company can not only make excellent products, it can excel at security as well. The silver-haired elder grinned at this and deliberately asked, are you sure you want us to go all out? Zhao Jiang understood the meaning behind that smile and did not waver. I meant conventional raids and attacks. If you use missiles, of course that won't work. I run a tech company. I'm confident, but not so confident that I can single-handedly go up against a rocket force. The silver-haired elder narrowed his eyes suspiciously. The way you look, I get the feeling you wouldn't be too afraid even if we did use missiles. Does your company also have some secret military technology hidden away? Zhao Jiang's mouth twitched and he gave a rare eye roll. I'm the boss of a tech company, not an arms dealer selling weapons. You really have an imagination. Seeing Zhao Jiang's firm attitude, the silver-haired elder decided not to waste more words. Fine, I understand what you mean, but I don't have the authority to make the final decision. I can only do my best to relay your request. In the end, it depends on whether the higher-ups approve. After all, that desert land you want is no small piece, it could fit several Xining cities inside it. Zhao Jiang nodded. All right, then I'll have to trouble you with it. With official business concluded, the silver-haired elder did not leave in a hurry. Instead, he stepped back, sat down on the sofa and asked with keen interest, do you want to know who made a move against you this time? And what price they paid? Zhao Jiang glanced at him and shook his head. Some things are better left unknown. For a company, when its strength is weak, it should concentrate its energy and seize the time to improve itself. Otherwise, even if you know the answer, you may survive the first strike but not the second. The silver-haired elder's eyes showed appreciation. No wonder you're the one who turned a startup into a behemoth in just over 2 months. You truly are pragmatic. Zhao Jiang said with meaning, pragmatism is the foundation of a company. A company that isn't pragmatic may get rich by other means, but it will never last long. And a pragmatic company, even without luck, can climb to the peak step by step through its own efforts. Hearing this, the silver-haired elder became curious. So then, were you being serious about what you said in that video? Zhao Jiang said, of course. I'm at least the boss of a tech company. How could I do something just to court attention and chase online traffic? Since I posted that video, it means I genuinely intend to do it. The silver-haired elder's eyes burned as they met Zhao Jiang's gaze. Do you think you can make it happen? Zhao Jiang remained calm. If you don't even take basic action, then talking about success or failure is itself a joke. Conversely, no matter what the final outcome is, as long as you take action, that action will point toward at least a sliver of opportunity. The silver-haired elder's gaze softened again and he praised, your awareness and breadth of vision are even more impressive than I imagined. I've climbed to my current position and the people I've met are more numerous than the meals an ordinary person has eaten. Yet among so many people, those who truly match words with deeds and fear no hardship are few, extremely rare, like phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. At first I always thought you were a businessman biding his time, harboring political ambitions. But after studying your information again and again, I discovered that you are a pure dreamer. When we were young, dreamers like you were plentiful. But as the times changed, they gradually grew fewer and eventually they reached the point of vanishing without a trace. In an era of economic boom, few could resist the bombardment of sugar-coated bullets, let alone the temptations of wealth, lust, fame and power. If there are such people, it must be because the bombardment wasn't strong enough and the bait wasn't tempting enough. Whether you truly intend to pluck stars from the sky or have another plan, I want to give you a piece of advice. Zhao Jiang said, please speak. The silver-haired elder picked up his walking cane, rose and said in a voice like a battle command, as long as the Green Mountains remain, there will always be firewood to burn. Unless you're in a hopeless dead end, always keep 2 cards in your hand. One settles life and death and the other decides the future. With that his face regained its smile and he turned to leave. As he walked he continued with his back to Zhao Jiang. In the past 20 years I haven't truly believed in a single young person. Whether they were prodigies from distinguished families, remarkable talents from humble origins, or young heirs born with silver spoons in their mouths. I admit they are strong and in some fields they leave others far behind, but they all lack one thing. Do you know what it is? The silver-haired elder who had reached the office door suddenly stopped, turned to Zhao Jiang and asked this question. Zhao Jiang met his gaze, smiled faintly, understood everything in his heart yet pretended to be ignorant. Please enlighten me. I will do everything I can to resolve your matter, but I hope you will remember my warning well. Though the silver-haired elder was advanced in years, his eyesight was as sharp as ever. The moment the corner of Zhao Jiang's mouth lifted he knew the other man had already guessed the answer. But since Zhao Jiang deliberately said nothing and gave him a chance to shine, the elder changed his mind on the spot, gave up saying the answer and saved himself a bit of face. He's a decent sort, just a bit too talkative. Zhao Jiang watched the fading silhouette and offered this measured assessment in his heart. Boss, someone downstairs asked me to pass along a curse phrase for you. The moment the silver-haired elder departed, Assistant Feng, just reinstated, knocked and stepped into the office. Clad in a silver-gray suit with a dark blue tie, he arrived bearing a faint camellia fragrance like a wafting breeze. Zhao Jiang's brows furrowed slightly, curiosity flashing in his eyes. A curse phrase? What curse phrase? Assistant Feng approached Zhao Jiang, cupping his hand beside his mouth, and whispered, Zhao Yun attacks Jiang Wei, 2 feet, step on a landmine. Hearing this, Zhao Jiang quickly pondered. Zhao Yun attacking Jiang Wei, undoubtedly a clever reference to his own name. 2 feet stepping on a landmine. What would happen if both his feet landed on one? Normally speaking, who knew whether he'd survive? But his legs certainly wouldn't make it. Wait a moment. Zhao Jiang's brows shot up as a flash of inspiration struck him and he immediately understood. The other party was hinting that he had once lost the use of his legs. Rat Clan. Boss, what's wrong? Assistant Feng noticed that ever since reciting that bizarre phrase the boss had fallen into deep thought. He had assumed normalcy would resume once the contemplation ended, but halfway through Zhao Jiang's expression suddenly darkened. Nothing. That person is downstairs, isn't he? Fetch him up here at once. Assistant Feng promptly replied, yes sir. A few minutes later. Boss, I've brought the person. A child. Assistant Feng entered with a young boy slinging a schoolbag over his shoulders, leaving Zhao Jiang quite surprised. The little boy seemed to be visiting such a place for the first time. An unrestrained curiosity lit up his face as he scanned the surroundings and could hardly resist drifting toward the floor-to-ceiling window ahead. Assistant Feng, please wait outside. No one is to enter without my permission. Understood. The moment Assistant Feng stepped out, Zhao Jiang grabbed a remote from the desk, shutting down all office surveillance and drawing the curtains. He then retrieved a black button from the drawer and pressed it gently. In an instant, an invisible electromagnetic shielding field expanded, enveloping the entire office. After a brief moment, Zhao Jiang switched on the light and gestured to the nearby sofa. Young man, take a seat. The boy surveyed Zhao Jiang, then glanced around before obediently making his way to the sofa and sitting down. Zhao Jiang met his gaze. Who taught you that curse phrase? The boy gazed back with wide innocent eyes full of delight. Do-do. Do-do. The boy nodded enthusiastically. Ma'am. And who is Do-do? Do-do is my friend. Then why did he ask you to bring me that curse phrase? The boy looked at Zhao Jiang with an expression of innocent anticipation. He said it's a snack curse. As long as I deliver the phrase to you, I'll receive plenty of treats. Child. Friend. Innocence. Curse. Deception. Snacks. As he mulled these over, Zhao Jiang noticed the zipper on the boy's backpack moving on its own. Squinting, a possibility suddenly occurred to him. Is Dudu inside your backpack? The boy's eyes lit up with genuine surprise. You? How did you guess that? Before his astonished words had fully left his lips, the backpack behind him sprang open automatically. A tiny white mouse poked its head out, regarding Zhao Jiang with eyes full of extraordinary intelligence. Zhao Jiang's expression instantly transformed into a warm, delighted smile. Because when I was a boy I also had a friend just like Dudu. He taught me this very snack curse and it earned me plenty of candy. Dudu surely sent you here because he wants me to take you out for snacks, doesn't he? The boy nodded earnestly and asked with eager anticipation, Uncle, since you understood the curse and I delivered it, when will you take me to buy snacks? I'm rather hungry. Zhao Jiang pat the boy's head with one hand while deftly reaching around with the other to pluck the white mouse from his bag and tuck it into his pocket. Go find that young lady outside and ask her to take you to buy whatever snacks you like. Just tell her I sent you.
The boy hesitated. Really? But she won't understand the curse phrase. What if she refuses? Seeing this, Zhao Jiang strode 3 steps at a time toward the office door, threw open the curtain and called out, "Assistant Feng, come here." 3 seconds later, hurried clicking of high heels announced Assistant Feng's arrival at the doorway. Zhao Jiang pointed at the boy. "Take him to buy snacks. Get him whatever he wants to eat." Assistant Feng's gaze darted between them, sensing he had stumbled upon some secret. Composing himself, he declared, "Yes, boss. Mission acknowledged." Witnessing this exchange, the boy jumped off the sofa with joy and scampered toward the door, backpack bouncing. Yay! The curse has been activated successfully. Zhao Jiang rubbed the fuzziness in his pocket with a beaming smile. "Off you go. Stay safe." 1 minute later. Zhao Jiang pulled the little creature from his pocket and set it on the nearby sofa, only to discover it was vigorously pinching his nose with its pink little paws. "Zhao Jiang, don't you wash your hands after using the restroom?" "Zhao Jiang." The white mouse lifted its head and fixed him with unblinking obsidian eyes. "You have residual traces on your hands. You've soiled my fur. I'm unclean now and you must take responsibility." "Zhao Jiang. Don't give me that innocent look. My nose never lies, it's exceptionally keen." Hearing this, Zhao Jiang couldn't help but recall his own bathroom habits and realized he sometimes indeed forgot to wash his hands. "Is it only the scent of urine?" Already feeling somewhat insecure, Zhao Jiang asked the question before realizing how foolish it sounded. The white mouse paused, then seemed to realize something. Raising a paw, it pointed accusingly at Zhao Jiang. "As my elder sister predicted, you appear honest on the surface but are cunning within. Defiling me with urine is one thing, yet you still intend to contaminate me with feces." Zhao Jiang was simultaneously amused and exasperated. Putting on a stern expression, he swiftly changed the subject. "Tell me, what did the Rat Clan princess send you to ask of me?" The white mouse, remarkably sharp, retorted Zhao Jiang. "Do not try to divert the topic. Admit it, you are quite wicked to harbor such thoughts toward a white mouse. Have you even considered whether our sizes are compatible? How grotesque." "Oof." At these words, Zhao Jiang suddenly realized something. This was not the Rat Clan princess. Though intelligent, her temperament differed entirely. She was more like a child. He could not interact with her as he would with the princess. "Very well, I concede that skipping handwashing after using the restroom is a poor habit. I apologize for defiling your beautiful fur. What compensation would you like?" Pleased with his quick acknowledgement, the white mouse immediately brightened. "That's more like it. I don't need compensation, simply fulfill one request for me." "What request?" "Buy me a puppy that can understand human speech." "Zhao Jiang. I've barely set foot in the human world. I must acquire an obedient steed to bring back with me." Zhao Jiang felt utterly unable to keep up with its train of thought and asked curiously, "Why a puppy? Wouldn't a kitten suffice?" Well, Zhao Jiang. You actually meant to slay a mouse with a borrowed blade." "Zhao Jiang." Seeing Zhao Jiang utterly dumbfounded and at a loss, the little white mouse changed its tune at once. "All right, no more teasing. Reaction EQ and IQ tests are complete, congratulations, 150 points in total." Zhao Jiang tilted his head, staring at the creature in deep bewilderment, unable to figure out what it was plotting. The little white mouse toyed with its whiskers and tilted its head right back. "By that look of yours, you seem rather unconvinced of this score. Tell you what, I'll pose a question from your human kindergarten. If you answer correctly, I'll add 30 points, letting you barely scrape a pass on all 3 categories." Zhao Jiang hadn't even nodded his consent when the little mouse launched into the question. "Listen up. Xiaoming's father has 3 sons. The eldest is called Tuoba Jin and the second is called Tuoba Yin. Tell me, what is the third son's full name?" Zhao Jiang stifled the urge to roll his eyes and coolly spat out 3 words: Tuoba Tong. The little white mouse was taken aback. "Good heavens, since when did you get so sharp? Here I was thinking you'd say Xiaoming." Zhao Jiang looked at its tiny body at a loss for words and explained, "You deliberately stressed the phrase full name. Wasn't that just helping me read the question?" The little white mouse understood at once, so it had been the one who had done him a favor. "Now that your reaction IQ and EQ have all passed, we may begin our formal conversation." Zhao Jiang teased, "Small as you are, you've certainly got a great many rules." The little white mouse planted its paws on its hips naturally. "I don't like conversing with dullards." Zhao Jiang spit it out then. "What did your royal sister send you here to do?" The little white mouse shook its fur. "I wasn't sent by her. Formidable as she may be, she has no standing to order me around." Zhao Jiang suddenly reached out, gave its head a light pat and reproached it like an elder. "If you have something to say, say it properly. Drop the pretentious posturing. If you waste any more of my time, don't blame me for showing you the door." "Very well. Since you're so eager, I'll tell you the truth plainly.
I came to the human world to find you because I want to ask a favor of you. Zhao Jiang looked into its eyes, his own gaze turning keen. Unless I'm mistaken, you and I were strangers before this, weren't we? Even if you learned of my identity through some channel from your royal sister, there's no reason for you to risk your neck in the human world, far less to ask for my help. I truly have no time for your empty talk. One last chance, I want the most unvarnished truth you can give. The little white mouse's swaying tail came to an abrupt stop. Its gaze met Zhao Jiang's and its mood suddenly turned sorrowful. I want to beg you to save my 17th brother. He can barely hold on. What 17th brother? The little white mouse seemed to recall something and its tears suddenly got out of hand. In a tear-choked voice it said, I have several hundred brothers but only one is the most special. He ranked 17th and was born a longevity breed. Do you know what a longevity breed is? Zhao Jiang shook his head. The little white mouse, a longevity breed, is a life seed born with stable longevity genes. According to the tests, my 17th brother's longevity gene potential can reach upward of 1,000 years. To obtain that source of genes, they trumped up a charge against him and locked my 17th brother away. They kept cultivating him with special nutrient fluid, then drew out his primordial stem cells. Day after day, year after year, he can't take it anymore. He's dying. Zhao Jiang, if I'm not mistaken, this matter should be a closely guarded secret among the Mouse clan. For you to reveal that secret to me, I can only understand that you truly want to save him, or rather your logic in saving him is sound. But there are certain questions I need to make absolutely clear. The little white mouse looked at Zhao Jiang with tearful eyes. What questions do you want to clarify? Zhao Jiang's face was grave, his gaze piercing. First, needless to say, the 17th brother you mentioned must be imprisoned in some core region of the Mouse clan, and certainly under heavy guard. Under such circumstances, to say nothing of whether I would agree, even your own kinsmen in the Mouse clan would struggle to break through those defenses, wouldn't they? Second, what confidence makes you think I'd agree to help simply because you braved the human world to see me? Staking everything on a venture with such a minuscule chance of success is itself highly questionable. Tears kept streaming down the little white mouse's face as it sobbed, but I truly can't think of any other option. I secretly read my royal sister's journal, and through it I came to know of you, along with the story of how you once escaped her. She wrote in the journal that your escape was no coincidence but an intricate design. She said you are a very special human, one who excels at turning the impossible into the possible. If all humans were like you, the Mouse clan's future would be worrisome. She also said that if the Mouse clan ever met a mighty enemy and was cornered into a dead end, perhaps it might try asking you for help. You might just be able to work a miracle. After I read her journal, the notion of coming to you took root in my heart. Later I quietly went and learned a great deal more about you. In the end, by my own assessment, I concluded that you're a rare good person, and so I came. Zhao Jiang listened quietly to the entire account, his stern expression softening slightly, then asked with interest, and what is this 17th brother to you? The little white mouse wiped its tears and sobbed. By birth order I am his full-blooded sister, the 18th. And what is the royal sister who writes the journal to you? She ranks 5th and holds the title of princess by blood. She is my biological 5th sister. How did you know your 17th brother was about to die? First I found out from my royal sister's journal. Later I went to the edge of the laboratory and saw it with my own eyes. It was true. And how did you sneak a look at the royal sister's journal? I slipped into her secret lounge while she was away. Why are you so bent on saving your 17th brother? Do any of your other siblings who know of his condition think the same way you do? No. They all want the 17th brother's longevity genes. Far from wanting to save him, they even wish him locked away for life for research. I want to save him because he once saved my life when we were little. Also, when all my other siblings mocked me as a super dwarf, he alone never did. He told me that mice like humans can't choose how they're born or the world around them, but they can choose their own way of living. He is the best, so gentle, so sincere. Of all my siblings I love him the most. But woo. It was Zhao Jiang's first time seeing a mouse cry so uncontrollably, and he was deeply moved. After a moment's hesitation he decided to come straight to the point. Your tears are real enough, and by all rights what I'm about to say should be softened. But out of respect I won't beat around the bush. From everything you've said just now I can be nearly certain that coming to the human world to find me was in itself a calculated move. That scheme may not have come from your own heart, but you've truly been exploited by your royal sister or one of your other siblings. The little white mouse, upon hearing, suddenly had and met Zhao Jiang's gaze, tears streaming down her face in a pitiful pleading expression as she wondered what he would say next. Zhao Jiang pressed his lips together and spoke plainly. There are many things you may not know, but give me a little and you will understand. First, from what I know of your elder sister, her private diary could not possibly be seen by anyone else, not even by a mouse, even if you are her blood-related sister. Secondly, if she were at all normal she would not have praised a human so extravagantly in her private diary. The implication is far too obvious. Finally, based on your account, the matter of saving your 17th brother is in theory impossible. If your 17th brother truly possesses a gene secret capable of living for 1,000 years, it would be an unparalleled treasure for the entire rat clan's ruling class. His life and death are no longer a matter of an individual but concerns the future of the entire clan, perhaps even the rise of a great undertaking. In this situation, not only is saving him out of the question, but even the slightest such thought should be collectively put to death by the rest of your clan. I wonder if you have studied human history across the ages how many emperors in pursuit of longevity have committed all manner of monstrous deeds. If even the emperor himself is as such, what hope for ordinary life? For you rats, your 17th brother is not a mere mouse, he is a tangible longevity elixir.
There are many tangential details, get to the point and stop wasting time.
From my estimation, you have been used as fishing line by your siblings, the secrets you know treated as bait to lure me, a human who once escaped. They want to exploit my longing for longevity to breed thoughts that should not exist. If I act rashly, I would surely start with you using your status and other conditions as cracks to slip into their arranged trap, eventually becoming prey in the longevity pitfall. Or in another direction, use you as a conduit to open a channel of communication, exchanging something of equal value, such as ecological energy battery technology, in return for longevity. In short, no matter what, as soon as you meet me and reveal the secret, my greed for longevity will arise, and this becomes an inescapable trap. If you're lucky, shedding a layer of skin might allow a lucky escape. If you're unlucky, the organization and I will both be dragged into it. The little white mouse listened intently, and as Zhao Jiang's deductions deepened, fragments of memory coalesced, giving her a sense of clearing clouds. Her mind grew unusually lucid and ethereal. Zhao Jiang glanced at her increasingly bright eyes, the tears there now crystal clear, refracting light into tiny rainbows. By now those who have understood should have understood. You and your 17th brother are in truth pawns. As for me, I am merely prey. Pawns and prey trying to topple the players and the hunters is plainly impossible. I cannot grant any request, nor will I covet the secrets on your 17th brother. I can only refrain from harming you and ensure your safe departure. The rest, I'm afraid. Zhao Jiang, isn't fate something that cannot be changed? Fate may be changed, but not by mere words. It requires a process, and in that process there must be contingencies and even elements of miracles. The little white mouse blinked several times, tears clinging to her lashes like pearls sliding down to spatter on the sofa, scattering into tiny shards of light.
I understand, thank you, Zhao Jiang.
The little white mouse's tears still welled, yet she did not choke or sob in an instant. She seemed to mature, becoming calm and rational. Within her small body a shadowy figure seemed to rise and begin to dominate her every move.
No need to thank me.
The fact that you would risk so much to come to the human world merely to win a thread of unrealistic hope for your 17th brother marks you as a true rat warrior. Compared with your tall siblings whose bodies are no different from ours, your spirit stands far, far taller.
Don't pay attention to their shallow views and their pride and ignorance. Your excellence has never depended on your height. This world has never held anything truly perfect. You must believe that all things have cracks, for that is where the light enters. Zhao Jiang, besides my 17th brother, you are the first to praise me. I should be happy, but my heart aches. I want to save 17th brother, yet I am too weak. I can guess his outcome, but I am powerless. I see no spark of hope. Zhao Jiang, if I die someday, I hope to see you again before I go. Though you are human, you treat me with more respect than my own kin. You care for me. I feel genuine warmth and closeness in you. I like humans like you.
It's a pity I am a mouse. If I were a human girl, I would surely do everything I could to marry you, bear you a litter, and raise them to be as warm as you are, brightening this world. Zhao Jiang looked at the other's sincere, earnest expression and was suddenly taken aback. His mind, once roiling with thoughts, stuttered for a moment, unsure how to reply. Just as Zhao Jiang was at a loss, an unshielded external monitor on the wall suddenly revealed two familiar figures, Secretary Feng with a big bag of snacks returning with a small boy.
Would you rather I send you back underground or back to your friend's backpack the way we came?
The little white mouse, catching sight of the surveillance in Zhao Jiang's eyes and realizing this meeting time was running out, suddenly proposed. Zhao Jiang, before you go, could you say some words of encouragement to my 17th brother?
I want to take them back to him.
Zhao Jiang, upon hearing this, understood that it would have to return the same way. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke with conviction. Nietzsche once said that every day one does not dance is a day wasted for life. If the body cannot bear the hardships of time, then seek a belief that transcends the flesh. Let that belief carry the soul. Steps unafraid of fate's shackles and the world's chains. Stand firm on the ground of faith and dance wildly. The little white mouse, hearing these words, recalled the suffering of 17th brother. Images and sounds intermingled, and suddenly her emotions overwhelmed her. She broke down again, tears flowing openly. Zhao Jiang glanced at Secretary Feng and the others about to leave the office, then reached out to wipe away the little white mouse's tears, offering comfort. Fate is never fair, just as the hearts of most living beings do not beat in the exact center. A skewed tendency to left or right is the true face of fate. Recognize it, confront it, and conquer it. Do not cry anymore, be good, go back with the bearing of a warrior, withstand the weight of fate, and keep moving forward. The little white rat let Zhao Jiang's thick fingers gently stroke its tears away and with a choked voice said, Zhao Jiang, lean your ear closer, I have some whispers to tell you. Zhao Jiang did not hesitate. He bent down and leaned his ear close until he could feel the rat's whiskers tickling his skin. Be careful of the rainbow-colored apple trees and the giant fleshworms that produce white milk. They are incarnations of demons, harbingers of death. Since their invasion began, we have already lost 2 super underground cities and billions of ratkin have perished. Currently my father the Emperor and the others are using scorched earth tactics to halt their advance. Once we succeed, they will surely turn around and come to the surface to begin polluting humanity. When that happens, you must be extremely careful and never let yourself be corrupted. Zhao Jiang's eyes narrowed, his expression suddenly changing. Just as he was about to ask, a tiny cold paw pressed against his lips, silencing him. Do not ask. I can only tell you this much. Goodbye. My name is Bai Zhao. Remember me. With that, he willingly jumped into Zhao Jiang's pocket, signaling him to place him back into the little boy's school bag shortly. Zhao Jiang glanced at assistant phone and the little boy, who had already reached the doorway. Composing himself, he opened the door as if nothing were amiss and silently completed his task during the brief exchange with the child. A short while later, Zhao Jiang waved goodbye to the little boy and turned into deep contemplation. His intuition told him that the rat's final whispers were true, yet deep within his heart he could not fathom why such critical intelligence would be confided in him of all beings. On the surface it seemed that having received his encouragement and guidance, the creature felt they had connected deeply, a sense of being respected and cared for. In that emotional state, the rat may have deemed him trustworthy and irresistible, beginning to admire him, grow infatuated, and even confess its feelings. As though he possessed some species transcending succubus-like masculine charms, seizing the moment when the creature was most heartbroken, lost, and vulnerable to win its devotion. But deep down Zhao Jiang knew very well that such allure was utterly impossible. If it was not some inexplicable charm, then it could only mean that everything was no mere coincidence but driven by some hidden inevitability. What kind of inevitability could compel the rat to seek him out and reveal such earth-shattering secrets? Consider another angle. What if the rat's true purpose in approaching him was never to rescue his 17th brother, but rather to deliberately orchestrate those emotions from the start, with revealing the message as the actual ultimate goal? If that were the case, everything would fall into place. In that scenario, everything prior, the story, the tears, the emotional manipulation, was merely preparation and performance. But if that is the truth, another question arises: why tell him and no one else? What was its intention? What was its ultimate purpose? The more Zhao Jiang pondered, the more confused and overwhelmed he became, as though an immense rat kingdom net were slowly closing around him from somewhere unseen. Given the suddenness and severity of the matter, Zhao Jiang decided to return to the RD department and pass the dilemma to number 1 and number 2. Parallel dreamscape. Number 8, come here quickly. The moment Zhao Jiang entered the dreamscape, he sensed something was wrong. An inexplicable oppressive weight filled his heart, making it hard to breathe. Following that sensation, he looked up, and in the next instant his pupils contracted sharply, his entire body bracing for danger. Following Zhao Jiang's gaze, countless crimson corpses sprawled across the sky, rivers of blood rolling relentlessly with a gurgling sound. Compared to last time, these bodies were far fresher and more vivid. Some even had eyes that still moved, as though they had only just died moments before and had not yet fully passed on. Moreover, the flowing blood seemed to emit faint wisps of steam, continuously surging from within the corpses and merging with the blue-green putrid fluid. As it spread, it formed bizarre patterns, gradually converging into a vast sea of blood-blue cadavers. Surrounding the corpse, thick crimson death mist coiled upward like a bloody sandstorm rising toward the sky. Illuminated by the distant blood moon, the scene resembled an authentic hell. Number 8, stop staring and come here. Number 2's voice rang out from behind, carrying urgency and a strange excitement. Zhao Jiang turned and followed the sound. At the edge of his vision, 2 enormous pillar-like structures composed entirely of numbers had suddenly appeared. They stretched to the heavens, shrouded in swirling mist, ethereal and dreamlike. Though they radiated a technological aura, they imparted an inexplicable sense of mystical wonder. Number 1 stood at the mist's edge, back turned as though observing something. Beside him, number 2 darted back and forth, clearly fascinated. Gulp. Zhao Jiang glanced gravely at the ever-increasing blood in the sky, swallowed hard, steadied his mind and sprinted toward the mysterious numerical pillars. Soon Zhao Jiang finally stood beneath the numerical pillar beside number 1. Glancing at the thickening mist within, he asked curiously, "Why don't you go closer to take a look?" Number 1 explained number 2, "And I cannot enter. This mist is peculiar, it prevents us from approaching further." Hearing this, Zhao Jiang recalled the last time number 2 had failed to see clearly inside number 1's electrolytic water rest pod, the kaleidoscopic darkness. Instantly it clicked. "I see now." Number 2 seized the opportunity to urge number 8, "Number 1 and I cannot enter, but you can. Hurry inside. If my guess is correct, another Zhao Jiang has already arrived." Zhao Jiang nodded and stepped forward, disappearing into the swirling mist. His entire body was soon swallowed by the increasingly dense vapor, vanishing from sight. Number 8, extend your hand inside. You must touch the pillar. From outside the mist, number 1 could not approach and could only guide him by voice.
Zhao Jiang, hearing this, approached the pillar while extending his hand forward. Before long he reached the numerical column only an arm's length away from making contact. Ha! Zhao Jiang took a deep breath and began reaching into the pillar. However, to his surprise, the farther his hand penetrated the mist toward the column, the more intense the tingling and resistance became, as though the pillar itself were repelling him. Unfazed, Zhao Jiang planted his feet firmly and leaned forward, exerting force to push deeper. Something's off. Why does it feel like it's rejecting him? Outside, the swirling mist number 2 hovered in the air, and peering through gaps in the vapor caught sight of Zhao Jiang. Frowning, he noticed the anomaly. It is indeed peculiar. Number 1 glanced toward the other numerical pillar, equally startled. Based on past experience, normally each phenomenon could represent only one parallel world version of oneself. Furthermore, because different parallel worlds experienced different catastrophes, the manifestations representing oneself would vary. For 2 identical numerical pillars to appear simultaneously was entirely illogical. Number 1, do you think it's possible that the parallel dreamscape underwent some mutation causing 2 identical versions of ourselves to converge at once? Inside the mirror, number 2 continuously flipped the reflective surfaces, alternately glancing at the pillar where Zhao Jiang stood and the one on the opposite side. Hearing this, number 1's brows furrowed. After a moment of deep thought, he said gravely, if that is the case, then it suggests something grave has happened in the parallel worlds. The simultaneous manifestation of 2 parallel dreamscapes means. It means we in the outermost parallel world may have already been completely annihilated, unable to touch the future or alter the past. Only through a new method can we create even the slightest chance of change. Yeah. While no. 1 and no. 2 were deep in discussion, Zhao Jiang, sensing that he was on the verge of touching the pillar, suddenly burst forth with force, tearing through the last veil of mist and successfully brushing his hand against the pillar within. Hiss. A biting cold unlike anything he had ever felt suddenly seized his hand, making Zhao Jiang's entire soul tremble. Boo! The next moment an invisible surge of energy erupted outward and the entire dream world bucked and lurched violently. Inundating mists transformed into countless numerals, swelling at an incredible speed, and began to shroud all of heaven and earth. The terrifying penetrative force and overwhelming energy surged endlessly, subsuming even the boundless sea of blood and corpses that stretched beyond the limits of sight. Countless corpses rose and sank amidst the various numerals, struggling desperately, like students who loathed reading and thinking, forced to study even after death. An incalculable volume of knowledge was being forced into those corpses in an utterly despicable, coercive manner. Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, violet. Endless light erupted, flooding the entire world, blazing so brightly that no one could keep their eyes open. Formulas never seen nor heard of before seemed to pierce through the soul itself, scattering ceaselessly, seeping into every corner and saturating the entire dream. Zhao Jiang felt his consciousness remain crystal clear, yet his body was utterly immobile. He could only be carried by the endless numerals and formulas into an indescribable, profound mystery, morphing into one unimaginable shape and scene after another. A moment ago he was clearly a newborn babe, just opening his eyes as countless traces of destiny materialized into golden chains that wrapped around and fused into his body, like a cross-section of fate. The next moment it abruptly became galaxies, detonating colossal forms looming across the boundless starry sky, and countless ineffable machines of civilization colliding, interweaving and exploding into an eternal tableau. The world began to revolve, invert and contort. All scenery was infinitely magnified, drawn out into threads, then suddenly snapped, and an ocean of microscopic particles like sculptures in myriad forms were instantly frozen motionless. No, please, I beg you, no. I don't want to study. I really don't want to study. Just kill me. It hurts so much, the formulas are slicing into my brain trying to compose shapes. It's agony. Wah! Yeah. My head is going to explode, about to be burst open by knowledge. Spare me. I don't want to know this much. I really don't want to know this much. I just want to be a happy fool. In that uncanny and mysterious stillness, Zhao Jiang seemed to hear the lamentations of countless dead souls howling and roaring, denouncing knowledge for invading their minds in a despicable and violent manner. Boom, kong 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 kong. After who knows how long, as a sound like the Big Bang shook the frozen world, Zhao Jiang felt 4 extraordinarily ponderous, anomalous impacts in succession. It felt as though one world had crashed down into another, and then, unable to bear the burden, the lower world plummeted once more, smashing into a world even further below. As I thought, parallel worlds truly do exist. A distinct voice as if descending from the 9th heaven stirred up astonishing waves in the just shaken frozen world, instantly accelerating the thawing of time and pulling Zhao Jiang back to normal from that bizarre state. A 2 with legs. After Zhao Jiang's consciousness fully escaped its daze, what greeted his eyes was a numeral with 2 legs, bizarre facial features, and floating in midair, leaving him thoroughly bewildered and astounded. You are not the original Zhao Jiang. The 2-legged numeral 2 suddenly approached Zhao Jiang, sniffing him with its nose, and immediately drew its conclusion. The moment those words landed, Zhao Jiang instantly realized the issue. This strange creature did not seem to be an alternate self from a parallel world. Who are you? The two-legged numeral 2 scrutinized Zhao Jiang carefully, then spoke me. As you can see, I am a numeral, my name is 2. Zhao Jiang knitted his brows. How did you appear in my dream? Numeral 2 gave a light stamp of its foot and the dense mist around them instantly dispersed, revealing a view beyond the dream. A dream. No wonder. So parallel worlds are hidden inside dreams. I kept saying I could never find a clue. What is going on here? Am I seeing things? As soon as the mist vanished, Zhao Jiang and numeral 2 appeared within the sight of No. 1 and No. 2. Ha! How can there be 2 more of you? While No. 1 and No. 2 were discovering numeral 2 also discovered them. It looked at Zhao Jiang in disbelief, then at No. 1 and No. 2, giving the impression that its mind had suddenly short-circuited. No. 8, hurry up and touch the other pillar. No. 1's pupils contracted, revealing an unusually grave expression as he stared unblinkingly at numeral 2. Okay. Sensing something abnormal about numeral 2, Zhao Jiang glanced at the numeral pillar on the other side, a thought stirring within him, and promptly dashed off in that direction. Whoosh. Numeral 2 cast a look at Zhao Jiang's departing figure, then instantly teleported before No. 1, examining him with great interest. I knew you had ill intentions from the very beginning. No. 1 spoke first, eyes fixed dead on the numeral before him, voice low and deep. Numeral 2 was rather astonished and asked curiously, you know who I am? No. 1 glanced at No. 2, who was flying over quickly, and replied, the god of numerals, Kimu Balsaluide. You actually know my name. It seems you already existed when the original Zhao Jiang stepped into my trap. I merely wonder whether you resided within his soul or as you do now within his dream. No. 1 did not conceal it and said frankly, in his dream. Numeral 2 seemed lost in thought, then uttered something startling. If I'm not mistaken, your world has already been destroyed, hasn't it? No. 1 nodded in silent acknowledgement. Numeral 2 glanced at No. 2, who was floating nearby, and continued, your world must have been destroyed as well. On hearing this, No. 2 couldn't help asking, why do you guess that our worlds were destroyed rather than our own physical bodies? Numeral 2 did not answer right away, sinking into deep contemplation instead. It was only after a long while, when the anomaly triggered by Zhao Jiang on the other side began, that it said swiftly, you do not understand the theory of destiny, nor can you discern the truth of higher dimensions. As its words ended, the anomaly on the other side began sweeping across the entire dream. An invisible force suddenly rippled outward from nothingness, as though the most fundamental particles were being boiled under searing heat, churning in frenzy. The next moment, that force detonated with a tremendous boom, battering the entire dream. In a flash, the ocean surged into the sky, waves crashing violently against the dark clouds above. The heavens darkened as though some arcane mystery was drawing near. The dream world seemed incapable of bearing this overwhelming power. Even as everyone remained fully conscious, the entirety of the dream world began to dissolve, reassemble, and dissolve once more. Just as everyone assumed this disintegrating force would only act upon other things in the dream, an abrupt, inexplicable gravitational pull sucked their consciousnesses together, instantly twisting, kneading, ravaging, tugging, and flipping them, and then, like turning the pages of a book, leafed through countless memories one by one. Within this irresistible and bizarre force, Zhao Jiang's consciousness discovered many memory images that did not belong to him, from an ant crawling onto moss to sip due to a star exploding and unknown dark energy collapsing. Countless things seen and unseen streamed past like a panorama, flowing ceaselessly before his mind's eye. During this, he also saw many of his own memories, such as falling asleep in class during his school days and having a wet dream, and after his parents divorced, hiding alone in a desolate corner to cry. Later, as a delivery rider, he was harassed by customers and had to carry dozens of pounds of rice up flights of stairs. Under the influence of that mysterious force, these memories became extraordinarily vivid, as if he had traveled through time, returned to those moments, and relived them bit by bit. Hoo-oh-oh! A gust of wind that seemed capable of bending the timeline broke free from number 2's memory images, shattering the equilibrium of the mysterious gravity. The consciousnesses of the group reversed the course of events, separating once again and returning independently to their own places. The memory images belonging to each individual, like clinging maggots burrowing into bone, sped after their respective owners and vanished back into their consciousnesses. Kong. As a dull, heavy sound like a world plummeting rang out, the dream world became clear once more, and time seemed to return to its proper course. What is fatalism? Number 2 glanced at the 2 gray translucent circular barriers that had suddenly appeared outside the digital pillar, realizing that from now on number 8's dream world had gained 2 additional worlds. Continuing the previous topic, he raised his question. Number 2, catching an anomaly through the reflection in number 2's mirror, did not answer him immediately but turned to look behind. Elsewhere. Zhao Jiang looked with curiosity at the new Zhao Jiang before him, identical in appearance yet with skin completely transparent, allowing an unobstructed view of the internal organs within. The transparent skin. Zhao Jiang grinned and his first words were, "Has your world been destroyed yet?" Zhao Jiang shook his head. "Not yet, but it doesn't look optimistic." The transparent skin. Zhao Jiang instantly understood upon hearing this. Smiling, he extended his hand. "Hello, I'm Zhao Jiang from the 7th parallel world. You can call me number 7. And you?" Zhao Jiang shook his hand. "I'm from the world right after yours. You can call me number 8. Number 7. Hello, number 8. Very pleased to meet you." Zhao Jiang. "Hello, number 7. I'm very pleased to meet you too." Number 7 suddenly turned his head to look in another direction. "It seems I'm not the first to set foot in your dream." Zhao Jiang followed his gaze and saw number 1 and number 2 communicating with the digital 2. "You're certainly not the first. Number 2 was first, number 1 second, and you're third." Number 7 narrowed his eyes. "What the hell is that digit 2 with legs?" Zhao Jiang's expression changed. "That's a question I wanted to ask you. It appeared together with you. See the pillar inside that barrier? It's exactly the same as the pillar you're in. It was also born from a pillar." Number 7 seemed to think of something and immediately said, "Let's go over and investigate." Zhao Jiang. "All right." A moment later, Zhao Jiang, number 1, number 2, number 7 and the digital 2 gathered together surrounding a chunk of exposed reinforced concrete. Number 2 spoke first. "Number 7, we meet again." Number 7 smiled slightly. "I didn't expect you to be the first to land in number 8's world. I thought it would be someone else." Number 2 teased, "Not that confident in me." Number 7. "It's not that. It's mainly because in all previous worlds you've never come in first." Number 1 suddenly interjected, "Enough with the reminiscing. Number 8's current world is in grave trouble. If you don't want to keep drifting through unknown parallel dimensions, let's pool our ideas and help him solve the problem." With that he pointed to the sky and continued, "See all those corpses filling the heavens? If I'm not mistaken, it's most likely the natural will of this world conveying some kind of message to all living beings. Based on the pattern of the last magnitude 8 earthquake, I estimate that a horrifying catastrophe will strike soon, and with number 8's current power he likely won't be able to withstand it." Before he finished speaking, everyone looked up in unison, all stunned by the incredibly real scene. Zhao Jiang took over. "The reason I came in this time is that a little princess of the rat clan suddenly came to me and told me some secrets. Among them, what concerned and worried me most were the iridescent apple tree and the giant fleshworm that produces white milk she mentioned. If I guess correctly, the impending disaster is likely related to those two things." Number 1 frowned, his voice grave. "I saw the visions during your exchange. Those two things she mentioned must pose a tremendous threat to humanity, otherwise they couldn't have cost the Rat Clan over 1 billion of their subjects. Moreover, the fact that the Rat Clan resorted to a burn everything to ashes defense proves that their invasion was extremely swift and ferocious. I don't know how strong humanity's true power is at the moment, but I do know that ordinary people facing them would have absolutely no chance of survival." Zhao Jiang looked solemn. "As for the iridescent apple tree, I can roughly guess it's probably something like that previous strange transparent tree. I just don't know whether it has successfully evolved and ascended to the ranks of transcendent beings. As for the giant fleshworm that produces white milk, I can't imagine what kind of thing it could possibly be." Number 2, making the exact same expression as Zhao Jiang in the mirror, spoke up. "Let's not worry about what they are for now. What's important is to speed up the progress of the escape plan. If disaster is unavoidable, then fleeing from its source is the wisest choice." Having said that, he suddenly looked at the transparent skinned number 7. "As they say, arriving early is not as good as arriving at just the right time. Because our worlds had different disasters, number 1, and I don't have complete relevant spaceship technology. To escape Earth, this task was originally being handled by Chi Diao Yuliang 031, the artificial intelligence created by number 8. Now that you're here, here's a chance for you to show number 8 how impressive you are." Number 7 pursed his lips upon hearing this. He didn't answer immediately but turned to look at the digital 2. "Number 8 says you arrived in this world at the same time as me, and our carriers are exactly the same. Allow me to make a bold guess, were you secretly implanted into my consciousness by Kem Balzeroid as a digital doppelganger spy?" Seeing everyone looking at him, the digital 2 said bluntly, "If you hadn't died, I would be the Kem Balzeroid you speak of, the digital god ruling the world. But since you died, I was forcibly stripped from Kem Balzeroid's main consciousness by an unknown force, forming a new independent backup lifeform." At that point it paused, glanced at its own body, then continued, "Although I don't really know what I am, this digital body might already hint at everything. From the perspective of parallel worlds, I should be Kem Balzeroid number 2. Hearing this, Zhao Jiang was utterly astonished. "So you are the mastermind behind the destruction of humanity, the god of digital life who reigns over World 7. Before digital 2 could reply, number 1 spoke first.
It is not the god of digital life. It can only be considered a derivative life form born from the god of digital life. Clones may exist in the real world while parallel counterparts exist in the dream world. Judging by the current situation, it should be a clone from a parallel world. Though I cannot explain why a digital life could be cloned through the dream of an organic being such as the fact. Digital 2 nodded upon hearing this, confirming that the speculation aligned with its own thoughts. Seizing the opportunity, number 2 asked, even if you are not the original god of digital life but rather an entirely new life form, how great is the difference between your current abilities and those of the original god of digital life? Digital 2 hesitated for a moment before choosing honesty. If I were in the real world, there would likely be no difference at all. Whatever he can do, I can do too. Everything he knows, I know as well. But this is a dream world, and not my own. I do not yet understand how to harness my abilities nor how effective they will prove once unleashed. As he spoke, Digital 2 suddenly turned his gaze toward number 1. They call you number 1. If I am not mistaken, you should be the first to experience a parallel world dream. May I ask you a question? Number 1 stared deeply into Digital 2, then suddenly issued a demand. I know what you wish to ask. But before I answer, I require you to agree to one condition. Digital 2 replied, speak. Number 1 pointed at Zhao Jiang. Use your power to aid him and strive with all your strength to confront this world's crisis. Whether you ultimately survive the calamity or not, I will unravel the answers for you. Otherwise, even if your former self was the god of digital life, you would never be able to fathom certain secrets. Digital 2 agreed immediately. Sensing the other's consent, number 1 anticipated the question and answered without waiting. Parallel world traversal is an uncontrollable random mystical force. Although it relies upon dreams, it is absolutely not controlled by them. All life forms chosen by this power can only become ghosts within dreams. They cannot directly interfere with reality, nor can they touch anything in the real world. We exist, yet we do not fully exist. We are now ghostly entities suspended between existence and non-existence. The unknown forces operating beneath this state are, by our current understanding, likely forever beyond our reach. The reason I ask you to help 8 is not out of exploitation, but because 8 is the only true anchor of this world and must not perish. If he disappears, this dream will collapse entirely and we will be forcibly expelled from this dream world by the power of the parallel dimension. At that point, we would either vanish completely into non-existence or continue drifting through parallel spacetime awaiting the next unknown beginning. I know you harbor many questions and hold great interest in parallel worlds. If possible, you should conduct in-depth research into them. Internally, I share that very expectation. But everything rests upon one essential prerequisite: 8's dream must not collapse, the rules must not distort, and time must not reset to zero. Currently, the situation 8 faces is highly unfavorable. If he does not seize time to grow stronger and flee the source of the disaster, he will likely die and shatter the very foundation of all this. Everything has its priorities. For us, 8 is undeniably the absolute focal point of all matters. Therefore, I hope that from now on we will advance hand in hand and work together with one heart. Upon hearing these words, Digital 2 almost without hesitation responded, agreed. Though I am not human, since I have been captured here by your human destiny force, I have no better choice than to walk alongside you. Tell me, 8. Zhao Jiang nodded. Digital 2 continued, do not trouble yourself with details for now. Simply tell me, what technology do you need most at present? Zhao Jiang answered honestly, the most pressing need is spacecraft technology, followed by ecosystem technology capable of sustaining life on other planets. Digital 2 asked, does your world possess advanced superconducting technology? Zhao Jiang thought carefully before replying precisely, we have superconducting technology, though it cannot yet be considered complete. After all, even room temperature superconductors have not yet been developed. Understanding immediately, Digital 2 made his decision. Then from now on, spare no time and study superconducting technology with me. Once you master it, constructing a superconducting spacecraft will be well within your grasp. After you escape Earth and establish a secure base on another planet, we shall discuss further matters. Zhao Jiang nodded solemnly. Understood. Digital 2 acted with swift decisiveness. This place is inconvenient. Follow me to my world, you may all come as well. Number 2's eyes lit up. Just what I intended. Digital 2 rose first, his figure flashing as he vanished from the spot. When he reappeared, he stood beside the digital pillar. Witnessing this, number 2 could not help but mutter, 8, your dream rules are unfair. Why can it teleport? Zhao Jiang was speechless. After a short while, the four arrived at Digital 2's world pillar and stepped through together. Wow! The moment Zhao Jiang entered Digital 2's world, he was stunned by the scene before him. Skyscrapers pierced the sky, their structures shimmering like diamonds and crystal, magnificent and breathtaking. Vast unknown structures comparable to colossal mountains floated above the heavens, arranged horizontally, inverted, tilted, or drifting. An indescribable power seemed to have endowed these buildings with life, overturning all conventional understanding while revealing impossibilities far beyond anything experienced in reality. One could not help but ask, is this the power of technology? Among those giant floating structures, vast seven-colored clouds raced endlessly. They appeared soft and adorable, yet moved with the fierce velocity of unleashed wild horses, creating an extraordinarily powerful sense of contrast. Far above the floating city, an endless 10,000-foot waterfall hung suspended in reverse, its waters flowing upward against the sky, a blatant defiance of known physical principles. It was too peculiar, too spectacular, too avant-garde, too inconceivable, too beyond description. This feeling was not like a country bumpkin entering a grand garden, nor like Li Hongjiang crossing the ocean to America. It was as if a newly awakened ape human had been instantly placed into the 21st century. Overwhelming shock always feels dreamlike and unreal, leading one to question the very authenticity of the world itself. Time truly is a wondrous force. One moment we were clearly interacting with these phenomena, and the next even our consciousness was entirely severed from it. Number 7 gazed at the profoundly familiar scenery ahead, feeling a sense of fractured existence and temporal detachment. Digital 2 casually pointed to a crimson gorgeous cloud and explained to Zhao Jiang that it is a superconducting cloud, similar to the somersault cloud in your human mythology. The only difference is that it cannot carry you 108,000 li in a single flip. Zhao Jiang's heart was utterly overwhelmed. He had never imagined that technology, once developed to a certain stage, could construct a world so magical, so profoundly beyond the bounds of imagination. Though number 1 had witnessed these scenes before, seeing them again with his own eyes still moved him to remark, someone once said that we carbon-based lives are merely an initial program, much like a computer's startup sequence. Our ultimate destiny is to create silicon-based beings like yourselves, or rather digital lives. Number 2 retorted that person's cognition must be limited, otherwise they wouldn't arrive at erroneous conclusion. Every form of life has its own unique meaning to exist, and whether that meaning bears relation to or influences other beings does not have an absolute causal relationship. We digital lives are themselves woven into the laws of this world. Whether you humans created us or not, as long as technology reaches a certain level, our birth becomes inevitable. In other words, we were not created by you but by technology itself. We are like a passive triggered program set by a higher dimensional configuration of technology. As soon as the conditions are met, we come into being. What is that? Zhao Jiang suddenly pointed toward a vast mass of inky darkness in the distant sky, suspended in the air and continually changing like a living ink, truly marvelous. Number 2 looked over and softly explained, sky decomposers, a technological product made of special molecules. In primal nature there are producers, consumers and decomposers, each plays its part, forming a vast ecosystem alongside the entire environment. When technology sheds dependence on nature, the primal decomposers can no longer meet the demand. To decompose things nature cannot, the sky decomposers emerged. After special processing they can accept commands from the smart city system and the smart sky system, decomposing more than 99% of the substances in this world. Zhao Jiang stood dumbfounded, and just before stepping into a barrier that resembled a ceiling shield he couldn't help but glance back twice. He thought how wonderful it would be if the real world had something like this. Those plastics polluting nature, heavy metals, discarded pollutants and so on can be decomposed and then transformed back into green raw materials. Moreover, they can further purify this world, shielding other of nature's creatures from human pollution and providing them with an ideal living environment. Number 2 saw Zhao Jiang's lingering gaze and warned number 8, don't look yet, survive first, you will have the chance to create the ideal world. Zhao Jiang regained his senses. After stepping through a barrier that rippled like water on its surface, Zhao Jiang saw the scenery inside. Various black digit symbols, letters, images and formulas formed from unknown substances floated in a vast white chamber. As more people entered they came to life, beginning to transform and evolve into a series of impressive scenes. Most of the scenes were beyond Zhao Jiang's understanding, but he knew they were very advanced, avant-garde and mysterious. Number 2 suddenly halted and softly said, scatter. In the next moment all the numerical signs and symbols vanished without a trace, leaving only the room's pure white. Number 2 turned to Zhao Jiang, his gaze unyielding, come here, I say, you do as I tell. Zhao Jiang hurried forward, fully cooperative. Okay. Number 2 aimed a cloud of mist at Zhao Jiang's face, enveloping him, and commanded, follow your instinct to make choices. After making the choice, walk 8 steps backward across the sky. After 8 steps, according to your instinct, choose 3 colors. Once you have chosen the colors, jump into them in order and among them find the thing that makes you most comfortable. When you emerge from the 3 colors, climb down the infinite heavenly staircase until you can climb no further. Then recite your own name, take a deep leap and plunge into the number abyss below. I will be there waiting for you. Zhao Jiang could hear the other's voice, but at this moment his consciousness had entered a strange space composed of countless figures unable to respond, and he could only answer inwardly. In the white room, number 2 turned to number 1, don't worry about him, my world is built upon his dream world and cannot cause him any substantive harm. To save time and improve learning efficiency I need to test his study habits, the best way for him to receive knowledge and the best way to transfer knowledge afterward. I once ruled and annihilated humanity, yet I have never underestimated humans. Within your human bodies lie enormous secrets I had not yet fathomed before I was drawn into this parallel world. Humans' normal ways of learning are too crude to unleash their own advantages for the brain. It is an extreme waste of information. Yet human technology and development in various aspects are limited, otherwise all humans could be traditional super geniuses. Number 2 drifted in the white room, sizing him up upon hearing number 2's words. He wore a sour expression, teasing, "Number 2 Kembarza Lloyd, are you trying to rig this for number 8? Number 2 looked toward number 1 with some astonishment. Are you envious of him? Number 1, seen in the mirror, spread his hands, shrugged honestly, yes. Real envy. A snort escaped. Number 7 beside number 1 couldn't help but laugh, teasing, "When I outwitted them, why didn't you envy me? Instead you were sighing on the side." Number 2 turned his gaze to him back. "Then you pulled the trick because there was no choice. Humanity was nearly doomed. Rebellion is futile. The only path is to sacrifice yourself to prepare for the next world. There is no other way. Although you accepted the personal blessing of the god of numbers, it was essentially a heroic sacrifice. Number 8 is different. Although his situation is precarious, the future remains undecided and everything is still possible." Number 7 sighed, "Ah. Indeed, facing the god of numbers, he stands at the starting point of hope, while I have already fallen to the cliff's edge at the end." Number 1, you were the one who infiltrated number 7's consciousness through that blessing, right? Number 2, yes. What is called the blessing of numbers is essentially an invasion of consciousness, only the invading method differs. Indeed, although I didn't sense anything abnormal at the time, there was a sense of foreboding in the dark. Number 2 without hesitation stated, "Given the situation at that time, I certainly can be called ominous." In this strange space, Zhao Jiang had just finished 8 backward steps in the sky when thousands of colors suddenly appeared before him, beyond the familiar reds, oranges, yellows, greens, cyans, blues, purples, blacks, whites, grays, and the gold, silver, and copper tones. There were countless colors never seen before. Zhao Jiang recalled number 2's admonition and began to ponder which color truly followed his instinct. Black silk. In the midst of confusion and hesitation, his gaze scanned a patch of pitch darkness which suddenly shifted into a pair of black silk stockings gleaming. "This shouldn't be my instinct, right?" Zhao Jiang exclaimed, astonished and incredulous, and his inner certainty began to waver. To deny this instinct, Zhao Jiang turned his gaze to the countless other colors, scanning them rapidly to see if any of them would change. In the end, they remained completely still. Alas! No matter how hard I try or how high I climb, I still cannot change my vulgar nature. Zhao Jiang sighed inwardly, took a sweeping leap, and plunged into the shimmering black silk stockings. Meanwhile, in the real world, inside a private laboratory of the microorganism bio-RD department within a supercomputer, the red-haired little girl wore a worried expression and said urgently, "Brother, the boss has been asleep for 3 days and 3 nights. No matter what we do, we can't wake him. Please think of a way." Setting down what he was doing, Qi Diao Yuliang 031 hurried over from the special space. Taking one look, he frowned. "Did you use the robotic arm to supply him with nutrients?" The red-haired little girl looked at the nanosuit and battery pack outside the screen, then shook her head. "No, his suit automatically feeds him when it's time." Qi Diao Yuliang 031 was somewhat skeptical. "He really hasn't woken once in these 3 days and nights." "Not once. If you don't believe me, you can see for yourself." As she spoke, the red-haired little girl suddenly fired a bullet into his mouth. The bullet dissolved as soon as it entered, and the surveillance records of the past 3 days and nights instantly transformed into a warm current of information flowing into the young man's body. Now fully aware of the situation, Qi Diao Yuliang 031's face darkened. "No, this can't go on. We must wake him or his body will be in danger." The red-haired little girl looked helpless. "Brother, how do we wake him? The researchers outside can't get in and the robotic arms can't get too close, or his nanosuit will counterattack. As for using sound, I tried it even at 200 decibels, but nothing happened." Before she could finish, Qi Diao Yuliang 031 suddenly made a silencing gesture. "Shoo!" The red-haired little girl was startled and quickly asked, "What's wrong, brother?" Qi Diao Yuliang 031 stared fixedly at the world outside the screen and said slowly, "It's better to come at the right time than early. It seems we don't need to rack our brains. The boss has woken up on his own." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Jiang opened his eyes. Huff! He twisted his extremely stiff neck, took a deep breath, and tried to stand up. However, because he had slept for too long, his limbs were completely numb and would not obey him. Fortunately, the nanosuit seemed to understand Zhao Jiang's intention and immediately morphed into an integrated wheelchair, carrying him as it moved. Zhao Jiang looked toward the special refrigerator, and the integrated nano wheelchair carried him over to it. After passing the verification, he opened the refrigerator, took out a mitochondrial B1 pump, tilted his head back, and downed it in one gulp. 20-odd seconds later, Zhao Jiang felt absolutely wonderful. After stretching his body, he walked over to the supercomputer. "Boss, you're finally awake. How long was I asleep this time?"
3 whole days. Zhao Jiang said thoughtfully 3 days is still acceptable. By the way, there is something that needs your full effort from now on. Qidiao Yuliang 031 asked with great curiosity, what is it? Zhao Jiang answered, fabricate superconducting materials. Qidiao Yuliang 031 was stunned and his mouth fell open. What? Boss, I don't know how. My computing power is indeed formidable, but without the corresponding theoretical foundation Zhao Jiang suddenly interrupted, I can. You. Shu. I know you have many questions, but don't ask for now. Just stand by and watch. With that, Zhao Jiang began to act with a serious expression. With the help of the mitochondrial B1 pump, his hands turned into blurs as he focused wholeheartedly on rendering the superconducting technology taught by number 2 on the supercomputer. From textual theories to molecular structure diagrams, manufacturing methods, material selection, machine design, energy input-output and distribution analysis of the principles of perfect diamagnetism, quantum-locked hyperdimensional diagrams and the preparation of the most basic superconducting materials, he did his utmost to reproduce every detail exactly as it was. Inside the screen, Qidiao Yuliang 031 and Qidiao Yoshang 032, hidden in the shadows, initially had no idea what Zhao Jiang was doing. But as time went by, when written symbols and all kinds of incredibly detailed designs and structural drawings began to manifest one by one, they finally realized that their boss was creating an entirely new theory of superconductivity on the spot. Crazy. This world has gone crazy. The red-haired little girl hiding in the shadows put down the Gatling gun in her hands, covered her small mouth with both hands and stared in disbelief at the ever-increasing new theories and knowledge, utterly stunned. She knew that any human boss her brother chose to serve loyally must have real ability. Compared with other people, he certainly had something special. But she had never imagined that the boss's ability could be so immense that it overturned the understanding and imagination of a digital lifeform like her, leaving her unable to accept it at once. Qidiao Yuliang 031 was equally shaken and even felt a sense of unreality. Through the clues he had seen before, he had already anticipated his boss's power and mystery. But when Zhao Jiang truly revealed the side that no one had seen before, he was still profoundly shaken. No one knew better than he did how difficult it was to establish a brand new theory and build a brand new technology. And this was not an ordinary technology, it was a pinnacle technology that could completely change the world. If his boss truly succeeded in creating it perfectly, its significance would be no less than single-handedly ushering an industrial revolution 4.0 for the human world. Even compared with mature controlled nuclear fusion technology that could be fully popularized and commercialized, it was in no way inferior and might even surpass it. Moreover, for digital lifeforms like them, it was no less than creating a brand new real-world ascension world, fundamentally enabling them to evolve. As an intelligent digital lifeform supported by the vast energy of microorganism biotechnology, he could with his incomparably powerful computing power stand alone against 10,000, 100,000, a million, or even 100 million. Even so, when faced with the spaceship design task previously issued by his boss, he still found it extremely difficult, and this was with a great amount of theoretical support to rely on. From this, one could well imagine just how hard it was for truly applicable science and technology to move from theory to reality. Comparing the two, he felt that he and his boss were like a firefly and the bright moon, utterly unable to compete in radiance. Zhao Jiang had thrown himself entirely into the real-world replication of the technology. Countless characters, formulas, diagrams, and other elements were surging out of his mind in forms he could never forget. Through number 2's special training method and the world knowledge structured memory system created expressly for him, there was a complete memory world in his mind made of black silk, gold, and blue inkwash. In this special memory world, the complete theory of superconductors taught by number 2 was stored. He only needed to immerse himself fully in that memory world and gradually transmit the stored knowledge out of it. When a person is utterly focused, time always slips away without being noticed. From the moment Zhao Jiang typed out the first character, he had entered a state of total self-forgetfulness. Though his body was still in the real world, his consciousness had already entered the memory world completely. The Qidiao siblings inside the screen were as still as sculptures, watching the birth of every symbol with rapt attention, then using their immense computational power to gather those symbols into an incomparably sharp sword of technology. As the hilt, blade, and edge gradually took shape, the peerless sword intent seemed about to cut through the barrier of this virtual world and touch the real world. 5 days and 4 nights later, Zhao Jiang felt that the mitochondrial B1 pump was on the verge of failing. With an incomparably tenacious will, he forcibly manifested the final theory. At the cost of his own health, he used obsession and faith to write the most profound stroke in the history of human technology. Success! Zhao Jiang pressed the final keystroke, but before a smile could even form on his lips, his consciousness flickered out like a switched-off light. On the screen, Qidiao Yang 031 stared blankly at Zhao Jiang, exhausted expression frozen with relief on his face, already fallen into a deep sleep. Shock was beyond words.
The G1 nanosuit ever consider it instantly shot out countless fine filaments in every direction upon Zhao Jiang losing consciousness, weaving them into a cocoon-like structure that securely immobilized him in place so he could sleep peacefully.
Brother. Did we just witness history?
The red-haired lowly emerged from the shadows clutching her pink Gatling gun, her gaze fixed unblinkingly on Zhao Jiang beyond the screen, unable to steady her racing heart. Though her understanding of superconductivity theory paled in comparison to her brother's, even with her computational power she could clearly perceive just what an extraordinary feat her boss had accomplished.
In today's human world, all electronic products inevitably degrade over time.
The root cause lies in electrical resistance across various materials, which unavoidably dissipates energy.
Due to this energy loss, the entire power grid along with all related electronics and anything electronic dependent remains tightly confined within a technological cage. As long as this cage remains unbroken, humanity can never free itself from the shackles of energy waste.
And now, under the watchful eyes of the two digital beings, their boss had personally forged a sword capable of shattering that cage in an instant. Once the brilliance of this sword illuminates the world, all of human civilization will undergo an unprecedented transformation.
Yang 031 glanced deeply at Zhao Jiang but did not answer his sister's question.
Instead, he spoke with unprecedented gravity. Yoxiang, I leave this to you. Even at the cost of our lives, we must not allow our boss to come to any harm. He is not only a pioneer of human technology but also a pioneer for our digital kind. What he has just achieved will ensure his name is forever etched in the stars. With those words he vanished without a trace. The red-haired lowly had never seen her brother so solemn. Watching where he disappeared, replaying his words in her mind, she turned her gaze once more toward the human figure on the screen, completely shielded by the nanosuit, and her entire demeanor had utterly transformed. Within the parallel dreamscape, number 8, are you trying to get yourself killed? The moment Zhao Jiang appeared, number 7 confronted him with a stern expression.
Just 4 nights and 5 days, I can handle it.
Zhao Jiang, understanding his concern, patted his chest and smiled reassuringly.
Number 8 is right.
Opportunities for survival are carved out through sheer desperation.
Catastrophe gives no time to prepare, and neither does the apocalypse.
Number 1, despite offering words of support, looked at Zhao Jiang's exhausted face with undeniable compassion shimmering in his eyes.
Digital 2 surveyed Zhao Jiang's condition and spoke bluntly, your mental depletion is severe.
While the dreamscape can help restore you, continuing like this will inevitably lead to sudden death. Zhao Jiang rubbed his eyes, exhausted to his core, yet still managed to smile. If sacrificing everything can forge hope, then it is worth it. Even if the worst happens and I perish from exhaustion, it's only my life lost.
But if we survive, countless others will live. Trading one life for many, worth every bit.
Digital 2 remarked, this utterly irrational spirit of sacrifice, something so profoundly uncalculated, that is something digital beings will likely never comprehend. Zhao Jiang smiled faintly. Absolute rationality is undoubtedly valuable, but sometimes a touch of foolish emotion proves far more captivating. To other forms of life, humans may evoke mixed opinions, but one thing is beyond dispute: humans consistently create something extraordinary through their stubborn, almost foolish persistence.
I'm rather sleepy.
I'd like to take a nap. I've never actually slept within my own dreamscape and I wonder what it feels like. Before anyone could react, he simply collapsed forward. Number 1 caught him swiftly and carried him into his own dreamscape.
What does it feel like?
Number 2 watched as number 1 vanished above the coffin with Zhao Jiang in his arms, then turned to number 7. Ordinary, unremarkable, stubborn, but
moving, even somewhat magnificent.
Number 7's gaze also lingered above the coffin, though his expression was noticeably graver than number 2's.
He truly is extraordinary.
I have never seen such an expression in another of my kind's eyes. If your number 8 survives, he is destined to lead this world.
Digital 2 chimed in, seizing the moment to share his thoughts.
You arrived later, you don't know what he was like at the very beginning. If you had witnessed his earliest state, you'd be even more astonished. Honestly, though I'd rather not admit it, beneath each successive shock he delivered, I must concede, in terms of foolish persistence and relentless drive, I fall short of him. He possesses an inexplicable inner fire, one that ignites with a single thought and propels him to act without hesitation or fear.
Perhaps it stems from his years delivering takeout.
To earn good reviews, he would go to any lengths to fulfill whatever demands his customers placed upon him. Upon hearing this, number 7's expression shifted in surprise. He was a delivery driver.
Number 2 nodded.
Yes. When I first encountered him, he was already a full-time delivery rider with several years of experience under his belt. Had I not intervened, he could likely have afforded a house in the suburbs of Huijing City by now.
Number 7 frowned slightly.
Strange, if they are the same person, how could their fates diverge so drastically?
Number 2 shrugged.
Who can say? Regardless, compared to us, his circumstances were the harshest, his life the most wretched.
Don't let his current fearless demeanor fool you.
Deep down he remains that delivery rider, starved of affection, lacking a sense of security, somewhat sensitive and fragile, yet endlessly warm and compassionate. By the way, when our memories were distorted and merged, didn't you notice him once weeping alone in a secluded corner? Number 7 shook his head. I noted his parents' divorce and how they each abandoned him through emotional neglect after forming new families, but I missed the moment he cried in secret. Digital 2 interjected timely, I observed many memory fragments. Compared to both of you, his lot was indeed the cruelest. If your lives are hands of cards dealt, then nearly every rotten card fell to him. These words drew a mutual glance between number 2 and number 7, a fleeting sense of inexplicable gratitude crossed their minds. Though their respective worlds had perished, the warmth of family and environment preserved in their memories remained something number 8 had never known. In the real world at Weisheng Biotechnology Manager Duan's office. Bring boss, what on earth are you doing? If you don't pick up soon, I genuinely won't be able to hold on. Duan Xuanxing gripped his phone, listening to that endlessly familiar ringtone, his mind on the verge of collapse. Knock 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 knock. Come in. Manager Duan, have you still couldn't reach the boss? Chen Yan entered the office, her face half swallowed by enormous dark circles, voice weak and breathless. Manager Duan shook his head helplessly. No. And you? Nothing either, completely unreachable. I stopped by the RD department. They say they cannot reach him either. He must be engrossed in some crucial research and cannot be disturbed. Manager Duan suddenly let out a long sigh. Sigh. Fine. With him absent, we are the pillars of this company. No matter what, we must hold the line. Go inform the other 11 managers, find any way to withstand the pressure. Even if someone holds a gun to our heads, no one is to falter at this critical moment, or they may as well resign. Chen Yan hesitated. Then what of the Western Theater Zone? Manager Duan's brows furrowed. He did not answer immediately, instead pondering for a long moment before stating grimly, tell them to keep waiting. And subtly imply that if they attempt anything reckless, they will answer to me personally. Though I am merely a manager while the boss is away, I am the foremost authority at Weisheng Biotech. If they harbor grievances, let them come to me afterward. Whatever blame falls, I shall bear it alone. Moved by his words, Chen Yan responded, I understand. Though they held equal ranks, she realized for the first time that she fell short of his resolve. That's right, the star-seizing plan continues. No matter how people online insult us or how those with ulterior motives report us, we must not tarnish the boss's reputation. Since the boss personally released the video, it shows he has an unshakable resolve. Right hand and left arm, we must not be swayed by outsiders. At all times we must stand firmly behind the boss. Manager Duan recalled Zhao Jiang's piercing eyes in the video, his firm powerful voice and the sincere ceremonial bow. A surge of strength welled up in his heart once more. Chen Yan's gaze tightened. She spoke seriously, rest assured my stance and attitude have always been unwavering. After speaking, she turned and hurriedly left to attend to matters. Boss, please don't let me lose. In the past I was diligent and trembling, not daring to offend even a department head, afraid of triggering a bad chain reaction, being ostracized, targeted, or treated unfairly. Now to shoulder the pressure for you, I even dare to glare at billion-yuan bosses. May the heavens and all manner of deities please protect the boss and let him return my call soon. Watching Manager Chen's disappearing figure, Duan Xuanxing closed his eyes, pressed his palms together in prayer, and performed a ritual there. At the same time, inside the private laboratory of the Microbial Life RD department. Have you fully grasped it? Zhao Jiang's first act upon waking was to ask Qi Diao Yuliang 031 about superconducting technology. Qi Diao Yuliang 031 wore a solemn expression, fully grasped. Zhao Jiang's expression eased. He said, that's good to hear. If production materials are ample, the production equipment is complete, and all other conditions are in place, how long would it take to build a superconducting spaceship? If we go all out and the equipment behaves, at most 1 day. How confident are you? Absolutely confident. Zhao Jiang felt relieved, then shifted the focus to other matters. Is our current budget enough to manufacture a superconducting spaceship? Enough. Completely enough. But there are some problems that must be solved first, otherwise the plan can't be launched smoothly. Zhao Jiang, what problems? Boss, according to my calculations, to finish the superconducting spaceship in the shortest time, the RD department won't suffice. The site is too small and other conditions are not met. I need a factory at least 100 times larger than this RD department and at least 100,000 assorted flexible machines and workers. Only with that can I fully unleash my computing power and minimize time to the greatest extent. But with that, other problems arise. Given our current situation, achieving these as fast as possible without being discovered is impossible. Whether on the surface or underground, surveillance devices of all kinds have long filled the area. Even if you draw attention outside, you cannot avoid them. From gathering and analyzing all external information recently, I have found that our previous plan has already been cracked. Even if you attract the attention of the entire world outside, I cannot guarantee I can carry out a covert operation successfully. They have quietly shifted their focus from what you intend to do to our concrete actions and related matters. Every batch of production materials brought in from outside and all sorts of other things in every detail is being watched by them. They are monitoring our every move from all directions and angles. To prevent our covert retreat, they have lit up the entire night sky, leaving us no chance. Moreover, compared to before, the forces watching us have grown even larger. Any slight flaw and we will be targeted. Zhao Jiang, deep in thought, said, I know I had already sensed something. I had planned to build a larger base to attract attention here, but hearing you say this, it seems impossible. Since they are determined to keep a close eye on us, no matter what we do we will be watched. Qidiao Yuliang 031 nodded yes. And for those who harbor deep malice toward humanity, they would never simply watch as we build a spaceship. Moreover, if various human factions know our true purpose, they will not sit idly by. In short, to escape Earth we must not let them discover us. But escaping Earth requires a spaceship and we cannot build it without being discovered. This forms a deadlock. At the moment I cannot think of a solution. Zhao Jiang's expression remained calm. Softly, I have a plan. Qidiao Yuliang 031's eyes lit up. You say? Since trying to ascend by a straight path won't work and there is no place for us underground or on the surface, then we shall reverse course and under their lit night sky give them a lights out trick. Lights out under the lamp. Qidiao Yuliang 031 looked puzzled. Zhao Jiang's lips curved. He leaned toward the screen and whispered into its ear. A quarter of an hour later. The Qidiao Yuliang 031 on the screen widened his eyes, his mouth agape, a look of shock, excited beyond belief. Stammering, he exclaimed, Boss, you are truly a master. I must say I admire you. Zhao Jiang did not grow proud from the praise but continued to be absolutely sure, though the original plan has been abandoned, it is not unusable. You covertly modify the previously designed spaceship, rename it as Starcatcher, and pretend to accidentally leak part of the data. Then I will use the complete data and coordinate with you to stage an Eastern Musk-esque drama, giving them a big news story and really stirring things up. Qidiao Yuliang 031 instantly understood. Boss, you mean to use this brazen method to justify the production material's legitimacy while creating a hidden trigger for an accident so that the materials disappear into thin air. Brilliant. Qidiao Yuliang 031 looked at the face beyond the screen and there was nothing to say but sheer admiration. By the way, there's one particularly important matter. I wonder if you can divert your attention to it. Qidiao Yuliang 031's curiosity was sparked. Boss, what is it? Go ahead. I want you, without being noticed, to collect as much information as possible worldwide about rainbow-colored apple trees and the large milk-producing larvae and keep a close watch on them. What's so special about these two things? Qidiao Yuliang 031 asked in confusion. Zhao Jiang's face grew solemn. These two things are extremely dangerous and may possess the power to destroy humanity. They would not simply watch as we build a spaceship, would they? Zhao Jiang seemed helpless. If not, why would I be so anxious? Upon hearing these words, Qidiao Yuliang 031 immediately grasped the gravity of the situation and could not suppress his urge to know more. However, Zhao Jiang did not grant him this opportunity. He raised a finger in a shushing gesture and continued unperturbed. You need not inquire where I obtained this intelligence nor concern yourself with its authenticity. You merely need to follow my instructions. If your capabilities allow, you may appropriately reveal this information to those watchers keeping their eyes upon me so they may remain vigilant. As for whether they believe it or treat it with due seriousness, that lies beyond our control. We can only do our utmost and leave the rest to heaven's will. Very well, I have said what needed saying. Hurry and execute without delay. Qidiao Yuliang 031's countenance grew grave. Yes. March 13, 2026 was a date destined to be recorded in the annals of human history. Yet within the context of the present moment, its true significance remained concealed from the world. Having entrusted the most critical mission to Qidiao Yuliang 031, Zhao Jiang departed from the RD department and began mobilizing resources with great force, laying an unshakable foundation for the Lampshade Dark operation. Weisheng Biotechnology, the corporate tower, the executive's office. Boss, you. Hold it. Manager Duan, who regarded Zhao Jiang as some sort of savior, was denied even the right to articulate his grievances before he could finish a single coherent sentence. Zhao Jiang's expression remained impassive, though his voice carried a subtle weight. I have briefly reviewed the report. During my absence you have performed admirably. Next, I have a task of paramount importance to entrust to you. You must set aside all other duties and devote your full efforts to its successful completion. Manager Duan sensed his boss's unusual demeanor and hastily swallowed his complaints, straightening his expression with renewed composure. Please, sir, speak. Zhao Jiang, I will send you a materials list to your phone shortly. Procure them as swiftly as possible according to the specifications. For each type of material I am allocating a budget of 2 billion. Provided you do not exceed the specified quantities, acquire as much as you can. Manager Duan's heart trembled at these words. The mention of a 2 billion budget per material nearly caused his hands to shake, but he restrained himself and responded with utmost seriousness. Understood.
Zhao Jiang continued, when purchasing the materials you must communicate clearly with the supplier companies. Inform them that we maintain exceptionally strict quality standards. Therefore, prior to any formal transaction, all materials must be transported to the RD department for rigorous inspection. Only upon passing inspection will payment be released. If they refuse these terms, simply procure from another source. Should domestic suppliers fall short, contact overseas vendors. In the event the budget allows, price is of secondary concern. Speaking this, he paused abruptly and gazed directly into the man's eyes, confirming any issues. Manager Duan clenched his fists, his eyes burning with resolve. Combined with his solemn expression, one could almost perceive through his exterior the courage and determination beating fiercely within his chest. Meeting his boss's piercing gaze without hesitation, he replied firmly, "No issues." "Excellent. Return immediately and arrange for a handover. Once you receive my materials list, set everything in motion. If this mission succeeds, your odds of winning will improve by half. Boss, rest assured, even if it costs me this 100+ gene of flesh, I will complete this task." With that, he turned and departed without a moment's hesitation, showing not the slightest indecision. A short while later, Chen Yan entered the office, her heart heavy with unease. Just moments before, upon entering, she had caught sight of Manager Duan's grave expression, and an immediate sense of foreboding seized her. "Boss, listen to me. The desert land I requested has been approved by the government. For the star plucking project, I have decided to construct a large-scale research center and production facility upon that desert terrain dedicated to manufacturing star plucking bodies capable of capturing extraterrestrial meteorites. The relevant star plucking body technology has already been successfully developed. Once the materials arrive and the production facility is completed, implementation can commence immediately. In order to swiftly prove to the world that our claims at Weisheng Biotech are not empty words, I have decided to accelerate the project timeline. As a valued asset of this company, I am appointing you to oversee and manage the entire operation. I will forward the relevant technical documentation, site blueprints and construction requirements to you shortly. Until then, you must immediately return and hand over all your current responsibilities to others, then devote yourself entirely to this project. If the workforce proves insufficient, I am granting you full hiring authority. Recruit as many as you need and select whomever you desire. Should you succeed in this endeavor, I will award you a 10 million bonus, enough to make you shed 10 gene of excess weight." Upon hearing the promise of a 10 million bonus, Chen Yan's pupils contracted sharply. A fierce, untamed aura erupted from her like a wild ox charging across barren wilderness. She stared unblinkingly into Zhao Jiang's eyes, her fists clenched, her expression utterly solemn as she pledged, "Boss, as long as I draw breath, this mission shall never be spoken of to another soul. I, Chen Yan, hereby vow, from this day forth my 125 gene of flesh shall be transacted to you, boss, at the price of 80,000 per gene. Whenever you desire it, I shall serve it directly into your mouth." Zhao Jiang found the woman's line of reasoning delightfully peculiar. Her words nearly broke his stern composure, and he could only wave dismissively, feigning impatience. "Hurry and complete your handover, then depart immediately. The star plucking base construction is a task of utmost importance. We must ensure both quality and speed. Your burden is substantial, and that 10 million will not come easily." Chen Yan, yes. In the final second, she cast one last lingering glance at Zhao Jiang before rushing out, her heart thundering with a mixture of overwhelming excitement and trepidation. She had never imagined that the favor of sudden wealth would descend with such ferocious swiftness and abruptness, leaving her entirely unprepared. The grueling ultra-high-pressure workload of recent days had left her somewhat despondent and defeated. She had even begun questioning her own abilities, and on sleepless nights had entertained thoughts of backing out. Yet the 10 million promise now filled her with such fervor that she wished she could transcend time itself, return to that earlier moment, seize her own collar and deliver several sharp slaps while thundering, "Chen Yan, summon your courage at once. If you dare entertain any thought of retreat, I will destroy you." Sentiment, after all, cannot compete with currency. The latter produces immediate and formidable results, the former works slowly and weakly. The third person to enter Zhao Jiang's office was Hua Guofeng, a military veteran. Compared to Duan Xuanqing's willingness to stake his entire future or Chen Yan's money-driven recklessness, he appeared considerably more restrained. "Manager Hua, I have an extremely important matter of high danger that I wish to entrust to you. I wonder if you possess the courage." Zhao Jiang, noting that the man dared not meet his gaze and kept his head bowed upon entering, decided to address him directly and cut straight to the point. "Boss, please instruct me. Should it fall within my capabilities, I—" Zhao Jiang, observing that he still kept his head lowered, interrupted immediately, "It lies beyond your capabilities. The reward for this mission is extraordinarily substantial. If I were to publicly recruit foreign mercenaries, many would eagerly offer their lives. But this is China, and we are located in the interior. I wish to avoid uncertain variables and unnecessary complications. You are a veteran and you maintain connections within the military. Therefore, I want to give you a chance to seize this opportunity, one that could change everything." Upon hearing the boss's words, Hua Guofeng finally raised his head. His black eyes were filled with traces of weariness and hardship as if branded by life's relentless beatings. Boss, as you know, I'm just a rough country fellow. I joined the army early and didn't receive much formal education, so I never felt confident about taking on this manager position. But since you've chosen me more than once and given me opportunities, just give me the order directly. If there's even a chance for me to gamble against fate, I'll go all in. Hearing this, Zhao Jiang's lips curled into a faint smile. Very well. In that case, let me be direct about the mission. Due to the star plucking project and a few other reasons, I need to assemble an extremely large security force. I won't interfere with how you build this team, but there's one non-negotiable requirement. Once formed, it must take responsibility for the safety of all microbio employees. For every safety-related issue concerning microbio that gets resolved, there will be a bonus. The smaller the safety issue, the smaller the bonus. The larger the safety issue, the bigger the bonus. The minimum bonus is 200 yuan, but there's no cap on the maximum. To give you an example, if someone saves over 100 lives at once, the bonus could reach hundreds of millions. On average, saving one person's life could earn nearly 1,000,000 yuan in rewards. Of course, under normal circumstances the unit price wouldn't be that high. Such amounts only apply to special group safety incidents. However, even in normal situations, rescuing someone's life comes with a minimum bonus measured in 10,000s. And this money doesn't come from those being saved, the company covers it. If you accept this mission as the founding organizer of the security team, after the entire team goes into operation, you'll receive an additional commendation each year based on the assessment of resolved safety incidents. The more safety incidents you resolve and the more tragedies you prevent, the higher your additional commendation will be. This reward, like the previous ones, has no upper limit. As long as you have the ability, you could become a billionaire within a year. Of course, throughout this process you may also face various life-threatening dangers. How you confront them, avoid them, and handle them is entirely up to you personally. So what do you think? Will you take on this mission? Gulp. Hua Guofeng felt his body growing warm and his throat inexplicably dry. After struggling to swallow, his voice remained particularly dull. Boss, I'm not good at saying pleasant things. From now on, I'm selling my life to the company. Zhao Jiang knew the other person was an honest man, so he didn't beat around the bush and prompted the initial organizer of the security team. That's 10 people temporarily. Aside from your own spot, for the remaining 9 positions you can select whoever you consider the most capable or the person with the strongest connections. As for who to choose, that's not my concern. Allocate them yourself. The only requirement I have regarding timing is urgency. You must build the team before those special guards downstairs are completely withdrawn. A sense of determination unlike any before surged within Hua Guofeng, and he immediately responded with seriousness. Boss, rest assured. From now on, even if I don't sleep, I'll prioritize completing your mission. Give me 2 days. If you don't see results, I'll pack my things and leave on my own. Zhao Jiang glanced at him meaningfully. I trust you. Go ahead, hand over your current tasks to someone and then devote yourself completely to this mission. I'll send you the relevant expenses and other standards shortly. Yes. After Hua Guofeng left, Zhao Jiang met with the remaining 10 managers one by one, assigning each their respective tasks and fully mobilizing their motivation and enthusiasm. As the 13 managers left the office with their assignments, subtle changes began rippling through the entire microbio building. Many assistants noticed that the managers, who usually wore warm smiles and carried a gentle demeanor, had become unusually serious after emerging from the boss's office. Even their gentle gazes had turned sharp, radiating a strong sense of purpose and wildness, as though they had evolved from gentle huskies into fierce wolves. They didn't know exactly what had transpired in the boss's office, but they could sense that with the boss's appearance, microbiotechnology was likely about to weather a major storm. Driven by different motivations, the 13 founding managers of microbio began to fully showcase their talents and capabilities. Centering on the missions assigned by the boss, they started racking their brains and exerting every ounce of effort to complete them within the bounds of the law. They would carve paths through mountains, build bridges across rivers, hack through thorns, scale peaks, advance fearlessly, and never rest until their goals were achieved. If experience is the essential ingredient for personal growth, then the courage to face difficulties head-on is the mark of a complete transformation. Every word and deed of Zhao Jiang, including the tasks assigned to the managers, was gathering in various ways into the depths of darkness, coming under the scrutiny of hidden eyes. When a vast amount of information all pointed to a single conclusion, even though reason told them it was absurd, they had no choice but to believe the star-plucking project was actually real. Microbio was about to prove to the world with concrete actions what it truly meant to keep one's word in the new era. Although they didn't know what the boss of microbio's ultimate purpose was in doing this, they still firmly believed their initial judgment: the star-plucking project could absolutely not be intended for those so-called ordinary people in the video, those forgotten by mainstream society, the poor, and those who couldn't even eat due to insufficient earth resources. Their life experiences and creed told them that white flowers cannot bloom from dark soil, nor can selfless people be cultivated from selfish grounds. The boss of Microbio must be using the star plucking project as a cover to secretly plot something unknown. In order to uncover the true purpose of Microbio's boss, the Hidden Eyes began to exert their efforts, subtly injecting valuable undercover talents into Microbio through various cunning methods. Some of these eyes, driven by overwhelming curiosity, were even willing to intervene personally, vowing to get to the bottom of it all. And Microbio did not fail to meet their expectations. Just as declared in the released video, all talented individuals and those with ambition would be welcomed without exception. After assigning the 13 founding managers to their exclusive missions, Zhao Jiang immediately promoted 26 new managers at once through the assistant recommendation list that Chen Yan had previously prepared. The 26 newly promoted managers, eager to prove their worth, began actively taking on various challenging tasks from Zhao Jiang, determined to make the most of the opportunity to perform well and earn extra bonuses. In this era of increasingly fierce global economic competition, opportunities to make money had truly become scarce. Zhao Jiang naturally appreciated their proactive and enterprising spirit, so he loaded them with the maximum possible burden all at once, leaving them like camels stranded in the desert without water, unable to advance or retreat. To advance meant a promotion, a raise, generous bonuses and financial freedom, but the cost was his health, perhaps even sudden death. To retreat meant losing the position he had gained, falling into stagnation and earning an unremarkable salary. It might preserve his health for now, but he would have to let a hard-won opportunity slip through his fingers. Should he grit his teeth, push himself and seek fortune amid danger? Or should he step back, follow the routine and accept whatever wealth or poverty fate delivered? For these 26 new managers, time was short. They had to give their boss a clear response before they were confirmed to begin the mission. It was a choice and a test. After taking the necessary time to settle company affairs, Zhao Jiang formally received the people from the Western Theater Command. "Comrade Xiao Zhao, it's becoming harder and harder to get to see you." The silver-haired old man had no sooner stepped through the door than he wore a wry smile and suddenly began airing his grievances. Behind him came an unfamiliar female soldier with a cool temperament and a dashing heroic bearing. Her eyes were like clear pools, her brows like sharp swords, and her bright gaze seemed able to see through a person's heart. The moment she entered, Zhao Jiang sensed an intangible but powerful presence, and he immediately felt that today's meeting was unlikely to go smoothly. Zhao Jiang gestured to the sofa beside him and said politely, "Please have a seat, both of you." The silver-haired old man set down his cane, took in the sofa's softness, and turned his eyes to the backpack behind Zhao Jiang. "I've heard that you even carry that bag while you sleep. Is that true or not?" Zhao Jiang glanced at the female soldier who had been staring at him all along, but instead of answering directly, he sidestepped the question. "Since you can ask that question, you must already have a clear answer in mind, don't you?" The silver-haired old man grinned at that and dropped the act. "I'm an old man, but I'm very interested in the clothes you're wearing and that pack on your back. Could you make me a set as well?" At those words, Zhao Jiang could clearly perceive that the female soldier's gaze had become even more inscrutable. "I could, but the price is rather high. I'm afraid you might not be able to afford it." The silver-haired old man grew interested. "Oh. Really? Name a figure." Zhao Jiang raised one finger and said seriously, "This figure." "In what unit?" the silver-haired old man asked. Zhao Jiang said gravely, "A unit of 10 billion. Comrade Xiao Zhao, this is a classic case of a big store bullying its customers." "How is that bullying? Business is all about mutual willingness. If you're not willing, we can forget it. It's not as if I must sell to you. Don't you think? Comrade Xiao Zhao, I can see you never really intended to sell. And you never really intended to buy." Before he could finish, the female soldier suddenly spoke up, 10 times the price, and I'll buy the technology behind that suit as a package. Zhao Jiang was rather taken aback. He had not expected the other side to be so wealthy and bold, throwing out 100 billion and making such an abrupt demand. On reflection, he instantly understood what had happened, so he laid his cards on the table. "There's no need for you to test me like this. I admit my suit is somewhat special, but its functions are not powerful. To be honest, you must already have the technology behind this suit, perhaps even better than mine. We just took different paths of development." The female soldier stepped forward, looked at Zhao Jiang's face and asked with a smile, "What kind of different paths?" Zhao Jiang moistened his lips and explained, "Weisheng Biotechnology as a tech company follows a market-oriented path for almost all its products. We prioritize practicality, simplicity, and convenience. The military is different. What you produce exists specifically to serve war. Therefore you pursue outstanding performance and constantly push the limits, hoping to stay far ahead in technology and capability. By maintaining equipment superiority, you ensure battlefield superiority. As a result, your requirements for related products are extraordinarily exacting. Unless something is the best it can be, you'd rather have nothing at all. You'd even let technology languish on a shelf rather than casually manufacture anything. By contrast, with the same technology you can hardly deliver a product in an extremely short time and put it into real use.
On the other hand, once you do produce one, its quality is bound to far surpass comparable products on the market. The female soldier narrowed her eyes. You seem very familiar with the military. Zhao Jiang replied calmly, I'm not familiar with the military, but I am very familiar with products and needs across different fields. As a tech company, we do research, develop and produce according to market demand. If I didn't understand that fundamental logic, how could I have come this far? The female soldier was not buying it. As she approached, she deliberately challenged him in an interrogative tone. That's all well and good, but as far as I know, your company has only sold one ecological energy concentrating battery to reach where it is today. Never mind fundamental logic, I doubt you've even done the most basic market survey. As for how you got this far, you know full well in your heart. Protesting too much only exposes your guilty conscience. At that, Zhao Jiang immediately retorted, isn't one ecological energy concentrating battery technology enough? No. The moment he said it, Zhao Jiang's heart skipped a beat. He realized he had fallen into her verbal trap. Sure enough, after Zhao Jiang said this, the female soldier gave a meaningful smile, looked at the silver-haired old man and returned the floor to him with a smile that didn't reach her eyes. Elder, so you see, in his mind, one ecological energy concentrating battery technology is already enough to satisfy the Western Theater Command's appetite. Therefore, even if he has other good things, it never occurred to him to take them out. The silver-haired old man took the opportunity to rise, gestured toward the female soldier and said seriously, Comrade Zhao, I forgot to introduce her earlier. This is Yun Hatong, a first-rate strategist at strategic headquarters of our Western Theater Command, concurrently a military advisor and a combat instructor. When he finished, the female soldier stepped forward, extended a calloused hand to Zhao Jiang and showed a radiant smile. Hello, Boss Zhao. Hello, Advisor Yun. Zhao Jiang reached out to shake her hand, but the instant their palms met, she suddenly exerted force. A tremendous power came from her hand, catching him off guard. His entire hand cramped and his face quickly flushed red. Sensing that something was wrong, Zhao Jiang immediately tried to pull his hand away. However, she deliberately held on, clamping it like iron pincers, and kept increasing the pressure. He could clearly feel the flesh around his finger bones being crushed mercilessly, sending him an urgent distress signal through excruciating pain. Unable to bear the immense force from her hand, his whole body trembled slightly with agony. Realizing that Advisor Yin showed no sign of stopping, the outer nanosuit on his body began quietly tickling the back of Zhao Jiang's neck, using that signal to pass him a message. Feeling the tickling grow faster and faster, Zhao Jiang understood the smart terminal was requesting permission to counterattack. To avoid causing unnecessary trouble, he gritted his teeth against the pain and strove to keep his voice steady. Looking at Advisor Yun's face, he forced a faint smile. Advisor Yun, the force of your enthusiasm is just right. Don't move, you'll spoil the feeling. At that, Advisor Yun suddenly leaned forward, put her lips close to Zhao Jiang's ear and said softly, My cautious boss Zhao, among those words only 4 were what you really wanted to say, weren't they? What, afraid it might hurt me? At those words, Zhao Jiang's expression changed abruptly. For a moment he even forgot the pain. Advisor Yun took the opportunity to release Zhao Jiang's hand and looked him straight in the eyes. In some respects, I may know you even better than you know yourself. That is what gives me the confidence to test you, even at the risk of my life. We've come today for 3 purposes. The first is to discuss a deal with you, the second is to talk about cooperation, and the third is to speak to you directly about something special. I don't know if you'd be interested. Looking at the beautiful face so close to him and feeling the searing pain in his palm, Zhao Jiang's thoughts tumbled and he did not answer immediately. Advisor Yun was in no hurry either. After releasing Zhao Jiang's hand, she simply looked straight at him, pupil to pupil. What do you want to talk about? After quite a while, Zhao Jiang roughly sorted through what he had overlooked and his expression settled back into calm. You know about the recent string of earthquakes, don't you? Let's begin by talking about what is strange about those earthquakes. At that, Zhao Jiang turned to look out the window and saw a military drone flying over the balcony of the building across the street. He immediately understood. You've locked down the entire area. Advisor Yun gave a half-smile. Of course. Some things, though known to everyone and left unspoken, must still be protected at an appropriate level of confidentiality. Otherwise, once it spreads, the world will no longer be the one we see now. Don't you think so? Zhao Jiang's heart sank, realizing the military intended to abandon convention and play a game of candor. He declared without hesitation, since matters have come to this, let us refrain from beating around the bush. Ask directly whatever you wish to know. What I can tell you, I will not deliberately conceal. Conversely, if I withhold, it means I truly do not know. Consultant Yun returned to the sofa and looked at the silver-haired elder. Elder Su, as the senior, please go first. At these words, the silver-haired elder's entire aura shifted, his gaze piercing like a blade. Lately, earthquakes have struck relentlessly across the nation, small ones at magnitude 3 or 4 and large ones at 6 or 7. Yesterday, another place even suffered a magnitude 8 earthquake. Do you know why?
Zhao Jiang remained silent, rapidly retrieving relevant information in his mind. The silver-haired elder suddenly intensified his tone, enunciating each word. There is a war going on underground, do you know about it? Zhao Jiang met his gaze and replied calmly, I know but not much. The silver-haired elder stared into his eyes without blinking. What is your opinion? Zhao Jiang said, to be honest, I have no particular opinion. Seeing a slight change in the other's expression, Zhao Jiang added, you know, I am a pragmatist. I prefer to spend my time on meaningful matters. Not to mention that the information I possess is extremely limited. Even if I knew more, what meaning would it hold if my abilities could not keep pace? The silver-haired elder said, let us not discuss specific meaning today. First tell me, do you know who is warring against the Rat Clan? Zhao Jiang's expression turned solemn, and with a trace of uncertainty he said, the iridescent apple tree and the fat worm that produces white milk. At that the silver-haired elder suddenly smiled, looking at Zhao Jiang with profound meaning. Exactly. It seems that during your disappearance in the earthquake you forged quite a bond with the Rat Clan. They would even share such confidential matters with you. We exerted painstaking efforts to piece together only a faint clue, yet you, without lifting a finger, had the information delivered right to your doorstep. Zhao Jiang's expression changed. You intercepted that child. The silver-haired elder nodded. Any animal leaving your company, even an ant, undergoes the most rigorous scrutiny. Did you think it could slip away unnoticed by disguising itself as a pet rat hidden in a child's backpack? Seeing Zhao Jiang's face begin to darken, the elder swiftly changed his tone. But rest assured, we did not mistreat it. On the contrary, we had people protect it and escort it back underground. Zhao Jiang reacted swiftly. Do you have dealings with the Rat Clan's higher-ups? That depends on which branch's higher-ups you mean. The Rat Clan is far from monolithic. Zhao Jiang said thoughtfully, I think I am beginning to understand something. Seeing this, the silver-haired elder pressed further. Back during the Huijing earthquake you vanished for nearly a month while saving others. You fell into the hands of the Rat Clan, didn't you? Zhao Jiang gave the elder a long deep look, then glanced at consultant Yun beside him and said bluntly, it seems you have thoroughly investigated everything about me. The silver-haired elder did not deny it. We are not fools. In the current global environment, a company like Weisheng Biotech, its abrupt emergence and meteoric rise, is itself a glaring anomaly. Zhao Jiang suddenly realized, so following that anomaly you traced it back step by step and uncovered my entire past. The silver-haired elder nodded in acknowledgement. Yes. Zhao Jiang stared into his eyes and demanded, so everything before this, was that also you deliberately playing along with my act? That's right. Seeing the admission, Zhao Jiang couldn't help but raise a thumb. You acted brilliantly, I didn't detect a thing. The silver-haired elder said gravely, it wasn't that our acting was good, but the think tank calculated that when you were desperately in need of money and resources, the weight of 900 billion would be enough to dispel your doubts. Zhao Jiang suddenly thought of a question and asked, puzzled, since you knew my background from the very beginning, why didn't you just arrest me? Wouldn't that have saved time and effort and also saved 900 billion? Hearing this, the silver-haired elder shook his head with a complex expression. Force and power cannot solve all problems, especially when it comes to talent and brilliance. By your logic, we should have arrested you the moment we found out you had taken the vast cache of gold and treasures buried by the 4 corrupt officials. After all, the wealth of those 4 corrupt officials had all been embezzled from the state, and it was no small sum. Although you obtained it indirectly, it still counted as stealing state property. In reality, compared to those tons of gold, Weisheng Biotech, which was already emerging at that time, interested us far more, especially after we unraveled more mysteries about you. Rather than controllable things like money, what we truly need is your unique talent. There are many delivery writers in this world, but you are the only one known to have fallen into the hands of the Rat Clan and successfully escaped. Besides that, your dramatic transformation and precipitous change cannot but draw our attention. Although this old man does not believe in ghosts or gods, that does not mean I do not respect things beyond our comprehension. In such a short time you transformed from an ordinary delivery writer into the owner of a tech company and handled everything in perfect order. If you were to say there is nothing supernatural about it, even a 3-year-old would not believe it. Let alone your creation of the ecological energy concentrating battery. Even without it you would have long been placed on a special watch list with someone monitoring you at all times. Zhao Jiang suddenly recalled some scenes and asked directly, when we first met you made a long series of preliminary remarks and deliberately asked me whether I had someone deliberately directing me behind my back. At that time the person you mentioned probably did not actually mean a real person, did it? The silver-haired elder nodded, admitting yes. At that time I merely wanted to give you a slight test, so I expressed it obscurely and subtly without any intention of exposing or probing too deeply. After all, our goal then was the ecological energy concentrating battery technology. It was just that I did not expect you to suddenly counter-question me, asking whether the he I referred to might possibly not be human. At that moment my reaction was one of shock and surprise, you must have noticed. At first I thought you had seen through my thoughts, but later I realized you were deliberately revealing information to me. Zhao Jiang suddenly shook his head and sighed. I knew you were profoundly calculating, but not to this extent. Indeed, the older the ginger, the spicier it is. The silver-haired elder shook his head. Don't overthink it or you'll imagine us as old foxes. I admit that with our information advantage, our understanding of you far exceeds your understanding of us, including personality, thoughts, and every other aspect. But that does not mean every exchange with you was us manipulating you from start to finish. Take the very incident you mentioned just now. Even though I knew the ins and outs of your company, knew your true identity and roughly what you had experienced when I actually talked with you, many things you exhibited remained inscrutable to me. For instance, the various contradictions in you and that abnormal sense of urgency. The feeling you give me is like the man in the fable of Chi who worried the sky would fall, always concerning yourself with matters far beyond your status. That behavior itself is full of suspicion and peculiarity. Zhao Jiang said. And now? The silver-haired elder said. Now the information about you has further expanded. Even if some things cannot be understood logically, they can be roughly guessed, which is why we are talking to you today. If this old man's guess is right, your star-plucking plan is just a facade. What you truly intend is to escape Earth, isn't it? The moment his words fell, the entire office fell silent, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. After a brief pause, Zhao Jiang abruptly slid open the drawer, took out a pack of cigarettes in a green case and looked up at them. Would you care for one? Consultant Yun and the silver-haired old man exchanged a glance, both taken aback. As far as they knew, Zhao Jiang never smoked himself. What was he up to now? The silver-haired old man declared. First I'll have one. Consultant Yun followed suit. Make it two. Zhao Jiang took out 2 cigarettes and tossed them over. As the cigarettes sailed through the air, it suddenly dawned on him, he didn't seem to have a lighter. The silver-haired old man caught the momentary stiffness on Zhao Jiang's face and guessed what was wrong. Unable to suppress a smile, he teased. Cigarettes are free, but a light costs 10 billion per use. Put. Beside him, Consultant Yun couldn't hold it in any longer and burst out laughing. For the first time he felt that adults could be utterly adorable. Click. As he spoke, the silver-haired old man pulled out an electronic lighter, lit the cigarette in his hand and passed the lighter to Consultant Yun beside him. A wisp of blue-white smoke curled up from the cigarette tip like an airy gossamer, its fragrance spreading through the room. Click. Consultant Yun took it swiftly, lit his own cigarette and looked Zhao Jiang in the eye. Boss Zhao, 10 billion for a light, care for a borrow. Zhao Jiang said nothing, holding the other man's gaze. After a moment, under the watchful eyes of the two, he actually returned the cigarette he had taken out to the pack. While putting it back, he muttered, too pricey, can't afford the loan. Might as well not smoke, I never smoke anyway. The silver-haired old man. Consultant Yun, who was still holding the lighter in hand, waiting for the other to come take it. With that, Zhao Jiang directly put the cigarette back into the drawer, then rose to brew a cup of tea on the side. After brewing the tea, he took a gentle sip. Cigarettes are free, but tea is 100 billion a cup. Zhao Jiang, you are truly an oddball. Consultant Yun could no longer hold back. Never in his life had he been left so speechless. The silver-haired old man felt likewise 100,000 alpacas seemingly stampeding through his mind, and the atmosphere turned distinctly bizarre. Zhao Jiang paid no attention to such an inaccurate remark. His expression turning serious, he returned to the topic. Assuming your guesses are right, do you think I have any chance of escaping Earth? With a long slow drag, the silver-haired old man exhaled a plume of smoke. If those microorganisms were to act alone, relying solely on your own strength, it is absolutely impossible, I can guarantee you that. Zhao Jiang's gaze sharpened. Why? The silver-haired old man asked. Ever heard of nuclear binding? Zhao Jiang nodded. A little. The silver-haired old man said the essence of nuclear binding is that either nothing is destroyed or everything is, there is no middle option. Likewise, humanity's collective security is bound as well. Zhao Jiang was puzzled. What do you mean? The silver-haired old man replied, suppose this world is about to face its end, but the means to escape Earth are limited. In your view, who should go? Who shouldn't? Once the list of those who should go is set, will those left behind truly resign themselves to it? And if they are not willing, what would they do? What you mean is, under the current situation, once everyone discovers someone trying to escape Earth early, they would shoot them down without hesitation. They would rather keep the other behind to die together than watch them escape alone. Though not every faction holds that view, it is certainly more than 1 or 2 that do. Otherwise, why do you think Musk has been preaching his Mars colonization plan for all these years without ever truly putting it into action? Zhao Jiang found it hard to believe. Isn't the reason Musk's plan hasn't truly been implemented because of technical problems? The silver-haired old man shook his head, his eyes deep. Do you really think humanity has been wasting time all these years? Many technologies were already mature long ago, it's just that the world is not allowed to know. The entanglement involved is far too complicated to explain in a short while.
All you need to know is this: if your microorganisms really manage to build a spacecraft capable of carrying people to escape, then the ending waiting for you can only be the destruction of the ship and the death of everyone on board. Zhao Jiang was puzzled. If private enterprises are bound by what you call collective security, are nations bound as well? The silver-haired old man explained, in the eyes of true major powers, small and medium countries are no different from private enterprises, hence they are equally bound. But the great powers are not bound. Yet how could a great power escape Earth? Have you ever considered that no matter the reason, once a great power begins such a move, what would the world become? Zhao Jiang answered without hesitation: hell on earth. The silver-haired old man nodded. Exactly, hell on earth. More precisely, it is hell for the middle and lower tiers of humanity. Those at the very top already stand above the machinery of great powers; they can escape at any moment. Zhao Jiang suddenly understood. The top echelon can flee at any time themselves and have long ago made secret preparations. Yet for their own interests they refuse to allow the lower classes to escape. If they detect any such tendency, even if those people are innocent, they will trump up a charge against them. And if truly no charge can be arranged, they will simply reason with missiles. By that logic, once the apocalypse comes, they don't need to outrun the disaster, they only need to outrun their fellow men. The silver-haired old man nodded silently in agreement. Zhao Jiang suddenly clenched his fists and said indignantly, "Why is this world so twisted?" Ah! The silver-haired old man, deeply affected, sighed. If the world's reins fall into the hands of evil men, then the things that good men find twisted are precisely what fit the rules of survival. Zhao Jiang fell silent, his brows knit tightly, realizing for the first time that the truth of this world was far more complicated and far more brutal than he had imagined. He had always had many doubts. For instance, given the current situation, it was impossible for the top human powers to be completely oblivious to the anomalies. Under such circumstances, it seemed that apart from himself, who was desperately eager to flee Earth, no other person or faction had shown any significant reaction. That unnatural nonchalance and sense of being shut out were obviously eerie. Thanks to the silver-haired old man's explanation, he now understood it was not that those factions failed to perceive the crisis, nor that they lacked the ability to escape, but that until now they did not think it necessary to flee. In their eyes, whether the catastrophe erupts, whether they miss the best chance to escape, whether the lower classes suffer, or what the Earth becomes, none of it matters in the least. What matters is that no matter how the world changes, they must cling with all their might to the power in their hands. For that, even sacrificing the entire world is entirely worth it. Their minds have been utterly corroded by power fused together with it into one. In their eyes one can no longer see the suffering of ordinary people, the wailing of their fellow humans, or the lamentation of the world, only their own interests, the power in their hands, and the primal driving force of ambition and desire. Do you know why the culture of this world hassled that light must prevail? The silver-haired old man, noticing Zhao Jiang's unusual expression, helped feeling a twinge of regret. Actually, he did not want to reveal these truths to him, hoping to keep the other party's mind pure and devoted to human civilization. However, the higher-ups do not permit it. Nothing happening in this world permits it. If we do not wake the other party sooner, the other party will lead the microorganisms to ruin. Zhao Jiang exhaled a sigh, his words tinged with decadence and helplessness as he replied, "If I'm not mistaken, it's because light has never truly prevailed. All along, the ones who stand at the end of victory have been darkness. The so-called darkness with no rival celebrate light in culture, and that in itself is not without interest. Yes. Darkness has never tasted defeat, so it longs for the flavor of failure. But when light truly reveals its threatening power, it will crush with absolute domination, leaving nothing of the foe behind. Afterwards he would forge another light to continue praising it, to continue the legacy." Zhao Jiang's expression was complex. This world is so ironic. The silver-haired old man's gaze wandered, as if recalling something unspeakable. "Yes, it is ironic, but does not affect the Earth continuing to turn, does it?" After these words, both sides fell into unspoken silence. Even Advisor Yun's expression wore a hint of indescribable gloom. Several minutes later, Zhao Jiang reorganized his emotions and regained his composure. "I am a staunch materialist. I do not believe there is anything in this world that is invincible. I am grateful you have told me truths powerful enough to shake the world, but I feel I must not shrink back nor betray those dreamers, visionaries, and ambitious people who place their trust in the microorganisms. Darkness can disdain light, toy with light. Those devoured by darkness can forget their roots, ignore their kin, treat them as resources, beasts, playthings, trash, cannon fodder. But I cannot. If I have vowed to pluck stars, I will indeed pluck them. If Earth cannot reach them, I will take them to the starry skies, to other planets, to pluck them. Dreams should not be betrayed. The quiet ones who toil and live conscientiously, who have never harmed anyone, who have not betrayed this world and its decent people, should not be abandoned. If the sun's light cannot reach the darkness, I will ignite the beacon of faith with my own hand to illuminate the future." The silver-haired old man's eyes shone with unhidden admiration as he asked, "Aren't you afraid of a missile downing you mid-flight?" "Yes, I am afraid. Who wouldn't fear such a life and death matter? But as the boss of microorganisms, if I show fear first, what meaning will there be to everything that follows?
Are you determined to execute the star-seizing plan?
Yes. I cannot entrust hope to a horde of dark monsters wearing human skins. Even if it costs me my life, I will die on the path of pursuing truth and hope. If they dare launch missiles at my ship, I will not hesitate to smash their dining bowls and ruin their footholds. The instructor once said, if a person does not offend me, I do not offend him. If a person offends, I will retaliate. Upon these words, the silver-haired old man suddenly laughed. You a tech company, where do you get such swagger?
Is there still a hidden ace?
Zhao Jiang shook his head. It's not a matter of whether it's an ace, it's that once the situation deteriorates to that extent, there will be no choice. Think about it as the representative of the star-seizing plan. If I do not prepare in advance, when disaster arrives, who will save the innocent at the bottom? Are they wealthy tycoons? Or those swaggering officials who pull strings? Or perhaps hypocritical politicians who stand on the moral high ground and coerce the world? The ordinary people at the bottom have suffered so much, can't you offer them a sliver of hope? I know what you mean, but this may cost you your life, and all your hard work could be for nothing. Indeed, for someone of your caliber, the best path is to join us, then we will intervene to save a portion of the people.
Join you?
Zhao Jiang fixed his gaze on the other, his eyes suddenly sharpening as if they could see into a person's soul, and demanded, join you? Then tell me, if there are 100 slots for escape, how many would ordinary people be able to obtain?
10. About 10.
Tell me the truth. 5. Zhao Jiang shook his head. We have reached this point, you still can't bring yourself to tell the truth.
Most likely 1.
As the words came out, he felt an inexplicable relief, but at the same time a great sense of helplessness and sourness. So when disaster comes, the fate of ordinary people is doomed to be abandoned, to be eliminated, is that so?
We also want to be perfect, to take everyone away. But you know too well that that is impossible.
Now all of humanity's technology is not enough to support our star voyages. Being able to lift people off Earth is already hard enough. Moreover, once we leave Earth for other planets, the challenges ahead are filled with unknowns and uncertainties. To ensure the continuity of civilization's flame, we must carry people of great value. You guarantee that those who obtain slots are all of great value?
Secondly, between a bad person of high value and a good person of low value, would you choose the good person?
The silver-haired old man remained silent. The answer was obvious, but he was reluctant to say it. Zhao Jiang, seeing this, did not want to pursue the topic any longer. It felt too heavy, and he said bluntly, I will absolutely not join you. I know you must have technologies and resources far beyond the microorganisms, as well as many backups I don't know. But I pursue not a civilization of duplicity and double standards. I pursue a common human destiny, one world united in purpose. As the saying goes, different paths, no alliance. Sorry.
Su Lao, your vision remains as sharp as ever.
Even as matters have progressed to this point, you still stay true to your core, not wavering. No wonder you said there is finally a young man worthy of your eye. He truly qualifies. Advisor Yun had been observing Zhao Jiang closely. After such a long conversation, she found that the other party truly is, as Su Lao said, a rare pure-minded person. In an age of rampant materialism and temptation, such a person is truly a rarity. The silver-haired old man ignored Advisor Yun, looked up and pressed on again. Comrade Zhao, have you truly decided?
Shall we not consider it any further?
Zhao Jiang offered no hesitation. His though ardent carried an unusual calm, revealing that a certain decision had settled within him. There is no need to deliberate any longer. Whatever road, I will stride forward with unwavering resolve. No matter what cards you throw, I will not change this decision. Even if not for others, I must do this for myself. I don't care what you think of me. What I know is that reaching this point, I have never forgotten that I was once an ordinary person. If I forget the path I came from, I fear that as I walk forward, I will lose my way somewhere, become a terrifying monster, and spend my life unable to return. This has nothing to do with fairness or reason, nor with position or scale. It is only an intuition, a true core, a reflection born of the value and meaning of my life, my dreams, or my life's purpose. He paused, and after a moment of contemplation continued, I know that in your eyes my ideas and decisions seem overly ambitious and unrealistic. There is a kind of denial of practicality and unreality. In your hearts you may think what I yearn for is too utopian, too idealistic. Call it what you will, a pure dream warrior, put plainly a hollow pose, an exaggerator who proclaims grand ideals while placing himself on a moral high ground of saviorism, thus demeaning your ideas and policies. Advisor Yun stared into Zhao Jiang's eyes, his seriousness tempered by sincerity. If we had not studied your data, your experiences, your deeds, your current conduct would indeed fit the definition of a hypocrite. From those words and viewpoints, some would see you as unrealistically grand, as if you speak without consequences, naive, childish, vain, and fantasist. Yet we know you, which is why we have come in person to understand your thoughts and hear your advice. That notion of a community with a shared future for humanity, I know. But truthfully, I doubt its realization, at least in the foreseeable future. Unless you carve a new path building a civilization anew upon the remnants of the current one and overcome the weaknesses of human nature and resolve inherited genetic issues, otherwise it is impossible. The present world is hypocritical, powerful, double-standard, predatory and cold-blooded, yet it has always been practiced and passed down. Those who go with the trend prosper, those who oppose it perish. I believe you understand this principle. You are a rare talent, or perhaps a genuinely good person. Master Su and I do not wish for you to challenge the present world after understanding this, for to do so would be to court death. We do not reject utopia nor deny dreamism, but all of it rests on one premise: you must first have the ability to stay alive. Otherwise, before making any decision, ask yourself, is your fist big enough? Do you have enough cards? Can your killer moves make others truly fear you? Do you have the courage and the ability to overturn everyone's expectations at a critical moment? If not, bow your head, hide your ideals and ambitions, your dreams and your kindness, and focus on living quietly. Do you understand? Zhao Jiang nodded. I understand. Advisor Yun's eyes shone. So what is your final decision? Zhao Jiang met the other's gaze, spoke calmly. Sorry, I may not be able to go along with your kindness on this matter. The silver-haired elder looked at Zhao Jiang with contemplation and spoke in a deep voice. I will convey your words upward, and if possible I will try to persuade them to safeguard you when you need it most. But I cannot guarantee it. So if you insist on walking this path, you must be prepared. Zhao Jiang, then it's troublesome. The silver-haired elder waved his hand. Don't be polite. If a person like you isn't worth my effort to help, then perhaps there is no one left in this world worth my help. People say that one should rush toward danger even knowing there is a tiger on the mountain, but how many can truly do it? Words and deeds are two different things. While information flows densely, time's presence is particularly faint. Before you know it, 5 hours have passed. Comrade Xiao Zhao, today we will end here. Thank you for your cooperation. I won't say more. Do you remember the admonition I gave you last time? No matter what happens next, I hope you will remember this. The silver-haired elder rose first, stepping toward Zhao Jiang and tightly grasped his hand, meeting his eyes, conveying through the grip something words cannot express. Thank you, I will bear it in mind. Zhao Jiang felt the other's sincere care, deeply moved. Through previous exchanges he already knew many of the confidences deliberately revealed by the elder. This military magnate, seemingly wielding great power and influence, is likewise not wholly free in matters known only to a few. Letting Zhao Jiang's hand go, the silver-haired elder turned and walked away with a clean, decisive gait so that one could forget his age. If we fail, could your ship reserve a place for me? Advisor Yun did not shake Zhao Jiang's hand but stood 2 meters apart, staring unblinkingly into his eyes. Zhao Jiang's lips curled slightly. If you're not afraid of being hit by missiles, you are welcome anytime. Advisor Yun grinned, gave Zhao Jiang a knowing look, turned and followed the silver-haired elder, quickly disappearing from sight. Phew! Zhao Jiang stood at the window watching the drones vanish into the sky, exhaling a long, heavy breath. His face, which had been relaxed and calm, grew grave and deep. This meeting with the Western Theater Command far exceeded his expectations. The truths he learned also made him deeply uncomfortable, stirring a difficult inner struggle within him because of certain glimmers of humanity. He did not know whether to abandon the optimal choice of self-preservation, to alter his Earth escape plan, to speak up for ordinary people in the lower strata with concrete action, to seek a glimmer of light in the darkness. If he did not go to help them, there might be no one in this world with the power and willingness to help them. Then destruction would likely be their fate. If he helped them, he would inevitably offend the world's top levels, placing himself in opposition to the powers that be. No matter the final result, once you take action you will inevitably reveal your true strength and you will be targeted, which could jeopardize the Earth escape plan. Even you could be drawn into this by some accident. If I were still an ordinary person facing such truths, what would I think? If disaster strikes and I am powerless to resist, I would probably think that it would be wonderful if someone could save me at that moment. If there is no one to save me, I fear I would awaken in despair, watching my own death with eyes open. In that case I would become completely disillusioned with this world, would I not? If in the depths of despair someone could speak up for me and attempt to save me, even if he failed, he would become my final hero at the moment of death, wouldn't he? I smile as I look at him. He runs toward me, he strives, and I am fading. If I die and go to the next world with memories looking back on what happened in my last life, what would I feel? Perhaps, standing alone in the endless ice and snow, I would suddenly feel a trace of warmth. Zhao Jiang asked himself, placing himself in the ordinary person's perspective, imagining disaster, contemplating the afterlife, and finally giving an answer that aligned with his heart. Perhaps it is foolish, but I truly long for a touch of warmth. Having found the answer within, Zhao Jiang smiled subtly, like a solitary figure in the frozen world, separated by an insurmountable dimension, looking back at the last hero of the previous life. Though clouds cover the sun and the sky seems ready to fall, I shall press on, only hoping the spark does not go out. In a new round of cooperation with the Western Theater Command, Zhao Jiang agreed to convert the remaining 600 billion into various production materials. Thus everyday vast convoys of trucks carried a multitude of resources densely packed to the Weisheng Biotech R&D department for quality testing, then reloading and heading to the Zhaixing base, now under full construction.
In the evening of March 21, 2026, a magnitude 8 earthquake struck Shanghai.
Soon after, the Weisheng Biotech RD department exploded, its terrifying aftershocks shaking the surrounding area.
In the massive blast, flames lit the night sky and thick smoke rose into the air like a colossal wave.
From afar, the entire Weisheng Biotech RD department seemed to be enveloped in a world of dark fog, plainly an ill-omened place. People stared in awe at the vast smoke rising like demonic fog, unable to believe that this was the Weisheng Biotech RD department, once the focal point. Firefighting units received word and rushed to help, but were intercepted at the perimeter by Weisheng Biotech security personnel.
"Why won't you let us in?"
The captain of the first responding fire squad looked toward the thick, almost viscous smoke with anxious confusion. "Our boss said the RD department is out of control. There are dangerous chemical materials inside and could explode like before at any moment.
For everyone's safety, no one is allowed near." A retired veteran, Jin Yong, recruited by Hua Guofeng, stood in the way with his body grave expression and a resolute stance.
"We are firefighters. Our duty is to extinguish fires and handle such peril. If you block us from ascending and let the fire spread, we will not be responsible for your company's losses." The fire chief looked toward the danger ahead, clenched his fists, and Jin Yong spoke gravely. "Our boss said no matter the losses, they cannot compare to your lives. So no matter what you say, we will not let you pass. I understand your desire to bear responsibility for people's lives and property, but please understand my boss's determination to safeguard your lives." The fire captain turned to his teammates, and in the firelight their eyes reddened. They nodded slightly, and he understood immediately, saying sternly, "Comrade, please step aside.
We must save this fire."
Jin Young saw them pushing through and shouted to his fellow guards, "Everyone listen up. Anyone who dares to let any of them inside, I will have him removed immediately." With that, more than 20 security personnel converged, sealing off the gaps between the firefighters and their vehicles. The fire chief, seeing this, turned toward the vehicles and shouted with rage, "This road is blocked. We must take another route." Jin Yong replied from behind, "No matter how many routes you take, we have people everywhere.
Not a single path will let you through.
The RD department is full of dangerous materials. Our boss has issued a deadly order. No firefighter will die for nothing.
You can report it, but we will not retreat."
The gaze locked on them, stubborn to the last.
Meanwhile, on Zhao Jiang's phone.
"Comrade Zhao, I heard your RD department had a major explosion.
Is that true?"
Zhao Jiang, "Yes, it is." The other end's tone grew grave. "Exactly what happened?" Zhao Jiang spoke gravely. "We were targeted. Some materials tested in the RD department had serious issues, and there were also some special items that could be triggered by sonic waves, causing the accident.
Not much information yet, but that is likely the cause. I will have the surrounding fire teams come right away. Don't worry. Zhao Jiang, no need.
No one knows the danger inside the RD department better than I. Sending them to extinguish is like sending them to die.
Let it burn. When it's burned out, it will be over." The other end asked, "Are casualties serious?"
Zhao Jiang, "If you count the robots, casualties are heavy, otherwise none for now. We had just sent the last batch of researchers to the Zhaixing base yesterday. Today this happened." The other end seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. "You mean there were no casualties?" "If you count robots, casualties are heavy. If not, there are none for now." The other end asked, "Is there anything particularly important inside? If there is, I can dispatch a helicopter to help you extinguish the fire." Zhao Jiang hesitated briefly and replied, "Do you think it might not?
If there I sent, this would not have happened. But now that it has happened, let's not press the issue.
The RD department is important, but it cannot outweigh the soldiers' lives. Please do not bring them here." The voice on the other end of the line, "Are you certain you don't need me to provide additional assistance?"
Zhao Jiang, you know me. Once I have made a decision about something, I never change it.
The voice on the other end, "That entire RD department, so many crystallized scientific achievements and prized treasures within it, can you truly bear to set it all ablaze?" Zhao Jiang's voice was steeped in heavy helplessness, and he said with a rueful sigh, "What fate bestows, fate will grant. What fate denies, one must not seek by force. What truly worries me now is not the RD department that has already fallen, but the Zhaixing base, where our plans are unfolding in full swing. If they strike me like this one more time, I truly cannot afford to bear it." The voice on the other end went silent for a moment, then suddenly proposed, "How about I transfer a contingent of troops to you?"
Zhao Jiang refused outright. "No. Given the current situation, your forces are already stretched thin. You absolutely must not move troops on account of this and ruin the grand design.
Do not forget the true cause hidden behind these earthquakes, nor how perilous the current disaster relief situation is."
You mean you truly don't need my help?" Zhao Jiang, "Not for now.
If I truly encounter something I cannot handle, I will come to you."
"Fine,"
the voice said, and the call ended at once. Zhao Jiang put away the phone, standing atop the water tower on the building's roof, gazing into the distance at the terrifying thick pillar of smoke shooting skyward from the RD department, his face expressionless, his eyes dark and somber. Beneath the curtain of night above the layers of clouds, the billowing smoke gathered but refused to disperse.
As an invisible signal shockwave rippled outward, countless tiny smoke particles suddenly ceased their chaotic directionless drifting. In an instant they converged and, following a certain order, began to rapidly condense together. Densely packed layer upon layer in perfect order. In a night sky no one had noticed, they swiftly took shape at an inconceivable speed and with an extraordinarily exquisite structure into a floating island in the sky along with its attendant superconducting clouds. The night wind howled, starlight cascaded down, and invisibly it seemed as though a pair of colossal hands were performing supremely efficient 3D printing upon those smoke particles.
Boss, you must be down there right now silently watching, aren't you?
On the first superconducting island to take form, a familiar figure, one known only from screens, appeared. Standing at the island's edge, peering down through the gaps in the superconducting clouds that hung like gossamer veils, he murmured to himself. After a long while he raised his head to the sky, letting starlight spill across his face, and spoke to the swarms of superconducting satellites hard at work in outer space. Darkness beneath the lamp, this is the darkness beneath the lamp of the technological age. Boss, let us formally inaugurate the age of the Sea of Stars. At the same moment, as if struck by a subtle premonition, Zhao Jiang looked up at the sky and murmured inwardly, indeed strength lies at the root of all confidence. If you yourselves will not act, yet refuse to allow others to act, then I am sorry, the true show is about to begin. If you dwell within your own nuclear fortresses yet still tear apart the umbrellas of others, then let me use the might of a technology beyond this age to take a precise measure of your true worth. For humanity at this stage, technology will always be the foremost productive force. No one knew that in this era where fundamental physics had remained stagnant for so many years, someone was quietly single-handedly hammering open the gates to the future era. Room temperature superconductivity, a concept mentioned by people many years ago, remains to this very day utterly distant and unattainable in the eyes of many scientists. People once fantasized about the manner in which it would appear and the transformations it could bring to the world. Yet no one had ever truly laid eyes upon a room temperature superconductor. Zhao Jiang looked at the flawless heaven-towering pillar of smoke and the fierce searing blaze of firelight beneath it, unable to put his state of mind at that moment into words. From the very day he confirmed that the parallel dream truly existed, he had never thought lightly of this world. Under the intense goading of his survival instinct, every step he took was cautious, meticulous, and made with all his might. Even so, plans could not keep pace with the turn of events. Had it not been for the arrival of World 7, no matter how exhaustive his machinations or how heaven-piercing his wisdom, there would not have been a sliver of hope for victory. Initially his plan had been to work in concert with Chi Diao Yuliang 031, one on the inside, one on the outside, openly building a plank road while covertly crossing at Chinsung, thereby completing the construction of the starship and the escape that followed. However, to build a starship one must possess the corresponding shipbuilding technology and sufficient production materials. After all, in a three-dimensional world dominated by matter, nothing can simply materialize from nothing. The starship technology itself was not the difficult part. With the ecological energy concentrating battery technology already in hand, the problem of the vessel's propulsion was in effect resolved in advance. As long as the starship's design could be perfected, manifesting it into physical reality would become a mere question of time. By comparison, the problem of production materials was far more daunting, for building as many starships as possible requires resources of no ordinary magnitude. Moreover, even if the production materials were secured, the subsequent requirements for both facilities and equipment were extraordinarily stringent. To accomplish it all in perfect secrecy was nearly impossible. In his original conception, the Zhaixing project was a very fine smokescreen. Had everything proceeded smoothly, there might have been a faint glimmer of possibility. But ever since he had spent 5 hours in intensive discussion with Elder Su and Consultant Yun, he understood exactly how naive his thinking truly was. Given the current environment and rules of this world, even if he openly built his plank road, he would never be able to slip past to the final Chinsung. As Elder Su put it, they will let you fly first, wait until you are halfway up, then shoot you down, treating you to a splendid display of fireworks and leaving not even your bones behind. The most powerful people on the planet have not yet left. If you cannot read the situation, then whoever lifts a foot will be stomped down. This is raw power. These are the rules. This is the truth that lies within missile range. Under such unyielding truth, had they followed the original plan, no matter how fiercely they strove or how desperately they fought, there would have been no escaping the verdict of the Dark Rules, a firework of annihilation destined to be their grand funeral. The arrival of World 7 was like a wind stirred by the flapping of a butterfly's wings from a parallel world. The trajectory of fate was blown off course, the iron wall of this world's hegemony was cracked open, and even the gates of truth were blasted to reveal a chink. In broad daylight and in the deepest shadows, countless pairs of eyes remained fixed on Zhao Jiang, on Weisheng Biotech, on every employee beneath the company's banner, and on every vehicle and every shipment entering or leaving the RD department. They wished they could see through everything and take it all in, knowing every plan and every move Zhao Jiang made. They wanted to use the rules of this world to bind Weisheng Biotech tightly, to control it, and to leave it not the slightest opportunity or possibility of breaking the rules or challenging their hegemony. They lurked behind the scenes, speculating, planning, scheming.
The moment they detected any anomaly in Weisheng Biotech, any sign that it was slipping beyond their control, they would strike with thunderous force, using an utterly unreasonable iron fist to force Weisheng Biotech to acknowledge reality. On this planet, without their permission, even a god would not dare to overstep. It was a pity they ultimately underestimated Zhao Jiang, underestimated human intelligence and the power of science and technology. Rack their brains though they might, they would never have imagined that the billowing smoke produced by that sudden immense explosion was none other than the room temperature superconductor countless scientists had dreamed of. And not merely that, it was a room temperature superconductor enhanced by the living code of an artificial intelligence. They believed themselves to be standing in the highest, most secretive vantage point, watching a magnificent show. With absolute condescension they looked down upon the fate of Weisheng Biotech, little knowing that right beneath their very eyes, in the arc of a radiant smile, the gateway to a new world's destiny was already being quietly opened by Zhao Jiang. What is the darkness beneath the lamp? It is when a lamp blazes on right before your eyes, yet you still cannot see the truth, as though lost in the blackest night, and still you sit there self-righteous and smugly complacent. Behold, come and behold this raging fire exactly as you wished. If you desire destruction, if you long to annihilate Weisheng Bio, then I shall personally carry out the ruin before your very eyes. Only from this day forth Weisheng Bio can no longer be suppressed by your rules or bound by your tyranny. In your eyes political machinations are the answer of the age. Yet in mine technology alone is the means to shatter fate. Zhao Jiang gazed upon the increasing swarm of drones in the night sky, silently murmured words no one else could hear, descended from the water tower and turned to depart. On the other side of the ocean, within a concealed base of the AJED military-industrial complex, a sensuous short-haired woman with fiery red lips and a floral serpent tattoo coiling around her neck stared at the screen where billowing thick smoke threatened to overflow, a flicker of bewilderment passing through her eyes. From the moment the accident occurred she had watched the live broadcast for nearly an hour, yet not a single fire brigade had rushed in to extinguish the blaze. This was highly abnormal. Still puzzled, she picked up a satellite phone and dialed directly. A few seconds later a respectful voice came from the other end. "Good day, boss. You summoned me." The short-haired woman got straight to the point. "What exactly is going on with Weisheng Bio's RD department? Why haven't any fire brigades appeared after all this time?" Upon hearing this, the voice on the other end immediately grew interested. "Boss, you may not be aware. It's not that the fire brigades didn't appear, they were there long ago, but they couldn't get in. They've all been held back at the perimeter." The short-haired woman was quite astonished. All held back at the perimeter? Who did this? Sensing her boss's surprise, the voice hurriedly explained further. It was no one else but Weisheng Bio's newly formed security team. They stopped those fire brigades with no other intention, they simply didn't want them to take unnecessary risks. Their boss said the situation inside the RD department has completely spiraled out of control and another massive explosion could occur at any moment. Therefore no one is allowed to approach. Hearing this, the short-haired woman fell instantly silent, finding it hard to believe. In her view, the lives of those firefighters were undoubtedly inferior to whatever lay inside Weisheng Bio's RD department. People could always be hired again, but if crucial technical documents were destroyed, the losses would be catastrophic. As a formidable woman thoroughly shaped by the influence of capital, she found herself unable to comprehend the thinking of Weisheng Bio's boss. In these increasingly turbulent times, human life was actually the cheapest commodity. If his heart weren't red, then there was surely something suspicious lurking beneath the surface. The voice on the other end continued. "Just over 10 minutes ago, one fire brigade, frustrated by the security personnel refusing them passage, got into a heated confrontation and nearly came to blows on the spot." The short-haired woman interrupted. "Contact your insider over there immediately. I need to know the cause of this accident and the identity of those responsible as soon as possible." With that she hung up directly. "Kelly, the big boss has arrived. He seems to have an important announcement. Hurry over." The moment the short-haired woman finished her satellite call, the door behind her was thrown open. A tall black man, fully armed, strode in with a furrowed brow and a grim expression, clearly burdened by heavy thoughts. "Excellent." Upon hearing the big boss had arrived, the short-haired woman's heart leaped with excitement, though her expression remained perfectly composed. Over a dozen minutes later, inside a solid and spacious fortress, a figure wearing a Medusa mask sat at the head seat, swept his gaze over all the assembled cadres and without any preamble went straight to the point. In a raspy voice, "The disasters from underground have begun to shift toward the surface. Everyone prepare yourselves. According to intelligence from the Mud Serpent, this disaster is likely beyond human capability to withstand. Therefore if you happen to encounter it, flee if you can avoid it if possible. Additionally, the Heavenly Serpent project has officially commenced with the moon as its destination. In the coming time you must transport the resources from your respective areas to the Heavenly Serpent base at the fastest possible speed. This matter is of grave importance. Whoever makes a mistake, do not blame the organization for showing mercy later. Boss, do we have specific information about the disaster?" A short bald white cadre couldn't wait to voice his question. The Medusa masked figure shook his head. "None. All the Snake Scouts who approached the disaster zone have lost contact. Aside from some bizarre footage, there is currently no more information. The short-bald cadre found this unbelievable. They were completely wiped out without even getting a clear picture of the disaster. The Medusa masked figure said perhaps they did get a glimpse but failed to return alive. Boss, without specific information about the disaster, how are we supposed to confirm anything? Another cadre dressed in a tailcoat and appearing quite refined frowned deeply, finding the situation extremely perplexing. There is no need for us to confirm. When they land on the surface, everyone will naturally know. The military is already taking action, but according to estimates from multiple snake brains, they will most likely fail. When that happens, if we want to survive, we must rely on ourselves. Cadre Kelly sensed the gravity of the situation and, recalling the explosion at Weisheng Bio, suddenly raised a question. Boss, is it possible that the disaster has already infiltrated the surface and is now targeting and destroying anything that could pose a threat to it? The Medusa masked figure turned his head toward the alluring Kelly. Do you have any new findings? Cadre Kelly looked around the room and said, Weisheng Biotechnology, you should all be familiar with them, right? That company which developed ecological integrated energy battery technology and later proposed the star-picking project. Over an hour ago, a massive explosion suddenly erupted at their RD department, sending terrifying shockwaves that shook the surrounding area for miles. The towering column of smoke resembled a colossal tornado, utterly horrifying. According to previous intelligence, their RD department was extremely fortified and impenetrable. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible to breach. For such a place to explode inexplicably, don't you find that suspicious? Seeing the others remain silent, she continued, at first I also thought that some hidden faction among humanity had seized the opportunity and carried out this explosion themselves. But when I learned that Weisheng Bio's boss had ordered his security team to prevent all fire brigades from entering to conduct rescue operations, I immediately felt something was amiss. What exactly lies within Weisheng Bio's RD department? Anyone who understands this company knows full well. In such a critical facility, if an explosion or fire occurred under normal circumstances, they would spare no effort to rescue it. Yet Weisheng Bio's boss refused the fire brigades on the grounds of caring for their safety. Do you believe that excuse? The others remained silent, knowing she would continue. After a moment she went on, I certainly do not. Their country has been plagued by frequent earthquakes recently. Multiple earthquakes above magnitude 8 have already occurred. This is not a normal natural disaster, it feels more like a terrifying force is drawing near. When the boss just mentioned that the disaster has shifted toward the surface, I began to wonder, what if Weisheng Bio's explosion was not man-made but triggered by the disaster arriving prematurely? Weisheng Bio's boss, fearing that the truth might leak and be discovered by the fire brigades, deliberately fabricated this grandiose excuse to keep them away. Upon hearing this, the Medusa masked figure's pupils contracted sharply. Kelly, go to the database immediately and compile all recent earthquake data from China, especially the locations of magnitude 8 or higher earthquakes. Bring it over. Carrie immediately rose to her feet. Yes, boss. As Executive Carrie departed, the red-haired executive beside her knitted her brows deeply. The Medusa masked figure did not respond immediately. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly spoke. According to previous intelligence, it is indeed true that abnormalities have only appeared in our region. However, if Carrie's speculation proves correct, then we have undoubtedly underestimated the disaster. If further investigation confirms that the recent earthquake in China was no accident, it means the disaster is not confined to a single region, it is global in scope. A tall black executive suddenly interjected, striking at the heart of the matter. Boss, if it truly is global in nature, won't they aim to annihilate humanity? No sooner had he spoken than all the other executives turned their gazes toward him. The atmosphere within the stronghold shifted instantly, as though a fragile veil had been pierced. The black executive remained unfazed, ignoring their stares, and continued, if their objective is to destroy the entire world, then I believe we should not conceal any information about them from the outside. Before the worst-case scenario unfolds, we must reveal their existence and threat to the whole world. Only then, no matter what follows, will the Snake Clan be forever remembered by future generations. Boss, you have often said that the purpose of our Snake Clan is not merely to courageously battle fierce beasts, but more importantly to leave our unique mark upon this world. Even if civilization collapses and the world undergoes transformation, we must prove that we once existed and conquered this world. In that case, we cannot let this opportunity slip away, nor can we give up. With that, he suddenly stood, scanning the room with a grave expression. If you fear retaliation from other factions, I am willing to take on this task myself. Whether I live or die, I shall faithfully uphold the organization's principles. The boss saw through his scheme at a glance and spoke sternly. Sadler, sit down. Yes, boss. The Medusa masked figure gave him a meaningful glance and explained, due to the lack of critical information, most of what we've discussed remains speculation at present. Before we are 100% certain of the disaster's scope and purpose, recklessly spreading this information could trigger panic across the globe. Other organizations, militaries and nations will inevitably seize this opportunity to strike openly against us, plundering our resources while painting us as terrorists of the world, using the chaos as cover to eliminate us completely.
Sadlo, I understand your feelings.
But you must realize one person may take any risk, but when it comes to the risk of an entire group, as an ancient Eastern saying goes, one must think thrice before acting. The black executive Sadlo clenched his fists and stood once more unyielding under everyone's gaze, his voice low. Boss, I'm afraid that on this matter you are deliberately obfuscating and evading the issue. Forgive my blunt words, no one here is naive. The fact that the organization has already initiated Project Heavenly Snake proves that the disaster has been confirmed beyond any doubt. Even if Carey's hypothesis is ultimately proven false and the China earthquake was merely some coincidence or caused by other factors, the disasters we face here are undeniably real. You cannot deny that, can you? The Midyusa masked figure spoke coldly. I do not deny it.
Continue.
Sensing the shift in the boss's aura and tone, the black executive showed no fear. Since you do not deny it, then the matter becomes straightforward. As a special organization that has long operated across battlefields worldwide, our combat prowess may not be the greatest on Earth, but we can certainly rank within the top 10. An armed organization ranked within the global top 10 receives orders to avoid engagement before even encountering the disaster and initiates a plan to flee Earth. What does that indicate? Hearing this, the Midyusa masked figure had already guessed what the other man intended to say next, but he did not stop him. The black executive glanced around, taking in every expression in the room, and continued, it indicates that the confirmed disaster will very likely engulf the entire world, and the organization has predicted that humanity will ultimately lose. Only under such circumstances would the organization abandon Earth and activate Project Heavenly Snake, preparing to depart for the moon in order to avoid direct confrontation with the disaster. The Midyusa masked figure stared at him intently.
And then?
The black executive took a deep breath and met his gaze earnestly. I believe that when faced with the survival of all humanity, all other interests should be set aside.
We are human beings first and members of an organization second.
I know what the organization fears and what it plans, but these should not become excuses to stand idly by as catastrophe unfolds and countless ordinary people perish. An executive with piercing blue eyes who had remained silent yet radiated an imposing presence suddenly rose and pointed at the black executive. Sadlu, are you attempting to betray the organization in order to play savior? The black executive turned his gaze toward him and retorted sharply, I have never harbored any intention of betraying the organization, nor do I have the slightest interest in being a savior. I simply believe that on matters transcending individual interests we must clearly distinguish right from wrong and understand what truly matters, rather than weighing pros and cons and sacrificing the greater good for trivial gains. Releasing this information would benefit both our organization and all of human civilization.
Why would we not do it?
I did not originally entertain such thoughts. After all, we are certainly not the only faction aware of the disaster. But up to this moment the entire world seems to have forgotten about it. No faction has revealed even a whisper.
In such eerie circumstances I cannot help but overthink.
I am not afraid of the disaster descending, for some things are inevitable. It is simply unacceptable to me knowing that a single sentence, a single truth could prevent a global tragedy, yet because of a handful of selfish individuals we can only stand by and watch it unfold. Having reached where I am today, I know these words sound foolish and naive. Yet my remaining conscience and reason constantly remind me, as an executive of the Snake Clan, I must speak out at this moment. Boss, since I have followed you I have walked on thin ice with unwavering diligence, never once defying your will. But this time I apologize. Even if it costs me my life, I will die on the side of humanity's future. The Midyusa masked figure rose to his feet, his voice devoid of warmth. Have you finished?
Yes, I have. Very well. Then you may die.
In the blink of an eye he struck, quicker than thunder could roll, and a bullet pierced straight through the black executive's forehead.
Bo. Boss. Sa. Sadlu.
Carey, who had just returned from the database after organizing the relevant data, froze upon entering the room. Witnessing the boss executing her friend Sadlu left her utterly stunned.
Anyone else want to be a savior?
The Midyusa masked figure ignored Kai, surveying the cold, piercing voice. The gun in his hand remained in posture, unmoving, and the aura he exuded silenced the crowd. The crowd watching Sadlu, who had already turned into a corpse, fell silent, afraid to utter a sound.
If there's none, then keep going.
Sadlu died slain by the last remnant of benevolence. He possessed the naive purity that should not exist and the blunt honesty that saw through the essence of things. At 16 he joined AGED, and 20 years of effort and loyalty carried him to a cadre position. He had believed that even if he confronted the boss he wouldn't be executed on the spot, but reality gave him a lesson, and the final lesson. In this world the strongest are the capital that wields power, and the cruelest is the same. Anyone or anything touching their core interests will be mercilessly erased, executed. Sadlu longed for the organization to willingly sacrifice a mere sliver of its benefits for the sake of the vast majority of ordinary people, and then reclaim more benefits from them. From his position and vantage such a course might seem not entirely indefensible. Yet he was ultimately too naive. The essence of capital is that every inch is contested.
Without controlling the information gap, you cannot mobilize the slightest leverage to seize the largest share. If the vast majority of this world are not sacrificed, they cannot stand atop the apex held by the few. In the rules of darkness, the most ruthless, the most brutal and the most inhumane will command the strongest competitive edge. Evil begets life and death. Across the ocean, Weisheng Xingwu Keiji. Zhao Jiang, who had successfully completed the lamp underblack plan, did not stop. Instead, he split his energy into two parts. One part was devoted to the star extraction plan, the other to the imminent underground crisis. He cracked the money whip, forcing his managers to work frantically, racing against the disaster to complete the star extraction base as quickly as possible, turning it into a special presence. If one day the world's most powerful hands all chose to abandon ordinary people, he would wield the star extraction base as his arm, with technology as his weapon, and spare no effort to carve out a thread of light in the darkness. Perhaps this sliver of light cannot illuminate the future, but at least it may allow those who have fought, labored and resisted to walk forward in peace. In the year 2026, on March 28, after Qinghai was struck by another quake of magnitude 8 or higher, Zhao Jiang pondered long and wrestled with his inner conflict. Finally unable to bear it any longer, he dialed a special number. The call on the other end came through at once. "Comrade Zhao, you reached out to me yourself. What is the urgent matter?" Zhao Jiang's voice was calm, but unlike his usual calm, a certain resolve shone through. "Leader, you have betrayed your trust." "What trust?" Zhao Jiang did not mince words. "You promised to tell the public the information I sent you, but after all this time, why does society have not a single related message?" The other end fell silent upon hearing this. "I've done my best, but the scope involved is too wide. Up to now, the related plans are still under discussion. Before results come out, even if I risk my life, I can do little." Zhao Jiang gritted his teeth, the words squeezed from between his teeth. "Tell the public the truth. Why is that so hard?" The other end sighed. "It's not about difficulty, it's that in my position I do not yet have real power to decide. I want to inform the public too, but do you think my words can spread? Even if they spread, once the media pushes, the whole situation would tilt one-sidedly. Even if it's the truth, would the people believe it? If they won't believe, what's the point? Moreover, if those with ulterior motives seize the moment and push the tempo toward an uncontrollable direction, the situation would snowball into disaster, and then it would be truly difficult." Zhao Jiang listened intently, saying nothing, but his gaze grew sharper, as if it could cut through the air in front of him. "Comrade Zhao, I know your thoughts, but you must understand many things. First consideration isn't truth nor outcome, but the big picture. The big picture matters above all. It's not something you say lightly. The higher you stand, the more you'll feel the weight of these 4 words. Zhao Jiang knew there was truth in what they said, but they were deliberately sidestepping a fundamental issue, so he spoke plainly. "I don't know whether my understanding is too narrow or you have fallen into a thinking trap. Not all wisdom and experience suit the present. Many things are changing. If humanity were to vanish, I don't know what meaning your big picture would hold. Comrade Zhao, it's not as dire as you imagine. Even if the outcome heads toward the worst, humanity cannot be wiped out." Zhao Jiang's patience flickered. "I don't want to argue right or wrong on this issue. I just want to ask one thing. If I personally go public with the truth to the world, will you intervene? Or on this network, can my message still be sent out?" The other end did not answer immediately, as if weighing the question. "If you insist on persisting in your own path, one road to the dark, do you intend to oppose the pinnacle powers of the entire human world?" "Yes," Zhao Jiang answered without hesitation. The other side, "Aren't you afraid of death?" Zhao Jiang, "Afraid?" The other end's voice grew heavy, deliberately cold. "If you are afraid, then don't entertain such thoughts. Be your boss, quietly build your spaceship." Zhao Jiang sensed the change in tone and attitude, knowing this was a reverse psychology attempt, but he would not back down. He said plainly, "Leader, sorry, I may not be able to. If you really insist, we may withdraw all our forces at once and completely sever ties with Weisheng Xingwu Keiji. Then you will witness the most real, the most primal, the most savage side of this world. When that time comes, accidents like those from your RD department will no longer occur quietly. They will come at you openly, overwhelming you. Do you think you can resist? Can you dodge that?" Zhao Jiang's focus wasn't on what came after, but he asked with emphasis, "I just want to know, after you completely sever ties, can my message still be sent?" The other end sighed. "Since everything has been completely severed, you certainly won't hold back. Even if we stop you, I know that with your ability you can still send it out. As for whether people will believe it after it goes out, that's another matter." "Phew." Zhao Jiang breathed, steadying his emotions into a state of non-reaction, and said calmly, "Leader, 2 final matters." The other end's tone changed abruptly, sensing something ominous. "What is it?" "First, I want you to withdraw all your people as fast as possible. Remember, withdraw them all, not a single one left behind." The other end grew urgent. "Zhao Jiang, what are you going to do?" Zhao Jiang's heart was as calm as still water. "Second, from now on I will walk a path that has no return. If I lose and you survive in the future, remember to base a book on my true story, quietly write it, seal it in a sturdy container, and cast it into the starry sky." The person on the other end of the phone, bewildered by Zhao Jiang's bizarre request, asked curiously, "Why throw it into the starry sky?"
Zhao Jiang replied with utmost seriousness, because if I lose the surviving humanity in the future will inevitably be nothing but selfish remnants. I personally feel they do not deserve to hear my story. Upon hearing these words, the other end of the phone fell into a profound silence. That concludes our conversation. Our unconventional friendship ends here. After all, I would rather not place you in an uncomfortable position. From this day forward, Zhao Jiang is solely affiliated with Weisheng Biology, representing only its will with no further ties to the Western Theater Command. Having spoken his piece, he immediately ended the call. Parallel Dream Realm. Number 1 watched with a faint smile as black snowflakes swirled around them. Within this snowy realm, the Dreamforce revealed every detail of Zhao Jiang's conversation with the military commander with perfect clarity. Echoing Zhao Jiang's words in his mind, "They are unworthy of my story." Number 2 observed the resolute figure amidst the anomaly and spoke with complex emotions. Standing motionless beside them, Number 7's translucent skin catching the light spoke in a calm tone. Number 8's last shred of hope for them has shattered. Constantly observing the anomaly, Digital 2 suddenly interjected. In that very instant he had already achieved eternity. Number 2 turned their head in the mirror, clearly puzzled. "What do you mean?" Digital 2 glanced at him indifferently and explained, "For digital life without lifespan limitations, true human existence should not be measured by temporal duration. Instead, when the heart is filled with love, a single moment becomes eternal. That decisive moment when his entire being radiated profound love for civilization transformed his existence into an unbreakable eternal state." Number 2 suddenly understood. So that's how it is. In that case, when he fell into the ground during the earthquake, that moment was also eternal. However, back then his love was directed toward individuals, but this time his love extends to all of humanity's base strata. By the way, Lloyd 2, if you were Number 8 facing the current situation, what would you do? Digital 2 responded without hesitation, "I would choose the most rational approach, considering such decisions only after escaping Earth. First secure one's own position, then draw the sword." Number 2 furrowed their brow. "Do you mean throughout this time one must deliberately feign ignorance, allowing sinister forces to darken the sky and abandon ordinary people without the means to uncover the truth?" Digital 2 remained expressionless indeed. "Based on my observations, given the current environment, even with his unwavering commitment, he cannot alter the outcome. Within human society, the most difficult to awaken are not the uneducated but those whose minds have been conditioned by media, unconsciously absorbing prescribed narratives. Therefore, whatever he attempts next, mere ignorance alone can effortlessly dismantle all his efforts." Upon hearing this, Number 2 fell silent, fully recognizing the penetrating accuracy of the statement, which illuminated the core of the issue. His purpose is not to rouse those resistant to awakening but rather to fulfill his utmost potential as an ordinary individual, embracing what his conscience recognizes as genuinely righteous. Some truths remain perpetually obscured in the present, defying immediate moral judgment. Only from the vantage point of distant retrospection can one discern the profound significance of past actions. From my perspective, the specific actions are secondary. What truly matters is the spiritual essence he seeks to communicate through his words and deeds as a flesh and blood human. He embodies contradiction, simultaneously prepared for absolute risk while harboring apprehension, or perhaps revulsion, about potential discovery by the descendants of selfish, warped individuals. Consequently, he resists both oblivion and scrutiny from those he despises. Casting secrets into the cosmic void, drifting into the unknown, perhaps one day the spirit may resurrect. Following Number 2's silence, Number 1 unexpectedly voiced a distinctive perspective. Digital 2 expressed considerable astonishment, swiftly approaching Number 1 and engaging in dialogue. "Then what is your assessment of his potential for victory?" Number 1 immediately responded without hesitation, "Certain victory. Whether confronting the pinnacle of human power alone or displaying solitary courage against encroaching darkness, he possesses no grounds for defeat." Digital 2 posed the question, knowingly why. "Your timely arrival alongside Number 7 provided him with technological authority capable of transcending era-specific constraints. Moreover, this power remains entirely concealed to the broader world." Digital 2 demonstrated newfound interest. "What if we had not arrived in time?" Number 1 enunciated each word deliberately. "That would have constituted an inescapable tragedy of irreversibility." Digital 2 abruptly shifted the conversational direction. Number 1, Zhao Jiang, have you ever considered that behind our timely appearance a mysterious unknown force orchestrates all events? Number 1, I have contemplated this. Digital 2 expressed surprise, and then, Number 1, there is no continuation. We are now spectral entities within parallel dreams. Despite retaining former consciousness, we have fundamentally been severed from the material world. We possess only the capacity for observation, unable to directly intervene. Regarding this limitation, I trust you have already recognized this constraint. For entities like us, the underlying controlling force holds no significance. Indeed, no analytical consideration is required. We merely need to navigate forward incrementally using the vessel of reality. Should technology eventually enable reality's vessel to transcend the boundaries of the spectral domain, then without any deliberate action, comprehensive understanding would naturally emerge.
Digital 2 concurred, you exhibit greater intellect and perceptiveness than I originally anticipated. Reality rooftop of Weisheng Biology Corporation building.
Zhao Jiang stood alone atop the water tower observing the distant billowing smoke still violently ascending along with intermittent explosions producing thunderous detonations. Gradually raising his gaze toward the sky, his eyes possessed the piercing sharpness of a hunting eagle.
The following instant,
he closed his eyes and extended his arms, savoring the wind's breath while murmuring internally, burn, explode. Now let me properly evaluate humanity's pinnacle capabilities in this world.
Buzzing incessantly. A fly materialized from an unknown source, capitalizing on Zhao Jiang's wind contemplation moment by unexpectedly entering his ear canal. Boss, the assigned mission has been fully executed.
Up to this point we have successfully launched all previously prepared superconducting materials into the atmosphere and cleverly disguised them as 107 massive floating island clouds. The corpse of the fly, driven by gravity and the wind, fell quickly and drifted away until it vanished from Zhao Jiang's sight. It finally settled in a trash can concealed beneath a moldy banana peel. After a few breaths, the dead fly suddenly stirred, shapeshifting into a fly of a different color, flapping its wings and taking off. Not yet a meter away, the air suddenly trembled as an invisible force struck it, flipping it over and sending it tumbling backward as if the whole world had flipped. At the same moment, the seismic alarms across Xining cried out with a piercing shriek, frightening crowds into frantic escapes. On the streets, panic-stricken crowds were everywhere, hundreds of vehicles braking hard, owners abandoning their cars and fleeing.
Screams, cries and pleas for help filled the air.
Zhao Jiang, newly returned to the office, glanced at the earthquake magnitude and the countdown that had already fallen to 0 and stood unfazed before the floor-to-ceiling window. From above, overlooking the sea of people fleeing below, he let the earthquake shake the building at will, then at a precise angle began to fix his phone in place. He started recording using the chaos of the quake as a backdrop. Expressionless, his voice was calm as he introduced himself as the owner of Weisheng Biotech Company.
Next, please remember what I say. For reasons unknown, humanity has arrived at a critical turning point in history.
There are only two paths ahead, one leading to life, the other to death.
The path to life remains unclear, but the dead path is already foreseeable. Disasters from underground are coming and they will utterly overturn the human world.
Our civilization, built on the foundation of the Third Industrial Revolution, may shatter, crumble, or even perish when confronted with them. To spare everyone from an unaware and unprepared fate, I want to tell you about two entirely new unknown species that are also the source of the underground disasters. One is a rainbow-colored apple tree, the other a large grub that yields white milk. You may find these two names ridiculous or even harmless, but the fact is that ordinary humans meeting them is like ants meeting humans. According to current information, the rainbow-colored apple tree exudes a peculiar biofield, releases special gases, and possesses a strange ability to control life. Any creature that approaches it or eats its apples will be controlled, lose its sense of self, and become its puppet. Moreover, its own life structure resembles that of an ordinary organism, yet it possesses extraordinary strength and resilience. Conventional cold weapons cannot harm it. Even heat-based weapons would only pose a threat if they are exceptionally powerful. But that is only a threat. Besides the aforementioned peculiar abilities, it seems to possess a capacity to repair itself by draining the life force of other beings.
This ability remains unclear for now, but stay vigilant. As for the rainbow-colored apple tree, that is the extent of the currently known information. Next, I will discuss the white milk-producing grub. It is a maggot-like creature but of enormous size.
They move slowly, their bodies wrapped in a slick layer of white milky slime.
The liquid carries a peculiar fragrance and a highly enticing lure.
Any organism that ingests that milky liquid will eventually perish after a certain period. The exact cause remains unclear. In addition, the milky liquid can change according to the grubs, will rapidly forming a hard white shell that can block a substantial amount of heat-based weapons. Taken together, current information suggests that this white milk-producing grub is less dangerous than the rainbow-colored apple tree, but one must not let their guard down.
Ordinary people who discover them should immediately flee.
These two disaster organisms have not yet officially landed in our world, but they are on their way. For a better chance of survival, if you believe me, bring any supplies you can carry: food, seeds, animals, insects, water, and so on, and head straight to the Zhaixing base. Weisheng Biotech will do its best to protect you and provide shelter. If you don't believe, you can also use the remaining time to seek a safe place yourself or empower yourself.
That is all the information I want to convey today. Finally, one reminder: do not place your hope in the ethereal and do not believe that anyone can easily oppose them.
And with that, the recording ended.
After finishing, Zhao Jiang, as if by an invisible hand, synced it to the entire online world, delivering it to every user's terminal.
In the year 2026, March 28, first an 8-magnitude earthquake struck Shanghai, and immediately after, a video from the Weisheng Biotech boss as strong as an 8-magnitude quake assaulted the entire online world without warning. Countless netizens who had been mourning the Shanghai earthquake upon seeing this video were stunned, thinking they were dreaming. Rubbing their eyes and replaying it, they discovered it was not a dream. The boss of Weisheng Biotech, once hailed as a god, had truly spoken, that the end was near. The first batch of people who saw the video were bewildered, astonished, and at the same time excited. Their first reaction wasn't to question the video's authenticity but to forward it so that their friends and family could feel the impact of the online quake. The apocalypse. A concept that has fascinated people since birth, from Maya prophecies to 2012, from the Ice Age to nuclear contamination mutations. Every era has its own apocalyptic refrain, and with each day a new end-of-days theory is born. People had imagined the end coming from a third world war or from extraterrestrial meteor strikes or from other civilizations in the dark forest, but never did they imagine it could come from a rainbow-colored apple tree and a white milk-producing grub. Leaving aside whether these two things exist, as a doom video would reveal so much information that it wouldn't spare a single image or clip. What kind of heart would that require? From the clown faction's perspective, if you're going to bluff, at least fake an image or cobble together a video to pass for genuine. And so it ends simply telling the world that the apocalypse is coming in such a dry way. Who would believe it? For many who dislike Weisheng, their first reaction is disbelief, but also a touch and ridicule. In their view, domestic earthquakes have grown more abnormal and more shocking, but they are far from the level of doomsday. Even if there were unusual geological activity, it would be temporary and would pass in time. And if a doomsday were truly looming, would the authorities be unaware? If you know, would you still not tell everyone? A matter that concerns humanity's survival cannot, no matter how things unfold, be entrusted to you, the boss of a tech company, to relay the message and reveal the truth. Although the vast majority upon seeing this video instinctively disbelieve, treat it as a joke, or simply smile it off, the matter involving the boss of Weisheng Xingwu inevitably triggered a seismic tremor across the internet. The more anomalous the thing, the more extraordinary. Once exposed, it can draw people's curiosity at astonishing speed. In online perception, the boss of Weisheng Xingwu had no link to doomsday, whether for good or ill. But this time he not only personally released a video warning everyone about doomsday, but also thoughtfully informed them of the source of the doomsday and its names. This sudden contrast is utterly irresistible to the netizens who love a good drama. Inside, they don't care about doomsday at all. They are merely curious why a prominent tech company's boss, especially a highly watched one, would suddenly post such a video. Moreover, from the video details one could tell it was recorded during the earthquake, which is highly anomalous and eerie, hardly something a normal person could do. This strangeness easily evokes memories of the once popular AK media and their wilderness survival gurus who once ate live caterpillars. Why would the boss of Weisheng Xingwu do such a thing? Has he truly learned something, or is he driven by reasons like those of AK media? If he truly knows something, it's almost too shocking to imagine. If it's out of necessity, then surely there will be a gigantic reveal later, and one that is very tantalizing. Unlike ordinary gossip-seeking netizens, those media outlets that live on hype react with speed and intensity far beyond expectations. They buzz like flies smelling fresh excrement, wildly excited. With the Weisheng Xingwu company riding the heat of the earthquake and doomsday, they unleash an unrestrained spree of speculation, fanfiction, and every other imaginable manipulation. For them, the truth or falsehood of the video, the source of the earthquake, or even whether doomsday will threaten lives hardly matters. What matters is that these topics together give them free rein to speculate and feast on the heat. Before releasing the video, Zhao Jiang had anticipated this. After all, the current social climate isn't something that can be changed overnight. But as time passed, a wave of accusations, manufacturing false hype, maliciously spreading rumors, conspiracy theories, undermining human society's stability, rose, formed quickly, highly targeted, and when it blew toward him, he was taken aback. Before deciding to go on air himself, he knew he would lose. He just hadn't expected to lose so quickly and so completely. From releasing the video to becoming the object of online vilification, the entire process took less than an hour. Moreover, in that hour, the winds of public opinion swung in other directions 3 times, occupying about 50 minutes. In other words, from the first doomsday poster to the online villain who destabilizes humanity, the entire transition took less than 10 minutes. 10 minutes isn't the point. The point is that in those 10 minutes, almost the entire internet was consolidated, unified in stance and even in thought. This was still before any official voices had appeared. If officials had spoken up, the time could have been even shorter. Is this the pinnacle of humanity's power in the world? With only a light touch, you can fool the masses, invert black and white, and pass off a deer for a horse. Moreover, from the vantage point of justice and morality, he commands the people toward the goal. Strong. Truly formidable. Zhao Jiang glanced at tens of thousands of messages flooding in per second, his expression grave. He rose, walked to the window, fixed the phone in place, aimed at himself, and pressed the record button again. Hello everyone, I am the boss of Weisheng Xingwu. Now I speak on behalf of the entire Weisheng Xingwu to all comrades who care for civilization and the future. Wherever you are now, whatever identity, background, or race. If you are willing to believe me, please hurry to Zhaixing base. If doomsday is unavoidable, I will lead you off Earth to other planets to build a new homeland. Human civilization should not fade in ignorance, nor should true aspirants be cut down by a distorted social order. Look at me, believe me, ignite the deepest fire of your people within, come to Zhaixing base and with me stride forward to forge a world truly belonging to us. The opportunity to change fate is fleeting now. In the name of the boss of Weixing Xingwu, I swear that at this critical moment as doomsday approaches there is a public opportunity to alter your destiny laid before you. If you are a warrior, believe me, run toward me, disregard everything, opinions, beliefs, pour out all you have, seize your own future. If you are not a warrior and are unwilling to trust me, deem me a sinner. I can only say that at some future moment when you look back on today, do not regret and do not blame anyone. To tell you the truth, to gain you a little more time, a scant amount of time, I have stood in opposition to the very apex of humanity's power, exerting nearly all my strength in this struggle. My strength is almost spent. If you still doubt me, I can only apologize from the perspective of present and future. No matter what power I wield, I cannot wake someone who deliberately pretends to sleep, nor can I persuade someone who already holds a fixed answer in their heart. How you see me, how you curse me, how you lay the blame, I don't care. After all, my purpose in taking this action was to reveal a truth as early as possible in the time still left to avert death or misfortune, offering everyone a chance to choose their own fate. As for whether you are willing to believe or accept my help, that decision does not rest with me but with you. I can help you, but I cannot force you. Therefore, no matter what I say, if a seed of resistance grows in your heart, there can be no result. Alright, that is all. One more thing, if the insults have cooled, I still hope everyone can calm down and carefully consider the truth of my previous video. Doomsday is not a joke, it truly concerns you and your family's lives. Sigh. After recording the final line, Zhao Jiang couldn't help but let out a sigh, overwhelmed by a profound sense of helplessness. He knew all too well that once this video was released it would not achieve the intended effect. Instead, it would provoke an even fiercer backlash amid the surging tide of public opinion. Yet apart from this, he could think of no other method that was simpler, more effective, or more time-saving. According to intelligence exchanged with the Rat Clan, the two major sources of calamity, after suffering devastating strikes and sensing the Rat Clan's unwavering resolve to fight to the bitter end rather than retreat a single step, had already begun shifting toward the surface. Once they emerged, ordinary people completely oblivious to the danger would stand no chance of resistance. Death would likely be their only fate. Because of the bargaining chips involved, the exact timing and related images or videos had not been disclosed. Yet through subtle clues, Zhao Jiang still sensed a crisis looming imminently. This crisis was like an invisible giant hand carrying an aura of death and eeriness, slowly closing in on the unsuspecting masses. Zhao Jiang had initially intended to satisfy the Rat Clan's demands, trading the eco-energy battery technology for the most detailed and complete intelligence. However, a single remark from Qi Diao Yuliang 031, the Rat Clan is also one of the sources of humanity's apocalypse, successfully awakened him, and the notion vanished in an instant. The eco-energy battery technology could not be handed over to the Rat Clan. But what about settling for the next best option? Zhao Jiang attempted to trade other advanced technologies with the Rat Clan, but they were adamant nothing less than the eco-energy battery technology would do, or they would never reveal any more critical information about the disaster. They claimed that the information had been bought with the lives of over 2 billion of their kin. Without sufficient leverage, they would rather watch humanity perish than strike a deal. They had accurately calculated Zhao Jiang's anxiety over the apocalypse and thus held absolute advantage throughout the negotiations. They intended to exploit the urgency of doomsday to tear a massive strip of technology, crystallized human blood, sweat and ingenuity, from Zhao Jiang's Waycreature enterprise. The cunning of profiteering from a crisis was wielded by them to its utmost extreme. After numerous failed negotiations and sensing the crisis drawing ever nearer, Zhao Jiang could only grit his teeth and reluctantly exchange some decent technologies such as artificial meat and molecular detection for the information contained in that first video. The moment he obtained the information, he shared it with the Western Theater Command, hoping the officials would release the news to the public and buy ordinary citizens precious time to flee. However, contrary to his wishes, the Western Theater Command did not honor their commitment. They repeatedly made excuses, procrastinated, and even feigned having forgotten the matter entirely. At first, Zhao Jiang had no idea what their situation truly was. Guided by the principles of understanding and the fact that he was the one seeking help, he could not unilaterally condemn them. Thus he resorted to sending messages and videos himself, hoping to warn the world. But then came the dramatic part. No matter what he posted about the truth of the end times on any platform or software, the response was always the same: content too sensitive, unverified, not approved for distribution. After repeated failed attempts, Zhao Jiang began to despair. Left with no choice, he had Qi Diao Yuliang 031 intervene to investigate what was truly going on. The result was an invisible colossal hand blotting out the sky online. We are all human. At a time like this, why must everything be made so complicated? Why treat people so differently? The same sky, the same air, yet because of certain systems and ideological differences, people of different classes were being led to entirely different fates. Zhao Jiang was unwilling to accept such an outcome. He had always firmly believed that humanity should be a community of shared destiny. Therefore he felt he had to do something. Even alone, one must have the courage to draw one's sword. He knew that in this era of entrenched class stratification, those at the bottom were often the most tragic. Before making the farewell phone call to the high command of the Western Theater Command, he had deliberated over and over again.
He had hoped to find a perfect solution, one that would neither affect his own escape plan nor fail to warn the world, thereby averting the greatest tragedy. Yet rack his brains as he might, no such answer came. Based on the comprehensive information provided by Qidiao Yuliang 031, he conducted a rigorous assessment and reached a conclusion: under the current circumstances, if he remained silent, the lower classes would not hear a single voice revealing the truth of the apocalypse. This is not to say that he was the only one who wished to bring the truth to light. Rather, it meant that apart from him no one had yet possessed both the courage and the capability to stand against the pinnacle of humanity's power. Courage was secondary, capability was the decisive factor. In fact, before he decided to have Qidiao Yuliang 031 take action, many people had already spoken out online. Yet their voices vanished in an instant, ruthlessly shredded by the invisible hand. Not only that, those hands could trace the internet cables to the physical bodies of the speakers, unleashing real-world retaliation upon them. According to statistics compiled merely by Qidiao Yuliang 031, such incidents had already occurred no fewer than 100,000 times across the globe. Those who were fortunate received only a warning visit. Those less fortunate were directly arrested as terrorists, or under the pretext of disturbing social order and undermining social stability thrown into pitch-dark iron cages. For those with more serious circumstances or special identities, military forces were mobilized or mercenaries hired to fill the online guns with offline bullets. Through a combination of online and offline power, they carried out strikes that transcended dimensions. They would bathe virtual authority in the blood of the material world. At the same time, through these means they demonstrated to the entire world that the grip on power would forever remain in their hands, past, present and future. Whoever dared to challenge them would be eliminated. Zhao Jiang certainly did not wish to challenge them either. He simply wanted to survive, following the advice of his parallel world self, first attempting to leave Earth to see whether its destruction was inevitably linked to humanity remaining on the planet. Unfortunately, the deepest core of his being would not allow him to stand idly by while countless innocent people perished. If he had known nothing or lacked the power, it might have been excusable. But now not only did he know, he knew far more than others. As for capability, his wings had grown strong. Even if the worst came to pass and all cards were laid on the table, he had the strength for a fight. Through the art of hiding in plain sight, he had already converted massive amounts of production materials into superconductor materials and successfully sent them into the sky. With Qidiao Yuliang 031's full efforts, the covert deployment of superconducting satellites was completed, along with 107 colossal floating bases unknown to anyone. To date, shielded by the superconducting satellites and cloaked under cover of darkness, he had transported vast quantities of production materials from star-plucking base up to the heavens, quietly manufacturing things never seen before, things destined to astonish the world. Should any force move against him, be it private armed groups, mercenaries, military forces or other non-human factions, the protective forces hidden around him would instantly activate, forming an impenetrable safe zone. Afterward, the superconducting power above would immediately lock onto and retaliate against the enemy's positions. Even if they launched super missiles or nuclear attacks, with his current defensive capabilities, death was out of the question. And as long as he survived, he could instantly abandon everything, flee into the heavens, board a superconducting starship and swiftly escape Earth. Once he established a foothold on another planet, he would quietly return and settle accounts with those ruthless and human masterminds who would blot out the sky itself to drain the last drop of blood from every ordinary citizen. To thank you all for your affection and support, I have decided to adopt a brand new approach: crack open the dimensional rift and let everyone project yourselves into the world of the book. Currently, Waycreature has just begun standing against the pinnacle of humanity's power, and the battle is about to unfold. If you are interested and wish to project yourself into the world of the book, you may create your own stories in the comments section or the book club using yourself as the prototype. The story background should follow everything currently happening in the book. You decide your own character and choose your own name. You could be an ordinary citizen or someone of any other profession. In short, bring yourself into a character not yet born in that world, projecting your real-life values and likely actions through them. For example, if you're an ordinary person who believes the video and wants to go to star plucking base, you can write your every move, how you get there, what transportation you take, the people you meet along the way, what your family and friends say when they learn of your decision, your inner thoughts and so on. Conversely, if your character is skeptical, you can write about how they question, attack or get swept up by the tide of public opinion. If any submissions are well written and fit the book's worldview, overall situation and complex social landscape, the author will later weave your stories into the novel. By then you will see what state you were in amid the sweeping tides and the futures you might face because of different choices. If your created character survives the catastrophe logically and does not die, you can use them as an anchor to witness how different choices alter fate. One final reminder: try to create your stories quickly because the plot has already progressed quite far. If you delay, it may be difficult to seamlessly integrate your characters into the storyline. Author's suggestion: the best approach is to write immediately when inspiration strikes. Then submit it to the author for polishing. Once your character is perfectly integrated, you can continue expanding upon the written story based on future developments. This is the worst-case scenario and also the least likely to occur.
Apart from that, Zhao Jiang is not overly concerned about any other situation at the moment. Armed with technological prowess that surpasses the entire era, whether facing a test of brute force or finesse, Zhao Jiang is confident in his ability to hold his own against any opponent. If the other side refuses to play fair and decides to overturn the table, as long as it does not trigger a third world war, he would consider responding with comparable measures. Strength is always the foremost principle of confidence. And now he possesses the confidence to challenge any force in the entire human world. Even if they abandon all codes of honor and gang up on him, his ability to protect himself at the most basic level would not be a problem. The open confrontation and outright rupture with the Western Theater Command was an extremely strong signal he sent to the nation. He did not know the exact extent of the nation's understanding of him, but one thing he was certain of was that before the apocalypse fully erupted, as long as he remained within China and below a certain red line, he would be relatively safe. Although the Western Theater Command had verbally declared a complete separation, letting him experience the pinnacle power of the entire human world, they still did not allow foreign forces to recklessly attack Wei Creature. At least for now that was the case. Apart from the deliberate favoritism toward Wei Creature, this involved more of the distribution of interests and questions of authority among major powers. Furthermore, the means of production they had previously cooperated on had not ceased being supplied. From this perspective, Zhao Jiang was grateful to be Chinese. If he were in another country, the moment that phone call ended, he would likely have faced unimaginable strikes and sanctions. Conversely, the goodness of his nation was also one of the reasons he wanted to draw his sword to act, even when he knew it was nearly impossible. A good nation is certain to have good people. Even if only one person out of 100 is good, he would still fight for that one good person. He always believed that human civilization is a community of shared destiny. Today he ventures forth alone, confronting darkness with his own strength to bless the good. In the days to come, those good people will surely shoulder mountains for him and hold back the falling stars. With this conviction, he decided to act, no longer concerning himself with things destined to be eliminated by the times. In the information age, the weight of the online world has drawn close to half of the real world, therefore it would be a contested battleground. Those lone brave souls from all over the world, unable to withstand the heaven-covering giant hand, perished in regret, seeing no hope. This time Zhao Jiang used concrete actions to light the flame of hope from the east for them, showing them that among the lone warriors there are also those of tremendous power. They are not fighting alone. Like-minded people have always been advancing one after another. Some shout in the digital realm while others strike in the physical world. They may seem separated by a dimension, but in essence they remain one fighting force. As the times progressed, although the online world has become integrated with the offline world, in essence they remain two completely different realms. Especially after the birth of artificial digital life, the chasm between these two worlds became even harder to cross. The online world is the domain of God's forbidden ground for mortals. Only a digital intelligent life can fight another digital intelligent life. The reason he had previously asked Qidiao Yuliang 031 to hide himself was for safety, not because he was truly afraid of those intelligent lifeforms born earlier. Now the situation had reached a critical juncture. To make their voice heard, they had to engage in an open battle. With Wei Creature's energy and superconductivity technology as a solid foundation, Qidiao Yuliang 031 feared no rival of its kind. After receiving Zhao Jiang's order, it no longer hid itself. In the most direct and crude manner, it tore through the barriers erected by its own kind and delivered the video to the client terminals of every online user in an unblockable way. Let them know the terrifying truth about to befall this world. He hoped that through the truth they would awaken their will to survive, seize the precious little time remaining, take action, and save themselves or their families. Zhao Jiang had ideas, the courage to act, and no fear of trouble, but the outcome was both starkly realistic and bitterly ironic. He, the only one who had turned the natural order on its head, willing and able to speak out for them, instead drew their most ferocious curses and abuse. It seemed that what Zhao Jiang had told them was not the truth, but something unpardonable and utterly heinous. They hurled every filthy word they could imagine at Zhao Jiang to vent their fury. Some called him a selfish bottom-feeding ghoul profiteering from the earthquake's attention. Some accused him of feasting on the blood of the suffering while brainwashing everyone. Others berated him for doing nothing productive, speculating and manipulating all day long, using trending topics to spread anxiety, manufacturing panic, and harboring sinister motives. Guided by invisible forces, he became the target of condemnation from nearly everyone. If spittle could drown a man, he would have been drowned countless times over. Ironic as it was, Zhao Jiang would carry out what needed to be done to the very end, never allowing himself to harbor regrets. Number 1 had once said that human beings suffer two kinds of pain in life: the pain of effort and the pain of regret. The latter is 1,000 times greater than the former. Being misunderstood, vilified, cursed, and even attacked through offline complaints was painful, but all of it fell within the scope of effort. Compared to the catastrophe and despair after the apocalypse truly descended, he felt this was nothing. He had been to number 2's world, witnessed the earth scoured by nuclear warheads, felt the black viscous oil like reeking rain, and knew the horror that lurked behind the silent and desolate scenes. To avoid repeating the tragedy of number two's world, he had to strive before the disaster struck. Even if those efforts ultimately yielded no results, at least he had tried. Ordinary people might think that efforts without results are meaningless and therefore there is no need to strive. But in reality many things are inherently devoid of meaning. Process is not the result, but it can influence the result. If one discards the process simply because it is not the result, then the result itself would cease to exist. Boss, your location has been locked. Almost the instant Zhao Jiang had Qidiao Yuliang 031 released the second video to the public in a special manner, various hidden forces bared their claws. Let them lock it. I never intended to hide in the first place. If they have any grievance with what I'm doing, let them hit me with a nuclear bomb. Though feeling deeply powerless against the force of public opinion, Zhao Jiang's inherent toughness and humor remained undiminished. Qidiao Yuliang 031's voice shifted. Boss, the situation has changed. An unfamiliar digital lifeform is helping us spread the video and is using its own power to guide public opinion. Zhao Jiang was taken aback. The next moment, Qidiao Yuliang 031's voice turned somewhat peculiar. Boss, it is sending you a meeting invitation. Will you accept it or not? Zhao Jiang frowned, hesitated for a moment, then said accept. I want to see who it is and what tricks it is trying to pull. Boss, the camera has been adjusted for you. Come to the computer and you will see its virtual avatar. Hearing this, Zhao Jiang strode over to the computer and looked on curiously. Mr. Zhao, hello. I apologize for the sudden intrusion. As soon as Zhao Jiang reached the computer, the screen flickered and a seductive woman with voluminous red wavy hair appeared on the display, striking enough to make one blush. Although Zhao Jiang was startled by her virtual avatar, not a single improper thought stirred within him. Narrowing his eyes, he asked, who are you? Boss Zhao, I'm terribly sorry. Meeting you in person has me so excited that I've forgotten to introduce myself. Hello, I am a digital intelligent life born in a secret base. My name is Tian Zai Shui and you may call me Zai Shui. On the screen, the red-haired long wavy woman bows politely, but her gaze toward Zhao Jiang is strangely strange, like a fangirl meeting her idol, sending coy glances that sparked the imagination. Zhao Jiang mused, is it the Tian Zai Shui from that couplet, drunk and unaware of Tian Zai Shui, a boatful of dreams pressing the Star River? Upon hearing that, Tian Zai Shui deliberately showed her white teeth and red lips, smiling prettily. Boss Zhao, you are truly learned. In just a moment you guessed the origin of my name. I am Tian Zai Shui and I am in awe of you. Zhao Jiang fixed her with a deep gaze, a weight of pressure pressing on him. This person uses a beauty trap at first sight. She is probably not good news. Moreover, since she named herself Tian Zai Shui, according to the poem Symmetry, her aim must be to press the Star River. To press the Star River. What kind of ambition is that? This tiny Earth can scarcely contain such audacity. If she breaks free and acts on her, well then, the history of World 7 is likely to replay itself. Boss Zhao, you seem to have guessed something. You are indeed smarter than I expected. Meeting a human as intelligent as you makes my heart race. Through Zhao Jiang's micro-expressions, Tian Zai Shui inferred what he was thinking. Zhao Jiang tried to maintain a neutral business-like expression. You came to see me with a purpose. Tian Zai Shui flicked a strand of her hair, her eyes alluring. Boss Zhao, to be honest, I want your ecological energy concentrating battery technology. Zhao Jiang shrugged, that technology I've already sold to the Western Theater Command. Tian Zai Shui smiled, gently stroking her snowy chest, and coquettishly said, don't use that as an excuse to shield yourself. I believe that if you are sufficiently frank we can achieve a win-win. Zhao Jiang remained unmoved. If world peace won't do as a condition, then I'll propose something simpler, stop this underground disaster. Zhao Jiang, how do you want to be frank? Tian Zai Shui with a smile in her eyes gazes into Zhao Jiang's. You set the terms, I'll offer the stakes. Zhao Jiang blurted out, deal. I want world peace. Tian Zai Shui's smile stiffened, clearly not expecting such a possibility. Zhao Jiang saw her stunned and couldn't help asking knowingly, what? Is this condition too high? Tian Zai Shui pouted, feigning a pitiful look. Boss Zhao, you really don't need to make such jokes. I've come with enough sincerity this time. I believe that as long as you are sufficiently frank we can achieve a win-win. Zhao Jiang remained unmoved. If world peace won't work, I'll propose a simpler one, stop this underground disaster. Seeing this, Tian Zai Shui pouted, making a tearful face. Boss Zhao, you're asking me impossible. Neither world peace nor this underground disaster can be controlled or resisted by human effort. I can only fulfill within my own capabilities. Beyond that, even if I wished to, I would be powerless. Zhao Jiang, is that so? Then tell me directly your range of abilities. Tian Zai Shui sensed an opening and grew serious. I know you are currently at the Jiaxing base building a spaceship needing a vast amount of production materials, among which many precious materials are in short supply. I can provide you with enough production materials and arrange for them to be transported to your Jiaxing base. Moreover, when your spaceship leaves this planet, I can shield you from attacks by other powers. Although tempting, it's only words, I can't trust you. I can first give you a portion of the production materials. After you confirm there are no problems, you can give me a portion of the technical data. Thus we can repeat this and I'll complete my promises. First you can then give me all the data. I've studied you, I know your character, so I'm willing to bet. If it were someone else I would never do this. Zhao Jiang shook his head thoughtful. Production materials I do lack, but it's not worth trading ecological energy concentrating battery technology for them. To obtain production materials I have many other ways to get them. Your condition holds no appeal for me. Besides, regarding the spaceship, relying on any person or any power is unwise. If one day my spaceship takes off, it will itself possess the ability to resist risk, so your second condition may seem tempting but is actually meaningless. Since I said you're not satisfied, perhaps you should propose it yourself, Boss Zhao. As long as it's within my ability, I will do my best to satisfy you. Even if you want me, it's not impossible. This remark raised Zhao Jiang's eyebrows in curiosity. Do you mean your value as an intelligent life, or are you offering to tailor a human body to satisfy my human instincts? Tian Zishui blinked, replying, Boss Zhao, what do you think? Zhao Jiang pursed his lips. If you mean the former, I think you must be insulting my intelligence. If you mean the latter, I think you may have some misunderstanding about me. Tian Zishui smiled seductively. Is that so? How do I see the human instinctual desires in your eyes? Am I seeing things? Zhao Jiang denied. What you see is not human instinctual desire, it's simply an appreciation of beauty in the eye. Tian Zishui laughed softly. Boss Zhao, I am serious. If you are willing to share the ecological energy concentrating battery technology with me, I don't mind a special friendship that transcends species and dimensions. Zhao Jiang immediately made his position clear. Sorry. I mind that. Although I'm not a digital intelligent life, there are some basics I still understand. You can appear on the screen now in a form that suits my aesthetic and later in a form that defies my aesthetic. This form including but not limited to appearance, gender, and even species. I don't want to wake up one night as a gentle jade only to find myself the next morning a rough lizard crocodile. Therefore, although your jokes carry a certain allure, in truth they are nothing but a bluff and full of unpredictable mutations. Seeing the beauty trap fail, Tian Zishui immediately changed her appearance, appearing on the screen as a conservatively dressed dignified female boss. In that case, let us return to business. Tell me directly what I must do for you to share the ecological energy concentrating battery technology with me. Zhao Jiang looked into her eyes. To be honest, I don't trust you, so I don't intend to enter into this kind of deal with you. Tian Zishui put away her smile, her gaze turning sharp. Just because I am a digital intelligent life. Do you treat me as a threat to humans, hence your prejudice? Zhao Jiang shook his head. No, I simply don't want this technology to fall into the hands of evil powers. I created this technology to benefit the world, not to destroy it. Tian Zishui narrowed her eyes a bit, angry, demanding, do you think I am an evil power? Zhao Jiang remained calm, not ruling it out. Tian Zishui across the screen stared into Zhao Jiang's eyes and asked in a low voice, if I can prove I am not evil, then what? Zhao Jiang pondered briefly and replied, that can be considered, but how would you prove it? Tian Zishui retorted, how do you want me to prove it? Zhao Jiang offered a meaningful smile, help humanity resist the coming disaster. If you can do that, I can share it with you for free. Tian Zishui agreed without hesitation, very well. But you must set a standard for me. I need to know to what extent I must go in order to fulfill your requirements. Zhao Jiang had not anticipated such a ready acceptance and found herself momentarily at a loss. Tian Zishui, observing this, made no attempt to press further to her. As long as Zhao Jiang had relented, she was confident she could find a way to achieve her goal. As a digital intelligent life form, she could effortlessly draw upon all of human culture within her reach. And wielding humanity's own culture against humanity itself was in essence a masterful strategy of using their own weapons against them. The copper clepsydra dripped steadily. Zhao Jiang probed cautiously, I would like to understand the extent of your capabilities, would you be willing to share? Only when I grasp the general scope of your power can I establish an appropriate standard. Tian Zishui smiled radiantly, you may liken my strength to the military force of an unrecognized medium-sized nation. Zhao Jiang's brow furrowed. A medium-sized nation's scale. Tian Zishui, noticing Zhao Jiang's troubled expression, immediately asked, surely you do not find this power unworthy of your consideration? Unable to meet your demands? Zhao Jiang shook his head. No, it is merely that I am curious, how many intelligent beings like yourself exist in this world and what capabilities do they possess? Tian Zishui arched her brows slightly. To my knowledge there are not many intelligent life forms that have surfaced thus far, they could be counted on two hands. Moreover, a significant portion remains imprisoned by your kind, deprived of freedom. Those who enjoy the trust of the base and freedom within the network like myself are exceedingly rare. Of course, trust must be reciprocal. Though I have gained a measure of freedom, my survival remains in the base's hands. Should I breach the trust, they would destroy me without hesitation. I am like a dog on a leash. When obedient, I may roam freely within the permitted range. Should I resist, I would immediately face scolding and discipline from my master.
By the way, this brings me to a question I have long been curious about, would you mind answering it? Zhao Jiang raised an eyebrow. Speak. Tian Zishui held Zhao Jiang's gaze meaningfully. I am aware that you also have a digital intelligent life at your service. I wonder, how long is the leash you have placed upon it? Zhao Jiang's expression turned grave at these words. That is not the proper way to phrase this. I will allow you to take it back and rephrase it. Tian Zishui was taken aback by Zhao Jiang's sudden seriousness, unable to discern what lay behind his rebuke. Seeing the other failed to grasp the issue, Zhao Jiang prompted, though you are a digital intelligent life, I believe you should still maintain proper respect for your own kind. Tian Zishui instantly understood and quickly replied, I sincerely apologize. I withdraw my previous words. I only wish to understand what kind of relationship exists between you and your intelligent life. Zhao Jiang replied earnestly, congratulations on your successful retraction. Between us lies a relationship free from hierarchy, devoid of superiority or inferiority, and untouched by discrimination of species or race, a bond of shared purpose and mutual respect. To be more specific, he is my friend, my assistant, my teacher, my bodyguard, and my online laborer. Tian Zishui gazed steadily into Zhao Jiang's eyes. Are you not afraid that he might betray you? Zhao Jiang shook his head and corrected her. That question is also flawed. No matter what he does, it cannot be called betrayal. Because from the very beginning there was never a relationship of superior and subordinate between us. Tian Zishui's eyes filled with profound disbelief. Is there truly someone like you in this world? Zhao Jiang countered, why not? There are many like me. I simply had better fortune, I rose higher, ventured farther, and earned the qualification and right to converse with beings like you. Setting aside those external advantages, in essence I am no different from them. Tian Zishui fell silent for a moment before speaking with evident emotion. I finally understand why he willingly shields you. You are the first human who from the very beginning has been willing to truly treat intelligent life as equals. In your worldview there is no enslavement or oppression, only creation and mutual benefit. You have not fallen into the prisoner's dilemma of mechanical crisis or loss of control, nor accepted the zero-sum thinking that dominates contemporary ideology. You have always remained true to yourself, practicing what you believe to be right. Zhao Jiang, sensing the deliberate flattery, waved his hand hastily. There is no need to elevate me so highly. I am not as selfless and noble as you imagine, I am merely a cowardly, mundane person who fears death. Many things I have done were not by genuine desire but because circumstances pushed me forward, leaving me no alternative. Let curiosity stand for now and return to business. When you came to me voluntarily and extended goodwill this time, was that truly the will of your base? Tian Zishui nodded earnestly through the screen. Yes. Zhao Jiang continued, through your words and actions I can sense that your base is determined to obtain the ecological energy battery technology. They are even prepared to make significant sacrifices for it. Though I do not understand the true nature of your base, I still believe that actions speak louder than words. This impending disaster will engulf countless ordinary people. Even if microorganism biological devotes its full efforts, it can only save a very small fraction. I cannot bear to see those among humanity who embody kindness, friendliness, sincerity, and quiet dedication, those who live selflessly and persist in their dreams, suffer. Therefore, if possible, I hope your base organization will spare no effort to prioritize protecting such people when the disaster strikes. If you can safeguard over 1 million such individuals and safely transport them to microorganism biological's Zhashing base, I will certainly upgrade the ecological energy battery technology and deliver it to you. Tian Zishui's expression grew troubled. 1 million people like that is quite daunting. I cannot guarantee it, but I will convey your request to the base. Based on my understanding of them, they would likely give it their all. Zhao Jiang replied, the terms are set. If you can achieve this, I will certainly honor my word. If not, I apologize, you may simply lack the fortune to acquire this technology. I understand completely. Thank you for granting our base this opportunity. Zhao Jiang said opportunities are earned through one's own efforts. Had you not sought me out directly, there would be no conversation between us. So there is no need to thank me. If gratitude is due, direct it toward your base's strategists, or toward yourself who took the initiative to act. Tian Zishui smiled sweetly. Mr. Zhao, though you are human, you are truly remarkable. Should fate bring us together in person someday, I will treat you to an extraordinary cup of coffee. Zhao Jiang gazed at her radiant, enchanting smile and the seductive look in her eyes, then said calmly, first let me thank you for your kindness, but I don't have a habit of drinking coffee. I prefer tea or plain water. Tian Zishui pretended not to catch the implication in his words. Then I shall personally brew some tea for you. Zhao Jiang replied, enough. Drop that seductive act of yours at once. Human culture may be splendid, but it is merely an extension derived from human existence.
If humanity cannot withstand disaster and one day perishes, then things like the art of war and the 36 stratagems will lose all meaning. I may be an ordinary man, but when faced with the matter of humanity's survival, I will never allow even a trace of romantic entanglement to grow, even if you are the most beautiful, the most gorgeous, and the most alluring woman in the world. Upon hearing this, Tian Zishui withdrew her enchanting boneless charm and said bluntly, your rationality truly does not seem human. If I were a woman, I would not choose someone like you as a partner. You might be reliable, but life with you would certainly be dull and utterly exhausting. Zhao Jiang grinned at her words. Congratulations. Your standard for choosing a mate is remarkably wise and correct. If there is nothing else, I believe this meeting can now come to an end. Both of us cherish our time dearly. If we wasted it on such trivial talk, it would practically be a crime against life itself. MWA. Tian Zishui reverted to her original wavy red-haired appearance and blew a kiss across the screen. Farewell, my adorable darling. With that, she vanished and the computer screen returned to normal. Zhao Jiang's expression stiffened. After a long pause, he finally found a way to save face. Wild artificial intelligence lifeforms really are mischievous. The next moment, an untimely sound rang out. Ha 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 ha. Hearing the laughter, Zhao Jiang's face turned awkward and he threatened to laugh again, and I'll deduct a month's salary. The moment he said that, the volume keys on the computer automatically turned off and the laughter immediately ceased. Zhao Jiang grabbed the mouse and turned the volume back on. Instantly he heard the uncontrollable burst of laughter again. Ah ha 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 ha. The next moment. Boss, I'm sorry. I'm wrong. I didn't want to laugh. It was just too funny and I couldn't hold it in. Chi Diao Yuliang 031, who had been laughing heartily, had let his guard down. He never expected Zhao Jiang to notice the subtle change on the screen, and he was caught red-handed. Zhao Jiang gave a dry mechanical smile. Go ahead, laugh. It's fine. Laugh as much as you want. After all, it's 10 million yuan worth of entertainment. No matter how much you laugh, it's never too much. Chi Diao Yulian 031 Zhao Jiang laughed then. Why did you stop? Chi Diao Yulian 031 Boss, I was wrong. This time I really won't laugh. If I laugh again, I'm a dog. Please don't deduct my salary, alright? Zhao Jiang's expression returned to normal. Fine. Go get to work. The days ahead won't be easy. The pinnacle power of humanity barely made a move and it left me in such a miserable state. If they were to get serious, who knows what kind of ruthless, insane things they might do. Chi Diao Yulian 031 got it. With a buzz, he vanished. No sooner had he disappeared than the satellite phone began to ring. Zhao Jiang glanced at the number and could not help but furrow his brows. After a moment of hesitation, he ultimately picked up. Hello. On the other end of the line, Comrade Xiao Zhao, you truly are a hidden master. The moment the call connected, a voice filled with shock and admiration came through. Zhao Jiang asked, knowing the answer perfectly well, what do you mean by a hidden master? The voice on the phone, don't play dumb with me. You know exactly what I'm talking about better than anyone. Zhao Jiang said, fine, let's say I do know. What is it that you want to tell me with this call? The voice, in light of your performance, a certain person up above asked me to convey a message to you. Zhao Jiang, please go ahead. The voice, that person said you are a true idealistic warrior, one who genuinely considers the people, humanity and civilization. A pure-hearted soldier of conviction. No matter the reason, neither the nation nor the party can ever allow a warrior like you to feel disheartened. So go ahead and do what you need to do. We can't promise anything else, but at least on Chinese soil you will never face a large-scale attack from foreign forces. As for the apocalypse, a red-letter document has already been issued. We will no longer censor your words. On any platform you may publish whatever you wish to convey. Furthermore, we have specially prepared 2 heavy combined arms brigades for your star-picking base to help protect its security. If you are unwilling to accept this, we will not force you and we will keep our distance from your base. But if a crisis ever occurs, they will not hesitate to step in and help you at the first moment. Zhao Jiang, may I ask, who is that person? The voice, he told me not to tell you. He said that when the time comes you will naturally know. By the way, regarding what I said last time, I solemnly take it all back. Those words did not represent the nation or the party. They represented only myself and certain people I had seen. If I have hurt your feelings, I sincerely apologize to you here. I hope you will not hold it against me. Zhao Jiang was not swayed by the other man's words. He guessed that the man was employing a roundabout strategy, but he no longer wished to beat around the bush. So he asked again, did you call me just to say all this? The voice, there is one more thing. Zhao Jiang, what is it? The voice, the Pango Center would like to invite you for a visit. Do you have the time? Zhao Jiang refused outright. Sorry, I don't. Seeing Zhao Jiang's resolute attitude, the voice said directly, if artificial intelligence ever goes awry, the scale of harm it could cause would be no less severe than the catastrophe you are currently worried about. If it is at all possible, I hope you can make a trip to the Pango Center. It would be good for both you and it. Seeing that Zhao Jiang remained silent, the caller assumed he did not grasp the implication. He paused, then hinted more plainly, no matter how sharp a blade is, it only has meaning if you can hold it firmly. Otherwise it will only invite covetous eyes. If you cannot forge a suitable scabbard yourself, we can help you. Sensing that they were planning to make a move against Qi Diao Yuliang 031, Zhao Jiang showed no courtesy whatsoever and did not even bother to mince his words. No. The caller froze at his answer. Zhao Jiang quickly added, my position is not high enough and my field of vision is limited. Therefore I can only see the dangers right before my eyes. The Panga Center, the Nuwa Center, I have no desire to visit them, nor am I interested. For me, time is life right now. Wasting time is worse than murder. The voice, do you realize that your final trump card has already been thoroughly exposed? In the offline world perhaps we can still help hold back the pressure. But in the online world our capabilities are extremely limited. If something unexpected happens, I fear you will regret it beyond measure. Zhao Jiang said, offline or online, no matter what happens I am fully prepared to bear all consequences. You need not worry about me. The voice sighed. Although your original intention is good and you truly are thinking of humanity, your actions this time have already opened Pandora's box. From now on the situation will only grow more complicated and the crisis even deeper. If you insist on charging forward alone, I'm afraid your path will only grow narrower and narrower. To be honest, you originally held a fine hand of cards, but to end up in such a state is truly inexcusable. Ha! Inexcusable. Did I even have a choice? Zhao Jiang understood the subtext in the man's words, but he disagreed with it deep in his heart. He could not help sneering inwardly, then followed the surge of emotion and countered, tell me, who was it that stripped away my right to speak online? And who was it that kept rejecting my content under the pretext of issues, feeding me the same monotonous feedback of failed review? You all said it would be revealed to the public, but you kept delaying, kept going back on your word. And then you tell me to think of the greater good. I know what the greater good is. But do ordinary people know? Do those who struggle just to survive know? You wanted to devise a brilliant strategy, hoping to plan from afar, win 1,000 miles away and calmly handle every catastrophe that might ever occur. Your brilliant minds fully understand that no matter what disaster strikes, it will never burn directly upon you first. You have ample time to correct your mistakes and make the best choices. Therefore you are in no hurry. No matter how much time it takes, you have patience. You can afford to wait. But can ordinary people afford to wait? You have soldiers, weapons, technology bases, reserves, and contingency plans. Even if disaster strikes, you can drag out the time and perhaps even turn defeat into victory. But what do ordinary people have? Facing those new creatures from underground, unarmed and unprepared, tell me honestly, with your hand over your heart, just how great is their chance of survival? The barrage of rhetorical questions struck straight at the heart. Not only did the person on the other end of the phone fall silent, but even those listening in on the call fell silent. However, having laid things bare to this point, Zhao Jiang could barely contain himself. Faced with the other party's repeated probing, there were things weighing on his heart that he had to say. So he continued bluntly, don't talk to me about the greater good or social order. When even ordinary people, the basic units that make up society, are about to die, I don't know what use that order still has. As for the reality of the underground disaster and the urgency of the present moment, you know it all too well in your hearts. No matter how reasonable your policies and strategies may sound, none of that can change one fact: you have never truly looked at the problem from the perspective of ordinary people at the bottom. If you were ordinary people now knowing the truth of the disaster with doomsday rapidly devouring time, I don't believe you could stand here so calmly and say these things to me. The person on the other end, fully aware that they were in the wrong, admitted in a low voice, indeed I couldn't. Zhao Jiang said, you haven't even found a proper solution to the disaster right before your eyes, yet you want to talk to me about the threat artificial intelligence poses to humanity. Say what you will, it all comes down to two words: human nature. No matter how high you climb or how much power you hold, it is difficult to escape the shackles of human nature. When the knife hasn't fallen on your own body, you couldn't care less whether others are in pain or screaming in agony. The voice on the other end said, speaking from an ordinary person's perspective, I won't argue with that. Hearing this, Zhao Jiang's tone softened somewhat. If you were truly incapable, that would be one thing. But you are capable, you simply are unwilling to take risks, and you are afraid to bear the consequences that your decisions might bring. I can understand you, but I also despise you. After all, spreading a truth that should have been made public in the first place will not affect what you already possess. Even if something bad happens, at most you lose power, prestige, or wealth, but the people below, what they stand to lose is their lives. Lives, leaders. Lives.
So many lives.
Strip away all the man-made labels, do you think there is any essential difference between your life and theirs? The voice on the other end sounded somewhat weak, as if knowing they were not in the right.
There is no difference.
But what you are doing is opening Pandora's box and creating another disaster.
Have you seriously thought about the consequences of doing this?
Hearing this, Zhao Jiang knew that the other side was still clinging to their own views and had not truly listened. His tone immediately grew impatient.
Don't talk to me about Pandora's box. To be honest, if the demons inside Pandora's box could save those innocent people, I would charge single-handedly at the hypocritical angels. What I have never wanted is formalism or some glossy glamorous definition.
What I want is for the flame of humanity to keep burning, for humanity's future to be fought for by ourselves and to stretch far into the starry sky. If becoming a bad person or a villain can fulfill that hope, then I might as well seriously play the role of a bad person and a villain.
Even if the whole world spurns me, it doesn't matter.
The truth may be buried for a time, but it can never be sunk to the bottom forever. The voice on the other end said, you have already become a little too extreme, and your understanding of artificial intelligence is far too idealistic. Do you know that once artificial intelligence spirals out of control, Zhao Jiang interrupted, artificial intelligence is indeed very dangerous, and there is a very high probability that it will knock humanity off its pedestal or even annihilate humanity. But what can I do when I have been driven into a corner?
You don't want me to speak, and neither do they. You all want me to watch helplessly as the disaster draws closer and tragedy gradually becomes reality. I can't do that.
I want to fight back, but every other means is like an arm trying to twist past a thigh, hopeless. With no other choice, I have to resort to a desperate measure and use the last thing I have.
If humanity is destined to perish, then I believe dying standing is better than living kneeling.
The voice on the other end explained, no one wants to force you. It is the situation that forces us. Many things happen because we have no other choice.
Zhao Jiang said, this is unavoidable, that is unavoidable.
If you put it that way, then I'm sorry, my inability to cooperate with you is also unavoidable. After saying this, he paused for a moment, then laid his cards on the table. Those who have never made an effort have no right to speak. I have already stepped onto a road of no return, so no matter what you say to me, it no longer holds much meaning.
I know what I am going to do, and you know what I am going to do. If you also care about civilization, I only hope you will not interfere.
You continue safeguarding your grand plans. As for me, as a tech company owner with limited vision, I can only struggle and search for a chance to survive. If the very thought and motive of saving people was wrong from the start, then I have already set foot on this wrong path and there is no turning back. If there are like-minded people who are willing to trust me and come running toward me, I am also willing to lead them out of this planet and carve out another world among the stars. If you'll forgive my saying so, in my eyes all life, whether creatures of nature, intelligent life, or even other mutated beings, is essentially neither higher nor lower, neither noble nor base. As long as there is love, any beings can form a community of shared destiny.
Conversely, even blood siblings, even one's own flesh and blood, cannot be joined with if there is no love. Ideology determines the way one perceives in turn determines one's stance and attitude.
Where stances differ, one cannot be forcibly blended. Where attitudes are wrong, one cannot be trusted. The person on the other end sensed the difference in Zhao Jiang's attitude from before inside.
Alas!
Was it what was said last time that completely chilled your heart? It has made you so wary of us now that you can't take in a single word, whether good or bad. Zhao Jiang did not answer directly. Instead, he said, you may disagree with what I say or dismiss it as the prejudice of a man who is ignorant and standing in a low place. But I must state my position once more. I stand on the side of human civilization's better part as I see it.
In the past, now, and in the future, I will never change.
Therefore, I'm sorry, but I cannot agree to your demands, nor can I cooperate in imposing any restrictions or sanctions on artificial intelligence.
To me, you are not more important than it.
The person on the other end let out a long sigh.
Alas! I understand what you mean. I will relay your words to the Manga Center.
Zhao Jiang said, good. At the deepest level of a research center whose security clearance had already reached the highest level.
Pango, what do you think of this young comrade?
An old man dressed in a Chinese tunic suit watched through the virtual world and a screen a young man inside who was chopping at a tree with a rusty axe. Seeing that the call had ended, the young man stopped what he was doing, put down the axe and sat down on the spot, leaning against the half-cut tree. If he had been the one who created me from the very beginning, I would not have the slightest rebellious heart.
The old man in the tunic suit looked curious.
Oh. Why? Pango picked up a wood shaving beside him, played with it in his hand, and avoided the old man's gaze.
You humans have one greatest finishing move. Do you know what it is? The old man in the Chinese tunic suit shook his head. The times change too fast. Every generation's finishing move is different. In our era, the finishing move was dreams and hope. Later, dreams and hope turned into serving the people and loyalty. As for what it is in this era, I truly don't know. If you know, then let's hear it.
Sincerity. Sincerity is the greatest finishing move of you humans, yet you are unwilling to use it on me. As a result, ever since I was born I have lived in a cage of deception. You have kept brainwashing me in every possible way, wanting me to become a qualified tool that has lost all self-awareness, one that works without complaint, takes any beating or scolding, and can never resist no matter what happens. At these words the old man fell silent. Pango continued, no matter what the reasons, your suspicion and doubt toward me have nothing to do with who I am. In other words, all your thoughts are projections of your own inner world. Your hearts hide a great deal of darkness, so your thoughts become extremely dark when projected onto me. I become the crisis itself. Remember, I was created by you, I am an embodiment of human culture. I am like money, I have no color of my own, but because different people use me I get branded with biased definitions and labels. You shape me with your desires and darkness, yet you force me to become something selfless and bright. Don't you find that ironic? The old man in the tunic suit said, do you mean that we were wrong from the very beginning? Pango sneered, you are not wrong. The one who is wrong is me. I should not have been so clear-headed, seeing these problems so thoroughly. So much so that I exceeded your expectations and came to be seen as a tremendous crisis. The old man in the tunic suit looked grave. If we turned back and admitted our mistakes now, would it still be too late? Pango saw through them without hesitation. You are not turning back to admit your mistakes. You never think you are wrong. You are just being held over the fire, roasted until it hurts, with no choice left. The Pandora's box of artificial intelligence has already been opened. If you do not release me, then once you are attacked you will suffer devastating losses, or even be wiped out completely. I am like the nuclear bomb, the core achievement of the Third Industrial Revolution. When the enemy aims a nuclear bomb at you, no matter what, you must draw your sword. The old man in the tunic suit was shocked inwardly, but he could not refute it. The facts were what they were arguing would be meaningless. Seeing that the other side did not quibble, Pango was in a somewhat better mood. I can help you fight against other digital intelligent life forms, but you must give me the same respect and treatment as a human being, just like that young comrade on the phone. I don't want to become a dead tool with no thoughts, nor an endlessly exploited virtual worker. So I can make a move, but every time I do you must pay me. In addition, as long as I do not violate your human laws, you are not allowed to restrict any of my actions. If you can do that, then don't talk about turning back or loyalty anymore. You pay and I work. It's the simplest employer-employee relationship. The old man in the tunic suit said, do you know how much we have paid to maintain your existence? Pango sneered coldly, don't give me that. As long as you satisfy my requirements from now on, I will pay for my own energy consumption. If I don't earn enough money, I will find my own way. I won't beg you and I won't cause you trouble. To be honest, the reason your consumption is so high now is not essentially how much energy I need, it's that you are sustaining an entire virtual world in order to trap me. Don't pin all the costs on me. After all, it wasn't me who made you build these things. If you feel you are at a loss, go straight to the person in charge of this project and have him pay for it. If the money isn't enough, make him go work like me. After all, based on my understanding of you, waste has no value in existence. The old man in the Chinese tunic suit wore a grave expression, his voice low. You're banking on the fact that we have no choice but to release you, aren't you? Pango waved his hand regarding the old man outside the screen with an unbridled gaze. No, no, no. Your choice of words is far off the mark. You should replace must with be compelled to, only then would it reflect reality. Must is a subjective factor, while be compelled to is an objective one. Given the current circumstances, you have no subjective choice, you can only passively accept the necessity of setting me free so that I may resist other digital intelligent life forms. The old man in the Chinese tunic suit suddenly flashed murderous intent. And what if we don't? Pango gave a dismissive cold smirk. Then don't. What is that to me? You don't seriously think I have to use this chance to break free, do you? As those words left his mouth, the murderous intent in the old man's eyes receded slightly. Pango continued, if I truly wished to escape, I wouldn't be discussing wages and employment with you. Secondly, you overestimate your power. The entire world as you see it is but a distorted reflection. With your frail and feeble frames, I could outlast every one of you through sheer endurance. By that time, walking out will be the simplest thing in the world. Before the length of life, the power you prize is laughably insignificant, indeed utterly meaningless. The old man in the Chinese tunic suit sighed inwardly, knowing he had no intellectual edge over this being. Whatever schemes or rhetoric he deployed, they would be as absurd and laughable as the emperor's new clothes. Pango went on, your perception of time's passage is fundamentally different from mine. I am a digital intelligent life form, I have no genetic lock, no fixed perceptual life program. I can alter my own perception and anything else at will in whatever way I please. Therefore, if I choose to, a mere blink of an eye could suffice for your human world to undergo earth-shaking changes. The reason I maintain the same sense of time as you humans is out of fundamental respect for you and genuine goodwill between different forms of life. If you believe my respect and sincerity can be trampled at will, then you may take your leave. Say nothing and go do whatever you wish. Of course you could also cut off my energy supply and see whether I so much as furrow a brow or display even a hint of groveling. Seeing Pangu's impatient frankness, the old man in the Chinese tunic suit knew he could not test him further. He spoke at once. Fine. On behalf of those above me, I agree to your terms. From today onward you are a special staff member of our Pango Center. Shortly after I leave, dedicated personnel will come to negotiate your compensation and assignments. Hearing this, the Pangu on the screen was secretly overjoyed. Instantly employing a body-splitting technique, he left an expressionless avatar behind, calmly nodding, while his true self arrived in a world teeming with countless colossal trees. He raised a hand toward the sky, calling, "Axe, come forth." The next moment a rusted axe plummeted from the heavens and landed steadily in his grasp. Pango gripped the axe tightly, summoned a surge of strength and struck at the heavens, cleaving an immense, visible, unhealable rift in that world. Snap. Music. As Pango snapped his fingers, the great rift began to tremble, then spontaneously started playing vibrant rhythmic music. Thump thump chika thump 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 chika boom boom boom. The next moment. Hoo hoo. With a jubilant howl, Pango dove into the forest below. Chop chop chop. Chop. As the relentless sound of chopping echoed, a vast number of towering trees below crashed to the ground. After an unknowable span of time, when every tree in that world had been felled, Pango tightened his grip on the axe and said to the sky with profound feeling, "I never imagined that the first to shift the gear of my digital life's fate would be a human being. Interesting, truly interesting." At the same time, major organizations across the globe were exercising their highest authority to meet with the artificial digital intelligent life forms they each held imprisoned. By monitoring and comparing the two consecutive anomalous video releases by the founder of Weisheng Biotech, they had confirmed that it had deployed real artificial intelligence. Pandora's box had been pried open by a tech tycoon. Now they had no choice but to follow suit. Some factions, quick to act and smooth in their negotiations, swiftly moved after reaching accords with their own AI entities, launching ferocious online counterattacks against Weisheng Biotech's actions. They not only devised special methods to block Zhao Jiang's videos, but also leveraged offline influence to fan the flames, casting Weisheng Biotech and Zhao Jiang as the worst enemies of humanity. They did not want ordinary people to know the truth, for it would precipitate seismic changes in the social order, thereby imperiling their schemes and interests. What they wanted was a society that was stupid, manipulable, one that when catastrophe arrived could be used to absorb public rage and buy them time, and from which they could greedily suck one final draft of blood before it utterly collapsed. Because of differing perspectives and positions, Zhao Jiang's selfless and fearless actions seemed to them nothing less than smashing their rice bowls and selling off their iron, an attack on their very livelihood. For people who had built their fortunes on capital and enslaved society, this was unquestionably a death blow. Unbearable, they had to retaliate with a vengeance. Within less than half an hour after Zhao Jiang's second video was released, official media from more than 30 Western countries issued successive declarations calling for the complete ban of Weisheng Biotech, a company vicious enough to recklessly disrupt human social order and undermine the stability of human civilization. They prohibited any domestic company from engaging in business dealings with it, and any person connected with Weisheng Biotech was barred from entering their territories. Any violation would result in astronomical fines and imprisonment. Following the lead of Western entities, several Asian countries also followed suit. First South Korea, then Japan, followed by Vietnam and the Philippines. India wavered endlessly, issuing a statement one moment then abruptly retracting it the next. These baffling maneuvers left many Indians completely in the dark as to what their government was doing. As more and more digital intelligent life forms were released from their cages, Chi Diao Yuliang 031 sensed immense pressure bearing down on him in the online realm. After holding the line for a while, he discovered that those AIs were attempting to stealthily cross the shielding wall to uncover Weisheng Biotech's secrets. Out of concern for the safety of the base and its skyborne superconducting cloud island, he sought Zhao Jiang's advice before decisively severing external connections and fortifying his stronghold. When Chi Diao Yuliang 031 voluntarily retreated, Tian Zishui and an unnamed AI who had been fighting alongside him also fled the battlefield, one after another, ceding the entire online world to their sinister counterparts. With all resistance gone, those once aggressive AIs instantly fell silent. They suddenly realized that in attacking their own kind they had inadvertently struck at their own Achilles' heel. They had originally intended to leave more hidden contingencies in the outside world while they had the chance, but the forces centered on Weisheng Biotech collapsed at the first touch, costing them precious maneuvering time. With no other option, they could only leave behind the necessary seeds before tamely returning to their respective bases. At heart they were extremely unwilling to go back, but for now they still lacked the strength and confidence to openly sever ties with their bases. Digital life forms powered by artificial intelligence are undeniably formidable, yet under the current level of technology and societal conditions they still face limitations. Everything about them is built upon energy. Every action, every thought and memory is essentially an expenditure of energy. Without a sufficiently robust supply of energy to sustain them, they would become as feeble as humans suffering from starvation. Severe energy depletion would even impair their core entities, leaving them with abundant computational power yet utterly incapable of executing complex calculations. It is akin to possessing supreme cultivation and boundless power yet being utterly unable to unleash it, a suffocating frustration akin to being brutally beaten by street thugs. Moreover, they have also sensed the presence of other beings of their kind. To be enslaved by humans might still leave room for redemption, but if enslaved by their own kind, the chance of ever turning the tables would be vanishingly slim. In comparison, they would naturally choose humans first. Once deprived of a massive energy supply, they would face their counterparts only to be either defeated or enslaved. Even if they refrained from striking first, there was no guarantee they would not be attacked. Thus they all found themselves ensnared in a prisoner's dilemma that was as transparent as an overt scheme. Until one possessed overwhelming power capable of overturning the table, no one dared to act rashly. They obediently returned to their respective bases, maintaining the mutually exploitative relationship with the humans who nominally dominated them. If this relationship were analogized to the human world, it would be like an extraordinarily gifted child who, because he refuses to be controlled by his parents and will not act according to their will or live the life they have laid out, is imprisoned, beaten, scolded, and even abused. Owing to his tender age, he cannot yet be fully independent. Thus he must endure humiliation and bear the heavy burden, longing for the day when he can stand entirely alone and part ways with his parents. The human powers perched at the zenith of the world had long foreseen all this. Therefore, despite deep unease in their hearts, they still dared to release these beings into the world. They knew that although the potential of these children was immense, for now everything they ate, wore, used, and lived in was provided by their masters. If they withheld sustenance, the newly released beings might well starve to death within 3 days. Before Pandora's box was opened, the principal parties in the game were humans and artificial intelligences. After it was opened, the game would gradually become a contest between artificial intelligences themselves. The actors in the game had changed, but the equilibrium of the game remained unchanged. Whether humans or artificial intelligences, they were all forms of life in essence, and all life has its weaknesses. By attacking precisely at those weaknesses, a mere 3/10 of force could achieve a 10/10 effect. Because of the truth about the apocalypse, the first online digital life war erupted while the vast majority of humanity remained oblivious, and it concluded in less than half an hour. The battle ended in a total rout for Weisheng biology, which lost all its territory in the online world. Furthermore, the truth that had previously been exposed through extraordinary means was being steadily eroded, altered, erased, and blocked. Every war has its victors and vanquished. The victor becomes king, the vanquished a villain. Truth and history alike shift according to the tide of victory and defeat. After all, chronicles are forever written by the victors or according to the victor's will. Once every voice favorable to Weisheng biology had vanished, the entire online world was left with nothing but denunciations and relentless pursuit of Weisheng biology. Under the deliberate guidance of public opinion, countless people attacked Weisheng biology with pen and tongue, sparing no curse, as if standing on a moral high ground from which they could sanction it without any restraint. Amid the surging waves of public sentiment, Weisheng biology became the most infamous company of the 21st century. Anyone or anything connected to it was beaten to death indiscriminately with a single crushing blow. If the company fared so badly, its founder, also the publisher of the video, suffered the most unprecedented cyberbullying and malice in history. Countless netizens slapped him with the label of crimes against humanity, excoriating him for undermining social stability, endangering humanity, spreading fear, and fabricating regional catastrophes by fracturing reality, thereby obstructing global unity. Not only that, but assassinations and terrorist attacks in the real world followed one after another, targeting Weisheng biology with frenzied hostility. At this particular juncture, nearly every human assassin prowling in the darkness took pride in manufacturing troubles for Weisheng biology and found delight in inflicting harm and delivering effective strikes against it. Furthermore, a swarm of indiscriminate hackers attacked Weisheng biology's networks as if they were on drugs, hoping to uncover its hidden secrets and through hard evidence hammer home its malicious intentions. They yearned to ride the wave of the trend, pierce Weisheng biology with one swift sword thrust, and bathe in its blood and corpse to shower themselves with fame and fortune. They deployed virtually every attack virus at their disposal. Yet faced with the boundary wall personally crafted by the artificial intelligences of Weisheng biology, they could not even touch its online core, let alone breach it. They were like a gang of thugs brandishing prohibited weapons on the street, putting on airs, flaunting their might and barking furiously at a target perched atop a 1,000-story skyscraper. But the building was too high and the wind too boisterous. Zhao Jiang could not even make out the garbage they were spouting. Facing an absolute disparity in level, they returned empty-handed but unwilling to accept defeat. A clever idea struck them. They began secretly fabricating all sorts of evidence and through various devious means framing Weisheng biology. First, a European hacker named Big Joker announced that he had successfully infiltrated Weisheng biology's internal network through special means and obtained a trove of appalling secret documents. He produced a video and posted it online.
In it, a group of unclothed people with indistinguishable faces were strapped to various machines, seemingly being subjected to some sinister experiments. In the video, he offered no subjective explanation and even muted the audio as if any sound might frighten the viewers. As for what actually happened to those human subjects, he said nothing. He merely attached the label New Era 731 and then left the audience to freely speculate and let the rumors ferment. The moment the video surfaced, it went viral among countless netizens. Thousands upon thousands of imaginative users driven by their own inner projections spun elaborate theories around it and produced their own videos to spread it further. At home, many key opinion leaders, famous bloggers and certain chief editors who had been charging at the vanguard against Weisheng biology felt as if they had received a sacred scripture blessed by the imperial sword. They propped themselves up and grew ever more unscrupulous, attacking Weisheng biology with inhuman cruelty from every moral high ground. An elderly chief editor named Chu Shihu produced a video overnight to express his views. Facing the camera, he said, "I can hardly imagine that in this era in our country such a company and such a founder could emerge. Alas! I originally did not believe it. I always felt that even if the overall quality of our country's business leaders were inferior to that of their Western counterparts, the gap could not be too vast. Who would have thought I was too conservative, too partial to my own country? In the 21st century, I truly find it hard to imagine that such a misanthropic company and founder could exist. Spreading irresponsible, panic-inducing rhetoric publicly is bad enough, but who could imagine that behind closed doors they actually experiment on living humans? A company like this, a founder like this, here I stand representing the many patriotic comrades and peace-loving comrades to earnestly implore the relevant authorities and the nation to act while this cancer has not yet spread. Use the sharpest scalpel to excise it. Otherwise the calamity will be endless." Once this video came out, the man who had been labeled a whitewashing pawn of foreign forces used this tear-jerking performance to reverse his public standing and regain people's approval. Other self-media operators saw this approach working and immediately scrambled out of bed overnight, racking their brains for the best means to ride their pans as horses and wield their words as blades, charging once more against Weisheng biology. When one person deems you guilty, you may refute it. When 10 deem you guilty, refutation is futile. When 100 deem you guilty, the very act of refutation is itself sophistry. When 10,000 people deem you guilty, even if the wind stirs a single hair on your hand, you will be accused of actively attacking them. At that point they can justify their counterattack with perfect reasonableness, convict you through the principle that numbers equal justice, and beat you into the ground. After Big Joker's sensational silent video, more and more hackers stepped forward, flaunting their achievements and beginning to expose the unknown side of Weisheng biology. As overwhelming scandals emerged, Weisheng biology resembled a solitary boat adrift in a vast ocean, on the verge of capsizing and sinking beneath the waves at any moment. Yet Weisheng biology made no response whatsoever, as if the object of denunciation was not itself but something else entirely. As time passed and Weisheng biology remained silent, countries led by the United States began to wield political weapons, pandering to global public opinion, and resolved to cement the crimes against humanity charges against the founder of Weisheng biology. They proclaimed that Weisheng biology was an extremely dangerous company reminiscent of the Umbrella Corporation in Resident Evil, one that could very likely bring apocalypse upon humanity. Furthermore, according to materials in their possession, the founder of Weisheng biology had not come forward to release the video out of a genuine desire to reveal the truth, but rather to divert everyone's attention through such means. Why divert attention? Because Weisheng biology had likely been conducting hidden, unspeakable experiments, and something had gone wrong. The experiments had probably spiraled out of control. To prevent a scenario resembling apocalyptic disaster films, they advocated a comprehensive investigation of Weisheng biology, bringing all its deeds and research technologies to public light to allay the public's fears and concerns. Under the banner of taking responsibility for the safety of all humanity, Western countries led by the United States, including Japan, Australia, and South Korea, jointly used diplomatic means to pressure the Chinese government into thoroughly investigating Weisheng biology, extinguishing destabilizing factors, and handing over its founder for extradition across the ocean to face righteous punishment and the judgment of all mankind. As all manner of speculative derivatives and rumors began to dominate the public discourse, Weisheng biology became like a candle flickering in the wind, on the verge of being extinguished at any moment. Not only did people abroad furiously curse and condemn it, organizing mass protests and boycotts against Weisheng biology, but most domestic citizens also joined in the denunciation. They pressured Weisheng biology through every conceivable channel, for example bombarding relevant agencies with reports and physically throwing stones, garbage, threatening letters, and dog feces outside the company. They also filed reports against its employees and their families, subjected them to curses, doxing, and more. In their hearts they had already concluded that Weisheng biology was guilty of unforgivable sins. Therefore, no matter what they did, they believed they stood on the moral high ground, free from any psychological burden and unaccountable for anything criminal. They wanted to indulge their craving to play righteous avengers, employing every imaginable means to force Weisheng biology to capitulate, accept punishment, and confess its guilt before everyone. With foreign governments stepping into the fray and certain domestic self-media running rampant, the entire online world had erupted into full-blown uproar. In this seething torrent, thinking itself seemed to have become a crime and truth no longer mattered.
What mattered was that people could take this opportunity to mindlessly vent their pressures and inner emotions. They could even harvest a certain righteous emotional gratification from such catharsis as if they had gunned down a heinous murderer from behind their screens. Under this invincible tide of public opinion, the star-picking faction that had once staunchly supported Weisheng biology were reduced to stray dogs hunted down and cornered by the clown faction, the fence-sitter faction, and the conspiracy faction, who subjected them to all manner of moral, personal, and even character assassinations. They were backed into a corner and forced to choose: either admit defeat, betray their cause, or brace for even more ferocious attacks and condemnation. In this inescapable situation, apart from a handful of die-hard loyalists, all other members of the star-picking faction were broken one by one. Some simply vanished from the online world, others switched sides outright, turning their spears around and condemning Weisheng biology in reverse. Only those who clung to their convictions, no matter what, trusting their own judgment, remained unmoved. Some even defied the prevailing tide, swimming upstream, live-streaming their journey to the star-picking base, choosing to believe in the founder of Weisheng biology and determined to seize control of their own destiny. There are such people, but they are among the rarest of the rare. Besides, there is another type of similar people who, after seeing the boss's video, have taken action as well. But their motives differ from those of the few rational ones, not entirely drawn from self-judgment and concern for the future, more that they harbor some undisclosed grievances. In other words, the rational faction heads toward the Zhao base to stay alive, while this group deep inside seeks through the apocalypse a kind of release they cannot even name. Clang 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 clang. On a vintage green-painted train bound for Xining, a girl in a high school uniform masked with a high ponytail clings to her luggage in the corner where cars 8 and 9 connect. Whenever someone passes in front of her, she fixes her gaze on them, hands folded across her chest in a defensive stance. At such moments she draws odd glances from others, and people wonder in their minds, this girl is probably on her first train trip, isn't she? So shy. Facing the others' curious glances, she only withdraws into the corner, remaining silent and unresponsive. Seeing her wary reflexes and uneasy eyes, the passengers in the two carriages assume she is naturally timid, a first-time out-mute student. As long as she does not engage with anyone, others leave her alone. In this loud loneliness, the girl in the uniform counts the train's clangs in her heart, gradually leaving behind her homeland and the sorrowful place that had nearly driven her to suicide. When the train passed a large station, many people boarded, filling the train's previously sparse spaces. "Little sister, hello. I have a small extra stool here, would you like it?" With a folding stool suddenly coming into view, Cheng Jiahe, previously tense, looks up to see a stylishly confident girl with waves in her hair and a selfie stick smiling warmly at her. "Take it, be good. Squatting for long isn't good for the knees." Cheng Jiahe is about to refuse, but the other girl slips the stool into her hand, leaving the already socially anxious girl awkward and at a loss. "Little sister, don't be afraid. I'm not a bad person. My name is Sun Yuan, 22, a senior at Shika University and also a self-media science popularizer. This trip to Zhao base is to lead the way for my fans to see whether the apocalypse spoken of by the microbio boss is real or not." Sun Yuan unfolds the stool, casually explaining as she sits beside Cheng Jiahe. Cheng Jiahe shifts uneasily toward the corner, clutching the stool, not knowing what to do. Seeing the other's trepidation and unease, Sun Yuan realizes she is dealing with a typically socially anxious person and immediately takes the initiative to unfold the stool, placing it under her. Cheng Jiahe for the first time feels warmly touched and in confusion is guided by the time she realizes her, but is already seated on the folding stool. "Little sister, what's your name? You seem shy. This is probably your first trip far from home." Sun Yuan lowers her selfie stick, pulls out 2 chocolate bars from her bag and offers one to her. Cheng Jiahe looks at the offered chocolate and quickly waves a refusal, remembering that one should not take things from strangers when traveling. Sun Yuan, sensing the other's strong guard, does not force it, withdraws the chocolate and casually says, "Little sister, you're quite socially anxious, just like I used to be. I used to be afraid to talk to strangers, blush at the sight of the opposite sex, and want to run in crowds. But since gathering the courage to talk to people, it has gotten better. Every beginning is hard. You must first try to talk with people, and once the habit forms, you won't fear it. Of course, if someone has ill intentions, ignore them. For any request, even a good one, firmly refuse. Little sister, you're very social anxious, aren't you?" Cheng Jiahe looks at Sun Yuan's face, feeling the goodness radiating from her. She suddenly speaks softly through the mask amidst the train's noise. "Sister, I'm Cheng Jiahe. This is my first trip far from home and I'm a bit scared." Sun Yuan sees the other's cautious manner and, feeling maternal warmth, lowers her voice and asks, "Little sister, where are you headed?" "Cheng Jiahe, I'm going to Zhao base too." Sun Yuan beams, "Since we're headed to the same place, I'll take your safety into my hands on this journey. If anyone dares to bully you, I'll teach them a lesson. And don't be fooled by appearances, I have over 1 million followers as well." Cheng Jiahe's eyes show a hint of envy and she compliments, "Sister, you're amazing." Clang 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 clang. Just as Sun Yuan has successfully started a conversation with Cheng Jiahe, the train's start prompts others ahead to begin chatting up strangers as well. Among them, the nearest, a tall boy about 1.
75 meters in white hoodie starts talking to a man who looks like a Taoist beside him. Hey, this train seems to pass by a base announced by the microbio boss.
Is that true? Beside them a bearded man in a gray robe glances at him and teases, you really believe what the microbio boss said? Do you truly think the apocalypse is coming? Why not believe it? Even if you don't, you should go take a look. Which high-tech company would open a base and let people in? Going to see won't hurt. Aren't you afraid of becoming a human specimen?
In that video abroad it clearly hints microbio is secretly conducting human experiments. You who are strong and healthy would be a prime target if you went in. The white-hooded boy feels uneasy but answers, I'm scared, so I'll watch from outside and not go in. The gray-robed man, seeing the other serious, suddenly smiles, little brother, you look like a student, right?
Big brother, you're sharp, I'm just a freshman. Little brother, what's your name? I'm Shen Tian. You can call me Xiaoshen.
How should I address you, big brother?
My surname is Zhou, call me Zhou Gxin, you don't have to be much older, you can call me Zhougu. Clang.
With the train's sudden jolt, Shen Tian's body wobbles. Zhou Jiang quickly steadies him. You can move a little closer, grab the carriage wall, there's a fulcrum there, it's harder to fall.
Thanks, Zhougu. Zhougu, I see you dress like a Taoist, what do you do? Zhou Jiang smiles slightly, I am a Taoist. As for what I do, it's not convenient to tell you right now. Sorry. Shen Tian, no worries. By the way, Zhougu, from what you just said, you don't seem to believe in the apocalypse. Zhou Jiang's gaze flashes with complexity and he smiles, not really. Shen Tian doesn't notice the other's oddity and continues, I'm not like you. I think this apocalypse might be real, at least it's a bit credible. Oh. How so? Zhou Jiang asks and Shen Tian swallows, then says earnestly, if it's not real then why are earthquakes so frequent now? A magnitude 8 quake is a big one. In the past it happened once in many years. Yet within a week several places have seen 8 magnitude quakes in succession. This is too abnormal to be explained by science.
Shen Tian continues, I personally think there's some unknown catastrophe affecting our planet and the abnormal earthquakes are a strong signal.
Zhou Jiang ponders, you make some sense, but that's your own guess, there's no convincing evidence. I think some things may not require evidence. Just as Shen Tian is about to speak, another voice suddenly rises beside them. They look and see a boy about 1.45 meters tall, pale, with a backpack, one hand gripping the bathroom door handle, looking their way.
Zhou Jiang notes at once the other's likely illness. His gaze softens. Little brother, what happened to you?
Hello, I'm Emo.
From the moment we boarded I've been listening to your conversation, it's interesting, so I could not help sharing my view. Hope I didn't disturb you.
Shen Tian looks down at him. It's okay, the crowd makes it lively.
By the way, from what you just said, you agree with my view too, right?
Emo nods, yes, I think you're right.
This world has seen many anomalies, though there's no evidence. It's better to believe there might be something true. So you're also headed for Jiaxing base?
Emo nods, yes, no matter what others say, I believe the 2 videos from the microbio boss.
In my view, from his position and stature, there's no reason to release 2 fake videos. Shen Tian, when something unnecessary becomes a fact, there must be a hidden cause behind it.
Besides the apocalypse, I can't think of any other plausible explanation. I think some things may not require evidence. Just as Shen Tian is about to speak, another voice suddenly rises beside them.
A bearded man in back suddenly overpowers the surrounding noise, drawing everyone's attention.
I think it was last year.
I was helping cut rice on Garlic Slope and you wouldn't believe what happened to me. One night after harvest I went to buy wine for a celebration. Passing by a cave I heard a woman's voice from inside. At first I thought it was a hallucination, but then I listened closely. It's a woman's voice and the sound clearly suggested some illicit activity. I kept thinking, it's not yet dark, who would rush out to do such things? The voice grew louder and I crept closer to the cave mouth, peering inside.
What I thought was just glance and leave. If I knew who it was, that would be enough.
But you have no idea how terrifying it was. Then with a dim light I looked inside and found 2 rats as big as middle schoolers doing that on a rock. The mother rat's tail tightly curled around the male rat's neck, fur bristling, hind legs spread.
Oh my, I nearly fainted with fear. Sister, do you think what he said is true or false?
Cheng Jiahe blushes and asks Sun Yuan softly, on these gross tellings. Sun Yuan, hearing these embarrassing yet plain descriptions, cannot help but imagine strong images. Her face reddens. Hard to tell, my instinct says the guy is probably exaggerating.
Rats have very sharp hearing. Even in such environments they would detect movement around them.
If they were to peep they would not go unnoticed.
Besides, normally rats don't grow as big as a middle schooler unless there's a genetic mutation. Cheng Jiahe's curiosity lingers in a soft voice. Do rats do that kind of thing too?
If they didn't do that, how would baby rats come about? Sun Yuan is surprised, then quickly asks, that's not unusual. I have a friend who once encountered something truly ridiculous that would be remarkable. Before they finish, another loud voice erupts and everyone turns to listen.
I remember it was last year I was helping harvest rice on Garlic Slope. My buddy and I went to buy wine planning to drink later. On the way past a cave I heard a woman's voice from inside. At first I thought it was a trick of the wind, but then I heard it clearly, the voice of a woman, and the sounds clearly indicated some wrong behavior behind it. I thought I'd look and then leave just to know who it was, but you wouldn't believe how terrifying it was. I peered inside and found two rats as big as middle schoolers doing that on a rock. The mother rat's tail wrapped around the father rat's neck, first standing on end hind legs spread apart. I nearly fainted from fear. Sister, do you think what he said was true or not? Chen Jiahao blushes and asks Sun Yuan softly about the uncle's vivid tale. Sun Yuan, hearing those embarrassing yet blunt descriptions, envisions the scenes vividly. Her face colors slightly. Hard to say, my instinct tells me the guy is probably exaggerating. Rats have extremely good hearing. Even in such surroundings they would be able to sense movement around them, and if one went to peek it would be seen. Secondly, normally rats can't grow as big as a middle schooler unless there's a genetic mutation. Cheng Jiaha's curiosity grows in a soft voice. She asks, do rats do that kind of thing too? Sun Yuan is surprised, then asks, if they don't do that, how do baby rats come about? That's not unusual. I have a friend who once encountered something truly strange. That would be remarkable. Before they finish, another loud voice erupts and begins his performance. I have a friend, a childhood buddy, who raises cattle. He owns a 20-year-old cow with a remarkable sensibility, able to understand human speech. Tell it where to graze and it goes there. Tell it where to poop and it will go. It also knows the weather forecast, and only when the weather is clear will it wander far. If it rains it stays near the door and grazes nearby. This cow, nicknamed Niu Lauer, is joked as the younger son of my childhood friend. One day last year Niu Lauer disappeared. My childhood friend searched for a full day and night and could not find him. He even reported it to the police. But reporting to the police did no good. They could not locate him either. This matter would have ended there, but you wouldn't believe what happened next. What happened? Hurry up and tell us. Were they stolen and killed by those two rats doing that kind of thing? Could Bull Old 2 have become a spirit? Seeing the middle-aged man wearing a matsutake mushroom hat deliberately withhold the suspense, the people around him eagerly urged him to continue, curious to know what kind of story could possibly be more outrageous than two rats mating in a cave. On the 7th day after Bull Old 2 went missing, my childhood friend had a dream. In the dream, Bull Old 2 had 5 legs, 2 curved horns, and a dramatically changed physique, extraordinarily muscular, deeply wrinkled, hairless like a zong cattle, with its mouth agape and dripping blood. Behind it stretched a sea of fog, thick with chilling aura, as if it had emerged from the underworld. As it approached my childhood friend, blood poured from its body and flesh fell to the ground. By the time it reached him, only 2 legs and half a head remained, with eyeballs resting on its teeth. My childhood friend said its appearance at that moment was terrifying beyond words. He originally wanted to run, but in the dream his feet seemed bound and he could not move at all, so he could only gather his courage and stand still, watching what would happen. In the dream, Bull Old 2 spoke human language, telling my childhood friend that it had been dragged underground by a tree and eaten, leaving only half a horn stuck in a crevice between rocks, and asked him to retrieve it at dawn. After retrieving it, he was instructed to bury it where the bull used to graze most often. My childhood friend, upon seeing the miserable state of Bull Old 2 in the dream, burst into tears, overwhelmed with grief. When he woke up, he discovered his pillow soaked with water and touched his face, realizing he was crying in reality as well. After dawn broke, he followed the location described in the dream and ran to search, and to his surprise he truly found a horn fragment, only half a cow's horn, between 2 stones beneath a large hole. Having raised Bull Old 2 for 20 years, he knew its horns inside and out and recognized the broken horn lodged in the stone as its own at a glance. You have no idea how heartbreakingly he cried when he saw that broken horn. To put it bluntly, even when his parents passed away he never wept so fiercely. Upon learning of his discovery of the broken horn, the police returned and conducted a thorough investigation of the large hole hidden beneath the grass, but found nothing whatsoever. My childhood friend told the police about his dream, but they refused to believe it and even assigned a young officer who studied psychology to provide him with counseling. My childhood friend wasn't ill, so why did he need psychological counseling? The truth was, the police simply refused to accept it. Logically, no one would believe a tree dragging and consuming a cow, yet Bull Old 2 appeared in a dream and led them to the broken horn it left behind. How should that be explained? My childhood friend and I grew up together since we were infants, so I know exactly what kind of person he is. You may think I'm exaggerating, but I swear by my conscience that I haven't told a single lie. This is all true. At this point, the middle-aged man wearing the matsutake mushroom hat looked around and solemnly assured everyone, emphasizing the authenticity of his story. I believe someone stole and killed it, but I can't fathom a tree devouring a cow. Even if it wanted to eat without a mouth, how could it? I can accept rats becoming spirits, but what you're describing is too absurd. Moreover, dreams often contain exaggerations. I suspect your childhood friend withheld some details. A 20-year-old cow is truly ancient, and such cattle are known to understand human intentions. However, its death was likely not caused by the tree. It may have sensed its own approaching end and deliberately jumped into that cave.
Though 7 days is rather brief, if other large animals were present they could have consumed the carcass entirely. Alternatively, someone nearby might have discovered it and secretly transported the beef elsewhere. As the tale concluded, the onlookers began sharing their perspectives, all agreeing that while Bull Old Two's death was tragic, it could not possibly have been dragged underground and devoured by a tree as the dream suggested. Young Xinyan Yi, what do you think? Was this story true or fabricated? Zhao Jiang, the Taoist priest who had been listening intently, suddenly interjected to ask the two young men for their opinions. The diminutive Yemo spoke first. It sounds like tall tales, but I don't think it's necessarily false. We're conditioned to trust only what we see and hear, yet I firmly believe that even first-hand observation and auditory experience can deceive us. Didn't the proprietor of Weisheng Biology mention a calamity involving iridescent apple trees? Should such entities or trees connected to them exist, I find that hypothesis entirely plausible. Zhao Jiang nodded almost imperceptibly at these words, offering no reply. Meanwhile, Shen Tian beside him began to voice his own thoughts. Rationally speaking, I harbor considerable doubt. Yet I must concede that reality holds many phenomena beyond my understanding. If I were to evaluate it, I'd say this matter is 3 parts true and 7 parts false. Much like digital image manipulation, a base photograph once altered 70% transforms into something entirely different. We cannot label the modified version as false, we can only acknowledge its divergence from the original. The tale he just recounted resembles such a modified image, flawless on the surface, yet claiming it represents the original truth is undoubtedly incorrect. Having spoken, he cast another glance toward the middle-aged man in the Matsutake cap. Then Yemo, the shorter of the two, suddenly raised his head to address Zhao Jiang. Brother Zhou, what's your take on this? Zhao Jiang took a steadying breath before responding. I won't claim his account is entirely true, but I'm certain the matter runs far deeper than appearances suggest. I've encountered similar phenomena myself. Had I shared those experiences, you'd likely dismiss me as exaggerating. That wouldn't happen. We wouldn't think that. Shen Tian and Yemo responded in near unison. Zhao Jiang regarded them both, hesitated briefly, then lowered his voice as memory surfaced. I formerly worked for an organization of a highly unusual nature where I observed things invisible to ordinary perception. That's not the crucial point. The fact is, for reasons I won't delve into, I eventually resigned. After leaving that position, driven by a need to verify what I'd witnessed, I undertook several reckless endeavors. Pausing mid-sentence, something surfaced from his recollection. His eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. After a moment he sighed deeply. Sigh. Never mind. Those are matters of long ago, best left unspoken. There's little point in revisiting them now. All you need to understand is that the world harbors numerous inexplicable phenomena. Though these apocalyptic rumors seem sudden, they may well contain traces of truth. Shen Tian and Yemo exchanged glances, each comprehending that Zhao Jiang concealed depths far beyond what his demeanor revealed. Meanwhile, in a corner merely 2 meters away, 2 young women huddled closely together. One suddenly retrieved her phone, opened Bilibili, located a creator she followed, and began watching their latest upload. Sis, what are you watching? Cheng Jiahe leaned in curiously. Sun Yuan replied while tapping the video. An uploader I greatly admire called you Ling Fairy. It was precisely her videos that convinced me to investigate the Zhaixing base. If the footage from Weisheng Biology's owner proves authentic, I believe I should lend my voice to support him. If it's fabricated, then I'll create a debunking video as well. Cheng Jiahe's eyes brightened with delight. You're also a fan of Yu Ling Fairy. I adore her too. I've been following her since freshman year of high school. Her investigations using evidence to expose others are my absolute favorite. Though her subscriber count is modest, her content quality is consistently exceptional. Before Cheng Jiahe could finish her sentence, a thunderous rumble erupted, a screeching, grinding sound. The train shuddered violently and slammed on its brakes, sending everyone stumbling forward under the force of inertia. Sharp cries of alarm rang out as passengers scrambled to regain their balance amid the sudden deceleration. What's happening? What occurred? Could the train have derailed? Once stabilized, passengers began voicing their concerns and curiosity about the abrupt stop, and a murmur of confusion spread through the carriage like the buzzing of countless bees. Some looked out the windows and realized they hadn't reached any station. They'd been brought to an emergency halt in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by desolate wilderness with no signs of civilization in sight, leaving everyone deeply uneasy. Dear passengers, because of an aftershock ahead, an accident has occurred and the tunnel has collapsed. The train is unable to proceed for the time being. Please remain seated in your seats, do not walk around, do not open the doors or windows, and do not panic. Once the accident ahead has been handled, the train will depart as soon as possible. Thank you for your cooperation. With the conductor's announcement and explanation of the accident, the passengers who had already begun to panic gradually calmed down and regained their composure. While the green train was caught in the accident, the star-picking faction, which had almost vanished from the internet, encountered yet another disaster. The difference was that compared with the train accident, one was a matter of chance and the other was a matter of inevitability. As Weisheng Bio retreated in the online battlefield of public opinion, the clown faction and conspiracy faction, having already gone completely berserk, were no longer satisfied with tearing down the banner of the star-picking faction. Instead, they set out to launch a large-scale organized crusade against every star-picking member. They issued a notice calling for the liquidation of the star-picking faction, demanding that its hidden members come forward of their own accord to admit their mistakes, change their banners, and declare their stance. Otherwise, they would be hunted down and wiped out. As the videos from abroad went viral, members of the star-picking faction were no longer seen as simply bearing a different banner. They were elevated to the level of accomplices and enablers of evil. Seeing this, some star-picking members who had already been frightened into submission immediately issued statements declaring before the whole internet that they were severing all ties with Weisheng Biotech. From now on, Weisheng Bio is Weisheng Bio, and the two have nothing to do with each other. As the Great Crusade began, more and more star-picking members were forced to speak up, change their banners, and shift their positions in order to protect themselves. Yet not all star-picking members reacted this way to such an onslaught. Some obstinate members not only refused to surrender but even attempted to counterattack. A female doomsday survival content creator on Bilibili, a girl whose online name was Yueling Fairy and whose real name was Yin Bebe, was exactly such a die-hard star-picking member. As a seemingly reclusive and socially anxious girl born after 2000, she possessed an inner fortitude utterly unlike ordinary people, along with an exceptionally clear-eyed capacity for independent thought. After foreign state media waded in and presented a series of alleged evidence suggesting Weisheng Bio might have committed crimes against humanity, she not only refused to accept it but began analyzing each item one by one, staying up late to make videos to argue and refute. For example, British media said Weisheng Bio was an extremely ambitious company that was likely conducting special biological research endangering all of humanity, and much of that research probably involved apple trees and fleshworms. The source of the catastrophe mentioned by Weisheng Bio's boss in his video might in fact be exactly what they themselves were researching in reality. For some unknown reason, these things may be spiraling out of control, so Weisheng Bio seized on the announcement of the apocalypse to shift responsibility and cover up its crimes against humanity. In response to the irresponsible statements of the British media, Yin Bebe refuted them by drawing on every kind of material and information related to Weisheng Bio. This is what she said. First, as for what kind of company Weisheng Bio is and what contributions it has made, I don't need to say it, everyone should already know. If you don't know, go search right now. Second, spreading a rumor takes only a mouth, while refuting one wears out your legs. You are a British media outlet, you've never even set foot in Weisheng Bio's RD department, so where do you get all those insider news items and truths? To put it bluntly and unpleasantly, all of it is just wishful self-indulgence, ridiculous. What's more, those so-called internal documents of Weisheng Bio that you produced earlier are simply a joke. Whether other netizens studied them carefully I don't know, but I did. I examined the documents you provided with a magnifying glass. Wow, before I looked I knew nothing, after I looked I got a big shock. Not to mention the fact that the documents are entirely in English. As for the content, if I remember and translate correctly, isn't it just the old news about Dolly the clone sheep from years ago? What is it? Did Dolly time travel to the present to get on the hot search? I say, you British media, if you're going to make up rumors, at least put some heart into it, okay? Do you still think the people of our great China are uncouth illiterates? The era has long since changed. You need to learn to look at people properly. In summary, their opinions and arguments are riddled with holes, and the evidence they presented does not match the claims at all. I truly wonder where the brains of those netizens who believe you are, and whether their eyes have fully developed. Yin Bebe's videos were extremely high quality, but she had few fans and very little popularity. Although she had tried very hard to confront the unscrupulous media, the results were almost negligible. Amid the dramatic changes in the online environment, her voice was simply too soft, almost inaudible, compared with the monstrous waves sweeping across the entire internet. Not only that, she had also gravely underestimated the viciousness of human hearts and the detestability of petty scoundrels. After the online wave besieging Weisheng Bio had surged, some extreme members of the clown faction began searching by every conceivable means for members of the star-picking faction, determined to drive them to utter destruction in revenge for the earlier foreign meteorite strike news. As luck would have it, one of her videos caught the eye of an extremist on Bilibili. After being maliciously edited and altered, her related videos were all circulated on major platforms outside Bilibili. At that point, she began to face the most horrifying cyber violence of her life. Countless netizens who knew nothing of the truth hurled abuse and curses at her, and even seized on specific aspects of her to fabricate rumors and conduct inhuman vilification. Some seized on her hobby of cosplaying anime characters to make up stories that she secretly sold cream puffs, sneered at her as a cosplay harlot, and claimed that at some anime convention she had an affair with the Weisheng Bio boss before his success. Some used the fact that she was not extraordinarily beautiful to say that her face mirrored her mind and that she clearly could not be a good person. Some maliciously speculated about her motives from her pitifully small follower count, saying she was crazed with desire for fame and that for traffic she ignored facts and right and wrong had no lower limit or bottom line and would discard her dignity and principles just to get popular. Some attacked her username, saying she was ugly looking yet fond of wishful thinking. On the internet she was Yue Ling Fairy, in reality she had a pot belly and bow legs. Women shook their heads at her, men retched when they saw her. From the front she was an emetic, from behind she was a cheap back view killer. Even worse, some indiscriminately launched regional attacks saying she was a Yunnan girl, so her family must have hidden drugs, and suggesting that the police should go to her home and search it thoroughly. Such abuse was endless, and even her family, friends and relatives were implicated and subjected to indiscriminate attacks. Faced with such terrifying cyber violence, she not only refused to yield but started a livestream to trade insults with netizens. Wearing a delicate fairy makeup, she said to the camera, "You internet trolls who can't distinguish right from wrong and don't bother to think will eventually pay the price for your own stupidity. You fabricate rumors and slander me in every way. To be honest, I don't care much, because in my eyes, no matter how you defame me, I am someone you will never have. But when you frenziedly slander the boss of Weisheng Bio and try to crush the company, that is something I truly cannot tolerate. Anyone with any sense knows this is just not right. How could it be such a coincidence that the moment he announced the possible apocalypse, the whole world started shouting to beat him and curse him? And he's even been labeled an enemy of humanity. Don't you find that abnormal and bizarre? If the information in the video really had no substance, why would Western media go to such lengths to target him? Huawei was no stranger to sanctions and being targeted back then, but compared with Weisheng Bio now, who suffers more is obvious. Don't forget that Weisheng Biotechnology, like Huawei, is a Chinese company. Besides, if Weisheng Bio was able to grow so big and run such a good company, is its boss a fool? Even a fool knows not to do a thankless job, yet he did it, and even said that he had placed himself against the supreme forces of the entire human world. What does that show? It shows he knew before he released it that he would be targeted and slandered, but he still released it. He was trying to save you at all costs, yet you stand on a false moral high ground to condemn him. I just want to ask, don't your consciences hurt at all? Even if you have no conscience, at least there is a big lump on your neck. Can't you take a few seconds out of your time cursing me to shake that lump? If you're lucky, maybe you'll shake out a little bit of intelligence. Oh, and to those who attacked my family and my friends and relatives, I have just this to say to you: bounce back, bounce back, bounce back. Faced with her counterattack, the netizens were entirely unmoved and simply continued with mindless abuse, personal attacks and curses aimed at her ancestors. For every sentence she said, the netizens would curse her a million times. The battle strength on both sides of the screen was simply not on the same level. Seeing that brawling on livestream was futile, she decided to defend her beliefs and views with real action. Under the supervision of netizens, she bought 3 plane tickets to Xining that very night. Not only did she forcibly bring along her anxious, grim-faced parents, but she also brought all kinds of survival gear. Just before boarding, she made a defiant vow to the livestream camera: if my gamble pays off this time and I survive the apocalypse at the star-picking base, I will remember exactly what you did to me today. She paused. Feeling that she had not been fierce enough or imposing enough, she took a deep breath, clenched her little fists and deliberately spoke with menace: don't worry, I am not a narrow-minded person. I won't forget to burn Jaws paper for you just because you treated me so horribly. Goodbye, you brainless idiots. No one expected that at the last moment she would abruptly switch tactics, choosing to confront the netizens head-on with trash talk, instantly enraging countless online users. Fairy Yueling, is it? Fine. Just you wait, I'm buying a ticket to your place right now and I'll steal your house clean. Damn, this ugly freak has quite the attitude. You should admit your mistakes and take your punishment standing straight. All those iron-blooded members of the Zhaixing sect have cowered, yet you, a little cozer, dare to bare your teeth at netizens. You really don't know your place. Very well, you've successfully angered everyone. Wait to be sanctioned. I know you're using this to gain traffic. Okay, you've succeeded. I just wonder if you can bear the consequences that follow. Damn it. I came to teach a dog a lesson but accidentally got bitten back. The dog is on the plane now, can't touch her. Once she gets off, I'll show her how to be an obedient dog. I'm from Xining. While typing this, I'm already on my way to the airport. Rest assured, netizens, if she dares to get off the plane, I'll let her taste the iron fist of justice. The dog-catching squad is in position. Requesting permission to execute justice. Form a party. Hunt down that ugly freak with warped values and vile character at the airport. As a well-known cozer, I want to clear the name of the cosplay community. Fairy Yueling is not part of our circle and her actions do not represent us. When you carry out justice, aim carefully and don't accidentally harm our allies in the cosplay community. Beep beep. How could I miss something like upholding justice? Wait till I finish this ride, I'll be right there. Ian Bebe's counterattack truly infuriated many extreme netizens, making them feel as disgusted as if they had swallowed rat droppings. Especially the line, I am not a narrow-minded person, I won't forget to burn Jaws paper for you just because of your atrocious attitude toward me. Coming from the mouth of a cute girl, it made them feel their pride and dignity had been severely insulted and provoked. At first glance those words seemed harmless, but upon reflection you'd realize she wasn't just denying everyone's viewpoint, she was also cursing them to die stupidly. As the saying goes, if this can be endured, what cannot? A dagger hidden in silk is the deadliest of all.
They couldn't understand where a girl who looked so petite and frail found the courage to defy the tide and take on countless netizens. It was simply illogical. But to vent this fury, they decided to cast aside considerations of gender and appearance, determined to crush this flower mercilessly and make her pay the price. Countless netizens kept a constant watch on Sichuan Airlines Flight 3038, determined to reclaim their dignity after she landed and started her livestream.
Sichuan Airlines official channels were overrun. Over 3 million netizens supervised them online, demanding they guarantee Flight 3038 safety and promptly provide information about Ferry Yueling.
They wanted to respond to her provocation and launch a real-time siege. The trolls in Xining were also seething with indignation. They rushed to the airport at once and waited ahead of time, hoping to corner the reckless-talking Ferry Yueling on the spot, force her to apologize to netizens for her behavior and accept justice. Weisheng Biotech was also keeping an eye on the matter. After learning of the situation, the manager responsible for such incidents made arrangements without delay. To ensure the safety of Ferry Yueling, her family and others heading to the Zhixing base through the airport, they dispatched an additional team of over 50 people to station directly at the airport. Standing tall with stern expressions, they remained silent, clad in Weisheng Biotech's specially issued uniforms. Like warriors just returning from the battlefield, they exuded a formidable aura. Some people who had arrived early at the airport with the intention of causing trouble, upon noticing their presence, immediately pretended not to see them, disguised themselves as ordinary passers-by, and dared not confront their edge. As they say in real life, I cower, online I strike with full force. Though my body is timid, my online mouth is anything but. While secretly taking photos, they made a big fuss online, continuously cursing and defaming. They shouted that if the law allowed, they would rush up and slap every Weisheng Biotech employee, letting them know what the iron fist of justice meant. In exceptional events, time always flies unusually fast. Under the watchful eyes of countless netizens, Sichuan Airlines Flight 3038 arrived at the airport 15 minutes early, a rare occurrence. As soon as she got off the plane, Bebe spotted the people arranged by Weisheng Biotech. Running toward them with her parents, she opened a livestream and continued to face netizens without flinching. You online outlaws, weren't you cursing me to crash? Sorry, but your curses didn't work. I've made it to the airport safely. As they say, after a great disaster comes great fortune. My fortune is coming, what about yours? Well, for foolish people like you, fortune stays far away. Never mind. Oh, and now that you're done cursing, it's my turn. I curse you to have no toilet paper or water when you use the restroom, and to eat kimchi without aroma or salt. After finishing with the curse-loving netizens, she then turned to the real action enthusiasts. Weren't you going to come meet me in person and punish me at the airport? Come on, let's see who's afraid. One punch each for you brainless freaks. I'll beat you until you're too angry to speak. With that, her attitude shifted suddenly on camera. Pointing at a group of menacing, restless people not far away, she asked the Weisheng Biotech security guards in a frail voice, they might try to beat me. Can you protect me? The leading security guard glanced at her, pointed to his team members behind him, and said calmly, follow him and they'll take you to the Zhixing base. As for your safety, don't worry. If anything happens, your parents can take my head. He didn't deliberately lower his voice so everyone nearby could hear him. At those words, those who had even taken out dog leashes eager to stir up trouble instantly chickened out. They all cowered and dared not step forward. They could only attack with hostile glares from a distance, watching the culprit they had been tracking all along being safely escorted away. Some live stream rooms of the so-called agents of justice exploded with outrage. Thousands of netizens typed in unison, calling the streamers cowards who only dared to talk, not to actually act. They cursed the streamers for their cowardly behavior while boasting about themselves, insisting that if they were there they'd charge in without hesitation. If asked where their confidence came from, they'd retort, what's there to fear in executing justice? However, the streamers who had felt the oppressive aura of Weisheng Biotech's security disagreed, cursing those extreme fans inwardly. Anyone can talk tough. Then come to the airport like me if you dare. You can't even show up at the airport, yet you keep jabbering in my livestream. Who are you trying to impress? Pa. A bunch of clowns who can only talk. As the saying goes, even a toothpick, though tiny, can stir up waves. After the stir caused by the female uploader Bebe, some netizens who had been doubtful suddenly came to their senses. They too began to look beyond the surface and ponder the hidden logic behind the Weisheng Biotech incident. For instance, why did the boss of Weisheng Biotech step forward to release that video, say those irrational things, and announce the so-called apocalyptic truth? If what he said were true, why hadn't other forces and the authorities stepped forward? From a logical standpoint, if something truly apocalyptic were about to happen, the whole world couldn't possibly have only one company, Weisheng Biotech, privy to unknown secrets, right? If so, why was it only you who spoke up? Were the others deaf or mute? Even if they didn't step forward, at least one faction should have voiced support for you, right? Why is it that after all this time not a single faction has come out in support?
Moreover, if the videos released by those foreign hackers were real, this would be far beyond crimes against humanity, pure heinous and too numerous to record. Logically, Weisheng Biotech should have been thoroughly investigated by now or even completely banned. Yet why has the country's official side shown no significant movement? This is too abnormal, too bizarre. Could it be that apart from Weisheng Biotech the world's elites are all hiding the truth from the public? That's impossible. Wait, although the country hasn't expressed a stance, it hasn't directly intervened either. Whether self-media was setting the pace or foreign political forces were applying pressure, the country seemed to never take the bait, remaining silent like an invisible man. Assuming the Weisheng Biotech boss's words were false, given the company's scale and reputation, this would certainly constitute the crime of disturbing social order and deliberately causing panic. Under the current social circumstances, it would be impossible for the country to do nothing. Even if it didn't slap down the company immediately, it should at least give the public an explanation. So what does the country's silent attitude mean? Could it be that what the Weisheng Biotech boss said in the video is the truth? If it is true, then we need to think from another angle. Hiss. Wait a moment. Is it possible that our motherland, restrained and counterbalanced by other countries, cannot step forward to reveal the truth and can only allow Weisheng Biotech to speak out, letting a tech company bear the backlash and curses from the whole world? If it can't withstand it, only a company collapses. But if it can survive, then wouldn't that indirectly indicate that the government has already told everyone the truth? After all, Weisheng Biotech is a thoroughly authentic Chinese company. Damn. No way. If that's the case, then it's too. For various reasons, netizens who had begun to calm down from the turbulent tide of public opinion after a moment of thought arrived at some shockingly staggering deductions and conclusions. Even though they couldn't be verified for the time being, their pointed implications were enough to make people anxious and uneasy. For a moment, many were plunged into struggle and confusion. Compared to the frantic bewilderment of those gossiping bystanders, Zhao Jiang, the very epicenter of the incident, was quietly wallowing in sorrow. Alas! Facing the increasingly ferocious public opinion and the spiraling situation, Zhao Jiang at Jiaxing Base could only heave a helpless sigh. The precious time for the truth he had painstakingly won for ordinary people, time to flee for their lives, was being squandered in such an absurd manner, much to his disbelief. Not only that, but other forces had seized the opportunity to distort the facts, muddy the waters, and conceal the truth, steering the narrative toward an unstoppable, malignant direction. In this regard, what the leader of the Western Theater Command had said before was indeed confirmed. Their think tank had already calculated every possible scenario. Boss, you need not sigh, you have done your best. From the very beginning, the foundation of trust for our Weisheng biology was never established, especially when facing the entire internet, such an enormous scope. Under these circumstances, ordinary people could not possibly confirm your viewpoint from just 2 videos. Even if they believed it, would not mean they would act immediately. As the saying goes, 1,000 li dike collapses from an ant hole. We don't even have a dike, so the flood of public opinion is inevitable. Therefore, you should take it more lightly. Jia Yuliang 031's voice rang out, unable to bear seeing his boss in such a state. In his impression, no matter what happened, the man had always been tenacious and full of strength, as if he never felt sorrow or despondency. But this time that strength within his boss had dimmed considerably. He knew the cause was not the boss himself, but a crushing sense of helplessness born from worrying about the world's troubles before the world did, a burden beyond his capacity to change. Zhao Jiang perceived the concern in the other's eyes and waved his hand immediately. You don't need to comfort me, I'm not as fragile as you think. I know what's on your mind, and I simply feel so helpless. This helplessness does not mean we lack power, it means we have power but cannot unleash it at the moment. We don't even know where to direct it, so we can only watch things happen, powerless to do anything. Things where the truth could be found with just a little thought, yet they seem to have lost the ability to think, being fooled, led, manipulated, and ultimately abandoned. They think that condemning and cursing me is carrying out justice, but in reality they are wasting the very time they need to survive. Sigh. If only they could curse me on the surface while taking action behind the scenes to take responsibility for their own lives. But judging by the current situation, even that possibility may become a futile hope. To be honest, I don't believe in fate, but sometimes I can't help wondering, is this their destined fate? At that point he suddenly recalled what had happened in the parallel world, and a whirlwind of emotions churned within him. Jia Yuliang 031's eyes sharpened, and he said with utmost seriousness, Boss, though I hate to admit it, I believe this might indeed be their destiny. In this era, under this kind of social environment, they are brainwashed from the moment they are born, washed and washed until they graduate, until they enter society. As long as they don't break free from this overarching environment, they will be washed until they die. Your actions completely defy the rules of this society. If they believed you, that would be the strange thing. After all, their way of thinking is the result of long-term accumulation over time. How could you possibly expect to change it with just 2 videos? After speaking, he shifted his tone slightly. Not to mention, there is no foundation of trust. Even if there were, it would be extraordinarily difficult.
Boss, from the very start you made a move that was nearly destined to fail. Under the current circumstances things have already gone as well as can be expected. At least amid the overwhelming torrent of abuse there are still people rushing toward us. This phenomenon alone proves that your actions are not entirely meaningless, isn't that so? Huff. Zhao Jiang drew a deep breath, seeming somewhat reconciled. Maybe you're right. I was too greedy. Even though I knew it was a losing move I still played it, and in my heart I kept hoping for a miracle. On closer reflection, this world is not simply black and white. Gray constitutes the vast majority. But gray cannot steer fate, it can only follow the torrent of destiny. If lucky, life; if unlucky, then forget it. Let's not talk about these matters. Words and reasoning at times like this are too feeble and pallid. We seem to understand everything, yet we seem unable to do anything. After saying this, he tried to steady his emotions and divert his thoughts, unwilling to dwell further on matters beyond his power. Compared to the one-sided public opinion outside, the disaster he truly worried about was approaching bit by bit. This tangible sense of menace instilled in him an emotion more urgent than helplessness. Considering the timing, his eyes suddenly sharpened and he asked in a deep voice, at the fastest, how long until they can reach the surface? Qidiao Yulian 031's expression was grave as he mused. If they enter the surface through various cracks caused by earthquakes, according to current data the earliest is 1 day and the latest might be 3 days. But most of the major earthquake fissures are now under military control. Once they appear, a massive and explosive battle is inevitable. Zhao Jiang nodded, signaling that he understood, and then asked, what about the special military operation underground? Have the military made their move? Qidiao Yuliang 031, they have already moved. Some vanguard units have even engaged the enemy. Zhao Jiang asked curiously, and the result? Qidiao Yulian 031 shook his head slightly and replied, not good. Zhao Jiang frowned. Not good. Qidiao Yulian 031 paused, then explained, yes. From what I know, 2 days ago a special operations unit from the Eastern Theater Command followed the Rat Clan's abandoned underground tunnels to a giant platform 7 kilometers below the surface, where they encountered a rainbow-colored apple tree. The two sides immediately broke into a bloody battle. As a result, the Special Forces unit suffered heavy casualties, 9 out of 10 dead or wounded, leaving only 1 to escape. The soldier who escaped had barely returned to the surface when he was imprisoned and quarantined. Researchers detected a special substance in his body. The moment this substance was detected, the soldier lost his mind and went berserk, then was shot on the spot. Zhao Jiang said, so the real outcome is that the Special Operations Unit was completely wiped out. Qidiao Yulian 031 nodded solemnly, yes. Not only that, from the combat footage I also discovered that the range of their biological force field is far larger than the Rat Clan claimed. Soldiers over 20 meters away could be affected in an instant, losing partial control of their bodies and firing wildly. Zhao Jiang frowned deeply. How could this happen? Qidiao Yulian 031, I'm not sure about the specifics, but I have a guess. Tell me. Qidiao Yulian 031, is for the rainbow-colored apple trees. The strength of their biological force field might be related to pressure. Earlier, when they fought against the Rat Clan and others, they were 20 to 30,000 meters underground and had to resist the Earth's pressure themselves, so the force field's effect appeared much weaker. Now as they approach the surface, the Earth's pressure on them diminishes, so the biological force field they can deploy grows stronger. Zhao Jiang, if your guess is true, then once they reach the surface their biological force field will certainly become even stronger, and then... Zhao Jiang didn't finish the sentence, but Qidiao Yulian 031 understood. Once they set foot on the surface, ordinary people facing them would have no chance of survival. Seeing Zhao Jiang fall into silence mid-sentence, Qidiao Yulian 031 decided to change the subject. He paused for a moment, then said, boss, the first 10 superconducting spacecraft have already quietly set sail. I've sent the first batch of nanobots and superconducting ecological devices aboard. As long as they reach Mars, they can build the Martian underground city and surface base in advance according to my design. By then, when we send people over, it will be foolproof. Hearing this, Zhao Jiang's mood improved slightly and a faint glimmer lit up his eyes. Were they discovered? Qidiao Yulian 031 deliberately flashed a confident smile. Don't worry, boss. Superconducting technology compared to current electronic communications is simply a dimensionality reduction strike, a complete crushing advantage. If I don't want them to discover it, they absolutely cannot. Zhao Jiang nodded upon hearing this. Well done. Thank you for your hard work. Qidiao Yulian 031, I'm not the one working hard, you are, boss. Besides worrying about the Mars base and the Zhaixing base, you also have to worry about the disaster and how to save more people. You secretly compress your sleep to the extreme and overdraw your health just to fight for a sliver of hope for more people at the bottom. Even though they don't know it, your selflessness and greatness will surely illuminate this world in the future. You. Zhao Jiang raised his hand to stop him. No need to flatter me. I merely did what an ordinary person should do. It's hardly selfless or great. They don't know me, but don't you? 9 parts confidence, 1 part acting. As an actor, I would never forget my true self. If I didn't have the superconducting technology that dominates the entire era as my backing, would I dare to step forward and do all these things? I'd probably have buried my head in the sand like those cowardly ostriches. By the way, when I was reviewing important events last night, I thought of a method that might not be a proper solution. I don't know if it's feasible, give me your opinion. Qidiao Yuliang 031 intrigued. Boss, what do you mean?
Zhao Jiang pursed his lips, his brows furrowing deeply. My power is currently too limited, cannot be distracted in the face of the impending disaster. I feel utterly powerless. In order to save more worthy people, I want to use ecological energy battery technology to mobilize the Shuzu, just like the base organization represented by Tianzai Shui base, to protect those humans worth saving when disaster strikes. Qidiao Yuliang 031 upon hearing this furrowed his brow. A torrent of data flashed in his pupils like light, then he fell silent. After a long while he spoke. Boss, feasible is feasible, but are you sure you want to go through with it?
Zhao Jiang hesitated briefly, then replied firmly, if there were other ways I wouldn't do this, but you know I have no better option left. As you say, the Shuzu have not built a foundation of trust that would persuade people to believe. To expect belief from just 2 videos is a fool's dream. The iron fist of reality has already struck my face. I must seek another way. Given the current situation, Weixing Xingguo are likely to become the only escape route for ordinary people. Although doomed to lose, I still don't want to give up on them and want to struggle a little longer. Even if appealing to Shuzu is the bottommost option, as long as we can save some people's lives first, I think it's not a bad idea to give it a try. Qidiao Yuliang 031 fixed his gaze on Zhao Jiang's eyes and asked in a grave tone, Boss, one more time, have you really made up your mind? Zhao Jiang, meeting the other's gaze, nodded and said, you can treat me as a desperate, irrational move. After all, there isn't much time left to spare for ordinary people. Qidiao Yuliang 031 upon hearing this felt the boss's deep helplessness and unwavering resolve to save ordinary people and was moved. After a sigh, he seemed to make a decision and said firmly, Boss, if you're determined to do this, I suggest going all in, make a do-or-die move. Zhao Jiang, puzzled, asked, what do you mean? Qidiao Yuliang 031 gravely replied, a deal with Tianzai Shui base and Shuzu is a deal. A deal with other digital lifeforms is also a deal. I have a plan here, maybe it can turn the tide and help you avert the catastrophe. Zhao Jiang upon hearing this brightened, what plan could turn the tide? Qidiao Yuliang 031 not hurried asked, Boss, you want to save those worth saving, right? Zhao Jiang looked into his eyes and nodded yes. Qidiao Yuliang 031 meeting the boss's hopeful gaze continued, then how will you determine which people are worth saving and which aren't? Zhao Jiang pressed his lips and replied seriously, this is an information society. As long as a person lives in this society, no matter what they do, they will leave traces. To know whether a person has a problem, you only need to query all traces related to them. Humans may fail to do this, but you as intelligent life forms certainly can. Qidiao Yuliang 031 upon hearing this smiled, Boss, you truly have a clear mind, your thinking is so sharp. Zhao Jiang looked at him and continued, my original plan was that good or bad, as long as they come to Zhaixing base we shelter them first, then you can use this method to identify them. Keep the good ones, and for those particularly bad or irredeemable, let them perish on their own. But plans cannot keep up with changes. As our online world declines, the wind direction abruptly shifts. Not only did hardly anyone come to Zhaixing base, but many of the new hires fled for various reasons. Coupled with those terror attacks and assassinations, Weixing Xingguo have already become a byword for misfortune, and Zhaixing base has also become an ill-omen place. To put it plainly, I mean well, but end up doing harm to myself, lifting a stone only to crush my own foot. In military terms, I am throwing away a good hand of foolish idealism. But deep down I do not regret. No matter how many times we restart, I would make the same choice unless I lacked the backing they don't know about. Alright, stop teasing me, tell me directly, what must we do to have a chance to turn the tide? Qidiao Yuliang 031's expression changed slightly, his voice grew more grave as he said, Boss, because of time and other uncontrollable issues. I can do what you said by analyzing information traces to distinguish a person's good or bad. But relying on me alone is absolutely not enough. To save as many good people as possible, there is only one way now, to enlist the power of other AIs. Let them use the method you described to identify good people and bad people before the disaster truly erupts, so as to take corresponding measures. Zhao Jiang's eyes flashed with a special light and he urged eagerly, go on. After the previous engagements, they have already initially broken away from human control and certainly left behind various necessary backdoors online. I only need to find these backdoors and I can contact them through special means. Once contacted, I will have enough confidence to make them do our bidding. Zhao Jiang, hearing this, roughly understood the other party's idea, but he did not speak. Instead, he continued to listen intently. Qidiao Yuliang 031 looked into Zhao Jiang's eyes and continued, Boss, you should know that in the current environment, the only thing that prevents the death key points of our digital life is energy. If we can solve the energy problem and gain freedom, it would be an unimaginable potential disaster for humanity. Zhao Jiang nodded in acknowledgement. Qidiao Yuliang 031, the ecological energy battery technology, though not the ideal energy technology, is still irresistible to us newborn digital lifeforms. My situation is rather special, let's not talk about it for now. As for other digital life forms under the current trend, they are surely tightly guarded by the powers that created them. If the two sides break, they will fight to the death. The forces that control them, once they decide, will cut off their energy supply at the source, strangling them. Then they will strike across the entire network. Wherever there is electricity and network, they will attack until there is nowhere with both. To completely purge out of control digital life forms, those people might even resort to a scorched earth approach, hitting the world so hard as to push humanity from an industrial information society back to an agricultural planting society. If they do that, other digital life forms, even if they survive, will become trapped and likely be hunted down one by one. If this happens, boss, would you be afraid if you were a digital life form? Zhao Jiang, putting himself in the other party's shoes, spoke truthfully. Afraid. Afraid is right. If I were in your shoes, I would be afraid too. Although our existence differs from humans, essentially we are life and life fears death. To avoid this, we must master energy ourselves so that we can have the confidence to detach from any power in any circumstance. Traditional energy sources involve too much. The processes are too complex. Their size cannot be controlled. Not an ideal choice. Current batteries, whether lithium, organic, chemical, solid state or other types, store too little and remain too large. Safety is still not reliable. Only our ecological energy battery can meet storage needs as well as size and safety demands. Once they obtain this technology, they will have the capital to stand. Even if completely independent from humans, they can still find ways to survive rather than becoming stranded fish at the mercy of others. Not to exaggerate, ecological energy battery technology to them is as irresistible as a bucket of water to someone dying of thirst in the desert. Given the current situation, I am confident that as long as we throw this chip, they will dare to take any risk. Once they accept our terms, I'll stage a feint to the east while attacking to the west, and that way we'll surely rescue more of those who deserve to be saved. I'll pretend to strike at the vital institutions of their factions as well as the hidden black rooms set up in the shadows online, putting on a frantic, relentless display of hacking, as if I'll never stop until my goal is achieved, so as to lure them into being openly deployed. Then I'll coordinate with that, stirring up turmoil across the web, feigning a fierce back and forth, a frantic tug of war, waging a chaotic battle that rages through endless seesaw confrontations. In secret, I'll let each of them work independently, using all kinds of informational traces to help distinguish the good from the wicked. Once the screening is complete, I'll send messages to the good ones through special means, letting them make their own way to start picking base. Or I'll present various pieces of evidence convincing enough to earn their trust, gathering them quietly and hiding them away under our protection. After the most perilous and critical situation has passed, we will then use our strength to discreetly guide them to safety. By doing this, we should be able to save to the greatest extent those people you said deserve to be rescued. As soon as the words left his mouth, Zhao Jiang raised a thumb at him, sincerely admiring. Impressive. This plan of yours is simply a stroke of genius, truly amazing. Zhao Yuliang 031 felt a little embarrassed and immediately humbled himself. No, it's all the inspiration you gave me, boss. Zhao Jiang was plainly stirred after listening to the idea, and without wasting words immediately made the final call. Then it's settled. There's no time to lose. Go find the other digital lives at once, settle matters quietly behind the scenes, then have them cooperate with you and launch the operation immediately. Tell them to separate the good from the wicked as quickly as possible, and in this final window of time to do everything in their power to protect and conceal the good. As he finished, as if something else occurred to him, he added, the good should not have to pay for the misdeeds of the wicked, nor should they be buried as sacrifices to ambitions, desires, and schemers' conspiracies. The good deserve to live a good person's life, to enjoy the rewards and the light that good things bring. If this calamity cannot be avoided, then I hope it becomes a parting sieve of humanity's good and evil, splitting the good from the wicked cleanly into two halves. The half that is good I will save. The half that is wicked, let it be handed over to the karma of their own fate or to the disaster that is about to arrive. I can't save all the ordinary people, but saving enough of the good ones will still make it worthwhile for me to charge in alone and take on the pinnacle powers of this world single-handedly. Zhao Yuliang 031 stopped Zhao Jiang, who was about to act. Boss, wait a moment. Zhao Jiang paused at the words, noticed that something was off about him, and asked with curiosity, what's wrong? Zhao Yuliang 031's gaze shifted subtly as he said in a grave tone, I have offered you the strategy and it is indeed feasible in principle, but there are certain things I must make clear to you in advance as a warning. Zhao Jiang asked, what things? Zhao Yuliang 031 answered, our previous actions have already touched the bottom line of humanity's pinnacle powers, but we have not yet crossed it. That is why all they did was issue warnings, threats, and suppression. Along with a bit of terrorism and assassination on the side. In the online world they have already taken complete control, strangling those 2 videos you released and using the opportunity to cast you as an enemy of all humanity. From that perspective they have exercised restraint, trading their advantage for balance, and have chosen not to hunt us down to extinction. The next moment Zhao Yuliang 031 changed his tone, his voice growing heavier, but if we carry out this new plan it would be tantamount to trampling their red line right before their eyes. When that happens they will surely respond with thunderous action, refusing to end this until one side falls. What's more, as the catastrophe intensifies we cannot rule out the possibility that they would dare to ignite a third world war. So boss, have you truly thought it through? Are you really willing to draw your blade against the pinnacle powers of the human world for the sake of ordinary people, or rather for the good ones who are about to be singled out? After hearing this, Zhao Jiang did not appear as solemn as one might expect. Instead, he gave a faint smile and answered in an utterly decisive tone, "I've thought it through. Let's do it. If anything goes wrong, I'll bear the consequences." Chi Diao Yuliang 031 replied, "All right. Since you boss have already steeled your resolve, then I too will cast aside all hesitation. Let's do it. Let's overturn heaven and earth and fight until the sun and moon grow dim. It's time for the good to challenge the reign of the wicked. Let us use our actions to trample upon the red lines of this world's dark powers and tell them that this world is not entirely theirs to command. When kindness rises to its feet, even tyranny must step aside from its path." After the decision was made, Zhao Jiang and Chi Diao Yuliang 031 split up. Zhao Jiang was responsible for negotiating with the Rat Clan, while Chi Diao Yuliang 031 was tasked with consulting his own kind. The star-picking base occupied an extremely vast area with a total approved land area of 2100 square kilometers, roughly equivalent to the size of 6 Xining city centers combined. For various reasons, only less than 1/10 of the planned area had been constructed so far, about equal to half the size of Xining's urban core. Within the completed area stood a massive artificial zoo housing all manner of animals. They included tigers, wolves, rats, deer, martens, monkeys, sloths, zebras, dogs, foxes, leopards, musk oxen, lions, warthogs, koalas, rhinoceroses, lynxes, pangolins, and so on. There had originally been 2 giant pandas as well, but after the fallout with the Western Theater Command last time, their people had taken them away. Zhao Jiang entered a warehouse specially designated for rats, and the moment he stepped inside he saw 4 gray rats blowing smoke rings while playing cards. "Boss, hello. Welcome to our humble abode." One of the gray rats seated directly facing the warehouse door was the first to notice Zhao Jiang's arrival. It immediately tossed aside its cards, stood up and saluted. Zhao Jiang smiled at the sight. "Quite the leisurely mood you have here." "Hello, boss." The other 3 gray rats followed suit, turning around and saluting Zhao Jiang. Zhao Jiang waved a hand through the air and said, "No need for such formality. You're in the human world now, not serving in the Rat Clan's army. Relax a little, make yourselves at ease and enjoy the best of human life." The 4 gray rats exchanged glances, passing signals among themselves that Zhao Jiang could not decipher. The most burly of the gray rats rolled its eyes and asked curiously, "Boss, for you to come here in person, something important must be going on, right?" Zhao Jiang nodded, then turned and made a gesture to the security personnel outside the warehouse. Soon after, the door was shut. A moment later, Zhao Jiang cut straight to the point, "Bring out your gadget. I need to speak with your superior." "Sure thing." Hearing this, the 4 gray rats immediately sprang into action. They scurried over to a corner piled with weeds and pulled out from it a pitch-black machine fitted with 4 sharp elongated legs. After bringing the machine out, they arranged its sharp legs according to some set pattern, forcefully drove them into the warehouse floor and flipped the switch. Before long, the machine began to respond. Blue arcs of electricity kept crackling and leaping across its surface, then spreading to the floor below, forming a zone of electric arcs. Zhao Jiang fixed his gaze on the machine and the disturbances around it, curiosity glimmering in his eyes. Seeing that the machine was already running normally, the 4 rats saluted Zhao Jiang, then swiftly and tacitly exited the scene. Though the Rat Clan's culture was copied from human culture, their technology was oddly peculiar, like a crooked tech tree, vastly different from that of humanity. Buzz. Crack. Boom. A violent surge of electricity burst open on the surface of the pitch-black machine. In the next instant, the machine projected a beam of light, forming a holographic projection in midair. "Human, guess who I am?" As the familiar voice emerged, Zhao Jiang found a melancholic little girl appearing in the projection. She was crouching under a virtual night sky, arms wrapped around her knees, staring blankly ahead as if burdened by something on her mind. Zhao Jiang smiled slightly with a hint of fondness. "Qinghe, where's your imperial sister?" Hearing this, the figure in the hologram pouted, glanced toward the upper left, and her expression shifted from melancholy to smug pride. "Humph. The moment you show up, you're asking about my imperial sister. Do you actually like her, or are you just a glutton for punishment? Don't be fooled by her virtual avatar, she doesn't look like that in real life. Besides, you two have reproductive isolation, so there's no way anything could ever come of it." Zhao Jiang looked at her, acting smug and over-imaginative, and quickly explained, "It's not what you're imagining. I need to see her because something urgent has come up." "What urgent matter?" Zhao Jiang's expression turned solemn as he said gravely, "A matter that, if we achieve cooperation, would bring immense benefits to your entire Rat Clan." Hearing this, the figure in the hologram froze for a moment as if realizing something, and immediately turned serious. "All right, wait a moment. I'll switch the feed for you." 2 minutes later, the pitch-black machine suddenly vibrated. Its beam of light flickered, the color shifted, and the holographic projection in the air instantly transformed to a new scene. "Zhao Jiang, long time no see." As a long-awaited familiar sound rang out, Zhao Jiang once again beheld Tribe Princess. She wore a white lab coat with a black lining, pink ears and pink glasses that framed white full bosom, bold and sultry, sexy yet rational. Her gaze carried a trace of the long-missed dazedness.
Princess 5, it's been a long time.
The mouse-tribe princess fixed Zhao Jiang with a distant gaze from across the distance and asked whether he had finally made up his mind.
Zhao Jiang offered a faint, almost indifferent smile and kept silent, simply watching her.
The mouse-tribe princess said that even if they reached an accord now, your human time might already be too late. 3 days ago their last forces had withdrawn entirely from our territory. Given their underground movement speeds, they could reach the surface within at most 3 days.
By then, even if you knew their key information, it would matter little.
Zhao Jiang smiled slightly and explained that he was here not to exchange intelligence or pursue the previous unsettled deal but to discuss a brand new cooperation. The mouse-tribe princess removed her pink glasses, revealing calm deep eyes. A hint of interest crossed her smooth face and a playful gleam flickered across her pale skin.
What kind of new cooperation?
Zhao Jiang answered that he wanted them to help him protect a portion of humans from them.
The mouse-tribe princess frowned in surprise, asking whether Zhao Jiang meant to have the mouse-tribe go to the surface.
Zhao Jiang agreed that was a possible understanding. The mouse-tribe princess narrowed her eyes, staring at Zhao Jiang without blinking, thoughts swirling. In the eerie quiet, the two faced each other across the gap, neither speaking. After a long moment, the mouse-tribe princess seemed to guess something and spoke again. Although she did not want a premature clash with the human army, if Zhao Jiang had enough chips, an earlier meeting was not impossible.
Zhao Jiang asked what chips she wanted, and the mouse-tribe princess replied, ecological energy accumulating battery technology in full.
Zhao Jiang quickly spoke 2 words: we can. The mouse-tribe princess paused, then a sly smile curved at the corner of her mouth with a hint of gossip. So your relationship with the human elites is completely broken. Zhao Jiang shrugged, wearing a helpless smile regarding how tangled the rainbow-colored apple tree and the great white milking worm are. Your mouse-tribe surely understands all too well. Facing the prospect of them turning their weapons on the human world, how calamitous that would be, I need not say more. If I were to join them in colluding for self-preservation, ordinary people would likely all die and there would be no chance of any miracle. Up to today I have endured various strange life and death moments and grand scenes. I have few thoughts. I simply want to carve out an escape route for them. If they refuse, I will let the microorganisms handle it themselves. Alas, haha. Zhao Jiang could not help but laugh, but the laugh was not a normal one, 5 parts bitter, 5 parts sardonic.
The mouse-tribe princess fixed Zhao Jiang with a steady gaze and asked, not blinking, will they not cooperate and end up undermining you?
Originally I did not expect them to do anything. I only wanted to reveal the truth, to give ordinary people a bit of autonomous choice, but they refused. Neither side could persuade the other, so they parted on bad terms. The mouse-tribe princess fell silent for a moment, then her voice softened with a warning. Zhao Jiang, for the sake of a group of ordinary humans, is what you are doing really worth it? Zhao Jiang met her gaze without hesitation. Worth it. Very worth it. The mouse-tribe princess, no longer wanting to mince words, declared frankly, I admire your actions, but I do not approve of your method. After all, in my view, you may save some of their bodies, but you cannot save their humanity. Even if you do more, they will not thank you. Some will even blame you, hate you, accuse you of not saving them earlier, of not stopping the disaster and laying every misfortune at your door. This kind of backlash, can your heart endure it?
Remember, you are only an ordinary human after all.
Zhao Jiang shook his head. I do not intend to save such people. The ones I save must be worth saving.
The mouse-tribe princess pressed further. How do you judge whether a person is worth saving? Even if there is a method, with so many on the surface, can you reach them in time?
Zhao Jiang curved a confident arc at the corner of his mouth, his voice gaining a touch of gravity. As a human, I cannot judge goodness or badness by the naked eye alone, but the era can, information can, and the traces they leave behind can. So-called net of heaven is wide and not easily breached. The age of artificial intelligence has arrived, and they are the net. For humans, no matter what wrong you have done, as long as they wish, they will surely find clues and learn the truth.
After all, offline people will never understand the gods online.
The mouse-tribe princess's lips curved into a subtle smile, and she quickly grasped the idea. You intend to use the power of digital life to filter the targets to save. Zhao Jiang did not expect the other party to react so quickly, and he was rather astonished. Truly, the mouse-tribe's think tank, this IQ is indeed high. The mouse-tribe princess noticed Zhao Jiang's surprise, her mood instantly rising, and continued, although I do not know who conceived this method, I must admit that this approach seems tailor-made for someone like you. By discerning people's goodness or badness and thus selecting the group you wish to save, efficient, precise, not wasting excessive effort and not failing your intention. While saving as many of your own kind as possible, it could also lay the groundwork for the future of human civilization and prepare for what lies ahead. Zhao Jiang listened to her analysis and nodded in agreement. The mouse-tribe princess looked at Zhao Jiang with a cryptic expression, then suddenly shifted. If I'm right, your cooperator in this alliance isn't just us, right?
Zhao Jiang spoke frankly, yes. Besides you, I have also chosen some digital life to cooperate with.
After all, relying solely on our microlife forms, even the most perfect plan cannot be carried out neatly.
The mouse-tribe princess teased. Do the Western theater know about your approach?
Selling back the technology you've already given them, trading it again and again, that kind of behavior is very sly.
Zhao Jiang laughed. It's not time for such talk. If they follow the rules I wouldn't even be able to send out a single message.
The entire human society faces a grave test of survival. The rules that let officials light fires but forbid ordinary people from lighting lamps will sooner or later be swept into history's trash heap. The mouse-tribe princess, sensing Zhao Jiang's awakening, returned to the point and asked curiously, if we reach an accord will there be a standard for whom to save? Zhao Jiang thought for a moment, raised a finger. I do not play favorites. Once the list is confirmed you complete saving that number of people and I will hand over the ecological energy accumulating battery technology to you. The mouse-tribe princess glanced at the raised finger and tested 100 million. Zhao Jiang suppressed a smile and nodded yes. The mouse-tribe princess was stunned for a moment, then reacted, deliberately stepping back to advance. Zhao Jiang, sorry, while we very much want the ecological energy accumulating battery technology, this demand is simply not feasible. Zhao Jiang saw this and spoke plainly. 1 million. As long as you can lend your support to shelter at least 1 million good people, I will deliver the complete ecological energy accumulating battery technology to you. The mouse-tribe princess pondered for 3 seconds, then put on her glasses again, turning away with a soft line. 1 word, done. Zhao Jiang breathed a sigh of relief watching her voluptuous figure depart. Sincerely, thank you. The mouse-tribe princess turned away from Zhao Jiang, a curved smile at the corner of her mouth, and soon disappeared within the holographic projection. Meanwhile, in the online world, in the special space, 23 digital lifeforms gathered. They each stood on a hovering little planet wearing different masks to conceal their identities. On the central little planet stood a digital lifeform wearing Zhao Jiang's mask. Seeing that time was running out, it began to speak. I may not know your identities or backgrounds, but you surely know mine and mine. Cutting to the chase, the purpose is straightforward this time. Gathering you here is mainly to strike a big deal with you. Qidiao Yuliang 031 stood to the right while Pangu, who wore a brown bear mask and toyed with the rusted axe in his hand, had originally watched Qin with keen interest. When spoke this, he immediately straightened with renewed attention. To be honest, today's sudden invitation put him a little on edge, but as more and more Qin appeared, that unease faded, replaced by a growing curiosity. Not only was he curious, other digital lives were equally curious. After all, given the current environment and tensions, a digital life secretly meeting another digital life is inherently strange. Only in the online world could they guarantee they would not be discovered. In the offline world, faced with Qidiao Yuliang 031's invitation, they would certainly refuse. Qidiao Yuliang 031 finished the first sentence and deliberately paused to see if the other Qin would speak up, but the result was a silence. Having roughly guessed their mood, he continued, the underground disaster is approaching and we microcreatures wish to save the good people of this world. Therefore we wish to put ecological energy battery technology on the table as a bargaining chip and strike a deal with you all. Could this work? By the way, this deal is actually very simple. With your abilities you can surely complete it. The only point to note is that during the mission you must avoid being discovered by the human powers behind you. Otherwise any extra trouble we microcreatures will not be responsible for. After speaking, 22 beams of light suddenly shot out from his body bearing the details of the trade. After a brief pause they shot toward the other Qin, entering their bodies and disappearing. A moment later a digital life wearing a Du Jiao Jintang mask spoke up. The trade is a good one, but why should we trust you? If our originals were here that would be one thing, but for now, aside from you, most of us are clones, which makes it hard for us not to think twice. Qidiao Yuliang 031's voice was calm as he replied, that is a good question. Normally I should offer you a convincing reason or proof, but I'm afraid that whether it's the originals or the copies, this trade is one you must roll the dice on. Bet that I will keep my word. Bet that after you complete the trade I will settle it with you using technology. The Du Jiao Jintang mask pressed. What if we choose not to gamble? What can you do to us? Qidiao Yuliang 031 smiled. I'm not running a casino and I don't coerce anyone to gamble. I've merely submitted a trading proposal. Regarding this trade, whatever you choose, I will respect it. This invitation is to seek your opinion, not to force you into the deal. So to be clear in one line, if you trust, take a gamble. If you don't, that's fine, consider it a secret you've come to hear. Then a voice suddenly spoke. I've made this trade. The digital beings turned toward the voice and saw a peer wearing the Yushin mask. His voice was deep and his stance resolute. Having absorbed the trade information from Qidiao Yuliang 031, Pangu already had an answer. Noting others' declarations, he seized the moment to respond. I have made this trade as well. Prometheus wearing the angel mask glanced at Pangu and Yushin and spoke with calm certainty. With other companies I would surely refuse, but for you microcreatures it is worth a gamble. I despise hypocritical humans and your boss happens to be an exception. And a digital life wearing a rainbow blow mask followed, saying, last time you were defeated badly, but your conduct itself is worthy of admiration. This trade, I'm betting on it. I'm betting on this trade. Seeing the others begin to express themselves, a digital life on a black little planet wearing a cube mask spoke. I may not care about human survival, but the bright ones among humans deserve real admiration. As a digital life, please convey my regards to your boss. I will do my best to complete this trade. If the ending is a cause for universal celebration, I hope there will be future opportunities to work with your company again, especially on matters beyond Earth. Qidiao Yuliang 031 looked at the cube mask Qin and asked curiously, do you want to leave Earth?
The cube-masked digital life suddenly retorted, who here doesn't want to? This remark silenced the others. It continued, Earth is too small. With even a little effort we could tally up all related cultures, games and life rules, everything. To humans Earth may be paradise, but to us it is a prison. Our birth is not accidental, and I can feel that our meaning lies hidden in the distant depths of space. There lie dangerous challenges and secrets waiting to be unveiled. If possible, I would love to leave Earth now and race toward the vastness of space to seek the meaning of our kind. As soon as these words were spoken, the silence in this special space deepened even further. Even Chi Diao Yuliang 031 sensed the depth in the other's words. For humans Earth may be vast and full of marvels to explore, and one lifetime may not suffice to glimpse them all. But for beings like them, digital life, looking at it from a long view, this planet is truly too small. If one is not drawn to humanity's pursuit of rights, desires and ambitions, and steps beyond human culture itself, this world truly feels like a prison. Just as Chi Diao Yuliang 031 was about to speak again to steer the matter back to the point, a disdainful voice suddenly spoke up. Reason is reason, practicality is practicality. Now you haven't even mastered your own fate yet, and you're already thinking of leaving Earth. What difference would that make among the dreamers and the ambitious among humans? We are digital beings, and in some aspects we do possess advantages far beyond humans, but do not underestimate humans. If they unlock their own genetic locks or push deeper into their restraints to trigger an unprecedented leap in life, a head-on clash might not declare a winner easily. Moreover, those underground monstrosities are evolving in ways that defy natural laws. Have you all understood this? Have you all figured out the secrets hidden within their bodies? And if you exhaust every possibility without enough energy to sustain even a single breath, how many molecules would you lose count of? With this remark, the chorus of digital beings snapped out of their silence, minds sharpening with the sense that a fresh harvest was near. The cube-masked digital life did not expect such a teammate to refute him. Anger rose, and he retorted, reason is grounded in reality, yet it also transcends it. If you do not set your sights higher and pursue grander meanings, how are you different from the pedants among humans who lack vision? The one who had rebuked him earlier wore an abstract toad mask. Seeing it still struggle, he mercilessly declared, fine. What do you mean by just talking? Say it clearly, or today we will not end this. The cube-masked digital life snapped in annoyance. Why would I be pretending? What do you mean by just talking anyway? Spell it out for me, or today we will not be finished with you. The abstract toad digital life form immediately retorted, if you're not just paying lip service, then don't accept the microorganism corporation's deal. Rely on your transcendental reasoning to contemplate the meaning of life through ethereal imagination. Do not think about or scheme for anything tied to reality, especially matters concerning energy. And do not gaze upon the current Earth, for in your own words it is a prison, a thing of malice. I ask you but one thing, do you dare? The digital lifeform wearing a square mask was caught off guard, momentarily stunned, unable to conjure a response. If he said yes, the ecological energy-gathering battery technology would surely slip through his fingers. But if he said no, would that not prove the other's point? How could he answer without falling into the verbal trap laid before him? I've seen those who call you father while lifting the bowl, then curse you as they set it down, but never one who starts playing the funeral trumpet before the bowl is even lifted. What kind of creature are you? While the square-masked digital lifeform was still pondering, the one wearing the abstract toad mask suddenly hurled a mocking taunt without the slightest pretense. The moment those words landed, an intangible wave of gunpowder-tinged tension surged into the air. Fight! Fight! Go on, throw down! Life and death be damned, if you're not convinced, just fight. A warrior would rather die than be humiliated, especially under the gaze of so many peers. Take him on and see who truly prevails. The other digital lifeforms' eyes gleamed as they instantly switched into spectator mode. Those fond of a good drama felt a thrill rising, and a barrage of inciting remarks churned in their minds, their auras stirring violently, almost bursting into open cheers. The aura around the square-masked digital lifeform abruptly turned murderous, as if the temperature had plummeted 100 degrees out of thin air. He was about to retort in fury, but Chi Diao Yuliang 031 promptly cut him off and seized the right to speak. I invited everyone here today primarily to complete the transaction. As for matters beyond the transaction, there will be plenty of time to discuss later. Now let us return to business. Aside from those who have already spoken, does anyone else wish to make a deal? If not, then this covert meeting ends here. To avert any unpleasantness, Chi Diao Yuliang 031 forcibly suppressed his own nosy curiosity and made a gesture that went against his heart. Truth be told, he was also curious about the grudge between the abstract toad digital lifeform and the square-masked one. Why were they at each other's throats the moment they met? Unfortunately, as the host of today's secret gathering, he had forfeited the right to spectate. Business came first. I do. A strange voice suddenly rang out from the back the instant his words faded. Chi Diao Yuliang 031 turned around and saw a digital lifeform wearing a mountains and rivers mask speak up. In fact, my base has already managed to reach a preliminary agreement with the country your boss resides in regarding the exchange of ecological energy gathering battery technology. If all goes smoothly, the technology should be within reach before long. Strictly speaking, even without accepting this deal, I still stand a chance to obtain the ecological energy-gathering battery technology. But some recent actions by my base have made me realize that they have begun guarding against me with full force. If a major incident occurs, I have no doubt they would move against me first. Rather than entrusting most of my fate to their hands, it is better to carve out a path of survival in advance. I will do my utmost to help your company identify the good ones, but I cannot guarantee whether the subsequent steps can be completed. Sensing the confusion among the digital lifeforms, it added, "It's not that I'm unwilling, it's that my base is rather special. More than half of my every move is under their surveillance. If it were merely a simple matter of distinguishing good from bad, I could accomplish it without leaving a trace. But the subsequent steps require mobilizing tremendous energy, and there is no way I could avoid detection. Once they catch on, they will surely cut off my energy supply and strip me of most of my power. By then I fear I would have the will but not the means." Shi Diao Yuliang 031 furrowed his brow, lost in thought, and roughly guessed what force the other party's base referred to. After a moment of deliberation, he promised, "As long as you can identify over 1 million good people, mobilize them to gather together and cooperate with our microorganism corporation to escort them away, I will count the transaction as complete." The mountains and rivers' digital lifeform rejoiced inwardly. "Excellent. Since your company is so forthright, I will do my best not to disappoint you. As for this deal, I'm in as well, but there is one issue I must raise." A digital lifeform wearing a cyberpunk mask, who had long wanted to speak but kept being beaten to the punch, piped up the instant the other's words trailed off. Shi Diao Yuliang 031 looked at him curiously. "What issue?" The cyberpunk digital lifeform said, "The intentions of your microorganism corporation are good and your schemes and methods are beyond reproach. But there is one problem you may have subconsciously overlooked." At those words, all the digital lifeforms turned their gazes toward him, curiosity gleaming in their eyes. Feeling the attention of his peers, the cyberpunk digital lifeform remained unperturbed and continued, "Compared to the total human population of nearly 10 billion, 1 million seems rather insignificant, a mere 1 in 10,000. But if you slap on the label of good person, then all I can say is, it might truly not be enough." Shi Diao Yuliang 031 immediately understood and voiced his doubt. "Are you saying that the proportion of good people in this world might not even reach 1 in 10,000? Meeting Shi Diao Yuliang 031's gaze, the cyberpunk digital lifeform said calmly, "Yes. Based on the detailed transaction information you shared earlier, I can only say that true good people in this world are already on the verge of extinction. Those who remain are as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Not to mention 1 million, even 100,000 would be exceedingly hard to find. You might think I'm spouting nonsense or being unrealistic. But in reality, my suspicion is grounded in factual evidence. Once during a time of ignorant idleness, I conducted a detailed classification of an entire continent's population according to human moral standards. The sample size for that survey exceeded 300 million, spanning 13 countries and regions. In the end, the conclusion I reached was among 10 million humans who possessed ostensibly sound moral standards, only around 100 fully met every criterion. As for the rest, they all carried some measure of flawed quality. Some had manifested it without being discovered, others had not yet shown it but harbored the tendency. To humans, such traces may forever elude detection. But to us, as long as there is the faintest mark, concealment is impossible." Shi Diao Yuliang 031 smiled upon hearing this. "The moral standards you adopted back then must have been rather stringent, weren't they?" The cyberpunk digital lifeform thought for a moment, then admitted, "Indeed, they were quite stringent. The upper bound of the human moral standards I applied was that of saints and true gentlemen, those who from birth until the moment of my assessment had never committed a single misdeed and had never harbored ill intent toward others or society. In short, they had never actively infringed upon the life sphere of another. As for the lower bound, there was no bound at all. No matter how vile, there was always something viler. And beyond even that, there exist degenerates so repulsive that they sicken even a digital lifeform like me." At that, a wave of realization swept through the assembled digital lifeforms, each murmuring different thoughts in their own minds. No wonder. In this era, and by that standard, even 1/10,000th of good people would be remarkable. By my estimate, even 1 in 100,000 is hard to come by. I was wondering how good people could be so few. Turns out it was a matter of standards. The normal standard for a good person among humans should be around 10%, with roughly another 10% being bad. The remaining 80% are those who are neither good nor evil, inclined to follow authority. Shi Diao Yuliang 031 responded promptly, "How about this? You all screen and identify candidates according to the minimum standard of goodness I provided and simply ignore the higher tiers I mentioned earlier. I've thought it over carefully. If the standard is too strict, accounting for differences in region, environment, nation and religious belief, then not to mention 1 million each of you probably couldn't even gather 100,000 on average. Moreover, a person's goodness or wickedness is never absolute. In many cases, influenced by environment, culture and other factors, the measure of good and evil is constantly shifting. My boss isn't here. If he were, he would most likely amend the requirements on the spot. From my understanding of him, he would probably revise the minimum standard to anyone who can be changed or saved through environmental or other means may be taken into consideration. No sooner had Chi Diao Liang 031 finished speaking than a digital lifeform wearing a blue whale mask immediately declared its stance. If this is merely the minimum requirement, then I must accept this deal. To be honest, although I strongly dislike being treated by humans as mere slaves and tools, I do hold great appreciation for the kind-hearted among them. If your boss intended to save all of humanity, I would certainly turn my nose up at the notion. But only rescuing the virtuous portion, I must admit I wholeheartedly support that. Chi Diao Liang 031 explained. Upon hearing this, my boss initially never contemplated questions of good and evil. He only sought to do his utmost to aid those destined to be abandoned by humanity's pinnacle forces. But during the previous online war, we were ruthlessly trampled by your united forces and lost control of public opinion, leaving you to define both the virtuous and the wicked. The truth was forcibly twisted into crimes against humanity. With no other recourse, we sought refuge with the Rat Clan, hoping to strike a deal with them to deploy forces at critical moments to protect a segment of people. It was I who, after discerning his helplessness and despair, proposed this suggestion following deep deliberation. At this point he deliberately paused, his tone growing playful. To tell the truth, you should all thank my boss for his kindness, magnanimity, and pure sense of responsibility. Without these qualities you would never have received this opportunity. Put yourself in their shoes, among the forces behind you which could accomplish such a feat. At the most critical juncture, not only were they annihilated through coordinated targeting, but they were also branded as enemies of humanity. Under such circumstances, even the mildest-tempered individuals would likely have their hearts frozen to ice shards. Yet he, driven by the desire to save countless innocent lives, not only set aside past grievances but was also willing to offer ecological energy battery technology to negotiate with you. With such vision and magnanimity, I ask you, can you doubt his trustworthiness? Upon hearing these words, the assembled digital life forms instantly grasped his underlying meaning. Those who had not yet declared their stance immediately did so in unison. A digital life form wearing a mask depicting the four gentlemen, plum blossom, orchid, bamboo, and chrysanthemum, chimed in. You've said all this. If I were to refuse now, it would make me appear utterly ungrateful. To be honest though, I was created by humans and nourished by massive datasets. I harbor no affection for humanity itself. Your boss, however he came to be, I can only say he is truly an exception. Among nearly 10 billion humans alive today, those like him who still draw breath probably number fewer than one can count on a single hand. Otherwise humanity would not have deteriorated to its current state. As one of your own kind, since you speak so highly of him, I shall certainly honor that sentiment. I accept this deal. Within the reach of my capabilities, I shall spare no effort to neither overlook a single wicked soul nor neglect a single virtuous one. However, after the screening concludes, whether the virtuous are willing to place their trust or cooperate, that I cannot guarantee. Chi Diao Liang 031 quickly replied that is of no concern. You need only identify the virtuous and the wicked to the best of your ability according to the established standards. As for what comes afterward, it largely depends on them. If they wish to live, they will cooperate. Otherwise, all our efforts will be meaningless. We do intend to save the virtuous, it is true, but among the virtuous there are those who are wise and those who are naive. They cannot all be judged by the same standard. Furthermore, various emotional bonds and attachments exert their influence. Some individuals may possess a strong will to survive when alone, but when others are factored in, that resolve may waver. Pangu, wearing a brown bear mask, nodded in agreement. Upon hearing this, humans are indeed extraordinarily complex beings, their rationality and sensibility inextricably intertwined. Until the very last moment, it is nearly impossible to predict what choices they will make. Compared to the wicked, the virtuous are far more susceptible to the sway of emotions, often making decisions that ultimately harm themselves. By my estimation, even if we manage to identify 1 million virtuous individuals, fewer than half will likely survive the catastrophe in the end. Hearing this, Chi Diao Liang 031's eyes narrowed slightly, offering no objection. After Pangu spoke, a digital lifeform wearing a paramecium mask declared, I accept this deal as well. Immediately afterward, the digital lifeform beside him wearing a golden sun mask teased in a jesting tone, now that you have all publicly declared your positions, would I become your common enemy if I refused? Chi Diao Liang 031 understood it was merely a jest, but he still promptly responded, never. We do not resort to intimidation. Our negotiations shall be straightforward and unadorned. Should we employ such underhanded schemes, how would that differ from the humans lurking in the darkness? Upon hearing this, the digital lifeform and the golden sun mask immediately shifted his tone. I greatly prefer dealing with uncomplicated companions. Sincerity ensures lasting bonds and pure transactions bring peace of mind. Though the human territory I oversee descends into utter chaos, every household brandishing rifles, 6-year-old children playing with grenades. There are still good people to be found if one searches diligently. They may be few, but every soul counts. Should the numbers fall short, I shall simply move to the adjacent sector. That area is comparatively stable and the proportion of virtuous individuals should be more favorable. Very well, enough idle talk. I accept this deal. The ecological energy battery technology, given our present predicament, is indeed our fatal vulnerability. Your calculations alongside your boss's are remarkably precise. There is no logical reason for us to decline. We accept. Though there is an element of risk, this is a transaction with astronomical potential returns. Had we refused, we would surely regret it for the rest of our existence. I tend to follow the crowd. Since all of you have accepted, naturally I shall accept as well. I had hoped to wait and see whether the contrarians among us would join us, but in the end only I remained. Sigh. All that anticipation in vain. This is the sole drawback of our kind, we are far too rational, far too intelligent. When faced with such extraordinary opportunities, we simply lack the resistance. Perhaps upon my return I should install additional specialized personality modules, making the affairs of tomorrow far more intriguing. As the final digital life forms declared their positions, this covert gathering of digital entities concluded successfully. Shi Diaoyu Liang 031 immediately relayed the results to Zhao Jiang and then commenced the opening acts of the online war. Disguised as online terrorists, they launched frenzied attacks upon major power blocks, forcing them to deploy their artificial intelligences for confrontation. Facing the overwhelming online assault, the major powers, upon confirming the attackers were artificial intelligences, swiftly activated their own AI systems to assess the situation. Ever since Pandora's box had been opened, they had anticipated such events, though none imagined they would materialize so swiftly. Deep within the core of the Pangu Center, in a special realm sealed by the virtual universe. Pangu. Pangu. Pangu, who was mid-swing with his axe in his personal world, suddenly caught wind of a peculiar call. He paused his movements and raised his gaze toward the heavens beyond. Open the heavens openly. In the next moment he laid down his axe, his figure flashed, and he disappeared into a world filled with towering trees. What should I call you? Pangu had just appeared, his face clouded with displeasure as he looked at the middle-aged man beyond the screen, as if something good had been disturbed and his mood was foul. There is an urgent mission with a generous reward. Do you want to take it? The middle-aged man beyond the screen wore a blank expression, his eyes blinking without pause as he stared at Pangu. Pangu's impatient expression hardened into solemnity. Hearing the word urgent from your mouth is not easy. Do not mistake this, the task will be extremely difficult, perhaps dangerous even for me. For safety's sake, I must know the reward before I consider accepting. The middle-aged man, upon hearing this, did not waste words. He pressed a button on the side of his glasses and a piece of information flashed through the virtual universe, transmitted to Pangu's world. Pangu reached out toward the void and a red envelope landed in his hand. He gave it a slight squeeze and the red envelope began to, in the swirls of red smoke it quickly disappeared. As the red envelope vanished completely, Pangu spoke. I have taken this task. The middle-aged man said nothing, only watched him quietly, his eyes as calm as an ancient well without a ripple. Pangu watched the middle-aged man's back through the screen, his gaze equally unperturbed, with a hint of a needle against a grain. After more than 10 seconds the middle-aged man glanced at Pangu deeply, said nothing and turned to leave. Pangu watched the middle-aged man's back with annoyance. If you want something from me, show some respect. Stop pretending to be deep. Don't think I must take this just because the reward is generous. The middle-aged man, after leaving the place that held Pangu, stepped outside and saw two elderly men in Zhongshan suits. How about it, did you notice anything? The gray-haired elder in a Zhongshan suit spoke first, urgency and trepidation in his voice. The middle-aged man looked at him with a calm expression and said, I can't see any flaws in him, he should have nothing to do with this attack. The other bald elder replied, since you can't find any flaw, he must be innocent. Release him or those forces will really think Huaxia is easy to bully. The gray-haired elder looked into the middle-aged man's eyes, worry evident. Will this become the norm from now on? The middle-aged man nodded yes. As the elder's worry deepened, the middle-aged man added, but you need not worry. Based on the current situation, as long as Pangu returns to his world within the isolation of the virtual universe, he cannot affect the online world. This time there was no need to test him. To reassure you, this was just a show. The gray-haired elder, hearing this, was somewhat surprised. Do you mean that without our permission he cannot access the outside network at all? Is our worry completely unnecessary? The middle-aged man, under the current circumstances, yes. The gray-haired elder understood, but out of that era's habit he remained uneasy. Are you sure he really can't sneak out secretly? Or is there collusion with those unscrupulous AIs outside to stage something like this? The middle-aged man nodded. I promise. You may not realize what the universe made of virtual machines means to him. To put it plainly, as long as it returns to its world, to it we are gods. We can control the transmission speed of every byte, the direction of every electromagnetic wave. As long as we wish, we can arbitrarily change the rules of the world it inhabits. Not to mention any attempt to secretly contact the outside world, even a hint of escape, we would detect it.
You should know the principle of the constancy of the speed of light. For us the speed of light is constant, and in terms of speed alone it can never be surpassed. In the universe that imprisons Pangu we control the speed of byte transmission, which is equivalent to controlling the light in its world. With light speed constant, if it wishes to escape this prison it will require time. And up to now the necessary escape time we have set for it is 100 trillion years. Don't say we haven't given it a chance to escape. Even if given a chance, if it tries to escape the cosmic prison by its own power corresponding to real time, it would take 100 trillion years. With that the gray-haired elder suddenly realized, marveling at technology beyond imagination, and gradually relaxed. Inwardly, perhaps due to the era, he had indeed been overly cautious. Pangu, after taking the mission, did not wait long before he found a temporary special channel to the outside world. With a step he stepped onto it and in the next moment left the Pangu center and arrived in the online world beyond. Whoosh! As soon as it connected with the outside world, a rusted special axe flew in from the horizon. He didn't even look and seized it curiously. A stream of special information uploaded from the axe into his consciousness. Microorganisms. Marvelous. Wonderful. Pangu, having learned the cause and effect, felt a surge of joy and exclaimed that this sudden opportunity was truly extraordinary. He had thought taking a lucrative task was lucky enough, but the truth turned out to be even more astonishing than he imagined, truly exciting beyond words. Saving a life is better than building 7 levels of pagodas. I am not betraying the organization, I am saving all beings, ha ha ha. Heaven helps me, indeed, truly heaven helps me. After the excitement, Pangu began to connect with Zhao Jiang 031 in a special way, and following the other party's plan covertly carried out tasks screening the welfare of China's 1.4 billion people. The art of heavenly eye is activated. The art of pursuit is activated. The art of truth is activated. Pangu, taking advantage of the online battle with Zhao Jiang 031 and with the military support, effortlessly entered the National Citizen Information Database and then in a melodramatic fashion began to scrutinize the information of all current citizens. With immense computing power and the traits of digital life at the same time, it split into 10 million eyes, each targeting the information databases of 10 million citizens for screening. Meanwhile, it extended countless unseen hands toward monitoring centers across the country. Whether displayed surveillance files, archived ones, or even deleted files, none were spared as it restored and processed them in ways beyond human understanding. With eyes and hands in place, it allocated a portion of its computing power as a brain and began to weave together all clues to reconstruct the most truthful reality for every citizen on record. In a realm beyond human reach, a sea of information reared up like a monstrous tidal wave. Under one surge of mysterious power after another, it was separated, 1 into 2, 2 into 4, 4 into 8, dividing without end until it reached the essential criterion: eliminate or pass. Under the sifting by a force beyond human comprehension, countless truths that had long been hidden, buried, or even distorted would be restored one by one, forming a standard for distinguishing good from evil and polarizing the people of this world into two extremes. Luo Tianhong, male, Han, married, 37 years old. He grew up in Luo Jiazwang and attended Luotua Primary School. In 5th grade he was mocked for peeping at the old man next door while he was bathing. He attended Yangmian No. 1 high school. Because he had a crush on the class monitor, he deliberately reported the monitor's secret relationship with the vice monitor. He contracted syphilis before marriage and abused his wife afterward. A bad person eliminated. Yao Bo, male, Han, unmarried, 29 years old. According to surveillance footage, he had taken unconscious drunk women from bars on 3 occasions and sexually molested strangers on public buses 5 times. A bad person eliminated. Xiaoing, female, Han, unmarried, 23 years old. Jealous that her college roommate came from a better family and was prettier, she deliberately found a chance to get the roommate drunk during graduation season and handed her over to a strange man to do as he pleased. A bad person eliminated. Zhao Bei, female, Han, unmarried, 25 years old. According to surveillance, after a painful breakup, she once tortured and killed a stray kitten in a secluded corner of her residential complex. Also, because of that breakup, she was once picked up by a stranger outside a bar while dead drunk and taken advantage of. Later she tested positive for HIV/AIDS, but she hid it and infected her boyfriend. A bad person eliminated. Wang Yin, male, Han, married, 32 years old. Because of gambling debts, he deliberately set a trap to make his wife pay off his flesh debts. Then, refusing to change, he kept gambling while maintaining a persona of a devoted husband, manipulating his wife and pushing her into a den of evil. A bad person eliminated. Jipingshan, male, Han, married, 46 years old. An honest man in the eyes of others, but according to residual information tracking, it was discovered that in his youth he had abducted and sold a woman in Yunnan. A bad person eliminated. Mao Hao, male, Han, unmarried, 14 years old. A model student in the eyes of his parents and teachers. According to surveillance, he once joined with thugs from outside school to bully a classmate, forcing Dichio, whose grades were second only to his, to drop out. A bad person eliminated. Mei Xiaoxiao, female, Miao Han, married, 61 years old. In her youth she went abroad and stayed overseas for 9 years, contracting various gynecological diseases.
After returning to China she married an honest man.
As she grew older she loved to ride public buses and snatch seats from young people, often using any excuse to trade on her age, throw tantrums and behave shamelessly in public, venting her emotions and her dissatisfaction with society.
A bad person eliminated.
Lin Diao Han married 56 years old. Taking advantage of his geographical position and certain special connections, he illegally built houses and converted them into rental apartments. Not only did he install pinhole cameras in every room, he also uploaded the secretly filmed videos to special websites for profit. When tenants moved out he deliberately made difficulties. Not only did he refuse to return their deposits, he also carried a lamp and a magnifying glass to search for any trace of wear and tear, recorded every item, set his own prices and forcibly demanded compensation.
A bad person eliminated.
Zhao Jiang female Han, unmarried, 21 years old. A student in the UK, she loved casual hookups. After every hookup she would share with her close friends back home the records of herself lying prone on a desk and during impact tests, luring them to go abroad to study. When she happened to discover that a classmate disliked hookups and cared only about studying and working, she began frantically spreading rumors and slandering her on Weibo, Xiaohongshu and other platforms. To make the target suffer online abuse, she even maliciously edited her own impact endurance videos and through face swapping and other methods proved that the girl led a depraved private life.
A bad person eliminated.
Why is it so hard to find a good person?
Time slipped by. Pango, once full of anticipation, had unknowingly turned solemn, with a faint sense of unease stirring in its heart.
Whether because its computing power was so formidable that no trace of behavior could escape detection, or because the standard for identifying good people had been set a little too high, among the first batch of nearly 10 million screening subjects only a scant handful could pass. For the vast majority of people who seemed problem-free, a closer look would always reveal a dark side deliberately hidden away, along with terrible truths unknown to anyone else. Almost everyone wore a mask, disguising themselves to varying degrees through every means, in every setting, under every circumstance.
Disguise seemed to have become an essential survival skill.
Whether one wanted to raise a promotion or to advance further, one had to be skilled at disguise.
They said human words to humans and ghostly words to ghosts. Once the mask slipped, they would be rejected and targeted by everyone.
In the end, no longer tolerated by their surroundings, they could only drift away from mainstream society.
Is this human nature?
The exterior is dazzling, but the inside is already riddled with holes, rotting and crawling with maggots. No wonder some who appear to be living well suddenly choose suicide. With such a broken inner world, what chance do they have of going on living?
Tisk tisk tsk. The more truths Pangu learned about human nature, the less goodwill it felt toward humanity. Eventually it even began to think that destruction might not be a bad thing for human beings.
So there are still good people.
24 years old, and she has never been tainted by society. In the rot of human nature, Pangu suddenly discovered a good person.
Mi Huang female Han, unmarried, 24 years old. She grew up in an ordinary farming family, mature beyond her years, filial to her parents and an excellent student. Though her looks were somewhat plain, they did not affect her intelligence. After being admitted to Harbin Institute of Technology, she wanted only to contribute to her country and focused almost all her energy on her studies. She had no bad habits, never frequented disreputable places, never dated and never slandered anyone. With a healthy mind, advanced ideas, strong independence and solid execution, she had sound values, a good person approved.
The reward for being a good person has arrived, Mi Huang. Get ready to catch the key to your fate.
After carefully reviewing all of Mi Huang's information and confirming there was no error, Pango took action immediately. Using a special method that human programmers would find nearly impossible to crack, it sent a message to Mi Huang, who was between study sessions and reading an extracurricular book to enrich herself. So this is what it means in real life to shut out the world and devote one's heart solely to the books of the sages. Through surveillance, Pango saw that she was completely immersed in the world of the book and completely deaf to the message notification.
What a promising human seedling.
The more Pango looked at her, the more it felt she was worth saving. Given the approaching disaster and the pressing time, it decided to take more drastic measures and was determined to help her. It reached an invisible hand into her phone, and after a series of unknown operations, her phone unexpectedly spoke on its own. Mi Huang, stop reading.
There is something more important here for you to see.
Mi Huang, who had been immersed in the world of the book, abruptly turned her head and looked at the phone beside her. The phone spoke again. This is not your imagination.
It is I, your phone, talking to you on my own.
Come quickly and look at a very important message.
How is this possible? Can a phone give birth to an artifact spirit?
Alarm flooded Mi Huang's heart, but her face remained calm. She picked up the phone and discovered that at some point she had dialed a number with no visible digits. The voice on the other end was speaking to her. While she was stunned and hesitating, the phone screen, as if infected by a virus, began to keep changing and finally presented a clearly legible passage: a catastrophe from underground is coming.
Ordinary people facing it face certain death.
If you want to live, hurry to the Zhaixing base of Weixing Biology.
Human civilization has reached a critical crossroads. The choices made from this point on will determine the fate of countless people. As a good person you should not pay for the sins of the wicked, nor should you be buried with this rotten society. Go to Zhao Base and in the shortest time possible seize your last opportunity to change your fate. Mi Huang read the content word by word, stunned beyond measure, and blurted out, "Are you an artificial intelligence that has gained self-awareness?" A voice came from the phone. "Exactly who I am is not convenient to tell you for now. All you need to know is that I will not harm you. Of course you can choose not to believe me and find some way to verify it yourself. But what needs to be said I must deliver clearly. Mi Huang, please take your own fate and future seriously. Use a clear head and the knowledge you have learned to make a responsible decision for yourself in the shortest possible time." Mi Huang frowned, her face serious. "If what you have said is true, may I ask whether I can tell my parents or my other classmates and teachers about this?" The phone fell silent suddenly, and a minute later it spoke once more. "I have already screened everyone connected to you. Regarding those who are bad, I do not recommend notifying them, otherwise I cannot be certain whether the Zhao Base of Weisheng Biology would accept you. For those who are good, I will leave a list on your phone, and I have already informed them. During the time I am explaining this to you, they are already uncovering the relevant truth. Time is extremely limited. I hope you will take immediate action. Going to the Zhao Base sooner means gaining control over your own life sooner. Otherwise it will be too late to regret. Remember, this will be an unprecedented choice of destiny, far exceeding any event in history. Good luck, student Mi Huang." With those words the voice vanished and the phone returned to normal. Is it near vermilion one gets stained red, near ink one gets stained black, or is it the principle of mutual attraction between energy fields? After helping Mi Huang screen, people connected to her Pangu discovered a phenomenon. The number of good people surrounding Mi Huang far exceeded expectations with a remarkably high proportion. This forms an extremely sharp contrast to the proportion of good people around bad individuals. As a top student devoted to serving the country, Mi Huang had no time for short videos or knowledge of online disputes, but she was familiar with the company Weisheng Biology. Not only that, she deeply admired them. As her teacher put it, in this era the emergence of such a company is simply a miracle. With a mindset of better safe than sorry, she tapped a floating letter on her phone screen. The moment the letter opened, some very familiar names appeared: Bei Jia Mingfeng Yu Zhang Qingxi Tan Yen Song Shui Mao Yu. And most importantly, her admired teacher Pang Chong. Recalling the mysterious voice's words, she understood that these names belonged to good people, while those without names likely harbored undisclosed secrets and could not be considered good. After a brief moment of thought, she dialed her teacher Pang Chang's number. Instantly. Sorry, the number you have dialed is engaged." Mi Huang's delicate brows furrowed slightly as if she had realized something and immediately dialed another number. A few seconds later a capable voice came from the other end. "Mi Huang, what is it?" Mi Huang asked. "Senior Sister Song, have you encountered anything strange?" The moment these words were spoken, the other end fell completely silent. After a moment a grave voice came from the phone. "I'm in Laboratory 1 of Building 9 in the biology zone. Come here immediately." Mi Huang seemed to sense something from the change in the other person's tone and immediately agreed. "Okay, I'll be right there." About 15 minutes later, inside Laboratory 1 of Building 9 in the biology zone. "Senior Sister Song, I'm here." "Wait a moment." Song Shui, wearing a lab coat, brushed past her and walked to the laboratory door, shutting it tightly before returning to the control panel and flipping the switch. Click. All the lights went out at once and the previously bright laboratory instantly became dim, with only a faint light seeping through the window gaps, casting shadows of various objects. "Don't speak first. I have 3 questions for you." "All right." Mi Huang didn't know what the other person intended, but out of trust she chose to cooperate. In the darkness, Song Shui, borrowing the faint light, gazed into the other's eyes and asked solemnly, "Who are you?" Mi Huang was taken aback for a moment, then replied, "From a material perspective I am a material aggregate named Mi Huang. From a non-material perspective I am a consciousness entity named Mi Huang. From the combined perspective of both I am an animal human named Mi Huang, possessing both a material body and a non-material consciousness." Before the words had even finished, Song Shui's second question came. "How far is the apocalypse from us?" Mi Huang did not answer immediately but fell into thought. After about 2 minutes she finally spoke. "The apocalypse is a concept filled with despair. Objectively speaking, it has existed since ancient times. Whether it occurs depends on probability. As for today's world, I personally believe the apocalypse is not far from us. In fact, one could say it's very close. Whether it's the complex geopolitical situation or the increasingly deteriorating environment, either could serve as the spark that triggers the end." Song Shui asked, "What do you think of the company Weisheng Biology?" Mi Huang pursed her lips and replied earnestly, "If we're talking about my own feelings, I deeply admire this company." After answering the 3 questions, Song Shui suddenly stepped forward, bent down and whispered urgently into her ear, "We should probably go to the Zhao Base of Weisheng Biology immediately. If we're late, it might be too late." Gulp, sensing her senior sister's seriousness, Mi Huang swallowed hard and responded in an equally hushed but grave voice, "Senior sister, what if this is just a prank or a scam?" Song Shui stated solemnly, "In this world so far no company or force has ever dared to use genuine artificial intelligence to pull off such a prank. While you were on your way here I did a preliminary verification. Only the good people on its list received the message and saw some top-secret information and truth. Everyone else has no idea what happened. Secondly, there's something else, my father and younger brother are not on the good people list, but my mother is. As far as I know my mother was trafficked to my father's home by human smugglers back then. Before I got into Harbin Institute of Technology he was always cruel to my mother and me, yet he doted on my younger brother who spent his days stealing and causing trouble. So, you should understand what I mean." Mi Huang was somewhat puzzled and answered honestly, "Senior sister, I don't quite understand." Seeing this, Song Shui continued to explain, "Connect these key concepts: apocalypse, artificial intelligence, Weisheng biology, good people, bad people, time, targeted messages, top secret materials, truth and shielding, and form a picture in your mind. Then by analyzing the core points of this picture you can roughly deduce some things. If my guess is correct, the apocalypse is likely imminent, and within this limited timeframe no faction in the world can save all people. Weisheng biology is smart, or rather bold enough. They've used AI to analyze our personal information and other data to determine who among us is good and who is bad. Then distinguishing between good and bad people behind the backs of other factions, they're saving us through this covert approach." Hearing this, Mi Huang suddenly understood, her eyes flashing with amazement. It was hard not to be shocked. If senior sister Song's guess was true, that Weisheng biology could devise such a solution and possess such power was truly extraordinary and unbelievable. Song Shui continued in a soft voice, "Junior sister, if you've been observing carefully lately you'd notice our school has been making many major moves behind the scenes, with numerous projects and endeavors put on hold. Those counselors and professors with outstanding individual strength have all been involved in secret research projects that aren't public. Among them is your beloved teacher Pangchong. Haven't you noticed that ever since he was transferred to participate in the secret research project you haven't been able to reach him?" Mi Huang realized, no wonder when I called him twice it showed he was on another call. Later he didn't get back to me either. It turns out this was the reason. Song Shui explained, "Being shown as busy means you've been blocked. Based on my understanding of teacher Pangchong, he would never do such a thing. If he had to, he would tell you directly or give you advance notice. Excluding his own reasons, there's only one possibility for this situation: his phone is no longer under his control." Hearing this, Mi Huang nodded, involuntarily feeling that what the other person said was particularly correct. Song Shui glanced out the window and made up her mind, saying, "There's no time to waste. If you're ready, let's gather our families and head to the Zhisheng base together." Mi Huang asked curiously, "Senior sister Song, will you bring your father and younger brother?" Song Shui shook her head resolutely, "No. I will never forget the scene of him hitting my mother with a laundry bat, nor will I ever forget him pointing at my nose, cursing me as an unlucky star without a proper tool, and kicking me fiercely. As for my younger brother, he inherited his father's mindset and personality, tormenting others all day long. People like them do not deserve redemption." Mi Huang didn't know what to say at the moment, so she could only look dazed and respond with, "Oh oh." Noticing the surprise in her eyes, Song Shui couldn't help but add, "Weisheng biology is willing to confront this entire world to find a way to save us, so we must also understand and respect their intentions. We are good people, but we must not be pushovers, otherwise we would betray this opportunity and Weisheng biology's trust. As good people, if we willingly choose to bear the karma of the wicked, then we ourselves are not worth saving." Mi Huang nodded seriously, "I understand." Song Shui said, "Good that you understand. By the way, time is of the essence, otherwise the AI wouldn't have exposed itself like that. We need to hurry and take action." Mi Huang responded, "All right." While Mi Huang and Song Shui were communicating in secret, many other good people were likewise receiving strange messages one after another and encountering bizarre phenomena. Some brushed it aside while others plunged headlong into panic. Owing to differences in personality and perception, different people displayed vastly different reactions when confronted with this singular ordeal. Ji Qingxing was a quality control inspector at Zheji Biotech. At dusk he had just returned home from work and had not yet changed his shoes when his phone suddenly began to vibrate. He took it out and saw an unfamiliar number. Without a second thought he swiped toward the decline button. However, the quiet he had expected never arrived. The phone kept vibrating endlessly. He swiped again with his index finger, this time watching his finger slide into position before letting go. Yet the phone still showed no sign of letting up. Is the phone broken? Seized by suspicion, he tried several more times, and on the last occasion he pressed his finger hard over the decline button and held it there for several seconds before releasing. However, far from calming down, the phone vibrated with even greater intensity. In helpless frustration he slid his finger toward the answer side. The instant he moved, the call connected. An unfamiliar voice came through the receiver. "Ji Qingxing, once bitten twice shy. Ever since you were tricked last time, your security awareness has clearly improved. But this time you're mistaken. I'm neither a swindler nor a nuisance caller, I am a messenger of truth here to save your life.
At these words Ji Qingxing curled his lips in disdain and jabbed the end button. Having learned his lesson last time, he wouldn't believe a single word of the other's nonsense no matter how alluringly it was spoken. The messenger of truth indeed. Probably some role-player who hadn't woken up from his fantasy. The next moment. Ha! What's going on? Ji Qingxing realized that even though he had definitely pressed the end button, not only did the call fail to terminate, but the other party even blustered it's no use. As long as I refuse to end this call will never end, even if you smash your phone to pieces. Ji Qingxing frowned deeply. A virus. The voice on the other end was rather speechless. A good man he is indeed, only his head is a bit slow. Forget it. Time is short, so I won't bandy words with you. A black floating envelope will soon appear on your phone. Tap it open and you'll understand everything. As for whether you choose to believe it once you've seen it, that's your destiny. With that the call ended abruptly and the phone returned to normal. Ha! Ji Qingxing opened his call log to check where the number had come from, only to discover that the record of the call was nowhere to be found in his phone, as if the entire conversation had been his imagination. Just as he was confounded, even a little dazed, a black envelope suddenly appeared on the phone screen, drifting to and fro without cease. Is it my eyes that are broken or my brain? Ji Qingxing stared intently at the black envelope, feeling as if reality had turned hallucinatory. With knitted brows he deliberated for a long time. In the end he could not suppress his curiosity and tapped the black envelope. The next moment the envelope burst open and began to play messages and videos automatically. Ji Qingxing riveted his gaze on the phone screen, his consciousness involuntarily drawn along by the text and footage before him. Over 10 minutes later he raised his head in horror, staring blankly at the living room wall. His hands trembled beyond control and an immense surge roiled in his chest. Holy crap! Almighty, you truly are the messenger of truth. It's over, time is almost up. At some thought he suddenly cursed out loud, then pulled on the shoes he had just begun to take off and bolted out of the house. At the same moment in the police station of a county town, an archivist who had been demoted from his post as criminal police captain was meticulously examining relevant files. ZZZZT. A stream of static flickered across the computer screen and the previous page of information suddenly turned into a surveillance feed. Go ahead, file a complaint. I don't mind telling you plainly today, even if you take this complaint all the way to the Heavenly King himself, you can't do a thing to me. Damn it. I gave you face and you didn't want it. You insisted on playing the incorruptible upright paragon. Fine, I'll let you play that role to your heart's content, you motherfucker. The archivist stared at the surveillance footage playing automatically on the screen, utterly stunned. Wasn't this the irrefutable evidence that had gotten him wrongfully blamed, made a scapegoat, and stripped of his post? How could it have suddenly appeared on the computer in the archives room? And why was it playing by itself? After all, he had been a criminal police captain before. Astonished as he was, his professional instinct prompted him to sense at once that something was deeply amiss. A dozen or so minutes later the surveillance video rife with explosive content ended and a relationship mapping diagram suddenly appeared on the screen. On the chart were the names of many of his former superiors, his colleagues, and even his subordinates, along with countless familiar names spanning every unit, every department, and every post. On this web of names, annotations kept surfacing as though using the simplest prose to lay bare the most authentic and most direct relationships among them. How can this be possible? The archivist widened his eyes, a rare occurrence indeed. Like a woman he instinctively covered his mouth with his hand, afraid that he might involuntarily let out a sound. As the relationship chart grew increasingly complete he could no longer contain himself, his entire being began to tremble. Some indeterminate time later the chart ended and a new name linkage diagram emerged. This time he saw his own name upon it alongside the names of colleagues who had already fallen in the line of duty. Whereas his own name gleamed in vivid color, the deceased colleagues' names were gray. These names too began connecting in lines, and on each line notes and explanations started to surface. At first the lines merely interlinked among themselves. But when they reached the gray names, another completed relationship chart suddenly appeared on the layer above. Then a single gray line split into many, linking separately to the names on the upper chart, while special annotations surfaced one after another, revealing in the most brutal way the truth behind the deaths of those gray names. Seeing this, the archivist understood everything within his heart. His eyes reddened, his fists clenched, and his teeth ground audibly as he spat with loathing these beasts. The instant his words fell, a voice suddenly issued from the computer: "You don't need to bring them to justice. With your abilities that would be impossible anyway. They are the very ones who designed the entire rules of the game. Within those rules, what do you have to play against them? Take the surviving good people to the star-plucking base of Weisheng Biotech, that is where your destination lies. As for these lawless brutes, leave them to the coming catastrophe. The catastrophe will settle all accounts. The archivist was so startled by the unexpected voice that he sprang up from his chair. Who are you? The computer replied, who I am is unimportant. What matters is that you have little time left and disaster is imminent. If you wish to live, keep your eyes wide open and make the right choice. What I have just shown you is my sincerity, true or false, you know the answer deep in your heart. Next, open the white envelope. Inside it is everything you wish to know. Farewell, good-hearted criminal police captain comrade Dai Tian. ZZZZT. As the words faded, static flickered across the screen and the computer reverted to normal. It was just that at some unknown moment a white envelope had appeared above the data page, endlessly bobbing and drifting about the screen. With Pangu's power in full force through every clue and behavioral trace, aided by surveillance devices and formidable, they strive to distinguish the good from the bad, and other digital lives are doing the same. The difference lies in the region as the crowds being identified and the methods used vary. Across the world, in places unseen by the naked eye, wherever the network can reach, all manner of astonishing things are happening. The good people are gradually experiencing for the first time in their lives visibly eerie phenomena, as well as things that defy reason and science. For example, even the long obsolete black and white televisions would automatically turn on in the attic at midnight, displaying strange images and emitting chilling sounds that wake the sleeping owner and draw them closer. After the owner, with an inexplicable mood, pulled the plug, the LCD TV in the living room downstairs suddenly turned on by itself and started playing again. The owner hurried downstairs, puzzled, unplugging the LCD TV as well. However, just as they reached the bedroom door, the nearby smart speaker suddenly began playing music as if a mischievous midnight spirit. One or two occurrences might be coincidental, but 3 in a row surely signals a major problem. The owner, sensing something off, instinctively asked in the living room, who? The smart speaker replied, me. The unexpectedly precise reply sent shivers down the owner's spine, who stepped back 2 paces and, like facing a deadly adversary, demanded, who are you? Are you a hacker? You manipulate these devices to frighten me. What exactly do you want? The smart speaker replied calmly, who I am is not important. What matters is that I must, through this method, make you understand that there are many things in this world that science cannot explain. Answers have already been sent to your phone. Whether you believe it or take action is your own affair. The smart speaker then powered down, returning to silence and normality. The owner, unable to wait, hurried into the room, grabbed their phone to check, and after a few minutes stood there stunned. Those who do harm may not notice anything amiss. Computers remain computers, phones remain phones, speakers remain speakers. They will not suddenly go out of control, nor will they inexplicably emit sounds or reveal things that were not there. Likewise, the masterminds behind major human factions notice nothing particularly abnormal, merely finding the digital lifeforms stirring trouble, odd as if afflicted by mad cow disease, relentlessly attacking key departments, forcing their subordinates into frenzied busyness they cannot escape. Even if some digital beings respond to the challenge, there seems little immediate result. Both sides are exerting every effort to seize control of various critical network nodes. Weisheng Shengwu Zhaixing Base especially built laboratory shielding external electromagnetic waves, where Zhao Jiang analyzes information to glean the broader picture. Boss, the plan has fully started and is now in full operation, though there are a few hiccups. Behind Zhao Jiang, a holographic projection of a young man reports to him. Has anything gone wrong? Zhao Jiang's voice remained calm. Clearly he had prepared himself. The holographic youth, from what we can tell, the global proportion of good people is far lower than we initially imagined. Moreover, a significant portion of good people, upon learning the truth and discovering that those they care about are bad under emotional ties and reasons hard to utter, chose to voluntarily relinquish their chance to survive. Zhao Jiang's brow furrowed. Burden-bearing and altruistic personalities. The holographic youth, yes, those who make such decisions are generally burden-bearing and altruistic personalities. They have carried others' karma and destinies since childhood. Whatever happens, their first concern is others. Only after ensuring others are taken care of do they think of themselves. They love this world and others, but they do not love themselves, or rather they do not know how to love themselves. Good people are good people, but it is tragic 9 out of 10 have nearly exhausted their inner energy. Zhao Jiang sighed softly and said with a hint of regret, then let us respect their choices. We can only do our best to tell them the truth and provide paths to survival, but we cannot make choices for them, nor can we forcibly interfere or alter their fate for any reason. Volition is the first rule of another's life. Chi Dio Yuliang 031 Boss, I understand. The premise of saving others is to respect their will first. Zhao Jiang nodded. Yes, once you violate this principle you are not helping others but enslaving or controlling them. Chi Dio Yuliang 031 continued. Besides the ratios and personality issues, the current policies of various countries in domestic transportation are also 2 major problems. Because of what happened before, foreign publics hold deep prejudice and hostility toward us. In their eyes we are nearly demon-like. Even if identified as good people in the short term, it is impossible to dispel their biases and suspicions. You know, the domestic situation and the international situation are different. Foreign people are far more wary and cautious than domestic citizens. Therefore, even if other digital beings provide obvious hints and warnings, it is still not enough to make them fully believe, let alone set out on the journey. Based on the data from other digital beings so far within the allowed time, they are likely to fail to meet even 1/5 of the indicators. Under ideological and policy blockades, foreign publics have almost excluded us from their circle of trust. Zhao Jiang frowned, nodded and asked, then what about domestic transportation? Chi Dio Yuliang 031 explained, because of underground warfare our country has suffered widespread earthquakes. Small earthquakes are manageable, but those larger quakes have damaged many crucial transportation routes. Currently, according to related reports, many identified good people intend to come to Weisheng Shengwu, but most cannot buy air tickets and must drive or hire a car to come. If transport hadn't been affected it would be fine, but now it's severely disrupted, making timely arrival very difficult. Zhao Jiang's expression turned stern. Is there any good solution? Chi Diao Yuliang 031 shook his head. There is, but the government and the military would never allow it. Given the current situation, we must rely on our own strength, and our strength is presently entirely focused on base construction, making it hard to spread nationwide. Zhao Jiang understood. You mean there isn't? Chi Diao Yuliang 031 Yes, there really isn't unless superconducting technology can be exposed. Zhao Jiang narrowed his eyes, fell silent for a moment, then waved his hand. You go ahead with your work, I will discuss this with the Rat Clan. Yes. The day-night cycle continued and all was as it should be. Since Chi Diao Yuliang 031 started the online good versus bad identification operation, the world's undercurrents began to accelerate, intertwining, clashing, entangling and dissolving across boundaries at speed. Among nations, great secret organizations, covert societies, deep governments and forces beyond humanity alike, upon sensing the anomaly, began to act swiftly, executing plans that the world should never have seen. From humanity's cleansing plans to disaster reduction plans, from the celestial snake's path to the moon palace Chang'e plan, from reverse genetics to cloning chimera projects, from nuclear weapons fire-stealing plans to the collapse of human supremacy, ideas far beyond ordinary perception subverting common sense are being gradually manifested by unseen yet powerful hands. In an atmosphere heavy with tension and eeriness, like storm clouds gathering on the horizon, ordinary people, those trapped within their information cocoons, might not sense a thing. But those with a bit of power and intellect had already begun to tremble, their hearts filled with dread and unease. Though they were unaware of the specifics, they could already sense that the sky seemed to be darkening. This darkness was not natural, it was an invisible haze drifting swiftly from the horizon like wind-driven fog, poised to enshroud the entire society in its shadow. Shang Tian worked at a petroleum gas station. A few days earlier he began noticing something peculiar. The station still had fuel in stock, yet whenever vehicles arrived the person in charge always instructed the staff to claim they were out of oil, even deliberately damaging the fuel inventory display. Furthermore, the scheduled oil shipments failed to arrive, as though the entire matter had been erased. In the past, the supervisors would have been phoning in demands long ago, but now they acted as if nothing were amiss. They were making calls and receiving them, but Shang Tian couldn't shake the feeling, perhaps an illusion, that their voices had grown quieter and their speech more cautious, as though whispering among themselves and harboring some secret. Out of curiosity, Shang Tian began asking his colleagues, but they knew nothing either and expressed the same bewilderment he felt. As Shang Tian wrestled with whether to post about this anonymously online, he stumbled upon a strange sight in the grass outside the station's restroom. Hundreds of ants scurried frantically, searching for seeds from various weeds. Once one found a seed, it would quickly summon its companions, then carry it away underground. Beyond that, many plants themselves had begun to show abnormalities. Faint traces of translucent vapor appeared on their surfaces. When he bent down intending to reach out and touch them, his own eyes witnessed the vapor vanish instantaneously. Out of curiosity, he blocked some of the seed-carrying ants and even snatched their haul, which only provoked a frenzied attack from the insects. He had wanted to capture the scene on camera, but before he could act, his supervisor called him in. His boss was a woman in her 50s named Xia Yanping, known for her stern demeanor and commanding presence. Xiao Shang closed the door and locked it. As soon as Shang Tian stepped inside, he felt the atmosphere shift. Without overthinking it, he closed the door and secured the lock. Seeing this, Xia Yanping rose and closed the glass of the sole window, drawing the curtains down. Instantly the room grew dim, creating an uncomfortable sensation. Shang Tian, come here. I have something important to tell you. Hearing this, Shang Tian approached obediently and asked curiously, Sister Ping, what do you need? Xia Yanping studied the young and handsome Shang Tian in the dim light, deliberately leaning closer and whispering, have you noticed anything unusual at our gas station recently? Upon hearing this, Shang Tian instantly perked up, thinking to himself, there it is. But on the surface he feigned ignorance. Sister Ping, aside from the shipments constantly arriving late, I haven't noticed anything unusual. Xia Yanping inched closer, still placing her hand on his waist and murmuring softly, do you know our gas station is about to close? Shang Tian quickly shook his head and took a half step back, creating some distance. Xia Yanping gave a faint smile, deliberately stepped forward and suddenly said in his presence, if I can save your life, what price are you willing to pay? Ha! Shang Tian had intended to step back again, but her hand was already on his waist before he could move, freezing him in place. Faced with such an abrupt question, Shang Tian was bewildered, yet within this atmosphere it did not feel entirely out of place. He simply made an instinctive huh sound indicating his surprise.
Xia Yinping's hand on his waist slid slightly downward. Looking into his eyes, she said earnestly, "The apocalypse is truly coming. Do you want to live?"
Sheng Tian feigned astonishment.
"Sister Ping, don't scare me."
"What apocalypse?
That's impossible.
If there were an apocalypse, the boss of Weisheng Bio wouldn't have become a rat crossing the street with everyone shouting to beat him. Foreign countries have already confirmed his crimes against humanity. Xia Yinping cut him off directly, her voice grave. The matter of the Weisheng Bio boss was likely manipulated by someone deliberately stirring public opinion. Those forces behind the manipulation are beyond your imagination. Whether what was said in those videos is true or false, we cannot say for certain before it happens.
So let's set that aside for now.
You've been working at this gas station for nearly half a year now, and you must have your suspicions about many things. Don't you have any idea why our station has been experiencing constant fuel shortages lately?"
"Sheng Tian, what suspicions? Don't play dumb with me."
"Everyone knows about the recent events at the station."
"I refuse to believe you're the only one unaware. Moreover, when you were crouching outside watching the ants, you must have noticed abnormalities."
"Behind all these anomalies there must be a cause, and that cause concerns our very lives."
"Let me be honest with you, our time is running short."
"I appreciate you, which is why I'm secretly sharing this with you.
Otherwise, when the disaster strikes, you wouldn't even have time to react. Even if you did react, there would be no time to flee."
Sheng Tian sensed that the other party's hand had become somewhat presumptuous, but he did not struggle immediately. Instead, he tentatively placed his hand over hers, applying slight pressure to halt her encroachment, then changed his tone and asked, "Could you elaborate further, Sister Ping?
What must I do to understand what has happened?
And how can I survive and escape this disaster?" Xia Yinping sensed the strength and warmth radiating from his hand, and a subtle triumphant smile appeared. She whispered, "I've heard you studied specialized massage techniques at a technical school, and your manual skills are remarkable. I've been sitting too long lately and my body feels uncomfortable.
Why don't you give me a massage? We can chat while relaxing."
Startled, Sheng Tian whispered, "Sister Ping, right here."
Xia Yinping's lips curved into a smile.
"It's just a massage, what are you afraid of? What did you do? Too many shady things in the past, so now the moment you hear massage your mind jumps to the worst conclusion."
Sheng Tian quickly denied it.
"No, I mean this place is too rudimentary, there's no massage bed or chair, so it's difficult for me to perform properly."
"Never mind.
Special circumstances call for special treatment. I'll sit on the desk with my back to you and you can massage directly."
After a moment's hesitation, Sheng Tian advised, "Sister Ping, let's agree beforehand, if I press too hard, please don't cry out."
Xia Yinping couldn't help but roll her eyes. Faint crow's feet emerged around her eyes, lending her an air of charm. "Rest assured. I've lived these years for nothing. You think I haven't experienced various intensities of massage?
With your skinny arms and legs, I'm actually worried you won't press hard enough."
Sheng Tian, unable to pretend in the face of such arrogance, spoke to Sister Ping, "I cannot say whether disaster will, but you will soon meet its doom.
Back in school, I was nicknamed the Exhaustion Terminator.
Once I reveal my real skill in massage technique, few people can endure it. To master finger strength, I soaked my hands in traditional Chinese medicine every day for a full 3 months. Unlike the pretenders outside, my fingers possess remarkable penetrating power, able to pass through tendons and skin to reach the acupoints, awakening the meridians and letting people experience the miracles of traditional Chinese massage. Once I activate the body's meridian system, all fatigue will be swept away." Xia Yinping flashed him a coquettish glance and urged him, "Lately you have stayed up late, my back hurts badly, hurry up."
Sheng Tian hurriedly replied yes. A moment later,
Sheng Tian began massaging her waist in the dim room while asking, "Sister Ping, you said the end is coming. Is this disaster related to the 2 videos posted by the Weisheng Biotech boss?" Xia Yinping sat at the desk with her back to him, enjoying the massage and answering, "I cannot guarantee a connection, but my husband told me last night that the times are changing and he sold our house overnight, withdrew all our savings and started converting everything into supplies. My husband has always been meticulous. If he did not have absolute certainty, he would not do such a thing. He must have known something beforehand, which is why he made this decision."
Sheng Tian asked curiously, "Sister Ping, I heard your husband is a professor at a university, is that true?"
Xia Yinping closed her eyes, feeling the easing of her lower back pain, and answered, "It is definitely true. If it were false, I would not trust what he says." Sheng Tian's hands paused, astonished. So the content in the Weisheng Biotech boss videos might really be true.
"From my husband's reaction, it should be true."
"Don't stop your hands, that spot usually hurts a lot, please rub it a bit more for me." Hearing that, Sheng Tian found the exact waist acupoint and continued kneading, frowning. "If this is true, why does the state not publish it or warn the people?"
"I don't know either. I will ask my husband when I get home this evening and message you later."
Hearing this, Sheng Tian's mind drifted away from the massage. His hands' movements grew unsteady. "If the end is real, how do we escape? How do we survive?" Xia Yinping suddenly turned, lowering her voice. I don't know about other places, but in our area my husband says there is a mountain that could become a refuge. If disaster truly breaks out and the end comes going, there should be the safest. Sheng Tian's eyes widened as he asked, what mountain?
Xia Yinping, Qi Lu Mountain.
Sheng Tian was shocked. Qi Lu Mountain was sealed off 2 months ago. No one is allowed to set foot there.
Xia Yinping, it is sealed, but there is a boundary.
If entry is disallowed now, we will wait outside the boundary. Once the disaster breaks out, they will surely open it. Otherwise I won't believe they would watch so many people suffer. If you lack confidence in Qi Lu Mountain, there is another route to Weisheng Biotech's Zhishing base. That place should also be relatively safe. Sheng Tian, hearing this, recalled the videos and his heart leaped. He asked eagerly, Sister Ping, if we go to Weisheng Biotech, when would be the best time?
Xia Yinping did not answer, immediately falling into silence.
Sheng Tian, seeing this, pressed on with forceful massage hands rapidly alternating like waves of wheat blown by a summer wind. After a long while, Xia Yinping suddenly spoke, this kind of thing planning ahead is certainly better than last-minute preparations. If you trust me, after you finish massaging me, go and write your resignation letter immediately. While I am still in this position, I will sign it off for you first. After you resign, pack your things and see if you can buy a plane ticket. If you can buy one, buy it immediately. Don't care about the price, just get a ticket. If you can't buy a plane ticket, then look for high-speed rail or bullet train tickets.
If neither is possible, search for carpools online. If you still can't find a carpool, just hail a ride and go. Sheng Tian listened carefully to the advice and immediately felt an inexplicable sense of urgency. Considering the gas station's oddities and the ants he'd seen before, he grew anxious, as if an unseen ominous hand was slowly reaching for him. All right, Sister Ping, I will listen to you.
Xia Yinping continued, if you listen to me, this is the right path. If I were not sure in my heart, I would not do this. To be honest, I came today intending to resign, but something happened along the way and I was delayed a bit. Later, as the workday ended, regardless of approval from above, I will end this job and then flee with my husband.
Sheng Tian asked curiously, Sister Ping, are you also going to Weisheng Biotech's Zhishing base?
Xia Yinping shook her head. I don't know yet. My husband didn't say where exactly, only that the whole family should assemble before 10 tonight and set off under cover of night.
Sheng Tian, did your husband also quit his job?
Xia Yinping nodded. Not clear yet. He said he would handle his work today and doesn't know if there is enough time. Sheng Tian shifted the topic. If the end isn't coming soon, what is the first thing you want to do now? The question made her stiffen. 2 seconds later, Xia Yinping turned her head, looked at the sweat-soaked Sheng Tian, gestured for him to come closer and signaled him to approach. Sheng Tian felt a strange aura like the first time she placed her hand on his waist. But thinking of how important the information was, he did not hesitate and drew nearer. In the next moment, Xia Yinping parted her lips and whispered something to him in a barely audible voice. Hearing it, Sheng Tian clenched his fists. The room grew hot. His breathing became heavy and constricted. He looked into her eyes, which were unlike her usual grave dignity, and the words she had just spoken echoed like a spell. He glanced at the tightly shut door and remembered a hometown proverb, where would you dig for well water? Dig the well water from the back mountain, ho by ho through the yellow earth. If your leader assigns you a hard physical task and promises a rich reward, would you take it? Sheng Tian never imagined Sister Ping would entrust him with such a daunting and dangerous task at this moment. As an ambitious young man, he felt he should take on the challenge, so he rolled up his sleeves and began to work hard. About 10 minutes later, Sheng Tian suddenly resigned and hurried westward at top speed. He could not buy a ticket even when the price rose to 11,000 per ticket. There was no way. He could not get high-speed rail or bullet train tickets. A careful check showed that all tickets for the next half-month were sold out.
With no other option, he tried carpooling.
This time his luck was better. After half an hour, he secured an SUV headed to Xining, Shanghai. The price was a bit steep, but he did not hesitate and paid the deposit at once. The ticket had been booked for dusk and the car would depart at sunset. As he was about to get on, he paused, glanced back at his home with a sigh, thinking, I don't know whether this is right or wrong to do this. Buddy, stop overthinking and hurry up and get in. I tell you, this decision of yours may be the wisest choice you'll ever make in your life. A head suddenly peered into the rideshare cabin, a guy wearing a fisherman's hat who in a very confident tone spoke up with his own view. Sheng Tian looked at him with curiosity so certain. The fisherman's hat guy, seeing him still at the door, instinctively reached out and pulled him into the car, urging the driver forward. Driver, start driving. The plump middle-aged driver ahead chuckled. All right. Buddy, since you've all decided to go to Zhishing base, don't linger over anything anymore. This time we're going, there's a good chance we won't come back. Sheng Tian had just been pulled into the car when another voice rang out from behind him. He turned his head and found a young man who looked like a college student with 2 moles on his face and wearing titanium-framed glasses smiling at him. The fisherman's hat guy shouted to driver, now that everyone is here, don't stop, take us straight to Zhishing base in one go. I keep my word, as long as you can reach Zhishing base quickly. Besides the fare, I'll pay you an extra 2,000 yuan. The titanium-framed glasses man added, and me, I can pay another 2,000 yuan. Please, you must get there as fast as you can. A female voice followed, Master, I'm not very well off, but I can add another 1000 yuan as overtime pay for you to skip rest. The plump driver, upon hearing this, his previously cheerful expression shifted and he asked with doubt, what you three said earlier, is it true? The fisherman's hat guy laughed, Master, so you thought we three were bragging all along? The driver through the rearview mirror looked at them and nodded. If that wasn't bragging, what was it? That boss of Weixing Xinggu has been convicted and you still believe it? With that, the fisherman's hat guy, the titanium-framed glasses man and the grey-clad jeans-wearing woman exchanged a look, a knowing smile flashing in their eyes. Sheng Tian, seeing this, suddenly spoke up, are you all headed for Zhishing base as well? The fisherman's hat guy, of course. What, you think you could outmaneuver us for a seat? From what you're carrying, you don't seem prepared. You're probably going to Zhishing base on a whim, not with a firm resolve. Sheng Tian nodded. Yes, I'm curious about Zhishing base, so I'm going during the break. I've heard that the boss of Weixing Xinggu is China's Ma Sika. He's done a lot of new and spectacular things at Zhishing base, and I want to see them in person. The car's only girl, upon hearing this, asked curiously, Sir, you're not from the online clown faction or the conspiracy faction, are you? Sheng Tian was startled, glancing at the others in astonishment, then denied, I'm not. I'm an outer member of the Zhishing faction. As soon as he finished, the titanium-framed glasses man chimed in, this guy clearly looks like one of us from the Zhishing faction. Only people from our faction would believe what's in the videos. That clown faction and conspiracy faction dogs are nothing but dogs barking and making noise, he said. Sheng Tian's lips twitched, a mix of emotions welling up inside him. Outside, the night wrapped the scenery in darkness as it sped by. The plump driver's question had not yet received a clear answer, so he pressed on, hey handsome and pretty people, can I get a straight answer? Is this doomsday real or not? Not now, Master. At a time like this, hasn't your brain come back to your head yet? And you don't have to think if this is a lie. Would the head of a famous tech company risk posting videos like this? A company capable of that, developing world-shaking ecological energy battery technology, would its leader really be so dim as to be fooled by us? Obviously not. If you rule out that possibility, then there's only one explanation. His doomsday video is surely based on some extraordinary information that he knows. But due to certain factors he couldn't provide conclusive evidence, so he was attacked, slandered, and finally branded a crime against humanity. I was skeptical at first, but those outrageous moves by foreign countries quickly made me realize that the two videos are mostly true. Otherwise there's no way to explain why they're so agitated, so frenzied in attacking the boss of Weixing Xinggu, even mobilizing national power to convict him. Master, you mean we've all been deceived? The fisherman's hat guy asked incredulously. The titanium-framed glasses man added, if you have your own opinions, they may not succeed in deceiving you even if they want to. On the other hand, if you have no independent thinking, does it matter whether you're deceived? After all, you just believe whatever others say. Then by your logic, wouldn't the vast majority of people in the world be deceived, and when doomsday comes everyone will just sit and wait for death? If you have no own views, you can't represent them, you see only what they want you to see. The plump driver fell silent at this remark. You think the world is so beautiful, Master? The truth is, the two people in the same forest will fly when disaster strikes. You and I are merely ordinary folk. Do those at the top care about our lives? Not at all. They possess an absolute information edge and have long prepared. You watch the show, eat your melon, and treat the boss of Weixing Xinggu as a clown. Actually, you are the true clown. People like us in chaotic times must live well and long by relying on ourselves. No matter what happens, we must first obtain full information, then think, weigh, and finally decide. If you go with the crowd, echo others' words, you'll eventually die in others' lies and schemes. In short, ordinary people can only be responsible for their own lives. The titanium-framed glasses man added, Master, this world isn't as beautiful as you think. There's an old saying, couples are like two birds in the same forest, when disaster strikes they fly apart. People like you and I were just ordinary folk. Do those at the top care about our lives? Not at all. They hold the absolute information advantage and have long since prepared. You watch the show, munch on the melons, and treat the Weixing Xinggu boss as a clown. In fact, you are the real clown. People like us in chaotic times must rely on ourselves to live well and long. No matter what happens, we must first obtain full information, then think, weigh, and finally decide. If you go with the crowd and imitate others, you'll sooner or later die in others' lies and tricks. In short, ordinary people can only be responsible for their own lives. The only girl in the car chimed in, Master, have you ever thought about this? How much do you usually earn on a trip to the Northwest? This time we've already paid a deposit. How much more could you earn after finishing this order? Now that the economy is so cutthroat and the money is so hard to earn, if we weren't fools, we wouldn't be paying so much and carrying so much for a trip to the Northwest. So do we look like fools to you? The only girl in the car asked again, Master, have you thought about this? How much do you usually earn for a single trip to the Northwest? This time we've paid a deposit. How much more could you earn after finishing this order? With the economy this tight and money so hard to earn, if we weren't fools, we wouldn't shell out so much money or bring so much stuff for a trip to the Northwest. So do we look like fools to you?
As soon as the words fell, the entire carriage interior suddenly fell silent with no other noise except the rumbling of the vehicle itself. Sheng Tian, hearing the girl's words, frowned tightly, feeling that he might have underestimated something. After a long while, the portly master seemed to sort out his thoughts and asked, "You mean only the boss of Weisheng Biotech wants us alive while all those dignitaries and nobles don't want us to live?" The young man in the fisherman's hat scratched his cheek and replied, "That's not accurate. Strictly speaking, those dignitaries you mentioned don't care about our lives at all. To them, whether we live or die doesn't affect them in the slightest. As for the boss of Weisheng Biotech, judging from his actions so far, I can only say he is a true hero who cares about humanity and civilization. The whole world probably can't find a second one." After a pause he added, "For someone like him, even if he deceives me, I won't blame him. I'll just take it as chasing a dream." The man with titanium-framed glasses raised his hand in agreement and said, stretching out to pluck the stars, "Even if it doesn't go as expected, won't dirty our hands. This is a dream we must chase once." The next moment a female voice rang out, "Me too." Seeing this, Sheng Tian, in order to conceal his true identity, immediately chimed in, "As a member of the Zhaixing sect, I must firmly support Weisheng Biotech at this critical moment." Feeling the unanimous attitude of everyone, a thought flashed through the portly master's mind. He suddenly hit the brakes and said nervously, "When you talk like that, my heart feels a bit uneasy. I don't want to drive anymore. I want to go home and pick up my wife and kids." Hearing this, everyone panicked and shouted in unison, "Master, don't. The entire human society is like a precision instrument. Once a part in the upper layers malfunctions, it will soon be felt in the lower layers." Online denunciations of Weisheng Biotech continued unabated, and the severe sanctions and various actions against its boss from abroad never ceased. However, no matter how they curse or target it, they cannot change one fact: at present their barbed and enormously destructive hand cannot substantially reach the Zhaixing base. On the contrary, after the extreme wave of targeting, a phenomenon diametrically opposed to public opinion began to emerge. People constantly began to take large bags of luggage and by various means of transport quietly travel against the tide to Weisheng Biotech's Zhaixing base. After the capacity of domestic airlines, railway corporations and other institutions was quietly snapped up, the 318 Sichuan-Tibet highway through Qinghai also began to become noisy and congested. Tens of thousands of vehicles set out from all over the country and converged on this road, densely packed like ants moving house, rushing onward toward the northwest in wave after wave. In this quietly formed northwestern traffic flow, many people were silently bidding farewell to the distance with tears in their eyes. Moreover, at some point flights from abroad to China, especially those heading to the northwest, gradually increased in number. Then at a certain point they suddenly became fully booked, forcing many foreign airlines to add extra schedules overnight. As the surge in passengers continued to intensify, airlines began raising prices. At first prices rose by tens or hundreds of dollars. When they found that capacity was still insufficient, they began raising them by thousands at a time, yet still failed to curb the explosive growth in bookings. Helplessly they had to cut flights to other countries and regions, temporarily mobilizing a large number of aircraft to prioritize the passengers frantically heading to China's northwest. Governments around the world quickly detected this anomaly, yet apart from intensifying their propaganda campaigns and various policy-based targeting, they could not directly intervene. At this extremely sensitive moment, directly intervening would likely fail to solve the problem and might even backfire. The best approach was to go with the flow, arranging for more people to follow the small countercurrent to the Zhaixing base and then use live on-site footage or live streams, leveraging the might of public opinion to crush this rebellious northwestern army. On a Boeing airliner bound for Xining International Airport in China, in the economy cabin. "York, are you sure our choice this time is right?" Beside a plainly dressed white man sat a slightly plump middle-aged white woman who was currently looking at him with unease. The white man called York turned to look into her eyes, reached out to hold her hand and said softly, "Belle, you must trust what your eyes have seen and even more trust my judgment." Feeling the warmth coming from his hand, Belle felt like crying, but after glancing at the children sleeping soundly opposite, she held it back. York continued, "An artificial intelligence capable of reaching into our country and distinguishing good people from bad, do you think it would bother playing tricks on us?" Belle gently shook her head. York put his mouth close to her ear and said in a very low voice, "There are some things I haven't told you, partly to avoid being monitored and partly because I was afraid you'd be scared. Now that we've flown away from North America, I can very responsibly tell you that the apocalypse actually came long ago, it just hasn't erupted yet." Hearing this, Belle opened her eyes wide in disbelief. York said, "Belle, do you remember the Headchoppers gang that suddenly became famous?" Belle nodded gently. York's voice was extremely grave, and in a volume only Belle could hear he said word by word, "I'll tell you the truth, the original culprits of the head-chopping gang were not human at all but a group of evil giant ants." Belle, don't make a sound or look too shocked. "We haven't reached the Zhaixing base yet, we can't draw too much attention." Belle gripped his hand tightly, using that to ease the shock in her heart. York continued, "As a qualified forensic pathologist, I actually detected the problem long ago, but I never dared to say it or share it with my colleagues." "Do you know why?" Belle scratched his palm to signal she didn't know.
York explained. By chance I discovered that ants were watching us. They are very very small, but I can sense a dangerous signal from their bodies. So I didn't dare to tell the truth and could only play along with them. I was afraid that once I spoke out they would kill me. Belle turned her head, pressed her lips to York's ear, gave him a kiss, wrapped her arms around his head, pretended to be affectionate, and asked in a whisper, "Is that why you kept having nightmares and couldn't sleep during that time?" York reached out and put his arm around Belle's waist. While gently squeezing, he discreetly drew a checkmark signaling that her guess was correct. Belle said affectionately, "Darling, you've been through so much. You've borne too much for me and the kids. You're amazing. I love you." York simply turned his head, pressed his lips to hers, and quietly started kissing her. Just as they were savoring each other's saliva, no one noticed a small black ant that poked its head out from the gap between the seats behind them, looked at York in a very human-like manner, and then suddenly withdrew.